Bastard, you stole a boat to go to sea, serves you right if you die. In his parents' eyes, he was a little beast, unruly and best avoided, utterly abandoned by his father during the most terrifying natural disaster, a tsunami. Yet who could have guessed? This 7-year-old demon child, despised by his entire family, pissed on the divine beast of Sakura country amid raging winds and towering waves, and in the very next moment, his tiny hands ignited with the fires of hell. Laughing, he yanked out the sinews of a dozens of meters long Naga dragon as effortlessly as pulling a strand of noodles. This world-weary brat could make hundreds of divine beasts tremble with just one glance. It wasn't until the aircraft carrier fleet came for him that he learned his true mission was to suppress the nation's destiny. My name is Yáng Fān, the Taoist leader of Kunlun Mountain, a purple-robed celestial master. An emergency meeting concerning the nation's survival is being held in Beijing. Several months ago, the battlefield of national destiny descended upon Blue Star, requiring each country to send a 3-person squad to participate, complete missions, and earn rewards. Failure results in the nation suffering divine calamity as punishment. Players from other countries receive divine blessings and become powerful agents of the gods. While our Daxia's deities remain missing, we can only send ordinary people to the battle, resulting in repeated defeats, earthquakes, tsunamis, droughts and other natural disasters raged, and the Great Xia dynasty was on the brink of collapse. I ask you once more, truly, is it impossible to communicate with the gods that belong to our Great Xia? The military commander-in-chief, Wan Tianxue, slammed the desk and asked angrily. Both I and all the Taoist representatives shook our heads helplessly. As I was contemplating my next move, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. The national destiny system is now binding. Binding successful. The system informed me that it exists to assist me in recruiting hidden divine reincarnators within Daxia, but requires the completion of an activation task. Establish the National Destiny Bureau and successfully recruit the first qualified candidate. I immediately stood up and frankly told Commander 1. Although the Great Xia deities cannot descend, according to the records of Kunlun Mountain, there are reincarnators hidden among the people who have inherited the power of the deities, powerful enough to serve as a national destiny contender. I propose establishing a National Destiny Bureau under my leadership, fully authorized to oversee the battle of national destinies and recruit these formidable individuals. Wan Tianxue was shocked, then excited, and finally resolved, agreed. I appoint you as the director of the Great Xia National Fortune Bureau, with full authority over the war of national fortune and the recruitment of powerful individuals. You have the authority to mobilize all resources of Great Xia. Yes, Commander, I will live up to this heavy responsibility, I solemnly pledge. Time is of the essence, with only 15 days remaining until the next National Fortune Battlefield opens. The National Fortune Bureau was established in Shangjing at an astonishing speed. Ding dong, congratulations, host, on establishing the National Destiny Bureau and completing half of the startup mission. Now, recruit one more qualified National Destiny contender. To complete the startup mission and fully activate the system, I will focus my efforts on finding those powerful hidden experts. I search for clues in various ancient texts and news reports, especially in seemingly bizarre and mysterious tales. I've marked some interesting news, such as, in Chengtang City, a woman who had been pregnant for 3 years and 6 months finally gave birth to a child. The child could walk and speak as soon as it was born. His behavior is extremely malicious, known as the descent of the demon child. No matter how slim the possibility, one must always give it a try. I immediately mobilized helicopters and special forces, heading to Chengtang City. Chengtang City borders the East China Sea. After suffering natural disasters like tsunamis, the city's homes were destroyed, and its economy collapsed. The wealthiest man in Chengtang City, Li Jing, chairman of Bada Group, was in a frenzy over his youngest son stealing a boat to go out to sea. 3 minutes later, I entered his office with the Special Forces soldiers. Mr. Li, there's no need to be nervous. We're only here to gather some information. I asked straightforwardly. It's about that one of yours who was pregnant for 3 years and could speak and walk as soon as they were born. The youngest son who climbs onto the roof and removes the tiles, the case of Lǐ Nézhā. Chapter 3, Sever the dragon's tendons, pull out the dragon's spine, slaughter all here. Oh? That beast? Li Jing's expression abruptly darkened. He paced back and forth in his office, his expression as grim as could be. My apologies for the embarrassment, Director. As the saying goes, family troubles shouldn't be aired in public, but I never imagined it would become common knowledge. Li Jing cautiously glanced at Yáng Fān, his mind flashing back to the scene of Lǐ Nézhā burning down his own home, grinding his teeth in fury. That monster is inherently vicious. The moment he acts, chaos erupts everywhere. He's nothing short of a demon child incarnate. Could it be he's done something to threaten national security? It seemed the rumors were true. Lǐ Nézhā, due to his bizarre and unruly nature, had become deeply estranged from his parents at home. Father and son had even become sworn enemies. Yáng Fān's expression grew grave. Mr. Li, you misunderstand. Your son has done nothing wrong. We have simply selected him as a candidate for the National Fortune Program. Where is he now? Might I see him first? Yáng Fān inquired. Li Jing's expression froze in shock as he stared at Yáng Fān. What? My good-for-nothing son? What merit does he have to become a national fortune candidate? Besides, I have no idea where he is. He stole my boat and went out to sea. With this massive tsunami, he might have already drowned. Li Jing showed no sign of sorrow at the possibility of Lǐ Nézhā's death. Yet upon hearing this, Yáng Fān abruptly stood up. Splash! Outside the window, torrential rain poured down as the sea churned violently, as if ready to swallow everything in its path. What did you say? He's in danger now? A Special Forces soldier hurried over to report. Director, during the previous National Fortune Battlefield, Sakura Nation obtained several Naga dragon eggs. They were later deployed into the East China Sea, specifically to stir up trouble along our Great Xia coastline. This information has been classified as top secret. The tsunami storm ravaging Donghai City is caused by the Naga. Any sailors venturing out to sea would indeed face certain death. Sakura Nation, they must be punished. Yáng Fān's expression turned abruptly cold. He waved his hand dismissively. Assemble the naval forces. We're going to rescue them. Yes, Director. At that moment, over 100 nautical miles away, a cargo ship drifted empty, carrying only one crew member as it drifted with the wind. It was now approaching the edge of Daxia's territorial waters. Gale force winds howled around him, and towering waves crashed relentlessly. I'm a little monster, free and unfettered. A boy of about 7 or 8, clad in tattered red clothes, his hair tied in 2 sky-high buns, his little feet bare. He sat on the ship's edge, flapping his bare little feet. Killing without blinking, eating without salt. 7 or 8 at a time, until my belly bursts. The child wore heavy eyeliner, his expression one of utter contempt for everyone, hatred for everything, and a complete lack of will to live. Strangely enough, despite the raging storm raging all around him, the child remained utterly still, as if the wind and waves couldn't move him an inch. A whoa! Suddenly, a roar erupted from beneath the sea surface. A monstrous creature tens of meters long, with a fish tail, scales, long fins, sharp claws, and a human face burst forth, claws extended, lunging toward Lǐ Nézhā. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the dragons of Great Xia mythology. Its body was covered in blood-red scales, with dense rows of backward-pointing spines running along its spine, strung with fragments of torn flesh. Whether human or animal, it was impossible to tell. Its appearance was truly terrifying beyond measure. Yet Lǐ Nézhā, upon seeing the Naga dragon's attack, remained utterly indifferent, his face bearing the same world-weary expression, utterly unconcerned. Oh no! Suddenly, as if sensing something, he leapt to his feet, shed his pants, and a torrent of hot liquid gushed forth. Splash! The purest, most potent boy's urine landed squarely in the Naga dragon's mouth. Pissing in the sea, no outhouse in sight. Well, you're here now. What a fine fish! This young master is treating you. Ah ha 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 ha! Lǐ Nézhā grinned wide, cackling eerily as the pungent urine sprayed across the Naga dragon's face and mouth. For a moment, the fearsome beast that terrorized the coastal waters of Great Xia was utterly stunned. Damn it! Where did this brat come from? Doesn't he know fear? On a nearby island. Inside a secret base, a group of military personnel from the land of cherry blossoms watched the surveillance screens, cursing under their breath. Lǐ Nézhā had practically aimed his stream directly at their monitors, forcing every Japanese military observer to experience his childish urine firsthand. Though harmless, the insult was utterly degrading. Damn it! This must be some brat from Great Xia. Kill him! Naga dragon roared at the command, eyes bloodshot as it spread its massive claws and lunged furiously at Lǐ Nézhā. Boom! The hull was torn open, leaving a gaping hole. Yet the expected scene of mangled flesh never materialized. Lǐ Nézhā vanished from his spot in an instant, leaving the Naga dragon to strike empty air. Ha! Where's that brat? How did he vanish? The military personnel of Sakura Nation looked puzzled, searching everywhere under surveillance. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Ugly monster! The Naga dragon froze in terror. The voice had come from behind it. Lǐ Nézhā had appeared behind the Naga dragon without warning. With a swift grab, fierce flames erupted from Lǐ Nézhā's hand. The Naga dragon, covered in sturdy scales, proved as fragile as paper under his assault. His claws pierced through its scales, tearing into flesh and blood. Roar! The Naga dragon roared in agony, violently thrashing its body in a desperate attempt to fling Lǐ Nézhā off. But it was all for naught. Rip! Ah ha 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 ha! Lǐ Nézhā roared with laughter as he tore a dragon tendon from the Naga dragon's flesh with his bare hands. Just what this young master needed for a belt. Thanks for the free donation, buddy. Lǐ Nézhā tied the tendon around his waist, stomped on the Naga dragon's face, and leaped back onto the large ship. The once turbulent Naga dragon lay limp on the deck, drained of all strength, its flesh and blood pouring out like a torrent. Free fish delivered to your doorstep? Why pass it up? A fiery mark blazed between Lǐ Nézhā's eyebrows, ready to begin the grilling. This can't be possible. Is he even human? Who is he? Could he be a divine proxy? Impossible. The Great Xia's deities vanished long ago. Divine agents cannot exist. Perhaps he's a master from another nation. On a nearby island, numerous military personnel from the land of cherry blossoms watched Lǐ Nézhā dispatch the Naga dragon in mere moments, their hearts pounding in shock. Whoever dares to bully our Sakura Nation shall die. Release every Naga dragon in our possession. Yes, sir. Roar. 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 On the island, hundreds of Naga dragons poured out in a mighty procession, surrounding Lǐ Nézhā completely. Oh dear, we've stirred up this ugly fish nest. Lǐ Nézhā tilted his head, glancing at the nearby island and the cherry blossom flag fluttering atop it, his expression disdainful. He clenched his fists. The fight was about to begin. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of fiery light descended from the sky. The eastern wind pierced through the clouds, tearing through the storm, and slammed directly into one of the Naga dragons. In an instant, the Naga dragon was reduced to ashes. Turning his head, Lǐ Nézhā saw countless more missiles like this one. What the hell is that? At the Sakura Nation military base, everyone jolted in shock. The Great Xia Navy? Have they discovered us? A dense swarm of bombers filled the sky, while an endless line of warships stretched across the ocean surface, led by a massive aircraft carrier. Countless missiles launched in a simultaneous barrage. Yáng Fān stood at the bow of the carrier, gazing toward the island ahead. So it was Sakura Nation deliberately deploying these beasts to endanger our coastal citizens. Director, what should we do? Should we issue a strong condemnation? Condemn my ass. What's the point of talking to them? Yáng Fān raised his right hand, grasping at the air. Exterminate all here. Boom. 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 In an instant, the entire sky and land were blanketed by indiscriminate firepower, erupting across the entire island. The Sakura Nation military personnel stationed on the island, along with their Naga dragons, all turned to ash in an instant, consumed by despair. Lǐ Nézhā watched the scene unfold before him, his expression gradually twisting. Waka. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This kid loves it. Chapter 4, Lǐ Nézhā joins the National Fortune Bureau. What? You want me to go to the National Fortune Battlefield? Fight for the country? Bauta Group Office. Lǐ Nézhā lay sprawled across the desk, legs crossed, a look of utter disdain on his face. Sorry, not interested. Yáng Fān had pulled Lǐ Nézhā out of the ocean, taking down a military base of the Cherry Blossom Nation in the process. The group returned to Lǐ Nézhā's home. Yáng Fān didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point about his purpose. However, Lǐ Nézhā seemed far from cooperative. I'm number one, heaven's second. I rule the heavens and earth, feeling awesome. He lay back with his hands behind his head, slouching lazily. You good-for-nothing brat. Show some respect. That's the director of the National Fortune Bureau standing right there. Li Jing's face twisted with fury as he roared at Lǐ Nézhā. Director, see? I told you this good-for-nothing was hopeless. I'll lock him up for life. You'd better find someone else. Ah! Lǐ Nézhā sprang up with a thud, landing on Li Jing's head and yanking at his hair with both hands. Ah. Did you hear that? I'm a little beast. I'm just a little beast. Nobody likes me. Why should I fight for people who don't even care about me? Lǐ Nézhā's mouth stretched into a wide grin. You beast. Get down this instant. You beast. Li Jing roared furiously. Chaos erupted on the scene, even Yáng Fān was stunned. Had the relationship between this father and son deteriorated to such an extent? Yáng Fān rushed forward, pulling them apart. Lǐ Nézhā, listen to me. It's not that no one likes you. Ha? Who? Who likes me? Lǐ Nézhā's face was filled with disdain. Yáng Fān guided Lǐ Nézhā back to his chair, sat him down, and activated the TV screen mirroring. A news report was playing on the screen. The Cherry Blossom Nation harbors wolfish ambitions, unleashing the Naga dragon obtained from the battlefield of national fortune to ravage our Great Xia's coastline, slaughtering countless innocent civilians. But our mighty Great Xia has its own noble heroes. As the anchor delivered the report, the footage shifted. A figure, small in stature yet radiating overwhelming dominance, toyed with and swiftly dispatched a Naga dragon amidst a raging storm. Unrestrained and undeniably dashing. Finally, he even drew out the dragon's tendon and tied it to his belt. The crew had edited the footage to optimize lighting, color balance, and composition. From this angle, the protagonist slaying the Naga dragon looked incredibly dashing, especially in several captured moments. Lǐ Nézhā hadn't intended to watch, but he couldn't help himself. The video showed him looking so incredibly cool it made his mouth water. Is that me? That's you. Yáng Fān switched screens. The footage spread across major forums, discussion boards, and Weibo across the Great Xia Empire. Handsome. Holy crap. So handsome. Who says Great Xia has no gods? This little hero ripping out dragon tendons barehanded, he's practically a living deity. The eternal god. Such an adorable little baby. Whose is this? Love it, love it. Damn, this little hottie's got some nerve. Pissing on a Naga dragon? That's an insult to dragons. Ripping out dragon tendons is brutal, but I love it. Ha. These beasts plaguing Great Xia deserve even more brutal punishment. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? I think I recognize him. His name is Lǐ Nézhā. Lǐ Nézhā? It's him. It's him. Our hero, Little Nézhā? At that moment, forums across the internet were spreading the heroic deeds of Lǐ Nézhā. They had already reached the top of the trending search rankings. Praise poured in relentlessly. Countless people in the Great Xia Empire showered Lǐ Nézhā with praise. Even on video platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and Bilibili, his image had been turned into meme videos, complete with a signature BGM dubbed the Nézhā March. Don't underestimate the power of influencers in the internet age. Thanks to just one video of Nézhā extracting the dragon's tendons, he became a household name across the Great Xia Empire within mere hours. You know, a lot of people really like you. They become your fans, at least a few million of them. Yáng Fān remarked. Lǐ Nézhā's eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since birth, everyone had stared at him like he was a freak. From childhood, he faced constant discrimination. His parents disliked him, locking him away. Everyone treated him like a freak, and he had no friends. This had shaped his incredibly vicious personality. He spent his days wreaking havoc everywhere, seeking attention and validation. Yet the more he acted this way, the less people liked him. It had even reached the point where father and son were bitter enemies. Sometimes Nézhā even thought about cutting his flesh and bones off this body and returning it to Li Jing, severing all ties and never seeing each other again. But then, through Yáng Fān's efforts, Lǐ Nézhā discovered he could actually have so many fans, so many people who liked him. It's not that you fight for the masses because they love you, Yáng Fān said earnestly. It's that fighting for the masses is what earns their love. Yáng Fān said earnestly. He grasped Lǐ Nézhā's hand. I know you're struggling to find your purpose right now, but I believe joining the National Fortune Bureau, participating in the National Fortune Battlefield, saving the Great Xia, and rescuing the people from suffering, that is precisely your mission. Remember, you are the reincarnation of Nézhā, the three altars see assembly great god of our Great Xia. Do you know who Nézhā is? He was a formidable being who roamed heaven and earth, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, unmatched under the heavens. If you strive toward this goal, you will become the hero in every Great Xia citizen's heart, the superstar everyone adores. Ha! A superstar beloved by all? Lǐ Nézhā's eyes sparkled with excitement. His little face flushed bright red. At the end of the day, he was just a child, with a strong sense of vanity and honor. All Yáng Fān needed to do was cater to that emotional need. Wakakakaka, I'm a superstar. Lǐ Nézhā suddenly jumped up. He grabbed Yáng Fān's arm. I want to join the National Fortune Bureau. I want to fight on the National Fortune Battlefield. I want to be a big star. Finally, he succeeded. It hadn't been easy. Yáng Fān's expression brimmed with excitement. The instant Lǐ Nézhā agreed to join the National Fortune Bureau, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting the first deity reincarnator. Reincarnator, Lǐ Nézhā inherited deity, Nézhā, the great god of the 3 altars and sea assembly. National Fortune system officially activated. Ding! Host has obtained the newcomer gift pack. Activate? Open. Ding! Newbie gift pack activated. Ding! Host has obtained reincarnator training ground construction permission, select an empty plot to build a training ground from scratch. Ding! Host has obtained the reincarnator's treasure vault, select an empty plot to construct a treasure vault from nothing. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the cultivation technique, Transcendence of Self-Transformation. This technique can fuse the abilities of reincarnators, growing stronger alongside the host's power. Note, reincarnators require guidance to fully restore the power of inherited deities. Beyond recruiting new reincarnators, the host must prioritize guiding existing recruits to recover their strength. Host, promptly establish a training ground and artifact repository. A series of rewards were deposited into Yáng Fān's system space. The exclusive Transcendence of Self-Cultivation technique was also imprinted within Yáng Fān's mind. In an instant, Yáng Fān felt his strength, speed, senses, and all other metrics double. Moreover, as his cultivation deepened, he could replicate the abilities of other reincarnators like Lǐ Nézhā and make them his own, truly unmatched. He had finally embarked on the path of cultivating immortality. Yáng Fān exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 5, The Windfire Wheels, Yang Jin's Debut. Soon, Yáng Fān flew back to the headquarters of the National Fortune Bureau in Shangjing with Lǐ Nézhā aboard a helicopter. Director, how many people are in our National Fortune Bureau? Lǐ Nézhā asked earnestly. Ahem, currently, the official roster consists of just you and me. The rest still need to be recruited. What? Just 2? Lǐ Nézhā's face was filled with astonishment. That's right. But we'll continue recruiting more people, all reincarnators with special powers like you, Yáng Fān explained. I'm the very first one to join? That's so cool. Lǐ Nézhā clenched his fists, his face beaming with excitement. It gets even cooler. Come with me. Yáng Fān led Lǐ Nézhā to an open field beside the National Fortune Bureau. System, construct a training ground and equipment storage here, Yáng Fān instructed, pointing at the vast open space. Ding! Host has selected location. Ding! Congratulations, host. Training ground constructed successfully. Ding. Congratulations, host. Treasure vault constructed successfully. Ding. Host, please note, the artifact repository can craft custom weapons and artifacts for each reincarnator. Each reincarnator receives one complimentary opportunity. Additional opportunities may be unlocked by securing victories on the National Fate Battlefield. Ding. Host, please note, the training ground can construct exclusive scenarios to awaken reincarnators' power and help them master their abilities. At Yáng Fān's gesture, a fully equipped, expansive training ground rose from the open field. In the corner of the training ground, an equipment vault simultaneously materialized. Creating objects out of thin air was nothing short of a miracle. Lǐ Nézhā and the staff nearby were all stunned into silence. This is unbelievable, Director. Did you conjure all this? Lǐ Nézhā gaped, his expression exaggerated as he stared at Yáng Fān in awe. This is the training ground and artifact repository built for you reincarnators. Come, I'll take you inside to select the artifact best suited for you. Yáng Fān waved his hand dismissively, offering no denial. So the bureau chief is this powerful? I thought he was just an ordinary person. Lǐ Nézhā's expression instantly tensed. Yes, Director. He stood at attention with exaggerated formality and saluted Yáng Fān. Lǐ Nézhā defied heaven above, earth below, and his own father in between, yet here he was, obediently following Yáng Fān's lead. Stop dawdling. Let's go. Coming. Lǐ Nézhā obediently jogged along, catching up to Yáng Fān. The treasure vault's layout was relatively simple. A Tai Chi platform, adorned with patterns of the 8 trigrams and yin-yang symbols, stood at its center. Nézhā, sit on it, cross your legs, and wait. Yes, Director. Lǐ Nézhā shot up onto the platform and sat cross-legged. Ding. Detection initiated. Name, Lǐ Nézhā. This national fortune contestant is the great deity of the 3 altars sea assembly, the reincarnation of Nézhā. Beginning custom artifact creation for Lǐ Nézhā. Not as compatible magical artifacts include Demon Slaying Sword, Demon Chopping Blade, Demon Binding Rope, 3-Pronged Spear, Demon Subduing Pestle, Embroidered Ball, Fire Wheel, Wind Fire Wheels, Heaven Confusing Brocade, Heaven Earth Ring, Xianyuan Arrow. Please make your selection, host. Lǐ Nézhā, which magical artifact do you prefer? Choose one. Seeing Nézhā had such an extensive arsenal, Yáng Fān's mouth twitched. Truly the beloved disciple of Tai Zhenrun, utterly inhuman. Lǐ Nézhā's eyes widened at the sight of all these treasures. Boss, I want them all. Get lost. You can only pick one. The rest you'll have to earn yourself on the National Fate Battlefield. Yáng Fān nearly laughed in exasperation. Lǐ Nézhā smacked his lips, suddenly struck by decision paralysis. Finally, he made a decisive move. He closed his eyes and drew lots. It's yours. Excellent. You've chosen the Wind Fire Wheels, they truly are your destined artifact, Yáng Fān chuckled. Ding. Host has selected the Wind Fire Wheels. Crafting of the Wind Fire Wheels artifact has begun. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Wind Fire Wheels artifact has been successfully forged. On the Tai Chi platform, 2 flaming wheels gradually materialized. Wind Fire Wheels description, dual artifacts embodying the forces of wind and fire. Can be mounted as a flying vehicle akin to a mount. Flames ignite upon the wheels while winds surge beneath them, enabling flight through skies and descent into earth. Travel 10,000 miles in a day, traversing the world without hindrance. Upon seeing these Wind Fire Wheels, Lǐ Nézhā felt a fragment of memory stir within him. He silently recited the incantation. Swish. Swish. Responding to Lǐ Nézhā's call, the Wind Fire Wheels instantly flew to his feet. As if born with the innate ability to control them, Lǐ Nézhā needed no instruction. He soared into the air, maneuvering them with effortless precision. Waka-ka-ka. Waka-ka-ka. I can fly. I can fly. Ha-ha-ha. Whoosh. 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 Lǐ Nézhā zoomed around the skies above the entire National Fortune Bureau atop his Wind Fire Wheels, his excited laughter echoing through the air. He played for over half an hour until Yáng Fān called out to him, and only then did he reluctantly descend. Boss. Boss. I love you so much. Aha. From now on, Director comes first, I come second, and Heaven comes third. If the Director tells me to go east, I won't go west. If the Director tells me to kill someone, I'll kill them. Even if it's my own father, I'll chop him to pieces. Lǐ Nézhā declared, his expression charged with fervor. Ahem, well, that might be taking it a bit far, Yáng Fān chuckled bitterly. You probably just want to kill your own dad, huh? Alright, time is tight. We need to find your teammate, the second reincarnator. Yáng Fān already had a rough idea of who the second one might be. Wahahaha. Don't worry, Director. If he refuses to come, I'll just beat him into submission. Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily. Looks like I'll have to teach you a thing or two when I get the chance how to win people over with virtue. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. Several helicopters took off from the National Transport Bureau. Lǐ Nézhā didn't board the aircraft, he could fly himself and simply perched on the top of one. Waka-ka-ka. Screw that bird, Dad. From now on, I, Lǐ Nézhā, am bound by neither heaven nor earth. Director, where are we headed? South Sichuan Province, Taoshan. Yáng Fān marked a point on the map. The fleet of helicopters, carrying a large contingent of special forces and the demonic child Lǐ Nézhā, swiftly crossed most of China, arriving in South Sichuan Province. In a remote mountain range, Peach Mountain stood amidst fields of blooming peach blossoms, with no other trees in sight. Fragrant grasses spread out in a melancholy beauty, and fallen petals scattered everywhere. Scientists couldn't explain why such a breathtakingly beautiful peach mountain existed here, but local residents had capitalized on it by developing tourism, reaping substantial profits in recent years. Yet all this vanished just months ago. The once peaceful Peach Mountain began experiencing frequent earthquakes, each of varying intensity. Worse still, the mountain itself seemed to be splitting apart, slowly drifting apart from both sides as if cleaved in two. Tourists, fearing for their lives, stopped visiting, bringing the local tourism industry to a standstill. Some people lost their jobs as a result. Bang! In a rural self-built house, the front door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Jin, you're a grown man. If you don't go out and earn money, just staying home feeding dogs all day, you'll spend your whole life playing with dogs. If you can't handle being a Taoshan tour guide, we could work in an electronics factory. What good is just sitting around at home all day? In the courtyard, a young man in his 20s with sharp eyebrows, piercing eyes, and a ruggedly handsome look reminiscent of that actor surnamed Xiao held a large black dog as both man and beast gnawed on bones. Chapter 6, Yang Jin, Emulating Heaven and Earth. Auntie, I told you I have work to do. I'm too busy to take a job right now. Yang Jin looked utterly distressed. His maternal aunt, second aunt, eldest uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, grandfather, and various other relatives all crowded into the courtyard. Young Yang Jin, I know you've had a hard life. Your mother vanished after giving birth to you, and your father passed away later. Raising yourself with just a dog by your side, it's been tough. His eldest aunt snatched the bone from Yang Jin's hand and kicked over the big black dog beside him. But a man must stand strong. The men of the Yang family can't be weaklings. You need to get a proper job. Exactly. 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 Work hard, build a house, save up for the bride price, marry a wife, have sons. That's the only way to carry on the Yang family line. Women today have opened their eyes to the world and become fully awakened. Without a 300,000 yuan dowry, even good looks won't get you a wife. Relatives and elders paid visits almost every other day, and the entire Yang family was anxious about Yang Jin. What kind of family has a young man in his 20s who doesn't go to work every day, just stays home playing with the dog? Ah, the Yang family is finished. Ah, yes. You're all absolutely right. Yang Jin talked until nightfall before finally sending the Yang family's relatives on their way. Finally, some peace and quiet. Yang Jin glanced at the time. Since the tourism boom in Taoshan had faded, the area became completely deserted after dark. This suited him perfectly. It made his work much easier. Xiaotian, let's go, time to get to work. Woof! The massive black dog, bearing the supremely imposing name Laughing Heaven, charged into the west room with an air of superiority, fetching an axe in its jaws and presenting it to Yang Jin. Let's go! Man and dog made their way along the narrow path to the summit of Peach Mountain. The mountain had been split clean in two, a massive fissure gouged through its center. Geologists and scientists had come to investigate, yet they could never pinpoint the cause of the rupture. They could only attribute it to the bizarre earthquakes occurring every night. It's almost done. Success is imminent. Mother, I've come to save you. Yang Jin raised the axe, a green light flickering in his eyes. Behind him, a massive phantom figure gradually materialized, identical in appearance to him, also gripping a great axe. In sync with Yang Jin's movements, the phantom raised its axe. Then, it swung down fiercely toward the crack. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook violently. The fissure tore open, widening by another fraction. The entire Peach Mountain, along with the surrounding villages, began to shake violently. In a guest house within one of the surrounding villages, Yáng Fān and the others had just settled in for the night when the host knocked on the door. It's time. Don't go to sleep yet. Head to the square to take shelter. Huh? What time is it? Yáng Fān asked in confusion. The host raised his watch. 3, 2, 1. Earthquake starting. Rumble. The timing was impeccably precise. The villagers surrounding Mount Peach had long grown accustomed to it. We have 8 hours of shaking every day, from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. sharp, not a minute more or less. The intensity is always perfectly calibrated to avoid collapsing buildings or causing casualties. You outsiders don't understand our local peculiarities, the landlord explained to Yáng Fān. Yáng Fān, Lǐ Nézhā, and the entire group of special forces soldiers accompanying them all wore expressions of astonishment. Is this like clocking in for work? What a peculiar earthquake. You bet, the landlord replied with a bitter smile. And they only strike 5 days a week, weekends off, holidays free. Perfect workers, really. Yáng Fān looked perplexed. This was utterly bizarre. Lǐ Nézhā, let's go to the top of Taoshan and see what's so peculiar about this place. Yes, sir. The two dismissed the landlord and walked to a secluded spot. Swish! Swish! Lǐ Nézhā's feet seemed to grow wings, flames erupting beneath him as he grabbed Yáng Fān and sliced through the night sky, soaring toward the epicenter of the earthquake Peach Mountain. Boss, there seems to be a blurry giant phantom there, splitting the mountain. Lǐ Nézhā's eyes blazed as he suddenly spoke. Oh? A giant splitting a mountain? Flying high afforded a distant view. Yáng Fān scrutinized the scene. Through the clouds and mist, a vague figure did indeed appear, wielding a massive axe. Something's definitely off. With each swing of the giant's axe, the entire Peach Mountain trembled. Let's go check it out. Lǐ Nézhā's wind fire wheels moved with blinding speed, capable of traversing heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he soared to the summit of Peach Mountain. Waka ka ka. Here comes your humble servant. Ha? Wait, this place is empty? Where's that giant? The two landed, expecting to find the mountain-splitting giant, only to discover to their astonishment that nothing remained at the scene except a massive fissure stretching across the entire Peach Mountain. It was completely empty. The earthquake had ceased. Not only were there no people, but not even a dog. Well, actually, there was a dog. Woof! Woof! A large black dog lay on the highest mound nearby, barking shrewdly. Did I see wrong? Lǐ Nézhā scanned the surroundings. No, you didn't. Someone must have been here. Yáng Fān crouched down and wiped some soft soil from the ground. It's still warm. This proves someone has indeed chopped at this ground, and they stopped only recently. That black dog has a glossy coat and seems to understand human speech. It's definitely not a wild dog. Go fetch it. Yes, sir. Lǐ Nézhā instantly mounted his wind fire wheels and charged toward the large black dog nearby. Woof! At the critical moment, the black dog suddenly opened its massive jaws. A howling gale erupted around them, and a colossal storm began tearing at Lǐ Nézhā's entire body. So it's a dog demon. Die for me! Flames blazed from Lǐ Nézhā's brow as he charged through the gale, chasing the black dog wildly through the peach grove. Though Xiao Tian was a dog awakened to divine power, he was no match for Lǐ Nézhā and was about to be captured. Stop! Suddenly, a massive axe pressed against Yáng Fān's neck. Sheaf! Lǐ Nézhā gripped Xiao Tian's throat, his expression filled with concern as he turned toward Yáng Fān. I don't know who you are, but please don't interfere. Yang Jin appeared behind Yáng Fān at some point, his voice threatening. Yáng Fān activated his transformation of freedom technique. Like Lǐ Nézhā, his body burst into blazing flames. Though a massive axe was pressed against his throat, he remained unflinching. Moreover, Yáng Fān sensed that the man behind him didn't seem to harbor much ill will. We represent the National Fortune Bureau of the Great Xia government. I am Director Yáng Fān, and this is Lǐ Nézhā. Who are you? Are you responsible for the daily earthquakes in Taoshan? Yáng Fān demanded. The figure behind him remained silent for a long moment. I know this will deprive the people around Taoshan of their livelihood and disrupt their peace with daily tremors. His tone was sincere, as if he were struggling. But it won't be long now. Once I rescue my mother, I'll stop splitting the mountain. The earthquakes at Taoshan will cease. Chapter 7, The Mountain-Splitting Axe. Upon learning that Yáng Fān and his companion were representatives of the authorities, Yang Jin felt a pang of sorrow. He had long known it would affect the surrounding residents, but to save his mother, he couldn't afford to care about that anymore. He had restrained himself as much as possible, keeping the shockwaves within the red line that prevented casualties, and taking 2 days off each week. He had anticipated the Great Xia authorities would come knocking. But even if the authorities tried to dissuade him, he had to save his mother. Save your mother? Lǐ Nézhā asked without hesitation, though it was unclear whether he was deliberately insulting him or genuinely clueless. Save your mother? Why blast through a mountain? Is she some monkey king trapped beneath it? Watch your language, you little brat, Yang Jin snapped, his face flushing with anger. Who the hell are you calling a brat? Lǐ Nézhā flew into a rage, ready to roll up his sleeves and fight. Alright, calm down, everyone. Yáng Fān saw the situation was getting out of hand and quickly intervened. Hear me out, warrior. We mean you no harm. In fact, we can help you. Put down your axe first. Lǐ Nézhā, put down that dog too. Everyone, sit down and let's talk this out. Woof. Lǐ Nézhā gritted his teeth, squeezing Xiao Tian's neck with such force that sparks flew. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't listen to his father's words and would insist on fighting Yang Jin to the death. But Yáng Fān had spoken. Despite his fiery temper, after a moment's hesitation, he decided to obey. He could ignore his father's orders, but he couldn't disobey the bureau chief. Get lost. Xiao Tian, feeling wronged, ran back to Yang Jin's side. Seeing that Yáng Fān truly meant no harm, Yang Jin lowered his axe. Yáng Fān also withdrew the flames blazing from his body. Alright, sit down. Lǐ Nézhā casually lit a campfire, then sat down with Yáng Fān, Yang Jin, Xiao Tian, and the dog, forming a circle around it. Yang Jin was actually a sincere and kind-hearted boy. After Yáng Fān presented the relevant credentials confirming his official status and it was clear he held no ill will, Yang Jin shared his story with Yáng Fān. So you're saying your mother vanished after giving birth to you, your father died, but one day you dreamt that your mother was actually a fairy, imprisoned beneath this peach mountain. And you inexplicably awoke divine powers, so you decided to cleave the mountain to rescue your mother. The crack in the middle of Peach Mountain is what you split open, and the surrounding earthquake's all you're doing. Lǐ Nézhā repeated Yang Jin's words in astonishment. His eyes darted about. Hadn't he too inexplicably awakened divine powers? Well, that's exactly right. You're correct about everything, but I really dislike the way you're phrasing it. Yang Jin shot Lǐ Nézhā a slightly annoyed glance. Whatever. That's just how I talk. Take it or leave it. Lǐ Nézhā crossed his legs and muttered under his breath. Don't take it personally. He's still just a kid. Yáng Fān stepped in to smooth things over. Fairy, why were you sealed beneath the mountain? Can we trust your dream? The Great Xia Empire had never seen any trace of divine beings manifesting. If Yang Jin spoke the truth, if a genuine fairy truly lay imprisoned beneath this mountain, then she held the key to unraveling the mystery of the Great Xia's collective disappearance of deities. I believe it is reliable. It was precisely because of that dream that I awakened these divine powers. You saw it yourself. I am no ordinary person, Yang Jin stated. Yáng Fān pondered for a moment before nodding. This world holds many wonders. In the realm of national destiny battles, deities are real. The idea of a fairy trapped beneath the mountain is indeed quite plausible. Very well, Yang Jin. I've understood your situation. How about we make a deal? Yáng Fān said, looking at Yang Jin. Oh? What kind of deal? Yang Jin perked up. After all, Taoshan is a mountain. Even with your 1,000-ton strength, splitting it alone could take until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Our National Fortune Bureau can help you cleave Mount Peach swiftly and rescue your mother, Yáng Fān stated. In return, you must join our National Fortune Bureau, represent Great Xia on the National Fortune Battlefield, and fight for the nation. Ha? Director, you want me to team up with this jerk? No way. He was threatening you just now. At this, Lǐ Nézhā beside him leapt up first, flailing his arms and legs in protest. Yang Jin himself froze in place. Join the National Fortune Bureau? Fight for the nation? He only wanted to save his mother. Other matters were not yet within his scope of consideration. But at heart, Yang Jin was still a passionate young man. Watching the live streams of the previous National Fortune battles, he'd seen Great Xia suffer crushing defeats. Sometimes, it truly infuriated him. He refused to accept Great Xia's losses. After awakening his divine power, he had even contemplated reporting it. With his abilities, perhaps he could turn the tide for Great Xia. He pondered for a moment, seemingly still harboring some reservations. Finally, he cautiously turned to look at Yáng Fān. Director, I won't be joining the National Fortune Bureau. After rescuing my mother, I still need to care for her. However, if you require my participation in the National Fortune Battlefield, I'm open to being deployed. You'll follow orders but not announcements? Yáng Fān chuckled. True to form, he was indeed Yang Jin's reincarnation. Joining the National Fortune Bureau means more than just fighting on the battlefield. You'll protect the people, safeguard the nation, and gain formal employment, becoming a hero for all of Great Xia. But the National Fortune Bureau doesn't force anyone to join. Your willingness to fight for the nation is enough. After all, I am a citizen of Great Xia. When the nation faces peril, I truly cannot stand idly by. Yang Jin's expression was sincere. But director, how exactly do you plan to help me rescue my mother? That's simple. A craftsman who wants to do his job well must first sharpen his tools. Yáng Fān picked up the axe Yang Jin had tossed aside. This is just an ordinary axe. Its mountain-splitting power comes solely from your divine strength. But what if we replaced it with a genuine magical treasure, a true mountain-splitting axe? Oh? Hearing Yáng Fān's words, Yang Jin's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. Name, Yang Jin. This nation's fortune candidate is Xingyuan Miaodou Jinjuan, the reincarnation of Erlang Xingyang Jian. Beginning the customization of magical artifacts for Yang Jin. Yang Jin's matching magical artifacts include three-pronged double-edged blade, mountain-splitting axe, Kanmo sword, demon-slaying sword, golden bow with silver arrows, demon-binding rope, mountain-chasing whip, demon-revealing mirror, heaven-sweeping cloak, etc. Please select Host. Select the mountain-cleaving axe. Within the National Fortune Bureau. Yáng Fān pulled Yang Jin over and began crafting the artifact immediately. Soon, a massive mountain-cleaving axe radiating an ancient luster emerged from his hands. Its handle was intricately carved with complex runes, and its blade was razor-sharp. Yang Jin stared wide-eyed at the massive axe. A magical artifact. A divine weapon. This is the real mountain-cleaving axe. Yang Jin's eyes burned with intensity as he grabbed the axe. Unexpectedly, the weapon was incredibly heavy, and he struggled to lift it for a moment. Yah! A surge of power erupted as a phantom form materialized behind Yang Jin, finally enabling him to hoist the colossal axe aloft. Aha! Chief! With this treasure, I can split Mount Peach wide open in less than an hour. Yang Jin declared confidently. Good. No time to waste, let's go. Soon after, the group returned to Peach Mountain. Boom! Yang Jin summoned his heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique without concealing it this time. 100-meter-tall giant, wielding a colossal axe, stood atop Peach Mountain. All nearby residents have been evacuated. Go ahead and chop away. Yáng Fān, guided by Lǐ Nézhā, watched the spectacle from the air nearby. Got it, boss. Yang Jin roared with laughter, his voice echoing across the heavens. Watch this mountain-splitting axe. The colossal mountain-splitting axe, empowered by the heaven-emulating, earth-shaping technique, seemed to span the heavens and earth as it crashed down toward the fissure in Peach Mountain. Chapter 8, Cleaving the Mountain to Save His Mother, the Three-Legged Golden Crow. Boom! 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 Ah! An earthquake! Empowered by the mountain-splitting axe and driven by the heaven-emulating, earth-shaping technique, Yang Jin's strike unleashed power far surpassing anything before. Across dozens of miles, the Earth's dragons writhed. The earthquake's intensity and scope far surpassed previous ones. Nearby villages saw houses collapse and roads shattered. Fortunately, Yáng Fān had already dispatched men to evacuate all residents within a 100-mile radius, preventing any casualties. Yet even this violent tremor left countless people shaken to their core. Even those 100 miles away could barely stand steady. What a calamity! Such a massive earthquake! Our homes are gone, woe is us. Thankfully, the authorities anticipated this and evacuated everyone in advance. No one was hurt, right? Yang Jin's nephew, damn it. Where's Yang Jin? Didn't he evacuate with the main group? Yang Jin's relatives searched for a long time but couldn't find him anywhere, and they suddenly grew anxious. It's over. My nephew must have been too busy playing with his dog to even think about running when the quake hit. Ah! It's over. The Yang family line is cut off. Husband, mother, I'm so sorry. His aunt, uncles, and other relatives wailed and wept. The elders' worries were not unfounded. Who could have imagined that this earthquake, spanning hundreds of miles, was caused by the only heir of the idle Yang family? At that moment, on Taoshan Mountain, Yang Jin's axe swung with divine fury. With over a dozen powerful blows, the already fractured Taoshan was nearly split in two. Not far away, Lǐ Nézhā's eyes turned red as he grabbed Yáng Fān's arm. Boss, you're biased. Why does he get such a powerful artifact while we only get two wheels? Didn't you choose that yourself? Yáng Fān's face twisted into a wry smile. It's fine, don't envy him. Yang Jin's mountain-splitting axe and his heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique consume enormous energy. Using them once requires a long rest. Your wind fire wheels, on the other hand, can be used anytime, anywhere. Besides, the wind fire wheels are a flying artifact with dual combat capabilities. Naturally, they can't match the raw destructive power of a pure killing tool like the mountain-splitting axe. But when it comes to coolness, how can a broken axe compare to you? Lǐ Nézhā pursed his lips and uttered a half-hearted "oh," though it was unclear if he'd taken Yáng Fān's words to heart. Attention! Mount Taoshan is about to split open. Since it's holding a fairy captive, something extraordinary might emerge. We must go assist Yang Jin. Yáng Fān's expression suddenly turned serious. Boom! True to its reputation as a divine artifact, the mountain-splitting axe, wielded with bold, sweeping strokes by Yang Jin, finally cleaved the entire Peach Mountain in two with a loud crack. It's finally split open, mother! Yang Jin gasped for breath, yet his face radiated anticipation. At the very center of the mountain's base, a colorful halo flickered faintly. Within its hazy glow, the form of a woman could be discerned. Mother, I'm here! Tears welled in Yang Jin's eyes. This figure was identical to the one in his dreams. He rushed forward, desperate to touch the glowing aura. Shriek! Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the depths below. So there really is something else down there besides Yang Jin's mother. Yáng Fān and Lǐ Nézhā rushed over, their expressions grave. Countless flames erupted from the base of Peach Mountain, resembling a volcanic eruption. A colossal figure, engulfed in searing flames and radiating blinding light, slowly rose from the volcano's core. In an instant, the night sky was illuminated as bright as day. Whoa, is that the sun? Lǐ Nézhā exclaimed in surprise. No, it's the three-legged golden crow. Within the blinding light, the three-legged golden crow revealed itself, radiating the true fire of the sun. Every tree and living creature it touched burst into flames. Ha! This three-legged golden crow, something seems off about it? Its eyes were unfocused, glowing with an eerie crimson light. Though it should be the guardian beast of the Great Xia, upon appearing, it seemed intent only on scorching everything around it. At that moment, a voice echoed. This three-legged golden crow has gone mad. Yáng Fān and Lǐ Nézhā followed the sound and discovered its source, the multicolored halo enveloping Yang Jin's mother, not far away. As the halo dissipated, it gradually coalesced into the form of an ethereally beautiful woman. Her eyes glistened with tears as she gazed upon Yang Jin. Jiner, you've grown so tall. Mother! The two embraced immediately. The bond forged over 20 years of meeting only in dreams was undeniably profound. But within mere seconds, Yang Jin realized his mother's form in his arms was beginning to grow ethereal. From solid form, she grew increasingly invisible and intangible. Mother, what's wrong? Yang Jin asked urgently. This mortal realm cannot tolerate the deities of Great Xia. Back then, I descended at the command of the Heavenly Emperor to suppress the polluted three-legged golden crow and prevent it from scorching the world. But now the myths have faded too much. I must return to the heavens, which is why I appeared in your dream to help me escape. Mother and son spoke in turn, their conversation shifting from expressions of longing to secrets of the celestial realm. Yáng Fān and Lǐ Nézhā listened intently. Zhang Yao Yang Jin's mother swept her divine consciousness toward Yáng Fān as her form began to dissolve. You are the one responsible for recruiting reincarnators in the mortal realm of Great Xia, correct? That's correct. I am the director of the National Fortune Bureau. Your son, Yang Jin, voluntarily joined our bureau, entered the National Fortune Battlefield, and fought as a hero defending the Great Xia for his country, Yáng Fān replied. Congratulations, divine lady, on having such a worthy successor. Yang Jin's face flushed red. Even Zhang Yao paused, turning to look at Yang Jin before nodding. Very good. My son has made something of himself. Perhaps on the National Fortune Battlefield, there will be an opportunity to guide the Great Xia deities back. Then, mother and son will be reunited once and for all. Zhang Yao's form grew increasingly ethereal, a look of reluctance appearing on her face. Enough. Time is running out. That one director. Please speak, fairy. That golden crow in the heavens, its divine consciousness has been corrupted, consumed only by the desire to incinerate all. This is the primordial treasure, the lotus lamp. It was left behind by the guardians of the mortal realm. A 7th-generation lotus lamp materialized in Zhang Yao's hand, drifting into Yáng Fān's grasp. I bestow this treasure lotus lamp upon you. Though you cannot yet wield its full power, even 1 or 2% of its might will suffice. I hope you will continue to suppress that golden crow in the heavens and gather more reincarnators. This is crucial for the return of the celestial court. Yáng Fān gazed at the treasure lotus lamp in his hand, his heart surging with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the innate treasure lotus lamp. As the host's power remains at mortal level, only 20% of the lotus lamp's abilities can be utilized. Current abilities include healing, awakening, protection, suppression, etc. The system notification sounded. Yáng Fān never imagined that simply attempting to recruit a reincarnator would yield such a grand prize, becoming the master of the lotus lamp. By now, Zhang Yao's form had nearly vanished into nothingness. Yáng Fān bowed solemnly to her. Fairy, rest assured. I will protect our Great Xia with all my strength. And I will care for your son. When the celestial court returns, I will reunite you both. With that, Zhang Yao seemed to have fulfilled all her wishes. She cast one final glance at Yang Jin before her divine form vanished completely. Mother! Yang Jin knelt on the ground, his heart filled with profound sorrow, yet there was nothing he could do. It's all right. I told you, you two will meet again someday. Yáng Fān stepped forward to comfort him. Then he looked up at the sky. But right now, we have a major problem. The mind-corrupted three-legged golden crow was now rampaging wildly, spewing flames in all directions, threatening to ignite a massive wildfire. It's time to subdue this giant bird first. Chapter 9, Slaying the Golden Crow, Yang Jin joins the National Fortune Bureau. Screech! Sensing no other deities nearby, meaning no one could challenge it, the three-legged golden crow grew wildly excited. Like a giant sun rising, its brilliance spread for miles. Countless scattered citizens caught sight of this blinding light. What is that? The sun? Confusion spread across their faces. No, it's over at Taoshan. A fire. A huge fire. That's why this whole area is so bright. An earthquake and a fire? What sin did our Taoshan commit? Make way. We must get in to save our nephew. He's the only heir left in the Yang family. Yang Jin's relatives, desperate to rush in and save him. But they were all blocked by officials. It's dangerous inside. You can't go in. Daxia Military Headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Wan Tianxue's heart sank upon hearing his subordinate's report. A giant bird engulfed in flames, that must be the golden crow. Though our Great Xia's deities have vanished, mythical creatures still emerge. For other nations, even deities existed, let alone divine beasts. But for Great Xia, this was thrilling news. Brother Yáng Fān seems to be inside. Did he summon this golden crow? Truly, he lives up to his reputation as the one bearing the nation's destiny on his shoulders. But Commander, satellite imagery shows this golden crow isn't our ally. It's rampaging and causing massive destruction. If Director Yáng Fān is trapped inside, he's likely in grave danger. What did you say? Wan Tianxue's face darkened. The divine beast golden crow was beyond mortal opposition. If it was hostile and Yáng Fān had gone in, just as we've achieved something, we're about to be wiped out? Could it be that our Great Xia is truly facing extinction? Wan Tianxue exclaimed anxiously. Sakura Nation. Strategic Department. Several diminutive Sakura Nation generals were also monitoring the Great Xia's situation. A mythical creature, it's the golden crow from Great Xia mythology. Oh my! Not only does Great Xia lack deities, but a mythical creature has appeared and it's their enemy.
Heaven itself is seeking Great Xia's destruction. Mount Momoyama.
Flames engulfed Yáng Fān on all sides as the golden crow roared in the sky, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. This golden crow has scorched Mount Taosan. It will surely move on to consume everything else, a grave threat to the very heart of our Great Xia.
It must be subdued. Yáng Fān channeled his spiritual energy, causing the treasure lotus lamp in his hand to flicker with light. Swish! Swish! 2 streaks of light shot forth, striking Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin on the head. Ah! Ah! Boss! The sudden illumination from the lotus lamp sent shockwaves through their brains. Bursts of long-buried mythical memories surfaced in their minds. The lotus lamp possessed the power to awaken latent potential, and at this very moment, it proved invaluable. Yang Jin pressed his fingers to his temples as golden tears streamed forth, radiating brilliant light. Not only was the immense energy drained from his earlier mountain-splitting strike fully replenished, a golden vertical pupil slowly opened from his brow. At the same time, Lǐ Nézhā felt unbearable itching on his neck and shoulders, rolling on the ground. When he finally managed to stand, holy moly! 2 more heads, identical to his original one, had sprouted from his shoulders. Each sported the same skyward-pointing topknot and thickly applied eye makeup. Eek! 4 additional arms sprouted from his body. Thus, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon child Nézhā appeared before everyone, fresh and lively. I remember now. This is my innate divine power, 3 heads and 6 arms. From now on, I can take on 3 opponents all by myself. Ha ha ha! All 3 heads of Lǐ Nézhā emitted a strange cackle simultaneously. Hey, you 3-eyed freak, wanna take me on? Yang Jin had also awakened a new divine power, a 3rd eye, the heavenly eye. You have the nerve to call me a freak? Clearly you're the stranger one. His 3 eyes glared at Lǐ Nézhā's 6 eyes. Enough. I didn't awaken these powers for you to bicker. Yáng Fān declared. Get up there and take down that giant bird. Yes, sir. Though Lǐ Nézhā disliked Yang Jin, he obeyed Yáng Fān without question. His 3 mouths answered in unison. His wind fire wheel spun, and with a roar, Lǐ Nézhā shot skyward, charging before the 3 golden crows. Light flashed from the 3rd eye between his brows as waves of 3-fold true fire enveloped his body. The 3-flame true fire of Nézhā, the great god of the 3 sea assemblies, was the king of all fires. Yet this polluted golden crow could only spew ordinary flames. In an instant, the fiery clouds across the sky seemed to bow before Lǐ Nézhā, no longer obeying the 3-legged golden crow's command. With 6 hands, Nézhā pounded relentlessly on the 3-legged golden crow's head, delivering a one-sided beating. The 3-legged golden crow's very body is composed of solar fire essence. Flames can scarcely inflict any real damage upon it. Lǐ Nézhā can only suppress it, but cannot defeat it. Yáng Fān activated his transformation of freedom technique, a 3rd eye appearing on his forehead just like Yang Jin's. It shone upon the 3-legged golden crow, revealing its vulnerabilities. Director, you have a 3rd eye too? Yang Jin, standing nearby, was visibly shocked. Though Yáng Fān's 3rd eye seemed far less powerful than his own, it was undeniably genuine. Nothing special, just a minor trick. It can't compare to the real thing you possess, Yáng Fān replied. Director, your abilities are truly extraordinary. No wonder Mother entrusted the lotus lamp to you. Perhaps you truly can shoulder the fate of Great Xia and uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the divine beings. Yang Jin's eyes burned with fervor as he stared at Yáng Fān for a moment before suddenly speaking. Director. What is it? I wish to join the Bureau of National Destiny, Yang Jin declared solemnly. From this day forward, I will follow you and fight for our nation. This isn't about reporting for duty when needed and staying silent otherwise. I mean genuinely joining the Bureau of National Destiny. His mother had already accepted Yáng Fān. What reason did he have to refuse? Very well. I accept your request. I will ensure you and your mother are reunited in the future. Yáng Fān looked at Yang Jin and nodded. Thank you, Director. But may I propose 2 conditions? Speak. Xiaotian, come. Woof. The large black dog from earlier trotted over eagerly. Could you let Xiaotian join the National Fortune Bureau too? He'd get an extra paycheck. He's very smart. Yáng Fān's mouth twitched. He'd thought it was some kind of condition. No problem. We've got plenty of dog food at the National Fortune Bureau. Woof woof. Xiaotian wagged his tail, his face brimming with excitement. What about the other condition? Director Xia, Yang Jin said, visibly moved. He looked around at the mountains engulfed in flames, at Mount Taosan split in 2, and spoke with deep compassion. This Peach Mountain was once a tourist destination. It was precisely because I split the mountain to save my mother that it became abandoned. The surrounding residents lost their livelihoods, and now they've even lost their homes. I hope the director will properly resettle them. Yáng Fān's eyes suddenly flashed with admiration as he looked at Yang Jin. Good lad. The National Fortune Bureau needed precisely this kind of person, someone who cared for the people and dared to take responsibility. Yang Jin knew that because of him, the surrounding residents had lost their homes. Instead of evading responsibility, he was thinking of compensation.
This spirit of taking charge was precisely what was needed to shoulder the fate of the entire Great Xia Nation. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have ensured their proper resettlement. Rest assured.
Thank you, Director.
A heavy weight lifted from Yang Jin's heart.
Alright, I have no further objections. From this day forward, in life I am the Director's man, and in death I am a ghost of Great Xia. Yang Jin rubbed his hands together eagerly, gripping his mountain-splitting axe. His third eye opened on his forehead, shooting forth a beam of light. Wherever it struck, rocks shattered and all evil scattered. The colossal manifestation of heaven and earth suddenly revealed itself. 100-meter-tall giant wielding the mountain-cleaving divine axe stood like a deity, looking down with contempt upon the three-legged golden crow in the sky. Chapter 10, The Magnanimous Bureau Chief. Those who bring calamity upon the mortal realm shall die. Yang Jin's gaze was cold and indifferent, like a deity descended upon the mortal realm. Tian Xiang Di raised his great axe and swung it fiercely at the three-legged golden crow. By now, under the relentless consumption of Lǐ Nézhā's threefold true fire, the sunbird had lost 7 or 8/10 of its solar essence. Its form had shrunk several times over, revealing its true nature. Without its protective flames, it was nothing more than an ordinary large bird. Boom! Yang Jin's single swing sent the three-legged golden crow crashing from the sky to the ground. The earth shook violently, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Damn, that giant transformation ability is seriously cool. I gotta learn that. The head on Lǐ Nézhā's left watched with envy. Yet the head on his right wore a look of utter disdain. Pfft, it's only because this young master sucked the fire out of that big bird first that these three eyes are stealing the glory. Enough bickering. I'm the boss here, listen to me. The bureau chief has tons of good stuff. We should find time to ask for more magical artifacts and divine abilities. The middle head barked. Now both heads on either side were. Who do you call the boss? It's clearly me. I'm in the middle. Since ancient times, the Great Xia has always honored the right side. I'm the boss. After arguing for a while, Lǐ Nézhā spotted Yáng Fān waving below. While still squabbling over leadership, they flew down to report. Yang Jin's heaven-emulating earth-transforming technique dissipated. The three approached the massive pit together, gazing down at the barely breathing three-legged golden crow within. Seal it! Yáng Fān held the treasure lotus lamp aloft. A burst of multicolored light shot forth, instantly sealing the three-legged golden crow within. Had the golden crow been at full strength, it might have struggled against capture. Subduing it would not have been so simple. But now, gravely wounded and near death, it stood no chance of escaping Yáng Fān's grasp. This three-legged golden crow is quite useful. It can continuously release true solar fire, practically endless. I'll see which power plant to send it to perfect for providing new energy for our Great Xia Empire. Yáng Fān remarked. Alright, Lǐ Nézhā, extinguish all the surrounding wildfires. Let's go. Yes, Director. Lǐ Nézhā soared into the air and snapped his fingers. The three flame true fire gathered, and the surrounding flames, as if obeying a command, were sucked into Lǐ Nézhā's body. The widespread wildfires ignited by the three-legged golden crows quickly bowed down and were completely extinguished. Only then did a fleet of helicopters, loaded with various fire suppressants, finally arrive at the scene on Peach Mountain. Brother Yáng Fān, we're here to support you. Quick, extinguish the fire. Wait, where's the fire? General Wan Tianxue, commander-in-chief of the Great Xia military, personally led a large contingent of firefighting troops to the scene to rescue Yáng Fān. Yet they found the scene seemed to require little of their assistance? Yáng Fān was perfectly fine, flanked by two handsome young men, one tall, one short. Still, the fact that he had come personally to rescue him deeply moved Yáng Fān. Commander 1, you've arrived. Young brother Yáng Fān, I'm relieved you're safe. Without you, the Great Xia's destiny would have fallen into stagnation once more. Wan Tianxue gripped Yáng Fān's hand anxiously. What's happening here? Why such a massive earthquake and wildfire? I see the three-legged golden crow divine beast appearing on the satellite imagery? And these two. Wan Tianxue and the others suddenly caught sight of Lǐ Nézhā with 3 heads and 6 arms, and Yang Jin with 3 eyes. Though they were seasoned military personnel of Great Xia, they couldn't help but be startled. Cough cough cough. Yáng Fān gave a wry smile. When meeting people normally, just retract your heads and eyes. Keep your regular appearance. Stay low-key. Yes, sir. Lǐ Nézhā had long been annoyed by the other two vying for dominance over the leader's head, so he simply tucked them away. Finally some peace. Yang Jin's heavenly eye also quietly closed. From the outside, though a sliver remained visible, it looked much more normal. Commander, these two are reincarnators I recruited for our National Fortune Bureau. Their power is extraordinary, far beyond ordinary humans. They are more than capable of shouldering the destiny of our Great Xia Nation. Yáng Fān recounted the entire sequence of events to Wan Tianxue. Good heavens! Beneath Mount Taoshan lies a sealed immortal maiden and the divine beast, the three-legged golden crow? Wan Tianxue exclaimed in astonishment. Divine beings had long vanished from Great Xia. This was the first sign of a deity's presence in ages. Within mere days, you've uncovered divine traces and recruited 2 reincarnators as candidates for national destiny? Ah, brother, I truly didn't misjudge you. Wan Tianxue slapped Yáng Fān on the shoulder, laughing heartily. However, even though we've successfully recruited the reincarnators before they enter the National Fortune Battlefield, we still need to demonstrate their strength to fully reassure the Great Xia authorities. Only then can your National Fortune Bureau mobilize more resources.
I understand, Commander. However, the National Fortune Battlefield requires a 3-person squad, and we currently only have 2.
Once the 3rd member joins, I'll arrange a mission to demonstrate their capabilities, Yáng Fān replied.
Alright. I'll leave it to you. No problem. I already have a rough idea about the 3rd member.
Yáng Fān saw off Wan Tianxue and the others, then led Yang Jin and Lǐ Nézhā to the surrounding villages. Devastated by earthquakes and wildfires, these villages lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and shattered structures everywhere.
Yet, when the villagers returned, their faces all bore expressions of excitement. Holy crap! What incredible luck! Out of nowhere, I'd become part of the demolition generation?
The government really went all out this time. All this demolition compensation money is practically on par with first-tier cities.
In our little mountain village, everyone's suddenly millionaires or even billionaires. This is awesome.
The villagers chattered cheerfully, debating which city to buy property and cars in, how many buildings to purchase, and whether to splurge on Porsches or Mercedes. Yang Jin listened to their chatter, his lips twitching involuntarily. When I told the bureau chief to properly relocate these residents, I thought it would just be a simple housing allocation.
I never imagined it would be this straightforward and brutal. The bureau chief is incredibly generous. Yang Jin thought to himself.
Yáng Fān had been so good to him he couldn't let the bureau chief down.
Of course, not every villager was happy. Ah! My Yang family's only heir. The family line is cut off. What good is all that money now?
A crowd gathered outside a collapsed house, wailing and sobbing.
Poor nephew.
You were the only one in the whole village who didn't make it out.
Wah. Seeing this scene, Yang Jin's expression darkened and he hurried over at a jog. Auntie 1, Auntie 2, Uncle 1, Uncle 3, Uncle 4. I'm not dead. What do you mean, dead or alive? Wait, you're not dead? Ghost. Yang Jin's relatives all recoiled as if they'd seen a ghost, startled out of their wits. Not you. You. How come you're not dead? Ah. The Yang family bloodline lives on. Our ancestors have blessed us.
Relatives swarmed around Yang Jin, touching him everywhere, tears streaming down their faces.
After such a massive earthquake and wildfires, are you missing any limbs or organs? Auntie won't nag you to find work anymore. Just stay home, marry a wife, and have lots of kids. Exactly. With our demolition compensation, we won't need a dowry either. Relatives chattered away, each expressing their concern for Yang Jin.
Yang Jin could only manage a wry smile. Auntie, it was the military who saved me this time. I've decided to join them to enlist and serve our country. His eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve.
Chapter 11, East Sea Flower Fruit Island, Giant Stone emits golden light.
Not far away, Lǐ Nézhā watched Yang Jin and a crowd of relatives fawning over each other, curling his lip in disdain.
What a pain. When I join the National Fortune Bureau, it'll be my choice alone. Forget relatives. If my old man objects, I'll beat him up. They're all his family after all.
Blood is thicker than water. They're the people who care about him most in this world.
Yáng Fān remarked. I can do just fine on my own.
A little while later, Yang Jin trudged back, struggling under the weight of several bags filled with gifts from his aunts, uncles, and other relatives, cotton-padded jackets, snacks, drinks, and local specialties. They think I'll be cold out there and won't have enough to eat, so they made me take extra stuff.
Yáng Fān's mouth twitched. There really is a kind of cold only family can feel for you. Alright, no time to waste, let's go.
First, we'll drop off the stuff at the National Transport Bureau, then head out to sea to recruit the 3rd reincarnator.
Oh? Director, who's the 3rd candidate? We have to go out to sea?
I don't know why, but ever since my divine powers awakened, seeing all those fish, shrimp, dragons, towers, and whatnot in the ocean just bugs me, Lǐ Nézhā said. Then whenever we encounter those shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you'll be the one to deal with them. Yáng Fān and the others returned to the National Fortune Bureau, rested briefly, packed their belongings, and immediately boarded a helicopter bound for the East Sea.
East Sea. An island named Huaguai Island.
Evergreen throughout the seasons, fragrant with blossoms and fruit, monkeys clambered among the trees.
Yet, isolated offshore, it remained uninhabited and largely undeveloped.
However, just months ago, a massive boulder at the island's center suddenly erupted with golden light, shooting skyward as if a deity had descended. In an instant, the island became the center of attention, drawing explorers from all nations to rush in.
Oh, Mr. Dagon, are you certain this boulder holds a divine being within? A multinational expedition team conducted relentless surveys beneath the monolith. Without a doubt.
This is the prophecy of Shakyamuni, the supreme deity of our White Elephant Kingdom. This divine being is destined to be part of our Buddhist faith. Our purpose is to bring him back.
Dagon, a monstrous being covered in monkey fur, sporting a long tail, 4 faces, and 8 arms, led this expedition. He directed his team in chiseling away at the boulder, which was on the verge of being split open. The Great Xia may have lost its gods, but as an ancient nation with 5,000 years of history and culture, traces of the divine must remain. It's a pity, but this belongs to our White Elephant Kingdom now. Dagon cackled eerily, muttering a few incantations under his breath. Instantly, his body began to elongate, transforming into a colossal monkey dozens of meters tall. Seizing a massive stone spike, he brought it crashing down upon the golden boulder. The other explorers around them all wore expressions of envy and jealousy, their eyes burning with desire. Lord Dagon is the divine monkey of our White Elephant Kingdom, the avatar of Hanuman. His power is formidable, and he is already slated as one of the contestants for this National Fortune Battlefield. We're fortunate to witness the divine might of the sacred monkey ahead of schedule.
Boom! Under Dagon's colossal assault, the entire flower fruit island shook violently. Trees toppled, monkeys scattered in all directions. It was utter chaos.
Giant boulders were continuously shattered, revealing numerous cracks as the stone structure grew smaller and smaller. Just as Dagon was about to shatter the boulder, a thunderous roar suddenly split the sky.
Halt! Lǐ Nézhā descended from the heavens, riding his fiery wheels with a roaring wind, radiating an unstoppable aura of dominance.
Yáng Fān and Yáng Jin arrived by helicopter, slower than Lǐ Nézhā but still reaching the scene swiftly.
Why the rush? Is impatient pioneer your other name?
Yáng Jin grumbled resentfully.
Each reincarnator only gets one free opportunity at the treasure vault.
Having exchanged his for the mountain-splitting axe, he naturally couldn't match Lǐ Nézhā's ability to traverse heaven and earth on his wind fire wheels.
Pfft, stop making excuses for your slowness.
Lǐ Nézhā flipped him off with a middle finger, and Yáng Jin rolled his eyes back at him.
Yáng Fān gave a wry smile, ignoring their silent rivalry.
His gaze turned cold as he surveyed the numerous foreign expedition teams present.
This is the territory of Great Xia. I don't know why you're here, but since you've come, you'll stay, Yáng Fān declared.
Lǐ Nézhā, Yáng Jin, bury them here.
Ha ha ha, well said, Director.
Lǐ Nézhā rubbed his hands together eagerly, his 3 heads and 6 arms manifesting as a look of savage cruelty spread across his face.
He relished killing and destruction, dreading nothing more than his superiors disapproving.
Now, it seemed Yáng Fān was even more ruthless than him.
Love it, love it. Yáng Jin's mouth twitched. When you're here, you might as well make yourself at home. Is that what you mean? Forget it. No point overthinking.
Since the bureau chief says to act, no need for further talk. One wielded a 3-headed, 6-armed weapon, the other brandished a 3-eyed mountain-splitting axe.
Sharpening their blades, they wasted no time on preliminaries and attacked immediately. The international expedition teams, with the exception of Dagon, the divine emissary, were all ordinary humans.
They were no match for Lǐ Nézhā and Yáng Jin, and the scene instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter.
Hold on.
Dagon, seeing the situation was going wrong, urgently shouted to stop.
You're from Great Xia? But Great Xia isn't a land where gods have vanished. Doesn't it have divine spokespeople?
Besides, the Great Xia is a nation of propriety.
How could they skip all protocol and resort to violence immediately?
Lǐ Nézhā's body blazed with fire as his 6 arms formed a piercing stance. I won't waste my breath on you. You're unworthy of my words. Watch this 3-flame true fire, Millennium Slayer.
Ha ha ha.
Lǐ Nézhā unleashed a flaming arrow formed from the 3-fold true fire. With lightning speed, it pierced the softest spot of the Dagon divine ape, towering dozens of meters high.
Roar!
Dagon let out a piercing scream, his eyes bloodshot as he glared furiously at Lǐ Nézhā.
Who raised this brat?
Such a lack of manners. His 4 faces roared with fury as his monkey claws, carrying the force of a tidal wave, slammed down fiercely toward Lǐ Nézhā. But Lǐ Nézhā had his wind fire wheels.
How could such blinding speed be matched?
Ha ha ha, come chase this young master, you big dumb monkey.
Damn, you sure are ugly.
Lǐ Nézhā cackled maniacally, darting around Dagon and spewing fire. Before long, Dagon was scorched and covered in wounds. Dagon nearly went mad, pounding the ground with fury so fierce it made Flower Fruit Island tremble.
Meanwhile,
Yáng Fān and Yáng Jin had already slaughtered every other expedition member present, including the traitor guide, leaving not a single one alive.
Director, what exactly is inside this stone? Why are other nations mobilizing such massive forces, even deploying divine spokespeople? Yáng Jin asked in confusion.
Standing at the base of the colossal boulder, he too sensed something in the air. Yes, he seemed to dislike this stone intensely.
I can't say for certain yet. Is it Sun Wukong's messenger, or perhaps Shigandang's, or even one of the Gourd brothers?
Yáng Fān approached the base of the boulder, his third eye opening as he scanned the stone. At this moment, the rock had been carved to its final stage by Dagon. As Yáng Fān scanned it, the divine being within seemed to sense something. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from within.
Chapter 12, I, Sun Changshang, seek only immortality.
Infinite golden light radiated outward, shooting skyward.
Beneath the heavens, dense black clouds gathered in vast numbers. With thunderous roars, bolts of lightning flashed and struck down. It resembled a heavenly tribulation.
The entire flower fruit island shook violently.
Monkeys roared in alarm as the golden light illuminated vast stretches of land. 800 li away, a male bodhisattva from the Buddhist sect of the White Elephant Kingdom, bare-chested and holding a lotus flower, suddenly stirred. To actually summon a heavenly tribulation truly worthy of someone from the ancient cultivation realm of Great Xia.
Alas, the myths of Great Xia have faded.
No matter how formidable one may be, without the mandate of heaven, ascending to immortality is impossible.
The bodhisattva let out a cold laugh, his fingers calculating.
However, my Buddhist calculations reveal that this divine being shares a karmic connection with us. He must be brought back to Sacred Mountain. Those mortals like Dagon may not be trustworthy.
I shall go myself.
The male bodhisattva's eyes flashed with resolve as he instantly shot toward Flower Fruit Island at breakneck speed.
Oh no! Could the divine being be about to emerge into the world? On Huagua Island. Dagon was startled.
Forgetting his struggle with Lǐ Nézhā, he rushed to the giant stone, extending his massive claw to seize it. His colossal form, towering dozens of meters high, had never regarded Yáng Fān and the others as anything more than swift-running ants. But then a thunderous crash echoed. His expression abruptly twisted.
What is this? Impossible?
Yang Jin suddenly grew to over 100 meters tall. Yáng Fān had activated the divine power of the lotus lamp, enhancing Yang Jin's strength. Now, his body soared to a staggering 200 meters in height.
His colossal form blocked out the sun. A heavy shadow fell over Dagon's head.
Fear gripped him, and he instinctively stumbled backward. He was accustomed to looking down on others, yet now he had to strain his neck upward to meet Yang Jin's cold, indifferent gaze.
Die! Yang Jin swung his axe backward, cleaving Dagon clean in two. No! Dagon let out a desperate wail as blood spilled onto the ground. His body, severed in two, crashed heavily to the earth. Three-eyed freak! You stole my kill again. Lǐ Nézhā's three heads roared in unison.
Every time he witnessed this heaven-defying, earth-shattering technique, he couldn't help but feel utterly envious. I'll ask the chief when I get the chance, see if I can learn this too, Lǐ Nézhā muttered to himself.
Ha! Director!
At that moment, the surging golden light within the boulder had completely enveloped Yáng Fān, blindingly bright and scorching hot.
Fortunately, Yáng Fān possessed the treasure lotus lamp.
He instantly unfurled a protective barrier, shielding himself within. In Yáng Fān's vision, at the very center of the golden light, within the heart of the boulder, lay a man clad in plain white Taoist robes and wearing a Taoist cap. But this Taoist priest seemed to have quite a distinctive appearance. A hairy face, a pointed snout, and monkey-like cheekbones. He was the spitting image of a giant monkey. So it really is Sun Wukong's reincarnation. Just as Yáng Fān was about to make a move, the sleeping, hairy-faced Taoist suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. Silence. Silence. More silence. Finally, the hairy-faced Taoist spoke first. I am Sun Changsheng, a Qi cultivator from the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties. How many years have passed? Has the mythical era returned? Sun Changsheng. Yáng Fān silently repeated the name, then shook his head. It's been roughly 1500 years since the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties. As for the return of myth, I'd say no. Only 1500 years? A flash of despair suddenly crossed Sun Changsheng's newly awakened face. After the myths faded and the celestial court ceased to exist, this old sun inherited the legacy of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Though invincible in battle, I could not ascend. So I sealed my meridians and fell into slumber, waiting for the myths to return. Yet in the end, I failed. The path to immortality is severed. This old sun of mine. I refuse to accept it. The light in Sun Changsheng's eyes gradually faded. Master Sun, you must not lose heart. Yáng Fān, witnessing this, urgently interjected. The great Xia myth has faded, though I know not the details. But now the National Fortune Battlefield has descended, perhaps within it lies a path to immortality. Yáng Fān explained everything to Sun Changsheng: the National Fortune Battlefield, the great Xiao's current predicament, and the purpose of his own arrival. The National Fortune Battlefield? It certainly sounds rather mysterious. A glimmer of hope once again lit up Sun Changsheng's eyes. Though the odds are minuscule, for the sake of immortality, even if the hope is as fine as a hair, this old son of mine will seize it. Sun Changsheng rose slowly to his feet, his gaze fixed on Yáng Fān for a long moment. You seem to possess immortal-grade bloodlines? Indeed. My ancestor, Yang Xian, once ascended to immortality by surviving the tribulation. That's why I became the purple-robed celestial master of Kunlun Mountain. Master Sun, do you know my ancestor? Yáng Fān replied, his expression suddenly becoming animated. Yang Xian, him. He ascended before me, just before the myths faded away. Sun Changsheng recalled, then said. Senior son, there's no need for envy. Though my ancestor ascended, he remains utterly untraceable to this day. Bah! Who said I was envious? Sun Changsheng's lips suddenly curved upward. Your ancestor was born amidst celestial omens. He mastered peerless cultivation techniques in childhood, became invincible upon adulthood, and dominated his era. After a century of arduous cultivation, he ascended in a blaze of glory, the most dazzling prodigy in the cultivation world at the time.
Even in the celestial court, he must have been an unrivaled powerhouse among his peers. Oh? Is that so? Yáng Fān's face lit up with pride.
So his ancestor was that formidable.
And then what happened? Later?
Sun Chongqing's lips curled upward. That period coincided with Sun Wukong's rebellion in heaven. The ascended cultivators were enlisted as celestial soldiers to besiege the great sage equal to heaven.
Most were likely killed by the battle's aftershocks.
On the contrary, this old sun didn't get to ascend in time, yet I've survived to this day. Ha ha ha, truly, those who escape great calamity are destined to live.
Sun Chongqing chuckled eerily. What? My ancestor?
Yáng Fān's expression froze, and he suddenly stood rooted to the spot.
Ah, lad, don't get any ideas.
The great sage didn't mean it, Sun Chongqing roared with laughter.
Besides, he might not even be dead.
Perhaps during the chaos in heaven, he was standing farther away.
Alright then, Yáng Fān sighed.
Truth be told, he was merely shocked he didn't harbor any hatred toward Sun Wukong or anything like that. Besides, whether he was dead or alive remained uncertain.
As a time traveler, he had no connection whatsoever to that so-called ancient ancestor.
Seeing Yáng Fān's calm expression, Sun Chongqing nodded and waved his hand, dispelling the golden light. His entire form detached from the boulder, revealing himself before the crowd.
I accept your offer. I'll join the National Fortune Bureau, become a National Fortune contestant, and fight for the nation.
Back in our era, during the 5 barbarian tribes' invasion of China, this old sun here joined the army and chopped down a few barbarian shamans.
Fighting for the nation? I've got experience in that.
But let me make this clear, if you acquire any elixirs of immortality on the National Fortune Battlefield, be it peaches of immortality, fruits of eternal youth, Tang Meng's flesh, or longevity potions, you must save them for this old Sunday.
Sun Chongqing declared. No problem. Yáng Fān nodded.
As a reincarnator descended from Sun Wukong, Sun Chongqing's request was perfectly understandable.
Excellent. Now, Master Sun, these two are your teammates.
The 3 of you will form a squad to participate in the National Fortune Battlefield and save the great Xia dynasty's fate, Yáng Fān said, pointing to Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin. I'll arrange for you to practice together first, then select a team leader from among you. However, Sun Chongqing's expression suddenly changed. He snapped his fingers in calculation and looked up toward the horizon.
Hold on. Something is coming.
Sun Chongqing's eyes darted about, a peculiar smile spreading across his face.
Chapter 13, The Great Expense Reimbursement? The Buddhist Order picks the tab. Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. The principal deity of the Buddhist realm in the White Elephant Kingdom, a truly powerful divine being and a capable assistant to the Buddha Shakyamuni. Sensing the descent of divine beings upon Huaguai Island, he foresaw that the deity emissaries dispatched there might prove unreliable. Thus, he personally came to guide those with karmic ties to his Buddhist order back to Ling Mountain. However, Huaguai Island lies within the borders of Great Xia.
Though mythology has vanished from Great Xia, a certain barrier exists along its frontiers, preventing foreign deities from entering.
They can only act from afar.
Guanzizi stood beyond the Great Xia border, gazing distantly at Huaguai Island. With his divine perception, he could discern the situation on the island.
Oh, the giant stone remains unbroken.
It seems that divine being has not yet awakened. But that dogong truly was unreliable. Mythology vanished from Great Xia, and yet he was killed.
Guanzizi unleashed his divine power, striking from afar.
His divine countenance materialized above Huaguai Island.
You mortals!
The divine being nurtured within this boulder is destined for our Buddhist order.
He is one of us.
Surrender him at once, or I shall unleash a slaughter.
Guanzizi addressed the 3 mortals guarding Huaguai Island.
These 3 mortals were none other than Yáng Fān, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin. At this moment, they had all withdrawn their divine powers, appearing only as ordinary mortals.
Oh? The Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara has personally descended?
Yáng Fān appeared startled, trembling with awe before the divine presence.
Oomph. Since you're afraid, hand over the giant stone at once. Guanyin declared, her voice echoing across the entire flower fruit island. Yáng Fān's face betrayed genuine fear, yet he did not actually surrender the boulder. Instead, he confronted Guanyin Bodhisattva head-on. Bodhisattva, I am an official of the Great Xia Empire. You may take this boulder. However, moments ago, a fragment of the divine spirit within it separated and possessed this dagon.
It has been wreaking havoc across our Great Xia, causing immense damage.
Since you claim it belongs to your Buddhist order, shouldn't your order compensate for this loss? Yáng Fān stated solemnly. Compensate? Avalokitesvara was taken aback. After a moment's silence, the Bodhisattva actually nodded in agreement. Indeed.
Our Buddhist order places utmost importance on cause and effect. Since he has caused destruction to your Great Xia, it is only right that our Buddhist order should bear the responsibility. Guanyin Bodhisattva agreed to Yáng Fān's request with remarkable swiftness. Even Yáng Fān was stunned.
Was this response not a bit too readily given?
Just as the Taoist master said, the Buddhist sect cultivates karma. To guide those with karmic affinity into Buddhism, they sever their past ties. Typically, this means eliminating their parents, relatives, friends, and enemies. Once those connections are cut, the karma vanishes.
But due to the Great Xia's restrictions, they couldn't storm in and wipe us out. So giving them some money to sever the karmic ties is no big deal. After all, the Buddhist sect is vast and wealthy. They're flush with cash and won't miss this small sum.
Recalling Sun Chongqing's entrustment, Yáng Fān's lips curled upward involuntarily.
He then handed over the list he had prepared long ago.
Guanyin Bodhisattva scanned it with divine perception and instantly understood its contents.
He had been prepared to reimburse the costs, but upon seeing this list, he froze in shock. He looked at Yáng Fān in shock, then shifted his gaze to the massive boulder behind him. His divine sense swept inside the divine being was indeed safe and sound within. It did resemble a monkey, matching the Buddha's prophecy to a T.
Yet Avalokitesvara still couldn't believe it. No, you. He stared wide-eyed at Yáng Fān. Are you certain this divine being, possessing Hanuman's avatar, destroyed 1,000 of your great Xiao warships and 100 aircraft carriers? Then charged deep into your heartland, obliterating Mount Taoshan, a mountain brimming with spirit ore, and casually annihilating several prosperous cities nearby? Not to mention multiple rocket launch bases? Exactly.
You Buddhists are truly formidable, capable of splitting mountains and filling seas at will. Our great Xia has suffered catastrophic losses.
Such immense karmic debt your Buddhist order must compensate us. Yáng Fān declared, his face etched with anguish. Here, this is the survivor from Taoshan, Yang Jin. If you don't believe me, search his soul. Yáng Fān pushed Yang Jin forward.
Guanzizi reached out across the void, but Great Xia's restraints blocked the soul search. Still, his divine sense could roughly scan the memories, though they were somewhat blurred.
His divine sense swept over Yang Jin, probing his memories.
He saw a sea of flames filling the sky, and a colossal figure cleaving an entire mountain in two.
Emulating heaven and earth.
Indeed, this is precisely one of the signature abilities of that divine being foretold in the Buddha's prophecy. Due to the blurred vision, Guanzizi could not discern the form of the heaven emulating earth technique. Yet he knew, with the great Xiao myths extinct, aside from this divine being, even if others could cultivate, how could they possibly master such peerless divine prowess? Truly worthy of our Buddhist lineage, deserving of the Buddha's prophecy.
Even before ascending to godhood, a mere true spirit possesses such formidable power.
A smug look spread across Guanzizi's face.
Wah! Director, this damn god man is the killer.
He split our Taoshan mountain wide open. My home is gone, my parents are gone, we can't let him get away with this.
Yang Jin wailed, his face twisted in grief.
That godman caused such devastation here, expending immense energy. Let's drop a few atomic bombs and blow him to bits. Avenge our 10,000 compatriots, 1,000 warships, and 100 aircraft carriers for Great Xia.
That would create immense karmic retribution. Guanzizi pondered for a long time before sighing. Very well. The Buddhist order will compensate for your losses.
Guanzizi pulled out the jade purification vase, his face contorted as if he were cutting flesh from his own body, the pain unbearable. Yet to sever this karmic bond, he hurled numerous spiritual treasures toward Huagua Island. Here are some magical treasures, immortal artifacts, spiritual items, cultivation techniques, and spirit stones. The value of divine treasures cannot be measured by mortal standards, but these should suffice to repay the karmic debt owed by that divine being. With these treasures, the Great Xia Empire should be able to usher in an era of immortal cultivation. Perhaps you can nurture a few cultivation prodigies who might one day surpass mortals on the battlefield of national destiny. Yáng Fān gazed at the mountains of spiritual treasures piled before him. His heart surged with excitement.
Damn it, this Buddhist sect is ridiculously wealthy.
Thus, the karmic debt is settled. I shall take the divine being with me now, said Guanyin.
Yáng Fān nodded.
Then he dispatched men to transport the massive boulder to the border.
Guanyin lifted the boulder effortlessly.
From this day forward, this belongs to my Buddhist order.
We have no further ties to the Great Xia.
With that, he carried the boulder away from the Great Xia border, soaring toward the White Elephant Kingdom. Only after leaving the Great Xia did a sinister smile finally appear on his face.
Great Xia, you truly think I'm so easily deceived?
You must have inflated the numbers, at least doubled them.
But it doesn't matter.
Even if you possess that many spiritual treasures, you won't have time to cultivate powerful cultivators.
The next National Fortune Battlefield is about to open.
If you lose again, you'll be punished with annihilation. When that time comes, all the spiritual treasures of my Buddhist sect will be returned.
Guanzizi, having secured his own gains, returned in high spirits. Meanwhile, on Huagua Island,
Yáng Fān, Sun Chongqing, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin stood before mountains of cultivation resources, all bursting into hearty laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
Guanzizi believed Yáng Fān and the others had merely doubled the reimbursement amount, but in reality, it had multiplied thousands upon thousands of times. What's more, his so-called divine being was now right beside Yáng Fān, a complete free ride.
Chapter 14, Captain Selection Tournament. Master Sun, that move of yours was truly masterful, utterly despicable and shameless.
Thank you for the compliment. Those foreign gods' countries?
None match the ancient heritage of our great Xia. They're all too easy to deceive. Sun Changsheng chuckled eerily, cradling a pile of spirit stones as he absorbed their essence. After so many years of slumber, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. This windfall from the Buddhist sect came at just the right moment. I inherited the legacy of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and know some secrets of the celestial realm. Back then, the Buddhist sect tried to recruit the great sage, only to be outmaneuvered by him and the Jade Emperor. Not only did they settle the celestial court's backlog of debts accumulated over 10,000 years, but they also made the Buddhist sect pay tenfold. What we're playing with now are the remnants of the great sage's old games.
Ha ha, that's awesome. Yáng Fān's mouth twitched.
Indeed, he was worthy of being the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong.
Alright, the Buddhist sect will soon notice something's amiss. Though their divine forms can't enter the Great Xia, they can still strike from afar. This border region is truly unsafe.
Of the 36 stratagems, flight is the best.
No problem, let's get out of here fast.
Soon, the four boarded a helicopter and swiftly fled Huagui Island.
Approximately 3 days later, the enraged Guanyin Bodhisattva, carrying a torrent of fury, once again arrived at the Great Xia border. Aha!
Liars. All liars.
That boulder contained nothing but an ordinary monkey.
Guanyin had bled heavily for a mere ordinary stone, and the Buddha nearly killed him. His fury reached its peak as he unleashed a furious barrage upon the Great Xia border. Yet Yáng Fān and his companions had long since vanished without a trace. Not even a fishing boat could be seen on the vast expanse of the sea. His attacks now, delivered across the void, serves no purpose beyond wasting his divine power and stirring up waves in the sea.
Great Xia!
You owe my Buddhist sect karmic debt, and you must repay it.
The eyes of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva blazed with fury.
Just wait. On the battlefield of national destiny, I will make you pay with your lives. Here, drink.
Inside the National Fortune Bureau,
Yáng Fān, Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, Sun Changsheng, and Xiao Tian gathered around a table. A large screen displayed footage of Guanyin Bodhisattva raging furiously at the border. They raised their cups in celebration.
Ha ha ha.
For some reason, committing a misdeed together had actually brought them much closer. Of course, the depth of that closeness was decidedly limited. Little ones shouldn't drink. You're still young, it'll stunt your growth. Get lost. Three-eyed kid, mind your own business. Next, the bureau chief will pick a captain from the three of us. As the saying goes, the elder takes precedence. So this captaincy, this old monkey here will reluctantly take it. Get lost. I'm the captain. You're too young, and your temperament isn't suited for it. Let me handle it. I have the heavenly eye, it can guide us to victory. Get lost. Three-eyed freak. The trio who had been drinking and laughing moments ago suddenly erupted into another argument, each eyeing the other two with disdain. Stop bickering. Being captain isn't just about talk, it takes real skill. Seeing the situation about to escalate into a fight, Yáng Fān hurriedly stepped in to mediate.
Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin were one thing, but Sun Changsheng, after living so long, he still craved this empty glory?
Sigh, leading this team was no easy task.
Ha! Chief, how exactly do you measure real ability? Lǐ Nézhā asked. I've already made arrangements. The three of you will now undertake a mission.
The one who performs best in this mission will become the captain of the Great Xia squad for this national fortune battle, Yáng Fān stated. He then turned his gaze towards Sun Changsheng.
Come on, let's get you a proper magical artifact first.
Heh, director, you're so thoughtful. After sleeping for so long, this old Sun really could use a proper treasure.
Sun Changsheng leapt to his feet and followed Yáng Fān into the artifact vault. Ding! Initiating scan. Name, Sun Changsheng.
This national fortune candidate is the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong.
Beginning custom artifact creation for Sun Changsheng.
Sun Wukong's associated artifacts include Rui Jingdu Bang Magic Golden Staff Jingdo Yun Cloud of Transformation Jioming Haoma Life Saving Hairs Ken Sui Chong Sleep Inducing Beetle Ding Fong Dan Win Still Pill Phone Cheesy Jing Guan Purple Gold Wind Racing Crown Suwazi Huang Jin Jia Chainmail Golden Armor Oc Bu Yun Lu Lotus Thread.
Please make your selection.
This old Sun chooses the
Ding. Crafting of thee has commenced. Ding. Crafting complete.
With a thunderous crash. The, weighing a staggering 13,500 Jin, crashed down right before Sun Changsheng's eyes.
Whoa, this floor's surprisingly sturdy, it didn't even crack. Wow. Sun Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. Times have changed. Back in ancient times, this golden staff would have been a heavyweight. But nowadays?
100-ton truck could haul over 20 of them, Yáng Fān remarked. This casual remark delivered a small modern shock to Sun Changsheng, a man of ancient times.
Damn impressive.
Sun Changsheng picked up the golden staff. At his command, it gradually shrank in size before slipping neatly into his ear.
As Sun Wukong's reincarnation, who had inherited his immortal cultivation techniques, wielding the Monkey King's magical artifact felt utterly natural to him. Alright, next we're heading to the mission site to participate in the captain selection tournament,
Yáng Fān announced. However, just as he prepared to lead the 3 humans and 1 dog away, another message suddenly arrived from the treasure repository. Ding! Attention, the treasure vault has detected numerous spiritual artifacts.
The host may use them as materials to continue crafting magical treasures.
Ha! Yáng Fān's eyes lit up as he saw the pile of spiritual items from Guanzizi's reimbursement stacked beside the artifact vault. Guanin's eternal legacy. This captain selection tournament serves 2 purposes: to choose one of you 3 as captain, and to showcase the power of reincarnators to the Great Xia government. Only then can our National Fortune Bureau secure greater authority.
Therefore, you must not only win this battle, but win it spectacularly so everyone can see just how formidable you are. The one who successfully becomes captain this time will receive an additional reward, the opportunity to forge a magical artifact. In the southwestern region of Great Xia lies a city known as Forget Worry City. Yáng Fān gazed out from the helicopter and handed a map to each of Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changchang.
Ha! Director? Why is this city sealed off? Lǐ Nézhā studied the map. All major exits surrounding Forget Worry City were heavily guarded by mechanized troops. The entire city allowed entry but prohibited exit. Yáng Fān's expression grew grave as he explained to the 3.
Earlier on the National Destiny Battlefield, the United States acquired a mythical creature called the Devourer.
It feeds on human brain matter and can transform into the likeness of any human it consumes. They deployed these devouring beasts into our Great Xia, right here within Forget Worry City.
Consequently, a significant number of devourers lurk within this city, disguised as humans, preying on people everywhere. Though the pretty country denies it, they are undoubtedly responsible for this.
They deserve to be executed. Yáng Fān's expression was filled with fury.
Your mission is to infiltrate Forget Worry City, locate those devouring beasts, and exterminate every last one. The one who slays the most devourers will become the captain of this National Fortune Squad and receive a reward.
Chapter 15, the trio unleashes their powers.
These scoundrels are truly despicable.
Lǐ Nézhā spat venomously.
Yang Jin and Sun Changcheng both seethed with indignation. Our Great Xia lost its advantage on the battlefield of national destiny, leading to our nation's perilous state now, Yáng Fān seethed inwardly. The devouring beasts of Forget Worry City and the Naga dragons of the East Sea all are biochemical weapons nurtured by other nations exploiting our weakness, feeding on the lives of our people.
There are many more besides these 2. Our National Fortune Bureau must eliminate them one by one.
Yes, Director.
Damn it, these things are worse than the 2-legged sheep from our era. They're not even human. We should depart soon.
Also, to prevent panic that could cause greater chaos and casualties, most citizens in Forget Worry City remain unaware of the devouring beasts. Keep your operation as covert as possible, Yáng Fān instructed. I'll monitor your situation through the sky eye.
If danger arises, I'll send reinforcements immediately.
Heh, Director, rest easy. Nothing in this world has been born yet that could put this young master in danger. Lǐ Nézhā rubbed his hands together eagerly, summoned his windfire wheels, and leapt directly from the helicopter into the air. Ah, young people, so impatient.
Don't they fear being discovered?
Sun Changcheng sighed, his fingers forming a mystic seal.
Transform.
In the next instant, he transformed into a sparrow, flapping his wings as he flew toward Forget Worry City. Only Yang Jin remained at the scene.
He glanced around for a moment before turning to Yáng Fān. Ahem, Director, I can't fly yet, nor do I possess transformation abilities. Besides, Xiao Tian is here too. Could we have the helicopter land? I'll walk over. Yáng Fān.
Once we get back, head straight to the training ground and practice more.
Land.
Yes, Director.
The helicopter descended.
Yang Jin, accompanied by Xiaotian man and dog, rushed toward the gates of Forget Worry City. Forget Worry City was under the control of the Great Xia military, permitting entry but not exit.
Those entering were also subject to inspection. Yang Jin thus entered the city through the most standard procedure.
Meanwhile, Yáng Fān watched the trio enter the city before heading directly to a nearby, hastily constructed military base. Inside the base's conference room, numerous high-ranking officers of the Great Xia military had gathered. Upon seeing Yáng Fān arrive, Commander-in-Chief Wan Tianxue personally stepped forward to greet him. You're here, brother.
Yes, Commander.
The 3 of them have already entered Forget Worry City.
Yáng Fān walked to the front of the conference room and activated the projector.
His third eye opened, connecting to satellite cameras and other surveillance equipment. On the large screen, images of Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changcheng appeared. Brother Yáng Fān, you were tasked with recruiting reincarnators. In just a few short days, you've assembled a 3-person team and even mastered a couple of divine abilities yourself.
Truly impressive. Wan Tianxue was highly satisfied with Yáng Fān's performance, though he harbored some concern. These 3 national fortune candidates, they don't seem particularly steady.
A kid dubbed the demon child who causes trouble all day long.
A bearded Taoist who'd slept through the ages, obsessed solely with immortality.
The only one who seemed somewhat reliable, Yang Jin, was in his early 20s, full of vigor and strength, yet spent his days cuddling a dog.
Commander, everyone, rest assured. All three are reincarnated followers of our great Xia's mighty principal deities.
Their divine powers are vast and profound, more than sufficient to handle this battle for national destiny. Next, you'll get a preview of the splendor from our great Xia mythology.
Yáng Fān solemnly explained.
The mission to exterminate the devouring beasts in Forget Worry City served two purposes. Internally, to select a new team leader for the National Fortune Bureau. Externally, it served to demonstrate to the Great Xia government in layman's terms that the National Fortune Bureau was sufficiently formidable. Yáng Fān's recent efforts hadn't been in vain. He could continue his work, backed by all of Great Xia's resources.
First, this man, Yang Jin as his name suggests, is the successor to the Great Xia's Qing Yuan Nyodao True Lord, the second Prince Yang Jian. Yáng Fān narrated, drawing the crowd's attention.
At that moment, in the city of Wanyu, Yang Jin walked the streets of the city with his dog, Xiao Tian, in tow. Military personnel had established control points throughout the city.
To prevent chaos and avoid alerting the target prematurely, restrictions on ordinary residents' lives were minimal.
However, any reported missing persons would trigger a thorough investigation. However, devouring beasts could transform into human forms, nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Consequently, the search for these creatures had made little progress. Yet Yang Jin possessed a unique advantage for such a mission.
Xiao Tian, can you smell it? Anyone with an unusual scent? Xiao Tian strode along the main road, eyes sharp and alert, sniffing the air.
Suddenly, his expression snapped to attention. With a sharp bark, he bolted toward a specific direction.
Brother Wang, I've been missing you so much I'm all sticky.
A scantily clad, yellow-haired woman with sagging flesh clung to a burly, drunken man with a double chin, staggering along.
Little sister, I just don't get it. What do you see in Brother Wang?
I've got no money, no place to call home, I'm not even handsome, and I'm married. The burly man staggered along, asking.
Oh, Brother Wang, don't say that. I love you for who you are, just the way you are.
The blonde girl supported Brother Wang as they made their way into a narrow alley.
You'll have to face that sourpuss wife of yours again when you go back. Look, this alley's deserted. Why don't we just... The blonde girl began tugging at her clothes as she spoke. Oh, outdoor sex. I love it. Wang Gu happily followed the blonde girl into the alley.
Without another word, they were like dry kindling and a raging fire, ready to get down to business. Suddenly, a big black dog charged out.
Woof! The big black dog knocked the chubby Brother Wang aside and pounced on the blonde girl. What? Where did this mad dog come from? You're in heat too?
Brother Wang froze in shock, then erupted in fury.
His woman absolutely couldn't be, by a dog.
He swung a liquor bottle, ready to charge at the dog and fight to the death. But in the next instant, a figure suddenly blocked his path.
Sorry. Yang Jin backhanded Brother Wang across the head, knocking him unconscious.
Then he grabbed the blonde girl lying on the ground by the throat and yanked her up forcefully.
Hey, young man, don't be like that. Show some mercy to the fairer sex.
I'll be damned if I show you any mercy. Yáng Fān's third eye opened on his forehead, shining its light upon the blonde girl.
Ah!
The blonde girl let out a piercing scream as her body began to rot and contort. Finally, she transformed into a monstrous creature covered in countless tentacles, each tip sharp as a blade. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, each covered in human remains, a clear sign it had devoured countless victims.
Why? How did you spot me?
Clearly, the blonde woman had been a devourer in disguise, luring victims into the alley to prey upon them. Yang Jin despised this monster that preyed upon the people of Great Xia.
I can't be bothered to explain. You're not worthy of hearing.
He swung his axe backward, cleaving the devouring beast clean in two.
Chapter 16, 72 Transformations, Clone, Immobilize. Nice work. Military Base Conference Room.
The assembled military high command erupted in cheers. Erlangshan possesses the heavenly eye on his forehead, enabling him to discern demons and monsters and comprehend the transformations of yin and yang.
As his reincarnation, Yang Jin naturally inherits these abilities. The devouring beast's disguise might fool ordinary people, but how could it possibly deceive the heavenly eye? Even Yang Jin's dog is the descendant of the sun-devouring lord's hound, Xiao Tianquan, possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell. A mere devouring beast is no challenge at all. Yáng Fān explained with considerable excitement.
Ah, brother Yáng Fān, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. This young hero Yang Jin not only possesses the heavenly eye to pierce through disguises, but also acts with ruthless decisiveness. Once he saw through the devouring beast, he didn't even bother with words, he just killed it outright.
Wan Tianchuao roared with laughter.
A weight lifted from his heart.
The National Fortune Bureau was an agency he had supported Yáng Fān in establishing.
If the results proved unsatisfactory, his own disciplinary action would be a minor matter, but if it jeopardized the fortune of the Great Xia Nation, he would become a villain for the ages. In the conference room, numerous high-ranking officials expressed immense admiration for Yang Jin. At the very least, this candidate was beyond reproach. Brother Yáng Fān, don't just talk about young Jin. What about the other two? Now let's take a look at this one.
Yáng Fān switched the large screen display to focus on Sun Changsheng. He is our household name, the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and also an ancient immortal cultivator. Due to the dissipation of the myth, his spiritual power sealed him into a slumber that lasted until now. On screen, Sun Changsheng had transformed into a sparrow, perched on a utility pole at a bustling intersection in Forget Worry City. He darted his eyes left and right, seemingly searching for something. Sun Wukong mastered 72 transformations, and this Sun Changsheng also understands the art of metamorphosis.
Such camouflage makes him even more formidable than a devouring beast. While this ability lacks lethality, it proves immensely valuable in the complex wilderness scenarios of the National Fate Battlefield.
Guided by Yáng Fān, everyone's attention shifted to the sparrow Sun Changsheng had transformed into.
1, 2, 3, 4. Damn beasts.
This city's situation is even worse than this old Sun imagined. The sparrow Sun Changsheng had transformed into seemed to have flames burning in its eyes, radiating a piercing brilliance. Like the heavenly eye, his divine power, the fire-eyed golden vision, could also discern demons and monsters. Sun Changsheng paused at this crossroads for a quarter of an hour. During that time, no fewer than 7 devouring beasts disguised as humans passed through. The sight made Sun Changsheng grind his teeth in fury. If we don't act soon, it won't be long before these devouring beasts take over the entire city. Sun Changsheng rubbed his wings, plucked several feathers, and flicked them casually.
The feathers instantly began to take shape, transforming into figures identical to himself. The clone technique. That's Sun Wukong's clone technique.
They say every single hair on his body can become a clone, and these clones possess the same magical power as the original.
Witnessing Sun Changsheng's effortless display of magic, Yáng Fān was suddenly overcome with excitement.
The high-ranking military officials present were utterly astonished.
This Sun Changsheng is no ordinary man. Of course he's no ordinary man. Yáng Fān remarked.
He wasn't prompted by me to unleash his divine abilities, he's cultivated them through his own efforts and inherited Sun Wukong's legacy.
Even I don't know exactly how many spells he possesses. Just watch.
I believe he is the strongest among this national fortune team. Within the city of forgetful sorrows, Sun Changsheng split into 6 clones. Together with his original form, they transformed into sparrows and pursued the devouring beasts in separate directions. They waited until the devouring beasts reached a secluded, deserted spot before revealing their forms.
Have we been spotted?
A devourer beast disguised as a wealthy man in a suit suddenly turned around in an alleyway, spotting Sun Changsheng, who had been following for a long time and now stood directly behind him.
Who are you?
The myths of Great Xia are extinct. There can be no divine spokesman.
Could you be from Sela or White Elephant?
Those 2 small nations, backed by powerful divine realms, have indeed been acting rather boldly lately. The devourer revealed itself, countless tentacle blades extending in all directions, threatening Sun Changsheng.
The Great Xia is on the brink of collapse.
Such a juicy target is more than enough for us to divide.
Honestly, we don't even need to lift a finger.
The devouring beast hailed from the beautiful nation and was itself lying low, thus unwilling to reveal its identity. Little did it know, however, that the Taoist before it was not a foreigner preparing to carve up Great Xia like itself, but a pure-blooded ancient chi cultivator of Great Xia.
Ha.
I intended to leave you a whole corpse, but you actually treat the Great Xia as plunder to be divided at will.
How reminiscent of the 5 barbarian tribes' chaos in ancient times.
Sun Changsheng sneered coldly. The devouring beast couldn't understand Sun Changsheng's words, but it sensed that the man across from him had no intention of peaceful coexistence.
Fine. Since you're the one starting this, don't think I'm afraid.
Countless blades whirled from the devouring beast, all converging on Sun Changsheng at once.
Our kind are all around here. The moment you make a sound, they'll come to support us and surround you together.
I don't care what country you're from, but anyone who dares to oppose our beautiful nation has only one path: death. The devourer laughed wildly, certain a great battle was about to begin. Sun Changsheng, however, couldn't be bothered to respond.
He merely extended a single finger.
Freeze! The moment the words left his mouth, the entire body of the devouring beast froze solid, as if time itself had paused. Then, with a casual swipe of his hand, Sun Changsheng crushed its skull. The battle he had anticipated had barely begun before it ended, leaving not a ripple in its wake.
Freezing technique.
It's Sun Wukong's freezing technique.
At the military base, Wan Tianxue and other high-ranking military officials erupted in astonishment.
This is the very same immobilization technique Sun Wukong used to freeze the 7 fairies back in the day, allowing him to steal the peaches. Who would have thought that in this age where myths have faded, I'd still witness such divine prowess? This Sun Changsheng truly lives up to his reputation as a cultivated chi cultivator, a worthy reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Transformation, cloning, immobilization. And these are merely practical spells. Sun Wukong possesses countless deadly divine abilities that Sun Changsheng hasn't even shown yet. But even with just this, his strength is more than sufficient.
Ha 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 ha. One Sun Shangshan, one Yang Jin Sun Wukong and Erlangshan. Brother Yáng Fān, you've truly unearthed treasures for our great Xia. The high-ranking officials in the conference room were utterly thrilled.
On the previous National Fortune Battlefield, their own Special Forces National Fortune contestants had been utterly toyed with and slaughtered by the divine avatars of other nations wielding their divine power.
This time, they finally witnessed the divine reincarnators from Great Xia.
These two contestants are both solid choices.
However, the National Fortune teams operate in groups of 3.
Beyond individual prowess, seamless coordination among the trio is crucial, something Director Yang must also keep in mind.
Team coordination. Yáng Fān's lips twitched, but he didn't respond to the commander's remark.
It would be a miracle if the 3 of them didn't end up fighting amongst themselves. Alright, let's move on to the third contestant, the reincarnator of the 3-tank Sea Assembly Great God Nézhā, the demon child Lǐ Nézhā. Yáng Fān switched the feed to Lǐ Nézhā.
Lǐ Nézhā's situation, however, was even more pitiful. Chapter 17, The Demon Child, more villainous than the villains. Whoosh!
Lǐ Nézhā rode his wind fire wheels, weaving boldly through the bustling streets. Up ahead, 2 young men, one with dyed yellow hair, the other sporting a floral tattoo on his arm.
Stop right there, you two! Lǐ Nézhā cut them off right in the middle of the road.
He grabbed one by the collar with each hand, yanked them up, and slammed them hard against the nearby wall.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you chasing us? We didn't do anything. You think we won't call the cops?
The yellow-haired guy adopted a carefree attitude, pointing his finger at Lǐ Nézhā's nose as he cursed.
Put!
Lǐ Nézhā slapped him hard across the face, leaving him with a bloody nose and swollen cheek.
You're hilarious. Go ahead and call the cops, you thief-crying thief.
Lǐ Nézhā grabbed the finger the blonde guy was pointing with and snapped it clean off.
Ah!
The blonde guy let out a piercing scream. You haven't done anything yet, but you're devouring beasts disguised as humans. I'm not going to wait until you start eating people to catch you.
Are you out of your mind?
I don't understand a word you're saying, the tattooed man shouted.
But Lǐ Nézhā wasn't about to indulge him.
He grabbed both of them by the neck and immediately lit a fire.
This is about prevention. Quick! Show me your true forms.
The raging 3-flame true fire seared their bodies with excruciating pain, leaving them writhing on the ground, wailing incessantly. They screamed for help, begged for mercy, and cried out to call the police.
But Lǐ Nézhā paid no heed whatsoever.
The flames only grew fiercer. He stomped on them while the flames consumed them.
Show me your true form, you little brat. Reveal yourself now.
If you don't reveal yourselves, I'll burn you alive.
Ha ha ha.
Such inhumane torment truly lived up to his moniker, the demon child. The sight sent a collective gasp of horror through the conference room, where numerous high-ranking officers of the Great Xia military, including Yáng Fān, sat. Yáng Fān covered his face. This was too gruesome to watch.
Whose child is this? How was he raised? How did Bureau Chief Yáng Fān recruit such a delinquent? I think he's got some antisocial tendencies.
No, he's downright sadistic.
Who's the villain here? And whose ha-ha-ha laugh belongs to the good guy?
The senior officials murmured among themselves. By the way, are those 2 yellow-haired, tattooed guys really disguised devouring beasts?
Don't get it wrong. We can't harm the innocent. Brother Yáng Fān, does this Lǐ Nézhā possess supernatural powers like the Heavenly Eye or the Fire Eye Golden Vision to discern demons and monsters? I don't think so. Yáng Fān was also a bit puzzled.
Lǐ Nézhā might be a bit hot-headed, but he's usually pretty dependable when it comes to getting things done.
He shouldn't have made a mistake, right?
But if he did make a mistake, and he tortured and burned 2 innocent citizens to death, he'd be finished. Not only would he lose his status as a National Fortune contestant, but he could even become a murderer. Still, Yáng Fān ultimately chose to trust Lǐ Nézhā.
Everyone, rest assured.
I trust Lǐ Nézhā. He was the first to join our National Fortune Bureau. Though young, he would never make baseless accusations.
He. Show yourself. Quick, show yourself. After Lǐ Nézhā's relentless, unceasing torment. Finally,
the 2 devouring beasts could play along no longer.
Whose kid is this?
I devoured so many people, but none were as ruthless as him. Tentacles sprouted from their bodies, sharp blades emerged, and they opened their gaping maws.
Ha! Finally showing yourselves.
Lǐ Nézhā snapped both their heads clean off with a backhand, then incinerated them to ashes.
Damn it, why didn't you show yourselves sooner?
This was such a hassle, and I had to suffer all that pain.
Lǐ Nézhā clapped his hands, signaling the end of the fight. Meanwhile, in the conference room,
including Yáng Fān, Wan Tianxue, and other high-ranking officials from the Great Xia military and government, all remained silent. The atmosphere was calm, yet tinged with an eerie chill.
Yáng Fān's mouth twitched as he fought back laughter. Well, did everyone see that? That's the power of a Nézhā reincarnator.
The demon child Nézhā, though I have no idea how he distinguished those 2 devouring beasts, proved himself reliable. Don't judge him by his youth, don't dismiss his methods as merely a bit cruel, and certainly don't overlook his apparent lack of refinement.
But a true hero born under heaven should not be bound by conventions or petty details. Lǐ Nézhā's usual conduct was indeed hard to fathom, but thankfully, the outcomes were always favorable.
The senior officials had been silent for quite some time, especially those who had doubted Lǐ Nézhā earlier.
Now, they felt somewhat awkward.
In some versions of the myths, Nézhā also possesses fiery eyes. Though not as famous as Sun Wukong's, I believe they should have no trouble identifying these devouring beasts.
Exactly. I've always found Lǐ Nézhā likable. So what if his methods are ruthless?
Not being ruthless to your enemies is being ruthless to yourself.
This Lǐ Nézhā is the kid who went viral on short video platforms just days ago for slaying the Naga dragon, right? Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
The meeting room's opinion of Lǐ Nézhā had completely shifted.
All three seemed capable enough, but the battle for national fortune hinges on teamwork.
Brother Yáng Fān, I asked earlier about their coordination, you didn't respond.
How are they really working together? Exactly.
They all seem quite capable.
Once we select a team leader, won't the other two feel resentful? Have you addressed the internal dynamics? Several executives turned to Yáng Fān with expectant looks. Ahem. Yáng Fān's expression instantly turned awkward. About that issue, well, it is indeed an issue. That's a good question. Seriously, there's no way to answer this. Yáng Fān sighed. Hey, look! All three national fortune contestants are converging in one direction. They're about to meet.
Looks like we'll soon see how well they coordinate when fighting side by side. Someone shouted, and everyone turned their attention back to the live feed.
Within Forget Worry City, Yang Jin, accompanied by Xiao Tian, continued slaying devouring beasts as they advanced relentlessly toward a specific direction within the city.
The further we go in this direction, the more devouring beasts there are, and the stronger they become.
This means we're getting close to their lair. Woof! Woof!
Xiao Tian also wore a look of disgust.
The increasingly thick stench of devouring beasts all around was utterly nauseating. Hey, another one! Yang Jintian's eyes suddenly snapped open.
Far off, about 100 meters away, he spotted a devouring beast disguised as a human, moving stealthily.
He and Xiao Tian hurriedly followed, tailing it all the way. Slowly, they reached a secluded spot, sparsely populated.
Without a word, Yang Jin grabbed his axe, poised to charge forward and hack away.
Hey, there you are! How's it going? How many did you eat today?
Suddenly, a man in a suit burst out from a corner, colliding head-on with the devourer Yang Jin had been tailing.
What's there to eat?
Seems like some powerful newcomers have arrived in the city lately, specifically hunting us devourers. Already, many of our brothers have fallen. The devourer beamed at the suit-clad man, striding alongside him. Both creatures extended tentacles, draping them over each other's shoulders.
Yeah, these humans are just too cruel. We should head back quickly. It's too dangerous out here.
Let's wait until this storm passes before coming out to eat again, the suit-wearing man said anxiously.
You're right. Let's head back. The Empress is about to give birth. We can't afford any mishaps at this critical moment.
The two devouring beasts changed direction and headed down a small path. The man in the suit chatted cheerfully, walking and conversing animatedly with the devouring beasts. Suddenly, he turned his head and winked at Yang Jin and Xiao Tian following behind.
Yang Jin abruptly lowered his great axe.
Through the piercing gaze of his heavenly eye, beneath the first layer of disguise as a devouring beast, and beneath that, lay another layer of concealment. Beneath it all, it was none other than Sun Changsheng.
Chapter 18, Open Infiltration, Covert Infiltration, Head-on Confrontation. 72 transformations. That's insane.
He actually transformed into a devouring beast to infiltrate their lair disguised as one of their own. Envy flickered in Yang Jin's eyes.
I should possess the power of the 72 transformations too.
I need to practice more at the training ground and have the director stimulate me with the lotus lamp.
This technique is incredibly practical. Yang Jin thought to himself.
He quietly followed Sun Changsheng all the way to the entrance of a chemical plant, where several security guards patrolled back and forth. These guards are all devouring beasts in disguise.
This must be their lair.
Sun Changsheng, blending in seamlessly, had the guards open the gate without a second thought and strode in with confidence. Master Sun really has the skills. Yang Jin murmured in admiration.
Ha! Oh no!
Yang Jin's expression darkened as he suddenly noticed a monkey tail sprouting from beneath the buttocks of the suit-clad man Sun Changsheng's disguise. Seems Sun Changsheng's mastery of the 72 transformations isn't quite perfected yet. He can't change his tail. He'll likely be discovered soon.
This won't do. I must find a way to get inside and rescue him. But I can't transform into a devouring beast. How am I supposed to get in? Yang Jin looked around frantically.
Finally, guided by Xiao Tian, he spotted a dog hole.
A dog hole it is. No one should see us, right? Yang Jin and Xiao Tian crept inside stealthily.
Sun Changsheng sneaks in openly, I sneak in covertly perfect.
Yet Yang Jin didn't notice that, not far away, a pair of sinister eyes were watching him. Click.
Lǐ Nézhā held his phone steady, capturing the video of Yang Jin crawling through the dog hole.
Ha ha ha, three-eyed freak, you've fallen right into my hands.
Lǐ Nézhā cackled maniacally. I'll send these photos to all your aunts and uncles later.
That Lǐ Nézhā, what a disgraceful son.
At that moment, inside the conference room,
everyone stared wide-eyed at Lǐ Nézhā's antics, their mouths twitching. He's just a kid. Pranks are normal for kids.
Yáng Fān explained, forcing a smile. While it might slightly strain their relationship, we can also see that their three-person tactic is quite well executed. Sun Changsheng transformed into a devouring beast, infiltrating openly. Yang Jin sneaked in covertly through the dog hole.
And Lǐ Nézhā charged in head-on without any pretense.
Attacking the devouring beast's lair from 3 angles, it's nothing short of seamless coordination.
One Tianxue nodded in agreement, finding Yáng Fān's reasoning sound. But wasn't Lǐ Nézhā's frontal assault a bit too conspicuous?
Forget Worry City chemical plant. Lǐ Nézhā tucked away the photo, clenched his fists, and his eyes blazed with fury.
Those freaks are dragging their feet. Is wiping out a devourer nest really that hard? Why not just kill them outright? Boom!
Lǐ Nézhā activated his wind fire wheels, summoning a raging whirlwind and surging flames around him.
Kill!
He instantly transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed form and charged head-on into the chemical plant.
The devouring beasts disguised as security guards patrolling the area were instantly engulfed in flames upon contact.
The infinite power of the 3-flame true fire left them utterly unable to extinguish it. They could only endure excruciating pain as they were burned alive.
Ha 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 ha!
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Die! 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 Burn! Burn! Burn!
Lǐ Nézhā rampaged through the chemical plant, slaughtering devouring beasts and setting buildings ablaze wherever he went. The already tense atmosphere at the devouring beast's stronghold instantly descended into utter chaos.
Who dares to force their way in? Could it be that the Great Xia authorities have discovered us? Impossible.
Those who drive winds and spew flames must be divine emissaries. They absolutely cannot be people from the Great Xia, where gods have long vanished.
Damn it! It must be those beasts from the White Elephant Kingdom.
That 3-headed, 6-armed creature is clearly a Buddhist guardian deity. The devouring beasts were bioweapons created by the beautiful nation, designed to compete with nations backed by powerful divine realms like the White Elephant Kingdom, the Sila Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to carve up the rich spoils of Great Xia. Now, upon seeing this 3-headed, 6-armed monster like Lǐ Nézhā, they naturally directed their hatred toward the White Elephant Kingdom.
Damn it! The Empress is about to give birth, and this has to happen now. Kill him. Stop this creature at all costs. Hordes of devourers surged from every workshop of the chemical plant.
Revealing their true forms, gaping maws and tentacles armed with razor-sharp blades, they charged en masse toward Lǐ Nézhā.
Under normal circumstances, their blades could cleave an ordinary human's body clean in two.
But they were facing Lǐ Nézhā.
Ha ha ha, come on then. Are you just tickling this young master? Lǐ Nézhā's body was indestructible. Any attack that struck him was instantly shattered. Fire! Bang! Bang bang bang! The devouring beasts even deployed modern weaponry. Various firearms spewed tongues of flame that struck Lǐ Nézhā's body. Yet none of it worked. Lǐ Nézhā stood like a war god descended from the heavens, unstoppable. Did someone just say they'd open fire? Then I'll give you fire.
With a casual wave of his hand, Lǐ Nézhā unleashed countless tongues of 3-flame true fire, transforming into raging fire dragons that rampaged through the entire chemical plant. Wherever they passed, every devouring beast was reduced to ashes.
What's happening? Fire dragons? Dragons? Am I seeing this correctly? Looks like a massive battle's erupting inside. The commotion drew crowds of onlookers from the surrounding neighborhoods, rushing over to witness the spectacle. Military base conference room. Holy! This Lǐ Nézhā is incredible.
It's like unlimited firepower.
He alone could take on an entire battalion? More than that.
That's the 3-flame true fire, far more powerful than our conventional fire.
He should be able to control every modern conventional thermal weapon out there. Damn impressive.
The senior officers were all fired up. Even Yáng Fān was quite satisfied with Lǐ Nézhā. Though he was a bit too flashy, you had to admit that kind of flair truly got the blood pumping, maximizing the show's impact. Every high-ranking official of Great Xia stared at Lǐ Nézhā with gleaming eyes. As for whether such flamboyance might expose their hand prematurely before the National Fate Battlefield opened, allowing enemy nations to target them specifically, well, Yáng Fān would naturally handle that for them. Yáng Fān exchanged a glance with Wan Tianxue, who immediately understood and made a call.
Danger ahead.
By superior orders, no one is to enter or leave the area. The Great Xia military forces stationed in Forget Worry City specifically to eliminate the devouring beasts now completely surrounded the chemical plant, preventing any harm to innocent civilians.
Simultaneously, radio jamming was deployed, cutting off all communication from within the facility.
Inside the chemical plant, in the underground facility,
a devouring beast violently smashed the telegraph machine before it. Damn it! Can't reach headquarters in the United States.
I was going to relay the situation here, request reinforcements, and also inform headquarters that a fire elemental divine proxy has appeared in Daxia.
What do we do now? We might not be able to hold off that three-headed, six-armed demon outside. Sun Changshang, disguised as a suit-wearing devourer beast, asked anxiously. The devourer sending the telegram, clearly of high rank, slammed his fist on the table at the words. At this point, we have no choice but to induce the Empress Mother into labor prematurely.
Chapter 19, Big. Big. Big.
Sun Changsheng's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was already racing. Ever since infiltrating this place, he had constantly heard other devourers mention this so-called Empress. It seemed there were powerful figures lurking within. Sun Changsheng continued lurking, tailing several high-ranking devourers as they descended toward the lowest level of the factory complex. Passing through several iron gates, with devourers stationed as guards everywhere along the way, Sun Changsheng finally arrived at a secret chamber spanning over 100 square meters. Then he saw the Mother Empress.
Ugh, disgusting.
A colossal mass of flesh, nearly filling the entire chamber, writhed before him. Its entire body was covered in plump, stubby suction cups, and its skin was thick with wrinkles. Numerous devouring beasts approached, extending tentacles from behind to connect with the monster's suction cups. Before long, the devouring beasts were all sucked dry, reduced to skin and bones, their nutrients and energy completely drained into the Mother Queen's body.
This is the Queen Mother? So the devourers hunt humans everywhere just to feed this monster? Sun Changsheng was utterly horrified.
The National Fate Battlefield actually rewards such a bizarre creature.
Looks like my old son's elixir of immortality might just have a chance after all.
The devourer that had been sending the telegram approached the Mother Queen and muttered a few incomprehensible words. Suddenly, the Mother Queen, who had been steadily consuming its prey, let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its colossal body rolled over, causing the surrounding ground to rumble violently. Then, a gash split open in the Mother Queen's belly. One after another, palm-sized devouring beast hatchlings leaped out.
The time has come. Launch the slaughter.
The Queen can give birth to 100,000 young. These young grow by consuming humans. She could have produced more, but with enemies at the gates, there's no time for that now.
Release all the young.
Devour Forget Worry City, then attack the other cities of Great Xia.
Slaughter. 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 All the devouring beasts cheered with wild excitement. Ha! Why does this devouring beast have a monkey's tail?
Suddenly, one devourer turned to Sun Changsheng with a puzzled look. Sun Changsheng jolted in alarm, clutching his tail as he glanced around nervously, his expression flushing with embarrassment.
A mole. Someone has disguised themselves and infiltrated our ranks.
In an instant, all the devouring beasts were struck dumb with shock, followed by furious rage.
Roar!
The Queen Mother roared, opening her gaping maw and swallowing Sun Changsheng whole.
Oh no, Sun Changsheng. Military base conference room.
Yáng Fān connected through the heavily eyed Sun Wukong's fiery golden gaze. Though underground, he still grasped the situation inside. At that moment, every high-ranking military official in the conference room stood up, their expressions grave and anxious. If moments ago they had been intrigued by the display of power from Lǐ Nézhā, Sun Changsheng, and Yang Jin, this situation had now escalated dramatically.
Damn it! Sun Changsheng's monkey tail was exposed. Is he being devoured? It can't be over already. I had high hopes for him. Damn it! Those beasts. If all 100,000 devouring beasts were released, it would be a catastrophe. Devouring beasts consume humans and reproduce endlessly, their offspring multiplying without limit. If their plot succeeds, our Great Xia will lose tens of millions of citizens to this calamity. Mobilize the troops immediately. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Wan Tianxue exclaimed urgently. No, it's too late, Commander. Why not just nuke the chemical plant flat? Damn it, there are still many innocent civilians nearby. They'll be caught in the crossfire.
Besides, our 3 National Fortune contestants are still inside.
Everyone was at their wits' end. Calm down, everyone. Calm down.
At that moment, Yáng Fān stepped forward.
Don't panic, Commander.
Right now, the 3 strongest National Destiny players in our Great Xia are inside this chemical plant.
If they can't handle these devouring beasts, how can we expect them to face the even more dangerous National Destiny battlefields? Trust in the 3 of them.
Yáng Fān spoke with passionate fervor. But, wasn't Sun Changsheng already devoured by the devouring beast Empress? Someone asked doubtfully.
Is that so? Are you certain he was devoured?
Yáng Fān countered.
He led everyone to look at the large screen.
Yáng Fān activated the heavenly eye, raising the camera angle. The Mother Queen's hideous face seemed to be savoring a delicious meal.
Yet in the next instant, her features contorted, her massive body heaving up and down.
Suddenly, a gaping hole tore open in its belly as the colossal golden staff erupted from the ground, thickening and lengthening relentlessly.
Ha ha ha! Big! Big! Big!
A mocking voice echoed from within the Mother Empress's belly. The golden staff, radiant with brilliant light, grew ever larger under Sun Changsheng's spell, directly tearing apart the Mother Empress's body as flesh and blood flew everywhere.
But that wasn't all.
The golden staff continued to grow and surge upward, smashing through the factory's ceiling and piercing straight through the ground.
Boom! The once solid basement of the factory building was utterly destroyed by the golden staff.
The flesh and blood of the Mother Empress and the other devouring beasts scattered everywhere, nearly crushed into fragments.
Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Countless devouring beasts stared at the rod in terror.
Sun Changsheng himself sat perched atop the golden staff, with half of the Mother Queen's body impaled beside him.
Whoa, so cool!
Not far away, Lǐ Nézhā, who had been slaughtering beasts and setting fires, abruptly stopped and looked up at Sun Changsheng.
Damn it, stealing my thunder! Lǐ Nézhā gritted his teeth, flames shooting from his eyes as he glared fiercely at the nearby devouring beasts. No way!
I have to kill more than him, or he'll steal the captain's seat. After a moment's thought, his eyes darted, and he manipulated the wind fire wheels to soar into the sky.
Truly the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, utterly extraordinary. Could this be the very one?
The divine needle that pacifies the seas and commands all demons to bow the golden hoop staff. Inside the military base conference room, the crowd, who had been worried when they saw Sun Changsheng being eaten, now breathed a collective sigh of relief. Sun Wukong was once swallowed by Princess Yáng Fān and other demons, only to subdue them by kicking and punching from within their stomachs. Compared to that, the swallowing beast queen is utterly pathetic. She got blown away instantly. Looks like our earlier worries were unnecessary. A mere swallowing beast dares to threaten our great Xia? Utterly overstepping its bounds. With Sun Changsheng's decisive blow, all the high-ranking officials were thoroughly convinced by this trio's prowess.
Yáng Fān's face softened with satisfaction.
Now that the queen is dead, the remaining devouring beasts are nothing but a rabble of lowly minions. Inside the chemical plant, the golden staff extended to over 100 meters in height.
Sun Changsheng soared through the air, landing at its peak. With a light touch,
the colossal golden staff, carrying overwhelming divine might, crashed down with a thunderous roar. The earth shook violently, buildings collapsed, and countless devouring beasts were instantly slaughtered, their souls scattered in terror. As for the remaining scattered fragments, they too could not escape their doomed fate.
Behold my meteor volcano!
A howling gale swept through the sky as Lǐ Nézhā, having prepared for a long time at high altitude, finally unleashed the powerful technique he had just mastered. Dark clouds filled the sky as one massive fireball after another rained down like a torrential storm, crashing with thunderous roars onto the entire chemical plant.
In an instant, the entire chemical plant was engulfed in a sea of flames.
Every devourer, including their young and corpses, was reduced to scorched debris. Finally, the last surviving devourer gritted its teeth and fled into a hidden chamber concealed to the utmost. You forced my hand. Inside the chamber sat a bottle of green potion.
Chapter 20, Captain Yang Jin? I refuse to accept this. Devouring Virus 2.0. Those infected by this virus become mindless, flesh-eating zombie beasts.
Even our beautiful country can't control it, so we dare not use it lightly. The devourer's face twisted into a hideous grimace as he snatched the devouring virus vial. He strode over to a machine, activated it immediately, and vanished. The cross-distance teleportation device I earned from the National Fate Battlefield. I'm not playing along with you anymore. I must urgently relay intelligence about the divine avatar emerging in Great Xia back to the United States. With that, the devourer prepared to activate the teleportation, then crushed the devouring virus vial in his hand, leaving a mess behind for Great Xia. But then, he suddenly spotted a large black dog.
Ha! Where'd this dog come from? Pop!
Before he could react, a massive hand grabbed him and crushed his skull. These beasts, they're determined to destroy the Great Xia Empire.
Yang Jin emerged coldly from the darkness. Woof! Woof! Xiao Tian also bared his teeth.
The two of them had been searching through the chemical plant's pipelines, eliminating numerous devouring beasts along the way, until they discovered this secret chamber.
Thankfully I arrived in time.
If this virus had leaked, the situation would have spiraled out of control.
Damn the United States! Yang Jin seethed inwardly.
Suddenly, his eyes darted as if he'd thought of something. He promptly crushed the devourer beast virus vial, tossed it into the nearby teleportation device, and activated it. Swish! A flash of light erupted, and the crushed vial instantly teleported back to the pretty country. From whence it came, it returned.
That's a wrap.
Yang Jin clapped his hands and returned to the ground with Xiao Tian. By then, Yáng Fān was already waiting outside the chemical plant. Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Changsheng slowly emerged from the ruins of the chemical plant.
Congratulations! Our National Bureau of Fortune has won its first battle. Ha ha ha, it must be me, little master, who killed the most devouring beasts. Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily. From now on, I'm the captain. Three-eyed freak, hairy-faced Taoist, you'll all follow my orders. Kid, you're still green.
I doubt you've even killed half as many as this old sun here.
What did you say?
Bull. The two nearly came to blows again.
Alright. I've been watching you through the heavenly eye the whole time.
The tally is already settled.
We'll discuss this once we return to the National Transport Bureau. Yáng Fān sighed bitterly. Now, one final check. Are there any other devouring beasts left in this city of oblivion? We can't let a single one slip through the net.
Yes, sir. Though the three couldn't stand each other, they obeyed Yáng Fān without question. Soon, the exceptionally efficient trio deployed their respective methods, systematically slaughtering every last devouring beast within the entire Forget Worry city. With the heavenly eye and the fire eye's meticulous scrutiny, absolutely none escaped. Finally, after a long period of lockdown, Forget Worry City welcomed the day of its reopening.
Why did it suddenly open? What happened? The citizens didn't even know what had transpired as life returned to normal. Life was peaceful. But someone was bearing the burden for them. Alright, I hereby announce that the ultimate winner of this captain selection tournament is Yang Jin.
Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān gathered the three-person squad together to announce the outcome of the competition.
What? How come? What did he do? Director. You can't be biased. Lǐ Nézhā leapt to his feet, all three heads cursing angrily while 6 hands and 2 feet protested in disbelief. Sun Chongsheng looked utterly bewildered. Even if Lǐ Nézhā didn't kill enough, this old son personally infiltrated the deepest part of the devouring beast's lair and slew the Empress Mother. Why isn't this old son the captain?
Everyone looked at Yáng Fān in confusion. Rest assured, this selection process is fair and impartial.
Yang Jin did indeed slay the most devouring beasts. Come, take a look at the big screen. Yáng Fān activated the VCR.
On the screen, Yang Jin and Xiaotian Man and Dog were seen crawling through a dog hole into the chemical plant, then scaling into drainage pipes as they explored. He even discovered several hidden underground warehouses. Inside the warehouses lay densely packed, newly produced devouring beast larvae still in their growth phase. These larvae hadn't yet consumed humans, but adhering to the protagonist's principle of eliminating the entire threat, Yang Jin slaughtered every last one. There were several more warehouses like this.
Yang Jin harvested them all, exterminating the entire lineage. Moreover, at the last moment, it was Yang Jin who prevented the devourer beast virus from erupting in Great Xia.
Instead, he pulled off a bold maneuver, sending the virus back to the United States.
Who knows what state the United States is in now? But chances are, it probably isn't looking too good?
After the VCR finished playing, Lǐ Nézhā and Sun Chongsheng shot Yang Jin sinister glances.
Yang Jin, however, wore an innocent expression, even scratching the back of his head and laughing awkwardly at the wrong moment.
Damn it! You look so innocent, but behind our backs, you've overtaken us. Back in school, I despised those classmates who claimed we'd all fail together if no one studied. Little did I know they were secretly cramming at night, leaving me as the only one who flunked, Lǐ Nézhā snapped. Bull! You only attended class for 2 days before blowing up the school.
What kind of failing grades are we talking about? Yang Jin wasn't one to take that lying down, immediately firing back. You? How did you know? Lǐ Nézhā exclaimed in shock.
Yang Jin chuckled. The battle for captaincy has always been like this. From this day forward, I am the captain, appointed by.
Get lost. Lǐ Nézhā's face twisted with defiance. Young people, always so eager to prove themselves.
Little do they know that all fame and fortune are fleeting, only immortality is real. Sun Chongsheng saw the two weren't exactly getting along and didn't press the issue of the captaincy. To him, it all seemed like children playing house. Yang Jin, noticing Lǐ Nézhā's defiant expression, suddenly curved his lips upward and stepped before him.
Team member, is something bothering you? I'm the captain, you can speak to the captain. Get lost. As another dispute threatened to erupt, Yáng Fān quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Although Yang Jin has been chosen as captain, the battle of national fortune is of utmost importance.
All matters, big and small, should be discussed and decided by all of you together.
However, Yang Jin should take the initiative to handle matters proactively.
Remember, it's not about becoming captain to earn the team's trust, it's about earning their trust to become captain.
If you don't perform well, the captaincy can be reassigned at any time.
Yes, director.
Yang Jin suddenly felt the weight of responsibility.
Beside him, Sun Chongsheng breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness this old son is happy to keep things chill.
Meanwhile, Lǐ Nézhā remained unconvinced.
All right.
The person who becomes captain will receive an additional artifact. You three, come with me, Yáng Fān said.
Isn't the extra treasure only for the captain? What are we two going for? Lǐ Nézhā retorted disdainfully.
The captain gets an extra reward, but I never said you two wouldn't get anything. Yáng Fān chuckled, gesturing toward a nearby mound piled high with spiritual treasures. You may look down on me, but never underestimate the depth of the Buddhist sect's resources.
The spiritual treasures Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara has provided us are more than enough to equip all of you.
Ha! Hearing this, Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Chongsheng all lit up with excitement.
Chapter 21, Fully Armed, the battle for national destiny begins. Ding! Name, Lǐ Nézhā.
This national fortune contestant is the reincarnation of Nézhā, the great god of the Three-Tank Sea Assembly.
Beginning custom artifact forge for Lǐ Nézhā. Ding!
Host has selected the fire-tip spear.
Forging begins. Ding! Host has selected the heaven-shaking brocade. Forging begins. Ding! Name, Yang Jin. This national fortune contestant is the reincarnation of Qingyuan Miaodou Jinjuan, Erlang Xin Yang Jian. Beginning forging of magical artifact for Yang Jin. Ding dong.
Host has selected the 3-pronged double-edged blade.
Forging begins. Ding. Host's choice, tiger bone collar. Forging begins. Ding. Name, Sun Chongsheng.
This nation's fortune candidate is the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Beginning forging of magical artifact for Sun Chongsheng.
Ding. Host selection, cloud of 9 turns. Crafting begins. Ding. Host has selected the life-saving hair. Crafting begins. Within the treasure vault, beams of light began to glow.
All manner of spiritual treasures and divine artifacts gifted by the Buddhist sect were tossed into the artifact vault, then disassembled and soon, one magical artifact after another flew out from the vault. Lǐ Nézhā's fire-tipped spear, the heaven-shaking brocade.
Sun Chongsheng's cloud of somersaults and life-saving hair.
Yang Jin proved the most generous, crafting not only his own 3-pronged double-edged blade but also a tiger bone necklace for Xiao Tian.
Once worn, it radiated fierce power, greatly enhancing his might. 1,000 years of glory to Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva.
We shall forever remember his contributions to our great Xia.
Yáng Fān surveyed the trio of national fortune bearers, now fully equipped, and nodded with satisfaction. Yang Jin, you have one extra opportunity to forge a magical artifact. There's still some spiritual essence left. What do you wish to create? Yáng Fān turned to ask Yang Jin. Director. I've made up my mind. Yang Jin replied without hesitation.
These spiritual materials, absorb them yourself.
Yáng Fān froze, puzzled by Yang Jin's request. The lotus lamp should possess the ability to absorb spiritual energy from these materials. Director, if you absorb them, could you use the excess spiritual power to activate one of the 72 transformations for me? Yang Jin inquired. Oh, I see. Yáng Fān nodded.
He had been wondering why Yang Jin had suddenly become so magnanimous. So he didn't want the artifact, he wanted a divine ability instead.
That's simple. The lotus lamp did indeed possess this function, though it required consuming spiritual energy.
It had been activated once before for Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin, and its spiritual energy hadn't fully replenished yet.
Still, it was sponsored by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Yáng Fān activated the lotus lamp.
A flash of light erupted, instantly absorbing the remaining spiritual treasures.
Yet another rainbow-colored light descended upon Yang Jin. Ah!
Yang Jin's mind reeled violently as waves of long-buried memories surged forth.
Sigh, didn't this old son already know the 72 transformations? Why did you have to go and add another one?
Completely unnecessary, Sun Chongsheng muttered beside him, smacking his lips.
Your 72 transformations always give yourself away. It's more reliable when I do it. Yang Jin declared without hesitation.
Soon, his divine power was unleashed. The third eye on his forehead scanned Sun Chongsheng across from him.
I'll transform. Swish. Right before everyone's eyes, Yang Jin transformed into Sun Chongsheng's likeness. TSK TSK TSK, you little rascal.
Deep down, Sun Chongsheng suddenly felt, well, a strong dislike for the three-eyed freak standing before him.
This doesn't make sense. I've only known him for a short while. Why do I genuinely dislike him? Alright, since everyone is fully armed now, spend the next few days here at the training ground.
Familiarize yourselves with your supernatural abilities and magical artifacts.
Rest assured and await the opening of the National Fortune Battle in a few days. Yes, Director.
With all preparations complete, Yáng Fān had everything arranged. Now, they simply awaited the commencement of the National Fortune Battle.
Time flew by.
Soon, the day of the National Fortune Battle arrived.
Han Ming Daily.
Once again, we stand on the battlefield where national fortunes are staked, Sam Ida. This time, victory will undoubtedly belong to our Han Ming Nation, the center of the universe.
Extra, extra. Breaking news from Sakura Nation's team.
Among their contestants is a divine representative of the Great Tengu, none other than the Sakura Nation Prince, known as the ultimate evil demon man with unparalleled power.
It seems Sakura Nation is determined to win this time. Ha! I recall one of White Elephant Nation's contestants was the divine monkey Hanuman's avatar. Why haven't we heard anything about him lately? Damn it!
Our beautiful nation had a formidable contender too, but his hometown suddenly erupted in a biohazard outbreak. He got infected by accident, forcing us to find a replacement.
Great Xia Daily.
To all citizens, though our nation suffered repeated crushing defeats in previous national fortune battles, pushing us to the brink of survival, many now believe Great Xia is destined to fail once more and face annihilation. But please trust the nation, fellow citizens.
This time, we have truly found 3 national fortune contenders whose power rivals that of any divine proxy from other nations. These 3 will lead Great Xia to victory and glory.
Due to past defeats, many wealthy individuals and celebrities in Great Xia have already renounced their citizenship. They have even spread rumors online to undermine the morale of the Great Xia military. Thus, Great Xia was now gripped by panic. The overwhelming majority held an extremely pessimistic outlook toward this battle for national destiny. The authorities issued a notice telling us not to panic. Sigh, I know it's just lip service. Without divine agents, relying only on special forces slightly stronger than ordinary people, we have no chance of winning. But rest assured, nation. Even if we lose again, I'll never be a traitor. Let other countries invade, I'll go down with them. Stop fooling yourself. I've already emigrated to the United States. Once you're destroyed, I'll return to enslave you. Or why not join me? For just 100,000 yuan, I'll handle your immigration paperwork. Get lost. Off. Across Daxia's major forums, bulletin boards, and live streams. Everywhere, discussions about the battle of national destiny were at an unprecedented fever pitch. Director, many have already emigrated, mostly the wealthy and top celebrities. Should we demonstrate our strength to keep them here? Inside the National Fortune Bureau, Yang Jin scanned the flood of comments, his expression heavy with worry. No need. Let those who wish to leave, go. Yet Yáng Fān waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. Our great Xia never needed these weak-willed individuals anyway. Truth be told, they only obtained foreign citizenship to evade taxes and other obligations, then turned around to profit off our nation. This is the perfect opportunity to sever ties with them completely. True colors show in adversity. While many did betray and flee, this crisis brought purification to Great Xia. Those who remain are the people truly worthy of sharing hardships. The portal will open soon. You three, get ready. Make sure you look sharp when you step out. Yáng Fān declared. Our Great Xia has been dormant far too long, burdened by successive defeats. This time, to sweep away our chronic ailments, we must not only win, we must win decisively, spectacularly, and with unparalleled brilliance. Yes, Director. Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng all rubbed their hands together, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Clearly, they could hardly contain their excitement. Chapter 22, Pretty Boy, Wild Fury, or Little Cutie? Ding. Attention. I am the guardian of national fortune, the referee of the Battle of National Fortune. The Battle of National Fortune now commences. All contestants, please enter the arena. As the final countdown concluded, a cold voice echoed across the entire blue star. The battlefield of national fortune appeared out of nowhere, yet possessed unimaginably powerful authority. Everyone had no choice but to accept the rules it dictated. Once, a small nation refused to join the battlefield of national fortune, defying the gatekeeper's commands. But before long, a meteorite fell from the heavens, striking the nation and obliterating it. Only then did the over 200 nations of Blue Star begin to accept the fate battlefield. Later, when nations discovered the truly unparalleled, immense rewards obtainable within it, they became fervently devoted to it. At this moment, above the capitals of all 200 nations on Blue Star, whether great powers or small states, a portal appeared. These portals served to summon the participants of the National Fortune battlefield. Go forth. Carry the destiny of Great Xia and the hopes of over 1 billion people. Yes, Director. Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng walked toward the portal together. At this very moment, though they were brimming with confidence in their own abilities, they also felt the weighty responsibility resting heavily on their shoulders. The Battle of National Fortune connected networks across nations, allowing people worldwide to watch the proceedings via live broadcasts and other means. Soon, competitors from various nations were transported to the War of National Destiny's waiting area, grouped distinctly in threes. Their identities were no longer concealed, finally revealed to all of Blue Star's inhabitants. Prince Wuda, of the Chrysanthemum Royal House of Sakura Nation, is the avatar of the great demon Tengu, Aitamaki, avatar of the nine-tailed fox demon Tamamo no Mei, and the god of wine, avatar of the king of 100 ghosts, Shuten Doji. Holy crap! Sakura Nation really went all out this time, bringing out their 3 strongest demons. They're determined to win. You bet. Sakura Nation's backing, the divine realm of Takamagara, is significantly weaker than established powerhouses like Olympus, Asgard, or the Temple of the Gods. They're already falling behind, so they have to go all out this time. Bastards! Who says our great Sakura Nation is weak? We're the strongest on Blue Star. Watch out for us, Zyra Nation. With Poseidon the sea god, Ares the god of war, and Hades the god of the underworld, our 3 mighty principal deities, were practically unbeatable. Not trying to diss anyone, but everyone else here is trash. With Olympus, one of the mightiest divine realms of our age, as their backing, the Sela Nation truly has deep pockets. They always field a divine lineup. Hey, why isn't the representative of that divine monkey Hanuman among White Elephant Nation's contestants? I recall there were leaks about it earlier. White Elephant Nation is backed by the Temple of Heaven, whose power rivals Olympus. Perhaps they felt Hanuman wasn't strong enough and replaced him at the last minute. This kind of last-minute replacement has happened before. Not to mention, the pretty country team seems to have swapped someone too. One of their players somehow caught a biohazard and turned into a zombie. TSK. How did the beautiful country suddenly get hit by a biohazard outbreak? No clue. It just happened out of nowhere. Countless citizens buzzed with fervent discussion. The Battle of National Fortune had become the hottest topic across the entire Blue Star. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the entire population was participating. Any National Fortune contestant stepping onto the battlefield instantly became the center of attention, with paparazzi digging up their family backgrounds. Victory on the battlefield propelled them to national stardom overnight, earning the admiration of their entire country. Of course, if they performed poorly, died immediately upon entering the battlefield, or brought punishment upon their nation, they would naturally face the scorn and abuse of countless people. At this moment, the National Fortune battle is the paramount concern across the entire Blue Star, with players from major powers drawing the most intense scrutiny. So, how's Great Xia doing? They've suffered defeat after defeat. With all that accumulated punishment, another loss this time should spell their doom. Ugh. What's there to care about them? Without divine blessings, they're just like before sending a few special forces soldiers into battle. They're basically one-hit wonders for our divine agents. Virtually every nation believed Great Xia had lost all hope. Even their most battle-hardened special forces were, after all, mere mortals no match for divine agents. Still, whether driven by schadenfreude or a desire to witness the demise of what was once Blue Star's mightiest nation, countless spectators flooded Daxia's livestream to observe their contestants. Ha? WHWH what? Has Great Xia given up hope already? They're not even sending special forces this time? Just sending kids onto the field? A kid who looks like he's only 7 or 8, a young man who seems fresh out of college, clear-eyed yet foolish, and a Taoist priest with a hairy face and a thunderous mouth? What kind of team is this? Upon seeing the Great Xia trio, countless spectators both domestic and foreign were utterly perplexed. Oh my, this is clearly the little cutie, wild fury, and pretty boy trio. It does have a certain style reminiscent of our cold nether kingdom. Ha 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 ha. I was worried our beautiful country's devouring beast got wiped out by Daxia for no reason. I thought they actually had some real powerhouses. Looks like they've given up. It seems the ancient nation with over 5,000 years of culture, once the strongest on Blue Star, is finally doomed. Alas, it's truly heartbreaking. To borrow a line from our Hanming Kingdom's poetry, the setting sun is about to vanish, leaving only a desolate, soul-crushing view. Bull. Your Hanming Kingdom steals everything, you're such a bunch of thieves. Ha ha ha? What do you mean steal? Once your nation falls, our Hanming Kingdom will be the true heir to Huaxia. Damn it. Baka. Our Sakura Nation is the true heir to Huaxia. It's clearly our land of demons. Once Great Xia falls, we'll see who inherits the throne first. Such is the Great Xia. Though none of its neighboring nations acknowledge its status as the dominant power, the moment it falls, they will all scramble to claim the mantle of its rightful successor. And now, they believed, was the moment they thought the Great Xia was about to fall. Except for the Great Xia itself. Within the Great Xia itself, the sight of the three of national destiny had likewise plunged them into doubt. Do these three possess some special abilities? Why did the bureau chief send them to participate in the battle of national destiny? Could they be divine emissaries sent by the gods of our Great Xia? No. Impossible. Our Great Xia's deities vanished long ago. Without deities, where would their representatives come from? Could they be cultivators? That hairy-faced Taoist does look the part. Ugh, they can't have really given up, can they? No way. We're seriously short on people. I could go. I am the successor of the Mad Dog Fist, after all. Chapter 23, National Fortune Theme, Campaign Against Lion Camel Ridge. Thanks to the National Fortune Bureau's meticulous secrecy protocols, the identities of Lǐ Nézhā, Sun Changsheng, and Yang Jin remained tightly guarded. Even within the Great Xia Empire, the public remained unaware of their identities, let alone their true capabilities. All that was known was that these three were the newly appointed bureau chiefs of the National Fortune Bureau, elite warriors selected through arduous trials and rigorous screening. Those who did not believe in the Great Xia Empire had mostly already fled. Those who remained genuinely considered themselves citizens of the Great Xia, willing to stand with the nation through thick and thin. Thus, while they harbored doubts, after wrestling with their thoughts, they ultimately chose to place their trust in the Great Xia. Regardless, matters have come to this. Let us wait and see. I trust the bureau chief wouldn't gamble with the nation's survival. Even if Great Xia still suffers defeat, I will never become a slave of a conquered nation. If people from other countries dare to come, I will go down with them. The emergence of the Great Xia's three prophets stirred waves across the internet. However, most people preferred to focus on the powerful seeded teams, paying little attention to the Great Xia side. Of course, there were those who paid them extreme attention. Chengtang City, inside the Bauta Group headquarters. Li Jing stared at the live broadcast screen and sighed heavily. I wonder what the director was thinking, sending this bastard into the national destiny arena. Yes, he's a bit more capable than ordinary people, but so what? This monster. Sigh, this bastard will ultimately bring ruin upon the entire Great Xia. Li Jing gritted his teeth, wishing he'd never given birth to that freak, Lǐ Nézhā. Chairman, we've initiated a news lockdown. Beyond those already informed, no one else will learn that Lǐ Nézhā is your son. Those previously aware have been paid off except for the National Fortune Bureau.
The director probably wouldn't be impressed by our modest sum, but the National Fortune Bureau itself maintains strict confidentiality, a man in black reported.
Family scandals must not be aired publicly. No one must learn that this Lǐ Nézhā is my son.
Li Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Hey! Look! Look over there! That contestant, isn't that our nephew? Taosan.
In the newly built villa complex, a group of Taosan residents who had been relocated driving Porsches, Ferraris, and Rolls-Royces gazed excitedly at the large screen. They were all Yang Jin's relatives, aunties, uncles, and cousins. That kid said he joined the army, but I thought he was just enlisting as an ordinary soldier.
Who knew he'd end up on the National Fortune Battlefield? Wow, does this kid love dogs that much? He actually brought his big black dog along? Can you even bring pets to the National Fortune Battlefield? No way. Why? What gives him that privilege?
Our nephew is just some college grad who couldn't find a job.
Besides being good-looking, what makes him worthy of the bureau chief's attention to join the National Fortune Battlefield? People die all the time in that National Destiny Battlefield. Ah, my young family's only heir. Yang Jin's relatives wailed in unison.
Who would have thought that after the demolition compensation arrived, it ended with someone dying and the money left unspent?
This is truly heartbreaking. Hey, a call. It's from the National Fortune Bureau.
The Yang family members rushed to answer the call. It was Yáng Fān himself calling. Knowing Yang Jin's family was worried, he called first to reassure them.
Got it. Understood, Director. We won't leak any information. That's all.
After the call ended, all of Yang Jin's relatives present froze in place.
A god? Has our Yang family produced a god?
They stood frozen for a long time, unable to believe what they had heard. Director, Lǐ Nézhā's father also called. He insists we must never reveal Lǐ Nézhā's identity. He claims he has no such son.
Inside the National Security Bureau,
Yáng Fān, who had just finished calming Yang Jin's relatives and was preparing to arrange for Lǐ Nézhā, heard the news and let out a bitter laugh.
It's fine.
Though the Great Xia still doesn't fully trust our National Fortune contestants, it won't be long before they witness their true power.
Perhaps when Lǐ Nézhā returns victorious, his relationship with his parents might improve.
Yáng Fān said with a bitter smile.
Alright, let's get ready to watch the match. It's about to begin.
At that moment, in the waiting area of the National Fortune Battlefield, the 3-member teams from each nation had assembled.
Ding!
Attention all contestants, the National Fortune Battle is about to commence.
As before, this National Fortune Battle will randomly select a scene from each nation's mythology as its theme.
The chosen theme is, the campaign against Lion Camel Ridge. The voice of the National Fortune Gatekeeper, the referee, echoed in the ears of all contestants and every Blue Star inhabitant.
Oh? This time, they're actually using a theme from our Great Xia mythology? Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān's brows furrowed.
The live broadcast scene began to shift. National Fortune contestants from various nations were teleported in groups of 3 to different locations at the edge of Lion Camel Ridge. As far as the eye could see lay a vast expanse of desolate, snow-covered wilderness.
Mountain after mountain stretched out, eerie and terrifying. Ah!
Suddenly, one of the contestants let out a startled cry, looking down at the white expanse beneath their feet.
This isn't soil.
What lies beneath our feet are white skeletal remains. The other contestants quickly realized what was happening. The Lion Camel Ridge stretches 800 li, where skulls form ridges and bones stand like forests. Human hair is woven into mats, flesh rots into dust, truly a sea of corpses and blood, a hell on earth. Sun Changsheng gazed at the sea of bones and sighed.
Ding!
The theme of this National Fortune Battlefield is the subjugation of Lion Camel Ridge. The rules are relatively straightforward. Within Lion Camel Ridge dwells a total of 48,000 demons, including over 100 major demon leaders.
The 3 great demon lords are the blue-haired lion, the yellow-toothed old white elephant, and the golden-winged giant eagle.
National Fortune contestants must approach from different directions to subdue the demons of Lion Camel Ridge.
Each demon slain yields rewards, with stronger demons granting greater bounties.
Defeating the 3 demon lords and exterminating all demons on Lion Camel Ridge will secure ultimate victory in this National Fortune War and claim the final reward.
Note, this National Fortune battle is the most challenging in history.
The demons of Lion Camel Ridge possess formidable power, especially the 3 great demon kings.
The slightest misstep may result in counterattack and death. If a participant is slain by a demon, they will be eliminated, and their nation will face punishment.
National teams may employ any means to achieve victory, including but not limited to alliances, ambushes, and betrayals.
The mission rules have been announced. Now, the National Fortune battle officially begins.
The Guardian of National Fortune coldly announced the rules to all contestants and the live audience watching across Blue Star.
Almost instantly, this National Fortune theme, touted as the most challenging in history, instantly sent shockwaves across the entire Blue Star. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Lion Camel Ridge, where demons dance in chaos. Holy crap, what a grand gesture! A truly grand gesture. 48,000 minor demons, over 100 major demons, 3 great demon lords. I bet all the previous National Fortune battles combined didn't have as many demons as this one. I know Lion Camel Ridge, sir. It's one of the 4 great classics of our Han Ning Kingdom, a setting from Journey to the West. The Azure Lion, White Elephant, and Golden-Winged Giant Eagle, all terrifying beings capable of confronting celestial soldiers and generals. This stage is just too difficult. The demons on the National Fortune battlefield are slightly weaker than their mythical counterparts, so they're not quite that terrifying, otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. But it's still way too tough. Ha ha ha. No worries. Our Sheila Kingdom's fighters are so badass. The Sea King, the Lord of the Underworld, the War King. I refuse to believe we can't take down their Blue Lion, White Elephant, and Golden-Winged Giant Eagle. After all, Olympus is the mightiest divine realm. These 3 great fiends are demons of the Buddhist sect themselves. Among our Heavenly Temple contestants, there are also followers of Buddhism. Perhaps we're all one family. It doesn't necessarily have to come down to fighting and killing. We're all demons, and we're also called the 3 great demon kings. Our Sakura Nation's Tamamo no Mei, Great Tengu, and Shuten Doji are the strongest. Rumor has it many demons in Great Xia couldn't make it in our Sakura Nation, so they fled to Great Xia to lord it over others. Exactly. Take their Aioi, for instance. He's our own Yamada no Orochi. Hunted down by Susanoo, he was forced to sprout extra heads. Now he rules over Great Xia as Aioi, reigning supreme. So it seems that his measly Lion Camel Ridge would be easily wiped out by our Land of Cherry Blossoms' 3 great demon lords, wouldn't it? Across national forums and livestreams, discussions erupted over the theme of Lion Camel Ridge, now strewn with skeletal remains. Most nations' citizens were gripped by deep fear and anxiety. Of course, there were also those who were ignorant and fearless. But they were few and far between. No one understood why the Guardian of National Fortune had suddenly designated Lion Camel Ridge as such a high-stakes battlefield. Perhaps it wasn't the gatekeeper deliberately making things difficult. Rather, the theme itself is selected from the mythologies of various nations. It just so happened that our Great Xia mythology was chosen this time. Little did we expect that the scale of Great Xia mythology would prove to be somewhat excessive. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān surveyed the floor strewn with skeletal remains as he spoke. Director, with a battle of such magnitude at Lion Camel Ridge, are the 3 of them truly up to it? Asked the female secretary of the National Fortune Bureau. Rest assured. In Journey to the West, the 3 demons of Lion Camel Ridge never imagined they would one day face the Monkey King, the 2nd Prince, and Nézhā the 3rd Prince all at once. National Fortune battlefield, within the Lion Camel Ridge. Though all National Fortune contestants were aware of the perilous nature of this battle. But since they had come, failure meant death. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and push forward. They say this place is swarming with demons. So does that mean we can slaughter demons and set fires here with no one to stop us? Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily. Without another word, he summoned his fire-tipped spear and set the surrounding wilderness ablaze. Roar! Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the air. A massive horde of lesser demons, jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards numbering over 100, surged down from a nearby mountain peak. As far as the eye could see, they were all fierce and menacing, each radiating magical energy. They were all demons and monsters who had cultivated successfully and transformed into human form. They moved with organized precision, swiftly encircling Lǐ Nézhā, Sun Changcheng, Yang Jin, Xiao Tian, and the dog. TSK. Lion Camel Ridge truly lives up to its name. Sun Changcheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Though he had lived long and seen much, the spectacle still sent a jolt through his heart. Any being capable of shapeshifting would be a demon king elsewhere, far surpassing those worthless devouring beasts we've encountered. Yet here on Lion Camel Ridge, they're merely lowly minions. And there are over 48,000 such minor demons on this mountain. That's no small feat. Ha! You hairy-faced freak, you scared? Lǐ Nézhā sneered coldly. Little brat, you know nothing. Charging in recklessly could get you killed in an instant. That's no path to immortality, Sun Changcheng shot back, rolling his eyes at Lǐ Nézhā. Enough bickering. The enemy is at our doorstep. We 3 must unite our strength to confront this formidable foe. Yang Jin stepped to the front, his third eye scanning the surrounding demons relentlessly. Ha ha ha! This mountain was carved by my hand, this tree planted by mine. From the demon horde emerged a tiger demon clad in armor, wielding twin hammers. He glared at Yang Jin and his companions with overwhelming arrogance, scrutinizing them for a long moment before his expression turned to disappointment. I am Tiger Vanguard, Centurion under the command of the Azure Lion King. Tiger Vanguard radiated surging demonic power. With a single hammer strike, the earth shook, dust filled the sky, and a massive crater abruptly appeared. Whoa! That Tiger Vanguard is incredible. That single hammer blow could probably crush a tank. The moment Tiger Vanguard appeared, every citizen of Great Xia watching the livestream felt their hearts leap into their throats. And this is merely the first Centurion to appear. If even he's this formidable, what must the rest of the OU Ridge be like? And he's not alone, he's got over 100 minions with him. Sure, they can't match his strength, but sheer numbers.
Oh no, is our great Xia national champion going to get wiped out the moment he steps onto the stage? Countless eyes widened in dread. But that wasn't all. Ding! Attention! Hippopotamus Nation's contestant, Labrador, has been slain by Serpent Vanguard. Hippo Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Attention! Hippo Nation contestant Durabula has been slain by Serpent Vanguard. Hippo Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding dong! Attention! Hippo Nation's contestant Jiwa Izhang has been slain by Snake Vanguard. Hippo Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! All Hippo Nation contestants eliminated. As the first nation to be eliminated, they receive an additional penalty. An 8.0 magnitude earthquake strikes the entire nation. Punishment now being delivered. Hippo Nation, please take note. A series of announcements instantly echoed in the ears of all Blue Star citizens.
Hippo Nation was already a small country with a relatively weak mythological system. In previous national fortune battles, it had only been marginally stronger than nations like Great Xia, where deities had long since vanished. This time, it had become the first nation to be eliminated. Boom! A massive earthquake erupted across the entire Hippo Nation. The nation had already prepared certain structures to endure punishment following defeat on the battlefield of national fortune. Unexpectedly, all three contestants were wiped out simultaneously. Before the earthquake even struck, the nation had already suffered a 30% depletion of its citizens' collective stamina. In an instant, the entire populace was plunged into a state of exhaustion. Then came the magnitude 8 earthquake. Within mere minutes, the entire nation was plunged into catastrophic destruction, a scene of wailing and utter devastation. Citizens of Great Xia and other less powerful nations witnessed the Hippo Nation's devastation through live broadcasts. At that moment, every single person, every single one, felt their hearts sink. Chapter 25, The Invincible Nézhā. My dear nephew Yang Jin, why must your life be so bitter? Your first time on the National Fortune Battlefield, and you run into such a dangerous place as Lion Camel Ridge. I told you so, he shouldn't have been sent to this damn National Fortune Battlefield. I'll call the bureau chief right now. Can we pull my nephew out and send someone else in his place? But he's the only heir of the Yáng family. It won't matter who takes his place. If Great Xia falls this time, we'll still be slaves to a conqueror, and the Yáng family line will die out. Damn this National Fortune Battlefield. It's here to desecrate our Great Xia's ancestral graves. Hippo Nation may be small, but their contestants are still divine agents, not weak by any means. Yet they were slaughtered so easily? Has Lion Camel Nation's strength truly reached such heights? Chengtang City, Bada Group. Li Jing paced back and forth before the live streaming screen with a beautiful woman, both wearing grave expressions. Oomph. So much the better. That bastard calls himself the demon child, claiming he's second only to heaven itself? Let him learn a lesson. Oh dear. But he's your own flesh and blood. How can you wish for his death so readily? The woman was Li Jing's wife and the mother of Lǐ Nézhā, having endured a grueling 3-year pregnancy. Oomph. Li Jing's face remained twisted with fury, though he said no more. The slaying of the Hippopotamus Nation's contestant undoubtedly added a layer of bloodshed to the already heart-pounding National Destiny Battlefield. The National Destiny Battlefield. The martial virtue prince of Sakura Nation, having become the Great Tengu's proxy, now sported a long red nose and crimson face. Clutching around Fan, he glared with a savage grin at the group of demons from Lion Camel Ridge not far away. A bunch of useless trash, Prince Wuda spat coldly, though it was unclear whom he was addressing. Come on then. Let the whole world witness the might of our Sakura Nation squad. Kai Jingyu, blessed by Tamamo no Mei and Shuten Doji, along with the god of wine, unleashed the divine power within them, transforming into demonic forms. For a moment, judging by appearance alone, they seemed more demonic than the OU Ridge demons across from them. Kill. We are the strongest team from Zyra. The glory of Olympus is unmatched under heaven. We are the beacon of all Blue Star. These mere demons? Just so easy. No. I didn't choose to be the national fortune player. The gods selected me. I didn't want to come conquer your Lion Camel Ridge either. Don't kill me. Lion Camel Ridge, with its vast resources, wasn't merely besieging the Great Xia or Hippopotamus Kingdom's national fortune teams. It launched a full-scale assault, surrounding every single national fortune team. After a brief moment of shock, the numerous national fortune teams launched their counterattacks. In an instant, the entire national fortune battlefield descended into utter chaos. Live broadcasts across all nations were filled with scenes of battle erupting. Looks like there's no avoiding it. I wonder if these 3 players from our Great Xia are truly elite, or just random people the bureau chief picked to fill the roster. Look! They're about to strike. Across Great Xia, countless eyes widened as viewers fixated on their screens, desperate to witness whether their nation would face annihilation or cling to hope. Some had even ventured outdoors to watch the broadcast in open spaces, fearing the nationwide punishment earthquake that might strike if Great Xia suffered defeat. On the battlefield of national destiny, Yang Jin suddenly sneezed. This nationwide live broadcast feels a bit awkward, with everyone watching.
Pathetic. The more viewers, the better. I'm gonna be a superstar.
Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily, hoisted his fire-tip spear, and without another word, charged straight at the tiger vanguard.
Roar!
The tiger vanguard swung his massive hammer. He hadn't expected these three humans to not only refuse to flee upon seeing him, but to actually walk straight into his trap. The massive iron hammer came crashing down toward Lǐ Nézhā's head like a mountain.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Could this Lǐ Nézhā guy actually have some skills? He's actually attacking the tiger vanguard. Holy crap! This is serious.
I was just saying he should run if he couldn't win.
What the hell is under his feet? Why is it spewing fire? Ah!
Tiger Vanguard's massive iron hammer twice the size of Lǐ Nézhā's head crashed down with a thunderous boom, smashing directly into Lǐ Nézhā's skull.
The deafening clang of metal reverberated across the battlefield. Countless people in the Great Xia Empire couldn't help but close their eyes. It's over. That single thought filled every heart. That Lǐ Nézhā is just too reckless.
Seeing that huge iron hammer coming straight for his head, he didn't even try to dodge.
Seriously. Sai, it's over. Everything's over.
I told you so. Daxia is hopeless.
You'd better hurry up and follow me to emigrate to the United States. Getting a green card only costs me 500,000 now. Once your 3 contestants are dead, it'll be $1 million. Chengtang City, Bada Group.
Li Jing and the beautiful woman beside him felt their hearts skip a beat.
Nézhā. Oomph. That kid's arrogance knows no bounds. He thinks he can take on anything and truly believes he's invincible.
Now look at him, his imagination has run wild.
He'll be keeping company with the American Luzon.
Li Jing gritted his teeth, clutching the beautiful woman's hand beside him.
Oomph. That good for nothing. Better off dead.
Yet the beautiful woman beside him covered her eyes, tears streaming down her face.
Don't say that.
He is still your flesh and blood. Li Jing fell silent. He prepared to close his eyes, unwilling to witness this tragic scene.
Suddenly. Ha!
Li Jing's eyes widened instantly.
This can't be possible.
He and the beautiful woman rushed to the front of the screen in shock, staring at the live broadcast in disbelief.
He wasn't the only one. At that very moment.
Across all live streams, forums, bulletin boards, Weibo, and every discussion platform in the entire Great Xia Empire, everyone fell into a prolonged silence. They sat frozen, staring at the live stream screen, frozen for about 10 seconds.
Finally, someone snapped out of it and broke the silence. Holy. Is this even human? What did I just see? What did I just see? Ah!
This. Everyone stared at the screen in horror.
At that moment, on the National Fate Battlefield,
Tiger Vanguard's massive iron hammer came crashing down squarely on Lǐ Nézhā's head. It shattered into pieces.
But it wasn't Lǐ Nézhā's head that split open, it was Tiger Vanguard's massive iron hammer.
The massive hammer, smashing into Lǐ Nézhā's head, was instantly driven back, leaving a gaping hole in its own blade.
Crash!
The violent recoil sent Tiger Vanguard tumbling backward, the hammer's handle snapping clean off. His entire demonic form crashed backward over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Lǐ Nézhā, however, clutched his head not a single hair out of place and let out a wicked cackle.
Ha! Beast, you didn't know this young master is indestructible.
Chapter 26, The Great Xia Empire's First Reward. Lǐ Nézhā's skull had directly absorbed Tiger Vanguard's hammer blow, a strike powerful enough to crush a tank emerging unscathed. Worse still, he'd managed to warp the massive iron hammer itself.
Truly a defiance of the heavens. Tiger Vanguard was stunned.
The horde of lesser demons behind him were equally dumbfounded.
The Great Xia citizens watching the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Copperhead, iron arms? Invincible like a diamond? Wow, this is beyond human capabilities. Who would have thought? The bureau chief has truly recruited such an extraordinary national fortune champion. How is this possible?
The gods of Great Xia have long vanished.
Divine agents shouldn't exist. Where did he find this monster? Maybe he's not even from Great Xia, could be one of those Midas from our Han Ning kingdom. Get lost. Your cosmic cold nether kingdom is everywhere, it's ridiculous. After a brief lull,
all live streams, forums, Tiba, Weibo, and other platforms across Great Xia erupted simultaneously.
Everyone marveled at how incredibly tough Lǐ Nézhā's skull must be. Could it be, it's not that Lǐ Nézhā's head is hard, but that this Tiger Vanguard is a paper tiger?
His hammer is made of paper, so it smashed a hole right through.
Exactly. That's possible. With all your Great Xia deities extinct, there's no way you could have a divine proxy level powerhouse, you know? Exactly. Don't let a glimmer of hope cloud your judgment. Immigration to the United States is now available for just 600,000. Hurry up and sign up while spots last. Nézhā is certainly an extraordinary child, but he couldn't possibly withstand a giant iron hammer, could he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
With a single casual move, Lǐ Nézhā stunned the entire nation and countless foreigners abroad who had been eagerly awaiting the fall of Great Xia.
But shock aside,
After all, Great Xia had suffered consecutive defeats before. No traces of divine agents had ever surfaced before. Everyone had tacitly accepted that the myths of Great Xia had vanished. Neighboring Han Kingdom had even begun applying to list some of Great Xia's myths as cultural heritage. Therefore, they preferred to believe that the Tiger Vanguard's hammer was made of paper. They refused to accept that the Great Xia had actually fielded a truly formidable national fortune champion. But soon, they had no choice but to believe. Ha, so you're Tiger Vanguard? You sure hit me hard with that hammer. Lǐ Nézhā's eyes gleamed with malice as he stared at Tiger Vanguard, making the warrior's tiger-striped skin crawl. Now, it's my turn. Lǐ Nézhā soared into the air, flames bursting from his wind firewheels. Holy crap! He's flying. This scene instantly left countless viewers of the live broadcast in awe. The crowd followed Lǐ Nézhā's perspective as he ascended. Then they saw fire. A colossal fire dragon coalesced from Lǐ Nézhā's hands. It descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the still-dazed Tiger Vanguard's head. The Tiger Vanguard, still reeling from the backlash of his own hammer blow, hadn't regained his senses yet. He couldn't believe that this child, who looked no older than 7 or 8, could be so formidable. But whoever dared to offend us of Lion Camel Ridge would die. Tiger Vanguard's fighting spirit surged as he prepared to rise and fight again. Yet, a gust of wind swept through. Flames engulfed his entire body. Ah! Roar! Tiger Vanguard let out a piercing scream, rolling frantically on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. The surrounding lesser demons were all thrown into panic. They rushed to Tiger Vanguard's side, casting various water-based spells to douse the flames. But alas! Lǐ Nézhā's fire was no ordinary flame. It was the fire overlord, the threefold true fire. How could ordinary methods possibly extinguish such flames? Lǐ Nézhā struck with brutal intensity. He didn't hold back once he acted. Anything less than a merciless slaughter would dishonor his moniker as the demon child. Ha! Aya! Stop burning me! Stop burning me! I surrender! Shut up! I despise those who surrender. Lǐ Nézhā's flames surged, intensifying relentlessly. Soon after, Tiger Vanguard finally lost all strength, ceased struggling, and lay motionless on the ground, his breath gone. The entire ordeal lasted about 5 minutes. But in truth, Lǐ Nézhā had defeated him in mere seconds. The rest was pure torture. This scene left every viewer watching the livestream utterly stunned. Even through their screens, they could hear Tiger Pioneer's piercing screams and pleas for mercy. Goosebumps rose on everyone's skin as they marveled at Lǐ Nézhā's brutal cruelty, more demonic than demons, more villainous than villains. Yet, their shock quickly gave way to realization. Their eyes lit up with delight as they stared at Lǐ Nézhā. Holy! It's actually real. This Lǐ Nézhā truly possesses power beyond mortal limits. He's a divine proxy. Didn't we hear that gods vanished from our Great Xia? How could a divine proxy appear? The director is so awesome. The National Fortune Bureau was only established a mere 10 days ago, and they've already recruited such a formidable powerhouse. Damn impressive. Ha. Whoever says Great Xia lacks powerhouse warriors now? We've finally got something to stand tall about. That scared the crap out of me. I thought Great Xia was about to be destroyed. I was already preparing to have my vitality drained and fight off earthquakes. Cheers erupted simultaneously across the entire Great Xia Empire, from back alleys to rural villages, from cities to countryside. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune champion, Lǐ Nézhā, has slain the Tiger Vanguard. Ding! Great Xia receives reward. All citizens gain a 10% boost to stamina. Ding! Great Xia receives reward, 10 mines. The Guardian of National Fortune announced Great Xia's rewards to all of Blue Star. In an instant, all citizens of Daxia surged with boundless energy and vitality. Simultaneously, 10 mines rich with gold, silver, iron, coal, and other strategic resources crashed down with a thunderous roar in the Great Xia's northwestern desert. The sudden surge in stamina left the people of Daxia glowing with excitement. So hot. I need to let off some steam. After our continuous defeats, our nation had been drained of so much vitality. This is the first time our stamina has been boosted. Though it still falls short of what we once had, it feels absolutely amazing. This is our first wave of rewards for Great Xia. Countless eyes brimmed with tears. Li Jing and his wife's hearts instantly calmed. Oomph. This son of ours has some talent after all. Hey, wait a minute, I just remembered. Look at this Lǐ Nézhā. Isn't he the young hero who recently shattered the bones of a Naga dragon in the East Sea? Holy crap. Yeah. That's him. It's him, it's definitely him. No wonder he can slay dragons in the water and capture tigers on land. Who says the Great Xia has no heroes? So cool. After slaying the Tiger Vanguard, Lǐ Nézhā deliberately struck a pose, 1 foot planted on the beast's carcass, his gaze condescendingly sweeping over the crowd as his heaven-shaking brocade fluttered wildly. Should be about right now. Those reporters outside need me to look sharp for the cameras. Lǐ Nézhā had always aimed to become a great hero and superstar. After slaying demons, how could he not show off?
Watching from behind, Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng both covered their faces in embarrassment.
Could you stop showing off? There are still stragglers to deal with. Yang Jin surveyed the area. The numerous minor demons, now trembling in fear after the Tiger Vanguard's death. Wore expressions akin to hunters eyeing their prey.
Chapter 27, Turning the Tide at the Last Moment, Shocking the Entire Blue Star.
For some reason, after Tiger Vanguard's death, his minions didn't flee.
Instead, after a moment of terror, they gritted their teeth and continued their assault on the trio.
Yáng Fān rubbed his hands together, ready to strike. But Lǐ Nézhā beat him to it. You worthless minions.
I had no interest in you lot to begin with. How dare you come forward to meet your doom? Lǐ Nézhā grabbed a frog demon by the neck and snarled.
We can't run away.
If we return, the great king will be boiled alive and oil. Certain death awaits us. Perhaps fighting you to the death might leave us a sliver of hope, the toad demon replied.
Oh? Is that so? Lǐ Nézhā grinned. Didn't you think meeting this young master meant certain death?
Lǐ Nézhā suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive blast of 3 flame true fire that instantly incinerated the frog demon before him into ashes.
Ding! Great Xia's national fortune champion Lǐ Nézhā has slain the toad demon. Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward, all citizens' illnesses and ailments reduced by 5%.
Ha ha ha! Lǐ Nézhā cackled eerily.
I'm a kind-hearted young master who can't bear to see life taken.
But what can I do? You're all rewards for Great Xia. As meritorious subjects of our nation, we shall remember your sacrifices.
Lǐ Nézhā transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, his fiery spear scattering in all directions.
The hunt begins. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune champion Lǐ Nézhā has slain the wolf demon. Ding! Great Xia receives reward, a freshwater lake. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain a serpent demon. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward, a forest oasis. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain a leopard demon. Ding!
Great Xia receives reward, 5% speed boost for all citizens.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The guardian of national fortune simply couldn't stop.
Without a moment's pause, it broadcast Lǐ Nézhā's achievements to every soul across the entire blue star.
And reward after reward.
The Great Xia Empire was already resource-rich, but due to its successive defeats on the National Fortune Battlefield, numerous resources had been confiscated as punishment. At this moment, the vast majority of the Great Xia's territories were suffering from severe shortages of supplies, with everything in need of rebuilding.
Now,
Lǐ Nézhā had slaughtered every single one of the dozens of demons and monsters besieging him. Dozens of rewards instantly brought joy to every citizen of the Great Xia. With these resources, our Great Xia can fully recover.
Not only that, my bodily functions are finally beginning to recover. Aha! I feel power surging through my entire body. Holy crap! This feels amazing? Is this what it's like to be filled with rewards? Lǐ Nézhā! How badass is that? He single-handedly pulled the Great Xia Empire back from the brink of extinction? Wow! The bureau chief is impressive too, recruiting such a powerhouse. Wow wow wow! Did you see that?
Just now, Lǐ Nézhā transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed being.
Damn, how many divine abilities does he possess?
Invulnerable to damage, 3 heads and 6 arms, the 3 flame true fire. Even scarier is that besides Lǐ Nézhā, we still have Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng, 2 national fortune players who haven't even shown their hands yet.
You think they're masters too? You bet. The bureau chief is awesome. Maybe even that dog under Yang Jin's feet is a master.
At that moment, the entire Great Xia was ablaze with fervor. Every heart was racing with excitement. After several consecutive defeats that nearly crushed their spirits, their backbones suddenly stiffened.
Of course, while some rejoiced, others were filled with dread. Damn it! What's going on? How did Great Xia get such a powerful national fortune player?
Just this Lǐ Nézhā alone instantly killed all the monsters, and he did it brutally.
Damn it! I'm with the Animal Protection Association. You can kill them, but why torture them? Don't monsters have human rights too? Damn it!
That bastard Lǐ Nézhā ruined my immigration business.
No one's signing up anymore. I can't make a dime.
May your whole family die.
Breaking news! Breaking news!
Great Xia has emerged as the dark horse of this national fortune battlefield, taking the top spot.
Has this ancient Eastern nation awakened? If Great Xia's myths resurface, their divine realm would be the strongest on Blue Star. The current global balance might be upended. Olympus, Asgard, the Temple of Heaven, and other powerful divine realms on Blue Star began closely monitoring Great Xia's national fortune contestant. Amitabha Buddha.
This is utterly impossible. Great Xia possesses not a shred of divine essence.
Mount Ling, the sacred peak of Buddhism. The supreme Buddha, Shakyamuni, sat majestically at the center, radiating brilliant light.
Avalokitesvara stood on a lotus pedestal beside him, standing respectfully. Before them, a halo of light broadcast the national fortune livestream.
It's these 3.
They deceived me, swindling away so many of my spiritual treasures and magical artifacts.
Could it be that they used my spiritual treasures to embark on their path to immortality? Guanyin reported. It matters not.
Such spiritual treasures will not elevate them significantly in such a short time.
Shakyamuni's tone was cold and devoid of any emotion. Besides, it's just one Lǐ Nézhā. That doesn't prove anything. Guanzizi nodded. The Great Xia Pantheon was ancient and profound, its power unmatched across Blue Star.
Should it truly emerge, the nearby White Elephant Kingdom Pantheon would face dire consequences.
Great Xia. Chengtang City.
Look, your son has become a great hero of Daxia. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he saved the nation. Lǐ Nézhā's mother smiled at Li Jing.
He did manage to do one good deed.
Li Jing forced a smile.
Then should we let others know he's your son? It would bring honor to the Li family.
Li Jing fell silent. It was he who had feared others discovering that Lǐ Nézhā was his son. The shame would have been too great and had urgently orchestrated a public relations campaign to seal the news.
Now he was regretting it?
I, Li Jing, am no two-faced coward. I've said it before, even if I die, even if I jump off this building, I will never acknowledge him as my son.
Li Jing roared angrily.
Brother Yáng Fān, congratulations from the Great Xia government. You truly turned the tide at the last moment.
Within the National Fortune Bureau,
General Commander Wan Tianxue of the Great Xia military sent a congratulatory telegram. Before truly demonstrating its capabilities, the National Fortune Bureau had remained an obscure institution in the eyes of all Great Xia citizens.
Now, however, everyone was convinced.
Simultaneously, all eyes turned to Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng, who had yet to make their move. One Lǐ Nézhā alone proved so formidable. He had single-handedly vindicated the National Fortune Bureau.
Then surely the other two members of this team must be equally formidable?
However, Brother Yáng Fān, given the reversal of the Great Xia's situation, we plan to launch a National Fortune livestream to showcase our nation's might.
We'll leave this matter to your National Fortune Bureau. No problem. Yáng Fān readily agreed.
Still, he couldn't help but feel this so-called livestream was rather unnecessary.
Well, if the leadership orders it, we can't very well refuse. Yáng Fān casually selected two ordinary clerks from the National Fortune Bureau.
You two, go set up this National Fortune livestream.
What? Us?
The two clerks exchanged bewildered glances.
What the heck? Such a daunting task, and they were the ones assigned to it? Chapter 28, Bahai, Shigandang, Benbor, Babor. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the official Daxia National Fortune livestream. I'm your host, Benbor Baba. I'm your host, Baor Ba. The boss ordered it, so they had no choice but to comply.
Though Yáng Fān had slightly overestimated his team's capabilities, the two hosts steeled themselves and pressed on. Inside the National Fortune Bureau, the studio was set up, and the two hosts took the stage. I'm sure you're all very curious about the identities of our three Great Xia National Fortune contestants. As everyone knows, the myths of our Great Xia have long since vanished. Thus, we have no deities, and naturally, no divine representatives. This absence has led to repeated defeats for Great Xia in previous National Fortune battles. Benbor Bao glanced at the materials Yáng Fān had provided as he addressed the nation's citizens. The contents of the documents were entirely new to him, but since the National Fortune battle had already commenced and external interference was impossible, there was no need to keep this information confidential.
Ha! Benbor Bao host, that name is hilarious.
From what he's saying, our three contestants aren't divine agents.
So where did their extraordinary abilities come from?
The official livestream proved most lethal. Soon, the National Fortune livestream swept across the nation, capturing the attention of all Great Xia citizens. Even many foreigners were watching, curious how the Great Xia National Fortune Bureau had recruited such formidable individuals. The livestream instantly reached capacity, with more people still trying to squeeze in.
Only with Great Xia's advanced technology could such a load be sustained. Other nations' networks simply couldn't handle it.
Bao Boerban saw that the crowd had gathered sufficiently. This Lǐ Nézhā is not a divine proxy, but a genuine deity, the reincarnation of Nézhā, the great god of the three altars and sea assembly of Daxia.
Not just Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and even Yang Jin's pet dog all are divine reincarnators.
You can speculate which deities they belong to.
Reincarnators. The crowd froze in stunned silence upon hearing the term. Olympus, Asgard, the temple of heavenly gods, Takamagara, and other divine realms were thrown into uproar.
Daxia reincarnators.
We must monitor them closely henceforth. Under no circumstances can we allow the Daxia deities to return, by any means.
Otherwise, we will all face reckoning. The Great Xia myths had long vanished, yet these divine realms had secretly plundered untold riches from behind the scenes. Were it not for the Great Xia's tightly guarded borders, they would have annihilated the realm long ago. Thus, upon hearing news of the Great Xia myths, these divine realms were all filled with deep concern.
Lingshan Mountain, White Elephant Kingdom.
Sakyamuni, Avalokitesvara, and other Buddhist deities also paled visibly.
World-honored one, what is a reincarnator? It sounds like a term from our Buddhist tradition, asked Avalokitesvara. Shakyamuni remained silent for a moment before finally uttering a single sentence.
This Lǐ Nézhā seems to have a karmic connection with our Buddhist lineage.
While the numerous divine realms merely took note of the emergence of a divine reincarnator in Great Xia,
then the ordinary human nations beneath those divine realms, especially those harboring hostility toward Great Xia, or even nations that had already taken action and harmed Great Xia, were suffering worse than if they were crying.
Damn it! How am I supposed to run my immigration business now? This sucks. At 30,000 per person, who'd even want to immigrate now? Damn it! Why does Great Xia get all the luck?
No divine agents, but they get a divine reincarnator.
Wonder which is stronger, these reincarnators or the divine agents? What exactly's the difference between the two? Reincarnators sound way more high-end, don't they? Damn it! We Sakura Nation had everything ready to take over their lands after Great Xia's collapse. Who could have seen this coming? Ahahaha. How about that? Stunned, aren't you?
Our Great Xia Empire isn't something you can afford to mess with.
Our previous failures stemmed from lacking a National Fortune Bureau to uncover these reincarnators hidden among the populace. But now, Great Xia has risen anew.
The entire Great Xia Nation erupted in cheers.
Oomph. Don't get too cocky. So what if you have reincarnators? Who says they can defeat the divine agents?
You've barely shown signs of revival, yet you're already so arrogant.
Get real. Arrogance requires capital. Within a temple in Jinshan City, Great Xia,
a burly monk, his muscles bulging and a dragon tattoo stretching over his shoulder, abruptly crushed a minor demon lurking among the common folk of Great Xia. Golden light radiated from his entire body as he stared at the livestream, murmuring to himself.
Reincarnators?
In Great Xia, those possessing extraordinary powers are called reincarnators.
At the foot of Mount Tai, in an ordinary village,
a man wearing sunglasses and a leather jacket, riding a motorcycle, had just dealt with a group of street thugs.
You're quite the character. With skills like yours, could you be one of those reincarnators the host mentioned?
Several elderly men and women gathered around, speaking kindly.
Auntie, don't talk nonsense. I'd bet my life I'm not a reincarnator.
The sunglasses-wearing man replied with a smile. But despite his words, he returned home alone and began watching the National Fortune livestream intently.
Divine reincarnator, Nézhā. Then it's no surprise. This Yang Jin with his dog must be the reincarnation of Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan, the second Prince Yang Jin. And this Taoist with the hairy face and thunder god's mouth, could he be that one?
The news of the reincarnators instantly sent shockwaves through the entire Great Xia Empire. The seemingly inevitable defeat vanished in an instant.
Within the National Fortune Bureau, keep an eye out for any new reports.
If anyone else with special abilities is suspected of being a reincarnator, contact the National Fortune Bureau immediately.
I will personally invite them here. Yáng Fān instructed several customer service representatives. Understood, Director. The entire National Fortune Bureau now held Yáng Fān in the highest regard.
Who could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable Taoist priest could truly shoulder the fate of the Great Xia Nation?
Hey! Director, look!
The National Fortune Trio has encountered a new monster.
Suddenly, someone called out.
Yáng Fān's interest was instantly piqued as he turned his gaze to the live feed. After dealing with the initial horde of monsters, Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Changsheng pressed on toward the heart of Lion Camel Ridge. Soon, they arrived at the shore of a small lake. With mountains and water around them, and feeling tired from their journey, they took out the fresh flesh and blood of the tiger vanguard and other demons they had obtained earlier. Lighting a fire, the three began to grill their meal.
Ha ha ha, this demon flesh tastes far more delicious than ordinary meat from Blue Star. Eating it makes my whole body feel warm. You're so naive.
Back when I was rampaging through the 5 barbarian tribes, the land was crawling with demons and monsters.
I've grown accustomed to their taste. But demons of the Lion Camel Ridge's caliber? Their meat is truly more succulent.
And so, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the trio launched into their live-streamed feast.
Countless viewers at home watched, drooling uncontrollably. Aha! That looks so freaking delicious. I wanna eat too. Damn it. Let's go to Jibwa City and feast.
Yet, just as the Great Xia crowd drooled over Lǐ Nézhā and his companions' feast, suddenly, from the nearby lake, a figure emerged, disheveled hair, clad in blue robes, and reeking of death.
Ding!
The Great Xia's 3-man team encounters legendary dungeon boss, Mountain Village Corpse, Xu Runmei.
Xu Runmei? Chapter 29, Xu Runmei vs. Erlang Shun?
The moment Xu Runmei appeared, the atmosphere instantly turned bitterly cold.
As if boundless corpse energy erupted in all directions, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Holy! What's going on?
The Great Xia citizens, who had been feeling confident, suddenly froze in shock.
A hidden boss in the legendary dungeon? How did our Great Xia contestants stumble upon it out of nowhere?
This Xu Runmei seems pretty formidable. My kid saw her and started crying.
Ha 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 ha. I told you so.
Your Great Xia dynasty's days are numbered. The moment you finally produced a decent-looking god-tier reincarnator, he runs into a legendary boss.
My immigration fee is now 1 million. Take it or leave it.
If you don't come, just wait to be enslaved by a conqueror.
Hidden bosses have appeared in previous National Fortune battles before.
Their strength varies, but even the weakest can wipe out several National Fortune squads.
This Great Xia Reincarnator squad? Their strength is decent, I'd say. But they're just incredibly unlucky.
Perhaps the fall of Great Xia truly is the will of heaven.
A public intellectual named Dwarf Big Tight voiced his opinion on the forum. Who exactly is this Chu Runmei? How could someone become a hidden boss in a chaotic place like Lion Camel Ridge, where demons run rampant? Many rushed to search for information on Chu Runmei across various platforms. And they actually found it. Monkey King Sun Wukong vs Chu Runmei. Who's stronger? Who's stronger, Chu Runmei or Patriarch Bodhi? Who's stronger, Chu Runmei or Primordial Lord? Chu Runmei vs Pangu. Who is stronger? Chu Runmei vs Hongjun Laozu. Who's stronger? One trending video after another left viewers dazzled.
They sent shockwaves through countless hearts.
Good heavens! This Chu Runmei is actually someone who can be compared to great deities like Patriarch Bodhi, Primordial Lord, Pangu, and Hongjun? Such a divine being, why haven't I heard of him before?
Even the foreign deities beyond the Great Xia Empire were dumbfounded.
Ba.
The Patriarch Bodhi and the Primordial Lord are no less than myself, let alone world-creating deities like Pangu and Hongjun.
On Mount Ling, Sakyamuna's expression turned puzzled. This Chu Runmei, could he be a hidden supreme deity within the Great Xia? Olympus Mountains.
Supreme God Zeus, thunder surging within him, watched the livestream in deep contemplation.
If he were a supreme deity, how could he have fallen to this Lion Camel Ridge, becoming a hidden boss?
But even I dare not compare myself to Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. This Chu Runmei truly surpasses me. Whoever it was who compiled all these hot topics about Chu Runmei, soon, under everyone's deliberate attention, they spread across the entire blue star.
It's over. Everything's over. It's all finished. This Chu Runmei is actually on the same level as the great god Pangu?
Good grief, even if Nézhā himself showed up, he'd probably be taken out in one move.
Forget about Nézhā's reincarnated followers. Countless Great Xia citizens suddenly turned ashen-faced. No one could have imagined.
A seemingly insignificant minor boss they'd stumbled upon turned out to have such immense power.
At that moment, on the battlefield of National Fortune, Lǐ Nézhā was itching to fight, ready to charge into battle.
Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder.
You've done enough showing off. Now it's my turn.
Yang Jin pushed Lǐ Nézhā back down to the ground, muttered keep eating, then beckoned to Xiao Tian. Man and dog rose to their feet. This man, Yang Jin, I'm sure you've all guessed it by now, is none other than the reincarnation of Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan, the second prince of heaven. And that big black dog of his is none other than the Heavenly Hound. In the National Fortune livestream, Ben Boba continued his commentary. He felt rather uneasy at that moment. Director, could Erlangshan really lose to Chu Runmei? He won't get one shot, will he?
This is a National Fortune player we worked so hard to recruit for Great Xia. Yáng Fān's mouth twitched. What's with all this hype?
This fantastical world was quite different from the Earth Yáng Fān had known before his transmigration. While the meme about Chu Runmei existed, no one had ever pointed out her true strength. Comparing Chu Runmei to Erlangshan is like comparing your strength to that of the entire Olympian pantheon combined.
Ha? Me? Ben Boba pointed at himself, utterly bewildered.
Per instructions from the director of the National Fortune Bureau, this Chu Runmei isn't overly formidable. No need for panic, everyone.
Witness the majestic presence of our Great Xia's Yang Jin.
In the livestream, the two hosts relayed Yáng Fān's words to the audience, attempting to calm the masses. Yet rumors proved too potent. Some individuals were deliberately stirring trouble. This director might be the director of the War Propaganda Bureau. He's just telling us a white lie to keep us calm, but in reality, your Great Xia is already on the brink of survival or extinction.
Dwarf Big Tight declared. Good thing I've already emigrated. Aren't you guys going to emigrate? It only costs 2 million now.
Once Chu Runmei wipes out that Erlangshan reincarnation, then takes down the Nézhā reincarnation, and finally deals with that hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed one, you won't even be able to leave. You'll end up with your country destroyed, your homes lost, and yourselves enslaved.
Damn it. Can you shut up? You're driving me crazy. Who says our great-nephew Yang Jin can't beat this so-called Chu Runmei? Chu Runmei can take on Primordial Lord and Patriarch Bodhi. Even the real Erlangshan would get wiped out in seconds. Oomph. I don't buy it. Fine. Let's wait and see. At this moment,
across the entire Blue Star, not just Great Xia, but countless nations, even many divine realms and supreme deities, all eyes were fixed on this colossal battle. They all wanted to witness the true strength of this unknown deity, Chu Runmei, the one who dared claim he could stand against Primordial Lord, Ancient Sage Bodhi, and the colossal figures of Hongjun and Pangu. It seems the three great demons of Lion Camel Ridge are merely puppets of Chu Runmei.
He is the true ruler of Lion Camel Ridge. The Great Xia Empire is truly unlucky. With the reincarnator, they shouldn't have faced annihilation. Yet, alas. Look! It's happening. It's about to happen. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Holy! Is this emulating heaven and earth? Before their eyes, Yang Jin's body abruptly grew colossal. A towering giant pierced the clouds, his feet planted firmly on the earth.
Standing over 200 meters tall, he resembled a mountain, gazing down upon the ants below. Yang Jin was actually feeling a bit shaky at that moment. He didn't know the true extent of Chu Runmei's power. But he seemed to recall seeing a video of Chu Runmei battling Hongjun Pangu. If she was truly that formidable, he would stand no chance against her. Yet for the sake of the Great Xia's destiny, he had no choice but to fight. Therefore, Yang Jin made his decision. To give it his all. Just one strike. I'll unleash every ounce of my skill, every shred of my strength. If I truly cannot defeat this Chu Runmei, then it is fate heaven itself will bring ruin upon Great Xia. But I will show the world that Great Xia never surrenders. That we dare to draw our swords against formidable foes, displaying the unyielding spirit of iron. Yang Jin's eyes gleamed with a death-defying resolve as he gripped the mountain-splitting divine axe, its formidable might radiating from his grasp. With divine might and mountain-splitting force, he swung with all his might at the unfathomably powerful Chu Runmei beneath his feet.
Chapter 30, is that all you've got? No real power. Ah! So freaking awesome. This is emulating heaven and earth. One of the mightiest divine abilities in the Great Xia myths, mimicking the heavens and earth, truly unrivaled. Truly worthy of being the reincarnation of Erlangshan, Yang Jin. This move is utterly domineering.
Yang Jin took a single step forward, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. With a casual strike, he unleashed a raging tempest.
This is just like one of our Sakura Nation's little monsters. Destined to be defeated by the righteous Ultraman.
Goodness gracious, Yang Jin's performance is so convincing he genuinely seems more powerful than our nation's divine agents.
Who else could transform into a 200-meter-tall monster?
This Yang Jin has a karmic connection with my Buddha. A reincarnator this powerful, his strength likely rivals those Olympian deities and Cherry Blossom Nation representatives.
He might even be stronger. Across forums and livestreams, countless Great Xia citizens voiced their admiration for Yang Jin. It couldn't be helped.
Compared to Lǐ Nézhā's 3 flame true fire and his 3 heads and 6 arms,
Yang Jin's heaven-emulating, earth-shaping technique, at the very least, looked undeniably more impressive. Hey! Are you guys out of your minds? Even if his emulating heaven and earth is impressive, could he possibly be a match for Chu Runmei? Dwarf Big Tight posted dismissively on the forum.
His cold splash of water instantly cooled the fervor of the excited Great Xia citizens.
Yeah.
Sigh, Yang Jin's heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique is indeed formidable, but his opponent is someone who could rival Pangu himself.
Pangu was a titan who split heaven and earth.
Shuring couldn't hold a candle to him, and Yang Jin certainly stands no chance.
Director, Sigh.
I know you've worked hard and recruited several incredibly powerful national fortune candidates for our Great Xia.
But it can't be helped, your plans have failed. It's the will of heaven. No matter what, I refuse to live as a slave of a conquered nation. Bring it on. Across Great Xia, multitudes had once again ventured outdoors, awaiting the punishment that would follow Yang Jin's slaying by the Chu beauty.
Ha ha ha. Great Xia shall perish today.
Want to emigrate? It'll cost you 3 million now, no, 5 million. Who told you not to emigrate earlier? With the empire collapsing, prices are going up. Young Master Yang Jin. Alas! Our Yang family line is about to die out. Everyone stared wide-eyed.
Their eyes were glued to the National Fortune livestream.
On the battlefield of national destiny. Over 200 meters away, Yang Jin unleashed a full power strike.
His colossal mountain-splitting divine axe, carrying overwhelming might, swung toward the seemingly invincible enemy before him, a death-defying blow.
Meanwhile,
Chu Runmei, already a prominent figure on Blue Star, lifted her head. 2 eyes peered out from beneath her disheveled hair, staring in terror at the giant axe in the sky.
No way? No way? Are you kidding me? I'm just an ordinary ghost. Do I really deserve such a terrifying attack? What did I ever do to you? If I get killed here, I'll have quite the story to tell King Yama when I get down there. I fought the second Prince of Heaven and was killed by his full power strike. Even the King of Hell would be shocked. Chu Runmei stared at the colossal mountain-splitting axe, terror gripping her soul until it nearly scattered. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. Thud.
Without a word, Chu Runmei knelt down.
Directly. Without a moment's hesitation. She knelt down on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. He banged his head down hard. Blood began to trickle from his forehead. What's going on?
Yang Jin froze in shock.
Not far away, Lǐ Nézhā and Sun Changshan were equally bewildered.
In the livestream, countless Great Xia citizens who had believed their end was imminent were utterly dumbfounded.
Dwarf Big Tight's glasses even fell to the ground. Lingshan.
The treasure hall of the Thunder Sound Temple.
Shakyamuni, Avalokitesvara, and a host of Buddhist bodhisattvas and arhats all looked utterly bewildered, murmuring Amitabha Buddha in confusion. What the hell? What's that Chu guy Mei doing? Begging for mercy? Olympus. Zeus' thunderbolts nearly faltered. Temple of the gods. The supreme deity Brahma, with his 4 faces, exchanged glances in silence. Among the myriad divine realms, all matters concerning Great Xia, once the mightiest of them all, were treated with extreme sensitivity. The sudden emergence of a Chu beauty claiming to rival Pangu, wasn't that enough to stir the entire divine world into alarm and scrutiny? Well, now. Everyone seemed to have witnessed a farce? Wait, what just happened? This is utterly mind-boggling. Wasn't Chu Runmei supposed to instantly annihilate Yang Jin, then eliminate the other 2 Great Xia contestants, leading to the Empire's collapse? The script was all set, and then you pull this? On the battlefield of national destiny. Yáng Fān hastily withdrew his divine power, the light from the 3rd eye on his forehead shining down. Ah! The pure Yang heavenly eye, besides its investigative capabilities, also possessed a certain lethal effect against ghostly entities. That seemingly arrogant Chu woman, Chu Runmei, instantly let out a heart-wrenching scream as Yang Jin's divine light struck her. Her body began to char and rot, and she fell to the ground, rolling around and begging for mercy. Is that all she's got? Yang Jin was dumbfounded. Under the scrutiny of his heavenly eye, this Chu Runmei was nothing more than an ordinary ghost with a few terrifying traits, probably only capable of scaring a child. That was all. Forget him. Even his dog could handle it with ease. So this Chu Runmei is such trash? All that online hype about him battling Pangu or Hongjun? Total bull. Who is it? Who's behind these unscrupulous media outlets? They've caused a nationwide sensation with these rumors. It's not just nationwide, it's gone viral globally. Look at all the divine realms, Buddha, Zeus, they've all been shaken up. Is that it? That's all there is to it? It's like a freshly paved road, smooth as glass, not a single pebble in sight. Liars. All liars. The Great Xia people love to deceive the most. Even Sakyamuni, the supreme deity, couldn't keep a straight face for a moment, his lips twitching. Beside him, Avalokitesvara covered her face, struggling to stifle her laughter. Ever since the great disturbance in heaven was settled, the Buddhist sect had been deceived by the Great Xia divine kingdom. Now, even ordinary mortals dared to deceive them. Not even the Buddha or bodhisattvas could escape it. The Great Xia Empire has truly gone too far. World-honored one, should we instruct our national representative to eliminate the Great Xia contestant and avenge us? Avalokitesvara asked respectfully. Shakyamuni pressed his palms together in prayer, remaining silent for a long moment before finally shaking his head. The Lion Camel Ridge-themed National Fortune Battle holds profound significance for our Buddhist sect. Our National Fortune contestants have more crucial matters at hand and must not be disturbed for now. The Great Xia will be dealt with by teams from other divine realms. Understood. Guanzizi bowed deeply and did not pursue the matter further. Oomph. What a waste of my time. Zeus of Olympus waved his sleeve dismissively, turning his attention away from the beautiful Chu woman. Your Divine Majesty, though Great Xia has indeed caused quite a stir this time, our Olympus National Fortune team is an all-star squad. Eliminating the Great Xia team will serve to appease your anger. Poseidon murmured softly. So be it. The Great Xia deities absolutely must not return. These reincarnators might be pawns in their return. Better to eliminate them sooner rather than later, Zeus declared. Damn it! This Chu Runmei is utterly disappointing. Dwarf Big Tight roared. He had already convinced some people to emigrate, with 3 million in payment nearly transferred over. Never did he expect Chu Runmei to be so weak she went down without even lasting a single round. Couldn't she have held out just a little longer? Useless. Absolutely useless. Ahahaha. Nephew Yang Jin. Our Yang Jin is truly awesome. Erlangshan's reincarnation, unmatched under heaven. Looks like the sole heir of the Yang family is safe after all. Yang Jin's large group of relatives erupted in cheers. On the battlefield of national fortune, Chu Runmei, covered in scorch marks, staggered to his feet. This is outrageous. Chu Runmei gritted her teeth, pulling a talisman from her sleeve and lighting it immediately. Then she glared viciously at Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Changsheng. You're finished. I've summoned Brother Feng. He's all-powerful and omnipotent. He'll be here soon to kill every last one of you. Chapter 31, The Wind Riding Great Sage, Little Whirlwind? Brother Feng? Who is Brother Feng? As soon as Chu Runmei uttered these words, Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Changsheng all felt a surge of confusion. Just mentioning his name will scare you silly. A smug look spread across Chu Runmei's face. He holds a lofty position and possesses formidable power, overseeing the defense of the entire Lion Camel Ridge. The villagers, along with other ghost friends and minor demon friends I know, all call him the wind-dispelling great sage or the wind-drilling ancestor. It was only through my beauty that I caught Brother Wind's eye. Otherwise, summoning him would be impossible. Chu Runmei stood with her hands on her hips, looking down her nose at Yang Jin and his 2 companions. I advise you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, when Brother Feng arrives, you won't even get to keep your bodies intact. Wind-dispelling sage? Wind-piercing ancestor? Wow, such grand titles? This Brother Feng is no ordinary being, huh? Yang Jin's expression darkened, his gaze turning grave. Holy crap! No wonder. That's why this seemingly powerless Chu Runmei could become a hidden boss. I was wondering, turns out she's got some serious backing. Blue Star's forums, livestreams, Weibo, and other platforms erupted once more. Chu Runmei had already made global headlines, essentially pulling a prank on all of Blue Star's populace, including those lofty deities. The heat hadn't even died down yet. Who would have guessed she'd pull off another massive stunt? OU Ridge, tens of thousands of demons and monsters spanning 800 li. They're responsible for defending this entire region. This Brother Feng? He's probably in the top tier of power across the whole OU Ridge. Might even be stronger than the 3 great demon kings. Exactly. Could the 3 great demon kings really handle guarding an 800 li demon lair? Only a truly formidable force could manage that. The wind-dispelling Great Sage. Great Sage. In our Great Xia mythology, only demons of immense power who rule a domain and if challenged the heavenly court can be called Great Sages, like the Monkey King Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, or the Heaven Equalizing Great Sage. Who would have thought? Within Lion Camel Ridge, besides the 3 great demon kings, there exists another Great Sage level being. Ha 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 ha. Well, I told you the Great Xia Empire couldn't escape its doomed fate. Even if you defeat Chu Runmei, what then? You'll all die in the end anyway. Want to emigrate now? Only 3 million. That's right, the price has gone up again. Looks like the true powerhouse of Lion Camel Ridge is about to emerge. Young Master Yang Jin, can you hold your ground? If you really can't win, just run away. Our Yang family bloodline can't be cut off. In Taoshan, the Yang family relatives residing in grand villas and driving luxury sports cars began to panic once more. It wasn't their fault, they were still worried about their family's sole heir. Oomph. Finally, a formidable opponent is coming. I was hoping that bastard would suffer a bit on the National Fate Battlefield, get taught a lesson, and learn what humility means. Who knew the monsters he faced before were so weak? Li Jing seated with fury, his gaze fixed on the livestream screen where Lǐ Nézhā's wind fire wheels spun endlessly beneath his feet. With the wind fire wheels, even if he encounters an opponent he can't defeat, he should at least be able to escape, right? National Fate Battlefield. Yang Jin's expression grew grave as he asked in a low voice. This wind-driving great sage you mentioned, what's his real name? Could he be some ancient demon who commands the winds? Like Filian? Hu Jiao? Han Ba? Ying Long? He rattled off several names, all ancient demons from his memory capable of controlling wind in the Great Xia. But Chu Runmei kept shaking her head. What? I've never heard of any of those. My Brother Feng must be way more powerful than them, right? What did you say? Yang Jin's expression grew even more grave. Filian, known as the Lord of Wind, yes, that very Lord of Wind and Rain had once fought against the Yellow Emperor on Qi Yu's side during their Great War. Ying Long, hailed as the progenitor of dragons, commanded wind and water with ease, ranking among the pinnacle of Daxia's demonic powers. This Brother Feng that Chu Runmei mentioned was actually more powerful than them? How incredibly powerful must he be? Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. Could it be that this Wind Brother is none other than the golden-winged Great Eagle, one of the 3 great demons of Lion Camel Ridge? He too is a being who can summon winds and rains at will. Had they just entered Lion Camel Ridge only to face the strongest boss in this dungeon? No way. Whoosh. 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 Just as Yang Jin was lost in thought, a howling gale swept through the air. In a barren mountain wilderness not far away, a sandstorm suddenly erupted. The gale swept up a red-haired, eagle-beaked male demon who carried a banner in his hand, howling along with the wind. Just by the way he made his entrance, it was clear this visitor was no ordinary being. Damn! That's impressive. No wonder they call him the Wind Rider Sage. That entrance is way more epic than those cannon fodder tiger vanguards. Dwarf Big Tight stared at the screen, his eyes gleaming as he watched the swirling sandstorm fill the sky. Looks like we finally got a real expert. What's up with this Lion Camel Ridge? They look so tough, but all they send out are tiger vanguard trash like Chu Runmei? This is messing up my immigration business. Excellent. Did you see that? That's what a true master looks like. Soon, all 3 of your Great Xia's national fortune contestants will be torn apart by the storm. Want to emigrate now? It's only 5 million. The Wind Rider Sage's entrance was truly majestic. For a moment, countless Great Xia citizens watching the livestream couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. No way, is this real? That wind riding technique looks seriously powerful. We're done for. All eyes were glued to the giant screen, utterly stunned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the legendary Wind Rider Sage, the wind-drilling ancestor, made his entrance. He stood amidst the raging winds, slowly descending to the ground. Oh, Brother Feng, you're here. Chu Runmei, seeing him, hastily tore her clothes into several pieces to expose herself a bit more, then stepped forward. It's these 3. They bullied this little lady. Brother Wind. You must avenge me. Chu Renmei knelt on the ground, clutching the wind-driving sage's leg as she wailed pitifully. Oh? Who? Just these three? The Wind Rider Saint glared at Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Changsheng, his robes flapping fiercely in the wind. You'd better watch whose dog you're beating. The Wind Rider Saint roared. Do you know who I am? Who? Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng all stood guarded. Yang Jin's heavenly eye emitted a beam of light, scanning the wind-chasing great sage. Impressive indeed. I can't even gauge his true strength, Yang Jin thought to himself. I am. The Wind Rider Sage waved the banner in his hand. This one, appointed by the Great King of the Blue Lion on Lion Camel Ridge. Chosen by the Great Blue Lion King? He truly was extraordinary. Yang Jin and his two companions drew their weapons, their divine power surging within them as they prepared for the impending battle. Even if we can't win, we'd better make our escape early. Speak up. Who exactly are you? Why all the stalling? Lǐ Nézhā shouted impatiently. The Wind Rider Saint had intended to stall a bit longer, just to show off his awesomeness. I am Xiao Xuanfeng, personally appointed by the Great King of the Blue Lions as squad leader of the Mountain Patrol Brigade, responsible for patrolling the entire Lion Camel Ridge. After speaking, he even sang a line. The Great King sent me to patrol the mountains, so I'll wander through the mortal world. What? Patrol squad leader? Little whirlwind? Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng already on edge nearly choked on their own blood. So you're just some lowly mountain patrol demon, huh? Chapter 32. So it was just a lowly mountain patrol sprite after all. Lǐ Nézhā spat out a mouthful of saliva and strode forward without a word. He grabbed Xiao Xuanfeng by the neck and yanked him up. You're just a lowly mountain patrol demon, what are you trying to pull? I thought you were something special. What a joke. Lǐ Nézhā delivered two swift backhand punches to Xiao Xuanfeng's sinuses, sending him crashing to the ground, face bruised and swollen. The entire sequence unfolded in 3 swift circles and 2 kicks, without a single pause. With unparalleled fluidity, Xiao Xuanfeng was brought to his knees. Even Xiao Xuanfeng himself was startled. He shot Lǐ Nézhā a terrified glance before turning to Chu Renmei. You damn woman. What kind of monster did you go and provoke? Ha? Brother Foam, you? Chu Renmei's face was frozen in shock, her heart pounding wildly. In her eyes, the all-powerful, omnipotent little drill wind had been defeated in a single exchange? On Lion Camel Ridge, he was indeed known as Little Drillwind. But outside Lion Camel Ridge, he was backed by the 3 great demon lords and was personally favored by the mighty demon lord, the Azure Lion. Who in the martial world dared to disrespect him? Who didn't address him as the wind-driving sage? The ancestor of Drill Wind? Thus, Little Drill Wind was the most powerful and influential figure Chu Renmei could possibly encounter. Unexpected? Chu Renmei felt as if her world had collapsed. Actually, she wasn't the only one. Countless viewers watching the livestream on Blue Star were equally dumbfounded. For a moment, none of them could wrap their heads around it. What? What's going on? He looks that cool? After all that hype about the wind-dispelling great sage, he's just some lowly mountain patrol demon? No way. No way. This is a total waste of my emotions. He's just a lowly patrol demon, what's he trying to pull? Holy crap. Countries around the world were watching Great Xia. Those who had been eagerly anticipating its downfall were now spewing venom. They had believed this wind-chasing sage would fulfill their dreams. But who knew? The wind-chasing sage? The wind-drilling ancestor? Total bull. A lowly mountain patrol demon? He's probably not even as good as that tiger vanguard. Ha 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 ha. How could our great Xia be so unlucky? Why must we always encounter the most formidable demons? Frankly, even if the 3 great demon kings of Lion Camel Ridge descended personally, they wouldn't match our great Xia's reincarnated Erlangshan. Countless great Xia citizens, who had been filled with anxiety moments ago, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This marked the 3rd time since the opening of the National Fate Battlefield that they had transitioned from despair to reassurance. What can you do? Reality is just that surreal. Within the National Fate Battlefield, Lǐ Nézhā stood with one foot planted firmly on Xiao Xuanfeng's head, his hand clamped around the boy's throat. Speak! Where are the 3 great kings of Lion Camel Ridge hiding? What abilities do they possess? What magical treasures do they wield? Do they have any weaknesses? I, Xiao Xuanfeng, owe my life to the Blue Lion King. His kindness is a debt I could never repay in 3 lifetimes. I will never betray them. Xiao Xuanfeng refused outright, his gaze unwavering, his spirit unbreakable. Kill me if you must. I won't utter a single word. Oh? Is that so? Lǐ Nézhā flashed a wicked grin. If reason fails to sway you, well, this young master happens to know a few interrogation techniques. With that, Lǐ Nézhā seized the wind fire wheels, ignited them with the 3-fold true fire until they blazed crimson, and pressed them directly against Xiao Xuanfeng's chest. Ah! Little Drill Wind let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bloodshot, writhing in agony. And... hold on.
Just as Lǐ Nézhā prepared to try other methods, Xiao Zhuangfeng suddenly found strength from somewhere, leaping to his feet before stumbling to his knees before Lǐ Nézhā.
I'll talk. I'll tell you everything.
Our great demon king's heaven swallowing technique can devour 100,000 soldiers in one gulp.
Our second demon king can snatch people with his elephant trunk.
Our third demon king, known as the 10,000-mile soaring pang, can ride the winds and carry the seas. He also possesses a magical artifact called the Yin Yang Qi bottle, which can trap people inside.
Within moments, those trapped will turn to liquid.
And there's more.
Little Whirlwind, afraid he wouldn't speak fast enough, quickly blurted out everything he knew.
Please, masters, spare my life.
I have elderly parents and young children to support. His groveling demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier unyielding resolve.
Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng listened intently.
Got it all? Lǐ Nézhā asked.
No problem, Sun Changsheng and Yang Jin nodded.
Excellent.
Lǐ Nézhā flashed a wicked look at Xiao Zhuangfeng.
Ha! I've already confessed everything. Why do you still want to kill me?
Little Drill Wind trembled all over.
Ha. Forgot to mention I'm the noble demon child. As everyone knows, I'm not one to keep my word. Lǐ Nézhā snapped Xiao Zhuangfeng's skull with a backhand crush.
Then he kicked Xu Renmei, who was kneeling nearby, to death. His methods were nothing short of brutal.
Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain the hidden boss Xu Renmei.
Ding!
Great Xia receives reward, national morale boosts by 20%.
Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain the patrol demon Xiao Zhuangfeng.
Ding!
Great Xia receives reward, national speed increased by 10%, myopia reduced by 100 degrees for all citizens.
Several reward notifications echoed through the air.
The prolonged farce involving Xu Renmei and Xiao Zhuangfeng finally came to an end. They had once made countless people genuinely believe they were true powerhouses capable of annihilating Great Xia. In the end, it became clear they were nothing but two clowns.
He.
Our Great Xia has earned another reward. Ever since the National Fortune Bureau was established, our Great Xia has finally begun to reap continuous rewards on the National Fortune Battlefield.
Aha! My eyesight has improved.
Our entire class is nearsighted, and I never imagined such a reward existed.
If this happens a few more times, none of us will need glasses anymore. This is just one aspect.
The rewards from the National Fortune Battlefield are comprehensive.
Later on, we might even cultivate immortality nationwide, ushering in a great era of immortal cultivation. He. It's been ages since we had something this promising. Right now, I feel like our Great Xia is invincible.
Hey! Wake up! Your National Fortune champion just killed some lowly mountain patrol demon.
Invincible? Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Lion Camel Ridge is teeming with formidable demons, not to mention their 3 great demon lords.
You haven't seen true power yet. Getting cocky now is unwise, very unwise.
Exactly.
I think after all those past failures, Great Xia still hasn't fully recovered its strength. With a few powerful National Fortune players now, don't get ahead of yourselves. Stick to the outskirts of Lion Camel Ridge, target isolated minor demons for slaughter, and focus on accumulating rewards first.
Holy crap! You're absolutely right. Play it safe.
The Great Xia had been suppressed for far too long, and its people had been stifled for far too long. So now, even a small victory gets everyone fired up. But once they came to their senses, they realized it was true they shouldn't flaunt their small victories.
Charging into the heart of Lion Camel Ridge? Even with an 80% success rate, it's practically suicide. Better to stay in the newbie village and farm noobs in peace.
Everyone agreed this was the optimal path for Daxia's National Fortune players to develop.
Yet the next event left them utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! Look at this, what the hell is going on? The Great Xia players are preparing to infiltrate the Lion Camel Ridge headquarters directly?
Every single person sucked in a sharp breath at that moment, staring at the livestream in utter shock.
Chapter 33, The Real or Fake Little Drill Wind? On the National Fortune Battlefield.
The two little drill winds stared intently at each other, scrutinizing every detail to find flaws.
Your nose is a bit crooked. Your belly's a bit big. Your monkey tail's showing again, hide it. Damn it. Can't you close those 3 eyes on your head?
The two little drill winds accused each other.
Lǐ Nézhā sat beside them, looking utterly unimpressed. Hey! Are you two done yet? Close enough. It's just a patrol demon. Those monsters won't investigate too thoroughly. Hey! Kid, is it because you can't pull off the 72 transformations like us that you're jealous and resentful?
One of the little drill winds chuckled.
Get lost. Who's jealous? Lǐ Nézhā retorted angrily.
It turned out these two identical little drill winds were actually Sun Changsheng and Yang Jin in disguise. Though not particularly powerful, the little drill winds were trusted confidants of the great demon king Qingshi of Lion Camel Ridge, holding some status. Thus, the two planned to infiltrate Lion Camel Ridge's stronghold disguised as little drill wind.
Very well, Lǐ Nézhā. From here on out, you'll have to go it alone. We both need to infiltrate separately. Be careful, besides the demons of Lion Camel Ridge, you must also guard against the other National Fortune contestants.
Don't worry, little master. No one in this world can beat me yet. Lǐ Nézhā smirked. Alright, we're off then.
Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng split up, heading in opposite directions until they were several mountain peaks apart. Then, they converged toward the Lion Camel Ridge stronghold.
What the hell? They actually intend to infiltrate the demon-infested Lion Camel Ridge headquarters and breach it from within?
Their actions instantly sent shockwaves through the Great Xia Empire.
Seriously? How reckless.
Playing it safe and hunting minor demons along the periphery is the wisest approach.
Yet these two? Not only are they abandoning caution, they're actively infiltrating deep into Lion Camel Ridge's heart. Knowing the mountain harbors tigers, yet heading straight for it? Yang Jin, my nephew, you, sigh, why such recklessness? Why take such a huge risk when things were going smoothly? Hold on, if they're infiltrating Lion Camel Ridge, why did both transform into little drillwinds form? One should have been enough. Exactly. Have they lost their minds? 2 little drill winds? That's obviously fake.
Ah, so your Great Xia's National Fortune contestant is Shabai.
Reincarnators? More like idiots. Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng's actions knowingly heading into danger despite the obvious risks already baffled countless people. But for both of them to simultaneously transform into the same person and infiltrate?
That was even more incomprehensible.
Sigh.
The Lion Camel Ridge harbors 3 great demons, teeming with all manner of monsters, great and small. To enter their lair like this, if discovered, they'd be surrounded instantly.
No matter how skilled they are, death is certain. Ha ha ha, I get it now, right?
It must be because your Great Xia national team members have only faced trashy little demons like Chu Renmei and Little Drillwind before.
Now they're getting cocky.
After all, riding the wave of success is a Great Xia tradition.
Exactly. That's it. Ha! Those cocky kids don't know their place. Once they enter the Lion Camel Cave, they'll pay dearly for their naivety and ignorance.
It's just a shame they'll likely drag the entire Great Xia down with them.
So, anyone interested in emigrating? Only 5 million now.
Hurry up and emigrate to the beautiful country before Great Xia falls and you all become slaves of a conquered nation.
International forums, livestream chat rooms. Regarding Sun Changsheng and Yang Jin's actions, nearly everyone held a pessimistic outlook. Foreigners and traitors were one thing they never had good intentions to begin with.
But now, even many Great Xia citizens felt their actions were ill-advised.
Thank goodness my son doesn't know the 72 transformations. Otherwise, he'd probably have gone along too.
This actually saved that good-for-nothing brat's life.
Yang Jin. Why so impulsive? Couldn't you just quietly eliminate minor demons and earn rewards for our Great Xia? That would have been safer. Who is this Sun Changsheng? Which deity's reincarnation is he? Could it be Sun Wukong? He dared to cause chaos in heaven back then, what wouldn't he dare do now? Hello? Brother Yáng Fān? Did you explain the importance of this national fortune battle to those 3?
Our Great Xia simply cannot withstand another defeat.
Commander, rest assured. I trust their abilities.
A mere Lion Camel Ridge won't pose a challenge to them. Back at the National Fortune Bureau, after finishing his call with Wan Tianxue, Yáng Fān calmed the fluttering hearts of his team members.
Truthfully, he too recognized the immense stakes of the national fortune battle.
The best approach was to proceed step by step, steadily and cautiously. They should focus on hunting minor demons on the outskirts of Lion Camel Ridge to refresh rewards for Great Xia. Once other National Fortune teams and the OU Ridge demons, along with the 3 great demons, had fought themselves into mutual exhaustion, they could then enter the OU Ridge stronghold. Let the clam and the fish fight, and the fishermen reap the benefits. They might not claim first place in the National Fortune War, but they could reliably help Great Xia weather the storm. But there was no other way. If it were anyone else, they might have chosen this cautious approach too. Yet these 3 Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, Sun Changsheng, their divine counterparts are none other than Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and the demon child Nézhā.
None of them were pushovers, not even the Jade Emperor could control them back in the day. Yáng Fān was troubled too.
Well, I'll just have to trust them.
Yáng Fān sighed.
He took the opportunity to flip through other records of the Great Xia dynasty. Next time we pick a National Fortune contestant, we should find someone more steady.
At that moment, on the National Fortune Battlefield. At the Lion Camel Cave, the stronghold of Lion Camel Ridge.
The Great Demon King, the Azure Lion, and the Second Demon King, the White Elephant, sat enthroned at the head of the table, drinking wine and feasting on meat.
What kind of meat were they eating? None other than a National Fortune contestant, one whose country of origin remained unknown.
Brother, this contestant actually used transformation techniques to disguise himself as one of our demon minions and infiltrated us. Thankfully we caught him in time, or we'd have had a thorn in our side. White Elephant tore off a piece of meat from the middle leg, stuffing it into his huge mouth, grease dripping from his lips.
These National Fortune contestants possess all manner of abilities. It's only natural some can transform.
We must remain vigilant.
The blue lion opened his massive jaws wide, tearing off several ribs to devour.
Don't worry, brother. Every demon returning from an external mission undergoes thorough questioning. Well done. The blue lion and white elephant roared with hearty laughter.
All the National Fortune squads are now being intercepted by our advance teams. Nearly a third have been killed, and many of the survivors have been scattered.
The National Fortune Gatekeeper should reward us handsomely for this. Report.
Little Drillwind has returned.
Ah. Little Drillwind is back. Though he's my trusted subordinate, these are extraordinary times.
Take him for questioning. We mustn't let imposters slip through. The blue lion waved his hand dismissively.
No, Your Majesty, you should go out and see for yourself, the messenger soldier insisted. What's wrong?
Xingshi looked puzzled. Little Drillwind, he did return, but strangely, there are two of him now.
What? Did you say?
Xingshi and Bai Xiang leapt to their feet, their expressions frozen in shock. When they stepped out of the cave entrance to investigate, they saw outside the cave entrance. Two identical little Drillwinds were locked in a fierce struggle, beating each other up. As they fought, they hurled insults at each other.
You're a fake. You're a fake. Who the hell do you think you are, you little brat, pretending to be your grandpa Drillwind? Chapter 34, Both Fake? Zhang Shan's Reincarnation QA. The two little Driftwinds wrestled, each accusing the other of being fake while claiming their own authenticity. Spotting the Azure Lion and White Elephant emerge, they immediately rushed toward the Azure Lion without a word, grabbing hold of his sleeves. Your Majesty, I'm the real one. I'm the real one. Didn't I go out to patrol the mountains?
Just got back, and now I run into this imposter.
Damn it, that National Fortune contestant is insane, daring to impersonate my appearance. Your Majesty, don't believe his lies. I'm the real one. He's the fake.
The two little Drillwinds looked exactly alike, leaving the blue lion utterly bewildered.
Shut up, both of you. The blue lion roared. Tie up both of these little troublemakers. Ha 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 ha. Great Xia has finally met its downfall.
These so-called reincarnators are nothing but dumb pigs. Several National Fortune contestants before them tried to infiltrate disguised as minor demons, but they were all discovered and met gruesome ends.
Great Xia is about to follow suit, ha ha.
Your plan to impersonate Xiao Zhuangfeng and infiltrate the Lion Camel Cave was actually quite clever. But to have both of you disguise yourselves at the same time? It's as if you were afraid people wouldn't notice something was off.
Great Xia, Great Xia. How did your National Fortune Bureau chief manage to recruit two such idiots as National Fortune contestants? Or is it that your reincarnators themselves are just lacking in intelligence?
Seeing both little Drillwinds bound by the Azure Lion, the countless spectators who had longed for the Great Xia's downfall erupted in cheers.
Heaven didn't destroy you, you brought this upon yourselves.
My immigration fees are now 6 million.
Come if you want, or stay and die. Ha ha ha. Looks like Great Xia is truly doomed. What a pity, this ancient civilization with over 5,000 years of history and culture.
Once the mightiest nation on Blue Star, home to its most powerful divine realm.
And this is it? This is all? Alas.
Our Hanming Kingdom is closest to Great Xia.
Notify our White Tiger Division once Great Xia falls, we'll storm in and seize their territory. Watch your mouth.
The strongest force in your Hanming Kingdom is our beautiful country's garrison.
We'll be the first to seize the initiative. Damn it. Our Sakura Nation can't be left behind either. One after another, nations began eyeing Great Xia greedily. It seemed they all believed. Great Xia faced dire peril, this time a fight to the death.
No, make that certain death.
In truth, it wasn't just them.
At this very moment, silence also hung heavy within the Great Xia itself. Major live streaming platforms, forums, bulletin boards, Weibo, and other channels were all eerily quiet.
Everyone is filled with doubt. Why? Yang Jin, you big kid, why take such a risk out of the blue? And why go and create two identical little Drillwinds? Even if you two transformed into different monsters, that would have been fine. The people of Great Xia couldn't understand either. National Fortune livestream.
Hosts Benbo Erba and Barben were momentarily at a loss for words.
They could only awkwardly laugh to lighten the mood. Director, the Great Xia is in an uproar right now. What should we do? Useless. Everything has to be done by me personally. Yáng Fān snorted coldly before making a call.
Soon, a white-haired elderly man, clutching his fishing rod, was ushered into the National Fortune livestream studio.
Director, I was still fishing. Why did you suddenly drag me over? I didn't use electricity.
The old man looked like a mischievous child, clutching his fishing rod tightly. Master Jiang, extraordinary times call for your presence to steady the ship. Yáng Fān guided the elder to the guest seat, giving brief instructions to Benbor and Baerban. The two hosts immediately understood and turned to the elder with looks of reverence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome Zhang Shang, Grandmaster Zheng, former strategist of the Strategic Bureau and professor of warfare at Peking University.
Now, let's hear his analysis of how Yang Jin and Sun Changxing simultaneously used the 72 transformations to become two little drill winds and infiltrate the lion camel cave. Holy crap! It's Master Jiang. He's the leading figure of the Great Xia Hawks. Zhang Shang was a renowned figure in Great Xia, celebrated for decades. As a professor of warfare at the nation's highest institution, he could effortlessly draw upon any military theory. It was only the peaceful times that prevented him from putting his strategies into action, otherwise, he would have conquered Mount Fuji and the wolves and watered his horses in the Mississippi River. Later, he shifted his focus to the streaming world, frequently broadcasting lectures online to disseminate military knowledge and modern warfare concepts to the Great Xia populace. He was hailed as the contemporary leader of the Great Xia hawkish faction. His catchphrase, "Truth lies only within missile range," went viral across the nation. Moreover, he possessed a special identity that Yáng Fān had only discovered 2 days prior. He was the reincarnation of Zhang Taigong, the keeper of the Great Xia's divine list. Naturally, this remained undisclosed to the public, though Yáng Fān had privately contacted him. Zhang Shang had long yearned to serve his nation on the battlefield. Naturally, he agreed to Yáng Fān's request. Though too advanced in years to fight firsthand, he could command from the rear. Thus, he was invited to appear as a guest on the National Fortune livestream. Ahem. Zhang Shang had long followed the National Fortune battlefield, as it concerned the very survival of the Great Xia Empire. The moment he appeared, countless citizens of Great Xia, his fans, were instantly intrigued and flooded into the National Fortune livestream. Watching the two small whirlwinds of Yang Jin and Sun Changxing on the big screen, both bound by the blue lion and white elephant for authenticity verification, alongside the puzzled discussions across major internet forums, Zhang Shang remained unhurried. He took 2 sips of tea before speaking slowly. War is a matter of deception. On the National Fortune battlefield, the blue lion and white elephant dragged the 2 small drill winds disguised as Yang Jin and Sun Changxing back to their cave dwelling. They began searching them, examining birthmarks, tokens, and other items that could prove their identities. But unexpectedly, both little drill winds actually possessed them? Thus, they proceeded to the next stage of interrogation. "You're the fake one, I'm the real one." "You're the fake one, Your Majesty." "I'm the real one." "I'm your trusted confidant." The 2 little whirlwinds refused to back down. For a moment, both the blue lion and white elephant found themselves at a loss. "In my humble opinion," the elder chimed in, "with demons and monsters running rampant on Lion Camel Ridge, the fact that the blue lion and white elephant were chosen as the bosses for this National Fortune battlefield proves they are no ordinary beings. They must know that the National Fortune contestants possess extraordinary abilities and diverse skills. It's only natural that some among them master transformation arts, so they've surely prepared countermeasures." National Fortune livestream. Zhang Shang spoke slowly, his sharp eyes seeming to see through everything. Even if a National Fortune contestant disguised themselves as a demon and infiltrated the Lion Camel Cave, gaining the trust of the Azure Lion and White Elephant would be exceedingly difficult. But what if we first give these fiends a cognitive shot of prevention? "Your Majesty. He's fake. I saw it, look, his monkey tail is showing." Suddenly, Yang Jin's transformed little drill wind's pupils dilated sharply. Pointing at Sun Changxing's little drill wind form across from them, he shouted loudly. "Ha! Clatter!" The Azure Lion and White Elephant abruptly stood up, along with the surrounding throng of demons and monsters. They all surrounded Sun Changxing, staring intently at his back. Behind Sun Changxing's transformed little drill wind, a monkey tail abruptly emerged, flicking back and forth. "Oh no! This is bad. Old Sun's been exposed." Sun Changxing cried out, his face filled with panic and fear. He hurriedly covered the monkey tail, looking around with utter embarrassment. This is just a tail that grew on me recently. You believe me, right? Chapter 35, The Great Xia Empire's schemes run deep. You expect me to believe that? You're a weasel-turned spirit, where did you get a monkey tail? The blue lion roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire cave, causing the surroundings to rumble violently. You dare transform into the likeness of my trusted subordinate to deceive me? You truly seek death. Ha. Seeing deception was futile, Sun Changxing reverted to his true form, clasped his hands in a ritual gesture, and soared into the air. Little whirlwind, this old sun has fallen into your hands. Oomph. Next time we meet, just wait till I deal with you. With that, he turned and fled, transforming into a fly. He swiftly darted through the swarm of demons, escaping toward the exit of the Lion Camel Cave. The blue lion untied the real little drill wind, transformed by Yang Jin, from the other side. Thank goodness you returned in time. Otherwise, that imposter would have infiltrated our ranks. The blue lion addressed the one he believed to be the real little drill wind. It's nothing, Your Majesty. To shed blood for Lion Camel Ridge and earn merit for Lion Camel Ridge is what we should do. Yang Jin looked utterly righteous. Well said. Xingshi patted Yang Jin on the shoulder, visibly moved. He pulled out a token and handed it to Yang Jin. This is my token of trust. Keep it. Now no one can impersonate you. Xiao Zhuangfeng had always been the blue lion's trusted confidant.
Now, having witnessed someone impersonating him and identifying the imposter at a critical moment, Xiao Zhuangfeng had prevented infiltration within their ranks. This preserved the purity and stability of the OU Ridge Demon clan. It was a major contribution. Consequently, Little Drill Wind gained even greater favor with the Blue Lion. The Azure Lion and White Elephant will guard against National Fortune contestants, preventing their disguised infiltration. In the National Fortune livestream, Jiang Shang's words reached countless ears through the broadcast. However, after interrogating the two Xiao Zhuangfengs and identifying the imposter, they will naturally and instinctively assume the other Xiao Zhuangfeng is the genuine one. Then they'll grant this one, the one they believe to be the real Xiao Zhuangfeng, even greater trust and favor. Jiang Shang spoke each word deliberately. As the saying goes, psychological warfare reigns supreme. Our Great Xia military strategy, passed down for millennia, possesses the most comprehensive theoretical system, something other nations can scarcely hope to match. Look at this young hero, Yang Jin. He has completely won the trust of the Blue Lion, becoming a genuine Little Drill Wind. Moreover, because he exposed the imposter, he was even promoted. Before Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng, there were several contestants from other nations who disguised themselves as little demons to infiltrate. They were all exposed and killed. Yet, only our Great Xia contestants succeeded in infiltrating. There are countless intricacies involved here. They'll need to study for thousands of years to grasp them. These words, coupled with Yang Jin's performance on the National Fortune Battlefield, had indeed cemented his position as a trusted confidant of the Blue Lion. Everyone fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Holy! So that's what it meant? I'm impressed. I'm genuinely impressed. So Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng have been playing military strategy all along? Damn it! I didn't get it earlier and even criticized them. I admit I was pretty loud about it. Damn impressive. True love never lasts, but tricks win hearts. Earlier, I saw Qingshi personally untie Yang Jin, acting all big brotherly and loyal, like he was making amends to his trusted subordinate. I thought he was pretty honorable, like a good leader. Who knew he'd fallen right into our trap? For some reason, I kinda feel a little sorry for Qingshi. His real loyal subordinate, Xiao Zhuangfeng, is long dead. The two left behind are both fakes. Ha 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 ha. That's just how it is in our Great Xia. No wonder throughout history we've employed so many schemes that it's impossible to guard against them all. Exactly. I heard people from other countries wonder why we're so superstitious about accidentally breaking cups during meals. Little do they know the legend behind shattering cups as a signal. That's the power of strategy. After Jiang Shang's explanation, everyone finally grasped the true intent behind Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng transforming into two Little Drill Winds. Those who had mocked the Great Xia moments before were now utterly dumbfounded. You can do that? No way. Daxia has so many tricks up its sleeve. I'm heading back to Africa. Damn it. I knew it. Why do our country's contestants fail when they try to sneak in, but Great Xia succeeds? There's a whole different level of skill at play here. Only you Great Xia people would pull off such a massive scheme. Damn it, why do I have to be neighbors with a country that plays dirty? Damn it. When we invaded Great Xia years ago, we got caught in these same tricks. It took us 8 whole years to escape. I still have a few immigration spots left. 30,000 each. Anyone interested? Clearance sale. Lingshan. The heart of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva bled. Speaking of tricks, he recalled how Yáng Fān had swindled him out of a pile of spiritual treasures for reimbursement not long ago. The memory still stung like a knife every time it surfaced. But soon, he found relief. It wasn't because he had a good attitude, but because he remembered someone who seemed to be even worse off than him. Buddha, the world-honored one. Back then Sun Wukong and the Great Summer Heavenly Court teamed up to set a trap. They caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace, clearing tens of thousands of years of fake accounts, then multiplied the cost tenfold and made the world-honored one reimburse it. He was worse off than me. I'm not the most miserable one. As Guanzizi pondered this, a slow, resigned smile finally spread across his face. From now on, in any dealings with the Great Xia, one must be cautious, and then cautious again. We cannot be tricked again. After Jiang Shang's enlightenment, countless people couldn't help but admire the Great Xia's military strategy, which far surpassed that of other nations. Truly, it was the nation with the most enduring legacy on Blue Star, one that had never been interrupted. That's precisely why their national myths vanished. Otherwise, in those earlier wars of national destiny, we wouldn't have stood a chance. They would have crushed us long ago. Haha, didn't expect it, did you? We can break through now too. Damn it. What are you gloating about? You're being way too cocky. A large crowd of individuals who had previously insulted the Great Xia and wished for its downfall now looked as if they'd been slapped in the face. They covered their faces, their eyes bloodshot. They frantically searched for anything else they could use to slander the Great Xia. Suddenly, someone seemed to have found something. Hold on. I know you're all fired up, but hold your horses. Look at Sun Changsheng. It seems like he can't escape? What did you say? Countless people flooded into the Great Xia livestream.
National Fortune Battlefield, Lion Camel Cave. At that moment, Sun Changsheng was desperately fleeing for his life. The Lion Camel Cave was teeming with demons and monsters. He had transformed into a tiny fly, frantically flying toward the cave's exit. But this was, after all, a den of dragons and tigers. Roar! Since you've come, don't even think about escaping. The blue lion's furious roar echoed from behind. A howling gale shook the earth, an immense suction pulled him back, and the terrifying pressure forced Sun Changsheng to revert to human form to resist. Charge! Before him lay a dark, dense horde of demonic troops, among which were formidable masters and great demons whose power far surpassed that of mere tiger vanguards or little whirlwinds. Demons pressed from the front, the Demon King closed in from behind. It felt like a dead end. Chapter 36, Sun Changsheng, swallowed by the blue lion? Even if your great Xia successfully infiltrated the Lion Camel Cave and won the trust of the great Demon King of the Blue Lion. But if you lose Sun Changsheng in the process, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. Dwarf Big stared intently at the large screen, silently rooting for the demons of Lion Camel Ridge. He had long since obtained American citizenship. Though he still worked in Great Xia for money, his heart belonged entirely to the United States. It was precisely because of reincarnators like Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Sun Changsheng shining so brightly on the National Fortune Battlefield this time that his immigration business was nearly ruined. Thus, he harbored an intense hatred for these three, wishing them dead. Public intellectuals like him, traitors, and pure foreigners alike all hoped to see Great Xia humiliated. Their hearts were boiling with excitement at this moment. Lion Camel Ridge. You're reputed to be the strongest National Fortune theme ever to appear. You can't possibly lose to a mere Sun Changsheng. Roar! 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 A resounding roar echoed. The azure lion transformed into a blue-furred beast, swiftly closing the gap from behind and catching up to Sun Changsheng. Oomph! You little thief! Die! The blue lion opened its massive jaws like a black hole, its terrifying suction instantly locking onto Sun Changsheng. Ah! Sun Changsheng was sucked straight into its mouth and swallowed whole. Nice work! Dwarf Big Tight and the others leaped to their feet, their expressions brimming with excitement. Ha 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 ha! Great Xia, you were bragging just moments ago? Talking about how warfare is all about deception? Now you've lost everything, your own lives. All that boasting was just empty talk. Even when infiltrating undercover, you must prioritize your own safety. Now look, 2 infiltrators sent in, and even if one succeeds, the other dies. That's a loss far outweighing any gain. Ha 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 ha. Your great Xia has endured so many punishments already. You finally get a little reward, and now you're about to be punished again. Can you even handle it? Don't let carelessness collapse your entire nation. We in Hanming are ready to move in and take over your lands. He. My immigration paperwork now requires 7 million. If you don't want to die, hurry up and come, no waiting. In an instant. Jiang Shang, who had just restored countless viewers' optimism about Great Xia in the National Fortune livestream, was suddenly thrust into the eye of the storm. Ha 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 ha. That Jiang Shang is nothing but a clown. What the hell does he know? And those 2 from Great Xia? Thinking they're so clever, pretending to be 2 little drill winds to infiltrate the Lion Camel Cave? That's just laughable. Die. Sun Changsheng's death actually solidifies Yang Jin's identity as the little drill wind. His infiltration was too successful, it killed his own teammates. Honestly, I think they just didn't know their place. Did they really think the Lion Camel Ridge base was someplace you could just walk in and out of whenever you pleased? Countless individuals harboring ill will toward Great Xia flooded into the Great Xia livestream, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Great Xia, Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, Jiang Shang, and even Yáng Fān. After all, everyone had witnessed Sun Changsheng being swallowed whole by the Great Demon King, the Azure Lion. It's hopeless, absolutely hopeless. Bull. Who says our Sun Changsheng is dead? The Guardian of National Fortune hasn't made an announcement yet. As long as there's no announcement, there's still hope. Sigh, you might as well give up that laughable hope. He's been swallowed whole, how could he possibly survive? In a little while, he'll be digested by stomach acid. Just wait, in a few days, he'll turn into a pile of. In truth, many in Great Xia still held faith in their 3 National Fortune contestants. After all, this was the first time Daxia's National Fortune contestants had emerged as the dark horses of the competition, racking up rewards and delivering jaw-dropping performances. So no one believed Sun Changsheng could have died so easily. But everyone had seen him swallowed whole by the Blue Lion. Director, Sun Changsheng, he couldn't really be. Bang Boba asked anxiously. He hesitated, unable to bring himself to utter the final word. Yáng Fān's lips curved upward into a meaningful smile. Don't worry. Don't forget, his name is Changsheng. This fellow is overly cautious, doing everything solely for longevity. How could he possibly put himself in danger? Yáng Fān sneered coldly. The fact that he dared enter the Lion Camel Cave proves there's absolutely nothing inside that could hold him back. Oh? Is that so? Ben Borba, Boer Ben, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Boss, you actually trust this Sun Changsheng so much?
However, Yáng Fān knew Sun Changsheng's capabilities, while the others did not.
Thus, even after Sun Changsheng was swallowed by the Azure Lion, it still caused a huge stir throughout the Great Xia Empire.
This Sun Changsheng, I've never seen him demonstrate any real power before.
Seems like besides his 72 transformations, he doesn't have any other abilities.
He's probably really going to get it. We're done for. Once he's digested, our punishment will surely follow. Damn it. So we can't escape after all?
Well, at least it's not us. Thankfully, it's not our great-nephew Yang Jin who's dead.
Yang Jin, you'd better keep a low profile.
Don't go the way of this Sun Changsheng eternal life sure is short-lived. Oomph. My bastard son doesn't know the 72 transformations, that's how he dodged this disaster. But I reckon even if Sun Changsheng is dead, we still have Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin. Their strength is formidable enough they should still be able to secure victory on the National Fortune Battlefield. Sigh. Strength is strength, but one must never grow arrogant or take reckless risks.
Forget it. It's just one punishment. Does our Great Xia really need to worry about that? I'm used to it by now. Come on then, drain my life force.
The vast majority of Great Xia citizens held an overwhelmingly pessimistic view of Sun Changsheng, convinced his death was inevitable. Of course, a small minority still believed in Sun Changsheng's strength.
Delicious, delicious. Gaolayas Wang City. Gao Group. Zhu Ganglai, all you ever do is eat, eat, eat. How did my Gao family's Gao Zuilan end up with such an ugly monster as a son-in-law?
A slender woman scolded from the side, her expression one of disappointment.
Fine. Fine. Just eat then.
If our Great Xia falls on the battlefield of national destiny, we'll all perish together.
I've had enough of this life. Had ha.
Zhu Ganglai licked his lips, sucking the grease off his fingers into his belly, then wrapped his arms around Gao Zuilan's slender waist.
Honey, don't worry. We won't die. We'll always be together. Get lost. Gao Zuilan tried to push Zhu Ganglai away in disgust, but she found she couldn't budge him.
She could only let Zhu Ganglai throw her onto the bed and have his way with her.
Burp. The battlefield of national destiny. The Azure Lion swallowed Sun Changsheng, transformed into human form, and let out a satisfied burp. These national fortune contestants truly don't know when to quit.
Daring to deceive this king, they shall all become nourishment for me.
But they all possess divine power, their flavor is truly exquisite.
The blue lion returned to his cave satisfied, preparing to continue drinking and feasting with the white elephant, and to invite the newly promoted little drillwind to join them. Yet, no sooner had he sat down than a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his stomach.
Chapter 37, Grandpa Son, I beg you, come out quickly. Ah!
The blue lion leapt to his feet, abandoning his drink as he clutched his stomach and let out a wretched scream. This terrified the many little demons around him.
King! What's wrong? I don't know. My stomach just hurts terribly.
The blue lion clutched his stomach, his face contorted in agony. Ha ha ha, of course it hurts.
Old Son here was planning to spice things up for you.
A voice suddenly echoed from within the blue lion's body.
Burp!
The blue lion belched again, but this time, a pungent urine smell wafted from his mouth.
How about it? Grandpa Son's flavor's pretty good, huh? That voice again. The blue lion finally understood.
It's that hairy-faced thunder-mouthed creature. The one I swallowed earlier, that national fortune contestant pretending to be little drillwind. You're still alive? The blue lion asked in shock. With just that little stomach acid of yours, it wouldn't be enough to digest this old sundae.
Inside the blue lion's belly, stomach.
The shrunken Sun Changsheng had just finished relieving himself and was fastening his belt. This tactic, burrowing into an enemy's belly to attack from within, was his specialty. So in truth, from the moment he infiltrated the lion camel cave, Sun Changsheng never intended to escape. You beast, let me show you just how formidable your old son grandpa is.
Sun Changsheng pulled the golden monkey staff from his ear. Grow! 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 It only grew longer, but Sun Changsheng did not make the golden staff thicker. Thus, the slender rod pierced deep into the flesh of the blue lion's stomach. Sun Changsheng wore a look of smug satisfaction. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated one crucial detail. The National Fortune Battlefield was being broadcast live across the entire Blue Star. Therefore, his earlier act of unleashing a torrent of water into the blue lion's stomach, such a crude tactic, was broadcast unabashedly throughout the National Fortune livestream. It played out in full view of the vast populace of Great Xia and the numerous foreign viewers equally focused on Great Xia. Whoa, that's huge. But compared to mine, it's still a bit small. Holy! I don't believe it, show me proof. I'm Wu Yukai, currently operating a sewing machine. I admit his is indeed bigger than mine. Holy crap! What kind of weird focus do you guys have? Shouldn't we be more shocked that Sun Changsheng survived being swallowed by the blue lion? Exactly. Holy crap! That's insane. Sun Changsheng is totally fine? He's just sitting pretty inside the blue lion's belly, running wild? Everyone was utterly stunned. That's incredible. Damn impressive. I never would have guessed he had that trick up his sleeve. National Fortune livestream.
Zhang Shang stroked his beard, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The young are truly formidable. On the battlefield, whatever it takes to win is justified. There's only one standard for any tactic: victory. As the formidable demon lord of Lion Camel Ridge, Qing Shi's power is immense. Breaking through from the outside would be nearly impossible. This Sun Changsheng looks like a clever little monkey, and he's certainly proved himself smart. Indeed, Lord Jiang. Sun Changsheng is famously the reincarnation of Sun Wukong. Back in the day, Sun Wukong loved pulling stunts like this, sneaking into Red Boy's bedroom to cause chaos, nearly wrecking the place.
Oh. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. Within the battlefield of national fortune. Inside the Blue Lion's belly. Sun Changsheng struck with brutal force.
With the Qing Shi's organs all around him, he wasted no words and went straight to work. The golden staff transformed into needles, piercing directly into the Blue Lion's flesh and blood.
Roar! Roar! Ah! Pain! It hurts so much.
Despite its imposing, majestic exterior, the Blue Lion was still made of flesh and blood.
Having Sun Changsheng wreak such havoc inside him was excruciatingly painful.
Clutching his stomach, he rolled frantically on the ground, wailing in agony with every twist and turn. A terrifying aura erupted, shattering every table, chair, and bench in its path.
Yet he was utterly helpless. Sun Changsheng, trapped inside his body, could do as he pleased. You, beast. Have the guts to come out. Let's settle this in 300 rounds. Sun Changsheng remained silent, continuing his relentless stabbing. Ah! Stop. Please, stop. Call me Grandpa Sunday. Grandpa Sunday.
The mighty demon lord of Lion Camel Ridge, clutching his stomach, had lost all dignity. Right before his countless minions and billions of viewers across Blue Star, he was begging Sun Changsheng to be his grandfather. In an instant, the lesser demons present were all stunned.
Could it be that even the great king had his moments of weakness?
At the same time, countless viewers watching the livestream were utterly stunned.
Ahahaha. Ahahaha.
Well played. This Sun Changsheng has some serious moves.
Getting swallowed by the Blue Lion was definitely on purpose, all for this very moment. Did you hear that? Did you hear it? That's the boss of Lion Camel Ridge, the great demon king, the ultimate boss of this national fortune battlefield, barring any surprises, and he's calling our Great Xia national fortune contestant Grandpa? Ha 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 ha.
Countless Great Xia citizens erupted into a frenzy at that moment. Just a moment ago, they'd been dreading the inevitable Sun Changsheng swallowed whole by the Blue Lion, doomed to perish and end up as dung, dragging the entire Great Xia populace into punishment. But now, everyone's emotions took a complete 180-degree turn.
Sun Changsheng's move was more satisfying to watch than if he'd simply slain the Azure Lion outright.
Simply because of that single word, Grandpa, from the Blue Lion, Sun Changsheng had instantly become the hottest celebrity in the Great Xia Empire.
He even became a sort of spokesperson for healthy eating. Damn it! Did you see that?
From now on, remember to chew your food properly before swallowing. Otherwise, you'll end up like Sun Changsheng, full of parasites.
Got it, Mom.
Short video creators were incredibly talented, quickly spawning countless memes that spread like wildfire across every street and alley.
Damn it! You useless piece of trash, Qing Shi. Can't you chew your food properly? Dwarf Big Tyke was ready to kill someone.
I just connected with a few big clients willing to pay me 6 million in fees to help them immigrate.
Now it's all down the drain.
Many foreigners who had been hoping for the swift demise of the Great Xia Empire now wore expressions of utter dismay. After all, Qing Shi was the demon king. The people of nearly every nation were watching the movements of this openly acknowledged strongest figure of Lion Camel Ridge.
Who would have thought such a formidable boss would make such a pathetic debut? What a waste! Looks like this Lion Camel Ridge is all show and no substance, nothing like the National Fortune Guardian made it out to be. We have one chance to contact our National Fortune contestants. Let's send them a message to head straight for Lion Camel Cave.
Clear it out early to secure the most rewards and win this National Fortune battle.
Yes.
Under the directive of a nation's supreme authority, a National Fortune squad abandoned hunting minor demons on the outskirts. Instead, they spurred their horses to race toward the Lion Camel Cave at breakneck speed, fearing they might miss their chance. Meanwhile, within the Lion Camel Cave,
an unequal negotiation was underway. Grandpa Sun, I beg you, please come out.
I'll agree to any terms you demand, just come out. The Blue Lion, abandoning all dignity, groveled and begged for mercy.
Chapter 38, Unequal Negotiations. Oh? Is that so? Any condition?
Sun Changsheng negotiated with his words, yet his hands moved faster. From the Blue Lion's stomach to its liver, then its lungs, and finally its heart, every organ was mercilessly sliced. Only the Qing Shi's physical constitution was truly formidable. Had it been a human or some lesser demon, it would have been finished long ago.
This Blue Lion was formidable indeed. Its damaged internal organs could actually regenerate on their own.
It seemed that while inflicting severe injuries upon it was easy, truly killing it within his body was difficult. Sun Changsheng's eyes darted about as he began scheming.
Since he couldn't kill the blue lion, he might as well seize the opportunity to make a fortune. Yes, yes, yes. I'll agree to any terms. Grandpa's son, just tell me what you want.
Please stop, the blue lion hurriedly pleaded.
Haha, Sun Changsheng asked without hesitation, do you have any longevity artifacts here?
Or perhaps some miraculous elixirs?
What? A method to extend life?
The blue lion's mouth twitched, a look of pain flashing across his face. The Supreme Lord Lao's immortal pills, the Queen Mother's peaches, Zhen Yuanzi's ginseng fruit, Tang Sanzang's flesh, anything will do.
Whatever you have, this old son wants it all. Hold on, Grandpa's son. The blue lion nearly leapt to his feet.
Which of those 4 do you think we could possibly provoke?
And as much as I want? Are you suggesting the Supreme Lord Lao Jun's immortal pill was forged using us as ingredients? I don't care. Whatever longevity items you have, hand them all over to this old monkey.
Sun Changsheng rampaged inside the blue lion's belly, kicking left and right, severing nerve after nerve. The pain made the blue lion writhe in agony, yet his damaged nerves regenerated automatically. He couldn't die, only endure the torment.
Fine.
Quick! Hand over every single reward we've acquired recently, the blue lion roared.
But big brother, won't that mean the brother's recent efforts were for nothing? The white elephant's face paled, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. Shut up. You want me dead so you can take over as boss, don't you?
The white elephant's expression froze.
Had he been seen through?
The blue lion extended his claw and wrote a line on the table. Take my token and hurry to the Lion Camel Kingdom 200 li away. Summon my 3rd brother, the golden-winged great eagle.
Remember to bring his yin yang chi vessel.
I intend to suck this hairy-faced thunder-mouthed creature out of my belly and torture it to death.
We'll endure this for now. First, we'll agree to this hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed fellow's national fortune candidate. Once we destroy him, we'll reclaim it 100-fold.
Upon reading the blue lion's message, the white elephant suddenly understood. He hastily dispatched a trusted subordinate from the Lion Camel Cave, sending him toward the Lion Camel Kingdom where the 3rd demon king, golden-winged great eagle, resided. Meanwhile, he personally led several minor demons to retrieve the spiritual artifact.
As for which trusted subordinate he dispatched?
Naturally, it was Little Drill Wind, the young demon Qingshi had recently promoted and trusted implicitly. Little Drill Wind is swift, and my 3rd brother can traverse 10,000 miles in a single bound.
They'll arrive in no time.
A look of cruel hatred flashed in the blue lion's eyes.
Soon, White Elephant arrived laden with a mountain of treasures glistening and dazzling white. Grandfather's son, these are rewards we received recently for slaughtering the National Fortune contestants and the National Fortune Gatekeeper.
Among them should be treasures that extend one's lifespan. Though they certainly can't compare to the immortal pills of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, every extra year is a blessing. The blue lion, ever adaptable, spoke with utmost respect.
Very good. Old son here favors winning people over with virtue. Truly worthy of the Lion Camel Ridge Demon King, always reasonable. Sun Changsheng chuckled eerily.
At the phrase winning people over with virtue, the blue lion and white elephant's mouths twitched, but they said nothing more.
Ah ha 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 ha.
This Sun Changsheng's so cunningly devious, right up my alley.
Is this what negotiations look like? Love it, love it.
Truly showcasing the grandeur of our great nation.
Is this the blue lion? The great demon king of Lion Camel Ridge? Surrendering national sovereignty so easily?
Of course. If he won't compromise, our Sun Changsheng will take him out. This was the first time a boss in the National Fortune Battlefield had surrendered to a contestant. In previous National Fortune battles, every single boss was ruthless and exceptionally powerful.
It often took multiple National Destiny teams working together to defeat them. And defeat usually meant death.
Never before had a National Fortune villain boss voluntarily offered compensation or rewards under pressure from the contestants.
Yet today, this unprecedented event unfolded. And it happened at the hands of the Azure Lion, a boss seemingly more formidable than any previous National Destiny Battlefield adversary. This monumental news nearly sent the entire Blue Star into an uproar. Damn it! What a disgrace! A warrior may die but never be disgraced.
This blue lion has no samurai spirit whatsoever. He should have committed seppuku on the spot, ripped Sun Changsheng out of his guts, and gone down fighting.
It's not that bad. I think the blue lion did the right thing. Money is just material stuff. Spending it to save your life is a perfectly sound choice.
Countries like Japan, influenced by some Western culture, despise such surrender and capitulation as utterly humiliating. A warrior may die but never be disgraced. Western nations, epitomized by the United States, deeply understood the blue lion's actions. While they found his surrender to Sun Changsheng unsettling, it was comprehensible. Faced with crisis, one must capitulate when necessary. This is easily the most explosive news since the National Fortune Battlefield arrived.
Sun Changsheng's name now echoed across Blue Star, known to countless people. Countless citizens of Great Xia were in an uproar. Except for Yáng Fān. Director, everyone else is celebrating. Why are you looking so gloomy?
At the National Fortune Bureau, Ben Ba watched Yáng Fān's worried expression and asked in confusion. Yáng Fān sighed. If Lǐ Nézhā finds out his fame has been overtaken by Sun Changsheng and by a wide margin at that, he'll be furious. Managing relationships among our National Fortune Bureau players is truly a headache. National Fortune Battlefield. The Blue Lion picked out several items from a pile of spiritual treasures and swallowed them whole. Grandpa's son, these rewards seem to have life-prolonging effects. Inside his belly, Sun Changsheng received the spiritual treasures, elixirs, immortal dew, sacred relics, and more. Sun Changsheng's eyes lit up as he swallowed them whole, instantly refining them. Indeed, they extend one's lifespan. Sun Changsheng's face flushed with excitement. Those treasures had just added another 100 years to his lifespan. This National Fortune Battlefield truly was a remarkable place. It seems my path to immortality lies right here on this National Fortune Battlefield. Thank goodness the bureau chief recruited me in. Otherwise, I'd never have found this treasure trove. At that moment, Sun Changsheng's heart brimmed with gratitude toward Yáng Fān. Wait, the director recruits others besides us three. More reincarnators will likely join the National Fortune Bureau in the future. I'll have to figure out a way to get the director to assign me to the National Fortune Battlefield more often. I can't let others snatch this plum assignment away from me. After pondering for a moment, Sun Changsheng had an idea. The director simply wants to bring more rewards to Great Xia and revitalize the nation. Now I have a plan. Outside. The Blue Lion felt Sun Changsheng had been still for quite some time, finally feeling a bit better. This National Fortune contestant seems to have a strong sense of contractual integrity. After receiving the spirit object, he actually stopped. However, his relief lasted only a few minutes. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through him once more. Ah! Wait, didn't we already give you the reward? Why won't you stop? The Blue Lion clutched his stomach, his face twisted with venomous hatred. Ha ha ha! Sun Changsheng's mocking laughter echoed. He bestowed 2 more characters upon Qingshi and Bai Xiang. Not enough. Chapter 39, Chief, where did you find these 3 talents? What did you say? Don't be so greedy. Qingshi exclaimed in shock. Ha ha ha, I said it's not enough, so it's not enough. Don't try to reason with this old son of mine. Sun Changsheng sneered coldly. The golden staff transformed into a steel wool pad, doused with alcohol and salt water, and began scrubbing furiously at the Qingshi's flesh. Roar! 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 The Blue Lion gritted his teeth, letting out agonized roars. Stop! Stop! I agree! I agree! Hurry! The Blue Lion hastily opened its massive jaws, swallowing several more spiritual treasures. His heart bled with each bite. Among these treasures were magical artifacts, elixirs, and various precious items, all rewards bestowed upon the Azure Lion and White Elephant by the Guardians of National Fortune after slaying competitors from different nations. Now they fell into Sun Changsheng's hands. He hadn't even had time to warm them up. The Blue Lion's heart bled. But what could he do? He could only do as Sun Changsheng commanded. Third brother, you must hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Sun Changsheng stowed away the spiritual treasures once more, shrinking them all down and tucking them into his pockets. These treasures, all of them, will go back to the bureau chief. I have no use for them anyway. Boss, make sure to give me plenty of chances on the national battlefield. Best if you send old Sun out every single time. Sun Changsheng silently vowed as he stowed away the spiritual treasures. Then he continued to rummage through the Blue Lion's belly. Still not enough? Quick, keep feeding them to this old Sun. Roar! This is too much. Swallow it now. Yes, yes, yes. Grandpa Sunday. The Blue Lion swallowed several more treasures. All of them ended up in Sun Changsheng's pocket. Still not enough? Keep swallowing. Roar! The Blue Lion kept opening its huge mouth, swallowing one spiritual object after another, all of which it gave to Sun Changsheng. Tears welled up in his eyes as he watched, his heart aching with pain. It wasn't just him. The White Elephant beside him, along with the other great demons, demon kings, and lesser demons, all felt the pain so deeply they wanted to cry. Wah, these were the rewards we'd worked so hard to earn recently. We even lost so many brothers for this. How could it all be swallowed by that hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed guy? I'm furious. The demons were overcome with sorrow. It's okay, we still have hope. Once the 3 great kings bring the yin-yang chi vessels, we'll suck that greedy beast right out. Then I'll torture him to death. Speaking of the 3 great kings, where are they? It's been so long, why haven't they arrived yet? The 3 great kings traverse vast distances. They'll arrive soon enough. Just be patient. The demons whispered among themselves, careful not to let Sun Changsheng overhear. They had pinned their hopes on that one being the mighty golden-winged great eagle. However, their trusted messenger, Little Whirlwind, sent to summon the golden-winged great eagle, was currently strolling leisurely along the road to the Lion Camel Kingdom. The Great King sent me to Lion Camel Kingdom to summon the 3rd Great King. Here is his token. Grant me passage at once. Xiao Zhuangfeng presented the token and passed through a checkpoint. The demons manning the gate recognized Little Drillwind and, more importantly, the token. They dared not delay, hastily opening the gate to let him pass. What could be so urgent that it requires summoning the third great king? I've heard that the third great king is actually the strongest demon in Lion Camel Ridge, even mightier than the first and second great kings. Not only that, but the third great king isn't just powerful, he's got connections too. The curious demons pressed Xiao Zhuangfeng for details. Xiao Zhuangfeng glanced at them coldly and barked. The national fortune contestants have arrived. The king requests the third king's assistance. I must cast the wind riding technique to reach Lion Camel Kingdom at top speed. This spell drains my spiritual energy severely. You lot quickly transfer your spiritual energy to me. Ha? Transfer our spiritual energy to you? The demons looked puzzled. Yes. Hurry. Would I lie to you? This is truly an urgent matter. Didn't you hear the great king's roar just now? Xiao Zhuangfeng urged. Transfer your spiritual energy to me. I'll summon the three great kings and return in time to aid you. This will be a great service on your part. Several demons fell into deep thought. They had indeed heard it, the roar of the blue lion echoing through Lion Camel Cave. Alright, we believe you. Hurry up, brother. Got it. Little Drill Wind nodded in agreement. Then, several demons channeled their spiritual energy into Xiao Zhuangfeng's body. Then they themselves fell into a state of extreme weakness. Go now, brother. Farewell, they said. Alright. Farewell to you too. Xiao Zhuangfeng nodded, then mounted the gale and flew away. What do you mean, take care yourselves? The demons exchanged puzzled glances. Woo! Suddenly, a black lightning bolt streaked toward them. Swish! 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 Xiao Tian moved with blinding speed, instantly closing in on the demons. Without a word, he attacked. Ah! Where did this dog demon come from? It can't even transform properly, yet it dares to invade our Lion Camel Ridge? Doesn't it know every demon here is at the shape-shifting level? Damn it! Though this dog demon is weak, I could have taken him down instantly. At my peak, I've channeled all my spiritual power into Little Drillwind. I have no strength left to fight back. Me too. Damn it. Powerless to resist, the demons were swiftly devoured by Xiaotian. Ding. Great Xia's national fortune contestant Yang Jin's pet has slain the venomous snake spirit. Ding. Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 20% increase in resistance to poison. Ding. Great Xia's national fortune contestant Yang Jin's pet has slain the tiger spirit. Ding. Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens' vitality increased by 30%. Ding. Great Xia's national fortune contestant Yang Jin's pet has slain the spider demon. Ding. Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens' intelligence increased by 30%. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The demons guarding the perimeter of Lion Camel Ridge were all formidable, with even the weakest being Tiger Vanguard level great demons. And yet, Xiaotian, whose power far fell short of theirs, slaughtered them one by one. The rewards were also far greater than those for ordinary minor demons. Countless citizens of the Great Xia Empire were utterly engrossed in the New Year spectacle of Sun Changsheng extorting the Azure Lion. Suddenly, one reward after another began arriving. Only then did they snap out of their trance. While Sun Changsheng's methods were dirty, he was undeniably talented. Our other two Daxia contestants? Their methods are just as dirty. Their talents too. Ah! I feel power surging through my veins. A wave of rewards out of nowhere. Ha 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 ha. This Yang Jin looks like such a simple soul, but deep down he's just as scheming and ruthless as Sun Changsheng. He's playing both sides to get what he wants. He got the demon to willingly transfer its spiritual power to him, then killed it afterward, earning rewards for our Great Xia. A win-win situation. Sun Changsheng's extorting, Yang Jin's having his cake and eating it too. It's incredible. Director, where on earth did you find these talents? Countless Great Xia citizens wore expressions of sheer excitement. Chapter 40, Murder and Plunder Lǐ Nézhā. The conduct of these National Fortune Bureau operatives looked anything but virtuous. For a moment, Yáng Fān's mouth twitched. Faced with the online backlash, he could only retort. What do you mean our National Fortune Bureau uses dirty tactics? Look at Lǐ Nézhā, he didn't extort anyone, nor did he take everything for himself. This proves our bureau still has decent people. Ahem, Director, would you like to see what Lǐ Nézhā is up to? Oh? What is he doing? Yáng Fān switched the screen to Lǐ Nézhā's feed. When Sun Changsheng and Yang Jin transformed into Little Drill Wind and parted ways with Lǐ Nézhā, they specifically urged him not to provoke the demons of Lion Camel Ridge or other national fortune teams. He was alone, and safety was paramount. Lǐ Nézhā had agreed readily at the time. He even swore to heaven, promising like a Boy Scout. Yet the moment Sun Changsheng and Yang Jin departed, Lǐ Nézhā flashed a look of utter disdain. I'm no Boy Scout. Do you two really think you can boss me around? Lǐ Nézhā rubbed his hands together eagerly, summoning his wind fire wheels to soar high into the sky. Then, gazing into the distance, he picked a direction and sped off in an instant. In that very direction, a national fortune squad was locked in fierce combat with a horde of demons from Lion Camel Ridge.
Damn it, these demons are seriously tough.
They're on a whole different level compared to the previous National Fortune battlefields. You bet. After all, this stage comes from Wu Cheng'en's novel Journey to the West, written in our Hanming Kingdom.
It's one of the toughest trials among the 81 tribulations in the story. But powerful demons mean hefty rewards for slaying them. 3 exceptionally handsome yet oddly peculiar National Fortune contestants unleash their divine blessings, striking fiercely at the surrounding demons.
One had skin so pale it glowed, with a nose that was ridiculously high.
Another possessed legs so incredibly long they distorted the surrounding space.
The last one was even more terrifying. It was impossible to tell if they were male or female.
They seemed male, yet possessed an overwhelmingly effeminate aura. Damn it! These 3 contestants must be from that legendary plastic surgery nation, the cosmic cold netherworld kingdom. How disgusting!
Several demons spat in disgust upon seeing them.
Though they were pure-blooded demons themselves, these 3 opponents, despite being human, seemed far more grotesque, triggering an uncanny valley effect.
Kill! The 2 sides clashed, with the cold Netherland contestants gradually gaining the upper hand.
Watch this. Our Hanming Kingdom's signature move, the Zhongzi attack. Dragon Boat Charge. Year Beast Summoning.
One culturally rich attack after another landed on the monsters' heads.
Ding! Park Young-in, the Hanming Kingdom's self-proclaimed king of underwater swimming, slays the fox spirit. All Hanming Kingdom citizens gain a 10% boost to their appearance. Ding! Ding!
Hanming Nation's contestant Cece, known as the wife-protecting maniac, slays the leopard spirit.
All Hanming citizens gain a 10% boost in speed. Ding! 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 Ah ha 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 ha! See that?
Our Hanming Kingdom competitors are just so awesome. 13 strikes per second isn't his limit, it's just that these monsters can only withstand 13 strikes. Our Hanming Kingdom boasts over 5,000 years of history, with a profound and extensive culture. The national fortune techniques our contestants use, like Zhongzi and dragon boats, are all transformed attack moves rooted in our unique cultural heritage.
Bull! This is clearly from our Great Xia. All they do is steal.
Haha, if it's yours, Great Xia, then why can't you use these skills derived from your own traditional culture?
The Hanming citizens sneered with immense satisfaction. Their nation's divine powers weren't particularly formidable.
Perhaps due to their inherently shallow cultural roots, having once been subordinate to Great Xia's deities, most of their divine abilities were imitations copied from Great Xia's gods, bestowed upon their national fortune athletes as blessings. This resulted in Hanming's contestants predominantly wielding divine skills steeped in Great Xia's cultural essence.
Meanwhile, in Great Xia, with its myths extinct, no deities appeared at all.
This sent countless Hanming citizens into a frenzy. They seized upon this as proof that the Great Xia had stolen their culture, claiming that the various deities of the Great Xia were actually their own Hanming deities.
After all, why else would no deities manifest in the Great Xia?
For a time, countless Great Xia people found themselves unable to refute this.
Ah ha 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 ha! Our Hanming Kingdom is unrivaled under heaven.
Back in the day, Pango split heaven and earth, Nuwa created mankind, the 3 purities and 4 sovereigns, all of them belonged to our Hanming Kingdom.
What? You Great Xia people disagree?
Truth be told, all of Great Xia was founded by our Hanming Kingdom. A sorcerer named Su Fu once led 3,000 young boys and girls there to establish it. Plainly put, we are your fathers. The people of Hanming unleashed a barrage of insults across the major forums of Great Xia.
Such provocative behavior.
The people of Great Xia had grown somewhat accustomed. Sigh, they never miss a chance to stir things up. It's beyond words.
Yeah. Do they get such a kick out of stealing other people's culture? Exactly. Their country's never been anything special throughout history, always the bullied underdog. Now they're basking in a little spotlight?
Totally predictable.
Damn it. But I really want to punch them. My girlfriend watches their TV dramas and keeps going on about some domineering CEO nonsense. Now she won't even watch Japanese videos with me anymore. Huh? What's going on? How did Lǐ Nézhā suddenly appear beside these Hanming contestants? What the hell?
Countless Great Xia citizens gasped in shock, their eyes darting toward the giant screen.
There he was, Lǐ Nézhā. No concealment. No sneak attack from behind.
He descended right there, in broad daylight, right in the center of the battlefield, looking as fresh as a daisy.
Who's that?
The 3 Hanming Kingdom competitors and their opponents from the Lion Camel Ridge demons all looked up simultaneously, asking in astonishment.
Ha ha ha! The one who came to kill you.
Lǐ Nézhā, fire spear in hand, his heaven-shaking brocade fluttering in the wind with a rustling sound, held his pose mid-air for a full 30 seconds as if waiting for paparazzi to snap photos before finally descending to the ground. It's the Great Xia's national fortune contestant.
Something called Lǐ Nézhā?
Hanming Kingdom's contestant, Pubu Zhang, coldly shouted.
Hey, you came to steal our prey? Screw that. Those demons over there are our Hanming Kingdom's prey. We're about to win. Don't even think about stealing it. Get lost. Exactly. We don't mess with each other's territory. Seriously? These Great Xia contestants can't beat the monsters themselves, so they come to steal our kills? How utterly shameful.
Seeing Lǐ Nézhā suddenly appear, the crowd of Han citizens seethed with indignation.
Hurry up and finish them off.
Kill these monsters and claim the rewards, don't let the Great Xia players steal them. The 3 Han contestants, growing impatient, launched a fierce assault on the demons across from them. Yet Lǐ Nézhā, standing at the very center of the battlefield, merely smiled with a wicked grin.
Heh heh heh, who said I came here to slay monsters? Monsters, and you, all of you must die. Chapter 41, he's still just a child. Lǐ Nézhā cackled eerily.
In an instant, he materialized before the nearest Han Kingdom contestant, his hand clamping down on the opponent's throat. The 3 flame true fire erupted, instantly engulfing the man's entire body in flames.
Ah!
Park Young-in, the so-called king of underwater swimming, let out a piercing scream.
He never imagined Lǐ Nézhā had come to kill him? Wait, weren't you here to snatch our prey? Why are you attacking us now? Ha ha ha! Exactly.
In this young master's eyes, you lot are nothing but prey.
Lǐ Nézhā struck with brutal force, wrenching Park Young-jin's neck clean off before incinerating his entire body. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain Han Kingdom contestant Park Wuzhong. Ding! Great Xia receives reward, national population's appearance enhanced by 20%. Ding!
All rewards previously granted to Park Young-shin for slaying demons are revoked and transferred to Great Xia.
Ding! Han Nation contestant Park Wuzhong has perished. Punishment befalls Han Nation, a nationwide earthquake erupts. Han Nation contestants, please take note. Lǐ Nézhā swung his blade with deadly precision, slaying his foe in an instant.
In a flash, he instantly killed Park Young-in.
The entire process left the surrounding demons utterly stunned. Wait, the national fortune contestants are actually turning on each other? What the hell? What are you doing? Lǐ Nézhā, you're supposed to be killing demons, not us. The remaining 2 contestants from Han Kingdom erupted in fury.
Divine power erupted from their bodies as they pressed forward to overwhelm Lǐ Nézhā.
What the hell is going on? Who is this kid? Damn it!
He's murdering and looting.
Instead of slaying demons, he's slaughtering other national fortune contestants and plundering their rewards? Holy! Is this even human? He's a beast. Han Kingdom.
Earlier, Park Young-in had already slain numerous demons, bringing his nation abundant rewards. Resources like various ores, iron, and petroleum. There were also enhancements benefiting the entire populace, boosting physical capabilities across the board. But at that very moment, beams of light began to rise. The rewards they had just obtained, still warm in their hands, were all taken back by the gatekeeper of national fortune. Then, the rewards were transferred to the Great Xia. Now, every citizen of Hanning was furious.
Lǐ Nézhā. You. Why? Why are you killing our contestants? Their nation's diplomat began denouncing Lǐ Nézhā's actions at the United Nations. Whose child is this? Who taught him to act this way? Ha?
Meanwhile, numerous Western nations, along with countries like Sakura Nation and White Elephant Nation that had strained relations with Great Xia, also launched fierce condemnations against the empire. In an instant, the Great Xia Empire found itself thrust into the eye of the storm.
Lǐ Nézhā's parents, siblings, Li Jing, and others dared not speak online.
Li Jing wiped away a bead of sweat. Thank goodness no one else knows that Lǐ Nézhā is actually my son.
Yeah. Otherwise, our overseas business would be toast.
Father, if you don't step forward, who will explain Lǐ Nézhā's actions to the other countries? Asked Lǐ Nézhā's eldest brother, Li Jinta.
Well, perhaps the director?
Li Jing sighed. Led by Han Nation, numerous Western countries were mounting pressure on Great Xia. If this Lǐ Nézhā has no parents, he was still recruited by the National Fortune Bureau. Therefore, the Bureau must take responsibility.
Director Yáng Fān, come out and explain this.
The crowd clamored across all major platforms. But Yáng Fān couldn't be bothered to respond, merely replying with a single sentence.
Lǐ Nézhā is still just a child. It's the new year. He's already killed. Do you really need to pick on a child?
His words instantly silenced the aggressive, confrontational, and accusatory national diplomatic representatives, leaving them flustered and speechless. They were rendered speechless. The citizens of Hanming felt utterly disgusted, as if they'd swallowed something foul.
But with Yáng Fān having spoken, what could they do even if they were dissatisfied? Did they really dare to go to war with Great Xia?
The Great Xia Empire was a mythical power beyond compare. Even without divine intervention, crushing a tiny nation like Hanning would be as easy as shaking off dust from one's feet. Besides, they no longer had the chance.
Because, boom!
The death of their national fortune champion triggered the inevitable punishment from the guardian of national destiny.
Such catastrophic punishments were typically limited in scope.
Previous failures by Great Xia had triggered localized earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters. But Hanning Nation was small. What was merely a localized disaster for Great Xia became a nationwide catastrophe for them.
The entire Han Ming kingdom was instantly engulfed in violent tremors. Countless cries of agony rose from its people.
They cried out for help while cursing Lǐ Nézhā.
Yet,
their calamity had only just begun.
Ha ha ha.
The demonic child Lǐ Nézhā showed no sign of halting his slaughter. After slaying Park Young-jin, he turned his claws toward the other two contestants from Han Ming Kingdom.
After a brutal slaughter,
2 more charred corpses lay in ruins.
Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain Han Ming Kingdom contestant ECC.
Ding!
Great Xia receives reward, all citizens gain a 20% boost to stamina.
Ding! All rewards previously obtained by ECC for slaying demons have been revoked and transferred to Great Xia. Ding!
Han Ming Nation's participant ECC has perished. Han Ming Nation incurs punishment, 20% stamina drained from all citizens.
Han Ming participants, please verify receipt. Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain Cold Nether Kingdom contestant Quan Jiguan.
Ding! Great Xia receives reward, speed of all citizens increased by 20%. Ding! All rewards previously obtained by Quan Jiguan for slaying demons have been revoked and awarded to Great Xia. Ding!
Han Ming Nation competitor Quan Jiguan has perished.
Han Ming Nation incurs punishment, speed of all citizens reduced by 20%. Han Ming Nation competitors, please take note. A series of announcements echoed through the air.
A massive wave of rewards flew out from Han Ming Kingdom, all heading toward Great Xia.
Meanwhile, the Han Ming Kingdom's own people felt their bodies grow weak and sluggish.
Originally, an earthquake was erupting in the nation, and its citizens were frantically fleeing.
Now, many lack the strength to flee.
Between punishments, a strange synergy emerged, leading to even greater casualties.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Lǐ Nézhā! Our Han Ming Kingdom will never coexist with you. We are sworn enemies. Aya. Countless citizens of Han Ming roared in fury. Meanwhile,
the citizens of Great Xia, however, were overjoyed by the sudden flood of rewards that had appeared before them.
Ahahaha. Just as I thought, killing demons for rewards is nowhere near as fast as directly eliminating national fortune contenders and plundering their bounties. Chapter 42, The Hunt, the mighty Sakura Nation team.
The dire plight of the Cold Nether Kingdom was, in truth, a source of anguish and lamentation only for its own people.
Other nations, including their patron, the United States, couldn't be bothered to intervene.
They merely sought to use this opportunity to antagonize the Great Xia. Unfortunately for them, Yáng Fān's single remark, "He's still just a child," completely derailed their entire scheme. Thus, no one felt the slightest sympathy for Han Ming Kingdom. The war of national destiny had long been brutally ruthless. With countless citizens of Great Xia overwhelmed by the rewards pouring in from Han Ming, who had time to feel sorry for them.
This Lǐ Nézhā truly suits my temperament. National Fortune livestream.
Jiang Shang stroked his beard, watching Lǐ Nézhā's figure, and nodded with satisfaction.
On the battlefield, cruelty toward your enemies is responsibility toward yourself. Truthfully, on the National Fortune battlefield, it's nothing new for contestants to slaughter each other and plunder rewards.
The United States and Japan frequently engage in such tactics. This time, they merely exploited our Great Xia's reputation as a nation of etiquette and gentlemen, thinking they could deceive us with their cunning.
Lord Jiang speaks wisely. These beasts have repeatedly targeted our Great Xia's national fortune contestants.
Now that we've grown strong and struck back, they have the audacity to accuse us without shame.
How laughable. Ben Boerba and Bob Boerben chimed in agreement.
The two of them stirred up the atmosphere in the livestream. Truthfully, the people of Great Xia largely understood this logic. Lǐ Nézhā's brutal slaughter of enemies seemed terrifying to other nations, but to the people of Great Xia, it was incredibly thrilling.
Lǐ Nézhā's popularity skyrocketed, even surpassing Sun Changsheng, who is currently extorting the Blue Lion. Honestly, I think the bureau chief's line, "He's still just a kid," was way more badass. Look at those representatives from other nations, all their faces turned ashen. Exactly. It's the new year, and besides, the killing's already done. The man's dead, you can't bring him back.
Better to focus our energy on post-disaster reconstruction than on seeking retribution.
Right. Spot on. Hear that, Han Ming people? The Han Ming citizens who had just swarmed the Great Xia livestream to mock relentlessly were now scrambling to flee.
The tables had turned, and now the people of Daxia were mocking them in return.
Though it said, "If a dog bites me, I shouldn't bite back." But honestly, those are rules for gentlemen. I'm no gentleman, I'm no saint, I'm no virtuous soul who returns kindness for harm. I'll mock them if I want to, What's wrong with that? The Han Ming citizens, witnessing this torrent of mockery, wanted to say something. Yet in the end, all their words crystallized into a single plea. Could you donate some supplies to aid us? Get lost.
In the end, the Great Xia Empire did return some resources, specifically the useless ones plundered from Han Ming, to demonstrate the magnanimity of our great nation.
On the battlefield of national destiny, Lǐ Nézhā eliminated 3 Han Ming contestants, then slaughtered all the surrounding demons, destroying all evidence. Damn it!
I was so caught up in killing and looting that I forgot this behavior seems rather unethical.
Won't it tarnish my image? Lǐ Nézhā fretted inwardly. He was aiming to be a superstar.
He had to maintain his public image. Husband, you've truly raised a fine son.
Chengtang Pass. Bouda group. Lǐ Nézhā's mother leaned against Li Jing's shoulder, beaming with joy. Oomph.
Li Jing was about to utter his usual retort, that brat isn't my son.
But the word stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Never mind that. The demon child Lǐ Nézhā was brutal, undeniably so. But if that brutality were directed at enemies? That would be absolutely delightful.
Ah! My nephew Yang Jin seemed so honest before. Who knew that after joining the National Fortune Bureau, he'd learn to deceive people and take everything for himself?
I was wondering about that. So it seems everyone in the National Fortune Bureau is this ruthless. Tao San. Yang Jin's relatives all wore expressions of deep sorrow. Everyone sighed deeply.
Once this National Fortune War is over, I think we should keep Yang Jin, our nephew, far away from these shady characters.
That makes sense.
The name of the National Fortune Bureau had now spread far and wide across the land. Sun Changsheng was extorting money.
Yang Jin was plundering everything in sight. Lǐ Nézhā was murdering and plundering. This isn't a National Fortune Bureau, it's a bloody gang.
We can't let Great Xia steal our thunder.
Sakura Nation. Currently one of the most powerful nations, backed by the divine realm of Takamagara and protected by the supreme deity Amaterasu.
Their emperor was deeply displeased to see their old rival, Great Xia, stealing such spectacular glory this time.
This Lǐ Nézhā's such a brute. It's time to teach him a lesson.
The emperor commanded a minister standing behind him, a man whose chest bore a bizarre, gaping hole, as if blown clean through, yet somehow still alive due to some divine intervention.
Yes, your imperial majesty.
The minister replied respectfully. Upon entering the National Fortune Battlefield, the official representatives of the nations behind the National Fortune teams were granted one final opportunity to send messages. Though limited to a mere 15 characters, it was sufficient to issue commands.
Soon. Far away on the National Fortune Battlefield, the three-person team from Sakura Nation was slaughtering the demons of Lion Camel Ridge.
Their overwhelming strength rendered the Oling demons utterly helpless, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. The scene was gruesome beyond description. Suddenly, their leader, Prince Wuda, paused his blood-soaked hands to receive a message.
Great Xia. Lǐ Nézhā. 8 o'clock direction. Execute. Your Highness, what did His Majesty the Emperor say?
Another Sakura Nation competitor, a female participant named Aoi Tamaki, the proxy for the nine-tailed fox demon Tamamo no Mae, gently stroked the arm of Prince Mutoku, the proxy for the Great Tengu, and respectfully inquired. Father commanded us to eliminate a Great Xia contestant.
That contestant must be isolated, he's alone now. Prince Takahito flashed a cruel smile. Did you all hear the reward announcement just now?
Great Xia is making quite a stir this time, recruiting reincarnators.
Daxia is a grave threat to our Sakura Nation.
Now that they've grown stronger, we cannot stand idly by and let them claim more rewards.
Let's go. We're going to kill him.
Prince Wuda, Aoi Tamaki, and the final member of the proxy of the wine god, Shuten Doji, the three-person Sakura Nation squad, abandoned the demons they were fiercely battling and charged toward Lǐ Nézhā's location.
They made no effort to conceal their movements. Their actions were broadcast live, witnessed by countless viewers. Wait, what's happening? What are these three Sakura Nation players up to? Oh no! They're going after our Lǐ Nézhā. Damn it! These three Sakura Nation players are renowned, their strength far surpasses those useless fools from Hanming Nation. They're likely one of the strongest teams in this National Fortune Battlefield. Countless Great Xia citizens grew anxious. If Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and Lǐ Nézhā were all present, we wouldn't fear them.
But over there, it's just Lǐ Nézhā alone now.
It looks like trouble's brewing.
Chapter 43, this Lǐ Nézhā sure knows how to stir up trouble.
Wait, the fight hasn't even started yet.
How can you be so sure our Lǐ Nézhā can't take on those three little devils? Sigh, to be honest, I really don't think he stands a chance.
Look, these three National Fortune fighters from Sakura Nation are the proxies for its three great demons, the Great Tengu, Tamamo no Mae, and Shuten Doji. Their power is no joke. When they faced the Ou Ridge demons earlier, they basically wiped them out instantly.
Well, our three Great Xia representatives would probably do the same to those demons too, but two fists can't fight six hands.
That depends on what kind of fists and hands we're talking about. Ha 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 ha. What fists, what hands? Dream on. Our Sakura Nation's competitors are simply the strongest. Fine. I admit your three Daxia reincarnators have some skill. One-on-one, they're formidable. But your Lǐ Nézhā is outnumbered here.
The Cherry Blossom Nation's modus operandi has always been a particular fondness for slaughter, with no regard for any rules.
Outnumbering their opponents is something they frequently resort to. Boss, contact Lǐ Nézhā immediately.
He has the wind fire wheels. Even if he can't win, he can definitely escape if he gets out of there early.
Damn it!
Let our Great Xia trio regroup first, then we'll wipe out these well-fed little devils.
Countless Great Xia citizens began worrying about Lǐ Nézhā. After all, he was still just a child. How could he possibly endure such a perilous situation? Great Tengu, Tamamo no Me, Shuten Doji.
They truly are formidable demons.
National Fortune livestream.
Jiang Shang pondered for a moment before speaking.
I recognize this Tamamo no Me.
She was Daji from our Great Xia's age of deification. After her defeat, she fled to the land of cherry blossoms and transformed into this form.
Do not underestimate her.
Yáng Fān nodded, about to contact Lǐ Nézhā to inform him that the Sakura Nation team was on their way. But the next moment, his expression changed abruptly, followed by a bitter smile.
Ha? What's this Lǐ Nézhā getting into trouble with another team again?
On the battlefield of National Fortune. After disposing of the 3-member squad from the Cold Nether realm, killing, looting, burying the bodies, and dealing with the witnessing monsters, Lǐ Nézhā wasted no time. He soared back into the sky, searching for the traces of other National Fortune teams.
Ha. Killing and looting is the fastest way to make money.
This young master needs to earn more.
Lǐ Nézhā's heart was set on Great Xia.
He knew the nation had endured too many setbacks and now needed rewards to rebuild. The more rewards, the better. After all, money never stings. The more rewards he garnered, the higher his recognition among the people of Daxia would surely rise, and the greater his chances of becoming a superstar.
Thus, Lǐ Nézhā was utterly impatient. You're the ones.
Lǐ Nézhā descended directly from the heavens, charging into another battlefield where the National Fortune team clashed with the demons of Lion Camel Ridge.
Ha? Who's that? I'm your grandpa.
The 3 National Fortune contestants present, along with the entire Oling demon horde, were utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the citizens of Great Xia, Sakura Nation, Cold Netherworld, and other nations watching the livestream, all those following Lǐ Nézhā.
This Lǐ Nézhā guy just won't quit, huh?
We in the United States may often raid other nations' competitors, but we don't do it this brazenly.
Who did he pick on this time? Which country's unlucky enough? It's us, the White Elephant Nation. What the hell?
For a moment, everyone froze in shock.
After a long pause,
the traitors and foreigners who had been hoping for the Great Xia's downfall suddenly erupted in cheers.
Ha. This is what happens when you don't discipline your children.
This Lǐ Nézhā probably won't even know how he died. Behind the White Elephant Kingdom stand 2 divine realms, the Temple of Heavenly Gods and the Sacred Mountain of Buddhism.
Both possess power that ranks among the strongest divine realms on Blue Star today.
White Elephant Nation, an ordinary power on its own, has surged to become the strongest force in the realm of national destiny precisely because of these 2 colossal entities.
This is the mightiest nation. Combined, these 2 divine realms rival even the Great Xia divine system. Their National Fortune teams consistently rank among the strongest. Even Sakura Nation and its backing, Takamagara, pale in comparison. Holy crap!
This Lǐ Nézhā truly a child with no mother to raise him. How did he manage to get involved with such a colossus? Countless people instantly launched into a chorus of mockery directed at Lǐ Nézhā. Even many Great Xia citizens couldn't help but cover their faces and sigh.
Seriously, Lǐ Nézhā, sigh.
It's bad enough you provoked Sakura Nation, but why did you have to provoke White Elephant Nation too? One stronger than the other.
Yeah. Seriously, if you want to kill and loot, why not just pick on trash teams like Hanming? Why go after the strong ones? What the hell does that even mean? Oomph. That brat sure knows how to stir up trouble.
Thank goodness our Yang Jin nephew isn't this reckless. Otherwise, the Yang family bloodline would be extinct sooner or later.
Boss, what should we do?
Tell Lǐ Nézhā to flee immediately. Will he listen? I doubt it.
Yáng Fān smiled bitterly. He had long known Lǐ Nézhā was a troublemaker, but never imagined his knack for stirring up trouble would surpass even his wildest expectations. But Yáng Fān suddenly changed the subject.
Lǐ Nézhā may be a bit reckless, but he's usually dependable. He rarely does things without any certainty.
I don't think we need to worry too much. The team from White Elephant Kingdom, 3 National Fortune contestants with sallow complexions, 2 men and 1 woman, stared in astonishment at the figure ahead, engulfed in raging flames.
Are you a national champion from Great Xia? Lǐ Nézhā, one of them asked.
That's right. Never thought you'd recognize your old man. Lǐ Nézhā gripped his fire-tipped spear, the 3 flame true fire blazing fiercely on his hands, ready to strike at any moment. The 3 White Elephant Kingdom competitors exchanged glances. Each radiated a terrifying aura, their bodies aglow with golden light, clearly no pushovers. We heard the broadcast announcing your slaughter of the Hanming Kingdom's contestant and your plundering of the reward. Who would have thought that you, from the Great Xia Kingdom, a land of etiquette that reveres winning hearts through virtue, would commit such acts no different from those bandits from the beautiful country? Notably, though the White Elephant Kingdom trio appeared furious at Lǐ Nézhā's murderous plunder, they showed no immediate intent to fight back. Even Sakyamuni, the revered Buddha watching the live broadcast from distant Mount Ling, paled visibly.
This Lǐ Nézhā must not disrupt our Buddhist affairs. Qinglian, you go first. The 2 of us will hold off this Lǐ Nézhā.
The leader of the White Elephant Kingdom team instructed the woman named Qinglian behind him.
I can sense that Elder is nearby, about to find me.
Xinglian's feet stirred the air as she rose into the sky, each step forming a lotus flower. She abruptly abandoned the battlefield and fled toward the distance.
Hey! Don't run! Lǐ Nézhā was astonished. How could an opponent who seemed quite powerful flee before the fight even began? Your opponent is me.
A White Elephant Kingdom fighter clasped his hands together. Countless giant palms sprouted from behind him, slamming down heavily toward Lǐ Nézhā.
Chapter 44, Urgent Crisis. Battles erupt everywhere. Boom! This White Elephant Kingdom fighter was clearly no ordinary foe.
His power was so immense that a single palm strike shattered the ground beneath him. Fortunately, Lǐ Nézhā dodged swiftly, otherwise, he might have been instantly pulverized into a two-dimensional pulp.
Truly worthy of Hashirama.
Blessed with the divine power of Ashura, the war god of the White Elephant Kingdom's heavenly temple.
See that? That's what a master looks like. That's a master.
The moment the White Elephant Kingdom contestant, known as Hashirama, made his move, cheers erupted across Blue Star. Since the arrival of the National Fate Battlefield, the White Elephant Kingdom had entered a golden age.
Backed by two divine realms.
Both were powerhouses ranked among the strongest divine temples in Buddhist sacred mountains.
Their might was so formidable that calling them Blue Star's mightiest would be no exaggeration. This had the once ridiculed White Elephant Kingdom basking in unprecedented pride.
The reincarnators of Great Xia are indeed formidable. After all, the divine realms they rely on boast the most ancient heritage on Blue Star. But alas, their deities have vanished. Currently, the strongest are us, the White Elephant Kingdom. Not only Heisai Lama, but the other contestant, Malaita, has inherited the blessing of Indra, the thunder god of our White Elephant Kingdom's heavenly temple. To call these two the strongest would be no exaggeration.
Ha 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 ha. Our White Elephant Kingdom is just awesome.
Even Lǐ Nézhā himself wouldn't stand a chance against either of them one-on-one, let alone facing both at once. The other contestant, known as Murata, manifested colossal blue armor tens of meters tall. Clutching a bow, shield, and greatsword, he descended like a celestial being.
His bow locked onto Lǐ Nézhā. With a thunderous roar, a massive lightning arrow shot forth. Swish! The earth shattered beneath his feet. Chaos erupted instantly across the battlefield.
The OU Ridge demons who had been battling the White Elephant Kingdom fighters earlier quickly scattered. Some fell dead, others fled, and the rest dispersed. Lǐ Nézhā knew the opponent's power far surpassed any foe he'd faced before, and he dared not take it lightly.
3 heads, 6 arms.
He instantly transformed into his most powerful form, clashing head-on with Hashirama and Murata. For a moment, the earth trembled and the heavens shook within a radius of over 10 miles. Thunderbolts, flames, and violent storms erupted in all directions, pounding the heavens and earth into darkness.
Holy crap! This is insane. This is the battle of the century. Holy crap! Is this what the world of the strong looks like? I'm going blind.
Both the Great Xia and White Elephant Kingdom livestreams broadcast this visual spectacle simultaneously.
Damn it! This Lǐ Nézhā is insane. Taking on 2 opponents alone? Unbelievable. But how long can he keep this up? Our White Elephant Nation is the strongest. Fine, I admit it.
This Daxia reincarnator is seriously impressive.
Absolutely incredible.
But he only got lucky facing us from White Elephant Kingdom. Any other country's fighter wouldn't stand a chance.
Viewers from Great Xia, White Elephant Kingdom, and other nations watching the livestream all had eyes ablaze, their blood boiling with excitement. Oomph. That bastard son of mine is actually this powerful? Truly unbelievable. What kind of monster did I give birth to? Dad, he's the Nézhā reincarnator. It's only natural he's powerful.
After all, Nézhā is famously known as the great god of the 3 altars and sea assembly.
Holy crap! Director, what kind of extraordinary talent did you recruit? This Lǐ Nézhā is this powerful?
He didn't even exert himself when he instantly defeated those other demons and National Fortune contestants earlier. Within the National Fortune Bureau, everyone was utterly exhilarated. Even the venerable Zhang Shang couldn't help but marvel at the potential of this new recruit. But though Lǐ Nézhā is formidable, his opponents, Hasalama and Malaita, are no ordinary foes either. In this battle, Lǐ Nézhā faces grave danger.
Rest assured, Elder Zhang. I've already dispatched reinforcements, Yáng Fān replied. On the National Fortune Battlefield.
Yang Jin and Xiao Tianquan used the token given by the Azure Lion to ride the wind at incredible speed, rushing toward Lǐ Nézhā's location. The Azure Lion was currently being tormented and extorted by Sun Changsheng, waiting for him to notify the 3 demon kings and the golden-winged great eagle to swiftly retrieve the Yin Yang Qi bottle and return to the Lion Camel Cave for reinforcements. Unfortunately for him, Yang Jin wasn't the trusted little drill wind.
He couldn't care less.
Originally, Yang Jin had planned to slay other demons and monsters along the way, then feign an attack by a National Fortune contestant, pretending to be severely injured and hiding out for a while. Unexpectedly, Lǐ Nézhā had stirred up such a huge mess. Yáng Fān urgently messaged him, demanding he rush to provide backup.
Hurry! Lǐ Nézhā can't hold out much longer.
Yang Jin's heart raced as he sped up.
One Lǐ Nézhā is already formidable.
Add Yang Jin and Xiao Tian as another combatant. 2 humans and a dog working together should be able to defeat these 2 experts from the White Elephant Kingdom.
Zhang Shan nodded in agreement. The citizens of Great Xia, watching the livestream, saw Yang Jin rushing to the rescue and felt a surge of hope.
Lǐ Nézhā. Hang on. Oomph. Damn it. Does Xia actually send reinforcements? Hashirama, Murata, finish off Lǐ Nézhā quickly.
At this moment, citizens of both Great Xia and White Elephant Kingdom watched the battle with solemn expressions and anxious hearts. The battle had escalated to such an intense level.
No one had anticipated this. Oh no.
Something seems to have gone wrong with Yang Jin's side.
Suddenly, someone shouted.
Countless citizens of Daxia immediately turned their attention to Yang Jin. There he was, soaring through the air, when suddenly a piercing roar echoed through the sky. Swish! 2 crimson slashes erupted from the sky. Yang Jin raised his trident blade to block them directly.
Ha ha!
Another Great Xia competitor. Since I didn't get to face that Lǐ Nézhā, taking you out first isn't bad either. Prince Budo of Sakura Nation stepped forward from nearby, followed by 2 other Sakura Nation competitors, Tsukuyami and Sake God.
It's Sakura Nation. 3 Sakura Nation competitors were originally heading to eliminate the isolated Lǐ Nézhā, but midway, they unexpectedly encountered Yang Jin, who was rushing to Lǐ Nézhā's aid. Holy! The sky's falling. What kind of catastrophic start is this?
All the Great Xia citizens watching the livestream instantly felt their hearts sink.
Ahahaha. Heaven is dooming you, Great Xia.
Lǐ Nézhā is being surrounded by Hashirama and Murata over there, his life hanging by a thread.
The reinforcements, Yang Jin, actually ran into 3 players from Sakura Nation. This is a total disaster. We're screwed. Damn it. This is just too unlucky. These 3 monsters from Sakura Nation are no joke. And they're all together? Holy crap, Yang Jin's situation looks even more desperate than Lǐ Nézhā's. It's over. All over. I admit it, these 3 reincarnators from Great Xia are incredibly strong. But it's all over.
Great Xia was just a flash in the pan.
It's doomed to fall in the end. Anyone interested in emigrating? It'll cost 10 million now. Who told you to wait? Too late. Ahahaha.
At this very moment, the Great Xia seemed to have reached a critical juncture of life and death.
Even Yáng Fān and Zhang Shan wore expressions of profound gravity.
Chapter 45, The Heavenless Buddha, the World-Destroying Black Lotus. Yang Jin's expression darkened as he stared at the 3 figures radiating terrifying auras, Prince Wuda, Sang Jinghua, and the Wine God. His third eye opened on his forehead. They are truly formidable. None of them are ordinary powerhouses.
Though Sakura Nation and its backing, Takamagara, lack the might of the Western Divine Realms, the Temple of Heaven and Lingshan of Buddhism behind White Elephant Nation, or Asgard and Olympus.
Yet they were a group of madmen willing to stake everything, placing heavy bets on their nation's fate. Divine blessings for national fortune contestants weren't without cost. The greater the divine power expended, the stronger the national fortune contestant forged. The 3 before him were clearly such powerhouses, forged through the expenditure of immense divine energy. Under normal circumstances, Yang Jin would have no fear. But now, he had no time. He still had to go support Lǐ Nézhā.
Here I come.
Without a word, Yang Jin swung his trident-bladed sword, unleashing a series of slashes toward the 3 figures before him.
Oomph. Trivial tricks.
Prince Wuda casually swept out a claw, colliding violently with Yang Jin's slash.
Boom.
Dust and debris scattered in all directions.
Transform. Yet when the dust settled, Yang Jin was nowhere to be seen. Ha! Prince Wuda and his 2 companions froze in shock.
Not far away, a gray eagle, clutching a dog in its beak, soared rapidly into the distance.
Damn it! That cowardly Great Xia.
All he knows how to do is run.
We're going after him. The trio immediately gave chase after Yang Jin. Ha!
That Yang Jin, what a master of the 72 transformations.
But so what? He won't get away. The 3 of us from Sakura Nation are no less formidable than those 3 from White Elephant Nation. Ha 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 ha.
Kill, kill, kill.
Quickly eliminate these 2 Great Xia contestants.
Seize all of Great Xia's rewards, then we'll launch a full-scale invasion of Xia.
The people of Sakura Nation were utterly exhilarated. Great Xia stood like a towering mountain, having suppressed them for millennia.
Only in the past 100 years or so did Sakura Nation briefly rise to prominence, only to be swiftly crushed by Great Xia. This was their first real chance to destroy the Great Xia.
Every citizen of Sakura Nation burned with fervor. Damn it!
What are you so cocky about? If it weren't for Yang Jin rushing to support Lǐ Nézhā, we'd have wiped out your pathetic little fish and rotten shrimp ages ago.
Young Master Yang Jin, you better step up. You did well earlier, retreat when outmatched. Preserving the Yang bloodline is what truly matters. Damn it! Hurry up!
My son is still waiting for him to rescue him.
Damn it!
The situation was urgent and critical. Lǐ Nézhā was locked in fierce combat with the special forces. Yet Yang Jin's situation seemed even more perilous. Everyone, especially the citizens of the Great Xia, Sakura Nation, and White Elephant Kingdom, held their breath as they watched this battle unfold.
Oomph. Once Lǐ Nézhā and those two from White Elephant Kingdom are locked in a life and death struggle, we Sakura Nation will reap the benefits. Heaven favors our Sakura Nation. First, we must eliminate Yang Jin. On the battlefield of national destiny.
Yang Jin transformed intermittently, now an eagle, now a leopard, now a vulture, constantly concealing himself, avoiding combat, and racing forward at breakneck speed.
The trio from Sakura Kingdom gradually fell behind. Only Prince Wuda, renowned for his speed, transformed into the winged form of the Great Tengu Demon King and continued the urgent pursuit. Aoi Suki and the Wine God had already been left behind. Alone now, Yang Jin felt no fear. He was confident he could defeat Prince Wuda, but he feared being held back, ultimately facing 3 opponents alone. Thus, he had no intention of stopping to fight. Yet just as he pressed onward, a figure suddenly materialized ahead. It was a woman, lotus blossoms blooming beneath her feet, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. It's that female fighter from the White Elephant Kingdom, Qinglian. What's she doing here? Qinglian also spotted Yang Jin, but she appeared weak and showed no intention of engaging him.
Their eyes met briefly before they prepared to part ways. But just as they were about to part ways, a massive black lotus suddenly burst forth from the sky. The black lotus seemed vast enough to cover the entire sky, stretching endlessly. In an instant, it enveloped Qinglian, Yang Jin, and the Prince of Wuda who had just been pursuing them. Holy! What the hell is going on? In an instant, everyone watching the livestream was utterly dumbfounded. What? What is this? Everyone in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the White Elephant Kingdom was utterly bewildered. Except Mount Ling in the Buddhist realm. The world-honored one, Shakyamuni, sat upright upon his lotus throne, palms pressed together in prayer, his eyes suddenly blazing open.
You have finally appeared. On the battlefield of national destiny. Before Yang Jin, Qinglian, and the Prince of Wuda, a figure abruptly materialized.
A figure clad entirely in black robes, with long black hair, appeared before them. He held a black lotus flower in his hands.
This figure was utterly enigmatic.
No one knew how he had materialized, nor could they sense any overwhelming aura emanating from him. Yet, merely standing there, he commanded an awe-inspiring presence.
Who are you?
Prince Wuda asked, his expression guarded. I am Mara, the cloaked figure replied gently, seemingly devoid of hostility.
Mara? Never heard of him. Prince Wuda snorted coldly.
Yet beside him, Qinglian suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, his face radiating devotion.
This disciple pays homage to the Buddha of boundless heaven. The Buddha of boundless heaven.
The moment this title was uttered, every heart present trembled.
He's actually the Buddha of boundless heaven? That traitor from the Buddhist sacred mountain? Blue Star. Numerous divine realms were thrown into turmoil. Wu Tian? How could he appear on the battlefield of national destiny? He possesses the power of a supreme god. Olympus, Asgard, the temple of the gods, Takamagara, the city of the sun, all divine realms were thrown into uproar. Mount Sumeru of the Buddhist realm braced for the worst. However, the Buddha Sakyamuni had clearly anticipated this.
He swiftly issued an edict, commanding all to remain calm and composed. He is not Wu Tian himself, merely a fragment of his consciousness that was left behind on Lion Camel Ridge. That place later vanished along with the Great Xia mythology. This time, I sent Qinglian into the Fate Battlefield specifically to locate Wu Tian and retrieve our Buddhist sect's most sacred treasure, the primordial soul Black Lotus.
The Buddha explained.
After all, the sudden appearance of a supreme god-level being was powerful enough to overturn the entire Lion Camel Ridge and shatter this battle of national destiny. Without an explanation to the other divine realms, the Buddhist sect would be hard-pressed to justify their actions. So it's merely a fragment of consciousness.
That's manageable. At the Great Xia National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān's face betrayed deep shock.
But though Wu Tian is merely a fragment of thought, the primordial soul Black Lotus in his possession is real. In that case, the value of this Buddhist treasure will likely far exceed the rewards of this entire national fortune battlefield.
The divine realms revealed greedy expressions.
Yet they merely contemplated it, daring not to act. After all, it was a thought of the supreme god level.
On the national fortune battlefield,
Wu Tian, with his benevolent expression, scanned the three present.
Strangely, his gaze lingered on Yang Jin for a moment longer before finally settling on Qinglian.
This world-destroying Black Lotus of mine, oh, right, you call it the primordial spirit Black Lotus, huh?
Names don't matter. It possesses an unparalleled law of destruction and requires an inheritor to merge with it.
From that moment on, the inheritor will not only gain a body transformed into the avatar of the world-destroying Black Lotus but also master the law of destruction.
Become the incarnation of the world-destroying Black Lotus?
Yang Jin's face twisted in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was hearing.
Then how does one become the inheritor?
Prince Wuda beside him instantly stared wide-eyed. Though it was obvious to anyone with eyes that the chosen one was almost certainly that Qinglian.
But the greed ingrained in the bloodline of Sakura Nation made Prince Wuda salivate with desire. Wu Tian showed none of the Buddha's usual airs, explaining softly. It's simple, it depends on fate. Come, child.
Strip away your bones, peel back your flesh, abandon your old form, and embrace death to be reborn. The Buddha's words seem to carry a hypnotic power, almost like an invitation to suicide.
First, commit suicide. Then, the world-destroying Black Lotus will assess whether your karma is sufficient.
If it is, you shall naturally receive the inheritance.
What? Suicide? Yang Jin, Prince Wuda, and Qinglian froze in shock.
The method of obtaining this world-destroying Black Lotus inheritance seemed terrifying.
But what if we kill ourselves first, and the world-destroying Black Lotus finds we lack the karmic connection to become inheritors?
What then? The three asked. The Buddha of boundless heaven offered a benevolent smile. Then you shall die.
Chapter 46. Of course there are risks in obtaining an inheritance. What did you say? Yang Jin, Prince Wuda, Qinglian.
Countless citizens from various nations watching the livestream, along with the gods themselves, all froze in place for several seconds, their expressions frozen in shock.
Acquiring this inheritance requires suicide, but even after killing yourself, it still depends on fate? If fate isn't on your side, you die for nothing?
The risks for this method of obtaining an inheritance are far too high.
Of course there's risk in acquiring an inheritance. Damn it! The Buddhist sects are insane. Acquiring an inheritance doesn't depend on strength or bloodline, but on fate? That's ridiculous. Amitba. That karma nonsense? Only the White Elephant Kingdom's Buddhists still play that game. We in Great Xia don't bother with it. So who the hell is this destined one? Who's going to merge with that apocalyptic Black Lotus and become its incarnation? Holy. Now I'm actually curious. It can't be that White Elephant Kingdom contestant called Qinglian, right?
9 times out of 10, it is. The appearance of the Buddha of boundless heaven and the inheritance of the world-destroying Black Lotus instantly shot to the top of Blue Star's trending topics.
Even the major divine realms were paying attention.
After all, the world-destroying Black Lotus is a supreme artifact embodying the pure law of annihilation.
Damn it!
If we'd known this Lion Camel Ridge-themed National Fortune battle would feature such a treasure, we should have sent some competitors too. Maybe our beautiful country would have had a chance. On the battlefield of National Fortune. Within the world-destroying Black Lotus's barrier.
May I ask, what are our odds of having enough karmic connection?
Even faced with such stringent conditions, Prince Wuda's eyes still gleamed with greed.
Fate is an elusive thing. I cannot say for certain if it will be sufficient.
The Buddha of boundless heaven was surprisingly affable, answering every question with a benevolent expression hardly resembling the arch-villain who nearly toppled the Buddhist sect. But I sense your chances of success are at least this high. He held up 3 fingers.
Only 30%? Emperor Wuda's heart trembled with shock. No. The Buddha of boundless heaven shook his head. It's 3 in 10,000. Boom! The greed in Prince Wuda's eyes vanished instantly. What did you say? 3 in 10,000? Why not just kill people outright? Yang Jin was too stunned to speak.
Though he had little interest in this Buddhist treasure, if there was a chance, he too would have liked to see the world-destroying Black Lotus become the eternal possession of Great Xia.
Forget it. Staying alive matters more. I'm not chasing some elusive fate.
If there's a chance, let Lǐ Nézhā and the others try. Yang Jin retreated behind Prince Wuda and Qinglian. Prince Wuda's eyes flashed with savagery, his expression torn with inner conflict. Yet in the end, he still did not take that step forward.
Great Buddha Wutian, this disciple is willing to try. Suddenly, Qinglian stepped forward.
She had been sent by Sakyamuni himself to obtain the world-destroying Black Lotus. Born with a lotus constitution, nourished by Buddha's bones, your conditions are favorable. Come, child, take the first step to receive the inheritance.
The Buddha of boundless heaven glanced at Qinglian, his eyes smiling as he nodded.
Swish! Without a word, Qinglian drew a short blade and began carving away flesh and bone. The scene was bloody and unsuitable for minors. Yet it was broadcast live across the entire Blue Star.
Holy! That's terrifying. This lunatic. Mommy, I'm scared. Wah!
Qinglian's face bore an expression of profound devotion, his eyes gleaming with fervor, clearly a true fanatic of the Buddhist faith. This disciple was born into the Buddhist faith and raised within it. This flesh and blood were bestowed by the world-honored one. Today, I shall repay him. Qinglian, filled with devotion, scraped away every last bit of his flesh and blood, dying a gruesome death on the spot.
The Buddha of boundless heaven glanced at the world-destroying Black Lotus in his hand, finding it unresponsive. He sighed.
Your faith is sufficient, but alas, your karma is not.
Qinglian died thus. Ding! Contestant Qinglian of the White Elephant Kingdom has committed suicide. The White Elephant Kingdom receives punishment. Ding! All White Elephant Kingdom residents suffer a 10% increase in injuries and illnesses.
The billions of White Elephant Kingdom citizens watching the live broadcast, who hadn't done anything yet, suddenly trembled.
The punishment fell from the heavens, landing squarely upon their heads.
Everyone's illnesses worsened. Those without ailments began coughing and catching colds. The healthy became sick, minor ailments turned into major ones, and major illnesses became incurable.
In an instant, the entire White Elephant Kingdom was plunged into wailing. Damn it! What kind of bull is this? That Qinglian is a 2. I'm speechless. Why the hell would she kill herself for a 3 in 10,000 chance? Damn it! She was devout, but now she's dragged us all down with her. The citizens of White Elephant Kingdom unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse upon Qinglian. It made sense, really. They possessed the strongest national fortune team. Under normal circumstances, even if they didn't secure first place in this national fortune battlefield, they could still reap a mountain of rewards and withdraw unscathed. But damn it, they got tricked by that Buddha of no heaven. They'd buried their own lives. Damn it. The White Elephant citizens, who moments ago were gloating in their perceived invincibility, now erupted in fury. This sight sent shivers down the spines of other nations. This Qinglian must be someone the Buddhist sect cultivated specifically to obtain the apocalyptic Black Lotus treasure. He showed astonishing talent from childhood and remained utterly loyal to the sect. Who would have thought he'd die so suddenly? When fate says no, it's no, even meeting all the conditions is useless. Just dead. What a careless death. Young Master Yang Jin, we're not after that so-called treasure, but we can't be fooled. The odds of getting it are worse than winning the lottery. Exactly. You're the sole heir of the Yáng family bloodline. Across the Great Xia Empire, Yang Jin's relatives and countless ordinary citizens were filled with worry. Fortunately, Yang Jin remained clear-headed. Elder. I am a contestant from Great Xia. I do not believe in Buddhism and am certainly unworthy of your legacy. Yang Jin bowed respectfully with clasped fists toward the Buddha of boundless heaven. Might you allow me to leave? You are an enemy of the Buddhist Ling Mountain, and Great Xia is also an enemy of Ling Mountain. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Should the opportunity arise, please visit Great Xia. Our National Fortune Bureau will certainly host you with fine wine and sumptuous food. The Buddha of boundless heaven turned his gaze toward Yang Jin, his eyes gentle and benevolent. Well said. For those without karmic connection, this one shall not force the matter. He actually lifted the surrounding restrictions and let Yang Jin leave. Thank you, Elder. Yang Jin knew this was no place to linger, especially with Lǐ Nézhā awaiting his reinforcements. Without another word, Yang Jin transformed into a soaring eagle and flew toward Lǐ Nézhā's location. Very good. Yang Jin truly understands the bigger picture. He didn't risk his life for that 1 in 10,000 chance. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān nodded with satisfaction. This inheritance from the Buddha of boundless heaven is utterly treacherous. Whoever actually commits suicide would be the real fool. We must hurry to aid Lǐ Nézhā. That boy likely won't hold out much longer. Seeing Yang Jin abandon the inheritance, the Great Xia delegation collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, just as everyone was mentally bidding farewell to this Buddha of boundless heaven, a sudden, drastic change occurred. The apocalyptic Black Lotus in the Buddha of Chaos's hand seemed to have been suddenly stimulated or perhaps summoned and came to life. It immediately turned and pursued Yang Jin in the direction he had fled. Ha! The Buddha of boundless heaven's eyes lit up as he stared in astonishment at Yang Jin's direction. Here comes the destined one. Chapter 47, The Chosen One, Lǐ Nézhā? The world-destroying Black Lotus had actually survived. And it's taking the initiative. Wow, is this fate knocking? What's going on? Could Yang Jin really be the destined one? No way. What connection could he possibly have with this world-destroying Black Lotus? Across Blue Star, countless people, even many deities, were stirred into alarm. How could this be? This is the supreme treasure of our Buddhist sect. How could it be destined for a Great Xia contestant? On the sacred mountain of Buddhism, even Sakyamuni could no longer sit still. Even if he were the reincarnation of Erlangshan or Erlangshan himself, he'd have absolutely no connection to our Buddhist sect. Where would this destiny come from? Damn it! No way, no way? Is this Buddhist affinity so abstract? Can it even be transferred to another person? Countries across the land began to mock the Buddhist sect's predicament. No! This inheritance is mine. On the battlefield of national fortune. Prince Wuda's expression turned icy as he stared at the apocalyptic Black Lotus, his eyes burning with greed. Suddenly, he soared upward, claws extended, reaching out to seize the flying world-destroying Black Lotus. To hell with fate. What I desire, I shall seize with my own hands. Prince Wuda lunged recklessly at the world-destroying Black Lotus, his desperate grasp altering the battlefield's momentum in an instant. Well done, Prince Wuda. You are the pride of Sakura Nation. The people of Sakura Nation, including their emperor and the myriad deities of Takamagara, had never believed this world-destroying Black Lotus held any destiny for them. Yet Prince Wuda's decisive action ignited a profound passion within them. In our great Sakura Nation, we have always fought for what we desire, even at the cost of our lives. It must be said, this Prince Wuda truly embodies the spirit of our nation. Even if he fails, he remains a hero of our Sakura Nation. Aha! Besides, failure isn't guaranteed. Long live the Sakura Nation. Since ancient times, Sakura Nation has suffered from barren lands and scarce resources.
Thus, throughout history, it has always needed to plunder other nations to sustain its development. Throughout history, they have embarked on countless ventures staking their national destiny, some ended in failure, others in triumph.
Yet this spirit remains deeply ingrained in the hearts of the Sakura Nation's people. Thus, Prince Mutoku's actions proved profoundly inspiring.
Indeed, this Prince Wuda, unbowed by fate, daring to fight fiercely, striving to claim his inheritance through his own efforts, truly possesses admirable spirit.
Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān and Zhang Shang couldn't help but express their admiration. A noble spirit transcends national borders. But it's a pity.
Zhang Shang snorted coldly. A mere speck of a nation, possessing only the spirit to defy fate and dare to fight, yet so arrogant. It's like an ant shaking a tree, laughable and utterly misguided.
He won't succeed, Yáng Fān added. He is already a skeleton in the tomb. On the battlefield of national destiny.
The Buddha of boundless heaven soared into the sky, instantly appearing behind the world-destroying Black Lotus and grasping it in his palm. Then, guided by the world-destroying Black Lotus, he prepared to pursue the direction Yang Jin had fled. At that moment, the great Tengu claw of Prince Wuda struck toward him.
Oomph. Buddha of boundless heaven, if your true form were here, this prince would indeed be no match for you. But now you are but a mere thought. Do you truly believe I fear you?
Prince Wuda, brimming with heroic fervor, channeled his divine power to erupt violently. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. At the pinnacle of immortals, towering above the mortal world,
even an ant can slay a god.
He charged recklessly toward the Buddha of boundless heaven, ready to fight to the death.
Yet the Buddha of boundless heaven paid him no mind whatsoever.
From the world-destroying Black Lotus, a minuscule speck of pitch-black darkness drifted out, landing upon the claws of Prince Wuda.
Then,
starting from that speck, Prince Wuda's claw instantly dissolved into nothingness, followed by his arm, shoulder, torso, and finally his head. The law of destruction enveloped his entire being. Then he ceased to exist.
Ding! Attention!
An unspeakable bug has occurred in the National Fortune Battlefield.
The existence of Prince Wuda of Sakura Nation has been completely erased. Ding! Ding!
The land of cherry blossoms has incurred punishment. 10% of the stamina of all citizens has been drained.
Sakura Nation, which had been immersed in a state of all-out, exhilarating determination.
Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was dumped from the heavens, instantly draining 10% of everyone's stamina.
Damn it! Did we fail again? Wails of despair echoed throughout the nation. A grasshopper shaking a tree. It's certainly inspiring, but the cost of failure is unbearable.
In the Great Xia Bureau of National Fortune, Yáng Fān chuckled softly.
Speaking of which, the Sakura Nation is a peculiar people.
Such laughable overreach. We delivered 2 atomic bombs last time, yet they still haven't learned their lesson.
Such a nation won't learn unless we make them feel the pain, Zhang Shang remarked, stroking his beard.
But director, you witnessed the power of the Buddha of boundless heaven yourself. Though it exists as a single thought, its destructive force is virtually unstoppable. What's even more terrifying is that he's likely targeting our Great Xia contestants now. Yáng Fān watched the Buddha of boundless heaven traverse thousands of meters in a single step on the large screen, his heart filled with worry. I believe the chosen one destined for the world-destroying Black Lotus isn't Yang Jin.
He has absolutely no connection whatsoever to Buddhism or lotuses. Indeed. Zhang Shang nodded in agreement.
Lotus incarnation, carving flesh and bone.
Could it be that the destined one he seeks is?
Zhang Shang and Yáng Fān exchanged glances, each seemingly finding the answer in the other's eyes.
The battlefield of national destiny.
Lǐ Nézhā fought 2 formidable foes, the twin stars of the White Elephant Kingdom, Hashirama and Murata, yet continued to slaughter relentlessly. Their battle raged from the heavens to the earth, then back up to the skies.
The surrounding barren mountains and trees lay utterly devastated, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Damn it! Xinglian is dead? That useless piece of trash. Who the hell knew?
She's a Buddhist seed incarnated as a lotus, yet she's unworthy of that sacred treasure.
That Sakyamuni is a bloody fool. Why send her on a mission he couldn't guarantee? Oomph. Dead is dead.
Even with just the 2 of us, we can still lead the White Elephant Kingdom to victory.
First, we must eliminate this child.
Hashirama and Murata erupted with renewed fury, their momentum surging as they charged at Lǐ Nézhā from opposite directions. Completely unaware, their bodies were already being consumed by the threefold true fire. While Lǐ Nézhā fought them openly, he had long since begun playing dirty behind the scenes. Heh, the outcome is far from certain, Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily.
Suddenly, a thunderous shout pierced the air. Lǐ Nézhā, I'm here to aid you.
Yang Jin descended from the heavens, his heavenly eye releasing beams of laser light that shattered rocks and instantly forced Hashirama and Murata back.
Brother! I'm here. How are you holding up?
Oomph.
3-eyed brat, even if you hadn't come,
this young master was about to beat those 2 beasts to death myself.
Lǐ Nézhā froze in surprise.
Why had Yang Jin suddenly appeared? He tried to say something else, but Yang Jin cut him off.
Enough talk. Quickly use your windfire wheels to carry us away.
There's a formidable foe pursuing us.
Chapter 48, come on, kill yourself, Lǐ Nézhā. What? Lǐ Nézhā froze. Aren't you here to help me? To slash those freaks over there to death together? Why are you telling me to take you with me to run away?
Yang Jin wore a bitter smile. He couldn't be bothered to explain. He pointed toward the sky.
Look over there. Ha! Lǐ Nézhā turned his head to look. Holy crap!
Half the sky was shrouded by a black lotus, darkening the heavens as it barreled toward them.
What the hell is that? Can't explain it right now.
Run first, I'll tell you as we go.
Alright.
Lǐ Nézhā was a bit reckless, but he could sense a terrifying crisis descending. Without a word, he summoned the wind fire dragon. With his left hand, he grabbed Yang Jin, and with his right, he seized Xiao Tian, who had flown over alongside Yang Jin. With a whoosh, they shot off into the distance. Swish! The wind fire wheels proved their worth as a top-tier escape artifact, swiftly carrying them far from the battlefield.
Don't think you can escape. Hashirama and Murata were equally puzzled. Why had the enemy fled just as the battle was heating up?
But when they too saw the sky shrouded by that sea of black lotus petals, understanding dawned instantly.
Run!
Without hesitation, the two swiftly fled in the opposite direction.
Not far away.
Wutian Buddha sensed the pulsing of the apocalyptic black lotus, his search relentless. Finally, he spotted Lǐ Nézhā fleeing swiftly in the distance.
The world-destroying black lotus seemed to be emitting a joyful cry. It's him! The Buddha of Chaos revealed an expression of excitement. Grasping the world-destroying black lotus, he took a single step forward.
In an instant, he appeared before Lǐ Nézhā. Child, you share a karmic bond with our Buddhist lineage.
Quick! Kill yourself.
Carve out your flesh and bones, then merge with this world-destroying black lotus.
You dead bastard. Lǐ Nézhā had just heard Yang Jin recount the entire affair. Damn it, first commit suicide, then gain the inheritance, with only a 3 in 10,000 chance? This was practically a death sentence disguised as a legacy.
He spun around, aiming his spear, and tried to flee from the other side. But he was facing none other than the Buddha of boundless heaven. In an instant, the Buddha of no heaven had sealed the area with a barrier, trapping both Lǐ Nézhā and himself inside.
Yang Jin and Xiao Tian were utterly dumbfounded.
The Buddha of boundless heaven sought only Lǐ Nézhā. Bystanders were of no concern to him. Thus, Yang Jin suffered no harm, instead being confined outside the barrier by the Buddha of boundless heaven.
Damn it!
Yang Jin swung his axe at the barrier, but it was useless. That bastard wants Lǐ Nézhā to kill himself.
Damn it, if Lǐ Nézhā really dies, how the hell am I supposed to explain this to the bureau chief and Lǐ Nézhā's parents as his squad leader? Yang Jin raged inwardly. Damn it! What the hell is wrong with this Buddha of no heaven? Why is he so fixated on my little Nézhā? This is ridiculous. Great Xia!
Countless citizens stared wide-eyed at the giant screen, their expressions frozen in shock.
We're done for.
This enemy isn't a monster or a national fortune contestant, it's a real god, a supreme deity level 1, wielding a supreme great artifact.
This is insane. No way. Even if he is a supreme deity, he's just a thought. How powerful can he be? Damn it. What do we do? What do we do?
The entire Great Xia erupted in chaos.
Lǐ Nézhā had previously killed and plundered, securing numerous rewards for Great Xia.
Now he was a national idol. Though a bit mischievous and prone to trouble, many still adored him and had become his fans.
Damn it. Hello? Is this the bureau chief? Could something have happened to my little Nézhā? Li Jing's heart ached.
Only now did he realize that Lǐ Nézhā was, after all, his own flesh and blood.
Blood was thicker than water.
Though Lǐ Nézhā had caused him endless trouble before, and he'd even contemplated severing their father-son bond many times. But now, with Lǐ Nézhā seemingly on the brink of death,
he couldn't bear it.
He acknowledged this bond of fatherhood.
Rest assured, Yáng Fān reassured him.
The Buddha of the endless void merely seeks an heir for his world-destroying black lotus.
If destined, even suicide won't kill him. Instead, he'll become a lotus incarnation, wielding the power of annihilation. Are you certain? My little Nézhā won't die?
Lǐ Jing remained uneasy. Destiny was too elusive and fleeting.
What if the Buddha of the endless void miscalculated, or something else went wrong? What if Lǐ Nézhā killed himself without merging with the world-destroying black lotus? Wouldn't that be a pointless death? Besides, this fusion wasn't guaranteed to succeed, was it? Wouldn't there be other difficulties afterward? If it failed, wouldn't it still be a wasted death? Even if we take the most optimistic view, even if Lǐ Nézhā succeeded in merging with the world-destroying black lotus, it was uncertain whether the merged Lǐ Nézhā would remain the same person. The Buddhist sect possesses numerous methods to control others' minds, compelling them to voluntarily convert to Buddhism. I assure you, rest assured. Our National Fortune Bureau will definitely bring Lǐ Nézhā back safely. Yáng Fān solemnly assured Lǐ Jing.
Yet he drew the treasure lotus lamp, opening the third eye on his forehead.
National fortune contestants could communicate with official representatives from other nations, but only once.
Yet Yáng Fān possessed the lotus lamp, a magical artifact left behind by Yang Jin's immortal mother, which allowed him to communicate with Yang Jin.
Soon, Yang Jin received Yáng Fān's instructions and the two exchanged a brief conversation.
Right. Right. That's definitely a way to go. Director, I'll handle it immediately. Yang Jin concluded his communication with Yáng Fān.
Sun Changsheng possesses a life-saving hair that might save Lǐ Nézhā's life. But first, we must find a way to break through the barrier of the Buddha of boundless heaven. Only then can we rush in to rescue him.
Yang Jin's mind raced.
He and Yáng Fān carefully deliberated and finally settled on a plan.
Lǐ Nézhā, hold on. Don't take your own life. I'll rally reinforcements to rescue you. Let's go.
Yang Jin transformed into a soaring eagle, sweeping Xiao Tian along as they rode the wind upward.
We're heading to the Lion Camel Kingdom.
Once upon a time, on Lion Camel Ridge, there existed a human city-state known as the Lion Camel Kingdom.
However, after the arrival of the three demon kings, they devoured every human within, transforming it into a realm of demons.
Yet the city's architecture remained. Within the imperial palace, a strikingly handsome man reveled in wine and beauty with a harem of women.
Great king! Great king! A demon named Little Whirlwind is outside, bearing the token of the Supreme King. He seeks an audience with you.
Oh? The handsome man emerged from the crowd of women and dressed himself.
Bring him in. Yes, your majesty. Soon.
Yang Jin, now transformed into the ragged and gravely wounded Little Drillwind, rushed in frantically from outside.
Third king. Trouble. Something terrible has happened.
Hurry and save the first king. The moment Yang Jin entered, he immediately adopted a tearful expression and rushed to the handsome man's side.
Oh? What happened? Speak.
The handsome man transformed in an instant, his head becoming that of a bird, wings sprouting from his back. He was none other than the golden-winged great eagle, one of the three great kings of Lion Camel Ridge. Though ranked third, rumors claimed his power surpassed even that of the azure lion and white elephant. Without delay, Yang Jin laid out the entire story, how the azure lion had swallowed Sun Changsheng, only for Sun Changsheng to blackmail him. He urgently pleaded for the golden-winged great eagle to take the Yin Yang Qi bottle and go to the rescue.
Chapter 49, The Grand Showdown, a combined assault by all. What? Among these national fortune contestants, there exists such a formidable figure? Golden-winged great eagle was deeply shocked.
My elder brother once devoured 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, what majesty!
But alas, since joining this national fortune battlefield, his power has been suppressed. Otherwise, how could these divine agents run rampant?
The golden-winged great eagle snorted coldly, then prepared to take the Yin Yang Qi bottle and rushed to support the azure lion and white elephant. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and turned his gaze toward Yang Jin.
Little Whirlwind, you were just delivering a message. Why are you in such ragged clothes and so badly injured?
Your Highnesses, I deserve to die.
Blood tears instantly welled in Yang Jin's eyes as his expression grew frantic.
The great king sent me to deliver the message. I should have arrived long ago.
Unfortunately, I encountered several national fortune contestants along the way.
They seemed to be fighting over some inheritance. Upon seeing me, they launched a surprise attack. I nearly died.
Of course, my injuries are insignificant.
It is my delaying the great king that makes me truly deserving of death.
Oh?
Golden-winged great eagle's eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze suddenly brightening.
Legacy? What legacy? Is there some legacy on Lion Camel Ridge I'm unaware of?
Your Highness, it concerns the Buddha of boundless heaven.
He possesses a world-destroying black lotus imbued with the law of annihilation and is seeking an heir.
What did you say?
Golden-winged great eagle instantly perked up. The Buddha Wutian's legacy? Not long after.
The golden-winged great eagle soared through the skies at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the Lion Camel Cave with Little Drillwind in tow. By then, the azure lion had devoured every last reward obtained from slaying the national fortune contestants, stripped clean by Sun Changsheng. After plundering everything, Sun Changsheng intended to deliver a heavy blow to the blue lion's belly, but suddenly received a message from Yáng Fān.
TSK. That little brat Lǐ Nézhā actually has such a connection. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse.
Sun Changsheng was secretly startled. Then he transformed into a fly and flew out of the blue lion's belly, waiting for Yang Jin's return. By the time the golden-winged great eagle arrived, the blue lion had already been dealt with.
Little Drillwind. I sent you to deliver the message. Why the hell did it take so long? Damn it.
Now the yellow chrysanthemum flowers have gone cold. The blue lion glared at the tardy Little Whirlwind, ready to unleash a furious roar. Brother, don't mind him. Little Whirlwind has actually done us a great service this time. Golden-winged great eagle stepped forward and explained to the blue lion and white elephant how the Buddha of boundless heaven had passed down his legacy. All three demon lords were greedy by nature. Upon hearing of the world-destroying Black Lotus, a supreme Buddhist treasure, all else vanished from their eyes, leaving only greed.
This Buddha of boundless heaven possesses strength comparable to my nephew, the golden-winged great eagle declared, his voice trembling with excitement.
Yet now he exists as but a wisp of consciousness, constrained by the rules of this realm's battlefield. His power is but a fraction of what it once was.
If the three of us unite, we might be able to slay him and seize that world-destroying Black Lotus. The Azure Lion and White Elephant exchanged glances, seeing the same eager determination in each other's eyes. Soon, the entire Lion Camel Ridge was thrown into uproar. The three great fiends emerged together, leading numerous formidable great demons and demon kings from the cave. Guided by Yang Jin, they rushed toward the location of the world-destroying Black Lotus. What's going on? Such a commotion? Outside OU Cave, a national fortune squad, concealed in hiding, watched the vast demonic army march forth, their expressions filled with confusion. They were the group that had witnessed the Blue Lion being tormented by Sun Changsheng earlier. Believing the Blue Lion's power to be nothing special, they had come to slay the Blue Lion and White Elephant. But unexpectedly, before they could act, this monumental event unfolded. They're going to seize the inheritance. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed. Who? A fly suddenly landed behind them, transforming into Sun Changsheng's likeness. It's that Sun Changsheng from Great Xia. Weren't you inside the Blue Lion's belly? How did you get out? Heh, this old son heard some news. A supreme artifact, the world-destroying Black Lotus inheritance, has appeared. The three great demon lords, the Azure Lion, the White Elephant, and the golden-winged Great Pang, have gone to seize the inheritance. Sun Changsheng said, his voice dripping with temptation. All treasures on Lion Camel Ridge should rightfully be rewards for us national fortune contestants. Care to join this old son of mine in claiming that inheritance? Legacy? World-destroying Black Lotus? The trio fell silent, stunned. Why should we listen to you? And even if we seize the world-destroying Black Lotus, how will we split it? Claiming the legacy won't be easy. This old son plans to gather all the national fortune teams together. Otherwise, we'd stand no chance against the demons of Lion Camel Ridge. As for who gets the legacy after defeating them? That'll be decided by skill alone. Sun Changsheng chuckled. By our own abilities. Agreed. The trio quickly agreed. Then you lot follow behind the main OU Ridge Demon Army. This old son will contact the other teams, and we'll regroup later. Sun Changsheng swiftly made the arrangements. Mounting his cloud of somersaults, he sped across the entire Lion Camel Ridge, spreading the word. In truth, the numerous demons of Lion Camel Ridge had already received the Blue Lion's command to return to the main force and join the battle for the inheritance. Consequently, most national fortune contestants found themselves unable to locate demons to farm rewards from. When Sun Changsheng approached them, they readily agreed to cooperate. Even if they couldn't seize the inheritance, killing a few demons would still yield rewards. It was a win-win situation. And so, not long after, on both sides of the Black Barrier trapping Lǐ Nézhā, vast armies gathered, a dense, dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. On one side stood the demonic hordes of Lion Camel Ridge, led by the Azure Lion, White Elephant, and Golden-Winged Great Eagle. On the other side stood the various national fortune teams. All present were the strongest of the strong, their auras deep and profound. Among them were nearly all the major powers present: Hashirama and Murata from the White Elephant Kingdom, the god of wine and Aoi Tamaki from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the three all-star representatives from the Sela Kingdom backed by Olympus. In the sky, a colossal lotus of pitch-black darkness obscured vast swaths of the heavens, enveloping all directions. Peering inward from the outside, one could faintly discern an elder clad entirely in black robes, seated opposite a figure engulfed in flames, red-hot, fiery, and seemingly in a trance. That must be the Buddha of boundless heaven, madness. The Black Lotus in his hands is the world-destroying Black Lotus. The numerous national fortune contestants present, along with the demonic hordes led by the three demon kings, the Azure Lion, the White Elephant, and the Golden-Winged Great Pang, all wore expressions of greedy, salivating anticipation. Your Majesties, I've made arrangements with the opposing side. We'll first join forces to break through the barrier, then each fight for the inheritance based on our own abilities. Yang Jin, transformed into the form of Little Drill Wind, had reached a cooperative agreement with Sun Changsheng, the representative of the national fortune contestants. A location and time for the joint assault were selected. Screech! Golden-Winged Great Eagle roared, unleashing the Azure Lion and White Elephant simultaneously. Behind them, the vast horde of great and lesser demons channeled their spiritual energy into the three demonic overlords at the forefront. Strike together! Within the national fortune team, Sun Changsheng brandished a banner, waving it forcefully before him. The remaining 100 or so national fortune contestants instantly ignited the divine power within their bodies. Together with the demonic hordes of Lion Camel Ridge, all their attacks slammed into the barrier of the world-destroying Black Lotus. Chapter 50, Descent, the Demon God Lǐ Nézhā. Boom! For a moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth had grown dark and chaotic, a kaleidoscope of colors erupting as vast waves of assorted attacks converged in that instant. Holy crap! What a spectacle! I've never seen anything like this before. This is the first time so many national fortune contenders have gathered, along with the three demonic overlords as the villainous bosses, all launching attacks on a single target simultaneously. Damn it! Those two great Xia national fortune players are playing dirty. Holy! They actually managed to gather all these powerful figures. Damn impressive! At this very moment,
The entire Blue Star was in an uproar.
The surviving national champions and the citizens of their respective nations were filled with intense fervor.
Damn it! Buddha of the Void, you just killed one of our Japanese contestants. We must have revenge. Damn it!
Even if fate denies us becoming the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus, we can still seize that world-destroying Black Lotus.
It'll be useful somehow.
Even if it's useless, we can't let competitors from other nations get their hands on it. Kill! Kill! Kill!
The crowd was in an uproar.
Now, every nation's livestream showed the same scene. The screen flickered with assorted attacks, dazzling like fireworks bursting across the sky.
Director, can such attacks truly breach the barrier of the Buddha of boundless heaven? Inside the Great Xia National Security Bureau,
Benbo Erbao's blood boiled with excitement, yearning to charge in and deal a blow himself.
Not necessarily. After all, the Buddha of boundless heaven is a supreme deity.
Since defecting from the Buddhist order, he's remained utterly mysterious for all these years. No one knows where he's been, Yáng Fān replied gravely.
But even if we can't break through immediately, it will at least buy time for Lǐ Nézhā. At that moment,
within the barrier of the world-destroying Black Lotus, the Buddha of no heaven paid no heed to the external assault. With a grab at the void, he conjured a long blade out of thin air and tossed it to Lǐ Nézhā across from him.
Take your own life.
Carve out your flesh and bones, just as the original Nézhā did back then. Then you shall merge with this world-destroying Black Lotus, becoming its true incarnation. Lǐ Nézhā, bound head to toe in black chains, gritted his teeth and glared furiously at the Buddha of no heaven.
Dream on.
The Buddha of boundless heaven wore a benevolent smile as he extended his index finger, touching it to Lǐ Nézhā's forehead. Child, do not resist destiny.
Destiny cannot be evaded.
Lǐ Nézhā felt his mind violently shake, nearly losing consciousness. Under Wu Tian Buddha's control, he slowly picked up the long sword from the ground and raised it toward his own throat.
Aha! Lǐ Nézhā! Hold on! Countless citizens of the Great Xia Empire were thrown into utter panic at that very moment.
Li Jing, along with Lǐ Nézhā's mother and several older brothers, stared wide-eyed, their faces twisted with fury and heartbreak.
No! Don't! My child!
Li Jing roared frantically.
Fortunately, Yáng Fān's preparations quickly took effect. Boom!
The attacks from the OU Ridge demons and numerous national fortune contestants slammed simultaneously into the world-destroying Black Lotus barrier. The area around the Buddha of no heaven spun violently, shaking relentlessly.
The means controlling Lǐ Nézhā were temporarily halted.
After all, he wasn't the true Buddha of no heaven, nor even an avatar, merely a thought. The power he wielded came mostly from the world-destroying Black Lotus.
Ha ha ha! Try trapping this young master? Try again in your next life.
Lǐ Nézhā broke free from his bonds, swung his fire-tipped spear, and smashed it down toward the Buddha of boundless heaven's head. Child, if you simply end your own life, you could become the master of the world-destroying Black Lotus and gain the law of destruction.
Such an immense blessing, others would rush to seize it. Why are you so stubbornly deluded? A flash of anger finally flickered across Wu Tian Buddha's face. Suddenly, he seized Lǐ Nézhā's arm. Come now, child. Let us become one. Everyone, push harder. We're about to break through this damn barrier. Kill. 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 The world-destroying Black Lotus is mine.
Wave after wave of attacks pounded relentlessly against the world-destroying Black Lotus's barrier.
Finally, through the combined efforts of all the demons and monsters, a thunderous crash echoed. The barrier finally shattered.
The apocalyptic Black Lotus, which had obscured the sky, was now fully revealed before everyone.
Ha! Where did the Buddha of boundless heaven go?
Strangely, the Buddha of no heaven had vanished without a trace. Only Lǐ Nézhā remained at the scene, along with the utterly pitch-black world-destroying Black Lotus suspended above his head.
Forget him. The apocalyptic Black Lotus is mine.
Golden-winged Great Eagle charged forward at blinding speed, closing the distance to Lǐ Nézhā in an instant. He reached out to snatch the apocalyptic Black Lotus. Kill! Behind him, over 100 powerful national fortune contestants unleashed their divine powers. These energies, originating from the great divine realms of Blue Star and corresponding to different cosmic laws, surged forward in a frenzy to seize the world-destroying Black Lotus.
Damn it! Minions, hold them back! Hold them back!
The Azure Lion and White Elephant roared, leading hordes of demons and monsters to block the path of the national fortune contestants, engaging them in battle.
Chaos erupted instantly. Holy! This is epic. Absolutely mind-blowing. Billions upon billions of Blue Star inhabitants watched in dizzying awe.
Never before had they witnessed such a chaotic battle involving so many powerful beings gathered together. Some national fortune contestants, who hadn't even intended to seize the apocalyptic Black Lotus, seized the opportunity to relentlessly slay demons and monsters.
Some even ambushed other contestants, racking up rewards for their own nations. Amidst the chaos, Yang Jin and Sun Changqing seized the moment, sneaking their way to Lǐ Nézhā's side. Let's get out of here.
Grabbing hold of Lǐ Nézhā, they prepared to flee outward. They had no interest whatsoever in that wretched world-destroying Black Lotus.
But Lǐ Nézhā was their teammate, they couldn't abandon him.
Lǐ Nézhā slowly opened his eyes, black tears streaming from them.
No. You two run. I can't hold on much longer. I can't move. You two, run. It's about to destroy everyone here. Lǐ Nézhā gritted his teeth, struggling to speak to Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng. Shut up. We're teammates, how could we possibly abandon you?
Yang Jin snorted coldly, his voice filled with fury.
Besides, I'm the captain. I promised the bureau chief I'd bring you both back safely. Ha! Leader? I don't recognize you as any damn leader. I'm the real boss here. Lǐ Nézhā stubbornly insisted, even now. You two, listen to me. Run now. Sun Changsheng, you're the one who craved immortality, right? Why are you suddenly afraid to take risks?
Haha, this old Sun is indeed chasing immortality, but it's not because I'm afraid of death, Sun Changsheng grinned.
We three are the Great Xia National Fortune Squad. 3 traveling together, sharing life and death. We live together, we die together. Yang Jin roared, reaching out to grab Lǐ Nézhā and force him to flee.
But by now, the last glimmer of clarity in Lǐ Nézhā's eyes had been completely swallowed by the encroaching darkness.
Three-eyed kid, you bastard, you actually look like a captain now.
Too bad we won't make it this lifetime.
Next time around, we'll be teammates again.
Summoning his last ounce of strength, Lǐ Nézhā activated his wind fire wheels, growing to massive size and binding himself around Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng's waists.
Go!
The wind fire wheels carried Sun Changsheng and Lǐ Nézhā away at breakneck speed. At that moment, Lǐ Nézhā finally collapsed completely, his entire body engulfed by the darkness of the apocalyptic Black Lotus. The illusory form of the Buddha of limitless heaven merged with Lǐ Nézhā, taking control of his body. With hands pressed together in prayer, he chanted the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra.
Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Mi. Hum. Ha. With an earth-shattering roar, the surroundings seemed to turn upside down. Infinite darkness shrouded the heavens, plunging the world into gloom.
A monstrous demon god, hundreds of meters tall, entirely pitch black, with 3 heads, 6 arms, a blue face, fangs, and fiery red hair, suddenly materialized.
Chapter 51, No one controls this young master. Ahahaha. Demon god Lǐ Nézhā.
The heavens and earth echoed with the maniacal laughter of the Buddha of boundless heaven.
Destroy it all. Destroy everything.
Demon god Lǐ Nézhā wielded various weapons in his 6-hand swords, spears, halberds, divine blades, and sharp tools. Black lotus patterns adorned his body, while a black heaven-shaking brocade fluttered behind him.
Within his brow,
Lǐ Nézhā's true form was imprisoned by the Buddha of no heaven upon a lotus throne, controlling this terrifying demonic avatar of Lǐ Nézhā.
Destruction. Lǐ Nézhā uttered the 2 words softly. Then he kicked out. Boom.
The earth shook violently as waves of pitch-black energy radiated outward from the demon god Lǐ Nézhā. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained.
Any existence, be it a national fortune contestant or demonic fiend, met instant death upon contact. Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has annihilated the entire Pharaoh Nation team. All previous rewards for Pharaoh Nation are now transferred to Great Xia.
Ding! The Pharaoh Nation receives punishment. All citizens suffer a 30% reduction in stamina, followed by a nationwide sandstorm. Ding! Ding!
Lǐ Nézhā, the Great Xia Nation's contestant, has slain 100 demons of Lion Camel Ridge.
Ding! 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 Great Xia receives a reward.
All mining sites and resources multiplied by 50. All citizens of Great Xia experience a 50% increase in all physical functions.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Though Lǐ Nézhā had lost consciousness, every person and demon he slew was real, all killed by his own hand. Thus, this rampage earned Great Xia countless rewards, nearly filling the realm to bursting.
Holy! That's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
The entire Great Xia was in shock.
No! It should be said that the entire Blue Star was in an uproar. Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune contestant, Lǐ Nézhā, has received an unknown bug level enhancement, far exceeding the power limits of this national fortune battlefield.
Ding! Attention!
The ultimate mission is now issued. Whoever slays this demon god Lǐ Nézhā shall receive the ultimate grand prize. The announcement from the National Fortune Guardian was broadcast simultaneously to all national fortune contestants and every inhabitant of Blue Star.
Holy crap! This is insane! Damn it, Lǐ Nézhā has become the ultimate boss of this national fortune battlefield? Everyone,
absolutely everyone, every single soul, was stunned, dumbfounded, utterly and completely at a loss.
What is this thing? Is he trying to destroy the entire world?
The whole world might be a stretch, but every blade of grass and creature across the entire Lion Camel Ridge and its 800 li will be wiped out. He's way too powerful.
Lǐ Nézhā, my son. Damned Wutian Buddha. Give me back my son.
Li Jing's eyes blazed red, nearly spitting blood.
Damn it! Bastard! Is he really going to slaughter everyone? Within the battlefield of national destiny, the demon god Lǐ Nézhā swept through the battlefield, unstoppable.
Wherever he passed, vast numbers of National Fortune contestants, demons, and monsters were all slaughtered. Simultaneously, broadcast announcements echoed in the ears of every being on Blue Star. Rewards rained down upon the skies above Great Xia. Having endured repeated defeats, the Great Xia Empire had previously suffered resource depletion and forced physical degradation among its populace. Now, all previous deficits were finally replenished.
And the rewards kept pouring in. Ah! Lǐ Nézhā! My little hero! It's truly heartbreaking. He did so much for our Great Xia. He is a hero and martyr of our Great Xia. Hey, hey, hey! Hold on, our Lǐ Nézhā isn't dead yet. He's just been subdued. Watch your words. Damn it! Is there any way to save him now? The battlefield of national destiny.
The entire sky over Lion Camel Ridge, stretching 800 li, was shrouded in darkness, truly a power capable of destroying heaven and earth. All the National Fortune contestants and the demons of Lion Camel Ridge scattered in panic. Those who moved too slowly perished instantly. Those who fled swiftly clung to their last breath. At this moment, Sun Changsheng and his companions, including the swiftest, the golden-winged giant eagle, who had summoned the cloud of somersaults, had fled to the very edge of Lion Camel Ridge.
Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it! I am the uncle of the Buddha Tathagata, yet today I fall into the hands of this Wutian Buddha. The golden-winged great eagle cursed furiously. No way, Yang Jin, Captain, Bureau Chief? Old Sun here isn't afraid of death, but I really don't want to die either. I still want immortality. Sun Changsheng was also quite anxious. Is there any way? Can we salvage this? Seems like there's no way out. None of us can match the demon god Lǐ Nézhā. He wields the supreme divine level law of destruction. Damn it! As time passed, more and more National Fortune contestants and powerful demons began arriving at the edge of Lion Camel Ridge. Behind them lay a void of primordial chaos. As the battleground for national destiny, Lion Camel Ridge had become an independent microcosm. There was nowhere left to retreat. Not long after, nearly all living beings across Lion Camel Ridge were obliterated. The demon god Lǐ Nézhā, striding through space, arrived at this last sanctuary. Before him lay a scattered hundred or so gasping survivors. Whether National Fortune contenders or demons and monsters, none now harbored any desire to slaughter each other for rewards. They merely stared forward in terror, trembling before the world-shattering demon god Lǐ Nézhā. Damn it! That Buddha Wutian! Yang Jin gritted his teeth. Yet he could not abandon them. As their leader, he bore responsibility for both Lǐ Nézhā and Sun Changsheng. Suddenly, a message from Yáng Fān flashed through his third eye. The Buddha of boundless heaven is merely a thought. Mobilizing such immense power relies primarily on Lǐ Nézhā's physical form and the world-destroying Black Lotus. The treasure lotus lamp possesses purifying properties. We can channel its energy through our heavenly eyes to unleash it across the void. Right. Right. It must be difficult for the Buddha of boundless heaven to control such a mighty demon god as Lǐ Nézhā. If we deliver a heavy blow to him and combine it with the treasure lotus lamp, we might break this control. After their discussion, Yang Jin formulated a plan. He spread his arms wide, facing everyone present, whether National Fortune contestants or demons and monsters alike. Come on. We're all going to die anyway. Focus all your spiritual power onto me. This is our final gamble, there might still be a chance. Yang Jin swiftly explained his plan, to sever the connection between the Buddha of boundless heaven and Lǐ Nézhā, thereby disrupting the Buddha's control over the demon god. Originally, everyone present had been waiting for death. But after Yang Jin's words, it actually seemed to make a shred of sense. Damn it! We're all going to die anyway. We'll listen to you. Every single person present was ruthless. Even if we die, I'll fight back. We can't just sit here waiting. That bastard Wu Tian. Didn't my nephew Rolai banish him back then, sending him into the abyss of darkness to suffer eternal torment? Setting aside the facts, does he really need to seek revenge this viciously? Come on. Daxia's National Fortune contestants, we're with you. Let's take him down one last time. The multitude of National Fortune champions, demons, and monsters swiftly reached consensus, channeling their spiritual energy toward Yang Jin. Yang Jin raised the mountain-splitting divine axe, and the heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique manifested. A colossal figure, towering hundreds of meters high and matching the demon god Lǐ Nézhā in stature, abruptly materialized. Swinging the axe of mountain-cleaving with the combined might of all present, he brought it down with devastating force toward the demon god Lǐ Nézhā's head. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. The demon god Lǐ Nézhā's body was sent reeling hundreds of meters back, his feet shattering the earth beneath him. At the same moment, within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān activated the treasure lotus lamp. A beam of light instantly shot forth from the third eye on Yang Jin's forehead, piercing the demon god Lǐ Nézhā's brow directly into the controlled core of Lǐ Nézhā's true form. Ah! Lǐ Nézhā cried out in agony, regaining a portion of his senses. Gradually, he beheld the apocalyptic battlefield unfolding before him. The demon god Lǐ Nézhā began to stagger, as if he and the Buddha Wutian were battling for control. It's working. Let's try again. Yang Jin and the others instantly grew excited.
Then they began gathering their power once more.
A bunch of ants. Destroy them.
The Buddha Wutian snorted coldly, commanding the demon god Lǐ Nézhā. 6 arms pressed together in prayer as a colossal, apocalyptic black lotus blossomed behind him.
Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Me. Hum.
Even if you ants unite your strength, you cannot stand against this pure law of annihilation.
All shall be destroyed.
The Buddha of boundless heaven roared with laughter, his true attack capable of obliterating heaven and earth about to descend.
Yet, at that very moment, suddenly, Lǐ Nézhā's true form violently broke free from its bonds.
Raising a long blade, he glared coldly at the Buddha of no heaven beside him, cursing and spitting venomously.
No one gets to control this young master. Chapter 52, Lǐ Nézhā, Flesh and Bone Stripped. Ha!
The Buddha of limitless heaven seemed startled, shooting several black chains from his hands that landed on Lǐ Nézhā, attempting to regain control.
However, Lǐ Nézhā's resolve was now exceptionally unyielding.
No matter how much Buddha Wutian intensified his control, it proved utterly futile.
Damn it! You beast, you still think you can control this young master?
Lǐ Nézhā gritted his teeth so hard they nearly bled.
Every second he struggled against the Buddha's grasp brought excruciating agony.
Three-eyed brat, hairy-faced Taoist, damn it, I heard every single one of your sickening words.
Lǐ Nézhā licked his lips, gazing down from above at the national fortune contestants and demons desperately clinging to life, gathering their strength. First Yang Jin, then Sun Changsheng, and finally Xiaotian. What about being teammates in the next life? What about sharing life and death?
All that bull makes me sick to my stomach. Even though I didn't know you guys for long, growing up, I was unwanted by my father, unloved by my mother, and had no one who truly cared for me.
I never had any real friends either. You lot, and the director, you're the only ones I can call friends.
Lǐ Nézhā slowly thrust his long blade into his own throat.
So even if I die, I won't let anyone hurt you. Lǐ Nézhā, he's going to kill himself. Damn it!
He's doing this to prevent himself from killing Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng. He'd rather die himself.
Damn it! My brother. But I can't bear to lose him. Damn it! That bastard Buddha really pushed my little Nézhā to this point.
Looks like our little hero Nézhā endured excruciating pain to protect his comrades.
ING hell. Great Xia. The crowd was in an uproar.
Lǐ Nézhā, the Daxia all-star, had just made the ultimate sacrifice, willing to die himself rather than harm his friends.
This act stirred the hearts of everyone. My son Nézhā. Why must your life be so bitter? If only I'd known, I wouldn't have been so harsh on you. I should have given you a happy childhood. Damn it! Never thought I'd bury my own child.
Li Jing, his wife, and his sons all had eyes red with grief, desperate to leap through the screen and fight the Buddha of boundless heaven to the death.
Sacrificing oneself for a friend.
That spirit deserves praise.
This Lǐ Nézhā, we in the United States will remember you. Though an enemy, he truly commands respect.
Lǐ Nézhā, should Great Xia fall, our land of cherry blossoms will enshrine you as a war god and erect temples in your honor.
Damn it, the more I watch, the more I feel like Lǐ Nézhā is one of us from the cold netherworld. Director, I never imagined the Lǐ Nézhā you recruited possessed such fiercely noble qualities. Truly rare indeed.
All citizens of Great Xia stared intently at the giant screen, overcome with emotion. Some already had tears streaming down their faces.
On the battlefield of national destiny,
Lǐ Nézhā, on the verge of suicide, suddenly remembered something in his final moments and looked up at the sky.
Father. Mother. I know you're watching me. Truthfully, I've always known Mother carried me for 3 full years, enduring immense suffering. That's why you never like me, because I truly am a freak.
And I truly have caused a lot of trouble.
When death approaches, words become sincere.
Even Lǐ Nézhā, the demon child who had spent his days killing, setting fires, and committing every conceivable evil, finally began to confront the truth, why he was so unloved.
Since I can't go back anyway, I'll say this to you now, Mother and Father, I'm sorry. If there is a next life, I will repay the debt of your nurturing kindness.
In this life, I shall first strip this flesh and blood from my bones and return it to you.
Thud.
With his final words spoken, Lǐ Nézhā plunged his long sword deep into his own throat.
In an instant, blood spilled forth.
Crimson blood stained the sky.
Lǐ Nézhā's true form perished.
With his physical form gone, the demon god Lǐ Nézhā, which had been anchored to Lǐ Nézhā's flesh, lost its foundation and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The annihilating attack unleashed moments before by the Buddha of boundless heaven through the demon god Lǐ Nézhā and the world-destroying Black Lotus, an assault powerful enough to obliterate all of Lion Camel Ridge, suddenly dissipated.
Kill. At this very moment, Yang Jin and the others finally completed their power buildup. Yang Jin launched his full-force strike.
Empowered by the spiritual energy of all present, the mountain-splitting divine axe, embodying the essence of emulating heaven and earth, swung down fiercely toward the Buddha of boundless heaven in the sky and the world-destroying Black Lotus shrouding the heavens.
Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. For an instant, the world seemed to lose its voice, all returning to utter stillness.
The Buddha of No Heaven, having just been forcibly severed from control by Lǐ Nézhā and in a weakened state, turned to face this earth-shattering assault. It struck him squarely, head-on, with full force. You're nothing but a fleeting thought, clinging to the life-extinguishing Black Lotus to prolong your wretched existence.
Vanish before me. At that moment, Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and all the surviving National Fortune contestants, along with the Azure Lion, White Elephant, Golden-Winged Great Eagle, and countless other demons and monsters, all united, channeling their most powerful attacks into Yang Jin's mountain-splitting divine axe. Truly, they were united in purpose, their collective will as strong as a fortress. Boom! The divine axe struck the ground. The demon god Lǐ Nézhā had vanished, and the apocalyptic Black Lotus no longer obscured the sky. The Buddha of limitless heaven, who had controlled everything, bore the full force of Yang Jin's combined strike. His entire being lost all expression, ceasing to emit any aura. Like a ghost, he drifted in the air. Is he dead? Exhausted from their all-out assault, the crowd now stared cautiously at the Buddha of boundless heaven's form, their spiritual energy depleted. The Buddha of no heaven hung motionless in the air like a lifeless puppet. Terrified, the others dared not move. Beyond the National Fortune Battlefield, billions across Blue Star's nation stared at the giant screens, holding their breath, eyes wide, unwilling to miss a single moment. Ah ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Buddha of boundless heaven stirred, erupting in a maniacal laugh. His gaze fixed straight ahead as his lips murmured, whether speaking words or chanting incantations remained unclear. Holy! He's still alive. Is he that hard to kill? Could it be, there's truly not a shred of hope left? A chill ran through everyone's hearts as an ominous foreboding settled over them. Ha! Wait, look! Someone shouted, reigniting hope in everyone's hearts. They watched as the Buddha of boundless heaven's body slowly turned transparent, fading away, merging with the world itself. He murmured to himself for a long while, though it was unclear to whom he spoke. In any case, after finishing his words, his form vanished completely. Ding! Great Xia's National Fortune contestant, Yang Jin, has slain a bug-level boss, restoring the National Fortune Battlefield to its proper course. Great Xia receives reward. All citizens' physical attributes increased by 20%. Chapter 53, The Golden-Winged Great Pang's Hidden Move. Finally. It's over. Yang Jin was nearly drained of all strength. The other National Fortune contestants, along with the demons and monsters, all lay sprawled on the ground, their spiritual energy depleted. That Buddha of no heaven was truly terrifying. Thankfully, he's finally dead. Scared the hell out of me, old son. Thought my path to immortality was cut off for good. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Thank God. Thank Jesus. Thank Hong Xiuquan. Ha 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 ha. He's dead. That bastard Wu Tian is finally dead. Ah-ha. That was absolutely terrifying. The Buddha of Chaos was dead. Across Blue Star, people from every nation erupted in cheers. It must be said. He had shattered the once peaceful battlefield of national destiny, inflicting devastating losses on every nation. His actions were utterly despicable. Amitba. Another lineage of that demonic Wu Tian has been severed. Our Buddhist sect has lost a major adversary. With the thought form wielding the world-destroying Black Lotus now dead, his true body must surely be suffering as well. Lingshan Mountain, the Buddhist sanctuary. Shakyamuni felt immense satisfaction upon seeing Wu Tian gravely wounded. The sacrifices in this battle were truly immense. Thankfully, we emerged victorious in the end. Damn it! The only regret is losing Lǐ Nézhā. Aha! I wonder whose child Lǐ Nézhā was. His parents must be heartbroken now. But Lǐ Nézhā was so brave. I believe he will live on forever in everyone's hearts. Damn it! That's not what I meant. I'd rather he wasn't just remembered. I wish he were alive and well. Great Xia. A somber mood of remembrance permeated everywhere. National Fortune livestream. Hosts Benbo Erbo and Babo Urban sat solemnly. Let us observe a moment of silence for Lǐ Nézhā. Silence. Nearly every citizen of Great Xia closed their eyes, paying heartfelt tribute to Lǐ Nézhā. Except for Zhang Shang. He was continuously replaying the earlier footage on his computer, his lips moving slightly as his hands seemed to be sketching something. How's it going, Zhang Gong? Have you decoded it yet? Yáng Fān stood beside him, his expression still grave. Just before the Buddha of boundless heaven met his end, our National Fortune Bureau's main screen suddenly acted as if infected by a virus, continuously displaying his mumbled words. I noticed none of the other live broadcast screens showed this phenomenon. Could it be that this Buddha Wu Tian has something to say to our Great Xia National Fortune Bureau? Yáng Fān was quite curious. Zhang Shang analyzed the footage for quite some time, employing various high-tech devices alongside ancient cultivation techniques, a fusion of past and present. Finally, his expression grew animated. Well, I must say, modern technology is truly advanced. Director, I've deciphered it. Oh? What did the Buddha of boundless heaven say? Yáng Fān inquired. He said, let the divine return to the divine, and the mortal return to the mortal. Zhang Shang repeated the words, exchanging a glance with Yáng Fān.
Both saw confusion and astonishment in each other's eyes. What exactly does "let the divine return to the divine, and the mortal return to the mortal" mean? Yáng Fān silently pondered. But his thoughts were soon interrupted. Bad news, Director. Another incident has erupted on the National Fortune Battlefield. Bang Boba suddenly bellowed. What did you say? Yáng Fān and Jiang Shang immediately refocused their attention on the National Fortune Battlefield. Ah ha 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 ha. I won. I won. After surviving the great calamity unleashed by the Buddha of boundless heaven, all the contestants, demons, monsters, and spirits lay sprawled on the ground, drained of their fighting strength, struggling to recover. Yet one figure rose, cackling eerily. In his hand was a bottle adorned with the yin-yang dual energies and the 7 treasures Bagua. It's the golden-winged Great Pang. The contestants of the National Fortune Tournament turned their gaze toward the arrogant figure, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. The Buddha of boundless heaven has drained every last ounce of your spiritual power. You're all lambs led to slaughter now. Golden-winged Great Eagle roared with laughter. What? You held back earlier and didn't transfer all your spiritual power to Yang Jin? The crowd asked in horror. No, I did. Golden-winged Great Eagle declared triumphantly. After all, in such a perilous situation, if I hadn't slain the Buddha of boundless heaven, everyone would have perished. I wouldn't have risked my own life to hold back. But this artifact of mine, the yin-yang qi bottle, doesn't require spiritual energy to activate. Haha, now you have no chance to resist. This is my domain. First, I'll subdue you all. Then I'll go plunder that world-destroying Black Lotus of the Buddha of boundless heaven. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought? You fought with all your might, yet it's this king who laughs last. Golden-winged Great Pang activated the yin-yang qi bottle, aiming it at the exhausted national representatives who could no longer resist. He roared. Seal. Clatter. All the nation's elite warriors present, hardened veterans forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, were utterly powerless to resist. Every last one was absorbed into the golden-winged Great Eagle's yin-yang qi vessel. Within a mere quarter of an hour, every last one of you will be reduced to pulp. The golden-winged Great Tengri declared triumphantly, letting out a sinister cackle. Holy. Damn it. That golden-winged Great Pang, what a dirty trick. ING hell. Who knew he had another trick up his sleeve? Unbelievable. Blue Star. Having narrowly escaped disaster, citizens across nations were gradually calming down, recovering from the shock Wutian Buddha had just inflicted upon them. But the golden-winged Great Eagle's move instantly sent everyone's hearts racing again. Damn it! I was just saying this battle for national destiny was finally over. Our country had already gained enough rewards. How nice it would have been to end peacefully like that. Damn it! They're not our kind, their hearts are different. Collaborating with these demons and monsters is like trying to skin a tiger. These monsters are untrustworthy after all they held back at the crucial moment. My young family's only heir. Aha! Damn it! Our bloodline is about to be cut off. Bastards! I despise backstabbers like this the most. Aha ha ha ha! Good riddance! Our nation's contestants were all dead long ago. Seeing yours still alive made me bitter, but now? All dead. This battle for national destiny turned out so brutal. Not a single national destiny participant survived? They all fell on this battlefield? Within the yin-yang qi vessel. The remaining dozens of National Fate contestants were encased in ice and flames, their flesh steadily eroded. It wouldn't be long before every last one of them was reduced to slush, leaving no remains to bury. Damn it! That golden-winged Great Eagle is truly despicable. Ha ha! There's no such thing as underhandedness on the battlefield. Blame your own foolishness instead. The golden-winged Great Eagle let out a sinister cackle, its mocking laughter echoing through the air. Excellent! With these National Fortune contestants dealt with, it's time to search for that world-destroying Black Lotus. Perhaps I, the golden-winged Great Eagle, am the one destined for it. Who knows? Ha 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 ha. After all, I am the maternal uncle of the Buddha himself. I do have a karmic connection with the Buddhist realm. The golden-winged Great Eagle wore a look of utter satisfaction. Yet, just as he basked in his triumph, suddenly, the once clear sky darkened once more. A colossal Black Lotus blossomed, slowly rising from the heavens. What is this? Impossible. Could it be that the Buddha of no heaven is still alive? Golden-winged Great Pang's eyes bulged with fury as he stared in utter shock at the apocalyptic Black Lotus, overcome with terror beyond measure. Chapter 54, Scorn for All, Lǐ Nézhā's Rebirth and Return. WH what's going on? The Buddha of no heaven is alive again? It wasn't just the golden-winged Great Eagle. People from all nations watching the livestream were instantly dumbfounded. It must be said, the sheer shockwaves unleashed by that Black Lotus were overwhelming. Put. So he's alive. Big deal. Even if he weren't, our national fortune champions would still be turned into slurry by the yin-yang qi bottle. Whether he's dead or alive, it's none of our business anymore. But I reckon if the Buddha of boundless heaven comes back to life, he'll slaughter everyone and destroy everything.
That golden-winged great eagle was so cocky just now he'll die too. That'd be satisfying. Damn it. This National Fortune battlefield is way too dangerous. Who would have thought?
One National Fortune battle and every contestant, every demon and monster all annihilated.
Truly, the land lies white and barren, utterly cleansed. Under the gaze of all.
Within the National Fortune battlefield, a colossal black lotus slowly unfurled. A seed of lotus, black as pitch, gradually rose from its center. Within the seed, a figure seemed to be taking shape.
What is this thing? Golden-winged great eagle's expression turned grim as a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Impossible. Boom. Within the National Fortune Bureau.
Yáng Fān slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet, his expression charged with urgency.
Quick! Zoom in! Zoom in on the video. Yes, director. Staff swiftly enlarged the live feed on the large screen, freezing the image on the lotus seed.
As the image enlarged, the figure within the lotus seed gradually became clearer, revealing itself to everyone.
What is this? Yáng Fān could barely contain his excitement.
Beside him, Zhang Shan, Ben Borba, and Bar Ben were also stunned into silence upon recognizing the figure within the lotus seed.
This can't be. It's impossible. What's impossible about it? Did you see that? That's what you call a destined person. This is what a destined person looks like. Great Xia.
At this moment, the vast majority of people were watching the live broadcast. Everyone was still reeling from the recent sacrifice and the sight of the golden-winged great Pang on the verge of victory, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Yet at that moment, everyone froze in shock.
Is that him? Am I seeing this correctly? Yes. You're not mistaken, it's him. Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned, their minds reeling. Chengtang City, Bada Group.
Li Jing had just retrieved some of Lǐ Nézhā's clothing, intending to build a symbolic grave for him.
Oomph. That good-for-nothing son of mine has finally left me. Good riddance.
With him gone, this household can finally find some peace. Though Li Jing's words were defiant, the grief etched on his face was undeniable. Suddenly, as he passed the home projector, his gaze involuntarily flickered toward the large screen.
Thud. Everything in his hands fell to the floor in that instant. How could this be? How could this be? Nézhā, my son. You're not dead?
Li Jing suddenly rushed to the large screen, eyes wide, staring intently at the figure forming within the black lotus seed.
Lǐ Nézhā. He didn't die. He's alive.
At that moment, across the vast land of China, over 1 billion people simultaneously let out a collective gasp. Immediately following, a wave of ecstatic celebration swept across the land.
Within the battlefield of national destiny.
Golden-winged Great Pang's eyes bulged with terror as he stared at the black lotus seed nearby. The seed gradually took human form, sprouting arms, legs, and a head. Gradually, the entire world-destroying black lotus began to fuse with this newly formed body.
This can't be. This can't be. He actually fused with the world-destroying black lotus? He became the successor of the Buddha of boundless heaven, the master of the supreme artifact, the world-destroying black lotus? On the sacred mountain of Buddhism. Sakyamuni, who always appeared serene and benevolent, abruptly rose from his lotus throne.
Even the face of this supreme deity now bore a look of terror.
Impossible. This cannot be. How could my sacred treasure of Buddhism possibly recognize a great Xia man as its master? Where did this great Xia contestant find such immense karmic affinity?
That is the supreme treasure of our Buddhist sect.
Our sacred artifact. How could it possibly be destined for the great Xia?
A supreme great divine artifact was a national treasure-level existence in any divine realm. Even the vast and influential Buddhist sect possessed only a handful. Losing one was excruciatingly painful. Worst of all, this supreme artifact had fallen into the hands of their sworn enemy, the great Xia.
Even Shakyamuni could not contain his furious roar.
Guanyin and the others hid nearby, not daring to speak, watching helplessly as the world-honored one raged.
Ha 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 ha.
I told you so. Blessed souls are protected by heaven.
Our great Xia's Lǐ Nézhā is the true chosen one of heaven. Damn right. He's the chosen one. The divine elect. The celestial benefactor. The great Xia was swept up in fervor. Lǐ Nézhā was born from the very heart of the apocalyptic Black Lotus. He became one with the world-destroying Black Lotus.
Including the destructive laws within the world-destroying Black Lotus.
A Black Lotus tattoo etched itself onto his body.
Finally, having absorbed the world-destroying Black Lotus, Lǐ Nézhā stood high in the sky, feet upon a lotus flower, slowly opening his eyes. Lotus blossoms bloomed all around him. Lǐ Nézhā pointed one finger toward the heavens and one toward the earth, murmuring softly.
Heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. Ah! So cool. So freaking cool. He's absolutely killing it. Lǐ Nézhā, YYDS.
Li Jing's eyes welled up with tears, unable to believe what he was witnessing.
He wasn't alone.
Countless citizens of the Great Xia Empire were also shedding tears of excitement at that moment. Everyone had assumed Lǐ Nézhā was doomed, that he had sacrificed himself. But unexpectedly, he had risen from the brink of death, truly becoming the incarnation of the world-destroying Black Lotus. Lǐ Nézhā stood high above, arms crossed, gazing down with a look of utter disdain upon the golden-winged great eagle beneath him. His heaven-shaking robe billowed in the wind, fluttering with a sharp rustle. The three-flamed true fire blazed fiercely upon his shoulders.
What does that look mean? Are you mocking me? The golden-winged great eagle seethed with rage.
Meanwhile, the countless spectators watching the live broadcast could only think of one word.
That word was cool. Ah! You guys get it, right? That look of utter disdain. So damn cool. Under the gaze of the masses, Lǐ Nézhā extended a single finger, pointing it at the golden-winged great eagle.
You insignificant insect, kneel before this prince at once.
Swish!
The three-flamed true fire on Lǐ Nézhā's shoulder instantly transformed into searing black flames.
Ah!
Before the golden-winged great eagle could react, Lǐ Nézhā appeared before him, pointing casually and pressing downward.
Boom!
The golden-winged great eagle was already drained of spiritual energy, while Lǐ Nézhā, having been reborn, was at full strength. He was no match at all, instantly pinned to the ground by Lǐ Nézhā's terrifying force.
Facing this mere 7-year-old boy from the Great Xia, the giant pangolin knelt down with a thud. Chapter 55, the show of pretentiousness is about to begin. Boom! 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 The mighty lion Camel Ridge Demon King was actually forced to kneel before a Great Xia national fortune contestant? This stark contrast left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Everyone was in shock. The Great Xia. Billions had already assumed Lǐ Nézhā was as good as dead. Yet, he had actually returned from the dead. Reborn alone would have been astonishing enough.
But it seemed he had grown immensely stronger.
Ah! Lǐ Nézhā is so freaking awesome.
That golden-winged great eagle was so cocky earlier, I've been itching to punch him in the face for ages, damn it.
He looked like he was just asking for it. Ha 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 ha. He was so cocky, wasn't he? Why isn't he cocky now? Why is he kneeling now? Damn it.
That big bird deserves to die. Holding back sneakily, only showing his claws at the last moment.
Just like Ma San Yang. But thankfully, we have Lǐ Nézhā. I'm a professional composer. I've decided I'm writing a song for Lǐ Nézhā. It's him, it's our hero little Nézhā. Holy. That's awesome. Damn right. No, it's not me who's awesome, it's our little hero Lǐ Nézhā who's awesome.
The Great Xia was in an uproar. The despair brought by the golden-winged great eagle moments ago vanished instantly.
Hurry! Lǐ Nézhā!
Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng are trapped inside that damn golden-winged great eagle's yin-yang chi bottle.
They'll turn to mush soon.
Destroy that beast and save them.
Right. The golden-winged great eagle's spiritual power is nearly depleted now. It's only showing off thanks to that yin-yang chi bottle. It's no match for you. Kill.
Those who dare offend our Huaxia even if they're not human must be destroyed. It wasn't just Great Xia. Other nations' national fortune contestants had also been sucked into the yin-yang chi vessel, and they too were filled with anticipation.
Damn it! Kill this golden-winged great eagle now and rescue our nation's representative too. Ha! Why is Sakura Nation getting involved now?
Lǐ Nézhā remained unaware that he had become the focal point of global attention, a figure revered by citizens worldwide as a savior. He had just been resurrected and felt like stretching his limbs, seeking revenge, and doing some killing. But after searching around, he discovered that the Buddha of the endless sky was already dead. Perfect timing, the golden-winged great eagle had just jumped out at that moment. Thud! Lǐ Nézhā extended his bare foot and stomped directly onto the golden-winged great eagle's face, crushing its skull into the ground.
The entire process was smooth and decisive, without a single hitch. Damn it!
The golden-winged great eagle gnashed his teeth in fury. He never imagined that he, one of the three great kings of Lion Camel Ridge and the maternal uncle of the Buddha himself, would be toyed with by such a mere brat.
You brat, take this yin-yang chi bottle. Seize! Golden-winged great eagle roared fiercely. The yin-yang chi vessel opened, unleashing an unparalleled suction force that swept toward Lǐ Nézhā. No!
Lǐ Nézhā, this artifact is truly formidable, dodge it. Seeing the golden-winged great eagle wielding this artifact once more, countless Great Xia citizens cried out in panic.
Lǐ Nézhā is our last hope now. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Damn it!
That golden-winged great eagle is disgusting. He has no real power, yet he flaunts his strength with this bottle.
Damn it, don't tell me our Lǐ Nézhā is about to get sucked into that bottle right after being revived? That would be the absolute worst.
If it were me, I'd have interrupted the golden-winged great pang before it could cast its spell. Everyone stared at Lǐ Nézhā with heavy hearts. Within the battlefield of national fortune, Lǐ Nézhā saw the terrifying suction emanating from the yin-yang chi bottle and suddenly let out a cold laugh. He was sucked into the yin-yang chi vessel whole, body and soul. This scene left every viewer watching the livestream, whether from Great Xia or abroad, utterly dumbfounded. What? No way. That's it? Just like that? He got sucked in that easily?
I thought this reincarnated Lǐ Nézhā would be something else. Holy crap. No way, this was our last hope, and it's gone already? The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, I thought this Lǐ Nézhā was supposed to be so powerful. If he could defeat the golden-winged great eagle, then your great Xia would win this national destiny battle. That scared the hell out of me. Turns out he's just another useless piece of trash. That's it? That's all? And this is after fusing with the ultimate artifact, the Lotus incarnation of the world-destroying Black Lotus? What a waste.
Earlier, their own nation's fate defender had perished, and the people of every country had suffered the punishment they deserved. Having endured such misery themselves, they couldn't bear to see others prosper. Thus, they all seethed with envy, dreading Lǐ Nézhā's ultimate triumph. Now, seeing Lǐ Nézhā sucked into the Yin-Yang Chi bottle too, they all burst into maniacal laughter.
Nézhā, my son. You. Alas. Li Jing's face was frozen in shock. Could that revival have been merely a deathbed flicker, a cruel joke played by the heavens? He felt as if his heart were bleeding. Damn it. There's no way around it.
This Yin-Yang Chi bottle is just too overpowered.
It sucks in both humans and spirits.
Even Lord Lao Jun's gourd requires calling out names to absorb souls, but this thing needs none of that. I must admit, though it pains me to say it, the golden-winged Great Pang has indeed emerged as the ultimate victor of this national fortune battle.
Alas, how pitiful.
For the first time in history, every single contestant in the national fortune battle has perished. There is no victor.
Director Yáng Fān, recruiting Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng, 3 reincarnators, was already an extraordinary achievement in this national destiny battle. This defeat is fate itself, it's not your fault.
War truly has no victors, only the defeated. Countless people from different nations, though filled with profound sorrow, could not deny this truth. After all, the golden-winged Great Pang is a demon of our Buddhist sect. His victory this time brings honor to our faith.
Damn it! The entire Blue Star fell into a profound silence at that moment. The moment is fast approaching.
Soon, all the national fortune contestants sucked into the Yin-Yang Chi vessel will turn to pulp, and then it will be Lǐ Nézhā's turn.
Chengtang City.
Li Jing lay limp on the sofa, drained of all strength. Beside him, Lǐ Nézhā's mother knelt, weeping.
Tao San. Yang Jin's numerous relatives sat with faces etched with utter despondency. The Yang family bloodline is severed. What good is all this money now?
The child's parents were the ones who failed you.
National Fortune Bureau.
Bang Bauer felt an immense weight in his heart. He opened the livestream, ready to announce the news of Great Xia's defeat in this national fortune battle. But just then, Yáng Fān abruptly stopped them.
Hold on a moment. Yáng Fān flashed a smile.
Now, connect the national fortune livestream to all television channels.
Broadcasted across the entire Blue Star. We're about to witness a grand spectacle of pretentiousness. Oh? What kind of show?
The two hosts looked utterly incredulous. But they still followed Yáng Fān's instructions, making the national fortune livestream visible to as many people as possible.
They even turned up the volume and selected an energetic BGM. He was born to be the crown prince, is said like sandalwood and agarwood, catching dragons and turning waves at the eastern sea.
For a moment, all the citizens of Great Xia were left scratching their heads.
What's going on? What is the director up to? He's about to die, so why is this getting so intense?
The chief never does anything without purpose.
Could it be?
A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in everyone's minds.
No. It can't be. Could it really be? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared fixedly at the National Fortune live broadcast screen. This can't be.
On the battlefield of national destiny, the haughty golden-winged giant eagle stood cradling the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, cackling with a savage grin.
But suddenly, from the base of its Yin-Yang Chi vessels, a black lotus blossomed. Chapter 56, Slaying the Golden-Winged Giant Eagle. Acquiring cultivation techniques. Ha! What is this thing? The golden-winged great eagle froze abruptly, its maniacal laughter halting mid-roar.
His eyes, his entire focus, were instantly consumed by that black lotus.
And he wasn't the only one. The Great Xia.
Amidst the soaring, blood-pumping background music, every single person's attention was completely focused on that black lotus. Each person drew a deep breath, holding their breath and blinking, afraid to miss the most thrilling moment.
The black lotus continued to bloom, unfolding relentlessly.
In an instant, it transformed from a tiny speck into a vast black tide, engulfing the entire Yin-Yang Chi vessel. After the wave passed, the Yin-Yang Chi vessel was completely swallowed. No fragments remained, no sound of shattering echoed, it vanished completely into thin air. It was as though it had never existed in this world at all. The world-destroying Black Lotus possesses the law of destruction, a unique existence among all laws, capable of annihilating everything. And now, this very law has been fully inherited by our great Xia's Lǐ Nézhā. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān spoke with palpable excitement. The Black Lotus obliterated the Yin-Yang Chi vessel, reforming in midair into the figure of Lǐ Nézhā. In his left hand, he held Sun Changsheng, in his right, Yang Jin and his dog. He had rescued them alive from within the Yin-Yang Chi vessel. The Yang Chi vessel itself, along with all the other National Fortune contestants trapped within, was utterly annihilated by Lǐ Nézhā.
Ha ha ha. Did you see that? You too?
In the end, it's still this young master who saves you.
Lǐ Nézhā tossed Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng onto the ground.
Already drained of spiritual energy, they had been further weakened by the Yang Chi vessel's icefire refinement, leaving them utterly exhausted and incapable of further combat.
But they didn't need any strength to fight anyway.
Ha, this old son knew it all along. As one who seeks immortality, my time simply wasn't up yet.
You actually succeeded.
Truly a blessing in disguise. You're truly destined for this. Even after having your bones picked clean and flesh torn off, you still came back to life.
Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng both wore expressions of relief.
Ha ha.
That's right.
This young master is invincible under heaven.
The one who can kill me hasn't even been born yet.
Lǐ Nézhā cackled maniacally, arms crossed over his chest, radiating an air of arrogant, unrivaled dominance.
Ah! He's back. Lǐ Nézhā is back.
Seeing Lǐ Nézhā once more, accompanied by his signature rousing theme song, countless Great Xia citizens instantly felt their blood boil.
Yes. That's it. That look of utter contempt for everyone. That air of being the greatest being in all creation. That's the one. So damn cool. Ah ha 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 ha. It's him. It's him. Our hero, Little Nézhā. He's back. I knew it.
A Mirian Yang Chi bottle couldn't possibly stop him.
He. This is the power of the world-destroying Black Lotus. The law of annihilation. Damn it. Does Great Xia have such incredible luck? They can actually be resurrected like this? I refuse to accept it. So Lǐ Nézhā entered the Yang Chi vessel earlier to save someone. I was wondering why he didn't just destroy it outright and instead let himself get sucked in by the golden-winged great eagle. Exactly. That's it. Ah ha 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 ha. Heaven has opened its eyes. The Yang family bloodline isn't cut off. Damn it. This National Fortune battlefield is too dangerous.
Once my nephew Yang Jin returns, I'll make him find a partner immediately and have as many kids as possible.
Damn it. That Lǐ Nézhā only saved Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng? Why didn't he rescue us Sakura Nation contestants too? How selfish. Exactly. Didn't he go to school? Didn't his parents and teachers teach him about self-sacrifice and selfless devotion? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch our country's contestants get turned into mush by the Yang Chi bottle?
Everyone in Great Xia was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they celebrated Lǐ Nézhā's rebirth. Those closest to Lǐ Nézhā, Li Jing, Lady Yin, Jin Zhao, Muzhao were overcome with emotion, their hearts pounding so fiercely they could scarcely speak.
Father! Mother! Our little brother isn't dead. He's even grown stronger. We haven't lost a brother, and you haven't lost a son. Just now, he was probably just joking around. Oomph. That brat loves making people worry about him. I don't have a son like him.
Li Jing, tears streaming down his face, covered his mouth and snorted coldly.
Chief. You look so cool. Damn it. Can I be as cool as him too?
Bang Bo Bo said with burning eyes.
Forget it. You're not cut out for it. Bob or Ben, standing nearby, quickly offered consolation. Who is he? He's none other than the great god of the Three-Tank Sea Assembly, the incarnation of the world-destroying Black Lotus.
As a super artifact, the world-destroying Black Lotus doesn't recognize anyone else as its master. It's chosen our Little Nézhā.
What's that? That's destiny. Within the battlefield of national fortune, Lǐ Nézhā, having rescued Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng, wasted no time.
With a casual flick of his finger, the black tide surged toward the golden-winged great eagle once more.
No!
The golden-winged great eagle's heart trembled violently. A deadly sense of crisis instantly flooded his mind. He summoned every ounce of strength, soaring into the air at his utmost speed and fleeing toward the distance. Alas, it was too little, too late. His wings had inadvertently brushed against a speck of the apocalyptic Black Lotus. Like bone-eating maggots, the black speck began to spread relentlessly from his wings across the entire body of the golden-winged giant eagle.
Ah!
The golden-winged great eagle let out a series of heart-wrenching screams, desperately trying every method to halt the spread of the law of destruction, but all efforts proved futile. Soon, the terrifying, all-consuming law of destruction engulfed the golden-winged great eagle entirely. Every trace of its existence was utterly erased and destroyed, as if it had never graced this world at all. The law of destruction truly claims all it touches. This display sent a chill down the spines of countless enemies of the Great Xia watching the live broadcast.
Even the exalted deities themselves now wore expressions of dread.
Even I, were I to be tainted by this law of destruction, would surely perish. My divine form and the laws within me would all be annihilated.
Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune champion, Lǐ Nézhā, has slain the golden-winged Great Pang.
Ding!
Great Xia receives reward, speed of all citizens increased by 30%.
Ding! Great Xia receives reward, cultivation technique, art of flying with objects. The golden-winged great eagle is one of the 3 demon kings of Lion Camel Ridge.
Excluding the bug-like existence of the Buddha of boundless heaven, he is the true boss, and the rewards are naturally generous.
An immortal cultivation technique as a reward? Ha ha ha. It seems we great Xia people can finally begin cultivating immortality too. Yáng Fān couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
Chapter 57. As everyone knows, this young master is extremely cruel. A massive stone stele descended from the heavens, landing in the northwest desert of Great Xia. Engraved upon it were the techniques of the art of flying with objects. Any pure-blooded Great Xia citizen who beheld this stele would instantly have the cultivation techniques imprinted upon their mind, etched into their memory forever. Their cultivation progress would become twice as effective with half the effort. In an instant, every Great Xia citizen's eyes burned with fervor.
Immortality cultivation at last, they too could begin their path to immortality. Damn! This is incredible.
Our Great Xia has truly reaped enormous rewards this time. Ever since the director established the National Fortune Bureau, our Great Xia has truly risen from the ashes, charging forward like a lone rider across 1,000 miles.
Ha 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 ha.
These three reincarnators have truly become the saviors of our Great Xia.
Object manipulation flight? Could this be the legendary sword riding flight? Damn! Just imagining it is so cool. Immortal cultivation techniques can drive nationwide cultivation.
They're arguably the most valuable reward a nation can receive in the National Fortune Battlefield. Their preciousness speaks for itself. After so many national fortune battles, only a handful of nations have ever successfully obtained cultivation techniques as rewards.
Exactly.
And even if you combined all their practitioners, their numbers wouldn't match our Great Xia's. If our nation truly achieves universal cultivation, man, the sheer scale would be terrifying beyond imagination.
Ah ha ha ha.
This National Fortune Battle Great Xia is the ultimate victor. Within the Great Xia's National Fortune Bureau, relevant departments began tallying and auditing the rewards secured by the nation during this battle.
Good grief.
A whole crowd of people poured over the densely packed list of rewards, their hearts filled with dread.
Damn it, how long will this inventory take? Thank goodness my constitution was enhanced, otherwise, just counting these rewards would exhaust me to death. But it wasn't over yet.
After dealing with the golden-winged Great Pang, Lǐ Nézhā transferred some of his spiritual energy to Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng, restoring their ability to move.
Ha ha ha. You too?
In the end, you still need this young master to save your asses.
Yes, yes, yes.
Truly worthy of being the reincarnation of the third Prince Nézhā. You've mastered the art of bone picking and flesh cutting.
Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng flexed their limbs. So then, three-eyed brat, this young master is now mightier than you.
As the saying goes, the captain's position belongs to the virtuous.
Shouldn't you step aside and let the worthy take your place? Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily. Yang Jin froze. Damn it, this kid was still scheming about this. But the captain's position? Yang Jin wasn't about to hand it over without a fight.
Suddenly, his eyes darted around.
Alright, I'll discuss it with the bureau chief when we get back.
Oh, and by the way, I recorded a video of you crying like a sissy inside that apocalyptic Black Lotus barrier. I'll send that to the bureau chief too.
Ha? What did you say? Lǐ Nézhā shot up in alarm, glaring at Yang Jin. Who was crying? Ha? Who was crying?
This young master never cries.
Ahem. Yang Jin, it's fine. He's just a kid.
It's perfectly normal for him to cry once in a while. Sun Changsheng chimed in from the side. At that, Lǐ Nézhā deflated like a punctured balloon, suddenly falling silent. Suddenly, Lǐ Nézhā clenched his teeth, fists tight, and shot a look of utter contempt toward a spot not far away.
After the Yin-Yang Qi vessels were destroyed, the National Fortune contestants inside were all granted amnesty, desperately clinging to life.
Yet even those who survived were utterly drained and weakened, looking as if their bodies had been hollowed out. They were utterly defenseless lambs awaiting slaughter.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
the Azure Lion, the White Elephant, and the few remaining great demons who had survived all lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. They stared at Lǐ Nézhā in utter astonishment.
Wait, didn't Third Brother have the upper hand just now? How did this Lǐ Nézhā suddenly appear and kill Third Brother? Holy crap! Big Brother, what do we do now? When the golden-winged Great Eagle had seized control, these demons and monsters had believed victory was theirs.
Though the cost was heavy, they had eliminated all the National Fortune contestants. Lion Camel Rage would be the ultimate victor. But who could have predicted that golden-winged Great Eagle would be taken down by Lǐ Nézhā just minutes after showing off his power? Now they were in a real bind. Equally awkward were those National Fortune contestants who had crossed paths with Lǐ Nézhā, or rather, the Great Xia Empire.
Lǐ Nézhā. Don't get too cocky.
Just wait until I recover. Hashirama and Murata from the White Elephant Kingdom, along with Tsukuyami and the Wine God from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, gritted their teeth, attempting to use some form of provocation to grasp at a sliver of hope.
Even at your peak, you're no match for this young master. Lǐ Nézhā cackled eerily. How can you know if you haven't fought? Hashirama's lips curled upward, as if clutching at a lifeline. Exactly.
Since that's the case, let's wait until we're fully recovered, then we'll fight again and see who truly reigns supreme. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. They all thought to themselves. Lǐ Nézhā really is just a child. It seems this reverse psychology tactic will work easily. Lǐ Nézhā, I know you're a good kid. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in youth. Surely you wouldn't stoop to taking advantage of someone when they're down. Exactly. A good kid should defeat his opponent fairly and squarely on the battlefield, not strike while he's down. So be it. You wait here. Once we've fully restored our spiritual energy, we'll settle this with 300 rounds of battle. The crowd cheered in unison. Now that Lǐ Nézhā held the power over everyone's life and death, they had no choice but to find a way to survive this desperate situation. Lǐ Nézhā's expression shifted constantly, as if weighing their words. But this contemplation lasted barely a few seconds. Lǐ Nézhā instantly adopted a demonic visage, clamping his hands around Hashirama's throat and hoisting him up by the neck. Ah! Hashirama's face contorted in agony. The other National Fortune contestants all shuddered, their faces etched with terror. Wait, why are you still taking advantage of someone in distress? Ha! Are you even a good kid anymore? Doesn't your great Xia pride itself on being a nation of gentlemen? Does the education you received permit such behavior? The crowd grew frantic. Their situation was precarious, and they could only hurl verbal attacks at Lǐ Nézhā. Yet, after hearing their words, Lǐ Nézhā merely smiled coldly. Ha ha ha! Which eye of yours saw me as a gentleman? I'm no saint, why should I bother with all that bull moralistic nonsense? Black flames of the threefold true fire blazed from Lǐ Nézhā's body, containing laws powerful enough to destroy everything. I'm a demon child, everyone knows it, I'm utterly ruthless. Die for me. Swish! Black flames erupted, instantly slaughtering every National Fortune contestant lying on the ground. Except for those from nations like the White Elephant Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom contestants who had already thoroughly offended Lǐ Nézhā. Even those seemingly innocent National Fortune contestants who hadn't yet crossed paths with Lǐ Nézhā were included. Every single one of them. On the last National Fortune battlefield, it was all about competition. Life or death didn't matter. If you die, don't blame this young master. Lǐ Nézhā snorted coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame your own weakness. Chapter 58 Azure Lion and White Elephant become mounts for our National Fortune Bureau. Ding! Great Xia's National Fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain Sakura Nation's contestant Oisuki. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward, all citizens experience a 20% increase in pleasure. Ding! Sakura Nation receives punishment, all citizens' pleasure reduced by 20%. Ding! Great Xia's National Fortune contestant Lǐ Nézhā has slain Sakura Nation's contestant, the Wine God. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward, all citizens' immunity increases by 20%. Ding! Sakura Nation receives punishment, all citizens' immunity reduced by 20%. Ding! Ding! Great Xia's National Fortune representative, Lǐ Nézhā, has slain all National Fortune representatives from White Elephant Nation, Beautiful Nation, Sila Nation, Pharaoh Nation, and other nations. Ding! Great Xia receives reward, Immortal Cultivation Technique Beast Riding Ascension Manual. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward, a Spirit Stone Vein. A flurry of reward notifications once again dazzled everyone. Holy crap, I can't believe this is real. Our Great Xia has struck gold this time, hit the jackpot big time. Ahahaha. Another cultivation technique. Great, now besides sword riding, we can also ride beasts in real time. All those losses from past National Fortune battles? We've just made them all back. Damn awesome, heh heh heh. Who'd have thought they'd even reward us with a Spirit Stone Vein? That's a super potent elixir for cultivators, damn it. Now we've got cultivation techniques and spirit stones, we're soaring to new heights. I hereby declare, nationwide cultivation begins now. The entire Great Xia populace was on the verge of exploding. Everyone was dumbfounded. So many rewards, damn it, we could never spend it all, not in a lifetime. Bastard. This Lǐ Nézhā is utterly ruthless. Killing defenseless enemies who can't even fight back? He has zero samurai spirit for fair combat. Whose child is this? Ha! Utterly lacking in manners. I'm speechless. Damn it. A bastard born but never raised. Oomph. You animals. Lǐ Nézhā is my son. So what? Who says he has no manners? I think he's got manners to spare. Take note, he's demon child Nézhā, not good boy Nézhā. He's never been a saint, moral blackmail won't work on him. Besides, even if he were a good kid, moral blackmail wouldn't work, he's still just a child. Countless foreigners watched helplessly as Lǐ Nézhā slaughtered their National Fortune bringing contestants. They thought they might escape unscathed, but in the end, they met a gruesome death on the spot, receiving their punishment. They flooded major forums with furious condemnation of Lǐ Nézhā. This time, however, all the citizens of Great Xia stood firmly on Lǐ Nézhā's side. Soon, an unprecedented moral and ideological war erupted in full force. Ha 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 ha. I know you're just jealous. Can't be helped, you just lack the strength. What divine agents. They can only bluff against ordinary special forces. When they face our Great Xia's divine reincarnators, it's like slicing through melons and vegetables utterly trash. Deep down, countless Daxia citizens had long yearned to vent their frustrations. Everyone has a need to show off. If you're awesome but don't show off, it's like wearing silk robes at night. But after Daxia's repeated humiliating defeats in the previous national wars, even if they wanted to show off, there was nothing to brag about. Instead, they had to watch countries like Sakura and Hanming make a spectacle of themselves. Thank God we have the director. Damn it! Since the National Fortune Bureau was established, our Great Xia has finally achieved this a complete and utter victory. Never before in any national fortune battle have all contestants perished except the victor. Frankly, even I think our Great Xia contestants are ruthless. But I love it, he. Countless foreigners watched helplessly as the Great Xia populace rubbed their faces in it. After all, they were the victors. Damn it! These Great Xia people are utterly arrogant. Next time in the National Destiny battle, we must avenge this humiliation. Damn it! They only won once. Do they really need to gloat so much? No, I must devise a plan, a covert one to cause trouble for the Great Xia. Land of cherry blossoms. The chrysanthemum emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. I recall that nine-tailed demon king sought to return to Great Xia in search of some old acquaintance. Let her go. With that creature's talent for wreaking havoc upon the world, she'll surely turn Great Xia upside down. Yes, Your Majesty. Several ministers received the order and immediately departed, arriving at a prison cell. Guarded by deities dispatched from Takamagara, the divine realm of Sakura Nation, the prison doors were personally opened upon receiving the chrysanthemum emperor's decree. The moment the gates opened, a faint fragrance wafted out. The surrounding ministers and jailers of the land of cherry blossoms were instantly overcome, as if under a spell, their senses utterly bewildered. A nine-tailed fox, its body pure white, suddenly opened its eyes. Then, transforming into the form of a young woman, it slowly emerged from the heavenly prison. Ah, this is truly breathtaking. The prison guards and ministers of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, upon seeing the woman emerge, instantly lost their senses. They stared fixedly at her, their bodies gradually turning to stone. Even the deity of Takamagara guarding the celestial prison gritted his teeth, drew a blade, and stabbed his own hand. He endured the pain to keep his divine spirit clear, lest he too be turned to stone. By the Emperor's decree, return to Great Xia to seek your old acquaintance. But beware, Great Xia is bound by prohibitions. Gods cannot take physical form. The young woman's beautiful eyes flickered as she smiled sweetly, turning her head toward the direction of Great Xia. A look of deep remembrance spread across her exquisite face. Within the battlefield of national fortune. At this moment, all participants except the three from Great Xia had perished. The entire Lion Camel Ridge lay barren, every living thing reduced to nothingness. Grandfather Nézhā. Please don't kill us. We surrender. The blue lion, the white elephant, and the remaining dozens of demons, having witnessed Lǐ Nézhā's methods, lost all hope and hastily knelt to beg for mercy. Ha. Do you think this young master would spare you? Lǐ Nézhā cackled eerily, rubbing his hands together as he prepared to strike. Despair filled the eyes of the blue lion, white elephant, and the other demons. But at the last moment, young Jin stepped forward. His third eye connected with Yáng Fān's, receiving a message from him. Hold on. If you don't want to die, Flower, our National Fortune Bureau can offer you a second choice. Young Jin flashed a wicked grin. As long as we don't die, a miserable life is better than a glorious death. We'll agree to any terms. The blue lion and white elephant bowed their heads repeatedly. Excellent. Our Great Xia has recently acquired the immortal cultivation technique, the beast riding ascension manual, and we happen to be in need of a batch of slave beasts. Moreover, our National Fortune Bureau currently faces some inconveniences in our travels. If you're willing, I'll imprint the slave beast mark upon you now. From then on, you'll serve as mounts for our National Fortune Bureau. Young Jin chuckled. Ha! Hearing this harsh condition, the faces of the blue lion, white elephant, and numerous demons froze in shock, leaving them rooted to the spot. Chapter 59, the first battle for national fortune concludes, return to Great Xia. Lǐ Nézhā stepped forward, clamping his hands around their necks. The flames of destruction roared fiercely right before the eyes of the azure lion and white elephant. Ah! No, be careful, Grandpa Nézhā. Don't let this thing touch me. The black flames of destruction, a brush meant death, a touch meant annihilation. The azure lion and white elephant were genuinely terrified of this terrifying force imbued with the law of destruction. But, weren't the terms offered by Great Xia a bit too harsh? How could I, the mighty demon king of Lion Camel Ridge, become a beast of burden, serving as your mount for Great Xia? The blue lion exclaimed in disbelief. Oh? So you still have some backbone left? Lǐ Nézhā snorted coldly, then backhanded the azure lion across the face. Didn't you lot serve as mounts for those bald monks of the Buddhist sect back in the day? Isn't this just your old trade? What? Others can ride you, but my Great Xia can't? Do you look down on our Great Xia? Lǐ Nézhā stomped down without another word, unleashing brutal violence upon the blue lion and white elephant.
The sheer brutality of his attack sent chills down the spines of the billions watching the livestream.
Ah! Stop! Stop! I surrender! I surrender! I'll gladly be your Daxia's beast of burden.
The blue lion and white elephant couldn't bear the humiliation, but they were even less able to endure such brutal treatment.
Ultimately, their once sturdy spines snapped under the relentless beating. Excellent!
This young master favors such obedient creatures.
Lǐ Nézhā stroked the lion's head, his face beaming. It's rare to find two great demons as obedient as you two.
The blue lion and white elephant were like mute sufferers, unable to voice their anguish.
Damn it! Who the hell wouldn't obey you after this? Absolutely brilliant. With the blue lion and white elephant already surrendered, the rest of the demons and monsters offered no resistance whatsoever. Soon, Yang Jin personally stepped forward.
Using the newly learned technique of sealing the slave beast mark, he imprinted the mark upon the blue lion, the white elephant, and all the other demons and monsters.
From that day forward, the lives of the great beasts of Lion Camel Ridge, the blue lion, white elephant, and others lay entirely within Yang Jin's grasp.
Simultaneously, a new thought took root in their minds, a thought that compelled them to submit to the master before them.
Master!
The blue lion, white elephant, and the other demons all cried out to Yang Jin with reverent expressions. Very good. From now on, Xiao Tian is your leader. Your task now is to produce more offspring, more little demons. Our great Xia will soon embrace universal cultivation and beast taming.
With only your current numbers, we won't have enough demonic beasts. At Yang Jian's feet, the great black dog Xiao Tian lifted his head with an air of dominance, radiating majesty. Leader Xiao Tian. Woof woof.
The blue lion, white elephant, and other demons would never have imagined in their wildest dreams that they would now acknowledge a dog as their leader. After all, dogs were the most ordinary creatures imaginable. Even when transformed into demons, they remained lowly beings, the very type despised by other supernatural beings. But what could they do? This one had the backing of a powerful master.
Ahahaha. So this is the legendary physical taming? Awesome. Got it.
I was just saying, we have the beast taming cultivation technique and the spirit stones to fuel our cultivation, but without demonic beasts, how could we practice? Turns out they were waiting right here.
Holy crap, the OU Ridge Demon Horde.
In our great Xia myths, they're one of the most powerful demon kingdoms. Even one of their patrol-level wind drillers would be a wind driller patriarch out here.
Who'd have thought the most formidable demons among them would all become Daxia's beasts of burden? Damn. This is awesome. Damn it. The azure lion and white elephant were clearly our Buddhist Ling Mountains mounts. How did you great Xia snatch them away?
They're the Bodhisattva's personal drivers.
The white elephant kingdom was furious. The Buddhists felt utterly humiliated. But what could they do?
They were the defeated party.
Ha. Didn't you hear?
The blue lion and white elephant voluntarily chose to submit to our great Xia.
We didn't force them at all. Yeah. It was their own choice. What does it have to do with us? Holy crap. Where's our dignity? Ding. The three great Xia National Fortune contestants have slain all other National Fortune contestants and subdued the demons of Lion Camel Ridge. Any unsubdued demons have also been slain. Currently, the entire Lion Camel Ridge holds no breathing room for enemies of the great Xia team. This National Fortune battle concludes here. The entire Lion Camel Ridge micro-world will be awarded as territory to great Xia. Ding. The next National Fortune battle will commence in 1 month.
Due to encountering a bug-level boss like the Buddha of Boundless Heaven in this battle, the rules and theme for the next National Fortune battlefield will be revised.
Each nation must send 3 contestants to participate. Attention! Surviving National Fortune contestants will be teleported to their respective nations in 1 minute. All nations Daxia are advised to prepare for their arrival.
At that moment, the entire Lion Camel Ridge lay bare in snow white, utterly pristine.
The National Fortune Gatekeeper could only declare the National Fortune battle concluded. The final victor was truly deserving. Soon,
a portal slowly materialized in the skies above the great Xia capital. Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and Xiao Tian, the 3 men and 1 dog, stepped out of the portal. The Qingshi, Bai Xiang, and other demons and monsters were directly confined within the Lion Camel Ridge microcosm, where they would strive to breed little monsters.
Yáng Fān had been waiting for them at the portal entrance all along. Welcome, heroes of Great Xia. Director. We've fulfilled our mission. Yang Jin and the others declared. Not just a mission accomplished, it was a resounding victory.
Like Ying Zhang eating Sichuan peppercorns and winning big time. Behind Yáng Fān stood a sea of fans, a dense, dark crowd. Upon seeing Lǐ Nézhā and the other 2 National Fortune contestants, they erupted into frenzy.
Ah, Yang Jin, you're my idol. Can I get your autograph? Lǐ Nézhā. I love you. Mr. Sun Changsheng, as a Daxia ancient chi cultivator, do you have any special insights on the upcoming nationwide cultivation movement? Fans swarmed around them, nearly drowning the group. Some wanted autographs, others demanded photos, while one fan asked Yang Jin if he wanted a girlfriend. Another even tried to sell Xiao Tian their brand of dog food. Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng both looked distinctly uncomfortable. They weren't particularly keen on the spotlight. Lǐ Nézhā, however, burst into loud laughter, charging into the crowd to revel in the adulation. Ah ha 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 ha! This young master has finally become a superstar. Yáng Fān wore a bitter smile. The group struggled to push their way out of the crowd. What can we do? Their enthusiasm is overwhelming. You're now beloved by all of Great Xia. They're just too passionate, Yáng Fān sighed. You'll probably have to wear masks and sunglasses whenever you go out from now on, unless you want to be chased by fans. Yang Jin and Sun Changsheng exchanged awkward glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. The National Fortune Bureau has prepared a celebratory banquet. Come on, let's go honor your achievements. Yes, Director. Yáng Fān led the 3 men and 1 dog back to the National Fortune Bureau, where they kicked off the celebratory feast and ate heartily. However, midway through the celebration, Yáng Fān suddenly received an urgent message. Bad news, Director. A heavenly secret realm has appeared within the ruins of a Shang dynasty site in Pingyuan province. Ordinary methods are utterly ineffective for investigation. Your National Fortune Bureau must intervene. Ha? In dynasty ruins? A heavenly secret realm? Yáng Fān silently repeated the words to himself, then turned to look at Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, Zhang Shang, and the others still celebrating. Guys, eat up quickly, we've got work to do. Chapter 60, The ruins of Chaoga, Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin enter the city. Great Xia, Plains Province. Dubbed the Granary of Great Xia, this boundless plain teemed with people and had long been the cradle of Great Xia's cultural heritage. Many dynasties established their capitals here, including the Yin Shang dynasty, which bore witness to the legends of the investiture of the gods. This is the ruins of the Yin Shang dynasty. Yáng Fān rode his blue-maned lion, gazing into the distance at a mound of earth nestled amidst barren hills and wilderness. Months ago, those ruins suddenly began to glow. Day and night, strange bird cries echoed from them. Villagers nearby claimed to have seen a crimson mystical bird descend from the heavens, and then what happened? Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng, each riding demonic beasts, a great white elephant, a mighty tiger, and a colossal ape, asked in confusion. Holy! Before Yáng Fān could speak, everyone instantly understood what had happened. The scene shifted to the distant mound of ruins. Swish! It transformed into a magnificent, colossal city. At the city gates, a row of soldiers clad in ancient armor stood at the ready, their imposing presence commanding attention. 3 ancient characters were inscribed above the gate. Chaoga City. Could this truly be Chaoga City, the capital of the Yin Shang dynasty? Everyone was utterly stunned. Indeed. Remarkable, isn't it? A divine bird descended from the heavens, giving birth to the Shang dynasty. This can't be real. A mirage? There's no way the Shang dynasty's Chaoga City could have truly reappeared in this world. Lǐ Nézhā exclaimed. Who knows? Yáng Fān said, patting the blue lion mount's hindquarters as he guided the great beast forward. Yet ahead, an invisible barrier seemed to block their path. And this area is surrounded by some kind of barrier ordinary people couldn't possibly get through. Can't enter? Yang Jin asked in confusion, taking a couple of steps forward himself. Yet, something astonishing happened. The invisible barrier that had stopped Yáng Fān did not hinder Yang Jin at all, allowing him to walk right through effortlessly. Everyone was utterly astonished. Next, Sun Changsheng and Lǐ Nézhā attempted to enter. Lǐ Nézhā succeeded in passing through, but Sun Changsheng, like Yáng Fān, found himself isolated outside. What's going on? Lǐ Nézhā asked. According to Grandmaster Zhang Shang's research, this secret realm of Chaoga likely only permits reincarnators from the Yin Shang era to enter, Yáng Fān explained. Therefore, Yang Jin and Lǐ Nézhā, this mission rests on your shoulders. Sun Changsheng and I will provide support from outside. What? Chief? Just the 2 of us? No. I'm coming too. At that moment, an old man riding a strange-looking elk-like monster appeared from behind. Grandmaster Jiang. I am the reincarnation of Zhang Zia from the Yin Shang period, so I too can enter this ruins. Zhang Shang said, stroking his beard. This operation will be led by Lord Zhang. You are all reincarnations of deities from the investiture of the gods era. This is your domain. Yáng Fān assigned the task. I won't say much else, just stay safe. Heh, Director, rest assured. Though I am advanced in years, these 2, one the reincarnation of Nézhā, the other the reincarnation of Erlangshen, Yang Jian, are no pushovers. This sudden appearance of the ruins means there must be extraordinary treasures inside, and perhaps even clues to the lost myths of our great Xia. This exploration is of utmost importance. Don't worry about the battle for the nation's destiny. Sun Changsheng and I will recruit new members. Yáng Fān instructed. Also, Yang Jin will maintain contact through the heavenly eye. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I'll find a way to provide timely support. Yes, Director. Soon, Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin parted ways with Yáng Fān and Sun Changsheng. Both Jiang Shang's mount, the 4 unlikes, and Yang Jin's dog, Xiao Tian, passed the relics verification and gained access to the secret realm. After parting ways, the trio proceeded step by step toward the mysteriously materialized city of Chaoga. At the city gates, numerous citizens bustled to and fro, entering and exiting. A group of soldiers was conducting thorough checks on every person entering or leaving. "Grandfather, this can't be real, can it?" Lǐ Nézhā suddenly stepped forward, patting a soldier's armor and even giving it a squeeze. "It's not an illusion? These people are real?" "Nonsense. What's real or not? You three, dressed in such strange clothes, where are you from?" The gate guard, incensed by Lǐ Nézhā's lack of manners, erupted in anger. "Holy crap, this is way too real." Everyone was stunned. It seems the city of Chaoga from the age of deification has truly reappeared in this world. Jiang Shan was also deeply shocked. Or perhaps we've traveled back through the ruins of the Yin dynasty to the Shang era itself. Since we're here, we might as well follow the local customs. Jiang Shan dismounted from the quadruped and approached the soldier, bowing with clasped hands. "Honorable official, we come from Kunlun." "Kunlun?" The city guard froze upon hearing the name. "Then what brings you to our city of Chaoga?" "To visit relatives." "Very well. Pay the entrance fee 10 taels per person." The gatekeeper extended his right hand toward the three. "And your mounts and pets count as people 250 taels total." "What? An entrance fee too?" Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin exchanged bewildered glances. "Are you kidding? They came from modern society, where would they get coins from the Yin Shang era?" "What should we do, Lord Jiang? Should we fight our way in?" Lǐ Nézhā rubbed his hands together, eager for a fight. "Shut up. All you ever think about is fighting." Jiang Shan was so exasperated he laughed. "Then how else are we supposed to get in? You got any money?" Lǐ Nézhā shot back. "If we don't have money, we can figure something out." Jiang Shang rubbed his hands together. He glanced around. Suddenly, he seemed to spot something and waved his hand. "You two, follow me." "Put. No money and you still want to enter the city? What a joke." The city guard grumbled under his breath as Jiang Shang and his companions walked away. In truth, entry cost only 3 taels per person, but he liked to overcharge. Not far away. A plump, well-dressed man in brocade robes, clearly wealthy, wielded a leather whip, lashing a group of gaunt, emaciated men burdened with goods. "Hurry up! The young prince has conquered Ji province and returned victorious. The whole city of Chaoga is celebrating. If I get these goods inside, I'll sell them for a fortune. You slaves! Dare to delay my profits? I'll kill you all." The man roared like a madman. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and seized his whip. The silk-robed man froze, turning his head. There stood an old man, a young man, and a small child, all staring at him with peculiar expressions. "Who the hell are you? Why are you interfering with my business?" the man in brocade roared. "Sir, it's wrong to strike others, especially in broad daylight like this." Yang Jin snatched the whip from his grasp and snorted coldly. "What? They're my slaves, my property. Why can't I beat them?" the man in brocade asked, feigning genuine confusion. "Whether they're slaves or not, you may not understand now, but in a few thousand years, you'll grasp what equality means," Yang Jin declared. "What did you say? Understand in a few thousand years? That's utter nonsense," the brocade-clad man exclaimed in shock. "No problem. If you don't get it now, the three of us can help you understand sooner." Jiang Shang smiled, his expression as gentle as a spring breeze. "Let's move." "Got it." Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin moved together, instantly binding the brocade-clad man before unleashing a flurry of lashes. "Feeling it? This is what it's like to be oppressed. Pretty awful, huh? Exactly, that's the daily life of those slaves. We're giving you a taste first, a cleansing baptism for your soul. May this inspire you to reform and start anew. Of course, our services aren't free. Soul cleansing comes at a price 100 taels in total." We'll take that now." Jiang Shang pulled 100 taels of silver from the brocade-clad man's backpack. "Untie him. Let's go." "Ha ha ha. Jiang Taigong, I thought you were just some stuffy old man, but you're actually quite entertaining. This young master likes it." This single act instantly elevated the relationship between Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin to a whole new level. Chapter 61, Regicide and Usurpation. "Here. 50 taels." Lǐ Nézhā flung 50 taels of silver at the city guard. The guard was utterly bewildered. "Hey, you weren't asking for money just now. How come you suddenly have it now?" Security in Chaoga City is extremely strict, especially now that the second prince has just returned from subduing the Su clan of Jizhou and is preparing to hold a grand victory celebration. "We absolutely cannot let any bandits in," the guard declared sternly. "What business is it of yours? I'm going to teach and educate people. These are gratitude fees from my students." Lǐ Nézhā grumbled. "This is my duty." All right, soldier. This money was earned through legitimate means. We're decent folk, no need to worry about trouble." Jiang Shang stepped forward, seized the guard's hand, and said with a smile. Just as the guard was about to speak again, he suddenly felt something extra in his hand, roughly estimated, at least 10 taels. His expression instantly softened into one of benevolence.
So you're guests from Kunlun Mountain.
You must have come to admire our great Shan's cultural achievements and military prowess, and to witness the victory celebration, right?
At the mention of the great Shang, even a lowly gatekeeper's face lit up with pride.
Yes. We're here to see Prince Xiao return victorious. Hurry along, the ceremony is about to begin.
The guard dismissed them with ease, thoughtfully pointing the way for Jiang Shang and his companions.
Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin looked utterly astonished. After following Jiang Shang for quite a distance, they couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, what did you do? How did you make that guard's attitude change so suddenly?" Ha. You didn't know, did you? That's human magic.
You're still young, you can learn more about it later. Jiang Shang replied with a meaningful smile.
Look at the crowd.
Everyone in Daxia is heading in one direction.
I think the ceremony is about to begin. Let's hurry over and see. We might very well encounter something crucial to this remnant of the Chao Ji era. Yes, grandfather. Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin answered in unison. And you two stop calling me grandmaster. It sounds awkward. Just call me senior master. Yes. Master uncle.
The trio swiftly made their way toward the grand altar where the crowd had gathered.
Outside the Chaga ruins,
Yáng Fān, through his heavenly eye linked to Yang Jin's, kept a constant watch on Jiang Shang and the others.
Director, how are they? Looks like the three of them are doing fine. They're adapting well to ancient society.
Yáng Fān had been somewhat concerned. Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin, all three had undergone modern compulsory education and possessed noble character. He had worried they might struggle in the primitive, lawless ancient world. But now, Yáng Fān realized he'd been overthinking it. I wonder why the people recruited by our National Fortune Bureau all have such straightforward, brute force methods. Yáng Fān sighed inwardly, resolving to recruit someone more gentle next time.
Let's go.
We don't need to worry about this place anymore. If Yang Jin needs backup, he'll contact me. Yáng Fān patted the blue-furred lion beneath him and turned to leave.
Alright. So, Director, where are we headed next? Sun Chongqing asked. To Jinshan City. There should be a cycler there. We'll recruit him. Yes, sir.
Sun Chongqing said eagerly.
Within Chaoga City,
a mystical bird descended from the heavens, giving birth to the Shang dynasty. A massive black bird prop, manipulated by dozens of slaves, danced continuously. It drew a chorus of cheers. All around the massive altar, crowds gathered.
Seated upon a ceremonial palanquin, an elderly man wore royal robes and a crown.
Beside him stood a middle-aged man, also dressed in splendid attire, attending to the elder.
That must be the king of Shang. Jiang Shang and his companions gazed from afar, their hearts stirred with awe. What a grand spectacle. Shoo! Keep your voices down. Toot! A blast of trumpets echoed through the air.
A squadron of well-dressed men, surrounding a man with a broad back and imposing presence, slowly ascended the altar.
It's the young prince. Young Prince Yin Shou of Yin Shang, victorious in his expedition to Ji Province, returns triumphant. Yin Shou? Is he King Zhou of Shang?
At this point in time, he hasn't ascended to the throne yet. Yang Jin, who possessed a solid grasp of history, quickly grasped the situation at hand.
On the altar,
Yin Shou knelt before the Shang king.
Father, your humble son has fulfilled his mission. With that, he presented a brocade box. It was opened. Inside lay a blood-soaked head. The head of Su Hu of Ji Province, presented to your majesty. Oh? Su Hu, is it?
The Shang king gazed at the blood-soaked head, letting out a strange, triumphant chuckle.
The Su clan of Ji Province never paid homage to Shang.
They waged war against the Shang dynasty for years, earning the deep hatred of all in Shang. Now that Yin Shou has returned victorious, he has finally brought back the head of the Su clan of Ji Province.
Quickly take photographs.
These are precious historical artifacts of our great Xia. Perhaps among them lie clues to the lost myths of our great Xia.
Yes, master.
Yang Jintian opened his third eye, continuously photographing and filming everything around him, then transmitting the footage to Yáng Fān.
It must be said, the heavenly eye was indeed an exceptionally practical artifact. Ha!
Suddenly, Yang Jin seemed to notice something, his gaze shifting to the altar in shock. At that moment, Yin Shou ordered another group of soldiers to bring forward a woman.
Whoosh!
The moment the woman appeared, she instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Not for any other reason, but simply because she was breathtakingly beautiful.
Could such a stunning woman truly exist in this world? Exclaimed Jiang Shang and Lǐ Nézhā, the old man and the youngster alike. No! She's not human, she's a demonic fiend. At that moment, Yang Jin suddenly spoke up. A fox demon.
Through his heavenly eye, he saw clearly that the figure on the altar was indeed a fox demon.
Su Daji, daughter of Su Hu of Ji Province, is presented to your majesty.
Yin Shou bowed respectfully to the man beside the Shang king.
The king's brother, upon seeing Su Daji, stared at her with eyes fixed and unblinking, unable to look away.
His blood surged, and his entire body seemed to lose all sense of awareness. Kneeling on the ground, Sudaji's beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced at the eldest prince of Yinshang. Her lips moved slightly. The eldest prince of Yin seemed to lose his soul in that instant. Suddenly, he drew his sword and burst into laughter.
I am the king. I will be king. Thud.
He thrust the sword directly into the chest of the king of Shang standing beside him. Ah! The king of Shang never anticipated such a sudden and catastrophic turn of events. Before countless witnesses, the crown prince had actually killed his own father for the throne? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterward, the startled Yin Shou sprang into action, subduing the crown prince and then throwing himself before the old Shang king, weeping bitterly. Father! Father! The eldest prince, Wei Ziqi, has committed regicide and usurped the throne.
He must be executed. Yin Shou snatched the sword and swung it down with a sharp swish.
The eldest prince, beside himself with fury, instantly lost his head.
Chapter 62, The Human Emperor's Guard, The Immortal Slaying Blade. Both the Shang king and the eldest prince lay dead.
Now, only Yin Shou remained the direct descendant of the Shang king. It was clear that Yin Shou would become the next king. Soldiers all around knelt before Yin Shou, followed by the common folk encircling them. In everyone's eyes, the Yin Shang dynasty's execution of the crown prince who had murdered his father and usurped the throne was nothing short of a heroic act. Yet Yang Jin clearly witnessed through his heavenly eye. A white fox spirit flew out from within Daji and possessed the eldest prince.
Controlling the eldest prince, it stabbed its own father to death.
At that moment, the white fox spirit lay perched on Yin Shou's shoulder, licking its paws.
Master Uncle.
Yang Jin hurriedly relayed what he had seen to Jiang Shang and Lǐ Nézhā. Oomph. Though we knew Yin Shou would seize the throne eventually, witnessing it firsthand still fills one with dread.
Jiang Shang sighed. We must leave immediately.
This place is no longer safe for us to linger.
Yes, master.
Yang Jin and Lǐ Nézhā escorted Jiang Shang, hastily distancing themselves from the crowd and fleeing toward the exit. But at that very moment, Su Daji on the altar suddenly opened her eyes. A crimson glow flickered within her pupils. She rose to her feet and whispered 2 sentences into Yin Shou's ear. Yin Shou then abruptly drew his sword, pointing it at Jiang Shang and his companions.
Suspicious individuals. It must be them. They've controlled my royal brother and harmed my father. Guards. Seize them at once. Yes, your majesty. Swish. Swish. Swish.
A large contingent of soldiers, clad in armor, instantly obeyed the order and charged toward Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin.
Holy crap, we haven't done anything. Even if we exposed Su Daji's true form, do we deserve to be hunted down like this?
Of course.
Haven't you heard of silencing witnesses? Damn it. I'm so awesome, what do I have to fear? Why not just kill them outright? Ahem, hold your horses. We haven't fully explored this Chaga ruin yet.
Acting rashly would be too risky, Jiang Shang cautioned.
Remember, this is the age of deification. Who knows what masters lurk here?
Though Lǐ Nézhā had a fiery temper, he respected elders or leaders he deemed worthy like Yáng Fān.
Jiang Shang now counted as one.
After all, they were reincarnators whose power far surpassed ordinary mortals. Even if they didn't fight back, it would be impossible for Yin Shou's soldiers to capture them easily. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn almost immediately. Several burly men appeared nearby, dressed in finer attire than ordinary soldiers, each with a large broadsword at their waist. Rise! The burly men drew their blades simultaneously. These swords were clearly no ordinary weapons, some blazed with fire, others froze the air, and some soared through the sky. Swish! 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 A variety of supernatural techniques manifested on the blades as they charged toward Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin.
Among them were some with astonishing speed, quickly closing the distance. Clang!
A great sword stretched to dozens of meters in length, striking toward Lǐ Nézhā like a bolt of thunder.
Damn it! Senior Master, what do we do now? Lǐ Nézhā cried out in panic. Jiang Shang roared. Enough is enough. Strike! Squeak! The moment Jiang Shang's words fell, Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin's fleeing bodies froze instantly.
Then, they slowly turned their heads, rubbing their fists together, their eyes blazing with a terrifying light.
This has been killing me. Lǐ Nézhā instantly summoned his wind fire wheels, soaring into the air. He drew his fire-pointed spear in one hand while coiling the heaven-shaking brocade around his back. The 3 flame true fire blazed fiercely behind him. Though not his apocalyptic Black Lotus form, this was his full combat manifestation, clearly preparing for a fierce battle. Yang Jin beside him showed more restraint, nearly drawing his 3-pronged double-edged blade and opening his heavenly eye. Let's see who can kill the most.
Spare one alive, Jiang Shang interjected.
This old man still has questions for them. Got it. Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin let out eerie, cackling laughs.
With their third eyes activated and the 3 flame true fire erupting, they charged forward, locking combat with the peculiar, blade-wielding burly men.
These blade-wielding brutes possessed various supernatural powers, but their strength was only on par with ordinary demons from Lion Camel Ridge. How could they possibly stand against Yang Jin and Lǐ Nézhā?
The outcome of the battle was decided swiftly. All the burly men were dealt with, leaving only one survivor. Lǐ Nézhā grabbed him by the throat and dragged him into an alleyway. Speak! Who are you? Are you cultivators? What kind of magical artifact is that blade? Jiang Shang demanded. The remaining burly man's expression was dazed and bewildered.
He stared in terror at Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin, unable to believe he had encountered such powerful humans.
No. Don't say anything rash. We're not cultivators. In the Great Shang dynasty, immortals are forbidden.
We're the human emperor's guards specialized in serving the royal family, dealing with cultivators, and handling other extraordinary affairs.
This is the immortal slaying blade.
It's similar to a cultivator's artifact, but it can be wielded by humans.
Oh? Imperial human guards? Immortal slaying blade?
Jiang Shang pondered these two names carefully. They seemed rather intriguing.
Immortals forbidden to enter, what does that mean? Exactly what it says.
Since ancient times, our great Shang has defied the gods.
Anything related to immortals must be destroyed. Secret cultivation is a grave crime here.
The Imperial Guard spoke, a look of confusion on his face.
These matters aren't secrets in our Great Shang. Even a 3-year-old knows about them. Have you heard of the Su clan of Ji province?
They were wiped out by our king's own troops precisely because they worship the heavenly gods.
Who exactly are you people? How could you be ignorant of such basic knowledge? Shut up. Who cares who I am? I'm the one asking you questions. Lǐ Nézhā slapped him across the face. So you're saying there are no immortals in this era? Jiang Shang pondered another question. Immortals? Of course they exist. But they're all in heaven, they can't come down. And for mortals on earth, ascending to heaven through cultivation is utterly impossible. Immortals belong to the immortal realm, and mortals belong to the mortal realm?
Jiang Shang suddenly recalled the words the Buddha of boundless heaven had imparted to him before his death.
Exactly. That's precisely what it means. I know all that. Can you let me go now? The human emperor's guard cautiously inquired. Ha. When did we ever say we'd let you go just for obeying us? Lǐ Nézhā sneered coldly. Where's your home? Ha?
The Imperial Guard froze abruptly, fear spreading across his face.
Half an hour later,
Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin arrived together at Zhang Wei's residence. Zhang Wei was the captured Imperial Guard. Conveniently, he was a single guy living alone, which saved them the trouble. Lǐ Nézhā bound him to a corner of the house and gagged his mouth. This, Jiang Shang declared, will be our temporary base. He rubbed his head, shaking it like an old rascal.
Seems this secret realm of Chaoga is far more complicated than we imagined.
The ancient battle of the gods, King Wu's campaign against Zhou, the disappearance of the gods, all this nonsense is truly a headache.
Chapter 63, Infiltrating the Chaoga Palace, Confronting Su Daji. Great Xia. Jinshan City.
Yáng Fān and Sun Changsheng had barely touched down when they received a heavenly eye transmission from Yang Jin, before they could even locate the national fortune contestants.
Human Emperor's Guard, Sword of Execution.
Immortals in the heavens cannot descend, and cultivators on earth cannot ascend.
Nationwide immortal travel ban. Wow, these are all major developments. Yáng Fān looked puzzled.
He never imagined that a sudden appearance of the Chaoga ruins would yield so many clues concerning the disappearance of the Great Xia's divine beings.
And each one seemed extraordinary. Wait a minute. Sun Changsheng, you told me you were an immortal cultivator during the Eastern Jin dynasty. You were still cultivating even when Sun Wukong caused chaos in heaven.
Yáng Fān turned to Sun Changsheng and asked.
That's right.
Back in my day, not only were there no damn deities disappearing, but cultivating immortality was actually thriving.
Sun Changsheng replied.
So, at the very least, from the Eastern Jin dynasty onwards, all the way until the unknown time when the gods vanished from the Great Xia dynasty, a span of at least hundreds, if not thousands, of years, cultivation was possible in the Great Xia dynasty. But the situation in the Chaoga ruins suggests that Daxia banned immortals from the Shang dynasty onwards.
Frankly, it's no different from the complete disappearance of deities we see today. Yáng Fān pondered. Why? What happened in the Great Xia? Why would the Shang dynasty suddenly ban immortals? And why, after that, did cultivation become possible again, even flourishing, only to be followed by the disappearance of immortals once more? Yáng Fān was utterly perplexed.
I've already dispatched personnel to search the official archives for texts from the Shang dynasty era.
Should any discoveries be made, I will inform you promptly.
Yáng Fān opened his heavenly eye and sent a message to Yang Jin at the ruins of Chaoga.
Alright, leave matters there to Jiang Shang and the others. Let's go. We'll continue searching for the national fortune candidates. Yáng Fān pulled out a map. Director, you already have a target in mind, don't you? Sun Changsheng chuckled. Correct. While I can't confirm they're reincarnators yet, my intuition tells me they definitely are. Yáng Fān replied.
Shortly after, the Great Xia archives sent over the materials. Yáng Fān requested various documents concerning the Shang dynasty.
Yáng Fān skimmed through it and forwarded it to Yang Jin.
Then, accompanied by Sun Changsheng, he made his way to the outskirts of Jinshan City, arriving at the gates of a temple. 3 large characters were inscribed on the temple's gate plaque.
Jinshan Temple. Ha! Chief, could the contestant we're looking for be a monk? Haha, Ling Mountain, the stronghold of Buddhism, is an enemy of our great Xia, Sun Changsheng declared, pumping his fist. If he refuses, can we resort to some, physical recruitment methods?
You're right. Those we target at the National Fortune Bureau have no choice but to join.
Yáng Fān declared with authority.
Within the ruins of Chaoga, Yang Jin relayed Yáng Fān's message word for word to Jiang Shang and Lǐ Nézhā. But wait, this Shang dynasty history seems identical to what we remember. Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang founded the Shang dynasty.
King Zhou ascended the throne.
Then King Wu launched his campaign against Zhou, followed by the Battle of the Gods, leading to the Shang dynasty's downfall.
Jiang Shang looked perplexed.
There's not a single mention of any records prohibiting immortals from traveling.
Could it be that later historians tampered with the records, erasing all mentions of the ban on immortals? That's why we have no way of knowing about it now.
Jiang Shang sighed.
It seems we must rely on ourselves after all.
Then what should we do next, Senior Jiang? Asked Lǐ Nézhā.
Jiang Shang shot a cold glare at Jiang Wei. You Imperial Guards claim to deal with cultivators, yet your own king is being bewitched by a fox demon. In broad daylight, he's using that fox demon to murder his father and brother, seizing the throne.
Didn't any of you see this coming? Ha! A fox demon? Jiang Wei looked utterly bewildered. I don't understand what you're talking about.
So it seems you can only deal with cultivators, but are powerless against demons.
Truly, the human emperor's guards specializing in their craft, indeed. Jiang Shang remarked.
Earlier, you mentioned that the Su clan of Ji province worshipped celestial deities and practiced cultivation openly. That's why your great Shang dynasty waged war against them at any cost until they were utterly annihilated. Though I don't understand why you harbor such deep hatred for the gods so much so that you'd wage a nationwide war, but that Su Daji was the daughter of Ji province's leader, Su Hu, and was possessed by a fox demon.
She must know more.
Jiang Shang pondered for a moment, glancing at the sky.
Rest for now.
Once night falls, we'll sneak into the palace together and confront that Su Daji.
Right on. Master. Damn it. Lǐ Nézhā cursed under his breath.
I haven't even done anything today, yet that Su Daji found us and had King Zhou send troops to hunt us down.
I'm a man who remembers grudges.
I'll make sure to get my revenge.
Not long after.
The sun sank below the western horizon. In this era, people had little entertainment at night, most headed home to make babies. The streets were deserted. The palace grounds, however, were heavily guarded. Squadrons of soldiers clad in armor patrolled ceaselessly. Occasionally, Imperial Guards appeared among them, swords in hand, scanning the surroundings vigilantly to prevent any suspicious individuals from infiltrating.
Ha! What's that dog doing here? Get out of here!
2 patrolling soldiers suddenly spotted a large black dog raising its hind leg to urinate against a corner of the palace wall. This is a grave offense. If the king sees it, even will be punished. The 2 soldiers hurried over, charging into the corner to chase the dog away. But as they turned back, darkness engulfed their vision. A searing pain erupted in their heads, knocking them unconscious. Quick! Quick! Lǐ Nézhā and Jiang Shang hastily stripped the soldiers of their clothes and armor, donning them themselves.
Let's go! Into the palace. Remember to act natural. We'll just strut right in.
Yang Jin skipped the disguise, instead using his 72 transformations to become a fly, landing on Jiang Shang's shoulder. The trio thus managed to sneak into the palace, pretending to be something they weren't. Yang Jin opened his heavenly eye, scanning the palace grounds.
There's demonic energy over there. It must be Daji's bedchamber. Let's go.
The trio crept stealthily to the entrance of a palace. They knocked out several guards and slipped inside. Inside the palace, a misty area shrouded in steam. A stunningly beautiful woman lay in the steaming hot spring, eyes closed in relaxation.
A dozen palace maids stood nearby, continuously scattering petals into the hot spring.
Suddenly, the stunning beauty snapped her eyes open.
Have you had your fill of gawking?
Her icy tone instantly turned the atmosphere as cold as ice. In the distance, Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin were pressed against a window, peering through the paper, spying on the scene inside. Splash! Su Daji stepped directly out of the hot spring, her presence radiating an alluring fragrance. So beautiful.
Damn it! 3-eyed kid, why'd you cover my eyes? These scenes aren't suitable for minors.
You're still young, you shouldn't see this, Jiang Jin said with a serious expression. He opened all 3 eyes to search for the demon's weakness, scanning the scene intently.
Bad news.
Close your eyes.
Suddenly, Yang Jin's expression turned alarmed.
He had indeed spotted something. An overwhelming sense of danger instantly flooded his mind. Chapter 64, 10,000 Knives Mountain. Within the heavenly gate dwell immortals. The palace maids attending to Su Daji around the hot spring, upon seeing her emerge, were utterly spellbound, their very essence seemingly drained from their bodies.
How beautiful.
Immediately afterward, they all turned to stone. Outside the window, Yang Jin with his 3 keen eyes observing even more closely felt an equally terrifying pull, as if his soul were being ripped away, threatening to turn him to stone too. He hastily closed all his eyes, dragging Jiang Shang and Lǐ Nézhā along with him, none daring to gaze upon Daji's face.
This demoness wields enchanting sorcery.
Legend says even the executioner tasked with beheading her refused to strike upon seeing her beauty, only completing the deed after blindfolding himself.
Jiang Shang, well-traveled and knowledgeable, quickly grasped the nature of their predicament. Don't open your eyes to see her face. Let's charge in and bind her.
Yes, master.
Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin kept their heads down, using Su Daji's legs and shadow as their target, and burst through the window.
Demoness, take this move from this young master.
Lǐ Nézhā unleashed a blast of 3 flame true fire, instantly engulfing the entire room in flames. Su Daji casually waved her hand, summoning a luxurious robe that automatically draped over her form. With a flick of her jade-white fingers, she unleashed a barrage of demonic arts. Countless phantom white foxes materialized, swarming around Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin, relentlessly tearing at them. The phantom white foxes shifted constantly, some transformed into Lǐ Nézhā's parents and siblings, others into Yang Jin's distant relatives, even his own mother.
Ah? Mother?
Yang Jin froze for a few seconds before instantly breaking free, his third eye piercing through the illusion to see the truth. Lǐ Nézhā, lacking the means to see through the illusion, saw his father charging at him. Without hesitation, he swung his blade directly at his father.
Soon, the illusions were utterly vanquished.
Wielding blades and guns, the two charged toward Su Daji. Su Daji appeared startled, covering her mouth with a panicked expression.
Ha ha ha. Demoness. Did you ever think that old bastard Insho would send troops to hunt down this young master? Did you ever think I'd remember the grudge? Lǐ Nézhā was still young, only 7 or 8 years old.
He knew nothing of the ways of men and women, let alone the concept of sparing the fair sex. A ball of 3 flame true fire shot straight toward Su Daji. Su Daji's slender body trembled violently as she collapsed to the ground, her eyes brimming with terror. Crystal clear tears streamed down her cheeks.
Boom! Suddenly,
a domineering aura erupted from nearby, accompanied by a thunderous explosion.
Clang!
A terrifying blade of light cleaved through the earth, spanning over 100 meters, instantly arriving before Lǐ Nézhā.
Watch out!
Yang Jin's expression froze in shock as he urgently swung his 3-pronged double-edged blade to block.
Boom!
The thunderous impact reverberated, forcing even a powerful reincarnator like Yang Jin to stumble back several steps.
Don't you dare touch my beloved consort!
A burly man radiating overwhelming dominance charged forward from the distance, blade raised.
No! It's Insho! Jiang Shang's expression darkened.
Legend has it Insho could barehanded battle ferocious beasts, drag beams to replace pillars, and pull 9 oxen backward, truly the strongest mortal on the Shang battlefield. In this age where immortals are forbidden, he is likely unmatched under heaven, far surpassing our expectations.
Moreover, he may be bolstered by some mystical fortune of the great Shang dynasty.
From that single strike alone, I can sense his strength likely surpasses my own.
Yang Jin's expression also grew grave. The palace grounds might still be guarded by numerous troops, not to mention those human emperor guards who knows how formidable they are. Let's get out of here! Jiang Shang roared.
It wasn't that we couldn't defeat him, but this mission demanded caution. After all, this Chao ruins held far too many unsolved mysteries.
Go! Take that demoness with us. Lǐ Nézhā channeled the chaos spinning brocade, binding Su Daji from head to toe.
Then, grabbing Jiang Shang, he spun his wind fire wheels, smashing through the ceiling and fleeing at breakneck speed.
Yang Jin transformed into a fly and landed on Lǐ Nézhā's shoulder.
The group moved without a moment's hesitation. Before Insho and the swarm of soldiers, the human emperor's guards, could close in and surround them, they had vanished without a trace.
Insho, blade in hand, stormed into Su Daji's chambers, rage etched across his face. They didn't use the immortal slaying blade, they used immortal magic. Search the entire city. Once captured, show no mercy.
Immortality seekers were considered capital criminals deserving of execution by all in the Great Shang. And they had even captured Su Daji.
They had truly incurred Insho's mortal wrath. Yes, your majesty. Imperial guards wielding divine slaying blades hurriedly obeyed the order, scattering in all directions.
Within moments, martial law was imposed across the entire city of Chaoga. All city gates were sealed shut. Imperial guards mounted their heaven-slaying blades, soaring into the skies to conduct comprehensive searches for any suspicious individuals. Large contingents of soldiers began conducting door-to-door searches, executing anyone who resisted on the spot. In an instant, the entire city of Chaoga descended into chaos, with not a soul left in peace. Good grief, he truly is a lust-blinded tyrant.
To go this far for a demoness! Lǐ Nézhā cursed under his breath. You don't understand.
This might just be the power of love, Yang Jin corrected him, having attended university and experienced certain things.
Love my ass. This is just a pathetic suck-up. We can't stay here. I see a barren mountain outside the city.
Let's hide there, Jiang Shang suggested. Soon, Lǐ Nézhā led the group running all the way to a desolate mountain on the outskirts of Chaoga city.
Ha! Why are there so many knives stuck in this mountain?
On the barren mountain, a stone stele bore 3 large characters.
10,000 Swords Mountain.
Every few steps up the mountain revealed another large blade stuck into the ground. Fewer blades were found near the base, but the higher they climbed toward the center, the denser the array of blades became.
Hey! Do you know why there are so many swords stuck here?
Lǐ Nézhā exposed Sudaji's mouth, eyes, and ears, her face still tightly bound, as he asked.
Controlled by the heaven-shrouding brocade, Sudaji struggled in vain.
With her life hanging in the balance, she had no choice but to speak.
This is where the great Shang dynasty forged the heaven-slaying blade.
The Shang king intended to craft an unparalleled divine weapon here, meant to slay celestial gods who descended to the mortal realm. The summit is where the heavenly gate resides. Legend says celestial deities descend through this gate. We, the Su clan of Ji province, worship the celestial gods and are sworn enemies of the Shang dynasty.
I am the key to opening the heavenly gate.
You may take me to the summit, open the gate, and guide the immortals back to the mortal world to destroy the great Shang. Sudaji's words flowed like a seductive melody, carrying an irresistible allure.
Ha! How did you know we intend to bring the celestial beings back to destroy the great Shang dynasty?
Zhang Shang snapped out of his daze and asked in confusion.
Exactly.
We have no grudge against the great Shang dynasty. Why destroy it? Besides, it doesn't even require our intervention. History will unfold naturally. Hearing Zhang Shang's words, Daji froze in surprise, turning to the three with puzzled eyes.
You possess divine power, aren't you cultivators? Doesn't every cultivator yearn for the immortals' return, to revive the cultivation world? Many cultivators have hunted me, seeking to use me to open the heavenly gate.
But Yin Shou guards me. His power is unmatched under heaven. Thus, the cultivators have suffered heavy casualties and never succeeded. Sudaji explained, though the bewilderment in her beautiful eyes only deepened.
Who are you? If you're not here to open the heavenly gate, then why capture me?
Chapter 65, Opening the Heavenly Gate, Welcoming Immortals, Severing Heaven and Earth.
Great Xia. Jinshan City, Jinshan Temple.
The abbot of the temple sat facing Yáng Fān.
Master Faihai was once an enlightened monk of our temple, possessing numerous miraculous abilities.
He bears many similarities to the reincarnated beings the director mentioned.
Then there seems to be no doubt. Where is Master Faihai now?
I wish to recruit him into the National Fortune Bureau to fight for our nation henceforth, Yáng Fān said.
Amitba.
Master Faihai mentioned days ago that he had discovered traces of demonic activity and had descended the mountain to exorcise the evil.
The abbot of Jinshan Temple revealed everything he knew.
Hearing that he could fight for the nation stirred his own excitement. It is commonly said that in times of chaos, Taoist priests descend from the mountains to save the world, while in times of peace, Buddhist monks venture forth to amass wealth. But in truth, there are also generous souls among the Buddhist clergy who dedicate themselves to saving the nation and its people. Such matters cannot be generalized. Thus, the abbot of Jinshan Temple was quite enthusiastic. He immediately called Zen Master Faihai to confirm his location.
Bureau Chief, the coordinates have been sent to you.
Very good.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Sun Changsheng summoned his cloud of somersaults, soaring into the sky with a whoosh as he carried Yáng Fān far away. Soon, they spotted 2 massive serpents, one white, one blue, stirring up waves and winds in a lake outside Jinshan Temple. A monk with bare shoulders and a full-body dragon tattoo was locked in combat with the serpents in the water.
It's him, Master Faihai.
Truly a reincarnated warrior turning rivers upside down, battling demons and monsters. Such a fierce warrior is clearly destined to be connected to our Bureau of National Fortune.
Yáng Fān watched Master Faihai's fierce battle with visible excitement.
Seeing this, he began to understand why Buddhist monks so often spoke of others having a karmic connection with them.
Boss, should we go down and help?
He's fighting 2 serpent demons alone, he might not be able to handle them.
Sun Changsheng asked.
No need, Yáng Fān shook his head. The strong have their pride.
It's best not to disturb him now.
If he truly can't hold his own, then we'll step in to help.
Yes, sir. Ruins of Chaoga. Summit of Wandao Mountain.
A colossal stone statue, 100 meters tall, stood majestically. Its upper body was that of a woman, while its lower body took the form of a serpent.
This is the statue of the goddess Niwa.
She patched the heavens and created humanity, making her one of the greatest celestial beings. Yet the Shang immortals banned her worship, and her faith gradually faded into obscurity.
Bound by the heaven-shrouding brocade, Daji walked step by step ahead, continuously narrating ancient secrets.
Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin followed behind, meticulously recording every word while marveling at the surrounding spectacle. Legend has it that King Zhou inscribed a poem at Niwa's temple, mocking the goddess herself. This provoked Niwa to command the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb to destroy the Shang dynasty, Zhang Shang remarked, staring in awe at the towering stone statue of Niwa. But now it seems King Zhou's sacrilege extended far beyond Niwa alone.
He offended every deity and immortal cultivator under heaven.
Zhang Shang felt a surge of doubt and confusion. He couldn't fathom why the Shang dynasty would act this way.
When he had asked Daji earlier, she too had been unaware.
It seemed that the prohibition on immortals traveling in this era was common knowledge, tacitly accepted by all. The specific reasons were known only to the royal family of Shang, and they were never revealed to outsiders. Originally, these troubles had little to do with Jiang Shang and his companions. However, Jiang Shang had come specifically to uncover clues about the lost myths of the Great Xia. Clearly, this so-called Heavenly Gate was a major clue. Thus, Jiang Shang ultimately agreed to accompany Su Daji in opening the Heavenly Gate. The importance of deities to humanity was beyond question. Had the Great Xia deities not vanished, the nation would not have suffered repeated defeats in the previous wars of national destiny, nearly leading to its annihilation. How could humans ever exist apart from the gods? On either side of this Nuwa statue are two giant serpent sculptures and they have wings. What kind of demon is this? Lǐ Nézhā suddenly asked. Su Daji answered truthfully. Those are Bai Yan and Tang Shi, the left and right guardians under Nuwa. Bai Yan, Tang Shi. Damn it, never heard of them. You wouldn't have heard of them back then. How old were you? You barely had any schooling, Yang Jin remarked. Three-eyed kid, what do you mean? Lǐ Nézhā nearly leapt to his feet. You actually know? Yáng Fān's lips curved upward. I staged a play in college, so I know a bit about them. Ever heard of the flooding of the Golden Mountain or the legend of the White Snake? Pfft, who doesn't know those tales of rustic heroes? Lǐ Nézhā scoffed. Right. Bai Xia and Tang Shi, they're the parents of Bai Suzhen, the heroine from the legend of the White Snake. At that moment, Yang Jin resembled a knowledgeable old teacher, showing off his erudition. So there's that connection too? Lǐ Nézhā curled his lip, too lazy to ask any more questions. The Heavenly Gate lies beneath the statue of Mother Nuwa. I shall now open it. You three shall guard me. Su Daji knelt before the stone statue of the goddess Nuwa, praying with deep devotion. For centuries, the Su clan of Jizhou has devoted itself to opening the Heavenly Gate, seeking to bring the gods back to the mortal realm. Countless sacrifices have been made in this pursuit, until now our entire lineage has been cut off. Now, Su Daji, daughter of the Su clan, has offered herself to King Zhou of Shang. At last, the opportunity has come to open the Heavenly Gate and welcome the gods. I beseech Lady Nuwa to show mercy. Su Daji channeled her magical power, condensing it into the shape of a blade. She aimed it at her own wrist and drew it down with a swift slash. Blood gushed forth, staining the base of the Nuwa statue. How ruthless, she severed the artery outright, Yang Jin exclaimed in astonishment. What's an artery? Lǐ Nézhā, who hadn't read much, asked. Sai, tell the director to sign you up for a tutoring class when we get back. Enjoy the fun of learning, Yang Jin sighed. Enough bickering. Look, the Heavenly Gate is opening. Su Daji's blood stained the base of the Nuwa statue. Soon, the statue seemed to come alive as a beam of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. A colossal gateway silently materialized in the heavens. Within the gate, a passage connecting heaven and earth gradually revealed itself. That must be the passage connecting the mortal realm to the immortal world. Are the immortals about to descend through that passage? Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin stared in utter disbelief. So, before the Shang dynasty, the Great Xia had long been devoid of divine presence. It wasn't until the late Shang period that the Heavenly Gate reopened, allowing immortals to descend. They supported King Wu in his campaign against Zhou, overthrowing the Shang dynasty and ushering the Great Xia into the era of immortal cultivation. In that instant, Jiang Shang felt as though he understood many things. But soon, new confusion clouded his mind. Then why, in our modern society, have the gods vanished once more? Jiang Shang sensed that the secrets here were far too numerous. Still, at the very least, he had taken a step closer to the truth. Still, he mused inwardly, with all this commotion now, the gods reappearing to open the Heavenly Gate probably won't be so straightforward. Sure enough. Soon. A thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the royal palace in Chaoga City. A spectral blackbird soared into the sky, its entire body radiating golden light that illuminated the entire night sky. Within that shadow, the peerless King Zhou of Shang, wielding his heaven-slaying blade, cleaved through the heavens and soared toward the Heavenly Gate. At the same moment, beneath the Heavenly Gate, Wandao Mountain erupted in violent tremors. Countless immortal slaying swords embedded in the mountain's base seemed to answer some primal call, roaring in unison. Swish! 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 10,000 blades launched simultaneously, soaring skyward to fuse mid-air into a colossal blade hundreds of meters long, now wielded by King Zhou of Shang. Today, I sever the connection between heaven and earth. Chapter 66, Love the Beauty, Not the Throne. Today, I sever the connection between heaven and earth. King Zhou's thunderous roar filled the heavens and earth, deafening and terrifying. Gripping that 100-meter-long sword capable of slaying immortals, he was utterly terrifying. Good heavens! What kind of power is this? Truly worthy of King Zhou of Shang. Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin stared in horror. Tyrant! You shall not sever the celestial passage. A furious roar erupted from Wandao Mountain and the outskirts of Chaoga City. One by one, figures soared into the air, unleashing immortal arts to confront King Zhou.
These cultivators from Jizhou and beyond had originally agreed with Daji that once she infiltrated Chaoga, they would escort her to the Heavenly Gate to usher in the descent of the divine. But unexpectedly, before they could act, Su Daji vanished inexplicably, abducted by others. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the Heavenly Gate still opened. Thus, they abandoned pretense and stepped forward en masse to obstruct King Zhou of Shang from severing the celestial passage.
Remnants of Ji province.
King Zhou of Shang swung his blade casually. The blade's aura rained down like a waterfall, instantly slaying all the cultivators. In this era, cultivators were already weak and lacked formidable power. Facing the so-called peerless King Zhou of Shang was simply beyond their reach.
They were crushed like ants, utterly annihilated. He's heading this way. We must leave quickly.
Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin exchanged a glance, and the three immediately retreated from the Heavenly Gate. Yet Yang Jin's heavenly eye remained wide open, constantly observing the scene below. King Zhou of Shang moved with blinding speed, instantly arriving at the foot of the Heavenly Gate.
My beloved. How did you come to this? King Zhou first helped Su Daji to her feet.
Seeing the blood gushing from her wrist, his heart ached with pity. He pulled out a handful of elixirs to staunch the bleeding and treat her wounds.
And what has become of you? Daji turned to confront King Zhou with the question. What's wrong with having gods in this world? Why must your Shang royal family sever all ties with heaven and earth? King Zhou sighed. This matter is of immense consequence. You cannot comprehend it and I cannot explain it. But this channel between heaven and earth must be severed completely. Still, it is for the best.
Our Shang ancestors merely sealed the Heavenly Gate. It was far from sufficient. I had intended to use you to open the heaven-earth passage, for only then could it be severed completely. King Zhou's gaze hardened with resolve. After staunching Su Daji's bleeding, he spoke no further words and soared into the sky. The heavenly passage was suddenly cleaved by the gathering of all the heaven-slaying swords from the 10,000 Swords Mountain in the heavens, now controlled by Yin Shou as he unleashed their full might. Yet clearly, his plan would not succeed so easily. Suddenly, two beams of light shot forth from beneath the heaven-earth passage, striking the stone statues flanking the Nuwa statue, the statues of Bai Yan and Tang Shi. Then, under the illumination of the divine light, Bai Yan and Tang Shi, the legendary great demons who served as the left and right guardians of the goddess Nuwa, began to revive. The statues shattered, revealing the massive serpent demon bodies within.
Hiss! The two great serpents, now revived, charged recklessly toward King Zhou of Shang.
It seemed they intended to stop him from severing the heaven-earth passage.
Good heavens! This is terrible. In the distance,
Jiang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin, who had been observing the battle without intervening, were all stunned by the spectacle before them. These white serpent and ascending serpent are both divine beasts of our great Xia, possessing god-level power.
Yet King Zhou's strength is even more terrifyingly extraordinary. Is this the might of a human emperor? Jiang Shang exclaimed in astonishment. But no matter what, King Zhou will inevitably fail.
Then the heaven-earth passage will reopen, and great Xia will usher in the era of cultivating immortality. By Yan and Tang Shi launched frenzied attacks against King Zhou of Shang.
Yet King Zhou's power proved overwhelming.
With mere swings of his blade, Bai Yan was cleaved in two, and Tang Shi's wings were severed. Both legendary great demons lay writhing on the ground, their agonized writhing a sight of unbearable torment.
Holy!
This King Zhou is insane. He's slicing through divine beasts like cutting through cucumbers.
Lǐ Nézhā exclaimed. Master, didn't you say King Zhou was bound to fail? Now that the divine beasts blocking him are crippled, how could he possibly lose? Could some godly immortal descend from the heavenly passage to stop him? Ah, well.
Jiang Shang was at a loss too. He stared at the heaven-earth passage for a long time, but saw no movement within. It seemed no deity would descend anytime soon.
Impossible. King Zhou can't succeed. This is predetermined history. Jiang Shang was utterly perplexed.
Yet now, King Zhou's world-shaking greatsword was closing in on the heaven-earth passage. It seemed certain the passage would be severed, and the mortal realm would never again witness the existence of cultivators.
Master, should we intervene? My mastery of the law of destruction might still be of use in this battle.
No. You are no match for King Zhou of Shang. Besides, others will inevitably rise to oppose him in this era.
This is history, it cannot be altered.
Jiang Shang's eyes widened, his breathing becoming ragged.
Who? Who exactly? Who will stop this King Zhou? Halt! Jiang Shang's question soon found its answer. Beneath the seat of the goddess Nuwa.
Suddenly, Daji raised a long sword, pressing it against her own throat. Her eyes flashed with unwavering resolve as she shouted at King Zhou of Shang. Yin Shou, dare you take another step forward, and I shall take my own life right here. The blade pierced her throat, sending a spurt of blood flying.
Clang!
King Zhou, who had been cleaving through the celestial passage, halted abruptly. The legendary blade in his hand froze mid-air, ceasing its advance. The heavens and earth seemed to fall silent in that moment. My beloved, why must you go to such lengths for a handful of gods who obstruct humanity's true progress? King Zhou sighed. Su Daji radiated an ethereal aura as her voice rang out with unwavering resolve.
I care not why your Shang dynasty seeks to sever the heaven-earth passage. But as a child of the heavenly gods, I cannot permit you to do this. I know you love me, and I love you too. Between me and your senseless severing of heaven and earth, you can only choose one. You choose. King Zhou's robust form hovered motionless in the air for an eternity. Along the celestial passageway, terrifying figures radiating an aura of divine might slowly materialized, descending through the channel to the mortal realm. King Zhou of Shang was but a single strike away from severing the heaven-earth passage. Yet hesitation gripped him. After that moment of hesitation, in the end, King Zhou of Shang sighed. Enough, enough. Even if I were to rule the entire world, stand unmatched in this realm, and unite the great Shang dynasty for 10,000 generations. But what meaning would any of this hold if I were to lose my beloved consort? King Zhou leapt down, snatched the long blade from Daji's grasp, subdued her, and pulled out a healing pill to staunch her bleeding. Then he embraced her tenderly. Seeing King Zhou finally soften his heart, Daji too opened hers, wrapping her arms around his neck. Chapter 67, The Divine War concludes, the Shang dynasty falls. Ha! Thank goodness. Far away, Jiang, Shang, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. So this King Zhou was love-struck after all, Yang Jin remarked. In the end, it was love that made him abandon the plan to sever the heaven-earth passage. Not only that. Had he severed the celestial passage, countless deities would have descended through it to aid King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing Zhou and destroying the great Shang dynasty. Jiang Shan watched the scene of King Zhou embracing Daji, a look of profound respect crossing his face. He abandoned his empire and the very foundation of his realm for Su Daji. That does align with historical accounts. Pfft, what a load of nonsense about love. Who still believes in that nowadays? Ridiculous. Lǐ Nézhā dismissed it with a dismissive shake of his head. That was in our era, where some defiled love. But in this age, love remains sacred. At that moment, the heavenly gate opened. Within the celestial passageway, deities radiating terrifying divine power began descending one after another. Some commanded raging storms, others wielded thunder and nebulae, some stood towering as mountains, while others wore armor with noble bearing. Those who blaspheme the gods shall be executed without mercy. Two deities wielding thunder unleashed a torrent of lightning upon King Zhou of Shang. Wait. At that moment, Daji suddenly stepped forward, placing herself before King Zhou. Divine Lord, Yin Shou is my husband. Might you spare his life? I vow to retreat with him to the mountains forever, never again concerning ourselves with the mundane world. Su Daji, you have earned merit by opening the heavenly gate. Your intervention to prevent King Zhou from severing the celestial passage is further commendable. As a devoted follower of Niwa, your lineage is pure and righteous. The heavenly emperor has decreed that you shall be enshrined as the celestial joy fox deity, to be ranked among the immortals henceforth. You must sever all ties with this mortal tyrant. Slay him. Heaven's first sword strikes first at the beloved. The armored deity, radiating noble bearing, thundered these words. Yet Daji did not flinch, standing resolutely before King Zhou. This humble maiden desires no immortality. I only wish to spend this life by his side. How dare you? The golden armored deity roared in fury. How dare you mortals defy the heavenly emperor's decree? Moreover, what is wrong with becoming immortal or divine, enjoying eternal life and supreme bliss? Why cling to the fleeting pleasures of mortal existence? The golden armored deity's tone brooked no argument. I beg you, divine being, my resolve is firm. Su Daji knelt with a thud. Damn it, why do these gods feel so overbearing? Lǐ Nézhā muttered angrily from a short distance away. Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let the deities notice us, Jiang Shang warned. Whatever. Nézhā gave a dismissive snort. But he didn't say anything more. He was fierce and wild, but not foolish. The celestial deities in the heavens witnessed Su Daji's heartrending pleas, yet paid her no heed whatsoever. As more and more deities and immortals descended through the celestial passage, their initial apprehension toward King Zhou's unmatched might gradually faded into nothingness. This is the heavenly emperor's decree. No mortal may defy it. A golden armored deity snorted coldly, extending a colossal hand that reached up to the heavens, poised to seize Su Daji and carry her back to the celestial realm. Swish! Suddenly, a blade struck out. Imbued with an overwhelmingly domineering aura, it instantly severed the golden armored deity's colossal hand. King Zhou stepped forward, the immortal slaying blade in hand, his overwhelming aura shaking the heavens and earth. Then, he slowly bent down and helped Su Daji to her feet. No need to kneel before them. Rise. What we humans desire must be forged by our own hands, not begged from some deity. King Zhou's words, equally unadorned, radiated unparalleled arrogance that shook the heavens and earth, reaching the ears of everyone present in every deity. The myriad gods instantly erupted in fury. Blasphemer! Those who blaspheme the gods shall be destroyed by the gods. The golden armored deity roared, summoning a torrent of thunder with a wave of his hand. Terrifying divine punishment descended abruptly. Yet, all of it was cleaved apart by King Zhou's single stroke. King Zhou raised his head, coldly laughing as he gazed upon the myriad gods.
The prohibition against immortals is the very foundation upon which our great Shang dynasty was established. We have always been sworn enemies with the immortals. Now you dare to bully my beloved consort. This is an unforgivable crime deserving death. Very well. I have never slain a deity before. Since you have come down, let me personally cut each and every one of you down.
With that, King Zhou raised his sword and charged straight into the heavens, engaging the myriad celestial beings in battle.
Your Majesty. Su Daji witnessed King Zhou's heroic defiance, a mortal bearing the brunt of divine fury.
All this, beyond their royal duty to the Shang dynasty, was for her sake.
Tears welled up in Daji's eyes. Good heavens! This is no ordinary affair.
Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin watched the colossal battle between the myriad celestial beings unfold before their eyes, their hearts filled with awe beyond measure.
Holy! What's awesome? This is awesome. This is what it means to defy the gods with mortal flesh. How dare he? Even if he's invincible under heaven, what does that matter? These are enemies sent from the heavens. What else could it be? Love, of course. Yeah, can't argue with that. It really is for love. Retreat quickly. This is a divine battle, don't let it drag us into it. The entire 10,000 Blades mountain trembled under the divine clash, the earth split open, mountains flattened. Ha! Something's wrong.
Zhang Shang had intended to flee immediately, but he suddenly realized that even as the 10,000 Blades mountain beneath their feet was obliterated, the three of them remained completely unaffected. The divine attacks failed to reach them, and King Zhou's heaven-slaying blade did not fall upon them. Even as the ground beneath them shattered, the trio remained unmoved, standing calmly suspended in the void.
What is this? Zhang Shang surveyed the surroundings in astonishment. Master Jiang, look. The scenery around us seems to be playing in fast forward? What? Fast forward?
Zhang Shang froze in shock. At that moment, the three of them felt as though they had stepped out of a movie and into the audience seats.
The scenes before them flickered and advanced like slides in a projector.
From King Zhou slaughtering countless celestial deities yet still unable to prevent their return, ushering in the era of immortal cultivation. The gods and cultivators supported a vassal state of the Shang dynasty, the Zhou dynasty's King Wu, in his campaign against Zhou.
Ultimately, they defeated King Zhou and brought down the Shang dynasty. King Zhou fought desperately until the very end, yet could not turn the tide.
Together with Daji, he set fire to the Deer Terrace and perished in the flames.
It was nothing short of an epic unfolding before Jiang, Shang, and the others.
Yang Jin's heavenly eye opened fully, continuously recording every frame. His heart remained unsettled for a long time.
Look!
King Zhou is dead, but Daji seems to have survived.
She transformed into a nine-tailed fox and fled eastward.
Lǐ Nézhā suddenly pointed at the scene and shouted.
Could she have deceived King Zhou once more? Betrayed his sincere affection? Defiled love itself? No way, no way. Was love this fake back then? How am I supposed to believe in love when I grow up? Don't get ahead of yourself.
You're still a child, no early romance for you. Those are matters for adults to consider, Zhang Shang cautioned, glancing around nervously. Everyone, pay attention, the scenery around us seems to be shifting again. Under the watchful eyes of Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin, the surroundings shifted repeatedly. What had been a blurry scene gradually grew clearer.
Ha! How did we end up back in these ruins of Zhaoga? The trio exclaimed in surprise.
The former city of Chaoga from the Yin Shang era vanished completely, replaced by a modern landscape. The ruins of the Yin Shang period. It was exactly as they had found it upon arrival. At the very center of the ruins, the ground dipped downward, where a coffin urn lay quietly. Beside the coffin urn, a stunningly beautiful woman knelt, weeping softly.
Chapter 68, King Zhou's Resurrection, Bahai's Misfortune. Su Daji.
The woman weeping atop the coffin was none other than Su Daji. Only her attire had become somewhat more modern and fashionable, with 9 tails fluttering behind her in the wind.
Oh no, close your eyes quickly. Goodness, have we returned to the modern era?
To be precise, we never actually traveled back in time.
We've always been here.
Zhang Shang no longer evaded Daji's enchanting arts, but instead gazed at her openly and boldly.
Am I right? Su Daji didn't stop crying as she looked up at Zhang Shang and the others, nodding. Exactly.
Just now, you were within the dreamscape shared by me and the Great King.
Dreams?
Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin were all horrified. I never imagined we'd all be dragged into your dream without even realizing it.
This is utterly terrifying.
After all, she is a deity-level powerhouse. Even suppressed by our great Xiao's restraints, unable to unleash her full divine might, she remains a genuine deity. Zhang Shang sighed, having already guessed Daji's true identity. To prepare for the battlefield of national fortune, Great Xia investigated the deities of all nations. If I recall correctly, you're not just Daji, you're also Tamamo no Mei, one of the 3 great fiends of Sakura Nation, the 9-tailed fox demon.
What? She's a deity of Sakura Nation? Yang Jin and Lǐ Nézhā's hearts raced as their vigilance heightened. I merely borrowed Sakura Nation's laws to ascend to divinity.
I have always been a citizen of Great Xia. Su Daji's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke.
There was no choice. The Great Xia Pantheon is too powerful. It devoured all the laws, leaving none behind, and continues to expand outward, plundering the laws of other pantheons. Take the eternal sky worshipped by the northern nomads back then, or the myths of Chu. Nearly all have been swallowed and assimilated by the Great Xia Pantheon. Su Daji's face was etched with sorrow. Therefore, to revive the great king and seek vengeance against those deities, we must become gods by borrowing the laws of other nations. Only then is there hope. Ah, your story with King Zhou of Shang is truly moving, but it's actually quite understandable. Who can blame the Shang dynasty for banning immortals? They practically offended the gods to death. Lǐ Nézhā spoke without restraint, his tongue sharp as ever. True enough. Yet now, Great Xia faces another era of divine extinction. This time, we know not why, Zhang Shang remarked. Now that the battlefield of national fortune has emerged, if our Great Xia had deities, we wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat before nearly facing national extinction. At the end of the day, what's wrong with deities? Aren't they indispensable to us humans? Su Daji and Zhang Shang exchanged glances. You're Jiang Ziya's reincarnation, aren't you? You're certainly a staunch supporter of the gods. It's only natural to think that way. I felt the same back then. Oh? And then what happened? Su Daji's beautiful eyes fixed on the coffin beneath her. The royal house of Shang believed that humanity should advance through its own strength, not by relying on deities. Human destiny should be held firmly in our own hands. That's precisely why His Majesty insisted on severing the connection between heaven and earth, banning immortals from entering. Ha? Rely on humanity alone? How could that possibly work? Zhang Shang looked utterly baffled. Even this battle for the nation's fate was won only through the aid of divine reincarnators Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and Lǐ Nézhā, who turned the tide and averted the Great Xia's destruction. You all believe this? Su Daji rose slowly to her feet. Her 9 tails lifted the coffin urn before her, slowly opening it. It is fitting. As the great king is about to be resurrected, I wish to use your National Fortune Bureau to demonstrate to the world the power that pure humanity can wield. Within the coffin lay a burly man with a broad back and powerful shoulders, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. At the sight of him, Zhang Shang, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin all gasped in shock. King Zhou. It's King Zhou. What did you just say? He's going to be resurrected? Amidst their stunned silence, Daji transformed into a tiny white fox. The white fox crawled inside the coffin, settling to lie prone upon King Zhou's chest. Behind her, 9 foxtails undulated, channeling waves of law energy infused with pure life force. Visibly, this energy flowed into King Zhou's body. The 9 foxtails behind Daji also began to wither and diminish. Her cultivation level plummeted from the divine realm. The 9 tails finally merged into one. Then, gradually, the peerless warrior who had slumbered within the coffin for thousands of years, King Zhou, suddenly opened his eyes. Jinshan Temple. In the lakes of the outskirts, Master Faihai battled the 2 green snake demons, gradually gaining the upper hand. But the 2 green snake demons were no ordinary monsters. Oh? So these are the protagonists of the flooding of Jinshan Temple by Suzhen and Shaoqing? High above, riding their cloud-hopping clouds, Yáng Fān and Sun Changsheng, who had been observing the battle, quickly recognized the identities of the 2 green snakes. The Great Xia claims no gods exist, yet it's not merely deities that are forbidden, demons and monsters are banned too. Now, not only are there reincarnators, but creatures from mythical legends have appeared as well. Yáng Fān looked puzzled. Could it be the intensity of the Great Xia's divine eradication has weakened? Director, it seems that Zen Master Faihai has encountered some trouble. Sun Changsheng suddenly interjected. Oh? Yáng Fān activated his heavenly eye, scrutinizing the battlefield. He saw the green snake and white snake, realizing brute force was no match for Master Faihai, transform into human form. This is a magical artifact my parents left me, originating from the Yin Shang period when immortals were forbidden. I didn't want to use it, but at this moment, I have no choice. Bai Suzhen produced a crimson embroidered ball. This artifact can seal all spiritual and divine power within a person's body, turning them into an ordinary mortal. Only when they truly comprehend the essence of love can they break free from this spiritual confinement. Seeing she couldn't defeat Master Faihai, Bai Suzhen immediately deployed her artifact. Bald monk. Witness this treasure. The crimson embroidered ball flew forth, striking the monk Faihai squarely as he was slaughtering his enemies. No! A demonic creature. A single misstep cost Master Faihai dearly. His spiritual power was instantly sealed. He plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lake below. Ha ha! Bald monk, this spiritual energy seal can be broken if you understand love. But how could a monk who's renounced all worldly desires possibly understand the true meaning of love? Shaoqing stood in the lake, sticking her tongue out at Faihai, now transformed back into an ordinary man, her face brimming with defiance. Love? Love? I truly don't understand love. Master Faihai's heart stirred with shock. He truly did not understand love. So that meant he would be sealed by this artifact, his spiritual power locked away forever, doomed to live as an ordinary man? No! This can't be.
Master Fahai was overcome with panic. I was planning to destroy you two demons and then seek refuge with the director at the National Fortune Bureau.
How could I end up defeated here? Yet circumstances were stronger than man. Though Master Fahai harbored patriotic ambitions, he now found himself in a dire predicament.
It was only because Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing weren't truly evil demons that they hadn't killed him outright.
But even as benevolent demons, Master Fahai had fought them relentlessly, nearly costing them their lives.
Moreover, he bore a blood feud with the two snakes from a past life. Thus, even if they didn't kill him, they intended to teach him a severe lesson. Fortunately, Master Fahai was a man of destiny. Just as the two snakes were about to strike, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed through the air. From the heavens above, a massive iron rod plummeted down.
Hey! Demons! Taste this blow from Old Sun.
Chapter 69, Bai Sujin, Xiaoqing, Interrogation and Deal. With a thunderous crash, Sun Changsheng made his grand entrance. Wielding his iron rod, he charged toward Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing, attacking without a word. The two demons, Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing, had already been pushed to their limits during their earlier battle with Master Fahai. Now, with their health severely depleted, they stood no chance against Sun Changsheng at full strength.
Moreover, they had no more powerful magical artifacts left.
Soon, under Sun Changsheng's overwhelming might, they were swiftly subdued.
Who are you? Why are you ruining our plans?
The two snakes, Qing and Bai, asked in confusion.
He is Sun Changsheng.
Sun Changsheng, who had been swimming steadily in the center of the lake not far away, suddenly shouted in astonishment. He had long harbored ambitions to serve his country and had been closely following the National Fortune Battlefield, so he naturally recognized Sun Changsheng. Truthfully, there were few in Great Xia who didn't know Sun Changsheng by now. After all, he was a great hero and superstar of the Great Xia, and with his hairy face and thunderous mouth, he certainly had a distinctive appearance. Earlier, the abbot had sent him a message informing him that the National Fortune Bureau was looking for him. He had originally planned to put on a spectacular show battling the Qing and Bai serpents to impress the bureau chief. Now it seemed all ruined.
Not necessarily. Perhaps the director didn't see it.
Master Fahai thought to himself. Yet the next moment, he saw a face beaming with a smile and the third eye on his forehead.
Who are you? Master Fahai trembled inwardly, asking cautiously.
I am Yáng Fān, director of the Bureau of National Fortune of the Great Xia Empire.
Yáng Fān stated calmly.
I've come to recruit you to join the National Fortune Bureau, to take the field in the Battle of National Fortune and fight for the nation.
What? You're the director?
Master Fahai froze in shock, as if all strength had been drained from his body, nearly collapsing. His hopes of capturing the azure and white serpents and proving himself before joining the Bureau had vanished completely in that instant. Worse still, he had made a complete fool of himself.
Let's go. We'll discuss matters at the National Fortune Bureau. Not far away, Sun Changsheng flew over, each hand gripping a snake demon.
Yáng Fān lifted Master Fahai, and the two rode the cloud back to the National Fortune Bureau without delay.
Throughout the entire ordeal, Master Fahai remained utterly bewildered.
He wished he could just vanish into a crack in the ground.
Director, this humble monk has been gravely wounded by the snake demon's artifact.
All my spiritual power is now sealed, rendering me unable to cast any spells. I'm afraid I'm powerless to assist with the National Fortune Battlefield matter.
Shortly thereafter, inside Yáng Fān's office at the National Fortune Bureau,
Master Fahai knew why Yáng Fān had brought him here. His expression twisted in anguish as he addressed Yáng Fān.
It's fine. Yáng Fān waved his hand dismissively.
As long as you possess the heart to serve your country, everything else is trivial.
Soon, Sun Changsheng entered. Well, have those two snake demons confessed yet?
Chief, they've confessed. They said that after the divine beings vanished from Great Xia and the spiritual energy waned, they too found a place to slumber, waiting for the spiritual energy to revive and the divine beings to return to the world.
Just like this old sun did before.
But that monk had to barge into their lair, awaken those two snakes, and then kill them. So, after waking up, the two snake demons found themselves still in this modern age where divine beings are extinct.
With little spiritual energy left, they couldn't cultivate immortality.
Their path to eternal life was cut off. That's why they hate this monk Fahai with a vengeance and refuse to lift his spiritual energy seal.
Sun Changsheng spoke each word deliberately, glancing at Master Fahai as he did so.
He thought to himself, this monk truly is ruthless. He went out of his way to kill them for no good reason. Even though Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing had never harmed anyone, he still spared no effort to drag them out from the lake bottom. This grudge was truly immense. Come to think of it, it seemed they had been bitter enemies in their past lives too. Truly, enemies meet in unexpected places.
Ahem, ahem, ahem.
After hearing Sun Changsheng's words, Master Fahai covered his face and coughed. He had intended to present the corpses of the Qing and Bai snakes to the National Fortune Bureau with great fanfare, carving an indelible mark in the director's mind.
Now he'd suffered such a humiliating defeat.
What's more, his spiritual power was sealed, and he'd need the National Fortune Bureau to help unseal it. Why did you go and provoke those two female snakes for no reason?
Sigh. Now they're utterly resolute.
Even if it means death, even if this old sun tortures them, they'll never lift your spiritual energy seal.
TSK TSK TSK. Sun Changsheng sighed. Don't you know women hold grudges like no one else? True. You shouldn't mess with women. Yáng Fān nodded in agreement. Without spiritual power, we're just ordinary people. We're no match for the divine agents of other nations. Director, for the next battle for national destiny, we should seek better options, Sun Changsheng said. No.
When we encounter difficulties, we overcome them. We cannot abandon any reincarnator who harbors a heart devoted to serving the nation.
Yáng Fān declared. Let's go. Take me to see Bai Suzhen.
The three of them entered the secret chamber within the National Fortune Bureau where the azure and white serpents were confined.
Yáng Fān was remarkably humane. Even those imprisoned by the National Fortune Bureau received decent treatment. Of course, villains were still human, demons didn't count. Speak up, you two. How can we break Master Fa Hai's spiritual seal? Yáng Fān addressed the tightly bound Qing and Bai snakes. This concerns the fate of our great Xia nation.
There's no room for negotiation.
You must agree. Name your conditions, and I'll do my utmost to fulfill them. Refuse to cooperate, and... Yáng Fān's gaze instantly turned icy.
His third eye opened, releasing a demon-revealing laser that seared the green and white snakes, causing them excruciating pain as if roasted by flames.
I will make you wish you were dead.
After all, Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing were demons. Back then, driven by selfish desires and unable to control their baser instincts, they flooded the Golden Mountain Temple to satisfy their physical and psychological cravings, an act that inevitably claimed lives. Yáng Fān had no intention of being polite with them. Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing froze in shock at his words.
Holy crap! Is this the National Fortune Bureau? Why does it feel like a gangster organization?
That hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed Sun Changsheng had already tortured them, and this bureau chief was even more ruthless. Standing behind them, Master Fa Hai watched Yáng Fān's figure and felt a jolt of surprise himself.
Scared? Don't worry.
When it comes to matters involving the interests of the Great Xia, the bureau chief always gets particularly ruthless, Sun Changsheng explained.
Good. Those who serve the nation shouldn't be bogged down by trivialities. Master Fa Hai nodded emphatically, his admiration for Yáng Fān deepening further.
Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing were overwhelmed by Yáng Fān's imposing presence, their bodies searing with pain from the piercing glare of the heavenly eye laser.
It seemed futile to keep resisting.
Better to submit to his demands.
Oomph.
Unless you bring my husband Su Xian back to life and return him to my side, Bai Suzhen declared.
Change that demand, Yáng Fān rejected outright. Su Xian was merely a mortal, not even a cultivator. He cannot become a reincarnator. The dead cannot be revived. While nothing is absolute, I won't promise such an illusory thing. Honestly, what do you want?
Our great Xia Empire has spirit stones and cultivation techniques.
I'll arrange it immediately.
Just lift the spiritual energy seal on me, the quasi-national fortune contestant.
Yáng Fān's tone was cold, his aura overwhelmingly oppressive.
Hurry up, or I'll perform a soul search. Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing had never encountered such a ruthless human.
With no other choice, they could only rephrase their request. Besides my husband Su Xian, the ones I miss most are my parents, Bai Suzhen said.
They left behind some personal belongings in Great Xia.
Could the director utilize state resources to help me locate them?
Bai Suzhen pleaded earnestly. Truthfully, she was merely speaking off the cuff. While locating her parents' relics was somewhat simpler than resurrecting the dead, her parents were ancient divine beasts. In this modern age where myths had vanished, finding their relics was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack.
Bai Suzhen understood the difficulty of the task.
Seeing the peculiar expression on Yáng Fān's face after he heard her request, she quickly added. Director, I'm not particularly in a rush about this.
You can take your time searching. Whenever you find them, bring them to me.
After all, searching for a needle in a haystack is indeed rather.
Before she could finish, Yáng Fān waved his hand dismissively. All right, no problem.
Your wish has already been granted.
Ha?
Bai Suzhen's eyes widened in disbelief.
Chapter 70, Fa Hai, King Zhou, and Daji joined the National Fortune Bureau. Not long after.
Several transport planes flew over the National Heritage Bureau, carrying numerous ancient artifacts all freshly excavated from the Ying Dynasty ruins.
Director, what exactly is the difference between archaeology and tomb raiding?
Sun Changsheng stood on the plaza receiving the aircraft when a sudden question arose in his mind.
Ancient people shouldn't pry into modern affairs. Our National Fortune Bureau is an official agency, so it's all archaeology. Don't put it so crudely. Yáng Fān replied, his face flushing with embarrassment.
Zhang Shan, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin did a fine job over there. The Chaoga ruins have been fully explored, and they actually found the remains of the white snake and the flying serpent inside.
Perfect for fulfilling Bai Suzhen's wish. What a coincidence. Indeed. Perhaps this is fate.
Bai Suzhen and Shaoqing were utterly stunned when they saw Yáng Fān deliver the remains of her parents so swiftly.
How is this possible? Does your National Fortune Bureau really possess such immense power?
Bai Suzhen knelt over the remains of Bai Yan and Tang Shi, tracing the traces of time etched upon them.
There's no mistake.
My parents were guardians under the protection of the goddess Nuwa. They vanished long ago during the Shang dynasty. Even when cultivation flourished later, there was no trace of them.
Who would have thought that in this modern age, where deities have vanished, clues about them would finally surface? A look of deep nostalgia washed over Bai Suzhen's face. Alright, I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now it's time for you to fulfill yours. Yáng Fān declared.
Beside them, Sun Changsheng had already raised his massive iron rod.
Should Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing, these two demons, dare to go back on their word, the iron rod would be waiting for them.
The two demons, Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing, nodded, tears welling in their eyes. She drew the crimson embroidered ball and stepped before Master Fahai. Layer upon layer of spiritual energy seals were drawn out.
Director, it's done.
The spiritual energy seals on Master Fahai have been removed.
He can now use his magical powers normally. On.
She didn't need to say it.
The moment the spiritual energy seals vanished from Master Fahai's body, his robe exploded with a thunderous boom.
The dragon-shaped tattoo on his body suddenly let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens.
Holy crap! Everyone present was stunned.
Master Fahai's muscles bulged, radiating golden light, transforming him into a truly formidable figure.
Wow, Director, the people you recruited, well,
they sure look impressive, no doubt about it. Sun Changsheng couldn't help but marvel.
Master Fahai, you are the fourth reincarnator recruited by the National Fortune Bureau. In the next battle for National Fortune, you will represent Great Xia. Yáng Fān declared. No problem. Master Fahai roared, a supremely domineering smile spreading across his face.
He rubbed his hands together, his knuckles cracking audibly.
But Director, does our National Fortune Bureau have any decent weapons? Yáng Fān smiled. Of course we do. Ding. Initiating scan. Name, Master Fahai. This National Fortune candidate is a grassroots interrupter, a reincarnation of Fahai. Beginning custom artifact creation for Master Fahai.
FA highest magical artifacts include Heaven Supporting Zen Staff, Sacred Robe, Robe of Enlightenment, Buddha Beads of No Wrongdoing, Demon Subduing Bowl, Demon Sealing Seal, Green Snake Fang, Dharma Sound Golden Bowl, Purple Gold Bowl. Please select Host. Select the Purple Gold Bowl.
Ding. Host has selected the Purple Gold Bowl. Crafting commences.
Purple and golden light suddenly erupted, swirling ceaselessly through the air. Soon, the Purple Gold Bowl was forged and landed in the hands of Master Fahai.
Purple Gold Bowl description: possesses formidable demon subduing and evil banishing capabilities. Delivers pure force attacks. Once belonged to Tang Sanzang before being acquired by Master Fahai, who wielded it throughout his life to vanquish demons and exorcise evil. Holy crap! How did the director know?
This monk loves bowl-shaped artifacts like this. No frills, just smash away.
Simple and brutal, nothing more.
Yáng Fān thought to himself, looking at his bulging muscles, no wonder he favors this kind of brutal, punch-to-the-gut power artifact. With this purple gold bowl, this monk can guarantee the chief, even if I'm alone, I'll smash every damn divine proxy from other nations into mincemeat.
Fa Wai's face already betrayed his impatience. It won't be just you, though. Yáng Fān replied.
The National Fortune Battlefield requires 3 contestants to fight together.
Sun Changsheng's eyes lit up at this.
Boss, look how troublesome it is for us to scour the entire world searching for reincarnators.
Why not let this old sun make an appearance next time? After all, this old sun has experience too. Sun Changsheng couldn't bear to miss out on the potential immortality rewards that might appear on the National Fortune Battlefield. Unfortunately, Yáng Fān shook his head. In the National Fortune Battlefield, the same player cannot enter consecutively.
They must wait several rounds. Besides, we won't need to go out of our way to find the other 2 National Fortune contestants.
Ha? Director, what do you mean?
Sun Changsheng and Master Fahai both froze in surprise.
Ahem, Director, I did say I alone would suffice, but that was just talk.
After all, this is a team competition concerning the fate of Great Xia life and death matters.
We absolutely cannot proceed without teammates, Master Fahai interjected.
Yáng Fān glanced at the monk, inwardly surprised that this burly-looking tough guy was actually so cautious.
But that was for the best. Someone too reckless truly wouldn't be fit to shoulder the nation's fate. Naturally, I won't send you alone into the National Fortune Battlefield.
The other 2 contestants will arrive at our National Fortune Bureau shortly, Yáng Fān stated.
Oh? Who might they be? Master Fahai felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation about his 2 teammates.
Yet the next moment, his expression abruptly changed.
Trouble. Demon energy. Master Fahai lifted his purple gold bowl and instantly soared into the air, flying toward the entrance of the National Fortune Bureau. You petty fox demon.
To dare storm the gates of the National Fortune Bureau in broad daylight, truly audacious. Spotting Su Daji poised to enter the bureau's gates, Master Fahai hurled his purple gold bowl directly at her.
Do you think covering your face will hide your identity from this monk? Behold my heavenly dragon's might.
Su Daji froze in shock, staring wide-eyed at the massive purple gold bowl descending from the sky.
Her small mouth gaped open as if utterly terrified. Boom! The deafening sound echoed for miles around. Those nearby were momentarily deafened by the metallic clang, their eyes darting toward the National Fortune Bureau in terror. Who's that? Who's fighting? Where did this big monk come from? He gave this young master quite a fright. Ouch! This old man can't take such a fright. Could you at least give a warning before attacking? No sneak attacks, please, it's too sudden. Could it be the Buddhists have attacked? Taken over our National Fortune Bureau? Where's the director? He's not hurt, is he?
Yáng Fān and Sun Changsheng rushed to the entrance of the National Fortune Bureau, their faces frozen in shock. Then they saw Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Jiang Shang across the street, equally bewildered and shocked. Beside them, Sudaji, her face covered, recoiled in terror, clutching her mouth. She was no longer a divine being, nor a power-type demon. She couldn't withstand the pure force suppression of Master Fahai. However, she had not suffered any harm. At that moment, all eyes converged on a middle-aged man standing before Sudaji. He too was bulging with muscle, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance, his air of imperial authority bursting forth in every direction. Gripping a massive broadsword, he had stood directly in front and braced the full force of Master Fahai's purple gold bowl. Faced with such immense force, he did not retreat even a single step. Seeing this man, Yáng Fān smiled with satisfaction.
Excellent! You finally arrived, Insho. Chapter 71, The New Battle for National Destiny begins. Ha? Director, who do you mean? Master Fahai looked utterly shocked. Judging by the director's tone, this visitor is a friend, not an enemy. That's a relief. To be honest, Master Fahai had intended to impress Yáng Fān. Little did he expect that after failing to hunt down by Suzhen and Shaoqing, he'd need Yáng Fān's help to resolve the situation. Now he'd finally encountered another fox spirit. But who would have thought this fox spirit had such a formidable bodyguard? Judging by raw strength alone, it might even be his equal? Sigh, yet another failed attempt to show off in front of the bureau chief. Master Fahai's heart was filled with bitterness. He's your teammate, Yáng Fān declared. Then he pointed to Sudaji beside him. And this one, the fox demon you speak of. The three of you are the contestants for the next National Fortune Battlefield of Great Xia. What? You? Master Fahai, Insho, and Sudaji exclaimed in unison, snorting coldly. Each seemed deeply dissatisfied with the other. But that was only natural. What teammate ever greeted another with hostility upon first meeting? Enough. Put down your weapons, swords, bowls, whatever. Sheath them all to avoid spoiling the harmony. Yáng Fān waved his hand, signaling both to stand down. Master Fahai, having realized his attempt at showing off had backfired, had no desire to fight in the first place. He naturally sheathed his purple gold bowl and stood behind Yáng Fān. Insho also sheathed his immortal slaying blade, took 2 steps back, and steadied the frightened Sudaji. My beloved, are you all right? Nothing wrong? I'm fine, I'm fine. Sudaji patted her chest. Having terrorized the land of cherry blossoms for centuries as one of its 3 great demon lords, she wasn't easily intimidated even now that she'd fallen from godhood. But reviving Insho had drained her of too much spiritual energy. Her divine power and mastery of the laws of the universe were now completely depleted. Now, she was truly no different from an ordinary, vulnerable woman. Fortunately, the National Fortune Bureau still possessed a wealth of elixirs, rare treasures, and mystical artifacts. Yáng Fān escorted everyone back to the National Fortune Bureau and explained the sequence of events. Yang Jin had been monitoring everything through the heavenly eye, staying perfectly synchronized with Yáng Fān. Thus, Yáng Fān was fully aware of the situation with Jiang Shang and the others. He already knew that the unrivaled, most formidable warrior of the Great Shang dynasty, the peerless King Zhou of Shang, was coming to join the National Fortune Bureau. What? Director? You mean those two are, the famous, King Zhou of Shang, Insho, and Daji of our Great Xia? They've actually been resurrected? Master Fahai nearly leapt to his feet. He was about to blurt out, they're the tyrant and the demon queen. But in the end, he held his tongue. He was a great monk, not a big mouth. Correct. The circumstances are rather complicated, but indeed, King Zhou Insho and Sudaji have been resurrected. They have also expressed their willingness to join the Great Xia's battle for national destiny, fighting for the common people of our realm. All eyes turned to Insho. Insho remained notably taciturn. Only after Yáng Fān finished his introduction and all eyes were fixed upon him did he finally speak. I am no god, nor am I a divine emissary. I am merely a reincarnator, a common mortal. He gazed at the assembled crowd. This resurrection, besides reuniting with my beloved consort, is also to show the entire world, all of Great Xia, the true power of humanity itself without relying on divine forces. The true power of humanity? What does that mean? Can we humans gain other powers without cultivating immortality? Asked Master Fahai in confusion. Yin Shang shot Fa a glance. Of course there is. I am the human emperor, a ruler's word is final. Sun Changsheng suddenly stepped forward, rubbing his hands together. Your Majesty, the human emperor, may I ask, can this power grant immortality? Insho froze in surprise. Of course not. We humans are a short-lived species by nature. Immortality is impossible for us. Heh, then this power this old son won't learn it. Won't learn it. Sun Changsheng instantly lost all interest. King Yin Shou, he's obsessed with immortality. Don't take it personally, Yáng Fān said with a wry smile. Your Majesty, regardless of the source, be it divine or human, any power that benefits our great Xia is wholeheartedly welcomed by our nation. However, this is the modern age. Your Shang dynasty is a thing of the past, so… this king understands. Yin Shou nodded. There is no longer King Yin Shou of the Shang dynasty. Only Yin Shang, the great Xia Fate candidate, remains. Director, and all of you others, there is no need to address me as Your Majesty. Simply call me Yin Shou. The Shang dynasty fell so long ago. I have no desire to restore it. My purpose here is to demonstrate the strength of humanity, to free the great Xia people from their superstition and divine powers, and to spend the rest of my days with my beloved consort, growing old together. Yin Shou slipped his arm around Su Daji's waist, his eyes brimming with affection as he spoke. Watching this, the fiery-tempered young Jin beside him couldn't help but twitch his lips. As for the others, Lǐ Nézhā was still young. Sun Changsheng only sought immortality. Jiang Shan was old. Master Fahai was a monk, and Yáng Fān's heart belonged solely to the great Xia. Only he found the situation unbearable for a moment. Very well. The last heavy weight lifted from Yáng Fān's heart. Then let's do this. Come on, bring some restorative pills from the rewards we obtained earlier. Yin Shou has just been revived, and Su Daji has also just suffered significant depletion. They both need to recover. Soon, various pills were brought forth. Yáng Fān was not stingy. He was incredibly generous to anyone fighting for the great Xia. Here's 1 million. Ask for more if it's not enough. In modern life, you absolutely cannot do without money. But rest assured, all expenses are covered by our National Transport Bureau. After taking the pills, Yin Shou and Su Daji's complexions regained a healthy glow. Thank you, Director. Moving forward, this king and his beloved consort require time to recuperate and acclimate to modern society. Once the National Fortune Battlefield commences, Director, you may anticipate favorable news. Your gracious words are deeply appreciated. I shall not disappoint you. Yáng Fān bowed respectfully. Then, Yin Shang took Su Daji's hand, clutching the 1 million given by Yáng Fān, and the two departed the National Fortune Bureau together to enjoy the splendor of modern society. I can't shake the feeling that in this battle for national fortune, those two are the true protagonists. This monk is merely a supporting character. Master Fahai remarked suddenly as he watched their retreating figures. No, the National Fortune Battlefield won't open for a while yet. I must intensify my training. I can't let them steal my thunder. A thought struck Master Fahai, and he plunged headlong into the training grounds. He's really going all out now. Yáng Fān watched Master Fahai train with such intensity and felt deeply gratified. Time flew by. Soon, a month had flown by. Across the entire Blue Star, under the anticipation of billions, the announcement from the Guardian of National Fortune sounded. Ding! Attention all nations of Blue Star, the new battle of national fortune is about to commence. All nations contestants, prepare yourselves. One by one, portals descended upon the capitals of each nation. Chapter 72, The Domineering CEO, His Little Wife, and a Monk? Breaking news! Another battle of national destiny is underway. Guess the theme for a chance to win prizes. With the powerful rise of a certain ancient Eastern nation, this battle for national destiny has become increasingly unpredictable. Who knows what kind of contestant Great Xia will send this time? It won't matter who they send. After our last defeat, Sakura Nation is deploying our true powerhouse Susanu's proxy, Sasaki Kojiro. This man is hailed as the contemporary sword saint of our Sakura Nation. With the blessing of Susanu, who wields similar sword techniques, his power is beyond imagination. Oh, come on. Last time, Great Xia hit the jackpot. Who'd have thought? I was convinced they were headed for national collapse. This time, will they also send 3 reincarnators to compete? We must be cautious. Last time was an accident. If it weren't for the appearance of the Buddha of No Heaven's inheritance, our White Elephant Kingdom would have wiped out Lǐ Nézhā long ago. But accidents don't happen every time. This time, they won't be so lucky. Our Sheila Kingdom, backed by Olympus, is the mightiest divine realm on Blue Star. We've never suffered a total annihilation like last time. It was an utter disgrace. This time, we'll reclaim everything. The previous annihilation and Great Xia's total victory had sown resentment among many nations, a mix of envy and jealousy. This was especially true for nations bordering Great Xia or those with past grievances against it. Those with double buffs were nations like Sakura, White Elephant, and Cold Nether. We, the White Elephant Kingdom, are the strongest. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. I want to see just who these Great Xia contestants are. Rather than focusing on their own national fortune contestants, many flocked to the Great Xia livestream, eagerly anticipating the Great Xia contestants' appearance. Great Xia, National Fortune Bureau. Master Fahai, clad in sacred robes, held the heaven supporting staff in his left hand and the purple gold bowl in his right.
After a month of intense training and several missions, he had eliminated foreign agents who had unleashed demons and monsters upon Great Xia. With Yáng Fān's strong backing, he was now fully armed. His strength had significantly increased. Director, a man will die for his benefactor.
This monk shall say no more. Just await the good news.
Master Fahai rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. This time, I will make the name of Master Fahai resound throughout the land, becoming as famous as Nézhā. I must not disappoint the director's trust. Master Fahai vowed silently to himself.
Oh, Insho, Daji, you're here too.
Not far away, Insho arrived at the National Fortune Bureau in a Rolls-Royce, wearing a mink coat, puffing on an aged cigar, and arm in arm with a stunning beauty. His sunglasses added an air of commanding presence. Su Daji was equally fashionable, though she kept her face covered, fearful of being recognized. Yet her curvaceous figure, bust and hips accentuated, legs long and shapely, left no doubt she was a peerless beauty, even without revealing her face.
Director, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive my delay.
Insho stepped forward and lit a cigar for Yáng Fān as well.
Truly befitting the human emperor you command presence. Have you enjoyed your month here? Experienced the splendor of our modern society?
Yáng Fān chuckled.
Indeed. Even an ordinary family in your era eats better than I did back in my day. Times have truly progressed, Insho remarked.
He wrapped his arm around Daji, pulling her closer. But the beauties of your era seem a bit artificial. The other day while scrolling through live streams, I came across several stunning women. Only when I met them in person did I realize plastic surgery, heavy makeup, photo filters everywhere.
Back in my day, that would have been treason.
They'd all have been executed by the cauldron of fire long ago.
Hearing this, Yáng Fān couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Only someone like King Zhou, steeped in ancient ways, could be deceived by those tech-enhanced beauties in livestreams. Incidentally, Insho and Su Daji enjoyed their month-long experience of modern life to the fullest. This experience made Yáng Fān keenly understand just how extravagant the legendary King Zhou truly was. While the National Fortune Bureau certainly wasn't short on funds, the expenses King Zhou had submitted for reimbursement this month alone were approaching 100 million. Yáng Fān even suspected the tyrant was building himself a palace, complete with wine ponds and meat forests. As if sensing Yáng Fān's thoughts, Insho suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder. Rest assured, Director. I spend money wisely. This battle for national fortune entrusted to me without worry.
You can rest assured too.
As long as we win, spending a little money is nothing, Yáng Fān replied. In fact, we could even seize a territory from that great continent across the ocean and hand it over to your majesty to restore the kingdom.
That makes sense.
I too believe that land across the ocean is indeed quite fertile.
I've seen records in ancient ruins and Daxia texts.
That land has been Daxia territory since ancient times, and its original inhabitants were all migrants from the Shang dynasty. That gives us a just cause for war.
Exactly.
That gives us a just cause for war.
Great America, your emperor has returned.
Insho and Yáng Fān exchanged pleasantries, then suddenly burst into eerie, simultaneous laughter.
Enough talk, all this is empty rhetoric.
I shall proceed to the battlefield of national fortune.
Director, rest assured and await victory.
Insho wrapped his arm around Daji and strode toward the teleportation gate with an air of overwhelming dominance.
Let's go, big monk. Lead the way.
Put. This monk is no mere attendant of yours.
Master Fahai snorted coldly.
Watching Insho and Su Daji fawning over each other, a wave of irritation washed over him.
What kind of national fortune contestant brings a woman to the battlefield? Is this what love has come to?
Master Fahai remained silent for a long while, realizing he still didn't understand.
Enough. Let's go.
Without another word, the three stepped through the portal and arrived at the national fortune battlefield. As if aware that his mere presence would draw countless eyes, Insho deliberately waved to those around him after stepping onto the battlefield.
What? This is Great Xia's national fortune contestant? Who is this guy? And why did he bring a woman up with him? What's wrong with a female contestant? Women can be powerful fighters too. But the one he's holding on to, she looks like nothing more than a pretty ornament. Why is there a monk among our Great Xia's national fortune contestants? You just don't get it. Not all monks under heaven are under the jurisdiction of Ling Mountain. But this setup looks so weird. A domineering CEO, his spoiled little wife, and then a monk? I have to say, the domineering CEO over there is so handsome. He's got such charisma, and he's even muscular. Why does he get to be the one holding her? I want to be held by him too.
The moment the Great Xia's national fortune representative appeared, it instantly caused a sensation among numerous nations, including Great Xia itself.
Chapter 73, Director, you'd actually send an ordinary person to the battlefield? Daxia's contestant this time is even more absurd than last time.
Yeah, last time they at least had an immortal cultivator.
But this time? He's bringing his wife to war? The national fortune battlefield isn't a couples competition. I reckon that monk must be pretty formidable.
After all, Ling Mountain's Buddhist sect is considered one of the strongest divine realms on Blue Star.
As for the other two, hard to say. Damn it! Looks like this time, our Hanming nation actually has a chance to get revenge. Not necessarily. You can't judge a book by its cover. This is a high-quality replica of our Sakura Nation's divine artifact, the Yada Mirror.
It can reflect the divine power within a person.
If he's a divine proxy or a reincarnator, he won't escape this mirror's detection. A Sakura Nation contestant, holding a mirror, walked over to Insho and Sudaji with a pretentious air, pretending to pass by while secretly taking photos.
Insho noticed but made no move to stop him. Instead, he struck a pose, pulling Sudaji closer beside him.
Damn it! This guy is way too cocky.
I'll be damned if I don't see which deity's reincarnation he really is.
He's so domineering it can't possibly be someone like the Jade Emperor or the Great Emperor Jinwu, right?
The contestant from the land of cherry blossoms opened his high-quality replica of the Yada mirror and examined it closely.
Then, an expression of utter bewilderment spread across his face. Huh? Why can't I detect any divine power on him? Isn't he supposed to be a reincarnation or a divine proxy?
Hey! You there, little Jap.
That's what you're called in this era, right? No need to be so formal.
Insho looked down his nose at the cherry blossom country contestant with an air of superiority.
I am no divine proxy. I have no connection whatsoever to the gods.
I am merely an ordinary human being, Insho declared. His words rang out loud and clear, directed not only at the Cherry Blossom Nation competitor but at every participant in the National Fortune Tournament present, and indeed, at everyone watching the livestream and following him.
Who says a pure-blooded human cannot participate in the National Destiny War? Huh? What did you say? You're just an ordinary human? Not a shred of divine power?
The moment these words left his mouth, the entire crowd fell into stunned silence.
They've lost their minds. The Great Xia Empire has gone mad.
Before they had divine reincarnators, they sent ordinary citizens like this.
Didn't they suffer defeat after defeat on the National Destiny Battlefield, nearly leading to the nation's collapse and extinction?
Now, after barely scraping by with 3 divine proxies to snatch a single victory and pull Great Xia back from the brink of extinction, they're already getting cocky again?
Their old habits are back. They're showing utter contempt for others by sending ordinary humans to compete. They're asking for death. Damn it!
And this human has no manners whatsoever, calling us little devils without even trying to hide it.
It's truly insulting. Very well.
Since you insult us so, don't blame us Sakura Nation for slaughtering every last one of you.
How could this be? The National Fortune Bureau? How could the bureau chief send ordinary people to the National Fortune Battlefield?
Ahahaha.
Don't you get it?
Your Great Xia Nation has so few reincarnators, maybe only those 3 from last time. It's not that your bureau chief sent ordinary people, it's that he had no choice but to send ordinary people.
I'm still handling immigration services. If anyone wants to emigrate, contact me.
I'll give you a discount on the processing fee, just 5 million.
Hey! Yáng Fān, what's going on here?
Rest assured, Commander.
This contestant may be human, but he's no ordinary one. National Fortune Bureau.
After finishing his call with Wan Tianxue and explaining Insho's capabilities and background to the Longwei authorities, Yáng Fān let out a bitter smile. This King Zhou sure knows how to make a grand entrance.
Indeed.
He came to the National Fortune Battlefield to showcase his power, so naturally he'll make a grand display, Zhang Shang remarked. Though I don't understand why the Great Shang Empire harbors such deep animosity toward deities, whether they be gods or humans, anyone willing to fight for our Great Xia deserves our respect.
Yáng Fān glanced at the figures nearby and declared. Begin.
Yes, Director. Bang Boerba and Bang immediately opened the National Fortune livestream.
Hello, viewers. This is the official Great Xia National Fortune livestream. I'm your host, Ben Boerba. I'm your host, Ba Boer Ben.
Now, let us introduce the 3 National Fortune contestants representing Great Xia.
First up, that muscle-bound monk, Master Fahai, a reincarnation of the mighty celestial dragon Fahai.
The Great Xia populace, already thoroughly confused, now had official personnel stepping in to explain. They flooded into the live stream.
Yeah, I knew it. How could the bureau chief not send a reincarnator? Look, here he is, Fahai. Holy crap, that guy's seriously badass.
Hearing the introduction of Master Fahai, the previously anxious citizens of Great Xia collectively breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, they had a safety net. But if that's the case, only one of the 3 National Fortune contestants is a reincarnator. Maybe the bureau chief really couldn't find any other reincarnators, only one, so he had no choice but to send 2 ordinary people as well.
That makes sense. Alas, what can we do? It's because our Great Xia's damnable deities have vanished, leaving even reincarnators in such short supply.
With only one reincarnator, Great Xia won't be utterly weak this time, but we won't have any advantage either.
We'll just have to keep our heads down. Ha 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 ha.
Even if you wanted to keep a low profile, it wouldn't help.
You've already offended far too many people. Now everyone wants you dead.
The nations hostile to Great Xia, Sakura Nation, White Elephant Nation, Cold Nether Nation, Pretty Nation, and others were all sharpening their blades. Ah, the will of heaven.
Destiny decrees the fall of Great Xia.
It cannot be defied. It's all over.
Their victory in the last battle of national destiny was but a fleeting moment. On Ling Mountain, the Buddhist sanctuary, Guanyin pressed her palms together in prayer, feigning compassion for the world.
Yet inside, she was overjoyed.
This monk Fahai, though he belongs to our Buddhist order, he serves not Ling Mountain but the Great Xia. Once he is defeated, our order shall extend an olive branch and recruit him. Speaking of which, who exactly are these two ordinary humans from Great Xia?
They don't look like special forces or anything. More like some company president and his young wife. Why would such people be allowed on the National Fortune Battlefield? What did the bureau chief see in them?
The revelation of Master Fahai's identity sparked a flicker of hope in countless hearts, while also igniting curiosity about the identities of the other two contestants. Most Great Xia citizens still couldn't believe the bureau chief would casually send two ordinary people to the battlefield of national destiny. After all, this was a battle concerning the nation's fate, bearing the weight of Daxia's very survival. All eyes were glued to the National Destiny livestream, holding their breath as they waited for Benbo Urba and Babo Urban to continue their introductions.
Excellent.
I imagine all of Great Xia is now filled with curiosity about the other two contestants.
Daxia official broadcast channel. Bangbo Urbo, observing the rapidly surging viewership numbers, finally dropped the suspense.
The identities of these two are indeed quite unique, but revealing them will cause a sensation. They are none other than the recently resurrected last human emperor of the Shang dynasty and Great Xia King Zhou of Shang, Yin Shou.
And his beloved consort, the nine-tailed fox demon, Sudaji.
Chapter 74, The Eternal Flame Empire, The Heavenly Pride Khan.
What? Who did the host just say? Did I hear that correctly?
You heard right. It's the resurrected King Zhou of Shang, Yin Shou, and his beloved concubine, Daji.
Holy! The director is awesome. He can't find any divine reincarnators, yet he manages to resurrect the dead? That's seriously insane.
So historical figures can be resurrected to fight in the War of National Destiny?
Holy crap! How did the bureau chief resurrect King Zhou?
I want Qin Shi Huang.
Or by Qi, Xiangyu, Lubu, Li Yuanba, those guys would be perfect. Wonder if they can all be resurrected someday to fight for our Great Xia's destiny.
Hold on, don't get too excited just yet.
Even if he can resurrect the dead, so what? The dead are still just humans.
There's no way they could possibly defeat the divine agents sent by other nations.
Ha. Hear that?
Even the Great Xia National Fortune Bureau officially admits at this time, they sent an ordinary human to the National Fortune Battlefield.
Oh right, and another one not even human, but a full-fledged monster. Holy crap! The official announcement from the National Fortune Bureau instantly sent shockwaves through every nation.
The Great Xia populace was in a frenzy of excitement, while citizens of other nations, after a moment of shock, began scrambling to find ways to smear Great Xia.
Could it be that you Great Xia are traitors? Have you run out of humans?
Now you're sending monsters and beasts to the battlefield.
Ha. Haven't you heard the saying, those not of our kind have different hearts?
You're done for this time, Great Xia.
Want to emigrate? My immigration fees are only 8 million now. Prices go up later. Hold on. Listen up.
Yin Shou is human, but he's no ordinary mortal. Legend says he possesses immense strength, capable of pulling 9 oxen with his bare hands. Frankly, I don't think his power is much weaker than that of a divine proxy.
Damn it!
He is King Zhou of Shang, after all, one of the strongest humans in legend.
I don't think he should be that weak, right?
At that moment, intense discussions erupted across major forums and livestreams throughout Great Xia. Countless citizens of Great Xia were all talking about this suddenly reappeared, inexplicably resurrected King Zhou of Shang. Master Fahai was a deity reincarnate, and Daji was a demon. Both possessed some magical abilities.
So what about this King Zhou? Could he really just be a human with above-average strength? Could it be that the bureau chief truly had no soldiers to deploy, recruiting only one reincarnated being? The other's one filled the quota from among demons, while the other could only resurrect a historically prominent human figure?
After suffering multiple defeats, nearly everyone had come to believe from the bottom of their hearts that humanity stood absolutely no chance against divine power. In the early stages of the Great Xia campaign, they sent elite soldiers tempered by blood and fire, battle-hardened veterans who represented the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Yet without exception, they were crushed like ants under the hands of the divine agents from various nations, instantly annihilated.
Our Great Xia truly has it rough. Still, I reckon we've got Master Fahai, a reincarnator. I doubt we'll lose too badly.
Exactly. Our Great Xia made a killing last time. Even if we lose again, it'll only be a bruise, nothing fatal. After discussion, most accepted that Yáng Fān truly couldn't recruit any more reincarnators this time, forcing him to resort to this desperate measure. Now, we can only pin our hopes on Master Fahai's formidable strength and that strongest human, Yin Shou, not dragging us down too badly.
And that demoness named Daji truly remains utterly loyal to our great Xia. Countless hearts silently prayed. Meanwhile,
in Gao Laozhuang City, Zhu Ganglai, the son-in-law of the Gao family group. In a small village at the foot of Mount Tai, a youth clad in a leather jacket and sunglasses, riding a motorcycle, known as Daring. And from all corners of the Great Xia Empire, powerful individuals possessing supernatural abilities only recently discovering their identities as reincarnators through the National Fortune Bureau's announcements ceased waiting.
Each began taking action. Seems the director's abilities aren't up to par, he couldn't even find me. No matter. If he won't come for me, I'll just go register at the National Fortune Bureau myself. Regardless, we can't let Great Xia fall into such a crisis again next time. Meanwhile, unaware that his mere appearance had ignited massive discussions across Great Xia and even the entire Blue Star, Insho was openly flirting with Su Daji under the watchful eyes of countless live viewers. My beloved concubine, I've heard of a garment in this era called a bikini. Once this battle for national fortune concludes, I wish to see you wear one. Your Majesty, you're so annoying. Su Daji playfully pounded Insho's chest in mock anger. They made no effort to hide their interaction. Damn it! This is freaking creepy. Can't look at this, can't look at this. Are they off to the battlefield? I thought they were a couple going on their honeymoon. Damn it! How shameless. The national team players heading into battle are all alone. Who the hell brings their wife along?
The crowd erupted in verbal condemnation.
Especially the national fortune contestants present, they were boiling with rage.
Truly worthy of being called one of the most incompetent and depraved rulers in Great Xia's history.
Now I see it's exactly as rumored.
But I heard this Su Daji was also famously the most stunning beauty in Great Xia's history. Within the national team, a slender, fair-haired youth suddenly fixed his lecherous gaze on Su Daji. He licked his lips, seemingly deep in thought.
Yelu, stop ogling women.
Our nation of Sheila, backed by Olympus, one of the mightiest divine realms, suffered total annihilation last time.
The god King Zeus commands us to win this time.
You are the proxy of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and sexuality. Though your combat prowess may be lacking, your abilities are highly practical.
This time, we must unite our efforts to restore Olympus's glory. Alright, I get it.
The young man with yellow hair, known as Yellow, kept his eyes fixed on Su Daji in the distance, unable to look away for a long time.
Until an announcement sounded. Ding! Attention! All National Fortune contestants are now ready. The National Fortune battle is about to commence. The voice of the National Fortune Guardian echoed in everyone's ears.
Then, the scene shifted. All the National Fortune contestants felt darkness envelop their vision, only to find themselves gazing upon an endless wasteland. The theme of this National Destiny battle is, Resist the Scourge of God. Theme brief: from a distant ancient empire in the east, the Eternal Flame Empire blessed by the Heavenly Guardian of Longevity has launched a frenzied campaign of conquest across the entire Blue Star. The Eternal Flame Emperor's sovereign, the Heavenly Khan dubbed the Scourge of God, is now assaulting the territory beneath your feet, the Danube City-State. Nation's Destiny participants, you shall unite with the Danube City-State's defenders to resist the Heavenly Khan's assault.
Slaying soldiers of the Eternal Flame Empire will earn you rewards.
Completely repel the Eternal Flame Empire's assault or slay the Heavenly Khan to achieve ultimate victory in this National Fortune War.
Note, this National Fortune battle carries extreme danger.
While contestants may kill each other for rewards, mutual slaughter is discouraged.
Unity against the enemy is essential. Finally, good luck to all participants. The National Fortune battle commences now. Chapter 75, Fear. The Eternal Flame Empire. First kill. Eternal Flame? That name. Isn't it another title for the largest empire in the history of our Great Xia? Exactly. The Yuan dynasty.
Their empire was also known as the Eternal Flame Empire. They once waged wars east and west, marching all the way to Europe and conquering half the world. If only shipbuilding had been more advanced back then, they might have conquered the other side of the ocean too.
Holy crap! That sounds so badass. The Heavenly Khan. The Scourge of God, could that be referring to Genghis Khan? Exactly. Even though he's got it rough in the game, not a single skin to his name in real life, he was a true force to be reckoned with. Who'd have thought this Heavenly Khan would become the final boss in a battle for national destiny? Damn! Just thinking about it is so cool. But it is cool. Speaking of which, if that world-conquering badass were the boss, wouldn't this national destiny battle be way too hard? Bull. Who says it's too hard? Back when the Eternal Flame Empire invaded our Sakura Nation with 140,000 troops, didn't we defeat them? So if we won once, we can win again. Bull. Everyone knows that was only because a sudden storm erupted at sea, letting you slip through the cracks. Otherwise, with your measly little nation, you'd be annihilated by the Scourge of God in minutes. Damn it. I never imagined our opponent this time would be the Scourge of God. We can't possibly win. The name Eternal Flame, God's Whip, cast a heavy shadow over countless Western nations. Even before the battle commenced, they were gripped by a primal dread. Even some divine nations trembled at the name Eternal Flame.
Sela, Olympus, one of the mightiest divine nations of this age. Back then, under the protection of their divine nation, the Eternal Sky, the Eternal Flame Empire marched all the way to our Sela kingdom. Every living soul taller than a chariot wheel was slaughtered in their wake, and every civilization along the path was utterly destroyed. They were utterly insane destroyers and conquerors. Zeus stood within the hall of the God King, watching the nation's fortune stream, as flashes of memory surfaced in his mind. Zhengya Kingdom. A nation not particularly powerful on Blue Star, yet the divine realm behind it, or rather, the divine organization, proved an immense headache for all nations. Assassins skilled in assassination gathered to form the Assassins Guild, led by a supreme deity known as the Mountain Elder, who relentlessly carried out assassination missions across nations. This organization struck terror into the hearts of major nations, divine realms, and especially those isolated deities wandering the world. Yet this time, it was their turn to tremble. The Eternal Empire of Changxing Tian, they were the ones who destroyed us back then. What a terrifying empire that truly was. The Elder of the Mountains, leader of the assassins, recalled the day his divine nation was shattered and his entire army annihilated by the Eternal Empire, his face contorting with profound dread. I merely represent assassination, while they embody annihilation. The mere mention of their name. A wave of terror swept across the nations of Blue Star. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of National Fortune, the fear in the hearts of the numerous National Fortune contestants grew even more intense and palpable. What is this? Corpses? What? Corpses everywhere? They're all dead? All dead? The contestants found themselves teleported into a desolate wilderness. In the distance, a towering city-state stood, the very Danube city-state they were tasked with defending. Now, they needed to enter the city, meet up with the garrison inside, and unite to resist the Eternal Flame Empire's assault. Yet before they could even enter the city or engage in battle, the sight before them had already terrified them. As far as the eye could see, a dense sea of corpses stretched out before them. A wheel lay flat on the ground. Anyone taller than this wheel would be executed. Those shorter than the wheel likely faced no better fate. They were captured, held until they grew taller, and then executed. It was utterly terrifying. Good heavens! This is even more terrifying than Lion Camel Ridge. Yeah, and while OU Ridge was filled with demons and monsters, it made sense for them to eat people. But this Eternal Flame Empire? Slaughtering entire nations that refuse to submit to their civilization? It's beyond terrifying. Are these even human? Of course not. Haven't you heard? They call themselves the Scourge of God. But we've got numbers on our side, hundreds of National Fortune contestants, plus the Danube City garrison. I don't think we're completely defenseless. After all, no matter how powerful the Eternal Flame Empire is, didn't they fall to our Sakura Nation back in the day? Clearly, they are not invincible. Sasaki Kojiro, the spokesperson for Susanoo no Makoto of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, had become the de facto leader of a small faction. Standing among the crowd, he delivered an inspiring speech. The enemy we face this time is far too powerful. Therefore, we must unite. With over 600 National Fortune contestants present, each a formidable divine proxy save for one nation alongside the garrison forces of the Danube City-State, we possess sufficient strength to confront the Eternal Flame. We will prevail. The National Fortune contestants, whether genuinely convinced by his words, seeking strength to align with the powerful, or harboring other motives, all gathered around Sasaki Kojiro in an instant. Ahahaha, yo. See that? Our Sakura Nation's contestant is the real deal now. He's become the leader of all the contestants. Looks like this time, it truly is our Sakura Nation's home turf. In an instant, Sasaki Kojiro became the nation's shining star, the focus of everyone's attention. After all, in every previous National Fortune battle, the contestants from each nation were all enemies, slaughtering each other as sworn foes. Now, these very individuals had been moved by Sasaki Kojiro and acknowledged him as their leader. While this was largely due to the pressing threat of a common enemy forcing cooperation, rather than Sasaki Kojiro's personal charisma. Nevertheless, it gave Sakura Nation a profound sense of vindication. It felt as though they had become the true leaders of all humanity on Blue Star. Enough. Regardless of past grudges or rivalries, I demand that during this national destiny war, we stand as brothers. No killing among ourselves. We fight the enemy together. Anyone who breaks this rule will be attacked by all. Sasaki Kojiro delivered his impassioned speech, the divine power of Susanoo surging through him. His formidable strength, coupled with the perfect timing and the dire situation facing a formidable enemy, won the allegiance of all the National Fortune contestants. He felt immense satisfaction within, already assuming the posture of a leader poised to issue commands. Yet in the next instant, a voice echoed in every ear. Ding! Great Xia's National Fortune contestant In Shou has slain Sela's contestant Yelu. Ding! Sheila receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 20%. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward, all citizens gain a 20% increase in stamina. Just moments ago, Sasaki Kojiro had been urging everyone to refrain from killing one another. Not far away, In Shou's greatsword had already severed Yelu's head, blood dripping from the blade.
In that instant, every nation's fortune contestant present and every citizen watching the live broadcast across nations
were utterly stunned. Chapter 76, Teasing Daji? You're the one who dies. Wait, what the hell just happened? What's going on? Why did someone suddenly die? No way. Didn't they just say we're all brothers and sisters? That we should love each other and not kill one another? Why did the killing start all of a sudden? Damn it! What's going on? Are your great Xia contestants this ruthless and bloodthirsty?
They completely disregard what our contestant Sasaki Kojiro said.
Not only evil, but stupid too.
With a major enemy at hand, they should be uniting against the threat. Instead, they're tearing each other apart before the fight even begins.
How are we supposed to unite like this?
The rotten apples causing the infighting have exposed themselves. Insho is one, and so is Sudaji.
Damn it! Quick, attack them all together. Damn it! Can we get our facts straight first? Why would Insho suddenly attack out of nowhere? Rewind it.
Citizens across nations simultaneously rewound their personal streaming devices to review the footage from minutes prior.
All eyes were fixed on Insho. A few minutes earlier,
Insho, like everyone else, had just teleported onto this barren wasteland. Staring at the corpses littering the ground, he fell deep in thought. My beloved, tell me about the Eternal Flame Empire and the story of their heavenly Khan. A month after his resurrection, Insho had indulged in feasting, revelry, and sensual pleasures, finding little inclination to pore over dry historical texts. He had only skimmed the later generations' assessments of himself, the outcome unsurprising, for history is written by the victors.
Insho couldn't be bothered to look at any other history.
Sudaji, of course, had anticipated this. Soon, she recounted the history of the Eternal Flame Empire as she knew it.
Whoa!
Conquering half of Blue Star, dubbed the Scourge of God, leaving civilization in ruins wherever he passed, annihilating everything beneath his chariot wheels, he was truly a ruthless man. Insho stared at the corpses littering the ground, his heart trembling with awe.
Truly, each era produces its own extraordinary talents, each dominating the scene for centuries.
After my reign, there emerged such a madly ruthless conqueror, this heavenly Khan, who slaughtered more souls than I ever did.
Master Fahai's expression shifted as he turned to Insho.
Earlier, when Insho mentioned the heavenly Khan had killed more than him, he'd worn a look of defiance.
What? Now they're competing over body counts? Well. Amitba Buddha.
Oomph. The bureau chief actually paired me with such a dangerous individual. He must have deemed this fellow too terrifying and deemed this monk more reliable. He likely intends for me to keep tabs on this pair of dogs to prevent them from committing any more insane acts. Master Fahai thought to himself. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Insho and Sudaji. Alright, since you both know the might of the Eternal Flame and the Heavenly Pride Khan Empire, you must be extra vigilant. Although this Sasaki Kojiro is a competitor from the land of cherry blossoms, what he said earlier makes sense. Now we need to cooperate with competitors from other nations, unite, and fight the enemy together.
Hey! Wait a moment! What are you doing? Listen to this monk. Master Fahai froze, watching Insho wrap his arm around Sudaji.
He paid no heed to the small groups, instead striding toward the outer perimeter.
Tigers roam alone, cattle and sheep travel in herds.
Insho disdained teaming up with these oddly shaped foreign competitors, and Sudaji naturally followed her husband's lead.
I'm so damn fed up.
Master Fahai hesitated for a moment. But in the end, his own great Xia competitors were what mattered most. With no other choice, he followed after them.
Oomph. You bastards, go ahead and fool around.
Keep fooling around until the Eternal Flame Empire's army catches you. You'll die alone, and we'll all be wiped out. This monk is just risking his life alongside you lot.
Master Fahai cursed as he trailed behind Insho and Daji.
The trio was about to break away from the main group of national fortune players. Suddenly, a young man with yellow hair appeared ahead.
Ahem, wait a moment.
The young man with yellow hair looked utterly drained, yet he fixed Sudaji with an odd gaze.
Greetings, lady.
I am Yarrow, representative of Aphrodite, goddess of love from the kingdom of Sela. I know your great Xia nation made many enemies in the last national fortune war, so you fear rejection.
But that doesn't matter.
Yellow approached Sudaji with a lecherous grin, extending his hand in a gesture of feigned sincerity. What do you say, beauty?
You've strayed from your group. If you run into the Eternal Flame Empire's forces, it'll be a dead end. Why not split up from this greasy tycoon and that big monk? Come with me. I'll treat you well.
Yellow's words were delivered with such earnest sincerity that even Insho and Master Fahai, standing nearby, were momentarily taken aback. Only Daji remained unfazed. She'd seen this kind of thing countless times before. What could she do? Being this stunningly beautiful, her irresistible charm was simply impossible to contain. Sudaji looked down her nose at Yellowa with icy disdain, not bothering to acknowledge him. Only when it came to Insho did Daji reveal her more feminine side.
Holy crap! Flirting with someone's wife right in front of her husband?
Seeing the whole situation unfold, the crowd who had been puzzled by Insho's sudden murder suddenly understood.
No wonder. Damn it! That yellow-haired yellow guy has no shame trying to cuckold King Zhou? He really has no fear of death. Exactly. Even if you're cheating, you should at least be discreet. Seriously, he has zero experience. He's got his brain completely controlled by his lower half. Oomph. That filthy man. Yellow is the Olympian god of love and lust, the avatar of Aphrodite. You know Aphrodite, right? She's Venus. She was born from Zeus's father's genitals. So it's not that his lower half controls his brain, it is his lower half. Tisk, fine. At the International Forum. The international audience, who had been fiercely criticizing Yin Shou, was left speechless by this scene. After all, no man in any country would tolerate his woman being coveted by another man, especially when that man openly extended a green-eyed invitation right before his eyes. Damn it all to hell. This Yella truly lives up to being the spokesperson for the Olympian gods. He's inherited the spirit of that bunch of deities with their chaotic private lives. Hell yeah, that's exactly it. Those Olympian gods? I don't even want to talk about them. From Zeus down to the lowliest cattle, they're all a bunch of magical creatures who only know how to mate. So by that logic, this Yellow really deserves to die. Many people from different countries, races, and factions understood Yin Shou's actions and began speaking up for him. Of course, the world is always diverse. Hey, hold on. Don't you think Yellow just flirted with someone else's wife? Sure, it's wrong, but saying he deserves to die is a bit much. Exactly. With a major threat looming, what does it matter if someone slips up on personal morality? You Daxia competitors should prioritize the bigger picture. Be magnanimous, give a little ground and the sky opens wide. If someone was flirting with his wife, he could have just refused. Why resort to murder? Seriously. In short, this Yin Shou is just too brutal. Truly a tyrant and he kills without batting an eye. Chapter 77, The Human Emperor's Edict, Exterminate 9 Clans. From a broader perspective, it's true. Even though Yella flirted with Su Daji, a warning would have sufficed. Why resort to violence? Exactly. Now look what we've done, he killed someone. Won't the contestants from Great Xia and Sheila Kingdom just go straight to war? Sheila is a powerhouse too, backed by Olympus, one of the mightiest divine realms. Great Xia hasn't even started the battle yet, and they've already alienated them completely. How utterly foolish. That Great Xia contestant's skill is nothing special. Even if he were strong enough, a mutual destruction with Sheila would leave both nations crippled. How could they possibly continue this battle for national destiny? Exactly. It'll just let the Eternal Flame Empire reap the benefits. Seriously, Yin Shou, just be magnanimous. It won't hurt you. When everyone wins, that's the real victory. Many voices echoed across forums. The diversity of opinions was on full display. Some sane people couldn't hold back. If someone were to mock and insult your wife right in front of you, could you just stand there and take it? I could. Alright then, where's your wife? Yin Shou himself didn't realize he'd sparked an ethical debate on Blue Star. National Fortune Bureau. Even Yáng Fān sided Yellow's actions. Throughout history, you're probably the only one who dared to flirt with Daji in front of King Zhou. Daring to flirt with Daji? Who do you think you are? The Bureau of National Fortune members all nodded in agreement. But director, what does Su Daji actually look like? They say she's a peerless beauty, but she's always veiled, no one's ever seen her face. Now, many viewers in the livestream are eager to catch a glimpse. Host Benbo Erbao suddenly chimed in. Her current appearance, well, I think it's best you don't see it. It's quite dangerous anyway. Yáng Fān replied. Ha? Dangerous? Except for Jiang Shine, Lǐ Nézhā, and Yang Jin, who had seen Su Daji's face, everyone else looked curious. On the battlefield of national fortune, Yin Shou, witnessing Yellow's actions, felt a surge of rage welling up inside him. However, the wrath of an emperor was not something to be displayed too openly. He merely stared silently at Yellow. Yellow, meanwhile, kept his eyes fixed on Daji, occasionally glancing at Yin Shou. Seeing no reaction from him, he grew even more smug. Just as I thought, a mere mortal, a weakling. He dares not even breathe in my presence. Bolstered by his courage, Yellow actually strode toward Daji, preparing to make a move. He reached out, his hand groping toward the ample curves of her chest. He truly regarded Yin Shou as a powerless commoner. His face radiated utter smugness. He even fantasized about seizing Su Daji right there in front of billions of live viewers, then, well, savoring the thrill of billions watching him indulge. He was lost in this fantasy. Then, a flash of steel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Swish! Yin Shou's strike was exceptionally clean and decisive, utterly without hesitation, a swift swing of the blade. A massive head flew through the air. And thus unfolded the scene witnessed earlier. While Sasaki Kojiro was still delivering his speech, rallying all the National Fortune contestants, and no one else had noticed the side, Yin Shou had already beheaded Yellow. Ahahaha. Well done. Kill. Kill. Yeah. Insulting my wife? No need for words, just cut him down. Yeah. That Yellow deserved to die. Yin Shou Appa is so cool, Quick, look into it. Are there any ancient texts proving that Appa Yin-shou and the Great Shang Dynasty are actually from our Han Ming Kingdom? Ah! So cool!
Just like the 3 contestants from the last national fortune battle, Yin-shou instantly gained a massive fanbase. But his domineering protection of his wife and his dashing figure mainly attracted female fans.
Especially in Han Ming Kingdom, countless girls were screaming Yin-shou Appa. But that wasn't the end of it.
After slaying Yellow with a single stroke, Yin-shou did not stop there. Instead, he pulled a silk scroll from his robe, dipped it in Yellow's blood, and wrote several lines upon it. With a sweeping gesture, he flung the scroll into the wind, where it scattered.
Ha! Appa Yin-shou, what is he doing? What did he just write? Quick, zoom in on the screen.
The crowd hurriedly enlarged the image to scrutinize the lines Yin-shou had written.
By the mandate of heaven, the human emperor decrees. Sheila Kingdom, Yellow exterminate his entire clan.
Blood shall be the bond, all bearing this bloodline shall be slain without mercy.
By imperial decree. What? Exterminate 9 generations? What does that even mean?
Many foreigners were utterly bewildered.
It's the highest punishment in ancient Great Xia, executing all relatives, for generations paternal, 3 maternal, and 2 from the wife's family. Can't understand a word of this. Damn it. You pig-brained fool.
It means anyone sentenced to exterminate 9 clans will have every single relative, every last person connected by blood, put to death.
Even the earthworms in their homes get split open, eggs get scrambled, and everyone gets executed. Holy. That's terrifying.
Thanks to the explanations from the people of Daxia, this terrifying punishment soon became widely known among the citizens of many nations.
Unbelievably horrific. The Great Xia's punishments are truly terrifying. But so what? This isn't the Shang Dynasty anymore. Even if Yin-shou issues an imperial edict sentencing someone to the yellow punishment, what difference does it make? Is it just for show? If this were still a Shang Dynasty, Yin-shou could indeed exterminate 9 clans with a single imperial edict. But now, he's just one man without an army. Besides, Yellow is from the Sheila Kingdom. Can an edict from the Great Xia Shang Dynasty really hold sway over the Sheila Kingdom? The others couldn't comprehend it at all. Perhaps Yin-shou still believes this is his Shang Dynasty.
It makes sense, those who've been emperors never relinquish power.
Such obsession is only natural.
Within the Bureau of National Destiny,
Zhang Shan was equally perplexed. Could it be? Yin-shou is issuing an imperial decree to our National Fortune Bureau? Director, is he ordering you to send assassins to eliminate the entire Yellow family?
I'm not entirely sure either, but if Yin-shou wants it done, it's certainly not impossible.
Yáng Fān pondered inwardly. Right. Going abroad to wipe out an entire family?
This young master loves it.
Lǐ Nézhā was itching to get started. However, they soon realized they had overthought it.
Beyond reimbursing his expenses for indulging in life's pleasures and sensual pursuits, Yin-shou required absolutely nothing from Yáng Fān or the National Fortune Bureau.
He had his own methods. Just as countless people on Blue Star were questioning Yin-shou's sudden decree to execute entire clans without cause.
Suddenly, a bulletin was issued, answering these doubts.
Extra, extra. Breaking news.
Sakura Nation athlete Yellow, along with his parents, wife, children, siblings, paternal aunts and cousins, grandparents, maternal grandparents, in-laws, cousins, and great-grandparents, all suffered cerebral hemorrhages simultaneously just moments ago, dying instantly.
Following divine verification by the Olympian deities, they appear to have been afflicted by a blood curse, resulting in the annihilation of their entire lineage.
Their household registration has now been revoked by the Sheila Kingdom authorities and is being deregistered.
News from Sheila Nation spread like a virus, sweeping across the entire Blue Star in an instant.
Upon seeing this report, nearly every citizen of Great Xia, along with everyone who had been following Yin-shou moments before, regardless of their nationality, every single one of them,
were left utterly dumbfounded at the same moment.
Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing.
Chapter 78, Yin-shou Appa, overwhelmed by female fans. What? What the hell? What? What the hell is this? Did I see that right? Ha? What the? Everyone was dumbfounded, their brains reeling.
They stared at the news in horror, their faces etched with deep-seated dread.
Every expression was etched with utter disbelief and incredulity. Holy! What the hell is going on? This is terrifying. It's an imperial edict. The will of the sovereign manifested within the nation's borders, the human emperor's edict. It's akin to His Majesty's imperial edict.
In the land of cherry blossoms, the emperor's expression betrayed his shock.
Unlike the bewildered onlookers, he understood the deeper implications.
The sovereign who rules a nation inherits its destiny. They can speak with divine authority, commanding all matters within their realm in the name of imperial decree and controlling the lives and deaths of their subjects who believe in them.
During the Great Xia Dynasty's golden age of cultivation, the emperor's edict of the Tang era could even control vassal states like our Sakura Nation.
But that was before the Great Xia's deities vanished. It could only be wielded with divine power. Now that the Great Xia's deities are extinct, with no divine energy to fuel them, how could the human emperor's edict still be used?
Moreover, Shila isn't even part of Great Xia's territory, nor is it a tributary state. What right does he have? What right?
The 9 clans of Yelu and Shila aren't his subjects, Insho's people.
How dare he use the human emperor's edict to order their execution?
Though the emperor of Sakura Nation understood more than the ignorant masses, precisely because of this understanding, his shock was all the greater. In his eyes, Insho's move was utterly impossible.
Ah! So cool! So cool! So freaking cool! Ah! Insho appa, my appa. Slaying the vile scoundrel who dared to harass his woman with a single stroke, then executing his entire clan so badass. This is what a real man looks like. Ah! Appa, I want to be his woman too. Sudaji, what gives you the right? Ah! I mean show Appa's woman.
Protecting his wife with domineering force, wielding thunderous justice, commanding the world's power, handsome and muscular to boot.
This is the type women everywhere adore most. Insho embodied them all.
In an instant, Insho's fanbase exploded, almost entirely female, hailing from across the entire Blue Star, especially from Great Xia, Hanming Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, and other nations. This Insho truly possesses formidable strength. He effortlessly slays a divine proxy with a single strike, wields the human emperor's edict, and controls it from afar. Are you sure he's just a regular human?
Exactly. Whoever said he was ordinary? Sure, he's human, not a divine reincarnator or a divine proxy, but those 2 moves? To me, they're practically god tier. Damn impressive. Within the National Fortune Bureau,
even the cold-blooded killers among the elite were stunned.
Truly worthy of the human emperor title, utterly formidable. TSK. Back in the Tang dynasty, Emperor Taizong's imperial edict could control the deaths of vassal kings. At its peak, even a eunuch wielding his decree could move mountains and overturn seas. This old monkey has seen it with my own eyes.
This human emperor's edict of Insho, while perhaps not surpassingly Shimon's in power, has a far broader reach.
It can even slay citizens of foreign lands from afar.
Sun Changshang, who had lived long and seen much, remarked. Perhaps Li Shimon and his kind were true dragon emperors, harnessing the power of their nation's deities to drive the imperial edict's might. But Insho is a human emperor, and his great Shang stands entirely opposed to the gods. Unable to draw upon divine aid, its power is comparatively weaker, yet it encompasses the entire spectrum of humanity. Holy crap! That's insanely powerful. Then how was the Shang dynasty overthrown back then? Lǐ Nézhā exclaimed. Yáng Fān pondered for a moment before explaining. Such imperial decrees inherently carry significant limitations. Typically, only subjects who worship their own emperor can be controlled by them.
Rebels naturally won't obey your commands, rendering the decree useless.
When King Wu of Zhou overthrew King Zhou, he had the full backing of the gods, yes, including your past incarnation, Nézhā.
It was only natural that Insho couldn't prevail.
As for the Yellow clan's 9 lineages, aside from Yellow being a divine proxy, the rest were ordinary mortals without the strength to resist.
That's why they were executed so easily.
Had the Olympian gods intervened, Insho likely wouldn't have succeeded so effortlessly.
So there are such limitations. Still pretty damn impressive though. Damn it!
If I were emperor, a single word from me could kill my own father,
Lǐ Nézhā declared. Ahem. It wouldn't be that extreme.
Yáng Fān chuckled bitterly.
Haven't you reconciled with your parents yet? Didn't things get better before?
Put. Lǐ Nézhā dropped the subject.
Director, this Insho is terrifyingly powerful. Looks like we can finally rest easy, Benborba exclaimed excitedly. Right now, the people of our Great Xia, especially many young women, are going crazy over Insho.
Many have already decided this battle is ours to win.
Not necessarily.
Yáng Fān countered. You must understand that this boss, the Heavenly Khan of the Eternal Flame Empire, holds a historical stature and power that is in no way inferior to Insho's, perhaps even surpassing it.
Yáng Fān's expression grew grave.
Insho didn't display the human emperor's edict, which is one thing.
But that sacred imperial decree, something only a sovereign ruler can wield, doesn't that mean the heavenly prodigy Khan possesses one too? And he's also blessed by the immortal deity Changxing Tian. This battle is perilous indeed. On the battlefield of national destiny.
Insho's open execution of Yellow regardless of the reason left Sasaki Kojiro, who moments before had been preaching unity and brotherhood, feeling his face burn with embarrassment. Now self-proclaimed leader of the National Fortune contestants, Sasaki Kojiro led his group to encircle Insho, Sudaji, and Master Fahai. The remaining 2 contestants from Shila Kingdom seethed with rage, divine power surging within them as they prepared to charge forward and avenge Yellow. I said it before, whoever turns on each other will face our united attack. Sasaki Kojiro gave a cold snort and slowly drew his sword. Behind him, the divine projection of Susanoo manifested.
With the Eternal Flame Empire's forces at our gates, we must unite to resist the enemy.
Yet now, a contestant from Great Xia disregards the greater good, endangering all our safety and tearing apart our unity.
What should we do with such a person? Kill. 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 Rise up and attack him. Let us all strike him down.
Numerous National Fortune contestants simultaneously unleashed the divine power of their inner avatars. In an instant, Insho, Sudaji, and Master Fahai found themselves trapped in a desperate situation, surrounded on all sides. Damn it all to hell! Master Fahai roared in fury. Though he disliked Insho, he stepped forward nonetheless. It's Yellow who seduced a virtuous woman, a married woman. It's him who started this infighting and destroyed our unity. You bunch of beasts. Do you think our great Xia is easy to bully? Come on then. If you want to fight, this monk will gladly oblige. Chapter 79, A True Man Knows What Not to Do and What Must Be Done. Insho shot a piercing glance at Master Fahai, his expression tinged with surprise. Truth be told, his relationship with Master Fahai had never been particularly warm. Yet here he was, stepping forward to speak on his behalf at this very moment. Though Insho himself didn't really need this kind of help, Master Fahai's willingness to stand up for him was somewhat touching. His gaze swept coldly over all the National Fortune contestants present, radiating an air of supreme confidence and utter disdain for all before him. Slowly, he drew the immortal slaying blade from its sheath. Holy! 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 What the hell? Is he seriously going to just start fighting? No way, are these Daxia contestants this fierce? Are they planning to take on 600 opponents with just 3? With over 200 nations on Blue Star, each sending 3 contestants, that meant over 600 National Fortune participants. Everyone was a prodigy, empowered by divine forces beyond mortal limits. No way, these Daxia contestants are way too cocky. I don't think it's arrogance, it's stupidity. That Insho has been scared out of his wits. Who told him to disregard everyone's unity and openly kill someone? Now look at him, he's become the target of everyone's anger, attacked by the masses. What on earth is he going to do? No one believed Insho, Fahai, and Daji could possibly defeat over 600 National Fortune competitors. Since the National Fortune Battlefield was established, such a lopsided disparity in combat strength had never been seen. Even during the previous National Fortune War, when Lǐ Nézhā was controlled by the Buddha of Boundless Heaven and wielded the supreme artifact, the world-destroying Black Lotus, nearly annihilating the entire Lion Camel Ridge microcosm, he faced only about 100 contestants and the demons of Lion Camel Ridge. This Insho was nowhere near as powerful as the Buddha of Limitless Heaven. After all, the Buddha of Limitless Heaven is a genuine supreme deity, backed by a supreme artifact. Ha 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 ha. See? Great Xia is finished this time. In an instant, countless souls who had longed for the Great Xia's downfall once again perked up. Sigh. Honestly, I think Sasaki Kojiro and his crew were in the wrong. Insho was just fiercely protecting his wife, he didn't do anything wrong. Damn it all. What can you do? It's just their bad luck. At the very moment when all the National Fortune contestants needed to unite against a common enemy, he suddenly killed someone. It was like he was going against everyone. He became a prime example. Yeah, all the other National Fortune contestants want Insho's life as the cornerstone of their alliance. They're using it to declare that no one can kill each other anymore. One person targeting another is bullying, but when everyone targets one person, it becomes justice. Now, led by Sasaki Kojiro, over 600 National Fortune contestants stand firmly on the side of absolute justice. Bull! What kind of justice is that? My Insho Appa was just fighting for the woman he loves. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? Is standing up for the one you love against the whole world really a crime? Come to think of it, this Fa High monk is pretty loyal. This has nothing to do with him. If it were me, I'd have run long ago. Why do I suddenly feel like the Great Xia contestants have some real backbone? At that moment, all the National Fortune contestants gathered together. Every single livestream across the entire Blue Star, every nation's broadcast, was showing the same live feed. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought? Great Xia's campaign ends in defeat before victory. Hope the Great Xia National Fortune players remember this lesson. Keep your tails tucked between your legs and lay low from now on. If they keep showing off like this and antagonizing everyone, they'll eventually face national extinction. But speaking of which, anyone interested in immigrating to the United States? It only costs 8 million now. Once your nation falls, it'll be too late. Across the entire Blue Star, nearly everyone, billions of people were watching this impending, earth-shattering battle unfold. All marveled at Insho's courage and Master Fahai's righteousness, while lamenting the impending defeat of the Great Xia team. They can't win. Absolutely no chance. Alas! Even the Great Xia citizens themselves, gazing at the overwhelming sea of over 600 National Fortune contestants closing in from all directions and the divine projections erupting behind them, felt a profound sense of despair. Director! What do you think? Can Insho pull this off? Inside the National Fortune Bureau, Zhang Sheng puffed out his cheeks and glared, his face filled with worry. Yáng Fān's face twisted into a bitter smile. I don't think so either. Insho has talent, but he's not that powerful. Still, I support his actions, Yáng Fān declared. Oh? Why? He's not alone now, he bears the fate of the Great Xia Empire on his shoulders. Such recklessness is utterly irrational. It is indeed irrational. Yáng Fān's expression suddenly turned solemn. But A true man knows what not to do and what must be done. The battlefield of national destiny. For anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions toward his beloved concubine, Sudaji, Insho had only one response. That was, kill. These national destiny contestants before him, since they were so unreasonable, trying to oppress him with the so-called justice of the majority, their bull sense of the greater good and moral superiority, well, they were dreaming. Insho had never cared about others' opinions. Your Majesty. Sudaji also looked at Insho with a deeply troubled expression. Within the national destiny battlefield, one cannot unleash combat powers surpassing that of the gods. Therefore, even she, Insho's closest confidant, did not believe he could defeat everyone. Yet she was willing to fight alongside Insho once more. Even if it meant dying in the end, it would be a life well lived. My beloved. Insho clasped Sudaji's hand tightly, his gaze resolute. You, the chosen one of Great Xia's destiny, won't escape today even if you grew wings. Sasaki Kojiro roared. Everyone, attack together. Kill. Behind him, the projection of Susanoo towering over 100 meters swung his great sword down with crushing force toward Insho. Kill. The remaining two contestants from the Sela Kingdom unleashed their divine power, charging toward Insho and his two companions. Behind them, countless national fortune fighters followed. On this battlefield where victory was visible to the naked eye, everyone fought with unparalleled valor. Insho closed his eyes, summoning the power of the human emperor within him. Master Fahai gritted his teeth, ready to charge in and fight to the death. Under the gaze of all, an epic battle was about to commence. Some citizens of the Great Xia Empire had even closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to this battle they knew would end in defeat. Boom! Yet, just as all the contestants of the national fortune were itching to fight and prepare for a bloody slaughter. Screech! Suddenly, a piercing cry like an eagle soaring through the sky echoed across the heavens. A violent tremor erupted from the distance. On the distant horizon, a cavalryman, armed to the teeth, suddenly materialized and charged toward them. Then came the second, the third, the 100th, the 1000th. As far as the eye could see, countless cavalry surged forward in a mighty tide, seemingly intent on crushing everything in their path. A massive banner bore a blazing flame. It's the Eternal Flame. The cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire is charging. In an instant, the two nations locked in tense confrontation were both startled into action. Chapter 80, The Strategist, Master Fahai. Damn it! It's the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry. Damn it, why now of all times? Sasaki Kojiro's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. He glared furiously at Insho, Sudaji, and Master Fahai across from him. He had been poised to seize the opportunity and eliminate all three of them, avenging Sakura Nation's previous defeat. No! If we strike now, we won't achieve a swift victory. Even if we manage to eliminate these three Great Xia contestants, we'll be surrounded by the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry. We'll all die. The Eternal Flame Empire was simply too terrifying. Its reputation across the entire Blue Star was formidable. After all, the title Scourge of God wasn't something just anyone could claim. Fear of the vast, advancing Eternal Flame cavalry spread through the hearts of most of the national fortune contestants. These are no ordinary cavalry. I can sense surging divine power fluctuations emanating from them. Each ordinary cavalryman is likely equivalent to a divine proxy. While individually weaker than us, their sheer numbers outweigh us. And these are merely the rank and file. There might be even more formidable officers and generals among them. What should we do? Staying here risks being surrounded. Sasaki Kojiro now bore the air of a leader guiding the fate of nations. Hearing the others seemed utterly disinclined to fight, he felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Yet even in his fury, he had no solution. Move! We'll retreat to Danube City first and rendezvous with the garrison there. Gritting his teeth, Sasaki Kojiro finally issued the order. Leading all the national fortune contestants, he abandoned the fight and retreated toward the nearby city-state of Danube. As for you three, we no longer consider you allies. Stay here and fend for yourselves. He turned his mocking gaze toward Insho, Sudaji, and Master Fahai. Though I cannot kill you three with my own hands, don't even think about entering Danube City with me. Stay here and wait for death. With that, he turned his attention away from the scene, leading all the national fortune contestants in a frantic, breakneck dash toward the Danube city-state. Hey! Insho, what should we do? Find somewhere to hide? Master Fahai gazed at the vast, endless army of eternal flames stretching into the distance, a sense of dread settling in his heart. We're outnumbered and can't enter Danube City with the other national fortune contestants. But this wasteland has plenty of wild forests. Let's hide in one, establish ourselves as lords of the mountain, and then look for chances to pull off a couple heists. Wouldn't that be splendid? That monk Lu Zhishan did just that back in the day. This humble monk has long admired him. Conventional methods no longer apply to the Great Xia Nation's team. Yet Master Fahai, well read in the classics, especially the four great classical novels, Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, quickly devised an alternative viable strategy. We're caught between the Eternal Flame Empire and the city of Danube. We'll ambush the stronger, aid the weaker, and maintain a balance. Just like the Sun Wu faction during the Three Kingdoms period. As the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry legion closed in, threatening to encircle the trio, Master Fahai urgently urged them onward. Ha! This monk looks like a burly brute, all muscle and no brain, yet he's surprisingly sharp. Truly, one shouldn't judge by appearances. Seeing his bulging muscles and massive frame, I assumed he was some berserker warrior. Now it seems he's actually the most level-headed and intelligent among our great Xia contestants. Exactly. Well, what can you do? Though Jiangdong is known for its boldness, this approach of maintaining balance is actually a viable strategy. At the very least, it avoids direct confrontation. While it may not yield the greatest gains, it ensures steady progress. Who knew this Master Fahai was a strategic mastermind? Damn, I hope he wasn't reciting military manuals in that temple. The fact that the Great Xia team was isolated by all other National Fortune players had already put immense pressure on the Great Xia populace. But after hearing Fahai's analysis, it seemed the situation wasn't quite as dire as it appeared. Worst case? We'll just head into the mountains and become bandits. With a strategic mastermind like Master Fahai on our side, I believe even if we don't win first place this round, we should at least navigate it smoothly. Countless Daxia citizens suddenly felt a glimmer of reassurance. Yet, after waiting anxiously for so long, many noticed Insho and Sudaji remained stubbornly immobile. As the Eternal Flame Empire's forces closed in relentlessly, they showed no sign of retreating. Damn it! The Eternal Flame Empire's forces are about to storm us. If we're going into the wilderness, we need to get moving now. What the hell are they standing there for? What the hell is Insho waiting for? He's such a fool. Why aren't they running yet? Master Fahai grew impatient beside them. Hey! Insho, Sudaji, what the hell is wrong with you two? I didn't say anything earlier, but now it's a matter of life and death, an absolute emergency. How can you not even think about escaping? What the hell are you waiting for? You're such a bloody fool. Master, if you're afraid, you may flee on your own. I have my own plans. Insho, who now held some respect for Master Fahai, spoke up. Ha! What arrangements? Master Fahai froze, then roared angrily. Just waiting to be surrounded and captured by the Eternal Empire's army? Stop spouting nonsense. Even the Buddha can't save you now. Hurry up and flee into the wilderness with this monk. Master Fahai kept pleading. Alas, it was all in vain. Insho had never listened to advice since ancient times. Had he done so, his great Shang dynasty would never have fallen. Master Fahai's lengthy pleas proved utterly futile. But he wouldn't abandon his comrades to flee alone. Finally, gritting his teeth, he stayed with Insho and Daji until the very end. The cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire closed in from all sides, surrounding them completely. I'm such a ing saint, aren't I? I've brought death upon us all. Master Fahai roared in fury. He strained every muscle, his divine power surging violently through his body. Enough, enough. Things have come to this. This monk will simply play for keeps with you all. Director, this monk has done all he could. Alas, this refuses to heed sound counsel. Truly, I am powerless. But I face no shame before you, Director, nor before the Bureau of National Fortune, nor before the Great Xia. Today I shall sacrifice myself for my country. Before I die, I will slay as many enemies as possible, earning one more point of reward for the Great Xia. Master Fahai stripped off his robes, revealing a body of bulging muscles and the imposing dragon crossing tattoo, the mark of a man fierce enough to capture tigers on mountain peaks and dragons in the depths of the sea. His voice swelled with fervor as he surveyed the surrounding cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire, his expression solemn and tragic. Who would have thought that this humble monk would die before achieving glory for Great Xia, defeated before victory is won? Master Fahai lamented inwardly. Yet just as he prepared to charge forward in a desperate final stand, a massive hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. The grip was incredibly strong, pinning Master Fahai down so powerfully that he couldn't move for a moment. Ha! Insho! What are you doing? Master Fahai looked up in alarm at Insho beside him. It was Insho who had restrained him just now, preventing him from charging forward in a fit of rage. Hold your horses. We don't know yet whether the newcomer is friend or foe. Insho said calmly. Then, he strode toward the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry across the way. As he walked, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, suffocating everyone nearby. Amidst the opposing Eternal Flame Empire cavalry, a path suddenly parted. A fully-on general, whose weapons and armor were clearly superior to those of the surrounding cavalry, emerged slowly, a cloak draped over his back. His presence was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Insho's human emperor-level aura, revealing a clear disparity in cultivation realm. Insho stood there, his presence alone suffocating all around him. His gaze fixed on the opposing general. I wish to see your heavenly Khan. Chapter 81, Eternal Flame Empire, one of their own? What the hell? This Insho really wants to die? Not only did he not run, he actually wants to see the heavenly Khan? Damn it! That's the ultimate final boss of this war for national destiny. How dare he? Damn it! I'm speechless. Besides, just because he says he wants to meet him, will all those Eternal Flame Empire generals and soldiers just obediently let him go? Is he that big of a shot? Does he have that much clout? He's so full of himself. Just as expected, you great Xia people love to show off. You could have run earlier, but now you're completely surrounded. Forget running, it'll be hard enough to keep your body intact. Ha 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 ha. See this? This is the national fortune champion your great Xia chose. I have no idea what's going on in his head. Soon, the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry will trample them flat, crush them to dust, and bring threefold punishment upon your great Xia. But take note, this is merely the beginning. For your great Xia likely possesses no stronger divine reincarnators. Therefore, the fall of great Xia is inevitable. Those who wish to survive should emigrate now. It's only 10 million credits. Once In Shou and his two companions perish, the price will skyrocket. Even with money, you might not secure an emigration spot. Within the battlefield of national fortune. Danube City-State. Sasaki Kojiro and several hundred other national fortune contestants had already joined forces with the city's garrison troops. Standing atop the city walls, they gazed down at In Shou and his two companions, completely surrounded, and couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. In Shou truly is formidable. He lives up to his reputation as a notorious tyrant and incompetent ruler. The Shang dynasty fell under his reign, and now the Great Xia shall meet its end at his hands. He is indeed the foremost villain of the Great Xia. Wherever the Eternal Flame Empire passes, civilizations are destroyed and races annihilated. Thankfully, we have you, the Fate contestants from another world. We hope you will join us, the defenders of Danube City, in resisting this formidable foe. The ruler of the Danube City-State was an old man, half his body already in the grave. He now clasped Sasaki Kojiro's hand, his expression earnest. No problem, Lord Mayor. Sasaki Kojiro, representing the national fortune contestants, shook hands warmly with the Lord of Danube. At that moment, it seemed everyone acknowledged him as the leader of the contestants. Ah, there are 3 more contestants below the walls. Are they also your allies? Why not bring them into the city too? One more person means one more chance at survival. The Danube ruler looked toward the 3 contestants below the walls, In Shou and the others. No, they're not our allies. They're nothing but a bunch of rotten apples. Bringing them in would spoil our whole pot of porridge. Sasaki Kojiro retorted. I see. That's truly unfortunate. The Lord of Danube sighed, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. The Eternal Flame Empire's forces will launch their assault shortly. Prepare yourselves, we must hold the city. Gazing at the dark mass of Eternal Empire cavalry below the walls, the defenders of Danube City along with all the participants in the National Fortune Tournament felt the pressure mounting. The most terrifying part is that this is merely the vanguard. The main force of Khan Tianjiao's army is likely still behind them. This battle is truly terrifying. Whether it was the Danube City garrison or the National Destiny contestants, all wore solemn expressions, anxiously awaiting their impending fate. Ha! What's going on? Suddenly, someone called out in confusion. Look! Why are those Eternal Flame Empire cavalrymen retreating? What's happening? They're not attacking the city anymore? And look at In Shou, those 3 contestants from Great Xia weren't killed after all. Holy crap, the Eternal Empire's general actually gave each of them a horse to ride away? Are they being taken prisoner? National Fortune live stream. Countless citizens from all nations stared in shock at the giant screen, eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. What the hell? What's going on? Did the Eternal Empire's army really just listen to In Shou and decide to take them to see the Heavenly Khan? No way. What gives them the right? What did In Shou do? What did he say? Just like that, the Eternal Flame Empire's general is taking him away? No. He didn't say a word, didn't do a thing. I saw it clearly, I didn't even blink. After In Shou requested to see the Heavenly Khan, he and that Eternal Flame Empire general just stared at each other. Out of nowhere, that general ordered the troops to withdraw. Then, with deep respect, he let out 3 horses, one each for In Shou, Sudaji, and Master Fahai? What on earth happened? Could In Shou really wield such immense influence? Could a mere nod of his head make an entire army obey? The crowd was utterly perplexed. And why would In Shou even bother meeting the Khan of the Sky Pride in the first place? Still, I feel In Shou is quite reliable. Though he's overly mysterious and often acts in baffling ways, it seems he succeeds at whatever he sets his mind to. In Shou Appa? He's just too handsome, too charming, too mysterious, you know. People from all nations watched in awe as In Shou rode a majestic steed, his lovely wife Daji by his side, leading the entire army. The soldiers of the Eternal Flame Empire showed him utmost reverence. Even the great general marching ahead seemed more like a guide leading the way. TSK, TSK, TSK. What the hell is going on here? In Shou, what did you do? What did you whisper to that general? How did we suddenly become their honored guests? Aren't we supposed to be enemies? Master Fahai asked in confusion. Who said we're enemies with the Eternal Flame Empire? In Shou gave a wicked grin. Oh? What do you mean?
Isn't the Eternal Flame Empire the antagonist in this National Fortune battlefield? Isn't the Heavenly Pride Khan the ultimate final boss? Aren't we National Fortune contestants here to take them down? Master Fahai was thoroughly confused. These are the rules of the National Fortune War.
The National Fortune Gatekeeper seeks to control everyone, both the National Fortune contestants and the Eternal Flame Empire, forcing us to slaughter each other for mere rewards.
Insho snorted coldly.
The Eternal Flame Empire itself was once part of Great Xia.
Their Heavenly Khan is also a descendant of Great Xia. The divine realm behind them, the Eternal Heaven, later merged into the pantheon of Great Xia, vanishing alongside the extinction of Great Xia's deities.
Ultimately, the Eternal Flame Empire is clearly more aligned with us, the Great Xia. They are our own people.
As for those National Fortune contestants? They're pure outsiders. Can't you tell friend from foe? Is that so?
Master Fahai froze instantly, his eyes wide with astonishment. This perspective had never occurred to him. The theme of the National Destiny battlefield itself draws from the myths and legends of various pantheons. Previously, everyone treated the characters within as NPCs regardless of whether they originated from our own mythology. They were all categorized as enemies.
That's a rather peculiar way of looking at it.
Master Fahai rubbed his bald head, as if discovering a whole new world.
So, does this mean we're joining the Eternal Flame Empire's forces? Chapter 82, King Meets King. Insho shot Master Fahai a glance. Of course not. How could I possibly serve under another? And the Heavenly Khan would never relinquish his throne to me. We can only form an alliance. One side joining the other is out of the question. What nonsense is this? Amitabha Buddha. Master Fahai wore an expression of utter disbelief.
There are only 3 of us, while the Eternal Flame Empire is an entire great empire.
With this, do we even deserve to form an alliance with them? Insho did not respond to Master Fahai, instead driving his horse forward on his own.
As for Sudaji, she adopted the demeanor of a dutiful wife, following her husband's lead, obediently trailing half a body length behind Insho, staying close at his side.
That adulterous pair.
Master Fahai understood nothing of love or romance, yet he felt an intense discomfort welling up inside him. After roughly an hour's journey, the group finally arrived at a military camp stretching as far as the eye could see. The camp was enormous, vast beyond measure, sprawling endlessly. Row upon row of the distinctive sticky-haired tents unique to the Eternal Flame Empire stood densely packed, so thick they could trigger a case of trypophobia in anyone looking.
Good heavens!
So those cavalrymen we encountered earlier were merely a fraction of the Eternal Flame Empire's forces.
This is the main base.
Master Fahai stood outside the tents, his jaw dropping as he stared dumbfounded at the immense military compound.
Holy! Damn it! This is the Eternal Flame Empire's main base? Goddamn, this is terrifying. How many men are there? 300,000? 500,000? This is practically a small city. Could it be 1 million? Does the Eternal Empire really have that many cavalry? Impossible. Impossible. On the live stream screen.
Just like Master Fahai, nearly everyone, citizens from different nations, was utterly stunned by the sight of this massive military camp that resembled a city.
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
Each of those cavalrymen back there was like a weakened version of a divine proxy, while those generals were no weaker than divine proxies, perhaps even stronger. Heaven knows how many powerful warriors and soldiers are hidden within this colossal military camp. This battle for national destiny is an impossible mission. Even if we had 10 times our current 600 contestants, we couldn't possibly resist such a terrifying army.
Everyone was overcome with despair. Could it be the gatekeeper of National Fortune never intended for the contestants to succeed in this battle? Did they plan for everyone to die together? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inside the National Fortune Bureau, Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, Ben Borba, Babor Ben, and others were equally perplexed. Director, this is simply too overwhelming.
How could a mere city like Danube, along with a few hundred National Fortune contestants, possibly withstand an army of this scale?
The others asked.
Yáng Fān wore a bitter smile. He had been astonished at first,
but he quickly came to terms with it.
Historically, the Eternal Flame Empire waged wars everywhere, stretching their front lines too thin. They were essentially nomads who brought their families alone.
So the reality wasn't as terrifying as you might imagine. Yáng Fān explained.
For every soldier, 3 people were needed for logistical support.
Fully armed cavalry required even more support personnel, not to mention the elderly, children, and various production assistants.
So this military encampment before us, which resembles a city, it truly is a city, a mobile city. Of all the troops inside, perhaps only 1/5, or even less, are actually combat ready.
So that's how it is. That really scared me to death. The crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
But even so, the Heavenly Prince Khan commands at least 100,000 cavalry.
With such a massive force, why would Insho think he'd be willing to ally with him? Exactly.
Insho may be a human emperor, but he only has 3 people on his side.
I don't know about that.
You'll have to ask Yin Shou yourself.
Yáng Fān replied.
Everyone turned their attention back to the livestream. At that moment, Yin Shou, Sudaji, and Master Fahai, guided by attendants, had entered the Eternal Flame Empire's military camp. The disciplined ranks and military might within were finally revealed before everyone's eyes.
It's true. There are many residential areas within the barracks, mostly occupied by ordinary citizens.
I was just saying, if they really had an army of such numbers, this war would be impossible to fight.
Damn it, these lunatics.
They literally bring their entire families to war. The whole nation has become a war machine, with every single person serving the cause of war.
You're telling me.
They nearly conquered the world, after all. Seeing the conditions within the Eternal Flame Empire's barracks, the nearly 10 billion people of Blue Star who had been on the brink of despair finally breathed a sigh of relief. But that relief was fleeting. For though the Eternal Flame Empire lacked armies numbering in the tens or hundreds of millions, the sheer concentration of power displayed within its barracks, the martial arts, wrestling, military bearing, and everything else was utterly terrifying.
The number of divine proxy-level powerhouses here likely exceeds 3 digits. Some of them possess strength far surpassing that of ordinary divine proxies. I wonder what kind of legendary figure commands such a formidable army and so many prodigious cons. The battlefield of national destiny. Eternal Flame Empire headquarters.
The general escorting Yin Shou and his companions led them all the way to the outer perimeter of the grand tent at the very center of the military camp.
This is the royal tent. Our great Han is inside. He has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time.
The escorting general looked at Yin Shou with utmost respect, his every gesture and word perfectly measured.
Please. He bowed to Yin Shou. Well, we really are honored guests.
Master Fahai shrugged, glancing at the general.
Honestly, you needn't be so formal.
We don't have all these rules over here. Yet Yin Shou was accustomed to others showing him respect. He merely nodded to the general without a word and walked toward the inner chambers of the royal tent.
Master Fahai's confusion deepened.
What on earth gives Yin Shou the standing that even the heavenly Khan himself has been waiting here for him for so long? These generals of the Eternal Flame Empire must have committed countless atrocities, massacres, arson, the annihilation of entire nations.
They're all fearless men. Why are they so docile around Yin Shou? Like sheep. Burdened with countless questions, Master Fahai followed Yin Shou into the Khan's royal tent.
He too wished to witness the legendary presence of the Scourge of God, the Heavenly Pride Khan.
Chapter 83, Clash of Royal Auras. Holy crap.
Never imagined I'd get to glimpse the Khan of Heaven's glory so soon. I've longed to see this Scourge of God myself. This is the man who conquered half of Blue Star back in the day. If only maritime technology had been more advanced then, he could have unified the entire world long ago.
How could he have suffered defeat in Sakura Nation due to a storm at sea? Truly a disgrace. It wasn't a defeat by the land of cherry blossoms. It was that society wasn't developed enough back then to support naval warfare. Just look at how terrified the nations bordering our great Xia Empire are of the Heavenly Khan and the Eternal Flame Empire. Damn it!
On the Fate of Nations battlefield, I actually got to witness the Heavenly Khan, and not just any encounter, but a king-to-king clash between King Zhou of Shang and the Heavenly Khan himself. I've lived long enough to see everything. This Fate battlefield is indeed chaotic. Any bizarre event can unfold here.
What else might we witness in the future? Qin Shi Huang battling Lu Xiu? Li Shimin crossing paths with Lu Shan? Cao Cao meeting Pan Jinlian?
Holy! Who knows? In the Great Xia Empire, the Celestial Khan himself was revered as a god-like figure in the hearts of the masses. Yin Shou was also a renowned figure, whether infamous or notorious. Fame is still fame. The convergence of these two legendary figures across the river of history truly set hearts racing.
The battlefield of national destiny.
Within the royal tent of the Eternal Flame Empire's encampment,
torches blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire royal tent.
2 rows of soldiers stood fully armed, each clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp weapons. Several commanders sat cross-legged around a central bonfire, roasting cattle and sheep, devouring chunks of meat and gulping down wine. The moment Yin Shou entered, all eyes snapped toward him, Sudaji, and Master Fahai.
Yet Yin Shou paid them no heed whatsoever.
Though their presence was imposing, in Yin Shou's eyes, only the true king commanded his attention. His gaze turned cold as he scanned the circle around the fire, settling on a man who wore identical armor to the other soldiers yet appeared utterly unremarkable.
The mighty Khan, eating alongside his men, dressed just like them? Where is the distinction between high and low? What kind of order is this? Ahem, ahem.
Master Fahai froze in shock, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Yin Shou.
Holy, this Yin Shou, how dare he act so arrogant on someone else's turf? Doesn't he fear being beaten to death? It wasn't just Master Fahai.
Yin Shou's words instantly made countless Great Xia citizens watching the livestream feel a tightening in their hearts.
Whoa! Yin Shou sure doesn't hold back. They're not actually going to fight, are they? He's like a tiger entering a lion's den. Even if Yin Shou is that powerful, couldn't he keep a lower profile?
Seriously, what a jerk.
Now we can only hope His Majesty the Khan will show magnanimity and not stoop to Sho's level.
But honestly, this heavenly Khan actually sits with ordinary soldiers, wearing the same armor, eating the same grilled meat.
I thought he'd be so aloof.
If it weren't for Sho, I wouldn't even recognize which one is the heavenly prodigy Khan.
Wow, Sho actually spotted the heavenly Khan in that crowd? Is that what they call a king's intuition? Is this the heavenly Khan? He doesn't seem as imposing as I imagined.
The crowd stared curiously at the middle-aged man on the screen, dressed like an ordinary soldier.
For a moment, a slight disappointment lingered.
Yet the very next moment, every citizen watching the live broadcast regardless of nationality, every single person staring at the heavenly pride Khan felt fear take root in their hearts, burgeoning and erupting instantly.
Ah! What's happening?
My heart's racing so fast I can barely breathe.
What's wrong with me?
He's just on the screen. The heavenly Khan can't possibly come through the internet cable to kill me. Yet I feel this deep, primal fear, a terror rising from the core of my being.
Exactly.
This fear feels like it's been planted directly into my soul, forcing my spirit to submit to that figure.
Damn it!
If Khan Tianjia were in the real world right now, I'd probably end up kowtowing to him.
This isn't about servility.
It's something emanating from this Khan, something affecting me.
Damn it! What is this thing that can influence me even through the screen? It's the aura of a king. Zhengya Kingdom. The divine nation once destroyed by the heavenly prodigy Khan.
The leader of the assassination organization, the old man of the mountains, gazed upon that terrifying aura. Even he, a supreme god, revealed a trace of fear.
This is the aura of a mortal emperor, specifically, a naturally born emperor.
Only such a being has the chance to awaken this royal presence, possessing the power to command heroes and inspire fear and submission in all. The old man of the mountains had witnessed this aura before. He instantly recognized it, a power that could influence everyone without lifting a finger, even through a screen.
The aura of a king? Holy crap! There's actually such a thing? Terrifying. So now, with billions watching the National Fortune livestream across Blue Star, all eyes fixed on this heavenly Khan, doesn't that mean billions are being affected? And the weaker one is, the greater the impact. I reckon some weak-willed souls are already buckling, about to kneel before the heavenly prodigy Khan. Holy crap! How'd you know?
Lately, I've been practicing my ancestral craft a bit too much.
My mind and body are both worn out. I'm already on my knees right now. Wah, I'm such a loser. Ahem. It's fine.
After all, you're kneeling before the heavenly Khan.
For someone of his stature, it's not a bad deal.
Across nations, discerning individuals recognized this power and began spreading the word online. Instantly, a massive uproar erupted across the entire Blue Star. True, but we're just watching through screens. The impact isn't that great yet. Those facing the heavenly pride Khan directly are the most affected. I fear it won't be long before those 3 contestants from Great Xia can't resist kneeling before him.
Ha! That would be utterly humiliating. Didn't they come to form an alliance with the heavenly pride Khan? What kind of alliance is that? They'd be completely subjugated. National Fortune contestants being subjugated by the villainous bosses of the National Fortune Battlefield? Even if it's someone like the heavenly pride Khan, it's still utterly humiliating. Ahahaha.
In previous national destiny battles, contestants were soul-controlled by villainous bosses and turned into slaves. That contestant was considered slain, and their nation suffered punishment.
Is Great Xia about to repeat that fate? That kind of death would be both hilarious and utterly humiliating. Anyone interested in emigrating? The processing fee just jumped to 15 million.
Hurry up and book now, it'll go up again soon. Everyone stared at Sho, Master Fahai, and Sudaji with fear in their hearts. The people of Daxia were filled with deep anxiety. They feared that if they weren't careful, the 3 of them might collapse and kneel down.
At that moment, Master Fahai also felt the pressure mounting.
He stared fearfully at the Khan of heavenly pride across from him, gritting his teeth as he struggled to resist the fear and submission welling up inside him. Beside him, Sudaji's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her body trembling. It seemed her struggle was equally arduous. Facing the heavenly pride Khan directly, the terror of his royal aura was tenfold more terrifying than what the people outside could ever imagine.
Suddenly,
the king's aura surged violently from the heavenly pride Khan, solidifying into tangible form. Like a black tidal wave, it crashed down upon the 3 with even greater ferocity.
We're done for.
Master Fahai cried inwardly. Countless citizens of Great Xia watching the live broadcast also silently cried out in alarm.
I never imagined this royal aura could solidify into something tangible. It's terrifying.
Many could no longer hold back, kneeling before the screen before the heavenly pride Khan, their hearts filled with fear and submission. No one believed the 3 Great Xia contestants could withstand it. Yet, just as countless Great Xia citizens teetered on the brink of despair, Sho, who had remained unmoving at the center of the royal tent, suddenly let out a cold snort. Instantly, a terrifying royal aura erupted from his body, solidifying into tangible form, an aura no weaker than that of the heavenly pride Khan facing him. Right there in the center of the tent, it collided head-on with the heavenly pride Khan's aura.
Chapter 84. When emperors fight, their subjects suffer. Boom!
The two tangible auras of kingship collided head-on, causing the entire royal tent to reverberate with thunderous explosions. The terrifying aura was so intense that everyone nearby felt physical pain. This was no longer mere psychological fear or submission. Two men, two true kings, were now engaged in a tangible, brutal battle, a clash reserved for those born with the essence of kingship.
Damn it! Damn it all! 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 Damn it all!
Even the infamous tyrants, despots, and rulers who lost their kingdoms, they were still true sovereigns.
Back in the day, who didn't address me, King Zhou, as Your Majesty? The aura of a king.
Only a natural-born ruler can possess it.
It's not something those hereditary emperors can casually claim.
At the end of the day, Yin Shou himself is just that damn impressive.
Damn it!
He keeps pushing the limits of my expectations.
TSK TSK TSK, first the Imperial Edict, then the Immortal Slaying Blade, and now this aura of kingship. Yin Shou Appa. I think he's even more formidable than that heavenly Khan over there, Appa. After all, Yin Shou Appa's muscles look more well-defined. Plus, he fiercely protects his wife. Appa, I'm already on my knees, wah.
I'm not even from Great Xia, but I just can't help myself. Whether it's the heavenly Khan or King Zhou Yin Shou, they're both just too charismatic. In a country like Hanming, where looks and plastic surgery are prioritized, the populace tends to be quite effeminate, rarely producing truly dominant appas.
Thus, at this moment, most citizens of Hanming Kingdom, regardless of gender, were utterly captivated by Yin Shou.
His fame has even spread abroad.
Sakura Nation. Emperor Chrysanthemum narrowed his eyes, watching the clash of imperial auras between Yin Shou and the heavenly Pride Khan. He remained silent for a long while. Your Majesty, do you possess this aura of kingship?
A minister suddenly asked with curiosity. As subjects of the Chrysanthemum Emperor, discovering that their own ruler was a natural-born sovereign possessing this overwhelmingly domineering royal aura would be a source of immense pride. Yet the Chrysanthemum Emperor remained silent for a long while.
That's a good question. Don't ask it again in your next life. Minister, huh?
At that moment, the Great Xia Empire erupted in uproar.
The entire Blue Star was abuzz with wild speculation. How could Yin Shou, who was so formidable, have lost back then? Damn it! Unbelievable! Could GFA also be a born ruler? Between Yin Shou and the heavenly Khan, who is truly the greater strategist? I still think Khan Tianjiu is stronger.
After all, Yin Shou's achievements back then and the territories he conquered pale in comparison to Khan Tianjiu's.
Bull! Forget it, it's clearly our Yin Shou Appa who's the strongest. I agree, Yin Shou is stronger. The director always surprises us.
This time, the national fortune player he brought is just as awesome as ever.
Cough cough. You Great Xia people shouldn't get too cocky.
Right now, Yin Shou merely possesses the aura of a king.
Setting aside whether he can defeat the heavenly Pride Khan in a clash of royal auras, even if he wins, so what? Khan's elite army surrounds them, there's no way they can escape. Anyone interested in emigrating?
It's only 10 million now.
Don't let this fleeting display of power blind you. Once your 3 contestants are dead, regret won't help you. The clash of royal auras between Yin Shou and the heavenly Pride Khan was utterly explosive.
Moreover, this was the first time since the opening of the National Fortune Battlefield that its effects had reached billions of people on Blue Star through screens. Those with insufficient mental fortitude suffered dual wounds, both psychological and physical. Even within divine realms like Assassin, once shattered by the heavenly prodigy Khan yet not utterly destroyed, still existing today, the gods themselves felt a primal dread under the awe-inspiring pressure of this royal aura. This terrifying influence persisted for several minutes. Finally, Khan Tianjiu and Yin Shou let out a cold laugh simultaneously, and the aura of kingship surrounding both of them dissipated at the same moment.
Whoosh!
Beside them, the struggling Zen Master Fahai, along with Su Daji and countless soldiers of the Eternal Flame Empire from all directions, finally breathed a sigh of relief.
When the emperor wages war, his subjects suffer.
They had been on the verge of collapse.
Fortunately, both sovereigns had used their royal auras to absorb some of the damage for them.
Even so, Master Fahai and the others felt dizzy and disoriented, as if they'd endured a grueling journey home for the Spring Festival, sitting for over 10 hours on a hard sea train, only to have it reverse course and traverse mountain roads midway.
Each of them looked utterly exhausted. Holy crap! It's finally over. Blue Star. Countless viewers watching the livestream instantly breathed a collective sigh of relief.
Though separated by screens, no one could share their burden.
The royal aura emanating from both Yin Shou and the heavenly Khan weighed heavily upon them all. Fear doubled, and the urge to submit doubled as well. It even left them momentarily unsure who should they kneel before? Whom should they submit to? Finally over, damn it.
Hope we never run into such a powerhouse again.
Getting hurt through the screen without lifting a finger, what a pain in the ass. National Fortune Bureau. Director, Yin Shou's demonstrated power has far exceeded everyone's expectations.
Major forums across Great Xia are praising your methods resurrecting the dead and bringing them onto the National Fortune Battlefield. Zhang Sheng scrolled through his phone, a broad smile on his face. Compared to other places, the National Fortune Bureau was teeming with experts. Those with innate rebellious spirits like Lǐ Nézhā and Yang Jin were inherently immune to others' royal aura. Except for Sun Chongsheng. Yet, in his heart, another kind of sorrow stirred. Ah, such a figure in 100 years, he'll be nothing but a handful of dust. Truly pitiful and lamentable. No, this old sun must find a way to achieve immortality quickly. However, while none were swayed by Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khan's imperial aura, precisely because they surpassed ordinary men in power, they felt Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khans might all the more keenly. Such exceptional talents, their strength is in no way inferior to that of the divine reincarnators. If given the chance to revive, they could indeed fight for the fortune of our great Xia Empire. Yáng Fān held considerable respect for Yin Shou's prowess. He was resurrected by the divine-level Sudaji, who expended 8/9 of her power and paid the price of falling from the divine realm. To resurrect a human using a divine body, that's truly extravagant for any other nation. But since our great Xia lacks gods, we could establish a department dedicated to hunting them down. We could use their power to resurrect our nation's legendary heroes. Yáng Fān narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Damn it! Yin Shou's follower count is almost higher than mine? This is infuriating. These female fans are way too crazy. Not far away, Lǐ Nézhā clutched his tablet, cursing under his breath as he glanced at Yáng Fān. Hey, Chief, do you know why Yin Shou would suddenly want to meet Khan Tianjiao? Watch the live stream. You'll find out soon enough. Yáng Fān didn't answer, instead guiding everyone's attention back to the live stream screen. Chapter 85, The Competition for True Sovereignty. Truly worthy of the title human emperor, a born ruler indeed. The celestial Khan rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Yin Shou as a faint smile touched his lips. Who would have thought that the mighty King Zhou, as a contestant representing his nation's destiny, would fight for the common people of Great Xia? This Khan had assumed you still regarded your people as nothing more than your own cattle and sheep that only livestock fight for their masters, never the other way around. The heavenly prodigy Khan possessed a rather imposing stature. Though not as visibly muscular as Yin Shou, he exuded the distinctive, rugged build characteristic of nomadic peoples. Having tested Yin Shou earlier, he now had his answer. With a wave of his hand, he commanded. Come now. Invite this ancient emperor to take his seat. Soon, several soldiers approached, carrying a seat for Yin Shou and respectfully inviting him to sit. The Khan of the Sky also took his place upon the Khan's throne, and the two emperors sat facing each other. The reason for your visit, Khan, is known to me. We all understand it well. Yin Shou slowly took his seat, with Su Daji attending behind him. Although Master Faihai did not wish to stand behind him lest it appear he was Yin Shou's subordinate, circumstances dictated otherwise. But necessity dictated otherwise. Within the Khan's royal tent, there seemed to be no other place reserved for him. With no alternative, Master Faihai stood behind Yin Shou with a look of disdain. I do not wage war for the sake of the people of Great Xia. Everything I do is for myself. Saving Great Xia is merely a side effect. Yin Shou fixed his gaze upon the Khan, his bearing perfectly measured. Even with their imperial auras subdued, the two rulers radiated overwhelming presence, overwhelming those around them. Let's be frank, Your Majesty. I'll get straight to the point. As you said, we all know the truth, Yin Shou declared. This world can only hold one true, born to rule sovereign, a genuine emperor. As the saying goes, kings do not meet. When two kings encounter each other, they must fight to the death, determining the stronger one who will devour the other's false fortune. After devouring the false king's destiny, the true king ascends further, truly inheriting the cosmic fortune and bearing the mandate of heaven. It can be said that the finest nourishment for a king is another king. Yin Shou and the heavenly pride Khan locked gazes, both corners of their mouths curling upwards simultaneously. The gaze they shared held not only the respect to another sovereign but also a palpable greed, like a hunter eyeing its prey. Yet their words sent a chill through the silent crowd. Sudaji, Master Faihai, and the Khan's countless soldiers all stiffened, their faces etched with profound dread. Shock was written across every face. Of course, they weren't the only ones. At that moment, the billions of people on Blue Star, upon comprehending the words of Yin Shou and the heavenly pride Khan, were also shaken to their core. Good heavens! How cruel is that? Kings cannot coexist. Only one true king can reign over this world. So Yin Shou and Khan Tianjiao, these two born rulers, only one can survive? The two kings must fight each other to the death? The victor becomes the true king, devouring the defeated false king to ascend further? Blimey, I feel like I've uncovered some cosmic secret. Holy. Wait a minute. I just remembered Yin Shou is currently inside Khan Tianjiao's camp, right? Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of Khan Tianjiao's troops. Then he's as good as dead, right? Exactly. If the two kings didn't share a deep-seated grudge, wait, they don't have one, but they do have irreconcilable conflicts. But then why didn't Yin Shou flee far away? Why didn't he hide deep in the wilderness to avoid being devoured by the heavenly prodigy Khan? He has no troops, no generals, just himself, alone, burdened by the liability of Sudaji.
Even with Master Fahai added to the mix, what difference would it make?
The three of them stand no chance against the Khan's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Forget hundreds of thousands, every man in that royal tent is a dragon among men, a formidable warrior. If it came to blows, they'd never escape.
The rivalry between these two kings was truly brutal. What terrified the people of Great Xia even more was this: given such brutal competition, and since Yin Shou was clearly no match for the Heavenly Pride Khan, the Great Shang should have fallen long ago. Yet he hadn't kept his distance from the Heavenly Pride Khan? He had even come to the enemy's camp of his own accord, confronting the Heavenly Prodigy Khan head-on? Is Yin Shou truly foolish, or just utterly arrogant? Ha 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 ha. Need we even ask? Of course he's both foolish and arrogant. If your Great Xia had any glimmer of hope for survival just moments ago, well, now you have absolutely none. Ha ha ha. Soon, the Heavenly Khan will devour Yin Shou to seize even greater control over the cosmic fortune. Then, it will all be over.
Great Xia, your earlier successes were indeed but a fleeting moment.
Ha ha ha. So, anyone interested in emigrating now? Processing fee, 20 million. Spots are limited, act fast. Ha ha ha.
A shadow instantly fell over the hearts of all Great Xia citizens. Foreign powers who had sought to ignore Great Xia leapt to their feet, reveling in delight.
Sigh, what on earth possessed this Heavenly Khan? Why didn't he just heed Zen Master Fahai's advice and lie low in the wilderness, waiting for an opportunity to strike?
He had to rush headlong into the hands of the Heavenly Pride Khan.
Isn't that a death sentence? I'm seriously pissed off. Everyone, don't panic. Yin Shou is the emperor of the Great Shang.
His strength and cunning are top tier.
At the very least, he's no fool. He knows full well the irreconcilable conflict between him and the Khan.
If he dares to meet the Khan, he must have something to rely on. He couldn't possibly be coming here just to die. At this moment, the Great Xia seemed plunged into a nationwide panic of utter despair. With external forces fanning the flames, panic spread like wildfire.
Fortunately, Yáng Fān had the National Fortune Bureau issue a timely statement. Thanks to the immense prestige accumulated by Yáng Fān, the National Fortune Bureau, and figures like Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng from their previous actions, they barely managed to stem the tide of despair and restore stability to the Great Xia. That's true. Yin Shou is the human emperor.
Even as a fallen ruler, he's 100 times smarter than all of us put together.
He couldn't possibly come here to throw his life away.
Well, logically speaking, he probably wouldn't come to his death.
But I'm still so worried. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps a reversal will occur soon. The battlefield of national destiny.
The imperial tent of the eternal empire. Apart from the celestial Khan and Yin Shou, who remained composed,
everyone else wore expressions of grave concern.
For they all knew that what followed might unleash a battle of unparalleled magnitude.
Very well.
Since you know all you need to know, I shall not keep you in suspense.
The struggle for the true king begins now. Yin Shou nodded.
This sovereign shares that very intention. The Heavenly Pride Khan suddenly let out a piercing howl to the heavens. A king is only truly delicious, yielding the greatest fortune when defeated and devoured head-on at the peak of his power. Therefore, I shall not force you.
Go forth. I grant you time.
In 10 days, bring your army to Danube City and slaughter to your heart's content.
The Khan's aura surged skyward, radiating unparalleled dominance, his face etched with absolute confidence. Not necessary.
Yin Shou suddenly snorted coldly.
This sovereign requires only 3 days.
3 days hence, at Danube City, I shall slaughter to my heart's content.
What did you say? 3 days?
Hearing this, the Heavenly Khan's expression finally shifted. He furrowed his brow slightly, looking startled as he turned to Yin Shou.
Chapter 86, The Eerie Ancient Battlefield.
It wasn't that situations capable of startling the Heavenly Pride Khan were unheard of, but they were indeed rare. After all, he had waged war across the land, conquering nations from the Great Xia to the O continent. Countless realms had fallen beneath his banner. Yet this time, Yin Shou had genuinely stunned him.
Well done.
Truly, you are the second natural-born ruler this Khan has ever witnessed under heaven.
Truly audacious. Then this Khan grants you 3 days.
A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's wheels. 3 days hence, regardless of the forces you muster, this Khan shall await you at the Danube city-state. With my mightiest army assembled, I shall meet you in open battle. He did not doubt Yin Shou was bluffing or lying. A natural-born king disdains such things.
Sure enough, Yin Shou nodded. It's settled. Good. It's settled. Bring wine to this Khan. The Heavenly Khan roared with hearty laughter.
Soon, a group of soldiers brought in several jars of strong liquor.
Come now, let us seal our pact with blood.
The Heavenly Khan and Yin Shou pricked their own hands, letting their blood stain the wine.
Then, both men drank directly from the jars, gulping down the liquor.
Simultaneously, they poured bowls for the surrounding soldiers, as well as for Su Daji and Master Fahai. My apologies, but this monk abstains from alcohol.
Amitabha. The Buddha forbids you, but the heaven of eternal life commands you.
Fear not, soon, this Khan shall dispatch troops to the White Elephant Kingdom, home of the Buddhist sacred mountain, and annihilate their nation outright.
Kan Tianjiao laughed, his face glowing with greed. If Shakyamuni could sit upon the Buddha's throne, why couldn't you? Master Fahai froze. Kan Tianjiao's method of urging him to drink was indeed a bit too hardcore. Fine. Drink. This is truly Buddha's damn blessing. Master Fahai lifted the bowl of wine and drained it in one gulp. How dare he? This Khan of the sky, Master Fahai, shows such audacity. He holds our sacred Mount Ling in utter contempt. White Elephant Kingdom, sacred mountain of Buddhism. Shakyamuni Buddha understood the Khan's words as a blasphemous insult, and his anger flared within him. Yet despite his fury, there was little he could do. Come to think of it, the descendants of the Heavenly Pride Khan did indeed conquer our White Elephant Kingdom back then. Later, the royal family of the White Elephant Kingdom all bore the bloodline of the Golden Clan. Amitba. Such extreme warmongers are truly the greatest enemies of our Buddhist faith. Fortunately, the Eternal Flame Empire has now perished. Their immortal deity merged into the Great Xia Pantheon and vanished along with the extinction of the gods. But given the Khan's overwhelming power, how could a mere In Sho possibly challenge him? Setting up this so-called True King contest is nothing short of suicide. Shakyamuni's compassionate gaze lowered, as if he already saw In Sho and his followers being crushed, slaughtered, and devoured by the heavenly prodigy Khan. This In Sho truly does not know his own strength. If he were to challenge the heavenly prodigy Khan in a one-on-one duel, there might be some hope. But to pit armies against each other? That's nothing short of suicide. Where on earth did he get an army? Sakura Nation. Emperor Chrysanthemum snorted coldly, his face brimming with disdain. Your Majesty speaks wisely. The ministers below the dais fawned in unison. Speaking of which, had your Majesty not been on the battlefield of national destiny at this very moment, you could have devoured the divine favor from In Sho and Kan Tianjiao, showing them who the true sovereign is. Exactly. Our emperor is the true sovereign. Emperor Chrysanthemum's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the minister's flattery. Enough. Cease this discussion at once. Whoever speaks of it again shall be beheaded. Emperor Chrysanthemum roared in fury. What utter nonsense. He didn't even possess the aura of a king, he wasn't a natural-born ruler at all. And here they were, still spouting nonsense about royal succession. What a load of crap. Well, at least In Sho of Great Xia is a natural-born ruler with the aura of a king. He was doomed to die this time anyway. Since having that royal aura isn't always a blessing. He got way too cocky. He didn't have to die. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? Did you hear that? Your In Sho will be executed by the Heavenly Khan in 3 days. Ha 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 ha. No matter what, he can never defeat the Heavenly Prodigy Khan. And with only 3 days left, where on earth is he going to find an army? Very well. Enjoy these final 3 days. Anyone interested in emigrating? Only 3 days left, the processing fee is 18 million. Sigh, I truly don't understand In Sho. Why would he challenge the Heavenly Pride Khan for the throne? The Heavenly Pride Khan has armies and generals, hundreds of thousands of troops, and unmatched personal prowess. In Sho has only 3 men. What does he have to rely on? Besides, behind Kan Tianjiao, there might even be the divine realm of Changxing Tian backing him. Changxing Tian, damn it, I don't even know what gods reside within that realm. There's practically no information left about it. It's a shame the eternal heaven vanished along with the great Xia deities after merging into their mythological system. Otherwise, with their backing, the Eternal Flame Empire might have unified the entire Blue Star back then. Everyone, don't panic. Since In Sho dared to declare he could recruit an army capable of opposing the Eternal Flame Empire's forces within 3 days, I believe an emperor of his stature wouldn't be bragging. He must have something substantial to back him up. More and more people began to harbor genuine doubts. The world's populace wasn't composed of fools. Rational minds began speculating, what could In Sho's true source of power be? Surely he can't possibly resurrect his Shang dynasty army from back in the day? That's just ridiculous. Even if In Sho possesses resurrection techniques, that alone is questionable. But his Shang dynasty army consisted of ordinary soldiers. How could they possibly be revived? It's utterly implausible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hey! In Sho, what method are you planning to use to muster an army large enough to confront the Eternal Flame Empire's forces? The battlefield of national destiny. Master Fahai's doubts were no less than those of the masses watching the livestream outside. He rubbed his shaved head, pondering for a long while before finally deciding to ask directly. He couldn't shake the feeling that within their 3-person National Fortune Squad, he was the isolated one, kept in the dark about everything. Sure enough, this time was no different. In Sho embraced Su Daji as they rode side by side on a single horse, traversing the vast wilderness road. They had now departed the Eternal Flame Empire's main encampment, heading toward an unknown destination. Master Fahai followed behind, utterly perplexed. They journeyed on, until they arrived at an ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield stretched endlessly before them, littered with mangled corpses, skeletal remains, and yellowed bronze artifacts.
It was impossible to discern which era the battlefield belonged to, but it was clear that the opposing forces included not only ordinary human soldiers but also numerous massive giants and terrifying beasts. Yin Shou gazed upon the endless expanse of remains, his mind suddenly illuminated. His face broke into an expression of immense satisfaction and deep nostalgia. This is the place. Chapter 87, Expedition to the North Sea is the target Asgard? Ha! Where is this? Master Fahai stared at the floor covered in bones, utterly astonished. He had only asked casually, never expecting Yin Shou and Su Daji, that adulterous pair, to actually answer him. After all, he felt like a superfluous shadow, silently observing Yin Shou and Su Daji's intimate moments. Yet this time, Yin Shou seemed in an unusually good mood and actually answered him. Back then, this sovereign's grand minister led the most elite, main force of the Great Shang army on a distant expedition to the North Sea. After 10 years of grueling battle, they barely managed to return. Yin Shou seemed to be reminiscing about past glory, his face radiating immense pride. The Northern Sea back then was actually a collective term, referring to all the territories north of the Great Shang court, stretching all the way to the ocean. Even I am uncertain of the final extent of our conquests. It is said our forces reached a place called Asgard, where Grand Marshal Wen gouged out one eye from their chieftain and implanted it upon his own forehead. The moment I entered this realm of national destiny, I sensed the presence of this ancient battlefield. This is precisely where Grand Marshal Wen of our Great Shang led his armies into battle against some unknown foe in ancient battlefield. And judging by its scale, it must be the largest one. Yin Shou gazed at the bones strewn across the ground and spoke slowly. Oh? So your Great Shang dynasty back then was that formidable they fought all the way from our Great Xia to Europe? And all the way to Asgard? That's one of the strongest divine realms on Blue Star today. Were you even mightier than the heavenly prodigy Khan? Master Fahai asked in astonishment. At that moment, Daji suddenly smiled sweetly. Don't underestimate the ancient history and culture of our Great Xia. Back in the Shang dynasty, the entire Blue Star was a barren wasteland except for a handful of civilizations. Forget about forming national civilizations, divine kingdoms, or organized resistance, it was likely just primitive tribes. When they encountered our Great Shang army, they all fled at the first sign of battle. Take Asgard back then, it was merely a minor divine realm. What could it possibly defeat? That's true. Master Fahai nodded in agreement. Sometimes, impressive battle records don't necessarily mean one's own strength, they could also mean the opponents were simply too weak. The Great Xia Empire was simply too ancient, and its continuity unbroken, a feat unmatched by any nation on Blue Star. Then why have we come to this ancient battlefield? Master Fahai inquired. Are you here to pay respects to the warriors of old? Though they've been dead for millennia, they served the Great Shang dynasty, shed blood for it, and even died far from home for its sake. As the ruler of Shang, it is only fitting that you pay your respects. Ha! I do indeed need to pay my respects. These were my finest soldiers and generals. Had they been here back then, perhaps I wouldn't have fallen to those divine lackeys of the Western Qi. Yin Shou declared solemnly. However, my visit is not for remembrance or homage, but for another, far more crucial reason. Oh? What might that be? Master Fahai seemed to transform into a curious child. Holy crap! The ancient battlefield of the Shang dynasty's army? Awesome! Who'd have thought this millennia-old battlefield could still be showcased on the national fortune battlefield for us all to feast our eyes on? Wait, did I hear that correctly? Yin Shou said his grand tutor Wen Zhong led an expeditionary force to the North Sea, and this North Sea actually extends as far north as Asgard? And that he gouged out one of the Asgardian leader's eyes and implanted it on his own forehead? Holy crap! 666. So that's how Grand Tutor Wen got his third eye? No way, that's ridiculous. Could this Asgard leader be their god king, Odin? Ha 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 ha. Come to think of it, their god king Odin really is a one-eyed guy. Asgard. One of the strongest divine realms on Blue Star. It has always been locked in fierce competition with other powerful divine realms like Olympus, the White Elephant Heavenly Temple, and the Buddhist Sacred Mountain, holding its own without being outmatched. Moreover, many of its war gods, such as Thor the Thunder God and Loki the God of Deception, are renowned throughout Blue Star. Yet now, this mighty divine realm was shaken by a tremendous uproar. Report! Father, Olympus, the Buddhist Sacred Mountain, Takamagara, the City of the Sun, and other divine realms have sent inquiries asking if Yin Shou's claims are true? Didn't our Asgard suffer an invasion by the mortal armies of Great Xia long ago, where they even took one of your eyes? Thor and other deities respectfully inquired of the formidable figure seated upon the divine throne. The history of Great Xia predates Asgard by far. During the Shang dynasty, I had not yet been born. Aside from Father, only the ancient gods within the divine realms likely recall this long-buried tale. Odin narrowed one eye, gazing down at the assembled gods beneath him, silent for a long moment. Finally, he sighed and spoke with resignation. Back when Asgard was newly founded, most of us were mere mortals. Even I was only a demigod, newly ascended to divinity, and our power was indeed quite weak. Indeed, a group of people appeared, bearing bronze artifacts far beyond our civilization's level at the time.
They swept through Asgard, burned our gardens, seized much of our treasure, and took one of my eyes.
But I never truly understood their identity until now.
Odin's face twitched as he spoke, as if recalling some sorrowful memory.
Truth be told, it was indeed heartbreaking.
It was precisely that defeat that spurred me to relentless training, sleeping not a wink until I ascended to supreme godhood. Simultaneously, I raised an army and amassed followers, which is why Asgard now flourishes as it does. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 3,000 years, then west for 3,000 years.
Never underestimate the gods when they are weak. This is precisely the truth. You must train diligently in the future. In the coming war of the gods, you must not fall behind other nations. Falling behind means getting beaten. Odin spoke with solemn gravity.
Thor, Hela, Loki, and the other Asgardian gods, hearing this sorrowful tale, covered their faces and wept, a nameless fire blazing within their hearts.
Father, we shall strive diligently. We will never allow mighty Asgard to fall behind others. Thor declared with unwavering resolve. This painful history must be compiled into textbooks, divided into 2 volumes, so all may remember. With Odin's approval. Soon, news spread throughout Asgard.
It confirmed every word Ying-sho had just spoken. In that instant, countless citizens of Great Xia, along with fans from various nations, primarily female admirers from the cold nether realm, were utterly stunned.
Aha! Was Ying-sho Appa really that formidable back then? His armies marched all the way to Asgard? Chapter 88, Summoning.
The Netherworld army from the Shang dynasty.
No way. That's ridiculous. Was Wenzhong really that formidable back then? Could he actually gouge out Odin's eye? It's not impossible. You saw Asgard's explanation earlier. Back then, Asgard was just founded.
Aside from Odin, who had only recently become a god and was still pretty weak, all the other gods were still mortal back then. Meanwhile, the Great Shang dynasty was already a mature civilization back then, possessing strength sufficient to challenge the mightiest pantheon of the era, the Great Xia pantheon.
Though they ultimately couldn't defeat it, taking down a minor divine kingdom was no problem at all. Oh, my charming ancestor.
Suddenly, I feel like everything written in the classic of mountains and seas is true. All those maps drawn by the ancient Great Xia people as they conquered the entire Blue Star. Those bizarre, seemingly impossible creatures described within their all-divine beasts and deities from various divine kingdoms.
Damn it! Our Great Xia was so powerful back then, yet now its legends have vanished? This is truly ed up. Asgard would never forget this heavy day.
One of the mightiest divine realms, it had been mocked by all, enduring such humiliation. But there was no denying it, this was the truth. For a time, the myriad gods of Asgard seemed energized beyond measure, resolved to bear heavy burdens in the days ahead and wash away this stain of humiliation.
And it wasn't just them.
Places like the Buddhist sacred mountain and the assassin kingdom of Assassin had all been taught a lesson by the eternal flame empire of the heavenly Prince Khan before.
Some had even been annihilated outright.
Now, they too felt a sense of balance in their hearts. It turned out there were other divine realms suffering worse than their own.
Ahem, but even if the Great Shang dynasty was once mighty beyond measure, what good does it do now? What use is reminiscing about past glory? It's all over. Exactly.
What matters now is the king's contest agreed upon with Khan Tianzhou in 3 days.
How does Ying-sho intend to oppose Khan Tianzhou's hundreds of thousands of troops? By relying on past glory and a field of corpses? That's ridiculous. Absolutely. So, you Great Xia folks, chill out. Past glory means nothing. What matters now is what you can do today. Those planning to emigrate, come find me quickly.
I can still offer you some discounts now, but soon it'll be too late.
Director, many citizens are asking in the livestream, what exactly brought Ying-sho to this ancient Shang dynasty battlefield? Inside the National Fortune Bureau. The host of the National Fortune livestream, Ben Borba, voiced everyone's confusion. Surely he can't possibly resurrect these long-dead Ying-shang armies? And even if he did, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against Khan Tianzhou's hundreds of thousands of troops.
Ying-sho's mysterious actions and formidable power, coupled with his penchant for riddles, left countless people utterly baffled. They were utterly baffled. Thus, they could only turn to Yáng Fān for answers.
As a member of the National Fortune Bureau, shouldn't Ying-sho report to Yáng Fān? Within the National Fortune Bureau, all eyes turned to Yáng Fān.
Their expressions mirrored those of the curious Master Fahai observing Ying-sho on the National Fortune battlefield, and the bewildered faces of countless citizens worldwide watching the live broadcast.
Yáng Fān merely smiled indifferently. I can't say now. If I did, it would ruin Ying-sho's moment to show off. You know how men value their pride, especially emperors. But I can tell you this, those corpses of the Ying-shang army will absolutely not come back to life.
Ha?
They won't come back to life? Then what exactly is Ying-sho planning to do? I thought there might be some unsavory reason behind it. Turns out it's just for show? That's why he couldn't tell anyone earlier? He just wants to bask in our shock? Ha ha ha. That's a solid reason. This young master should take notes, it'll come in handy for future showboating. Lǐ Nézhā's eyes lit up. But it won't be long.
You won't have to wait much longer.
Look, Inshou has already made his move. Yáng Fān suddenly announced. Ha! Everyone turned their attention to the livestream.
Under the curious and shocked gaze of Master Fahai, Inshou suddenly soared into the air and plunged into the ancient battlefield. Using his own blood as a catalyst, he activated the human emperor's edict. A beam of white light shot into the ground beneath the ancient battlefield. The Shang dynasty was associated with the element of metal in the 5 elements, and the light of the imperial edict represented the white color of metal.
In Shang, your emperor has returned. Inshou's commanding imperial voice, amplified by the aura of kingship, echoed across the entire ancient battlefield. Holy crap! So cool! That line, your emperor has returned, is absolutely dripping with imperial majesty. Inshou Appa is legendary. Why didn't he conquer our Han Ming kingdom back then? We'd love to be his subjects too, sniffle sniffle.
Wonder if his harem still has openings. Across Blue Star, countless eyes fixed on Inshou widened in awe, unwilling to blink.
Because everyone knew something big was coming. This was a thrilling moment. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ancient battlefield erupted in a massive earthquake.
Waves of black energy coalesced from all directions.
The ancient battlefield, strewn with corpses, seemed to come alive in that instant.
The remains of all beings, humans, beasts, giants.
Whether Inshou's soldiers or their enemies, all seemed summoned. Slowly, their skeletal frames began to twist and stir, rising to their feet one by one. They crawled toward Inshou, kneeling in reverence.
Holy! What the hell is he doing? He said he wasn't resurrecting the Inshang army? This looks exactly like it. Even the enemies of Inshou's army are being resurrected? Holy! Is Inshou that powerful?
Everyone was utterly speechless. They were already utterly shocked.
Yet what happened next left them all stunned once more, even more so than before. Shock upon shock.
Everyone was utterly dumbfounded.
For before their eyes, an ancient, grey gate was slowly rising from the ancient battlefield. Painted upon the gate were the 10 kings of hell, fierce demons and ghosts, and the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha.
This is the netherworld gate of the Great Xia. Some deities instantly recognized the origin of this gate.
Though every nation on Blue Star possessed its own netherworld gate, the patterns and designs differed due to the distinct deities governing each realm's laws. Yet the sheer power and aura emanating from this one were undeniably distinct. Countless corpses gathered the dense death energy within their bodies, channeled by Inshou.
And so, the gates of the netherworld swung open.
They appear, my netherworld army.
The netherworld gate roared open, unleashing a torrent of grey death energy that surged forth across the sky. One by one, figures slowly materialized from within the gates. The military might was overwhelming. As far as the eye could see, alongside ordinary human soldiers, there were also numerous towering giants and ferocious divine beasts, their menacing presence striking fear into all. The netherworld army from the Yin dynasty marched in formation, slowly emerging from the netherworld gate. At that moment, all the people watching Inshou, no one knew from which country, were instantly stunned, then erupted into chaos.
Ah! What the hell is this? An underworld army? Holy! This is blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes.
Chapter 89, Deng Chanyu, the 4 generals of the Mo clan, and Grand Tutor Wen Zhong.
Damn it!
I thought Inshou could only resurrect those dead Inshang soldiers somehow to fight for him.
I was puzzled. These soldiers seemed fewer than Khan Tianzhao's army.
How could this tactic, beyond being intimidating, possibly defeat Khan Tianzhao? Turns out he used the corpses on this ancient battlefield as a catalyst to open the gates of the netherworld, summoning the entire army of the fallen Yin dynasty directly.
How terrifying! Is this also the power of the human emperor's edict? Even in death, those soldiers can return from the netherworld under the human emperor's edict's control to fight for their former emperor?
It's not just the human emperor's edict. Inshou has some serious tricks up his sleeve.
Countless souls were in an uproar.
Even deities from the divine realms were stirred. Even I, Hades, lord of the underworld and ruler of Shila's netherworld, might not achieve such feats. After all, Shila's history lacks armies of comparable might dwelling in the netherworld.
Damn it!
Such power should only be wielded by gods who command the laws of the netherworld.
If Fengdu, the great emperor of Great Xia, summoned the netherworld legions, that might be understandable. But how dare he?
A mere mortal like him, how could he pull this off? Those Yinshang soldiers fought their entire lives for his dynasty, only to die on the battlefield.
Now they're dragged back to fight even in death? How utterly inhumane.
This King Zhou of Shang, Inshou, looks just like a slave owner. His soldiers truly fought for him life after life. Of course. The Yin dynasty was a slave society to begin with. Inshou was the biggest slave owner of his time. What's wrong with that?
Ahem, ahem, ahem. Well, I suppose not. Don't underestimate slave societies.
Back when the Great Xia reached its slave-based civilization, the rest of Blue Star's nations weren't even properly civilized, just a bunch of savages. Countless Great Xia citizens watched Inshou casually summon soldiers from the underworld, their eyes burning with fervor.
Damn impressive. Damn impressive.
Ah, it's all my fault for not studying hard back then. Now I'm so uncultured, I can't even think of words to praise Inshou's awesomeness.
I'm at a loss for words, all I can do is yell awesome. No worries. Great Xia's culture is vast and profound. No matter how educated you are, one word awesome trumps them all. All we need to do now is shout awesome. Damn right. My Incho Appa is just awesome. Within the Bureau of National Fortune, numerous powerful figures watched the vast legions of the Netherworld army with immense excitement. TSK. Incho actually pulled this off?
Even this young master is stunned, Lǐ Nézhā grumbled. The Netherworld Legion, though part of the Yinshang army, consists of soldiers who have died once and been reshaped by the laws of the Netherworld. Setting aside the elite warriors, even the ordinary soldiers far surpass their strength in life.
So this summoned Netherworld Legion is even stronger than the original Yinshang army?
Zhang Shang gazed at the endless stream of Yinshang soldiers pouring through the Netherworld gate, his heart filled with endless emotion.
Not only that.
While ordinary soldiers are stronger than in life, the Yin dynasty also had many generals who were extraordinary even in life.
Like that Wen Zhong fellow, the 4 generals of the Emo clan, Deng Chanyu, and others. They couldn't have been summoned too, could they? Impossible.
Many of them ascended to the divine list long ago, becoming immortals serving in the celestial court. Later, they vanished along with the deities of the great Xia dynasty. They couldn't possibly be summoned through the Netherworld Legion.
Zhang Shang shook his head.
He knew more about this subject because his previous incarnation had been the one who presided over the list of immortals back then.
Yet, no sooner had he spoken these words than a heroic female general burst forth from the Netherworld gate, galloping out on horseback. This general, Deng Chanyu, pays homage to your majesty.
Dressed in Netherworld armor, Deng Chanyu approached Yin Shou and bowed deeply.
Very well, rise.
Yin Shou looked at Deng Chanyu and nodded.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Then, 4 towering, imposing giants squeezed out from the underworld gate. One held a zither, another an umbrella, a third a sword, and the 4th played with a flowered ferret.
Mo Li Ching, Mo Li Hai, Mo Li So, Mo Li Hong.
We pay homage to the great king.
The 4 terrifying, monstrous giants knelt simultaneously before Yin Shou.
The earth trembled violently around them.
Ha ha ha. Rise, rise. You are all my beloved generals.
Continue to fight for me in the battles ahead. Yin Shou roared with laughter.
From the gates of the Netherworld, 2 more figures emerged, women of exquisite beauty and grace, their forms breathtakingly lovely. Your Majesty. Sister.
They were the 9-headed pheasant spirit and the stone spirit, 2 female demons who had once been as close as sisters to Daji, serving Yin Shou together. The gates of the Netherworld were already open.
What difference would 2 more make?
Yin Shou summoned them with a flick of his wrist, expanding his harem. The sisters each took one of Yin Shou's arms, looking docile as they pressed tightly against him alongside Su Daji.
Behind them, Master Fahai froze, staring at them in shock. Oomph.
That adulterous pair wasn't enough, now he's added 2 more. What a bloody disgrace to Buddha. It wasn't just Master Fahai, nearly everyone in the entire Great Xia Empire couldn't help but cover their faces and smile bitterly at Yin Shou's actions.
Damn it. This is painful to watch.
This Yin Shou, no matter where he is, he just can't shake his lecherous nature.
I thought he was just here to summon the Netherworld Legion, but who knew he'd bring his entire harem along too? Talk about devotion. Summoning women who died millennia ago to be with him again, isn't that a kind of eternal togetherness? So our Incho Appa is this loyal and devoted? Becoming his woman might even mean a chance at resurrection someday?
I love him even more now, sniffle sniffle.
Smee da. Who would have thought that even the generals enshrined on the divine list, now deified, could be summoned by Yin Shou? It's utterly unbelievable.
At the National Fortune Bureau, Zhang Shang stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what he was seeing.
What's so impossible about that?
Yáng Fān chuckled. Though these individuals ascended to the divine list and became immortals, they all journeyed through the Netherworld. Naturally, fragments of their souls remained recorded there. So what Yin Shou summoned were these individuals in their pre-deification state, or rather, their state before death, not their subsequent divine forms.
I see. Zhang Shang nodded.
These Yin Shang warriors who became immortals are indeed no longer the same individuals as their original selves. The forms Yin Shou summoned before their deification truly bear no relation to their later incarnations as deities.
But this is still utterly unbelievable. For Yin Shou, an ordinary mortal, to achieve such feats, if you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have thought he was the king of the underworld of our great Xia.
Perhaps the title of human emperor bestowed upon Yin Shou back then did grant him some authority over the laws of the Netherworld. After all humans obey the commands of the human emperor, even after death when they enter the Netherworld, Yáng Fān remarked.
That's seriously impressive. Zhang Shang took a deep breath.
He reflected that even in his past life, with divine support, defeating such a terrifying human emperor would still have been utterly unimaginable.
Wait a moment, who's that? No way.
Suddenly, Zhang Shang's face twisted with horror.
From within the Netherworld gate, he glimpsed a familiar yet terrifying figure. Memories from Jiang Ziya's past life surged back into his mind with renewed intensity. Who is it? What could make Senior Master so afraid? Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and the others all turned their gaze toward the large screen.
What is this? A wha?
The battlefield of national fortune.
Within the gates of the underworld.
A sudden, piercing roar echoed through the air.
At the rear of the Yinshang army,
a figure mounted upon a black qilin, wielding a golden whip fashioned from a pair of dragon serpents and bearing 3 eyes upon his forehead, emerged slowly. Though appearing advanced in years, he radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. At the sight of this figure, even the numerous powerhouses within the National Fortune Bureau rose to their feet.
It's him! Grand Tutor Wenxiong. Chapter 90, Rebuilding the Great Shang.
Damn, this Yinshang Netherworld army is fully assembled.
They've even summoned Grand Tutor Wenxiong himself.
This guy later ascended to the heavens as the thunder-responding universal immortal, the supreme deity of the thunder department.
Even if it's the pre-deification version, it's still shocking enough. Damn it!
Speaking of the heavenly pride Khan's side, even with the support of the eternal heaven, his troops are mostly human soldiers acting as divine proxies, possessing godly power.
Yin Shou's side is ruthless. He's got actual deities from past lives showing up in person. Holy crap, that's insane. And they're all soldiers of the netherworld, transformed by its laws after dying once. At the very least, those ordinary soldiers are far more powerful than they were in life.
And then there's these 4 generals of the demon clan, all sorts of supernatural warriors. Look, many of the Yinshang soldiers carry bizarre weapons, mainly some kind of great swords, but you can tell they're no ordinary arms. They might even possess extraordinary abilities and mystical spells.
Damn it! The Yin dynasty's divine demonic army clashing with the Eternal Flame Empire's iron cavalry. The human Emperor Yin Shou battling the heavenly Khan.
Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine.
The Yin army stood imposing, each soldier radiating fierce vitality.
Everyone had witnessed the heavenly Khan's formidable military might earlier.
Therefore, in everyone's eyes, the upcoming battle was nothing short of spectacular.
Countless Great Xia citizens felt a surge of fervor coursing through their veins.
Wow, for the very first time on the battlefield of national destiny, they witnessed an army that truly belonged to them all. This wasn't a clash between 1, 2, or 3 national fortune players anymore. It was ING summoning entire armies. Armies clashing against armies, a grand-scale battle. And it was on a scale equivalent to a full-scale national war. It was absolutely mind-blowing. Everyone felt incredibly excited.
Some couldn't even wait for the 3 days to pass. They wanted to start fighting and slaughtering right now. Of course, this sense of anticipation was exclusive to the people of Great Xia. Meanwhile, citizens of other nations all wore grim expressions.
Damn it! Yin Shou is way too powerful. He can actually summon the Netherworld Legion?
Even the ordinary generals in that legion are as strong as our divine proxies. And then there are those heavyweights, the 4 generals of the demon clan, Deng Chenyu, Grand Tutor Wenxiong.
How are the contestants from other nations supposed to fight this? Frankly, this battle for national destiny has been unfair from the very start. If it weren't for the boss of this stage, the heavenly prodigy Khan, being sufficiently powerful, wouldn't Yin Shou just be slaughtering everyone indiscriminately? Can I say he's cheating?
At this rate, all our national fortune players combined aren't his match.
Damn it! That bastard Yin Shou ruined my immigration business. Anyone interested in immigrating now? Just 5 million. Shut the hell up. Don't you dare insult our Appa Yin Shou. Who the hell do you think you are to insult the emperor? Hey, can you help me immigrate to Great Xia? I want to be with Appa Yin Shou.
Our Hanming kingdom has highly advanced techniques for pleasing men, plus high-tech perfect faces and figures.
I refuse to believe we can't compete with that little dodgy. Ahem. You're worrying too much.
Setting aside Daji's status as a legendary beauty in Great Xia history, Great Xia citizenship is practically impossible to obtain. No amount of money will help.
Give up on that dream. Damn it! On the battlefield of national destiny,
the Yinshang army was summoned in full formation from Marshal Wenxiong at the top, down to Deng Chenyu, the 4 generals of the Mo clan, and various other commanders, centurions, squad leaders, and so forth. Even the accompanying military prostitutes and support units like the kitchen staff were included. Thus, the entire army required no rest or reorganization. They could be deployed directly onto the battlefield, executing King Zhou's commands from top to bottom.
Grand Tutor. Long time no see.
Yin Shou watched as Grand Tutor Wenxiong descended slowly from his black qilin, his aura radiating overwhelming authority, and felt a surge of emotion. Your humble servant, Wenxiong, pays his respects to your majesty. Dismiss the formalities. Dismiss the formalities. When other officers and soldiers paid their respects to Yin Shou, he never declined their courtesies. Yet before Grand Tutor went alone, Yin Shou showed no airs whatsoever. He behaved more like a junior, showing profound respect to his senior. With great solemnity, Yin Shou relayed the current state of the battle for the nation's fate to Grand Tutor One. No wonder, Minister Wen remarked. I had long since perished, my soul absorbed into the book of deified beings. How could I have been resurrected out of nowhere and lived on for so many years?
Grand Tutor ascended to immortality through the investiture of the gods, later becoming the Heavenly Lord of Thunderous Response and Universal Transformation. Among all those enshrined back then, he achieved the greatest success.
Oomph. Serving as lackeys for the Heavenly Court, what good is that? I am the Grand Tutor of the Yin dynasty.
Such divine titles hold no interest for me.
Grand Tutor when snorted coldly.
The mere mention of his subsequent deification filled him with profound shame. Throughout the entire Yin dynasty from its founding to its fall, from the highest to the lowest, all adhered to the noble ideal of forbidding immortals and severing ties with heaven and earth, dedicating themselves to the battle against the gods.
Grand Tutor when stood at the forefront of this struggle, having slain countless cultivators and even deities. Enough.
Grand Tutor, I summoned you forth from the netherworld this time not only to eliminate the other national fortune contenders, complete the royal contest with the heavenly prodigy Khan, and demonstrate to the people of Blue Star that we, as the human race, can still wield formidable power.
More importantly, this realm of national destiny belongs to a minor world akin to a parallel universe.
Yes, a parallel universe. You may not grasp the concept, but suffice it to say, this place is no different from Blue Star. Yin Shou gripped Grand Tutor One, his eyes gleaming. Therefore, I intend to establish our new Yingshang kingdom here. Rebuild the Great Shang.
Oh? Rebuild the Great Shang?
At these words, Wen Zhong, along with Deng Chanyu behind him and the 4 generals of the Mo clan among the assembled commanders, all froze in astonishment. Their eyes flashed with overwhelming excitement.
Your Majesty, is this truly your intention?
A ruler never speaks in jest. The hearts of all the soldiers and generals surged with fervor. We shall rebuild the Great Shang right here on this land. But first, we must defeat the other contenders for national destiny. Of course, those contenders are hardly a threat to begin with. But the Heavenly Khan, along with his Eternal Flame Empire's mighty army and the Eternal Heaven backing him, possesses formidable strength. He rivals even the divine-backed King Wu Gfa of old, perhaps surpassing him altogether, Yin Shou remarked.
It matters not.
To restore the Great Shang, we shall crush any foe that stands in our way.
The assembled soldiers declared in unison. The atmosphere was electric with fervor. Excellent.
Yin Shou roared with laughter. Then, he drew his right hand, unsheathed the immortal slaying blade, and pointed in a direction.
Then, follow me.
Chapter 91, The Army at the Gates.
Despair among the national fortune contestants. A mighty, surging tide.
The vast, formidable, and utterly imposing army of Yingshang stretched as far as the eye could see, setting forth at once.
All soldiers carried the ideal of rebuilding the Great Shang dynasty, their morale and fighting spirit soaring to unprecedented heights.
Yin Shou, Su Daji, and Wen Zhong led the charge at the forefront. Countless soldiers, clawing and snarling, charged toward the direction Yin Shou pointed.
That direction?
Straight toward the city-state of Danube.
Holy crap? No way. What the hell? What's he up to? What does Yin Shou want? Can't you see?
Yin Shou plans to storm the Danube city-state first, wipe out the 600-plus national fortune contestants from your other nations, grab all the rewards he can get, then wait to fight the Heavenly Pride Khan to the death.
Damn it! That's terrifying. Why didn't he attack the Heavenly Pride Khan first?
After summoning the Yingshang army, his strength already far surpassed all of us national fortune players.
This battle was never going to be winnable.
That's why I was thinking earlier if Yin Shou could lead his troops to battle the Heavenly Pride Khan first, the rest of us nations might still have a chance.
We could profit from their conflict. What's wrong with Yin Shou? Is he just picking on the weak? Wah! Our national fortune contestants haven't even shown their true colors yet, and now they're about to be wiped out? Damn it! Stop talking like a defeatist.
Danube City is a stronghold hard to storm.
It's packed with defenders and over 600 divine proxies. Its strength isn't something you can just overrun.
If Yin Shou tries a direct assault, he'll suffer heavy losses. I bet he's just bluffing, he wouldn't dare attack head-on. After all, his real enemy is the Heavenly Khan, not us. Seeing the formidable Shang army marching in formation, countless Blue Star citizens watching the live broadcast felt their hearts pound violently. The people of Great Xia were all visibly stirred. Citizens of other nations, however, wore expressions of utter despair.
No! Why? Why? Daxia is cheating. Wah! The National Fortune Battlefield can't tolerate someone this ridiculously powerful. National Fortune Gatekeeper, do something.
He's not even fighting on the battlefield himself, he's bringing the entire Yingshang army, hundreds of thousands of men.
How the hell isn't that cheating?
Many frantically called out to the referee, the guardian of national fortune. However, after a moment's consideration, the gatekeeper of national fortune responded coldly.
Attention!
The Great Xia's national fortune contestant, Yin Shou, summoned the Yingshang army using the ancient battlefield ruins within the national fortune battlefield domain, the connected netherworld, and the laws of the netherworld. The netherworld army originates entirely from the national fortune battlefield. Therefore, this does not constitute a violation.
The Yingshang army is considered Yin Shou's summoned entity, not an independent national fortune participant.
The National Fortune Battlefield encourages and supports participants to utilize its numerous ruins, secret realms, and all available resources for combat, rather than relying solely on their own strength. The Guardian of National Fortune spoke directly into the ears of all humanity across Blue Star.
With his endorsement. Now, Inshou's army possessed legitimate standing on the National Fortune battlefield.
The foreigners who had previously clamored about Inshou's violations and cheating all fell silent.
They had nothing left to say.
The argument had reached its end. Even the over 600 National Fortune contestants within Danube City were left speechless.
Ahem.
Director, our Great Xia has truly made a name for itself this time.
Great Xia, National Fortune Bureau.
Zhang Shang sipped his tea and smiled bitterly.
Indeed. He's incredibly powerful. Truly worthy of the title Human Emperor Inshou. Yáng Fān sighed as well.
It seems undeniable even if deities have vanished from our Great Xia, the inherent strength of the human race alone is sufficient to confront the current world where divine nations abound, yet Great Xia remains devoid of gods. The problem is, we Xia humans haven't even realized we possess such immense power. These latent powers are precisely what our National Fortune Bureau must focus on developing in the future.
Perhaps their strength rivals that of divine reincarnators. Put. Lǐ Nézhā wore a look of utter disdain. Forget about Inshou. I refuse to believe there are any other pure-blooded human experts left in our Great Xia. When you get the chance, Director, round up a few.
I'll personally test their strength.
No problem.
Once you're with the National Bureau of Fortune, one thing's for sure, you'll never run out of fights.
Yáng Fān chuckled. But speaking of which,
Zhang Shang suddenly recalled something. With Inshou possessing such formidable power and the ability to summon the Inshang army from the netherworld, he is, after all, the human emperor. His ambition is vast.
Might he one day decide to conquer our world as well?
Zhang Shang, a reincarnation of Zhang Zia, the founding hero of the Zhou dynasty and the great marshal who led King Wu's campaign against Zhou, was naturally opposed to Inshou. Deep down, he instinctively guarded against Inshou, inclined to view him in the worst possible light.
That's unlikely. Yáng Fān replied.
Our Blue Star, even setting aside the Great Xia, is teeming with divine nations.
Powerful realms like Asgard hold a blood feud with Inshou.
He simply doesn't possess that kind of strength. Besides, his Inshang legions draw power from ancient battlefield relics on the National Fortune battlefield, connected to the local underworld laws. These legions cannot leave that land. Even if they could reach our world, they'd be bound by time limits.
That makes sense. Zhang Shang's expression grew grave.
But Director, we still need to be vigilant.
Yáng Fān nodded.
Since Inshou intends to rebuild the Great Shang Empire on that National Fortune battlefield land, he could serve as an ally to our Great Xia. Should a major war erupt with other divine nations in the future, he might prove to be a significant asset. After all, if Inshou and his faction prevail, this minor realm of the National Fortune battlefield will be rewarded to us as part of Great Xia's territory.
Exactly. It's just like the feudal system, whatever land is conquered belongs to the conqueror.
In the end, it all becomes part of our Great Xia. At this moment, all Blue Star citizens, all nations populace, were fixated on Inshou's army. This is no exaggeration. Truly, the entire populace was watching. Inshou was now the focal point for everyone on Blue Star.
Knowing this campaign would re-establish the Great Shang dynasty, Inshou's army marched with unparalleled urgency.
Under the watchful eyes of all, they made no stops. After roughly half a day, the army arrived at the gates of Danube City.
The city-state of Danube.
The ruler of Danube City had been remarkably calm and relaxed these past 2 days. First, he had secured the aid of over 600 powerful National Fortune contestants to jointly resist the Eternal Flame Empire's assault.
Second, for reasons unknown, the Eternal Flame Empire forces that had been attacking them had inexplicably retreated.
The Heavenly Khan had not dispatched further troops to attack them either.
Danube City enjoyed a brief period of peace and tranquility.
Though he couldn't fathom why the Khan of Heavenly Pride had suddenly stopped attacking them out of the blue. Yet he noticed that all the National Fortune players allied with him wore grim, despairing expressions.
Kojiro-kun, why do you all look so grim? Is something bad about to happen? He asked in confusion. Chapter 92, Total Encirclement.
Sasaki Kojiro was now effectively the leader of all the National Fortune contestants. Along with several other contestants whose strength clearly surpassed the rest, he formed the core leadership of the National Fortune contestants, frequently drinking and discussing matters with the Lord of Danube City. At this moment, every one of them wore a grim expression.
Some even displayed blatant fear and despair on their faces, leaving the Lord of Danube utterly perplexed.
Before Sasaki Kojiro and the others could answer, however, he learned the reason.
Report.
A messenger rushed in, his expression frantic.
My lord, a massive army has suddenly appeared outside the city.
They've completely surrounded Danube City. We're cut off on all sides.
What?
The Lord of Danube Castle was startled and asked.
How many are there? Too many to count. I can't even begin to estimate. It feels like they're everywhere, endless in every direction. Damn it! The Lord of Danube City sprang to his feet. It seems the main forces of the Eternal Flame Empire have arrived. I wonder if the Heavenly Pride Khan himself is present. However, our city of Danube anticipated this attack by those bloodthirsty destroyers long ago. We've been fortifying our defenses for some time now, specifically preparing countermeasures against their formidable cavalry. Moreover, we have over 600 National Fortune contestants, each a formidable expert. Our city stands fully prepared to face the Eternal Flame Empire's iron cavalry. This is a battle fought with thorough preparation. Who will prevail remains to be seen. The Lord of Danube spoke with impassioned fervor, his eyes brimming with confidence. Though he knew the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry was a formidable foe, the extensive targeted preparations had given him a firm grasp of the battle ahead. Therefore, young Master Kojiro and the other National Fortune players, even if they arrive, there's no need for such gloomy expressions. Come, since he seeks battle, let us fight. The Lord of Danube, clad in full armor and wielding his weapon, prepared to ascend the city walls. Yet at that moment, he noticed something peculiar. Everyone present, including Sasaki Kojiro and the other National Fortune contestants, as well as the messenger who had just been summoned, were staring at him with strange expressions. Lord Castle Master, I apologize for not making myself clear earlier. The forces besieging the city aren't the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry, nor has the Heavenly Pride Khan arrived. It's another army, one I don't recognize. The messenger stammered. Oh? An army you don't recognize? The Lord of Danube's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Soon, he joined Sasaki Kojiro and the other National Fortune contestants atop the city walls. Gazing at the endless, dark, terrifying army stretching before them, he fell deep in thought. Where did this army come from? They have cavalry, but mostly infantry. There are even giants and demon beasts. What banner are they fighting under? I don't recognize it at all. The Lord of Danube fired off a dozen questions in rapid succession. That banner belongs to Shang. Their commander was once a National Fortune contestant too, but we expelled him after he stirred up internal strife. Yet somehow, he's managed to gather this massive army. He's likely here to exact revenge. Sasaki Kojiro stated. In his view, Insho harbored resentment precisely because he had been expelled from the National Fortune contestants' ranks. Consequently, upon gaining command of an army, Insho did not first seek trouble with the Heavenly Pride Khan but instead attacked Danube City first. But unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. Insho's arrival was merely to secure the reward first, to fulfill his duty to both the Great Xia and the bureau chief. He also wished to eliminate any potential threats before his decisive battle with the Heavenly Pride Khan. As for Sasaki Kojiro, Insho didn't even consider him a threat. He couldn't even recall the name. What did you say? He came seeking revenge? Upon hearing that the visitor had once been a National Fortune contestant, only to be expelled, and had later returned with a mighty army seeking vengeance after some extraordinary encounter, the Lord of Danube City felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had this National Fortune contestant not been expelled, with his ability to recruit such a formidable army, what would my Danube City have to fear from the Heavenly Pride Khan? At this thought, the Lord of Danube City cast a glance at Sasaki Kojiro, his eyes now tinged with resentment. How could such a formidable man have been expelled? What a bunch of blind fools. At that moment, the Inshang army had completely encircled Danube City from all directions, north, south, east, and west. Insho had no intention of adhering to the military principle that besieging an army requires leaving an escape route. Typically, when attacking a city, one would leave a path for the defenders to flee, preventing them from fighting to the death and allowing them to escape. This approach made it easier to crush the city. Insho demanded absolute annihilation, executing every single contestant of the National Fortune together. As for the defenders of Danube City, now that they had become enemies, there was no reason to spare them. Who could say whether they might emerge from the rear to seek revenge during his decisive battle against the Heavenly Khan? On Blue Star, many self-proclaimed military experts among the public intellectuals saw Insho's approach as an opportunity to finally strike. They began smearing Insho across major forums and live streams. Sigh, Insho. If he can't lead troops, he shouldn't. Hand over command entirely to Wenzhong, Deng Chenyu, and others who can actually command armies. A ruler who doesn't understand delegating authority and distributing military power to his generals is simply not fit to be a monarch. Besides, these summoned netherworld soldiers are absolutely loyal to him. What the hell is Insho afraid of? If he truly refuses to delegate and insists on monopolizing all military authority, then fine. If he possesses genuine strength and military strategy, that might be acceptable. But damn it, even I could play this game better than him. It's easy to imagine Insho has now sealed off the entire city of Danube, leaving no escape route for anyone. The garrison troops inside, along with those National Fortune contestants, have nowhere to retreat. They'll inevitably fight to the bitter end. Facing certain death, they'll fight like cornered beasts, giving it their all. Honestly, the defenders of Danube City and the National Fortune contestants aren't complete noobs. Danube City is easy to defend but hard to attack, with plenty of troops and commanders. Add over 600 divine agents to the mix, and even Insho might not win if he launches a full-scale assault.
If he attacks the city at such a cost now, even if Inshou ultimately wins, the losses will likely be devastating. This will definitely put him at a disadvantage in the upcoming competition for the throne against the Heavenly Prince Khan.
Exactly.
His true enemy is the Heavenly Pride Khan, not Danube City.
Right.
Inshou willingly plays the role of the clam in the struggle between the clam and the mussel, allowing the Heavenly Pride Khan to become the fisherman who reaps the rewards. Many began frantically smearing Inshou to elevate themselves, gain traffic, and facilitate future livestream sales.
They believed even Inshou's supporters couldn't refute them.
Even those with basic military knowledge could see Inshou's complete siege of Danube City was a mistake. He should have left an escape route at the very least. So from the outset, they stood at the pinnacle of theory, beyond refutation. Yet they underestimated Inshou's fans. Or rather, they failed to realize that most of Inshou's fans were female admirers who judged him solely by his looks, muscles, and domineering CEO persona. Among them were even many fanatics who had evolved into brainless fans.
Oomph. I won't let you speak ill of our Inshou Appa. Forget the facts for a moment. Don't you lot have any faults yourselves? Chapter 93, The Tables Have Turned.
The experts and public intellectuals who had planned to smear Inshou and boost their own popularity were instantly dumbfounded.
What the hell? What do you mean, leaving facts aside? If we've already set aside the facts, what's left to discuss?
Shut up. You're just jealous that Inshou Appa is better looking than you, more powerful than you, and can rule the world. Just wait, I've written down every word you've said to smear Inshou Appa in my little notebook. Once this national crisis is over and Inshou returns to Daxia, I'll hand him that notebook.
We'll see if he doesn't chop you to bits. Yeah. He's the kind of guy who'll wipe out your entire family at the drop of a hat. At that, the experts who'd been relentlessly slandering Inshou all fell silent.
After all, no one wanted to cross their own entire family.
Oomph. But regardless, it's plain as day that Inshou knows nothing about military strategy.
His assault on Danube City will inevitably face desperate resistance from the besieged garrison and the national fortune contestants. He'll suffer heavy losses and ultimately fail in his bid to rival the Heavenly Prince Khan for the throne. He too will inevitably be devoured and destroyed by the Heavenly Prince Khan.
Don't get cocky, Great Xia. In the end, we'll all die anyway. Our nation's contestants will merely be waiting for your Inshou in the underworld sooner. On Blue Star.
All eyes were fixed upon Inshou's vast, dark-clad Inshang army.
Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to crush it. The pressure was suffocating, leaving every soul within Danube City gasping for breath. Greetings. I am the ruler of the city-state of Danube. The national fortune contestant facing us, as he called Inshou? Mr. Inshou?
The Lord of Danube shouted from atop the city walls.
You two are a national fortune contestant. Under the rules of this battlefield, we are allies.
We share a common enemy, the Eternal Flame Empire and its Heavenly Khan. Your attack upon us now is unwise. Let the fish reap the benefits of the clam and the mussel's quarrel.
How about this? Let us join forces, seal our alliance with blood, become brothers, and together confront the Heavenly Pride Khan? What do you say?
The Lord of Danube City had no desire to clash head-on with Inshou.
Not only would he certainly lose. Even if we somehow prevailed, the losses would be catastrophic.
Remember, behind Inshou stands the Heavenly Khan himself. Both of these men were ruthless killers, constantly conquering other nations and destroying civilizations. Having provoked one was bad enough, he dared not provoke the other. Thus, the Lord of Danube City had no choice but to speak up and seek peace with Inshou first. Well, regarding those few national fortune contestants who expelled you earlier, this lord can settle the matter for you.
They were indeed in the wrong.
I shall have their heads delivered to you immediately. Consider it a token of our cooperation.
What do you say? Bastard. Wait. Lord? What do you mean by this?
Sasaki Kojiro froze in shock, staring at the Lord of Danube City in horror.
Oomph. Sacrificing a few national fortune players to retrieve Inshou and the Inshang army behind him? It's a bargain by any measure.
The Lord of Danube cast a cold glance at them.
Didn't you just claim it was you, Sasaki Kojiro, along with contestants from Sakura Nation and Sheila Nation, who insisted on expelling Inshou?
That's why he was driven out.
Most of the other contestants merely followed blindly. Now, your sacrifice secures survival for all of us. Isn't that a bargain?
For us, the Danube City garrison and the remaining national fortune contestants, joining forces with Inshou to defeat the Heavenly Pride Khan is no difficult task.
By sacrificing you, we will become the ultimate victors.
The Lord of Danube's words instantly darkened the faces of Sasaki Kojiro and the other Sakura Nation contestants, the Sura Nation contestants, and several others who had been the most vocal in expelling Inshou earlier. Terror flashed in their eyes. They began to retreat, pulling themselves away from the Lord of Danube. Yet they soon realized there was nowhere left to retreat. Behind them stood the remaining 600+ national fortune fighters who had been with them all along. Most of them held no deep grudge against Inshou. They had merely followed the crowd earlier, siding with whoever seemed likely to win.
When Sasaki Kojiro held the upper hand, they followed him, joining in the expulsion of Inshou.
Now that Inshou clearly held the upper hand, they naturally transformed into his loyal followers. What are you all doing? Sasaki Kojiro eyed the crowd warily. Ahem, well, actually, Lord Dana was quite right earlier. Sasaki Kojiro, you yourself once said that everything must be weighed against the greater good. Right now, Inshou is the greater good. By joining forces with him, our two sides united, we can easily defeat the Heavenly Pride Khan and advance through this stage of the National Destiny battlefield. We'll remember your sacrifices. Small sacrifices now will bring ultimate victory for everyone, why not? With Lord Danube leading the charge and nearly all the National Fortune contestants backing him, both sides surrounded Sasaki Kojiro and the contestants from the Kingdom of Sela. Even more terrifying, they wielded the moral high ground of the so-called greater good to exert psychological pressure on Sasaki Kojiro and his allies. From this perspective, it seemed as though Sasaki Kojiro and his allies should simply surrender, willingly sacrifice themselves for the greater good, for everyone. Damn it! The greater good is supposed to be used to make others sacrifice themselves so I can gain benefits. Why is it being used against me now? Only now did Sasaki Kojiro realize how agonizing it was to be crushed under the weight of such moral superiority. You can't do this. I expelled Inshou because he harmed other National Fortune contestants and stirred up internal strife. He actually did those things. That's why he could be sacrificed. But now? We haven't done anything wrong. You can't just sacrifice us out of the blue. Sasaki Kojiro protested. Nonsense. Don't you think I know you've done nothing wrong? The Lord of Danube roared. Truthfully, Inshou wasn't at fault, nor are you. But what can we do? He's simply more powerful now. Whatever he does is justified. With that, he dismissed further discussion. With a sweeping gesture of his hand. Seize them. Swish, swish, swish. The Danube garrison troops behind him, alongside numerous National Fortune competitors, launched their attacks simultaneously. Even Sasaki Kojiro and the two remaining contestants from the Kingdom of Sela elites among the National Fortune contestants whose strength clearly surpassed others. But no matter how formidable they were, they couldn't withstand such overwhelming numbers. So it didn't take long before they were all subdued. Then, their divine powers were sealed and they were bound and gagged. Tied to ropes from the city walls, they were hauled outside the city. Mr. Inshou, these National Fortune contestants who once offended you, we've subdued them and sent them away. Do with them as you please. The Lord of Danube shouted from the ramparts, his expression earnest and his tone obsequious. We are brothers, the closest of kin, united against our common foe, the Heavenly Khan. The misunderstandings of the past are now resolved. Therefore, let us form an alliance. Chapter 94. An alliance is fine, but only if you imprint the slave mark. Damn it! How could this Lord of Danube be so spineless? He lost his nerve so easily. What a useless fool. Before the battle even began, he committed the act of beheading his own commander on the battlefield. Truly, he has no backbone. He can't abandon all principles. When Sasaki Kojiro was strong, he wanted to ally with him. Now that Inshou is powerful, he's chained Sasaki Kojiro to ally with Inshou instead. Two-faced and indecisive, utterly beastly. Ahahaha, but what can you do? Lord Dano must consider the welfare of all his citizens. This is called bearing humiliation for the greater good, understand? Originally, Sasaki Kojiro and the other National Fortune contestants came to support Danube City. Now, sacrificing them can secure a bright future for Danube City. Why not? Damn it! But why sacrifice our Sakura Nation contestants? Why not use contestants from other nations instead? Who made you jump around the most earlier? You even boasted about being the leader of all the National Fortune players. The tallest tree catches the most lightning. Remember this: if you lack strength, keep a low profile. Earlier, Sasaki Kojiro's performance had nearly elevated him to the position of leader among all National Fortune athletes. The people of Sakura Nation were immensely proud, arrogantly elevating themselves on international forums. For a time, it seemed as if they were the beacon of Blue Star. But now, the tables had turned. They were paying the price for having jumped too high. Damn it! How come Great Xiao always gets lucky? I thought he'd clash fiercely with Danube City, suffer heavy losses, and then be crushed by the Heavenly Khan. But who knew he'd actually form an alliance with the Lord of Danube City now? Truly, there are no permanent enemies or friends on the battlefield, only permanent interests. He's dealt with his old foes, allied with his former enemy Danube City, and now with both sides joining forces, defeating the Heavenly Prince Khan will be relatively easier. This battle for national destiny will be won by everyone. Sigh. How utterly tedious. What on earth does Great Xiao rely on? It feels like the entire world is aiding them. Countless foreign citizens watched with burning eyes. Yet they could do nothing to alter this established reality. Who the hell knew the Lord of Danube would be so weak? He'd been intimidated into surrender by Inshou so easily, meekly begging for an alliance. Perhaps Inshou's complete siege, leaving Danube City no chance to escape or survive, was meant to crush them psychologically. Clearly, my dear Inshou has succeeded. Oh? So that's how it is? I used to think Inshou didn't understand military strategy. Now it seems he not only understands it, but he's a master of psychological warfare? Holy crap. If that's the case, he's seriously badass. My Insho daddy. That's pure badassery. Insho's fans span every corner of Blue Star.
At this moment, their fervor reached unprecedented heights.
On the National Destiny battlefield, beneath the Danube city-state,
Insho watched Sasaki Kojiro and the others, bound hand and foot and brought before him, his expression unchanged.
Your Majesty, who are these men? Wen Zhong inquired.
They are fellow participants in the National Destiny tournament, just like myself.
Ah.
According to that city lord above, these men bear a grudge against your Majesty. They sent them out bound and gagged precisely to propose a truce and alliance with you. Speaking of which, I see that the walls of the Danube city are high and sturdy, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are also sufficient garrison troops within the city, plus these national fortune contestants possessing divine power. Their strength is not weak. If we can form an alliance, it would indeed be a great help for us in opposing the Heavenly Pride Khan. Insho nodded and drew his sword.
Swish! With several swift strokes, he severed the heads of Sasaki Kojiro and the others. Ding! Sakura Nation's contestant Sasaki Kojiro has been slain by Great Xia's contestant Insho.
Great Xia receives reward, all citizens gain a 10% boost to sword technique proficiency.
Penalty for Sakura Nation, all citizens' stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Contestant Reed of Sela has been slain by Insho of Great Xia.
Great Xia gains reward, strength of all citizens increased by 10%.
Sela receives penalty, strength of all citizens reduced by 10%. Ding! 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 Though the citizens of Sakura Kingdom, Sheila Kingdom, and others deeply dreaded the deaths of their own contestants, there was nothing they could do. The weak hold no power to choose. Insho gave them absolutely no chance. So what if they once expelled Insho? Couldn't he be magnanimous?
Release young masters like Kojiro and demonstrate the grandeur befitting a great nation.
Must you exterminate them all? Put. If magnanimity is the issue, then since your contestants are already dead, why not forgive and pardon Insho of our nation right now? That would demonstrate your country's magnanimity as a great power. Could it be that Insho never held a grudge? He's just attacking the city to eliminate potential threats during his final showdown with the Heavenly Pride Khan, not seeking revenge. Our Insho Appa never gave your country's contestants a second thought. Whether you expelled him or not is irrelevant, he was going to kill them anyway. Exactly. Don't overestimate your little Sasaki Kojiro. He's not even worthy.
In truth, Insho hadn't thought that deeply about it.
He couldn't even recall the names of these Sasaki Kojiro or the other Sela contestants.
To him, they were mere barbarians. Killing them was no different from killing any other. Apart from Yellow, who dared covet Sudaji, he couldn't be bothered to care about the rest. Above the city-state of Danube, the Lord of Danube City was overjoyed upon witnessing Insho slay Sasaki Kojiro and his men. This clearly signaled that Insho had accepted their goodwill.
Mr. Insho. Well, have you seen our sincerity? We are not your enemies. Therefore, let us form an alliance.
The Lord of Danube City exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, every face in the castle glowed with hope. With Insho as an ally, the mighty Inshan army at their side, and the impregnable defenses of Danube City, defeating the Heavenly Pride Khan would be no difficult task. Thus, all could march toward ultimate victory. Yet their dreams were far too beautiful. Soon, Insho poured a bucket of cold water over their heads with a loud splash. Below the walls, Insho drew his sword, pointing it at the Lord of Danube City and the multitude of Danube soldiers and national fortune contestants behind him. His cold voice echoed like a nightmare. An alliance? Of course, it is possible. But you lot ever shifting, indecisive, how can this sovereign trust you? Insho's tone radiated an unparalleled, unyielding resolve. Unless, he continued, every single one of you allows me to brand you with the slave mark. From that day forward, your lives and fortunes shall be in my hands, controlled by my every whim. Only then can I trust you. Chapter 95. This is too much. Then let's fight to the death. What did you say? Imprint a slave mark? Wouldn't that mean our very lives are entirely in your hands? That we'd become nothing but your slaves from this day forward? The Lord of Danube City, hundreds of national fortune contestants, and the city's garrison commanders all paled, staring at Insho in horror. They had long anticipated that allying with Insho would likely involve accepting certain conditions. It was only natural for him to make demands, given his current superior strength. Weaker parties seeking cooperation with stronger ones inevitably had to pay a higher price. Typically, it would involve offering money, treasures, or at worst, ceding territory as compensation, nothing more than that. But who could have imagined Insho's demand would be so outrageously harsh? Damn it! I knew Insho would demand the moon, but I never imagined he'd dare ask for this. He's truly ruthless. The Lord of Danube City's face turned ashen. He doesn't want an alliance at all. He wants to bleed us dry, either destroy us or enslave us. The entire garrison of Danube City was stunned.
They had fortified their defenses, prepared to fight the Heavenly Pride Khan to the death, and even enlisted the aid of a national fortune champion, all to avoid annihilation and slavery to the Eternal Flame Empire. They had believed Yin Shou would be their savior. Now they understood, the Heavenly Khan was a wolf, and Yin Shou was a tiger. Neither was any good. Damn it! What a bastard! Truly worthy of Yin Shou, the legendary tyrant, the infamous despot of history. Blue Star. People across nations were deeply shocked by Yin Shou's actions. Of course, most citizens of Great Xiao wore expressions that said, well, that's just like him. That's just too ruthless. It's actually quite normal. Yin Shou is inherently greedy, brutally cruel, and insatiably lustful. Honestly, whatever he does now won't significantly tarnish his image. I was just thinking Yin Shou probably wouldn't agree to an alliance with Danube City. He likely just wanted to flex his muscles and show off how awesome he is. Come to think of it, the Yin Shang army just got revived. They definitely need a war to stretch their legs, kill some people, spill some blood. That's how you consecrate a banner, right? That's why Yin Shou came to Danube City from the start, with the sole purpose of slaughtering every last soul in the city. Poor Lord Danube enduring humiliation, making desperate peace overtures, all for naught. Yin Shou never intended to ally with them. Either surrender and become slaves, or die. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Damn! Yin Shou is truly badass, handsome, and domineering. If I were the Lord of Danube City, I'd be furious enough to die. For a moment, citizens across Blue Star, including many deities, felt their very existence threatened. They felt this world had become far too ruthless, where the strong devoured the weak. Things were somewhat better before the opening of the National Fortune Battlefield. Now, if you're weak, others will devour you whole, not even bothering to spit out the bones. Yin Shou was simply pragmatic in his actions, too lazy to seek out any lofty excuses. He tore away the fig leaf without hesitation. Thankfully, our White Elephant Kingdom commands two of the mightiest divine realms. Our strength unmatched across Blue Star. We should seize the chance to devour a few smaller nations ourselves. You're right. If it weren't for the barrier protecting the Great Xiao border, countries like theirs unprotected by divine realms would have been destroyed and carved up long ago. Truth is, even with those barriers, if it weren't for Yáng Fān founding the National Fortune Bureau and somehow recruiting all those powerful divine reincarnators, Great Xiao would have fallen ages ago. Now the Great Xiao bastards, with their reincarnators and mortal emperors like Yin Shou, are dominating the National Fortune Battlefield. Not necessarily. God must first make him mad before he destroys him. Look at Yin Shou, he's way too arrogant. And I feel like greed has clouded his judgment. He could have agreed to the alliance first, waited for the Danube city-state to lay down their weapons and open their gates, then turned on them and attacked. Wouldn't that have been easier? Holy crap, you're right. He must have gotten cocky after gaining power, and since he doesn't understand military strategy, he's just making enemies left and right. The Great Xiao will be ruined by him sooner or later. Exactly. Since Yin Shou refuses to ally, so be it. He's cornered the Danube garrison and the National Fortune players into a desperate fight. Let him bleed to death. Even if he takes Danube City, he'll suffer heavy losses. Just wait for the Heavenly Khan to destroy him too. On the National Destiny battlefield. For at this moment, all the National Destiny contestants had converged upon Danube City. At this very moment, across the entire Blue Star, over 200 nations and billions of citizens were watching Yin Shou. While many admired Yin Shou's domineering aura and female fans from certain nations worshipped him, others lamented his excessive arrogance. Now, everyone awaited Yin Shou's offensive. The Danube City garrison and the National Destiny contestants would fight to the death. Ultimately, regardless of who emerged victorious, the Heavenly Pride Khan would reap the rewards. Fine. We're all going down together. No one escapes. On the walls of Danube City, some National Fortune contestants were itching for a fight, their eyes gleaming with madness. That Yin Shou has gone too far. Does he really think I'm afraid to die? Oomph. Bring it on. We'll go down fighting. Exactly. We have over 600 National Fortune contestants, all mysteriously blessed warriors possessing extraordinary divine powers. Plus, the Danube garrison is massive, and the city itself is solidly fortified. Every trap and defensive mechanism is in place. I refuse to believe Yin Shou can breach our defenses so easily. The crowd was filled with fervor, including the defenders of Danube City. After all, no one wanted to become slaves of a conquered nation. No one wanted to become someone else's slave. Though, of course, no one wanted to die either. But Yin Shou's terms were absolutely unacceptable. The Lord of Danube surveyed the situation around him and saw that morale remained high. This gave him some measure of confidence. Yin Shou, you've gone too far. Such terms are an outright insult to Danube City. Come on then. If you've got the guts, attack us. We Danube City will fight to the very last moment. You will pay for your arrogance. The Lord of Danube shouted. This city of Danube is incredibly sturdy, easy to defend, hard to conquer. Our gates have been reinforced layer upon layer, and every possible trap and mechanism is in place. You won't break through so easily. As long as we hold our ground and bleed Insho's forces dry, he'll eventually break and beg for peace. So they all fought. Yet, just as their fighting spirit soared, a sudden creaking sound echoed through the air. Trouble, Lord! A messenger rushed out in panic, staring at the bewildered Lord of Danube and the National Fortune contestants. Several National Fortune contestants have betrayed us. They've slaughtered the gate guards and opened the city gates. Chapter 96, Surrendering by Opening the Gates? What did you say? The Lord of Danube City trembled violently, his eyes widening in horror as he turned to the group of National Fortune contestants behind him. But he saw that the hundreds of National Destiny contestants standing on the city walls were equally bewildered, exchanging confused glances. Lord, we're also on Insho's enemy list. Even if we surrendered, we'd be branded with the slave mark. Defection is impossible. The National Fortune contestants explained. They were equally perplexed. Who the hell is this? Such spineless cowardice, are they just ready to become Insho's slaves? Damn it! With the gates open, how am I supposed to defend this city? Find out who it is, fast. Looks like it's those National Fortune contestants from Hanning Kingdom, the Human Demon Kingdom, and Gaul Rooster Kingdom. Beneath the walls of Danube City. The gates, reinforced with layers of traps and reputed to be impregnable, slowly swung open from within. Several National Fortune contestants slaughtered the gate guards, waving white flags as they scrambled to flee the city. As they ran, they kept shouting, Insho Appa! We surrender, Smee De! We're your most loyal fans, sir. I'm not fighting alongside those ugly bastards inside the city. Only Appa Insho is the idol and king worthy of our devotion. No one can capture our city before the Gallic Rooster Nation surrenders. Like brainless fans, several National Fortune contestants frantically fled Danube City. Sprinting all the way, they reached Insho's army, then flopped to their knees, thud after thud, all kneeling while holding aloft their white flags. Insho, who had been preparing to storm Danube City, was taken aback by these sudden surrenderers and the wide-open city gates. Even if you surrender voluntarily and open the gates to earn great merit, I cannot fully trust you. You must still be branded with the slave mark, Insho declared. Your Majesty. Master. We are willing. The surrendered contestants declared in unison. Their agreement was swift and wholehearted. Willingly, they allowed Insho to brand them with the slave mark, becoming his slaves. Damn it! These contestants are ridiculous. How can they surrender before the fight even starts? This is ridiculous. Where's your backbone? Fine, the three from Gaul can be excused. Surrender is part of their cultural tradition. But Han Ming? Transgender nation? How could you surrender too? Aren't your conflicts with Great Xia pretty intense? How can you just surrender like that? Originally, countless citizens across Blue Star had anticipated the commencement of an unprecedented, epic siege battle. All the National Fortune contestants were participating, along with the Danube City garrison and the formidable Inshang Netherworld army. But unexpectedly, before the battle even commenced, these National Fortune contestants stunned the entire Blue Star. This is hilarious. I thought storming this city would be a huge hassle, but turns out they just opened the gates and surrendered. Ha ha ha. Boss, how could these people be so spineless? 9 contestants surrendered, hailing from the kingdoms of Cold Darkness, Human Demon, and Gaul Rooster. In that instant, all 9 were branded as disgraces in the eyes of countless citizens across the nations. Yáng Fān was genuinely shocked too, but he quickly recovered. It's actually understandable. Look at the contestants from Hanming Kingdom and Human Demon Kingdom. Regardless of gender, they all appear exceptionally effeminate, lacking any masculine spirit. Yáng Fān explained to the crowd. This stems from the Great War that erupted on Blue Star. After they were defeated and colonized by the Beautiful Nation secretly implemented the demasculinization plan to prevent rebellion or any form of resistance. Oh? A demasculinization program? What does that mean? Lǐ Nézhā looked puzzled. It means using various methods, entertainment, propaganda to promote effeminate culture within their country. They make their people worship effeminacy, becoming soft and lacking any masculine spirit. Having attended university, Yang Jin naturally understood the concept. With Yáng Fān's prompting, he quickly grasped the meaning. Clearly, the United States succeeded. Countries like Cold Shadow, Transgender Nation, and Cherry Blossom Nation, even some people in our own Great Xia, have started embracing this effeminate culture. Take that recent thing, eating a peach is so refreshing. These people lack backbone to begin with. Their spines have been subtly eroded over time, making them unable to withstand intimidation and quick to surrender. Thankfully, our Great Xia remains vigilant. We still preserve some national backbone and tough guy spirit. Damn it, even though I don't fully grasp it, this pretty country's tactics sure are dirty. Lǐ Nézhā cursed under his breath. These nations steeped in effeminate culture inherently idolize mature men like Insho, dominant, wealthy, commanding armies, and fiercely protective of their wives. Many of Insho's fans now come from their countries. Look, their national representative surrendered, yet their own citizens didn't condemn him. That alone speaks volumes. Surrendering to Insho is actually the will of their nation. As Yáng Fān spoke, a lingering sense of unease still clung to his heart.
Fortunately, the Great Xia Empire had remained vigilant back then and hadn't let the pretty country succeed. Otherwise, the bones of the Great Xia people might have gone soft by now.
Then what about those 3 fighters from Gaul? They're not sissies, why did they surrender too?
Lǐ Nézhā remained puzzled. The moment this question was voiced, everyone present including Yáng Fān, Zhang Shang, Yang Jin, and others flashed knowing smiles.
Except for Sun Changsheng, his face was a picture of utter bewilderment. That nation is rather peculiar.
Surrender is part of their cultural tradition.
In short, their surrender is perfectly normal.
On the battlefield of national fortune, Yinsho ordered the surrendered contestants to remove their shirts.
He branded them with a hot iron, inscribing the character "for slave" upon their bodies using the human emperor's edict. After this procedure, the 9 contestants instantly felt a new mark imprinted upon their souls, controlled by Yinsho. He could activate this slave mark at any moment to end their lives. Simultaneously, in the depths of their consciousness, Yinsho's image grew towering and imposing.
Subtly yet profoundly, they found themselves making an inner decision to obey the man before them. At this moment, Yinsho was their absolute master.
Oh yeah!
I can finally fight for Appa Yinsho. The 3 contestants from Hanming Kingdom, especially the female contestant, were all overcome with excitement, their eyes filled with adoration as they looked at Yinsho.
Yet their gazes toward Sudaji beside Yinsho were filled with hostility. Damn it! Why do I feel like planting the slave mark on these fans who already adored Yinsho has actually diminished their loyalty to him?
They were already utterly devoted to him to begin with.
That's possible.
Don't underestimate the power of brainwashed fans.
Yáng Fān sighed wryly. What can you do? Charm is part of one's strength too.
On the battlefield of national fortune. At that moment, the gates of Danube City stood wide open. Yinsho wasted no words. After receiving the newly acquired slaves, he leapt onto his horse, raised his great sword, and pointed it toward Danube City.
All soldiers, heed my command. Raise Danube City to the ground. Chapter 97, Leveling Danube City, a Hun Yuan Alchemy Furnace. Yinsho bellowed.
His thunderous voice instantly echoed across the entire battlefield.
Every Yinshang soldier's blood boiled with fervor. Rumble.
Under Yinsho's command, the army surged toward Danube City like an overwhelming tide.
Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, threatening to crush it. Holy damn!
This is just too spectacular. Switch your perspective to those national fortune players on the city walls right now. Look down from the ramparts and gaze into the distance. Holy, it's a sea of black, a dense, teeming mass of Yinshang soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons.
Terrifying.
This is the pinnacle of cold weapon warfare.
And not just that, many of them wield magic. This is no ordinary army.
Exactly.
Look, giants and demon beasts among them. Holy, this scene is utterly terrifying. Can Danube City hold out? No way. If the gates had been closed earlier, we might have held out longer. But now they're wide open. How could anyone stop this onslaught? Those national fortune contestants who surrendered earlier are traitors to humanity.
Surrendering before the fight even started, they've doomed us all.
Damn it. These people don't have a shred of samurai spirit. It's over. Completely over. Who's left now? What possible way could there be to defend Danube City? The foreign populace stood dumbfounded, staring in terror at the terrifyingly formidable Yinshan army.
Then, they hurled curses at the surrendered players from Hanming, Human Demon, and Gaul Rooster nations. Of course, the most furious curses came from the Lord of Danube City and its garrison troops.
Damn it all.
Those who aren't of our kind truly have different hearts.
These foreign realms national fortune players aren't on the same page as us Danube City defenders, utterly unreliable.
The Lord of Danube raged. He wanted to mobilize his troops to defend the city gates. But it was already too late. A dashing female general, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp weapons, charged ahead. In an instant, she pierced through the hail of arrows and burst through the gates of Danube City. Swish! 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 The few Danube City defenders preparing to close the gates were all slain in a single exchange. Her twin blades whirled wildly, each swing claiming another enemy's life.
It's Deng Changyu, the great general of the Yin dynasty. To think such a formidable female warrior existed in that era. Indeed.
During the Battle of the Immortals, Deng Changyu's prowess nearly shattered the Western Zhou forces multiple times. Yet, with the Yin dynasty's fate sealed and heaven's mandate resting with the Western Zhou, she was ultimately defeated. She stands as one of the most outstanding female representatives in our great Xia history.
What was her husband's name again? Tuxing's son? Ah, yes.
Wait, Tuxing's son was also a formidable warrior.
I wonder if any reincarnators are here. So women can be this formidable too, dominating the battlefield. Not one bit inferior to men.
Deng Changyu breached the city gates.
The Yin soldiers advanced as if on level ground, flooding into the Danube City like a tidal wave. Damn it! Hold the line. Hold it!
The Lord of Danube City's eyes seemed to blaze with fire.
He roared. You so-called national fortune warriors. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Aren't you supposed to possess divine power? Charge now. If you don't charge now, it'll all be over soon. Attack. Kill.
Danube City was, after all, a fortress easier to defend than to attack. Its garrison was numerous, its ranks thick with powerful warriors, bolstered further by over 600 reinforcing national fortune contestants. At the command of the Danube City Lord.
In an instant, hundreds of multicolored beams erupted upon the city walls. Countless national fortune contestants unleashed their divine power, activating the projections of the deities they served. A barrage of mystical immortal arts and divine might crash down upon the Yáng Fān soldiers. They knew this was the final hour. There was no retreat, only a desperate fight to the death. With their entry into the fray, the battle which had been almost entirely one-sided finally saw a glimmer of fierce resistance. Yet, their side boasted countless mighty warriors. The Yáng Fān soldiers, too, possessed countless formidable warriors. Clang! Clang 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 clang! The melodious strains of a pipa echoed through the air.
A giant carrying a pipa charged forward, defying divine attacks as he stormed the city walls.
The pipa's melody echoed across the entire battlefield.
Upon hearing it, the Yáng Fān soldiers instantly felt their blood boil. Fear and pain seemed forgotten as every ounce of strength surged through their bodies. They charged toward Danube City with even greater recklessness. Meanwhile, atop the walls, the Danube defenders and the national fortune contestants all felt excruciating headaches upon hearing the pipa's notes. Their divine powers became chaotic, making it difficult to continue.
Ah! My ears! They're going to explode. What kind of demonic magic is this? It's a sonic attack. It's Lǐ Nézhā, one of the famed 4 generals of the Mo clan in the Yáng Fān army. His jade pipa is a true weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Good heavens!
I never imagined I'd witness the 4 generals of the Mo clan from the Ying dynasty alongside great generals like Deng Chanyu striking together.
Are there other masters present? Yes, Kong Xian, is he here? Wen Zhong, Grand Tutor Wen, why are you just watching from the rear? Engage.
Perhaps battles of this caliber aren't worthy of the Grand Tutor Wen, the commander-in-chief, to intervene personally.
Look! Even Deng Chanyu and the 4 generals of the Mo clan alone are nearly annihilating the enemy. At the very front lines of the battlefield, Mo Liqing wielded the Azure Cloud Sword. Its massive blade swept through the air, unleashing colossal sword chi that crashed down upon the walls of the Danube City. Each strike engulfed vast swaths of the defending soldiers. Mo Lihong wielded the Hun Yuan umbrella. Its canopy unfurled, unleashing howling winds and a terrifying suction force. National fortune contestants couldn't resist, swiftly sucked into the umbrella and refined into pulp. Then there was Mo Li's-ho.
His flowered ferret transformed into a monstrous beast tens of meters tall, charging directly onto the city walls.
It rampaged wildly, sweeping through every direction. Both the defending soldiers and the national fortune contestants were struck by near-death blows or met instant death upon contact. This is insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. My eyes. Ding.
Attention, mass casualties detected among national fortune participants.
Analysis confirms the killers were summoned soldiers of Great Xia's national fortune participant Yin Shou.
Therefore, their kills are credited to Yin Shou.
Ding. Great Xia has earned rewards.
Due to the high number of casualties, the rewards for Great Xia have been consolidated.
Ding.
Congratulations to Great Xia for obtaining a Hun Yuan alchemy furnace.
Hun Yuan alchemy furnace overview, a true immortal grade alchemy furnace fueled by the threefold true fire.
It can refine any substance into diverse elixirs possessing various effects.
Includes a complementary alchemy encyclopedia. Boom! A colossal alchemy furnace descended from the heavens, landing within the Great Xia National Fortune Bureau. Beside it lay an alchemy encyclopedia. Cough cough. Could you be a bit gentler?
That nearly crushed this old man.
Is this the alchemy furnace?
While certainly not on par with the Supreme Lord Lao Jun's divine tier craftsmanship, it's still of true immortal caliber. With this furnace, our Great Xia can finally refine our own elixirs.
Yáng Fān gazed at the primordial alchemy furnace, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 98, The Magnificent Meat Grinder. Who would have thought that accumulating too many rewards from the National Fortune Battlefield could trigger a qualitative leap?
From basic resources and enhancing the physical fitness of our entire populace, it's now upgraded to this level of innate treasure. And it's a strategic treasure, capable of supplying our Great Xia cultivators with alchemical pills in bulk.
Damn it! Looks like our Great Xia is truly stepping into the cultivation era.
Our Great Xia already possessed the art of beast taming. Now we have the art of pill refinement.
What else might come next? Artifact forging, talisman drawing? Damn it! I can't wait. Absolutely. The National Fortune Battlefield has everything. As long as Great Xia keeps winning and winning, continuously claiming rewards, we'll have whatever we desire.
Even achieving universal ascension to immortality isn't impossible.
Damn it!
You Great Xia people sure know how to dream big.
Daydreaming in broad daylight. Your national fortune players are impressive, but they can't win forever, right? Who knows? Ha 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 ha. On the National Fortune Battlefield,
Deng Chanyu, the 4 generals of the Mo clan, and countless Yinshang soldiers all launched their attacks. The entire battlefield transformed into a magnificent, relentless meat grinder. Every moment saw casualties fall, and every moment brought a reward notification echoing in the ears of the great Xia populace.
Damn! This is intense. Watching a massive battlefield like this is pure adrenaline. It's absolutely thrilling.
With the fighting this fierce, Yin Shou and Wen Zhong still haven't moved.
It's driving me crazy. It's not just them. Look at the Yinshang army, they haven't even deployed all their forces. Even many generals who clearly possess formidable strength haven't joined the fray.
Even with just a fraction of Yin's forces attacking Danube City, they're already this formidable.
Truly unstoppable.
Sigh, it's all because those traitorous defectors opened the gates of Danube City. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't be so one-sided.
Danube City could have held out for a while. Useless.
Those spineless players from Hanming, Runyao, and Gull Rooster have truly doomed us all. I thought our country's contestants, though not particularly strong, could at least blend into the crowd, avoid sticking their necks out, and scrape by safely.
Who knew we'd run into a murderous maniac like Yin Shou? Give me a break. At least your national champion actually fought.
Our guy just dropped dead on the ground from the start, only to get stabbed twice by that woman Deng Chanyu.
I'm seriously impressed. Some women are just terrifying. On Blue Star, all nations except Great Xia trembled in fear. Some nations had already lost their contestants, and punishment swiftly followed.
But that was still bearable, at least they'd been punished and could resign themselves to their fate. But the people of the remaining nations whose national fortune athletes hadn't yet perished completely, yet whose inevitable demise was plain to see, were all trembling with fear. They were like death row inmates awaiting their execution. The most terrifying part was that they had no idea when the execution would begin.
This waiting period is excruciatingly agonizing. Finally,
with that ding dong, 3 consecutive punishments descended. After 30% of a specific physical attribute was drained from their bodies, they could finally relax, no longer needing to endure the agony.
Why?
Why does Great Xia have such incredible luck, recruiting a contestant like Yin Shou who can summon soldiers from the underworld? This leaves us contestants from other nations utterly powerless to resist.
I'm truly speechless. It's over. All over. Our only hope now rests on the Heavenly Khan avenging us. Damn it.
We thought we could use Danube City's impregnable defenses to bleed the Yinshang army dry, making it easier for the Heavenly Prodigy Khan to finish them off later. But now Danube City is about to fall, and it feels like the Yinshang army hasn't suffered much damage at all. Sigh, once Yin Shou occupies Danube City and uses it as a stronghold to fight the Heavenly Prodigy Khan, he might even gain the upper hand.
Exactly. As long as both sides are evenly matched, the defenders always hold the advantage over the attackers. No. Not necessarily. Do you truly believe Danube City has no fighting spirit left? Just as everyone despaired over the fate of Danube City and all the national fortune contestants.
Suddenly, an internationally renowned military strategist spoke up. I don't understand why everyone is now discussing how Great Xia is certain to win, how Danube City is bound to fall, and how it won't even inflict significant losses on the Yinshang army.
Remember the Battle of Glur, the amphibious assault, and all those other siege battles?
Even when the city fell, it was merely the beginning.
The defending soldiers could still retreat into the city, leveraging its complex terrain and fortifications to wage street-to-street combat.
Throughout history, such street fighting has proven the most difficult to overcome. After all, the Danube garrison fights on home turf and undoubtedly knows the battlefield far better than the Yinshang soldiers.
So don't despair just yet.
Once the city is fully breached and the Danube defenders retreat inside, that's when the real bloodletting for the Yinshang army begins.
Regardless, we national fortune participants are the defenders, the advantage is ours. This war expert delivered a lengthy speech on the international forum.
For a moment, the crowd was left speechless.
Countless faces exchanged glances, sinking into deep thought. Holy! He's absolutely right. If the city gates can't hold, we can still fight in the streets. Danube City is easy to defend but hard to attack. Defensive structures are everywhere inside and outside the city walls.
The garrison is strong enough, with plenty of elite fighters. Add in the national fortune player, and this battle still has a chance. Throughout history, countless battles saw the attacking force initially hold the upper hand, only to be slowly bled dry in the ensuing street fighting. Take Hanskat's invasion of Bearland, they were worn down to extinction.
We still have a chance.
Even if we can't win outright, we can inflict heavy losses on the Yinshang forces, crippling their ability to face the even mightier Heavenly Pride Khan later on.
Under the war expert's analysis,
the once despairing citizens of various nations saw hope rekindled in their eyes. It seemed, in this battle, they might, seemingly, possibly, perhaps, just maybe, have a tiny sliver of a chance to defeat the Yinshang army, to defeat the Great Xia. Many still clung to this fantasy in their hearts.
Chapter 99, The Surprise Attack. Khan Tianjiao strikes.
Amidst these fantasies, a sudden piece of news arrived, stirring their emotions even more.
On the battlefield of national destiny,
Yin Shou stood at the rear of the battlefield, surrounded by the top masters and warriors of the Yin Shang dynasty. None of them, including Wen Zhong, had entered the fray.
the current battle did not yet require their intervention.
It seems the fall of Danube City is imminent.
Our great Shang warriors are truly valiant. Even after thousands of years, having been reborn from the netherworld, they remain unstoppable, unbreakable. Though there have been casualties, war is war. It's only natural.
Our soldiers have just emerged from the underworld, they need to see blood. Yin Shou gazed at the distant battlefield with a completely expressionless face, like a ruthless man utterly indifferent to life.
Death claimed lives every minute, every second on the battlefield.
Most were ordinary soldiers from the Danube City garrison cannon fodder, perhaps crushed to death by the aftershocks of stronger combatants. Naturally, Yin Shang's forces also suffered casualties. But the losses were minimal, and Yin Shou paid them little mind.
When Zhong rode atop his black qilin, standing high above the fray,
his three eyes opened wide as he surveyed the distant city of Danube. Old man, I see Danube City is fully fortified with every defensive structure imaginable, including numerous traps. Forcing our way in for street fighting would result in heavy casualties. Moreover, they possess vast stores of grain and supplies, every kind of logistical support. It is truly a fortress built solely for defense. Capturing this city and holding it would give us an advantage in the contest for kingship against the Heavenly Pride Khan. Yet your majesty, though breaching the walls may be straightforward, fully securing this city as our own without leaving any lingering threats will prove rather troublesome. But no matter the difficulty, we shall have it fully subdued by tomorrow at the latest. During his lifetime, Wen Zhong had spent his days on the battlefield, mastering the art of warfare. Yet, just as Yin Shou and Wen Zhong both wore expressions of calm composure, a messenger suddenly galloped in on horseback.
Urgent report from the front lines. The messenger appeared utterly terrified, drenched in sweat.
The moment he halted, his warhorse let out a final whinny and collapsed dead. Clearly, it had endured an extremely strenuous, high-speed gallop.
What could be so urgent?
Yin Shou, Wen Zhong, Sudaji, and numerous other Shang generals were all startled.
Report. Your Majesty. According to reliable intelligence,
the Heavenly Pride Khan has suddenly mobilized his entire army. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the Eternal Flame Empire have all marched out. Moreover, Khan Tianjiao himself personally leads 100,000 iron cavalry, moving at breakneck speed. He has abandoned the main force and is charging toward our position. Within half an hour at the latest, the vanguard of those 100,000 cavalry will reach this location.
The messenger reported urgently. What did you say?
At these words, even men of extraordinary composure like Yin Shou and Wen Zhong couldn't help but startle inwardly.
What? What the hell? What did that messenger just say? Blue Star.
Foreign citizens who had long harbored resentment and hoped for the fall of the great Xia, along with traitors, all trembled violently.
A surge of wild excitement erupted within them. The Heavenly Pride Khan has mobilized his entire army and is marching toward Yin Shou? And the vanguard of 100,000 cavalry, personally led by the Heavenly Pride Khan, will arrive in less than half an hour? Didn't they agree to a 3-day truce? Before the deadline, the battle for the throne is about to begin prematurely? I don't know. But what I do know is that Yin Shou's forces are currently locked in fierce combat with the Danube garrison and the allied nations' troops. Though they hold the upper hand, they're being fiercely resisted and won't take the city anytime soon. Moreover, they cannot retreat freely. If they abandon the siege now, the Danube garrison might even counterattack. The gates they captured earlier would be lost entirely, making future assaults far more difficult. Not only that, but Yin Shou and his Yin Shang forces are now trapped in the middle, surrounded by both the Danube garrison and the Khan's cavalry enemies on all sides. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha.
This is truly unexpected good news.
Yin Shou, you're finished.
The Khan truly delivers. They strike without hesitation, striking swiftly and decisively.
By the time the enemy realizes what's happening, they're already upon them. Is this the mobility of the nomadic tribes? Awesome. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Ah ha 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 ha.
The people who had been expecting the fall of Great Xia were instantly overcome with excitement, their blood boiling with fervor.
Just minutes earlier,
they had all worn expressions of utter despair, as if facing certain death. The battlefield truly changes in the blink of an eye. Yin Shou, who had everything under control, suddenly found himself in a desperate situation.
It's hilarious. Damn it. That Heavenly Khan has no honor in warfare. He promised to attack in 3 days. Why did he strike early? Didn't he learn that from your great Xia? Warfare is the art of deception. Too bad the art of war hadn't been written yet during Yin Shou's Shang dynasty.
So whether it's Yin Shou or Wen Zhong, when it comes to military strategy, they're ultimately a step behind the Heavenly Prodigy Khan.
Who would have thought?
Yin Shou, who held such overwhelming advantage moments ago, has now fallen this low.
Soon, the Khan's cavalry will sweep in, joining forces with Danube's garrison and the numerous Fate of Nations contestants for a devastating inside-out assault. Insho's Yinshang army is about to be wiped out completely. Oh no, this can't be happening. Did we bet on the wrong horse by surrendering to Insho? No, oh no. Countless citizens swiftly shifted their focus. In the distance, dust billowed as vast cavalry formations swept across the landscape.
Insho is finished. The Great Xia is defeated. In this battle for the nation's fate, the ultimate victor is the Heavenly Khan.
Great Xia, you've been so mighty for so long, yet in the end, you're still the losers? Anyone interested in emigrating now? Processing fee is just 15 million. On international forums, Great Xia's own forums, and across major livestream platforms, mockery ran rampant. The expressions of countless Great Xia citizens grew grim. No way. Khan Tianjiao's surprise attack really caught us off guard.
Sure, the battlefield has no rules, victory is everything, but this just pisses me off.
Damn it. I hate these backstabbing bastards the most. Director, what should we do now? Within the National Security Bureau. All eyes turn to Yáng Fān. Don't worry.
Insho and Wenzhong have been fighting their entire lives. They wouldn't be completely unprepared.
Yáng Fān said.
The battlefield situation has merely become unclear. It doesn't mean our Great Xia is doomed to lose.
Let's see how Insho and the others handle this.
Chapter 100 Yin Zhao, the three-headed, six-armed warrior Kong Xian, the five-colored divine light. Oomph. The Heavenly Pride Khan has broken his word, launching the King's contest prematurely. While we were locked in battle with the Danube city-state, he suddenly led his cavalry in a surprise attack swift as lightning, leaving no time to react. Truly despicable.
On the battlefield of national destiny.
Su Daji observed Insho and Wenzhong, both wearing grave expressions, and felt uneasy herself. She gave a cold snort and remarked,
"It's only natural.
This is war, after all, not children playing house." Though Wenzhong's expression was grave, he refrained from condemning the Heavenly Pride Khan as underhanded. Such is the nature of war.
There is no room for moralizing about honor or dishonor.
The Heavenly Pride Khan has conquered half the world, dominating the Eurasian continent.
His methods are naturally extraordinary.
Insho gazed toward the distant city-state of Danube and drew his heaven-slaying blade. Our only option now is to seize the Danube city first and fortify our defenses within its walls. But the Khan advances with such ferocity we may not have time.
Kong Xian, Yin Zhao. Your subjects are here. Your sons are here.
From among the generals who had hesitated to act, two figures suddenly stepped forward. You two are the strongest generals under my command. I command you to go and block the Heavenly Pride Khan.
Hold him off for just half an hour longer. Yes, Your Majesty, Father. Kong Xian and Yin Zhao spoke in unison as they rose to their feet.
One radiated a five-colored divine light from his back, while the other transformed into a three-headed, six-armed divine form, wielding multiple magical treasures with towering might and ferocity.
With time pressing, they hesitated not a moment.
Each leading a contingent of troops, they charged toward the distant battlefield. Meanwhile, since the Yinshang army had been summoned from the netherworld, the monk Fahai, who had been unable to find an opportunity to act, stood up after a few seconds of deep contemplation.
Damn Buddha!
In this battle for the nation's fate, you've stolen all the limelight from this monk.
Master Fahai roared in anger.
This humble monk shall also confront the Heavenly Khan.
How could I be absent from this most arduous task?
His purpose in joining the National Destiny battlefield was precisely to make a grand show of himself, to impress Bureau Chief Yáng Fān, and to savor the feeling of being a national celebrity. But unexpectedly, all the glory had been snatched away. This time, he finally seized his chance and volunteered immediately.
As you wish.
Insho replied coldly.
Just don't die.
Otherwise, the Great Xia will face punishment again.
That's none of your concern.
Master Fahai mounted a horse and followed the two generals Yin Zhao and Kong Xian. Regardless, we must capture the city of Danube swiftly. Khan Tianjiao is formidable, backed by the divine realm of Changsheng Tian. They won't hold out much longer. After deploying troops and commanders to block the Heavenly Pride Khan, Insho did not pause. He continued arranging the siege operations.
Your Majesty, perhaps this old man should lead the assault?
At that moment, Wenzhong stepped forward. If I give it my all, I should be able to breach the city swiftly.
Yet Insho refused outright. The Grand Tutor must conserve his strength for the upcoming battle against the mighty warriors of the Heavenly Pride Khan. We cannot afford to expend too much energy now. Breaking through the city by sheer force alone. I fear it will be too late. Insho declared.
His gaze fell upon Daji. But fortunately, I still have my beloved consort. At that moment, within the walls of Danube City, surviving participants of the national fortune competition relayed news of the Khan's cavalry approaching to the Lord of Danube City, the garrison troops, and all other participants.
Is it true? Khan Tianjiao is launching a rear attack on Insho's army? This is perfect timing.
The Lord of Danube City was instantly stirred with excitement. Indeed, in this world, there are no permanent friends, nor permanent enemies.
Those I once deemed enemies have now become allies, while those I once trusted as allies have proven to be Danube City's true adversaries. The remaining defenders of Danube City, the last of the national fortune contestants, had been on the brink of despair. They believed they could never withstand the Yinshang army, and that it wouldn't be long before the city fell and they perished. Some had even prepared to surrender. Those who had mocked the surrender of the Hanming Kingdom, the Human Demon Kingdom, and the Gallic Rooster Kingdom contestants moments before now bitterly regretted not having surrendered themselves. But now, news that the Heavenly Khan was rushing to their aid and had ambushed Yin Shou from behind injected everyone with a powerful shot of adrenaline. Hold on. If we hold out, the Yinshang army will collapse on its own. With the Heavenly Pride Khan pinching them from both sides, Yin Shou refused to ally with me earlier, he can forget about it now. The Lord of Danube shouted excitedly. Soon, the defenders of Danube City and the national fortune contestants began to consolidate their defenses. Relying on various fortifications, they adopted a strategy of holding their ground without advancing, resisting the Yinshang army's assaults. It was clear to anyone watching that they were buying time. Yet such is war, even when you discern an opponent's intent, there's often nothing you can do about it. The Yinshang forces continued their advance. Though they pressed forward relentlessly, drawing ever closer to the city walls, and though it was only a matter of time before they captured Danube City if this continued. But they absolutely could not capture Danube City before the arrival of the Heavenly Khan. It won't be long before Yin Shou and his entire Yinshang army are wrapped up like dumplings by the Danube City garrison, the national fortune players from various countries, and the Heavenly Pride Khan. Who would have thought the battlefield could shift so swiftly? Great Xia, you're finished. Damn it. What are you gloating about? As if your Khan of Heavenly Pride is some saint. Once he defeats Yin Shou, he'll slaughter every last defender and fate battler in Danube City too. Don't forget the Eternal Flame Empire is the true embodiment of destruction. Doesn't matter. Truth is, whether Yin Shou wins or the Heavenly Pride Khan wins, our nation's contestants are doomed either way. I just refuse to let you Great Xia gloat. If we're going down, we're all going down together. Destroy it all. Destroy everything. On Blue Star. Many foreign citizens grew agitated. Some, unhappy with their own lives, couldn't bear to see others prosper. That tyrant king still seems to be struggling. He sent 2 generals and that bald-headed fool to block the Heavenly Pride Khan. Doesn't he realize their strength isn't even close to matching up? The Khan's vanguard boasts 100,000 iron cavalry, personally led by him. It must contain countless elite warriors. How could they possibly hold them back? If it were me, I'd throw everything forward, all my forces, and storm Danube City regardless of the cost and casualties. This King Zhou truly knows nothing of military strategy, splitting his forces like this. Well, now they'll be picked off one by the Heavenly Pride Khan. At that moment, the 3 great generals, Master Fahai, Yin Zhao, and Kong Xian, had already arrived with their armies at the Khan's inevitable route. This place is called General's Valley. Both sides are mountain ridges, with only a narrow pass in between allowing passage. We shall block the Heavenly Pride Khan here. Kong Xian surveyed the valley ahead. Crown Prince Yin Zhao, you and I shall each command a contingent of troops stationed on the 2 mountain ridges flanking the valley. Should the Khan of the Sky Passes traverse this valley, we shall attack him from our elevated positions. Chapter 101, Master Fahai, Defender of General's Valley. Very well. Yin Zhao, son of Yin Shou and Crown Prince of Yinshang, certainly lacked the battle-hardened command experience of a veteran general like Kong Xian. Soon, the two reached an agreement. Each led their troops to garrison the peaks on opposite sides. They gathered massive boulders and sturdy timber to fortify their defenses. This scene left Master Fahai utterly bewildered. Wait, what are you two doing? Shouldn't we be blocking the Khan's forces by stationing our troops right in the middle of General's Valley? You've surely heard the tale of Masu defending Jieting from a high vantage point? Positioning ourselves like this makes us vulnerable to encirclement, leading to starvation and death from cut-off supplies. Master Fahai demanded. Yet Yin Zhao, Kong Xian, and the multitude of soldiers all looked utterly bewildered. Who is Masu? Where is Jieting? Master Fahai. Alright, this monk forgot you truly haven't heard his story. I swear to Buddha, I'm so fed up. At that moment, 10,000 curses raged within Master Fahai's mind. On Blue Star, countless foreign citizens and traders of the Great Xia Empire erupted in fury. Ah. I always said it was just King Zhou who didn't understand military strategy. Turns out his generals are just as clueless, only good at fighting like fools. Yin Zhao, Kong Xian, all these so-called generals. After commanding troops for so many years, they're still this stupid. It's not that they're foolish, but rather that their era was too distant. Their military strategies were simply outdated. After all, the art of war wasn't written until the spring and autumn period. It was only then that the Great Xia developed a systematic military theory. And Masu's defense of Jieting happened even later, during the Three Kingdoms era. Their lack of understanding is understandable, it's a limitation of their era. It's not their fault. But even if it isn't their fault, Great Xia is still being destroyed because of them.
During the era of the Heavenly Pride Khan, Daxia's cold weapon military strategy had reached its zenith. No wonder the Heavenly Pride Khan toyed with Inshou's army like dogs, launching surprise attacks from behind without a moment's hesitation.
It's no wonder Inshou was destined to lose this battle. The tale of Masu's defense of Jieting, amplified by great Xiao's traders, spread across the entire Blue Star. Consequently, many foreign citizens, unaware of the true circumstances, also came to believe that the Great Xia Empire was destined to lose this battle. In terms of strategy, tactics, and military doctrine, Khan Tianzhou had outclassed Inshou's forces by a wide margin. Damn it!
Had I known the Battle of National Destiny would escalate into such a high-level military confrontation, I would have taken the field personally.
Great Xia National Fortune Bureau.
Zhang Shang slammed his fist on the table, his face etched with regret. Having studied military theory for so many years, I am undoubtedly superior to that Khan. Had I commanded the Yinshang forces, we might have stood a chance.
Ha! Old fart, that's not necessarily true. Lǐ Nézhā sneered from the side.
It was your past life that destroyed the Shang dynasty back then. If you'd been there, you'd have been chopped into pieces by the resurrected Yinshang army long ago.
Humph. Little brat, if you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute.
Zhang Shang nearly lost his temper. But he restrained himself.
An old man shouldn't lose his temper, that's the way to stay healthy. Director, things don't look good.
This Khan of Heavenly Pride truly lives up to his reputation as a man who once conquered half the world. With such ease, he's nearly driven Inshou and his men to the brink of defeat. I doubt Generals Yin Zhao and Kong Xian can hold back the Heavenly Pride Khan. Inshou's defeat is all but certain now that he's surrounded.
Not necessarily. Yáng Fān smiled.
Compared to the others, he always maintained a calm demeanor. While military strategy has advanced over time, we mustn't underestimate the wisdom of our ancestors. When Masu defended Jieting and was besieged by Sima Yi, cut off from water and supplies until defeated, it clearly demonstrated that when guarding such valleys, troops should not be stationed on the two mountain peaks but positioned right in the center of the valley. However, cutting off water and supplies requires time.
Kong Xian and his men only need to hold out against the Heavenly Khan for half an hour. No prolonged battle is necessary.
Therefore, occupying the high ground on both peaks poses no issue.
That makes sense too, Zhang Shang nodded.
But the Heavenly Pride Khan is well versed in military strategy. They likely won't hold out for long.
But we still have Master Fa Hai.
Though his presence has been low-key in this National Fate battle, he is indeed a genuine deity reincarnate, Yáng Fān remarked.
Oh? Are you referring to that bald monk, Director? I haven't seen him take action once.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have thought we only sent Inshou to this National Destiny battle.
Lǐ Nézhā exclaimed in sudden surprise.
He had only just realized there was also Master Fa Hai.
A monk? How could he possibly have such a huge impact on the battle? Everyone was skeptical. At that moment, on the battlefield of National Destiny in General's Valley,
the Khan of the Celestial Pride moved with blinding speed. Leading his light cavalry, he had abandoned all baggage trains to launch a swift surprise attack. Thus, before Yin Zhao, Kong Xian, and Master Fa Hai could fully prepare, he arrived at General's Valley with 100,000 iron cavalry.
Once we pass this valley, we'll reach Danube City.
The Khan, clad in heavy armor and wielding a crescent blade atop his windchaser steed, surveyed the Yinshang soldiers stationed at the valley's center and flanking peaks, letting out a hearty laugh. Indeed, that Inshou fellow was guarding against this Khan as well. He sent spies to monitor us in advance and fortified this General's Valley to block my advance.
This is how it should be.
If the enemy were too weak, this Khan would find it rather dull. The Heavenly Khan raised his crescent blade and swung it down fiercely toward General's Valley. Charge! Charge! The mighty iron cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire surged forward in an instant, charging toward General's Valley. This was the era of the Celestial Khan, when his cavalry was the mightiest force on the entire Blue Star.
With these warriors, the Heavenly Pride Khan conquered nation after nation, obliterated civilization after civilization, and carved out vast territories.
They're here, damn it.
Buddha protect us.
Following the advice of Master Fa Hai, Yin Zhao and Kong Xian had granted him a contingent of troops. They were stationed right in the center of General's Valley, preparing to confront the Heavenly Pride Khan head-on. Yin Zhao and Kong Xian then positioned themselves to flank the enemy. Master Fa Hai gazed at the dark, terrifying mass of the Eternal Flame Empire's iron cavalry, his heart sinking with dread. Despite his extensive preparations, the moment battle commenced, he felt an overwhelming, gut-wrenching pressure.
He wasn't alone in this feeling.
He could sense the solemn expressions on the faces of the surrounding Yinshang soldiers, all of them weighed down by an immense sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. Everyone, do not worry.
Just follow this monk's commands. Master Fa Hai took a deep breath, suppressing his own unease as he sought to steady the troops.
His gaze locked onto the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry charging at the forefront.
Soon, very soon. Finally.
The Eternal Flame Empire cavalrymen charging at the very front suddenly stumbled.
One of them lost his footing and, in a moment of carelessness, stepped into thin air. Then, both rider and horse crashed to the ground.
Both rider and horse let out a simultaneous whinny and scream.
Ha! It worked. See that? This is the secret weapon this monk crafted specifically to counter cavalry. Chapter 102, The Reliable Master Fahai.
Directly ahead of General's Valley, on the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry's inevitable path. One after another, pits had caved in. Originally covered by a thin layer of branches and dust, they were indistinguishable from the surface. But the moment the Eternal Flame Empire's iron cavalry stepped upon them, they would sink through, sending men and horses tumbling. To counter cavalry, you must target the horses beneath them.
Amitabha Buddha.
This monk is truly a genius. Master Fahai chuckled with satisfaction. The front cavalrymen were thrown from their mounts, posing a tremendous challenge to the riders charging behind them. Their momentum was too swift to halt abruptly.
Soon, the vanguard cavalry fell into utter chaos. Then, Master Fahai swept his arm dramatically. Release the arrows. Whoosh! 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 Behind him, the Yinshang soldiers unleashed a torrent of arrows. Streaks of flaming projectiles shot forth, striking the already disorganized Eternal Flame Empire cavalry. Ha! This Master Fahai seems to be the real deal. On Blue Star. Countless citizens of the Great Xia Empire who had been utterly despairing, suddenly witnessing Master Fahai's actions. A flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. Even though it only inflicted casualties on the very front ranks, a small fraction of the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry, and the losses were almost negligible, it still managed to slow their advance. This battle never required defeating Khan Tinzhou. All we needed was to buy time until Lin Shou successfully captured Danube City. That would be victory. Don't underestimate Master Fahai just because he's a big bald guy with bulging muscles. The man's got brains. He delivers when it counts. Indeed. He is one of our Buddhist brethren. Amitabha.
It's a shame the great Xia Buddhist sects have severed ties with our Lingshan lineage. Truly a great loss for our faith. Once the great Xia falls, we must bring them back into the fold.
Bull. Everything's yours, Lingshans. You. Amitabha Buddha. Esteemed great Xia lay devotee, please mind your language. Cease this constant cursing.
This monk strongly suspects that Master Fahai, who hails from our Buddhist lineage, has been corrupted by your great Xia's foul speech, constantly chanting Amitabha Buddha while cursing his mother. Venerable Dharma C, as one of our Buddhist brethren, you must not perish on this battlefield of national destiny.
We await your return to chant sutras together. Amitabha. Lingshan Mountain, Buddhist Sanctuary.
They've been relentlessly recruiting powerful, skilled individuals from other nations, simply telling them, you share a karmic bond with our Buddhist order, to lure them over. For those already within the Buddhist fold, they spared no effort. Had it not been for the protective barriers shielding Great Xia, the Arhats and Bodhisattvas nurtured by the Buddhist sect would have long since stormed into Great Xia to seize disciples. Speaking of Yin Shou, it reminds me back when the Yin dynasty and Zhou dynasty of Great Xia launched the Battle of the Immortals, our Buddhist sect reaped immense benefits. That initial accumulation of power laid the foundation for our growth to this day. Shakyamuni pressed his palms together in prayer, his heart filled with profound emotion as he recalled those tumultuous times.
Now, with Yin Shou and the heavenly pride Khan vying for supremacy, might we not replicate the divine war of old and reap a massive windfall? After a moment's contemplation, Shakyamuni quickly made his decision. Fortune favors the bold. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Amitabha Buddha.
This monk is truly a genius.
National Destiny Battlefield, General's Valley.
Master Fahai gazed at the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry he had blocked, unable to contain his triumphant laughter.
This should be live streaming now, right? Let my brilliant and heroic deeds echo across the entire Great Xiano. Across the whole Blue Star.
By then, this humble monk's followers will surely outnumber those of that demonic child, Lǐ Nézhā. Master Fahai vowed silently to himself.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
Suddenly, Master Fahai slapped himself twice across the face. No, I mustn't get carried away. We're facing the Eternal Flame Empire, which once conquered half of Blue Star.
The methods of the heavenly prodigy Khan will surely far exceed my imagination. All forces, stand by. Quickly signal Lin Jiao and Kong Xian on the mountain peak.
If anything unexpected happens here, they must come down immediately to provide support.
Yes, Master.
The surrounding Yinshang soldiers had already been ordered to obey Zen Master Fahai's commands. Earlier, they had harbored some resentment.
But now,
witnessing the success achieved by Master Fahai, they had begun to admire the great monk from the bottom of their hearts.
Thus, the soldiers' execution was swift and decisive. They swiftly carried out Master Fahai's orders.
Indeed, Master Fahai's strategy proved correct.
Rumble. The advance of the Eternal Flame Empire's iron cavalry was hindered.
The path ahead was littered with pits, making it difficult for the cavalry to pass smoothly.
Yet among them were many formidable warriors.
Backed by the divine realm and the blessings of the eternal heaven, the Eternal Flame Empire of this era stood as the undisputed ruler of the entire Blue Star. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, several elders clad in vibrant robes rode their short-legged horses to the forefront. Adorned with various animal bones and bells, they muttered incantations and gestured wildly for a while.
Rise!
With the chant of their incantation, the entire General's Valley shook violently. The earth split open and closed again. The pit that Master Fahai and his men had painstakingly dug earlier was effortlessly filled in by them. The entire path became perfectly level, a smooth, unobstructed road. Charge! The Eternal Flame Empire cavalry, previously held back, now faced no obstacles. They charged forward without delay, continuing their assault on General's Valley. Holy crap! What the hell are those things? Eternal Flame Empire shamans? Damn impressive. They can actually alter the terrain. No wonder their cavalry is so formidable. This practically grants them the perfect battlefield conditions at all times. Trouble. Master Fahai is in danger. Daxia livestream. Moments ago, countless citizens were filled with admiration for Master Fahai. Now, seeing the Eternal Flame Empire's counterattack, they began to worry for Master Fahai. Fortunately, Master Fahai was no ordinary man. Before the crowd could foresee the impending danger, he had already made his preparations. Upon the peaks flanking both sides of General's Valley, Kong Xian and Yin Zhao received Master Fahai's signal and simultaneously commanded their troops. Come on! Smash it for me! Boom! The stones and logs they had prepared earlier. Now they all came into play. They rained down in a hail upon the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry in the valley below. Simultaneously, troops from both sides charged down the slopes on either flank of the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry. With the high ground advantage, they held all the upper hand. Ha ha! Heavenly Pride Khan, this monk sees you're in a fine mess now. Master Fahai roared with hearty laughter. Chapter 103, Su Daji enters the fray. A frontal blockade reinforced by flanking mountain peaks. This Fahai Zen master has a keen grasp of military strategy. In the Great Xia, at the Bureau of National Fortune, Zhang Shang stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on Master Fahai with evident satisfaction. While his formation can't truly defeat the Heavenly Khan, the gap in strength between them is simply too vast. But it can effectively slow the Heavenly Pride Khan's advance, buying time for Yin Shou's forces. Who would have thought? I always considered him a minor player, yet he possesses such tactics. Truly unexpected. Ahahaha. See? This is what our Great Xia contestants are made of. Director Bureau truly knows how to recruit. Every National Fortune contestant is far beyond ordinary. Speaking of which, Master Fahai, isn't he the reincarnation of that monk who sealed by Suzhen? How did a monk learn warfare and tactical formations? Ah, that's where your ignorance shows. Monks aren't engaged in productive labor. Originally, they'd be idle in the temple, bored out of their minds day after day. Naturally, they'd turn to studying all sorts of strange and obscure things. Military strategy is probably just one of them. Master Fahai might also be into fishing, the I Ching, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of things. That makes sense. Looks like our Great Xia has a strong chance this time. On the battlefield of national destiny, Master Fahai, Yin Zhao, and Kong Xian led their forces from 3 directions, attacking the cavalry of the Heavenly Pride Khan. In an instant, fierce battles erupted everywhere. The scene instantly descended into utter chaos. At this very moment was the critical moment. Master Fahai, leaving all else behind, donned his monk's robe and personally joined the fray. Behold this monk's mighty celestial dragon. Boom! Master Fahai, purple Golem's bowl in his left hand and celestial staff in his right, charged into the crowd, transforming into a berserker as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Great heavenly dragon! Earth-stored Bodhisattva. His frame was towering, muscles bulging, adorned with a dragon tattoo spanning his back. He was a berserker at heart. Strategic prowess was merely a side hobby. Muscle-bound berserking was his true calling. Meanwhile, Yin Zhao, Kong Xian, and other great generals of the Ying dynasty were not idle either. Yin Zhao transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, wielding the heaven-shattering seal, the fallen bell, and the twin swords. All these magical treasures activated simultaneously. His body transformed into a giant dozens of meters tall, charging into the ranks of the Eternal Flame Empire and unleashing a rampage of slaughter. Kong Xian, however, proved even more formidable. His origins remained unknown. In any case, a 5-colored divine light emanated from his back. Under the wash of this divine light, anyone caught within lost all their divine power and combat ability, collapsing directly to the ground. Even when a general of the Eternal Flame Empire, a formidable warrior radiating surging divine power, wielding a crescent blade, charged before Kong Xian, it was over in a single exchange. Under the 5-colored divine light, the mighty generals were no different from ordinary soldiers. All were instantly slain with a single strike. Holy! Holy! Damn awesome! Damn impressive! Master Fahai's tactical deployment was flawless. I'd forgotten he was a berserker. Damn! That's just too awesome. If I recall correctly, this is exactly how fierce Fahai was back when he subdued the serpent demon. Indeed, these reincarnated warriors are all formidable compared to their past lives. Look at Yin Zhao with his 3 heads and 6 arms, and Kong Xian with the 5-colored divine light behind him. Each is a dragon among men, a strong among the strong. This time, no matter what, they should be able to hold back the Heavenly Prince Khan. Holy crap! I'm even starting to wonder if they might just defeat the Heavenly Prince Khan right here. That Yin show is too impressive. The Yin Shang soldiers he summoned from the netherworld are actually this powerful? I'm truly amazed. Not necessarily.
Generals of Yin Zhao and Kong Xian's caliber are likely among the strongest in the Yin Shang army.
If every general possessed such prowess, Yin Shang would have unified the entire world ages ago. Damn it! Damn it! Why? Why? Why is the Great Xia Empire so damn powerful? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Khan Tianjiao, you're supposed to be so formidable. Why are you wilting now? Strike now. Wipe out these Daxia bastards. A fierce battle ensued. Countless spectators were filled with fervor.
Of course, while the people of Great Xia were fired up, those from other nations gritted their teeth, consumed by envy and resentment. Meanwhile, atop the sacred mountain of the Buddhist realm in the White Elephant Kingdom, the Bodhisattvas, monks, arhats, and Buddhas gazed upon Master Fahai with expressions of profound satisfaction. This man has a karmic connection with our Buddhist lineage. No, he is already one of us. The Buddha has already intervened. This time, we must guide him back to our sacred mountain to cultivate diligently and attain enlightenment. Not only that, but this time we shall emerge as the ultimate victors, just as in the Great Xia's Battle of the Immortals.
At that moment, on the battlefield of national destiny, at the rear of the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry,
Khan Tianjiao watched Fa Hai, Kong Shen, and Yin Zhao slaughtering their way through the crowd, a smile spreading across his face.
Excellent. This is far more entertaining.
He slowly wiped the blood from his crescent blade.
He looked up at the sky. Gradually, the once clear azure sky was slowly veiled in a crimson hue. At that moment, beneath the walls of Danube City,
Wen Zhong soared into the air, his three eyes opening wide as he surveyed the distant battlefield at General's Valley. Then he plunged downward.
Your Majesty, they can hold out a little longer over there. The current situation is favorable.
But this old man suspects that the Heavenly Pride Khan possesses far greater strength than what he has revealed thus far. It's likely he will unleash his true power soon. When that happens, General Valley will be impossible to hold.
I understand.
Yin Shou gazed toward Danube City.
Grand Tutor, there is no need for concern. My beloved consort has already entered Danube City.
It won't be long before we breach its walls.
Oh? Your Majesty, does that fox demon possess such formidable power? Wen Zhong asked doubtfully.
Apart from Wen Zhong, none dared speak of Su Daji as a fox demon in King Zhou's presence.
Even if Daji truly was a fox demon. Grand Tutor, my beloved consort has guarded the mortal realm alone for millennia, solely to resurrect this sovereign. Only then could I revive you all. Henceforth, cease calling her a fox demon, declared Yin Shou. Indeed.
That Su Daji would go to such lengths for your Majesty, this devotion is witnessed by heaven and earth. I was disrespectful to her before.
Wen Zhong nodded, expressing his regret toward Daji.
She later journeyed to the land of cherry blossoms, what we in the Shang dynasty called the island of Yingzhou. There, she harnessed its laws to become a deity. Though she later exhausted her divine power reviving me and fell from her realm.
But her abilities? They were truly god tier.
Yin Shou spoke each word deliberately. His face radiated unwavering trust in Su Daji.
Chapter 104, The Law of Seduction. Piercing the Soul. At that moment, within Danube City, the Danube garrison and numerous national fortune contestants fought a retreating battle. Though constantly at a disadvantage and suffering heavy losses. Yet no matter how badly they were beaten, they never charged forward to retaliate, instead stubbornly maintaining their formation. This persistent defense began to frustrate the opposing Yin Shang forces.
General, if we continue like this, it seems impossible to capture Danube City before the Khan of the Heavenly Pride arrives.
Mo Liqing looked anxiously at Deng Chanyu, who was leading the charge at the front.
No need to worry.
Continue fighting as planned.
Other matters are the concern of the Great King and the Grand Tutor.
Deng Chanyu declared.
Her heroic figure charged into the fray, twin blades whirling as she claimed ahead every second. Our General Deng truly possesses enchanting allure. It's a pity that after she ascended to deity status, she was betrothed to that short, stocky fellow, Tuxing Sunday. Truly, it's like a flower planted in cow dung. The four generals of the Mo clan stood behind Deng Chanyu, mesmerized by the sight. After thousands of years, to fight alongside the general once more, truly a feast for the eyes.
I believe the general is the most beautiful woman in this world. I agree. Ha? Wait, no way. Holy crap. Look over there, that woman looks even more stunning. Ha? The four generals of the Mo clan, along with numerous male Yin Shang soldiers, simultaneously turned their gaze in one direction. With perfect, seamless coordination. Holy. Isn't that the king's beloved concubine, Daji? How dare we even look at her? Are you all trying to get yourselves killed?
But she's truly breathtaking.
Wait, I've seen Daji before. She's certainly attractive, but how could her allure be this overwhelming?
All the soldiers were stunned. Not far away, a woman clad in white gauze slowly advanced toward the Danube City garrison's formation. A hail of spears and arrows rained down around her, yet none seemed to touch her. Unlike when she was by King Zhou's side, she had now removed the veil that had concealed her features. Moreover, an aura that pierced straight to the core of one's being began to emanate from her. Holy! Who is that? Some mysterious Eastern woman? She's breathtakingly beautiful. Stop! Hold your fire. Don't let any arrows hit her. Damn it! What's going on? How could such a beauty exist in this world? The defenders of Danube City and the numerous contestants of the National Fortune Tournament were all captivated by Daxia. Once their eyes fell upon her, they found themselves unable to look away. Blue Star. Great Xia. Countless citizens watching the livestream were equally overwhelmed upon seeing Daxia's true form. Men and women, young and old alike, seemed spellbound, their gazes fixed on her as if under a spell. No one could believe such a beauty existed in the world. Too beautiful, too beautiful. Sakura Nation. Chrysanthemum Imperial Palace. Even the Chrysanthemum Emperor was captivated by Daxia. His mind felt utterly emptied, filled with nothing but her image. Ah! Realizing something was amiss, the Chrysanthemum Emperor hastily drew his dagger, thrusting it into his own arm with a violent stab. Blood flowed, and the intense pain snapped him back to his senses. She's not Daxia. She's Tamamo no Mae. Our Sakura Nation's nine-tailed fox demon, Tamamo no Mae? How did she become the Great Xia's national fortune candidate? Oh yes, yes. She mentioned visiting an old acquaintance in Great Xia before disappearing without a trace. So she was Daxia all along. She was Daxia. After the fall of the Shang dynasty, she came to our land of cherry blossoms and became Tamamo no Mae. Emperor Chrysanthemum's mind raced and the sequence of events quickly became clear. Then it all fits perfectly. Su Daxia became Tamamo no Mae. She exploited our nation's enchantment laws to ascend as a deity, the nine-tailed celestial fox, goddess of seduction. Once she unleashes her allure, she can control people directly at the soul level. Those completely controlled might even turn to stone. But aren't deities barred from the battlefield of national fortune? How could she participate? Your Majesty, it seems she is no longer a deity. Look at the tail behind her, there is only one, not nine, a minister pointed out. When Daxia transformed into Tamamo no Mae in Sakura Nation, she plunged the entire realm into chaos. Countless daimyo fought madly to possess her, plunging the nation into turmoil where no one was safe. Among the three great demons of Sakura Kingdom, though not the strongest, she was the most destructive and deeply corrupting. Thus, the entire realm had studied her extensively. She now possesses only one tail, which means she is no longer the nine-tailed celestial fox. It appears she has fallen from the divine realm, Emperor Kiku stated. Yet a question immediately arose in his mind. If Daxia fell from the divine realm, why hasn't the enchantment law within her returned to our nation? Could it be that this law remains bound to her? Emperor Chrysanthemum and the assembled ministers of Sakura Nation all paled. So beautiful. Ah! So incredibly beautiful. This is... I adore her. I adore her. Damn it! How could a woman like this be defiled by that old bastard Insho? I'm so pissed. Only I am the man destined for her. Stop. Don't shoot. Don't hurt her. You useless fools. How could you all fall under her spell at first sight? Holy. Unlike me, I held out for over 10 seconds before finally succumbing. Damn it. Su Daxia's solo entrance instantly made her the focal point of the battlefield. All eyes converged on her. The frontline defenders of Danube City finally succumbed. Overwhelmed by Su Daxia's breathtaking beauty and the soul-piercing manipulation of her enchantment spell. Gradually, they turned to stone. And the effect spread rapidly, engulfing more and more soldiers at an alarming rate. Soon, vast swaths of Danube City's soldiers were petrified, stripped of their combat capabilities. Even the most powerful generals and national fortune champions among them were not spared. Damn it! That woman! The Danube City defenders gritted their teeth, slashing themselves with blades to prevent their minds from succumbing to the enchantment. The remaining Danube City soldiers and national fortune contestants who hadn't been enchanted also used their own methods to resist this terrifying force of law. Simultaneously, they desperately tried to rouse the soldiers around them. Yet all this proved but a drop in the bucket. Step by step, Daxia advanced toward the Lord of Danube City. Extending her delicate hand, she touched his forehead. Ah! The Lord of Danube City felt a momentary dizziness. Then, he was utterly subjugated. Visions began to flood his mind. After failing to resist, the city fell, its people slaughtered. If the resistance succeeded, the heavenly Khan would achieve ultimate victory only to slaughter the entire city as well. One horrifying scene after another played out, piercing his heart as they looped endlessly in the Lord of Danube City's mind. Simultaneously, a voice reached his ears cold and clear, yet so unsettling it made every bone in his body go limp and tingle. Surrender. Continuing to resist is utterly pointless. Chapter 105, Surrender. 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 Blue Star. Great Xia. Though separated by screens.
Upon witnessing Su Daji's breathtaking beauty, amplified by the enchantment of her allure, countless citizens erupted in fervor. Both mentally and physically, their blood ran hot. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I was just wondering earlier, why would Su Daji cover her face when she's perfectly fine? Was she afraid to show herself? Now I get it, she covered her face for no other reason than to protect my health. I already screenshotted it earlier. Sorry, Daji. Sorry, King Zhou. Tonight, this one's for you. Holy. That's way too perverted. Can you guys be normal? You perverts. But seriously, Su Daji is stunning. That look is totally my type. Eek. Who knew? Her charm is so intense, I can barely handle it even through the screen. Ah, am I turning into stone too? Nah, probably not. It is just a screen. But I'm completely and utterly in love with her now. Ah. Damn it. Is this battle for national destiny supposed to be this abstract? Insho's royal aura, the Khan's divine might, and Su Daji's enchantment, all of it hurts me through the screen. I'm done for. Hormones were surging through countless people. Especially the young men, in the prime of their youth, brimming with vitality. How could they withstand such a challenge? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Daji. Truly sorry. Ah, why am I so depraved? I'm nothing but a beast. Ahmed Ba Buddha. Suddenly my mind is clear, all worldly attachments dissolved. I feel an overwhelming urge to join the Buddhist order. Holy. Out of toilet paper, go buy some now. Damn it, don't make it happen. Paper's going to be worth its weight in gold in Great Xia. Inside the National Fortune Bureau. Lǐ Nézhā stared at the stream, filled with obscene comments, utterly bewildered. Director, what do these comments mean? They're so strange. Ahem. Yáng Fān gave a wry smile and ruffled Lǐ Nézhā's hair. Kid, don't ask so many questions. It's all inappropriate for minors. Honestly, this Su Daji truly lives up to her reputation as a woman who brings ruin to nations and people. Back in the northern and southern dynasties, this old son of mine saw plenty of beauties who brought down kingdoms and devastated people. TSK, but none of them held a candle to this Su Daji. Not necessarily, Sun Chongsheng. While she was indeed beautiful, the rise and fall of dynasties involves many factors. Fundamentally, it all boils down to the cycle of history. Jiang Shang remarked. Still, many fallen rulers throughout history blamed their downfall on these women. In truth, they were rather unfortunate souls themselves. True enough. Who would have thought that to revive King Zhou, Daji would journey to the land of cherry blossoms, harness its laws to become the goddess of seduction, and then return to Great Xia with those very laws? In a way, she indirectly expanded the laws of our Great Xia. Yáng Fān gazed at the image of Daji, his heart stirred. Figures like Daji and Insho were extraordinary talents in their own era. Who would have thought they could still achieve great deeds for our Great Xia in this age? We should seize the chance to conduct more archaeological expeditions to explore the secrets of the world. Perhaps we can recruit more powerful human warriors like them for our Great Xia. Whether they're reincarnators or human powerhouses, as long as they can win on the National Fortune Battlefield, our National Fortune Bureau will accept them all. At that moment, on the National Fortune Battlefield, the once fiercely contested city of Danube had fallen silent. Both sides had ceased their battles, their banners lowered. Instead, all eyes were fixed intently on Su Daji. No one made another move. The Lord of Danube City lay subdued by Su Daji, sprawled on the ground with a vacant stare. His consciousness was trapped in a hallucination, endlessly repeating the same warning. Continued resistance would inevitably lead to the city's fall, the deaths of its people, and the slaughter of the entire populace. Whether Insho prevailed or the Khan of the Sky won, he could not escape the doom of annihilation. The relentless brainwashing, the constant suggestions, steadily eroded his will to resist. If he surrendered, though King Zhou would brand him with a slave mark, at least he might live. But resistance meant certain death. Finally, the Lord of Danube could endure no longer. He collapsed to his knees, weeping bitterly. We surrender! We surrender! At that moment, Daji had completely consumed his heart. He reached out to grasp her snow-white jade-like legs, yet hesitated to touch what felt like a sacred presence in his mind, torn by inner conflict. Open your mind. His mental defenses had been utterly breached. At Su Daji's command, he surrendered his mind, obediently allowing her to implant the slave mark within him. Then, he slowly rose to his feet. He turned his head, facing the soldiers of Danube City behind him. What are you standing around for? Surrender! If we don't surrender, even if we hold out until the Heavenly Khan arrives, we'll still die. The Yinshang army isn't our enemy, they've come to save us. If we surrender and unite with the Yinshang forces, using Danube City as our shield, defeating the Heavenly Khan will be no trouble. Only then can we survive. The words of the Lord of Danube, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the entire city. Surrender! We surrender! With their leader surrendering, the soldiers of Danube City saw no reason to continue fighting. One by one, they cast aside their weapons and armor, raised their hands in surrender. In truth, they too were under the spell of Su Daji's enchantment.
Their will to resist was already extremely weak. The final surrender of the Lord of Danube City utterly shattered the last remnants of resistance among all the garrison troops.
And you even now, in this dire situation, you still refuse to surrender?
Su Daji turned her gaze to the surrounding contestants of the national fortune. They had fought the Yinshang army for a long time and were now utterly exhausted.
Though far more powerful than the common soldiers of Danube City, Su Daji's enchantment did not instantly shatter their resolve.
Yet they glanced nervously around, surveying the situation. Outside lay the Shang army, fierce as tigers and wolves. Inside the city walls, the Danube garrison who had fought alongside them had all surrendered.
With only a few hundred of them, the national fortune contestants, left, what could they possibly do?
Moreover, the fortune contestants' eyes never left Su Daji, their gazes dripping with lust.
For a beauty like her, I'd gladly be her dog. I want her to be my master. Thud. A contestant from the west, steeped in some peculiar cultural circle, knelt directly at Su Daji's feet. Come.
Mistress, brand me with your slave mark. I shall become your most loyal servant.
She lunged madly toward Daji, desperate to touch her jade-like legs. But Daji didn't even bother to glance at her.
She lifted her thigh and stomped it directly onto the contestant's face, kicking him flat onto the ground.
Disgusting.
Su Daji raised her hand and branded him with the slave mark.
Chapter 106, Capturing Danube City.
The national fortune contestants were already a disorganized mess. Some began surrendering, while others feared being left behind.
What if those who surrendered first claimed the benefits meant for them? Thus, once the first few made their move, a wave of surrenders swept through the national fortune contestants.
The situation was now crystal clear. The Yinshang army had secured victory. The defenders of Danube City had almost entirely surrendered.
With only a few scattered hundreds of national fortune contestants left, what point was there in continuing to resist? Persisting in resistance, whether victory or defeat, means certain death. Surrender now, and you might still have a glimmer of hope. So what if we get branded as slaves and serve Show? Damn it! Better to live like a dog than die with dignity. Besides, serving such a beauty would be my honor. Aha!
Whether driven by the dire situation or succumbing to Su Daji's potent enchantment, the national fortune contestants laid down their weapons and chose surrender.
Of course, some national fortune contestants attempted to flee. But the entire city of Danube was tightly encircled by the Yinshang army.
Escaping was as difficult as climbing to the heavens.
Not far away.
Deng Chanyu, the great general of Yinshang, suddenly slapped the 4 generals of the Mo clan beside her, along with numerous other Yinshang soldiers.
Stop staring at Daji. Quickly, go take charge of the prisoners. I, General.
The Yinshang commanders snapped back to attention. Su Daji's enchantment was overwhelmingly potent, indiscriminately affecting both friend and foe. Even their own soldiers had been ensnared moments ago, their minds utterly captivated. Fortunately, they weren't Daji's primary targets. Otherwise, many would have turned to stone by now. Deng Chanyu, being a woman herself, possessed slightly stronger resistance to Daji's influence and was thus the first to regain her senses. Soon, the Shang generals snapped back to their senses. They charged forward, capturing the surrendered contestants and branding them with the slave mark.
Very well. You are now part of the Yinshang forces.
Though you enter as slaves, our Yin army does not discriminate based on origin.
You are all formidable warriors.
If you fight valiantly and earn merit in the war against Khan Yutian, you will naturally be freed from slavery. The remaining national fortune contestants knelt before Deng Chanyu, listening to her leadership speech and empty promises. Thus, the city of Danube will fall.
The entire army advances into the city. Outside Danube City, Wen Zhong and Yin Shou immediately led the remaining Yinshang soldiers in a full-scale assault into the city. Grand Tutor, take in the original Danube garrison and all the national fortune contestants. Scatter them across various units and immediately repair the city defenses. The Khan of Heaven's elite forces should be arriving soon. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Shou gave a few cursory instructions before hurrying over to Su Daji. My beloved. How are you? Upon seeing Yin Shou arrive, Su Daji finally collapsed.
Her enchantment faded as her body went limp, falling into his arms.
You are now in mortal form.
Using the power of laws meant only for deities places an immense burden upon you, one you cannot possibly bear. Yin Shou hastily produced a handful of elixirs and fed them into Daji's mouth. Simultaneously, he channeled his own spiritual energy into her body. Only then did the pallor in Daji's complexion begin to fade, a faint flush returning to her cheeks. My beloved, you need not concern yourself with the battles ahead. Yin Shou tenderly comforted Su Daji. Goodness gracious, I tell you, with Su Daji being this formidable, why didn't she step in sooner? Why wait until this critical moment? In the Great Xia livestream, the enchantment spell surrounding Daji retracted, ceasing its outward diffusion. Its influence over countless citizens finally dissipated. Yet, seeing her appearance in that pitiable, frail state, everyone felt even more heartbroken. Ah, war has no victors, only the defeated. Even the nominal victor pays a tremendous price in the end.
Damn, this is no easy feat.
Su Daji was famously known as the Demon Queen in our great Xia's history, a harbinger of national ruin, a scourge upon the people, and a persecutor of loyal subjects.
Who would have thought she could now do so much for our great Xia? She's going all out. Damn impressive. From now on, Daji is my idol.
Seriously, if any brand releases her collaboration merchandise like pillows, sheets, duvet covers, I'll be the first in line.
Holy crap. You're right, that's a goldmine. I'm buying too. If Nézhā's fans were mostly passionate young men, Inshou's followers were predominantly female fans obsessed with domineering CEO types. But Su Daji's fan base?
Finally, it's our turn, the vast legions of young men.
Especially the single ones. Especially those who've never had a girlfriend since childhood, stuck in a miserable perpetual singlehood. Damn it.
Sigh, it's all my fault for not trying harder.
How the hell do you even marry a goddess like that? Then start trying now. You've seen it yourself, even without being a reincarnated deity, humans alone can be incredibly powerful.
Take King Zhou of Shang, Inshou, for example. Daji, in human form, manipulated divine laws. Both were extraordinary heroes among men.
Bull. That's it? After all that fighting just now, relying on one woman, Daji, to win without a fight?
Inshou actually managed to capture Danube City before the Heavenly Khan, fully securing it. He even absorbed the garrison troops and the national fortune contestants from Danube City, significantly bolstering his forces. With the impregnable Danube City as his base, he'll likely hold the upper hand in this royal succession battle against Khan Tianzhe.
Damn it! All I wanted was to make a little money through the immigration business, but why is it so damn hard? I'm fed up. Everyone watched helplessly as the Danube garrison, upon whom they had pinned their hopes, surrendered en masse.
And their own national contestants betrayed their countries, betrayed their people, willingly becoming Inshou's lackeys.
It was truly infuriating. But even their fury was useless. The facts were undeniable. On the battlefield of national destiny,
Inshou first ensured Daji was in a controlled state. By this time, when Zhong had largely taken over the entire city of Danube, with his soldiers below busy fortifying the city defenses.
Your Majesty, several national destiny contestants have escaped.
When Zhong reported to Inshou, his expression filled with astonishment and suspicion. They must have some trick up their sleeves. They've managed to turn our Inshang soldiers against us. A squad of troops personally opened the gates for them and escorted their escape. What? Inshou was utterly astonished by the news. All Inshang soldiers were resurrected from the netherworld and are utterly loyal.
How could they be subverted out of nowhere? Could it be they possess some kind of mind-controlling ability, similar to a slave mark? Chapter 107, The Strongest Humans Confront the Mightiest Divine Kingdom.
The national fortune contestants all possess the divine power of their respective deities. Their methods are varied and unpredictable, making them difficult to guard against.
Controlling minds is indeed something they could potentially achieve. Inshou nodded. Should we send Deng Chanyu to capture them? When Zhong inquired. No need. A few stragglers are insignificant.
Inshou stood atop the Danube city walls, watching the approaching dust cloud in the distance.
Our true enemy is about to arrive. Notify the entire army to prepare for battle. Looking out from Danube City.
It was the very spot where Inshou had stood earlier. Now, another sovereign stood upon it. The hoofbeats of the Heavenly Khan directly trampled this land.
I never imagined that even with our speed, we still couldn't arrive in time?
The Heavenly Pride Khan gazed at the Inshang banners flying atop Danube City ahead, his expression one of astonishment.
Inshou, to capture Danube City in such a short time? Truly terrifying.
Behind him, the cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire gradually materialized, wave after wave, stretching as far as the eye could see, a vast, dark mass. Every single one was a cavalryman, having abandoned their baggage train to ride lightly.
Damn! This Heavenly Khan is impressive too, arriving this quickly. Much faster than I anticipated. Damn it!
If Inshou hadn't had someone like Su Daji, a powerhouse wielding the divine law of enchantment, forcing the enemy to surrender at the soul level, Danube City would have held out a bit longer. Then Inshou would have been caught in a pincer attack.
So close. So damn close to Inshou's downfall. Damn it! What the hell? Now Inshou has the upper hand again. I'm truly amazed. Speaking of which, since the Heavenly Pride Khan is here again, what happened to the great generals who blocked him before Master Fahai, Kong Xian, Yin Jiao, and the others? Countless citizens of Great Xia were thrown into panic upon witnessing the Heavenly Pride Khan's arrival.
Fortunately, no news of Master Fahai's death or punishment had reached them yet, so hope remained. The crowd hurriedly shifted their focus to Fa Hai's location. They discovered that he, along with Kong Xian and Yin Jiao, were all bound by chains covered in totems. Their bodies were tightly restrained, their strength suppressed, making it difficult for them to move. These chains appeared utterly bizarre, as if they had materialized out of thin air from the heavens themselves.
Thus, Master Fahai and his companions were bound, suspended in the sky.
A blood-red sky enveloped everything, desolate and distant, endless and boundless. Master Fahai and the others were as insignificant as ants, pinned beneath the vast heavens. A pair of enormous crimson eyes slowly opened within the vaulted dome, gazing indifferently upon all beings.
This is the power of the eternal heaven behind the eternal flame empire. Certain divine realms, especially those once conquered and destroyed by the heavenly Khan, instantly recognize this terrifying aura. It's the eternal heaven.
Indeed, Khan Tianzhao's conquest of half the world wasn't just due to his own might.
More crucially, the divine realm behind him, eternal heaven, was also the strongest divine realm on Blue Star at the time. Ba.
Thinking back to those days, the eternal heaven supported the heavenly prodigy Khan in his conquests, bringing war and destruction everywhere. It was truly the most terrifying and brutal divine realm on Blue Star. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, we would witness the eternal heaven once more? With such a powerful divine realm backing him, even if Yingshou occupies Danube City and holds all the advantages of terrain, he still wouldn't stand a chance against the heavenly pride Khan.
Exactly.
Yingshou's forces are ultimately mortal armies, merely ordinary people who've cultivated to unlock some human potential.
How could they possibly compare to true deities?
Upon glimpsing the eternal heaven's blood-red eye, the citizens of Blue Star Nations who had all believed Yingshou's victory was certain simultaneously underwent a dramatic reversal of perspective. Now they all thought, how could a mere mortal like Yingshou, leading a group of humans who'd only partially mastered divine power, possibly defeat the mightiest divine nation, the eternal heaven, and its supported heavenly pride Khan?
Ha. Just as I expected. They're all going to die. Every single one of them. This balances things out.
All the national fortune contestants are dead, not just ours. Everyone failing means no one truly failed after all, no one gained an advantage. Who would have thought that in this battle of national destiny, the ultimate victor would be the boss, the heavenly Khan?
Not a single contestant emerged victorious, everyone lost. Actually, this is for the best. We can't let Great Xia gloat. Great Xia. National Fortune Bureau.
Yáng Fān was also shaken to the core. The eternal heaven, once the mightiest divine realm, conquering half the Blue Star.
With such power, why has it vanished without a trace now?
Director, according to records, Changsheng Tian later merged into our Great Xia Pantheon. Then, along with the Great Xia Pantheon, the gods vanished from existence.
Though we may never know the full story, its strangeness surely rivals the Shang dynasty's inexplicable ban on immortals.
Our Great Xia has concealed so many secrets it truly stirs the blood.
Given the chance, I'll personally unravel every last one of these mysteries. But speaking of which, what about the current battlefield? How is Yingshou supposed to confront such a formidable foe?
Yáng Fān pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat perplexed himself. But Yingshou despises the gods most of all, looks down on them the most.
He just wants to demonstrate the strength that belongs to humanity.
Well, now we have the strongest human facing off against the mightiest divine realm. It seems his wish has come true.
At that moment, on the battlefield of national destiny,
Yingshou gazed at the dark, overwhelming ranks of the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry before him. And the crimson sky above, his expression suddenly grew grave. Your Majesty, back in the day, we fought against the ancient divine system of Great Xia. We forced their gods to fall and inflicted heavy losses upon them. Only then were they compelled to deify our fallen generals to replenish their divine ranks.
Now, facing the eternal heaven, what is there to fear?
When Zhong spoke with a calm expression yet fervent passion, his demeanor brimming with eagerness. Yingshou pondered for a moment before speaking. Though the Great Xia Pantheon reigns supreme on Blue Star, I have studied the records of the eternal heaven's former might. It is a force not to be underestimated. Yet, despite their might, I am eager to witness their power firsthand.
Alas, on this battlefield of national destiny, powers above the divine are suppressed.
They cannot unleash their full might here, and it may not truly satisfy the sovereign. Yingshou raised the heaven-slaying blade in his hand, his gaze coldly fixed upon the heavenly Khan below the city walls. The Khan of heavenly pride was also watching him.
Simultaneously, both men erupted with the aura of kings once more.
Under the gaze of all present forces and every Blue Star citizen watching the live broadcast, the two colossal auras of kingship collided with thunderous force once more.
Chapter 108, The Great Battle Begins. Boom!
Without any formalities, the two forces clashed. After the royal auras of Yingshou and the heavenly pride Khan collided, the Khan of heavenly pride swung his crescent blade with a sudden, fierce strike. The vast, surging cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire instantly pressed forward like a dark, oppressive wave toward the Danube city. Each soldier radiated a faint aura of divine power, with stronger warriors and higher-ranking officers emitting more intense energy. The divine power surging from the generals, clearly of a higher rank than the other soldiers, was especially turbulent and relentless.
Hold your ground. Release the arrows. Now the tables had turned.
The Yinshang soldiers, now defending the gates, held an even greater advantage than when they had been attacking the city. Thus, the multitude of soldiers charged forward with frenzied intensity, launching relentless attacks against the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry below the walls.
Though neither divine agents nor endowed with divine power, the Yinshang soldiers tapped into their human potential, unleashing formidable strength. A barrage of spells pounded relentlessly upon the city walls below.
On the side of the heavenly Khan, every cavalryman functioned as a divine proxy. While the divine power within most ordinary soldiers was faint, their strength still far surpassed that of common men. Both armies were battle-hardened, formidable forces that had conquered the world. Their collision instantly ignited the blood of countless spectators.
Good heavens, this is something else. Who would have thought I'd live to see the Ying army clash with the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry? Absolutely incredible. A cross-time brawl? Awesome. Who do you think has the edge? Is there even a question? It's definitely our great Xia's national treasure, Yin Shou. Oh, my charming ancestor. Not necessarily.
No matter how formidable Yin Shou is, he remains merely mortal. On the other hand, the Heavenly Khan is backed by the mightiest divine realm, the Eternal Heaven.
Didn't Yin Shou nearly succeed against the Zhou dynasty backed by the great Xia pantheon? Frankly, his power alone can't stand against a divine realm. Damn it. Screw this. Let us all perish together. On the battlefield of national destiny, the Heavenly Khan suddenly soared into the air.
Empowered by the terrifying crimson eyes behind him, he momentarily resembled a true god descending. With a casual swing of his crescent blade, a terrifying blade aura, stretching dozens of meters long, abruptly slashed toward the Danube city walls.
Space tore apart, blood energy boiled. Beneath that blade's glare, everyone seemed like mere ants. Ah! How terrifying!
The Danube garrison soldiers who had joined the Yinshan army, along with the national fortune contestants, all wore expressions of utter terror, their legs trembling.
Khan Tianzhou possesses such earth-shattering power. How could we have ever dared to dream of facing him back then? It's over. It's all over. Run. Some tried to flee.
Yet as soon as they took 2 steps back, flames erupted from their bodies, burning them alive. In this battle, there is only forward, no retreat.
We've branded you with the slave mark. Escape means certain death.
Fight forward with all your strength, perhaps there remains a sliver of chance for survival. When Zhong stood behind them, his voice cold and commanding. The defenders of Danube City and the national fortune contestants all groaned in despair, yet they had no other choice.
Controlled by the slave mark, their bodies obeyed commands beyond their will.
They could only grit their teeth, charge the city walls, unleash all their divine power, and slaughter the Eternal Flame Empire cavalry opposite them. But Grand Tutor, with Khan Tianzhou's power, that single strike could cleave our walls in two, the 4 generals of the Mo clan asked in unison, their voices filled with doubt. Though our soldiers are fearless in battle, fearlessness does not mean reckless suicide.
Fear not.
When Zhong glanced at them. You 4 perished early during the Battle of the Immortals, so you never witnessed the Great King's true power. But today, you shall witness it for yourselves.
Oh? The Great King's power?
All the soldiers fixed their gaze upon Yin Shou. At that moment, the blade aura of the Heavenly Pride Khan was closing in on the city walls, mere meters away.
At that very moment.
Swish! Yin Shou abruptly drew his god-slaying blade. The world seemed to fall into a moment of absolute stillness. The Khan's blade aura seemed to freeze in place, lingering for an eternity before finally shattering with a thunderous crash. Yin Shou, hailed as the strongest human who once slaughtered gods as easily as slicing melons, looked up with disdain at the Heavenly Pride Khan.
I dislike looking up at people.
Then his body gradually rose, ascending until he stood level with the Heavenly Pride Khan.
Very well.
This battle shall determine the true king. The Heavenly Pride Khan snorted coldly, swinging his crescent blade as he charged toward King Zhou. Yin Shou, of course, felt no fear.
Clang!
2 terrifying auras, accompanied by unparalleled royal presence, enveloped the entire battlefield. Every soul trembled inwardly, gazing upward in terror at this earth-shattering clash unfolding in the heavens.
Ah! This is insane. Absolutely insane. Awesome. Awesome. This is seriously awesome. What is dominance? This is dominance. I'm about to kneel. Wah! Is this truly the power humans can unleash?
Beneath the walls of Danube City, whether it was the cavalry of the Eternal Flame Empire or the soldiers of Yinshang, or the countless citizens from every nation on Blue Star watching the live broadcast, all were overcome with fervor, their minds reeling.
Above the heavens, dazzling lights flared and faded.
Even ordinary gods couldn't unleash such overwhelming power. Though they are human, both possess the might to slay gods.
Great Xia is truly terrifying.
Sai, the Heavenly Pride Khan is one thing after all, he has the support of the divine realm of Changxing Tian. But Yin Shou is merely a mortal, an ordinary man, possessing not a shred of divine power, yet he wields such strength.
Impossible. Impossible. I've lived for millennia and never witnessed a human of this caliber. Such power is utterly beyond human capacity.
Only we gods and only the mightiest principal deities can reach such heights.
What gives them the right? Countless divine realms now watch this epic battle unfold.
Even they, who prided themselves on their vast experience, were stunned by the sheer scale of this conflict. The mountain sage of the Aesusin divine realm and Odin, the god king of Asgard's supreme deities who had once battled the mighty armies of the Yinshang dynasty and the peerless Khan, felt their hearts tremble. It was as if they were reliving those terrifying, humiliating times.
Kill. Our Khan has personally taken the field. This battle knows no mercy.
Every cavalryman of the Eternal Empire, witnessing their Khan's heroic charge, surged toward the Danube city like men on steroids, heedless of their own lives.
Chapter 109, The Buddhist Order's Little Tricks.
While the soldiers of the Eternal Flame Empire fought desperately, the Yin Shang warriors were naturally even more fearless. After all, they were men who had already died once, recently pulled from the underworld by Yin Shou.
You fear death no more than we do. Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khan. The Yin Shang army and the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry clashed in a frenzied, reckless battle. The battle raged fiercely, as if shaking the very heavens and earth. A kaleidoscope of light erupted in every direction, dazzling and magnificent. Truly, as you great Xia people would say, it's a feast for the eyes. On a distant hillside, a group comprising national fortune contestants from various nations, Danube City garrison troops, Yin Shang soldiers, and even some Eternal Flame Empire cavalry gathered around a woman dressed in simple attire. Though her attire was exceedingly plain, simpler could not be in her stature petite, her skin was as white as jade, smooth as an eggshell. Her head was completely bald, not a single strand of hair visible. Her eyes shone with an intense brilliance, as if capable of piercing through everything. Lady Wenya, what shall we do next? Should we simply take advantage of the chaos at the edge of the battlefield?
A Yin Shang soldier respectfully asked the radiant young woman. The maiden known as Wenya was none other than the national fortune contestant of the White Elephant Kingdom. Before the fall of Danube City, she had led the last national fortune contestants who hadn't surrendered in time, along with the city's defenders, to escape by winning over the surrounding Yin Shang soldiers.
Of course. How does that saying go? When two enemies fight, a third party benefits.
Wenya approached a group of Eternal Flame Empire cavalry. These riders had sustained minor injuries earlier, slowing them down and causing them to fall behind the main force. They happened to cross paths with Wenya and his companions.
Do whatever you want, but we won't surrender.
The eternal sky will protect us,
the riders declared with fierce resolve.
Yet Wenya paid them no mind, simply extending her pale, delicate hands to touch their heads. You all have a karmic connection with my Buddhist order. Behave yourselves and return to the Buddhist faith.
Our Buddha will forgive your sins. As Wenya touched them, a golden light descended into the minds of the Eternal Flame Empire cavalrymen. Before long, their eyes went blank, then gradually regained clarity.
Their faces, once filled with bloodlust and murderous intent, were inexplicably enveloped in a sacred radiance.
Amitba.
We thank the Holy Maiden for guiding us back to the Buddhist path. The group knelt devoutly upon the ground.
Ahahaha. Yes. That's it, good girl. Wenya burst into laughter. Let's go. Our true purpose this time isn't to defeat Yin Shou and Khan Tianzhou.
We only need to find more karmically connected souls and guide them back to Buddhism.
She turned her gaze toward the three figures bound by chains in the sky not far away, Master Fa, Yin Zhao, and Kong Xian.
These three are mighty generals, all destined to be part of our Buddhist fold. Excited, Wenya jogged ahead, leading everyone to Master Fahai's location. As followers of the Buddha, you fight for the Great Xia.
Don't you find that shameful? Come now.
I have come to guide you back to the Buddhist faith. Wenya reached out and touched Master Fahai's head.
Great Xia.
Within the National Fortune live stream, though nearly everyone was fixated on the epic clash between Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khan, still, a few eyes occasionally glanced toward Master Fahai. After all, they were all Daxia's national fortune contestants. Even though Master Fahai had a low profile, people still cared whether he was dead or alive.
Ha! Who's that? Holy crap! Everyone, look! The White Elephant Kingdom is up to something again.
Someone shouted in the main live stream room. The vast majority of Daxia citizens were startled, quickly switching their view to Master Fahai's side.
Ha! What's going on? This guy can actually brainwash others? Just saying you have a karmic connection with our Buddhist sect makes people genuinely submit to Buddhism from the heart? Holy crap! Holy crap! This is clearly a Buddhist tactic. No way! Does this mean our Master Fahai is about to be brainwashed by this Wenya fellow and convert to Buddhism on Mount Ling? He's a key figure for our Great Xia's national destiny. Ahahaha. Are you freaking out? Are you freaking out? It won't do you any good.
This is the result of our Buddha Shakyamuni personally intervening, expending divine power and paying a tremendous cost to connect with the national fortune champion, channeling divine energy to Wenya.
Though Wenya still possesses a mortal body, she now wields genuine god-tier power.
Save for Yin Shou and Khan the Heavenly Pride, no one on the national fortune battlefield can stand against her. Even Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khan might not withstand Wenya's might.
White Elephant Kingdom.
Home to two of Blue Star's mightiest divine realms, the Temple of Heavenly Gods and the Buddhist Sacred Mountain.
After the national fortune battlefield commenced, it rapidly rose from a second-rate nation, amassing immense gains on the battlefield to become the strongest nation on Blue Star in this era. Thus, its citizens grew exceptionally arrogant. They especially loved to show off.
Yet unexpectedly, in the last two national fortune battles, the Great Xia contestants stole the spotlight. This has left the citizens of White Elephant feeling overshadowed. They now seize every opportunity to viciously attack Great Xia.
Just wait and see, your master Fahai will soon become our white elephant nation's lapdog. Who else but your Show loves planting slave marks on others.
Now we'll turn his own methods against him.
Ha ha ha. Damn it. What beasts. To say they weren't anxious would be a lie.
Seeing their national champion about to fall victim to such cruelty,
countless citizens of Great Xia were truly panicking.
Yet there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as Wenya channeled the brainwashing light into Master Fahai's mind. Master Fahai's mind gradually grew dull, then cleared once more, his body enveloped in a halo of sacred radiance. Finally, he pressed his palms together in prayer, gazing at Wenya with profound reverence.
Amit Bab Buddha. Ah ha 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 ha. What a good boy.
Wenya roared with laughter, then used the same method to tap Yin Zhao and Kong Xian on the head twice. Yin Zhao and Kong Xian, like Master Fahai, now wore expressions of deep devotion, their bodies radiating a Buddhist aura.
Excellent. Very good. Come on. Let us join forces to break the chains binding our Buddhist brethren in the eternal heaven and rescue them. Wenya declared joyfully. Then, at her command,
all the brainwashed national fortune contestants, the Danube City garrison, the Yinshang soldiers, and the Eternal Flame warriors joined forces. Their combined power coalesced into a colossal blade, cleaving through the chains that bound Master Fahai and the others.
Thank Buddha's mother, it's finally over. Master Fahai, newly freed, couldn't help but exclaim, his face flushing with emotion. Chapter 110, The Undying Legion. Above the skies of Danube City. Above the fierce battle between Yin Shou and Kan Tianzhou.
The blood-red eyes of the eternal heavenly god kingdom surveyed the land below, devoid of any emotion.
As if everything in the world appeared as insignificant as ants in his sight. Suddenly, a crimson river descended.
The Eternal Flame Empire cavalrymen who had perished during the assault on Danube City were now being reborn.
They transformed into fully armored horsemen, clad in gleaming armor and wielding formidable weapons, radiating a terrifying aura as they charged once more toward the Danube City.
Their strength now surpassed even what they possessed in life.
Holy crap, what the hell is that? They can be resurrected?
The defenders of Danube City were utterly stunned.
Not just that they've been resurrected by divine power, unlike us who came from the underworld. As long as the city of divine power endures, these cavalrymen can be resurrected forever, truly immortal. Damn it!
But if he's already died once,
is he still himself? Certainly not.
They've likely become puppets of some deity unfeeling, untiring, existing solely to fulfill divine commands.
Disgusting.
Gods everywhere are the same, treating common folk like cattle to be toyed with.
Hold your ground, everyone.
The numerous Yinshang soldiers, themselves resurrected from the underworld, naturally feared no death. They exploited the terrain's advantages to the fullest, launching frenzied attacks against the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry below the walls. However, the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry could be resurrected by the eternal sky whenever they fell. Meanwhile, the Yinshang soldiers, upon death, returned to the netherworld and could not be resurrected, at least not in the short term. Thus, no matter how fiercely the Yinshang resisted, how could they possibly prevail against the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry, who could be resurrected endlessly?
I knew it all along.
This war was unfair from the very start.
The enemy soldiers can actually be resurrected endlessly? I'm truly amazed. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Damn it!
As time passes, it won't be long before the Yinshang soldiers are completely wiped out.
So Yin Shou was doomed to lose from the very start? No way. No way.
Not only that, if all the warriors on Kan Tianzhou's side could respawn infinitely, then this battle for national destiny would have been impossible to win from the start.
Every contestant fighting for their nation's fate would be doomed to defeat. Great Xia.
Countless citizens gazed upon the dark, overwhelming masses of the Eternal Flame Empire's army, a force that had fought for hours without any reduction in numbers, and were plunged into despair.
Who would have thought we'd face such an invincible foe? Ah ha 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 ha. Who told you, Great Xia, to get cocky earlier? Why aren't you cocky now?
In the end, every single fate contestant dies together. Truly, the vast expanse of white is perfectly clean.
Impossible. If they were truly invincible, why even hold this national destiny battle? They can't be unbeatable. The Heavenly Khan must have weaknesses. Ha! You refuse to accept it, huh? Well, keep thinking then. You're all dead anyway. On the battlefield of national destiny, the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry kept respawning. Though their reckless frontal charges inflicted massive casualties, their endless revival and relentless attrition gradually wore down the defenders of Danube City. No way. When Yin Shou attacked us before, we took heavy hits too, but at least we had some hope. The Lord of Danube City gazed at the cavalry below, whose numbers remained unchanged since the start, despair filling his heart. The army of the Heavenly Khan is simply impossible to resist. No wonder he's destroyed so many nations. Now I finally understand the extent of his power. Enough talk. Keep fighting. The defenders of Danube City, former participants in the national fortune competition, groaned in unison. Bound by Yin Shou's slave markings, they could not resist and were forced to grit their teeth and fight on.
Yet even so, Yin Shang's commander Wen Zhong gazed down at the battlefield below with a grave expression. It was clear to anyone watching, unless the mechanism granting the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry infinite resurrection was broken, defending this city was utterly futile. Sooner or later, it would fall. Grand Tutor, what shall we do? Continuing this defense will surely lead to heavy casualties. Deng Chanyu asked anxiously. Before His Majesty flew up to battle the Heavenly Pride Khan, he spoke a most peculiar phrase to this old man. Grand Tutor Wen paused in thought before speaking. He said this battle carries immense stakes. He ordered me to resist with all my might, no matter what I encounter. Even if it means death, I must fight to the very last moment. Wen Zhong's expression was filled with doubt. Though I do not know why His Majesty instructed me thus, as a soldier, obedience to orders is my sacred duty. Pass on the order, continue the fight. In this battle, life and death matter not. Deng Chanyu's expression froze for a moment, but she still nodded. As a soldier, even with doubts, one must carry out orders. She raised her twin blades, stood atop the city wall, and bellowed. This battle. Life and death are irrelevant. Life and death are irrelevant. The Yin Shang soldiers, who never feared death, were instantly fired up. Yet the defenders of Danube City and the National Fortune contestants all looked utterly dismayed. This is ridiculous. Damn it, I should have run away earlier. Now I'm stuck here defending the city. They may not care about their own lives, but what about ours? Aren't our lives worth anything? Wah wah wah. What about human rights? Shut up. One more word, and I'll kill you myself. No need for Khan Tianzhao's cavalry to charge. Deng Chanyu grabbed a whip and cracked it down hard on the backs of several leaders who dared to stick their heads out. Ah! The unfortunate victims convulsed violently from the lashes. Don't think we Yin Shang are any saints. You're our slaves now, don't lecture me about human rights. Yes, yes, yes. After this iron-fisted suppression, the Danube garrison and the National Fortune contestants' little schemes were all crushed. They could only continue fighting desperately. Watching the livestream outside, the citizens of their respective nations behind them all felt utterly disgraced. Damn it! This Deng Chanyu and these Yin Shang soldiers are utterly vicious. They don't give a damn about human rights. So terrifying, wah! But no matter what, the Yin Shang soldiers stood united, fighting to the death without retreat. They clashed relentlessly with the infinitely resurrecting cavalry of the Heavenly Khan across the field, their battle cries shaking the heavens. An endless tide of battle will surged skyward, piercing through the clouds. Amidst the fray, Yin Shou and the Heavenly Khan simultaneously sensed something, both lifting their heads to gaze skyward. Before them stretched a boundless, blood-red sky. Within those crimson eyes, a figure slowly materialized. Chapter 111, The Eternal One descends. The figure wore a black robe. His complexion was ashen. His head was shaved, with hair only on the sides. His skin was deeply wrinkled, like a landscape of ravines. A purple halo glowed behind his head. A deathly stillness seemed to emanate naturally from his being, as if everything in his path would be extinguished. The battle will of the Eternal Flame Empire's cavalry and the Yin Shang warriors, forged in their frenzied clash, coalesced into a dense aura. This man opened his mouth and sucked the entire aura directly into his mouth. Is this the purpose of your endless conquests, your relentless subjugation of nations and destruction of civilizations? Yin Shou glanced at the figure in the sky and addressed the Heavenly Khan. That is the supreme deity of our Eternal Flame Empire's faith, the Eternal Sky. Though his true form cannot come to this battlefield of national destiny, even a single avatar can absorb the will to fight. The heavenly prodigy Khan explained. Ah, so that's the Eternal Sky. Yin Shou couldn't help but stare a little longer. It is the incarnation of the Eternal Sky, corrected the heavenly pride Khan. The eternal heaven, in his wisdom, requires the absorption of battle will. Thus, guided by his will, our Eternal Flame Empire wages war far and wide, ceaselessly engaging mighty nations and formidable foes. This relentless pursuit has forged our vast domain. What does he need the will to fight for? Yin Shou asked in confusion. Only he can answer that. Matters among the gods are beyond mortal comprehension. The crescent blade in the heavenly pride Khan's hand flared with a crimson glow as he retreated 100 meters. The eternal heaven has made its move. This battle has reached its final hour. Come then. Let us unleash our full might and determine who truly reigns supreme. I couldn't ask for more. Yin Shou laughed wildly. Gripping the heaven-slaying blade, spiritual energy surged from his body like a tidal wave, spreading relentlessly until it obscured half the sky. At the same time, on the side of the heavenly pride Khan, spiritual energy erupted as well. A crimson aura surged skyward, dividing the heavens and earth from Yin Shou. Holy crap! Is this the final showdown already? Both rulers unleashing their ultimate attacks? To decide the final victor? Holy! This is insane! Blue Star. Nearly the entire Blue Star, billions of people, were watching this epic battle unfold. Is this the eternal heaven? The supreme deity worshipped by the Eternal Flame Empire. Was it he who supported the Eternal Flame Empire's expedition across half of Blue Star back then? He looks terrifying. The Assassin God Kingdom.
The Assassin God Kingdom, whose very name had long struck fear into hearts, saw their supreme deity, the Mountain Elder, turn pale instantly upon recognizing the figure on the screen.
Yes. It's him. It's definitely him.
Back when the Heavenly Khan attacked our nation, I, as the Supreme God, took to the battlefield. It was this eternal heaven who defeated me, nearly ending my existence. Though I ultimately escaped with my life, our divine realm, our nation, all were utterly destroyed.
He is nothing short of a deranged destroyer. Mount Ling, the sacred realm of Buddhism.
Shakyamuni pressed his palms together, his gaze fixed upon the figure, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. The eternal heaven, as the supreme deity and among the mightiest of the gods, grows ever stronger by absorbing the will to fight, bringing destruction upon the world. This humble monk once fought him as well, but alas, I was no match for him in the end.
Fortunately, he was eventually absorbed into the great Xia pantheon and vanished along with it.
Otherwise, who knows what state Blue Star would be in today. However, his avatar appearing on the National Fortune battlefield was within this monk's expectations.
Notify Wenya, proceed with the plan as outlined. One nation after another. One divine realm after another, scattered deities. All recognized this eternal heaven. Even if he was not the true form, even if he was merely an avatar. It was terrifying enough. An incarnation of the eternal heaven actually appeared on the battlefield of National Fortune. Even if it's just an incarnation, it still possesses God-level power. Without a doubt, it surpasses even the thought fragment of the Buddha of boundless heaven from the last National Destiny War. After all, this is the true incarnation of the Supreme God. And the true form of the eternal heaven should be even more powerful than the true form of the Buddha of boundless heaven. Holy crap! If that's the case, how could Insho possibly win? Exactly. He struggled against the heavenly pride Khan. How could he possibly defeat the eternal heaven standing behind him? Damn it!
I thought our only enemy was Khan Tianjiao, but it turns out he really does have a god backing him. How are we supposed to fight this?
From the very start, this battle for national destiny was never meant for the contestants to win, was it?
Without Insho, even if all the other National Fortune contestants and the Danube City garrison joined forces, they still wouldn't stand a chance against the heavenly pride Khan and the eternal heaven. Billions of citizens stared in stunned disbelief, their voices filled with incredulity.
Ding! Attention! The incarnation of Chengtang was not part of the arrangements for this national destiny battlefield. His appearance is purely a bug, just like the Buddha of boundless heaven last time.
The guardian of national fortune sensed the collective doubt in the hearts of all Blue Star citizens.
They promptly stepped in to provide an explanation. Attention!
National destiny battles are typically highly stable. For reasons unknown, bugs have appeared in the last two battles. We are currently investigating the cause and fixing the bugs.
Participants currently within the National Fortune battlefield must prioritize safety. Should any participant be erased by the bug, this National Fortune battlefield bears no responsibility.
The guardian of National Fortune's words echoed in the ears of all Blue Star citizens.
Damn it, bugs. Bugs again.
Ever since that bug with the Buddha of boundless heaven appeared during the last National Fortune battle, now we've got a bug with the eternal heaven. How are we supposed to fight like this?
I'm speechless. What do they mean they bear no responsibility if a National Fortune participant dies?
Are we supposed to bear the consequences of their bugs? The masses of Great Xia instantly erupted in fury.
Some people from other nations were equally furious.
Even though our nation's contestant died ages ago, damn it, now that we know this National Fortune battle was doomed to fail from the start, it still feels like we've been played for fools.
I'm speechless. It's over. All over.
Just like the last National Fate battle, the Buddha of no heaven destroys everything. At least last time we had Lǐ Nézhā, who saved the world after merging with the world-destroying Black Lotus.
Who's got it this time? Insho?
He can barely beat the heavenly pride Khan.
The eternal heaven?
He's no match for him at all.
Everyone stared at the battlefield of national destiny with utter despair.
At that moment, Insho and Khan Tianjiao had already channeled their ultimate attacks. After gathering their power, they had channeled their most devastating attacks into this single strike.
Bring it on!
Insho and the heavenly pride Khan simultaneously radiated an aura of supreme dominance, their terrifying royal presence erupting in full force. Two peerless attacks erupted simultaneously. They obscured the entire sky. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the two attacks did not collide head-on. Instead, at the instant of collision, they pivoted. Simultaneously, they both charged toward the incarnation of the eternal sky above the heavens.
Chapter 112, The Heavenly Khan Turns Traitor?
Standing at the highest point, surveying everything below while breathing in and out the will to fight, the eternal heaven did not anticipate the sudden shift in circumstances. He had some guard against Insho potentially ambushing him.
But the heavenly pride Khan?
Swish! Swish! Two blinding sword glows erupted, each radiating an unparalleled aura of kingship and carrying an overwhelming imperial will.
The two born emperors unleashed their full power, holding nothing back.
Thus, the two blade glows struck the incarnation of the eternal heaven, one before and one after.
Rebellion. The eternal heaven incarnate staggered, its form shifting between solid and ethereal. Even he, struck head-on by two such formidable blows without warning, found it excruciatingly painful. After nearly half a minute of recovery, he extended an arm and casually pointed toward the distant celestial Khan. A colossal crimson light coalesced into a torrent, instantly filling the entire sky as it surged toward the celestial Khan. A casual strike from the supreme god's incarnation shook the heavens and earth, creating a scene that seemed to herald the world's destruction. The crimson torrent crashed down, binding even the heavenly pride Khan's limbs, trapping him within its currents. Yet, Insho, standing not far away, acted swiftly. He aimed another strike at the avatar of the eternal heaven. Clang! The eternal heaven incarnation spell was interrupted, its entire form dissolving into nothingness. The heavenly Khan seized the moment to break free from the crimson torrent. The two joined forces once more, striking the eternal heaven incarnation simultaneously. At the same moment, below, the eternal flame empire cavalry and the Yáng army, locked in fierce combat, instinctively halted their fighting. They parted into distinct, clearly separated formations. Then, all present channeled the divine power or spiritual energy within their bodies, directing it toward Insho and the heavenly pride Khan in the heavens. Bolstered by this spiritual energy, the two natural-born kings continued their ascent, engaging the avatar of the eternal heaven in battle above. The situation shifted with blinding speed. For a moment, aside from Insho and Khan Tianzhou, everyone else was utterly bewildered. The armies of the Ying dynasty and the Eternal Flame Empire were equally bewildered, having no idea what had transpired. They were merely following orders. Meanwhile, countless Blue Star citizens watching the live broadcast through their screens were utterly baffled. What the hell? What's going on? What just happened? Out of nowhere, why did Insho and Khan Tianzhou suddenly stop fighting? What's going on? Holy crap! How did these two go from mortal enemies to fighting side by side as comrades? Teaming up against the avatar of the eternal sky? I can understand Insho, but what about Khan Tianzhou? Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Could it be that Insho and Khan Tianzhou slaughtering everyone just now, and ordering their men to slaughter everyone too, was all part of a plan? To gather enough battle will to lure out the avatar of the eternal heaven? No way, no way. I just don't get it. Why? Why? It wasn't just ordinary people who were puzzled. The deities of numerous divine realms were all dumbfounded. Amitabha Buddha, why would Khan Tianzhou betray the eternal heaven? When exactly did he form an alliance with Insho, and how did they coordinate so seamlessly? We don't know. We've been monitoring the live feed non-stop. Everything Insho does is under our surveillance. He absolutely had no other communication with Khan Tianzhou beyond that agreement for the competition for the throne. Could they possess some form of telepathic ability? One that we cannot detect? At that moment, across the entire Blue Star, every human and divine being watched this contest of national destiny. Everyone was utterly baffled. Director, do you know what's going on? Within the Great Xia's National Fortune Bureau, Zhang Shang looked at Yáng Fān with considerable confusion. Yáng Fān could contact the National Fortune contestants, and most of their actions were reported back to him. I do know Insho's general plan. He wants to demonstrate humanity's strength, so slaying a divine incarnation of a powerful supreme god like the eternal heaven is precisely what he desires. But why Khan Tianzhou would betray him? That might even be beyond Insho's knowledge. He only told me Khan Tianzhou would assist him. The exact reason remains unclear to him. Yáng Fān was also deeply puzzled. Even if the heavenly prodigy Khan were to betray him, why was Insho so certain? They haven't had any extra communication, have they? Could this be some kind of mysterious, divine understanding between rulers? On the battlefield of national destiny. Though Changsheng Tian was powerful, the entity remaining here was merely an avatar, not the true essence of Changsheng Tian himself. Moreover, it was bound by the rules of the National Fortune Battlefield. Though he was a game-breaking force, he couldn't fully unleash his power. Insho and the heavenly prodigy Khan, however, were both peerless geniuses of their respective eras, with subordinates supplying spiritual energy. For a time, their combined efforts actually forced the once unbeatable incarnation of the eternal heaven into a relentless retreat. Damn it, that's Chang Shengshan. Back in the days of the supreme gods, he might not have been the strongest, but he was close. When he attacked us assassins, even I got beaten badly. Seeing him beaten so badly now, why does it make me feel a bit vindicated? Amitabha. It's a pity this monk didn't strike the blow personally, but witnessing his misfortune brings me satisfaction nonetheless. These are two mere mortals using the most vile methods to blaspheme the gods. They're both blasphemers. Especially Khan, the heavenly pride, he betrayed the deity who ruled over him. How can you gods speak for mere mortals? Damn it! In this magical world, anything can happen. The incarnation of the eternal sky was driven back, retreating step by step. His physical form grew increasingly ethereal, until he seemed like a wisp of cotton drifting in the wind, visibly weakened beyond measure. Rebel! Blasphemer! He seemed to lose his temper. He fled relentlessly into the distance.
Yet Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khan pursued relentlessly, launching attack after attack. For the first time ever, the incarnation of the Supreme God was being beaten like a dog. Yet, this was not the end. In the direction Changsheng Tian fled, suddenly, a colossal gate shot skyward. Like a pillar supporting the heavens, it reached from the sky above to the earth below. Entirely crafted from gold, it was inlaid with pearls, agate, gold, and jade, radiating opulent splendor. A massive swastika emblem gleamed brightly at the portal's center, surrounded by what seemed like waves of sacred chanting. What is this? Changsheng Tian's avatar, Yin Shou, and the Heavenly Pride Khan all stared in stunned silence at the gate, utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of this colossal golden structure. It's a Buddhist technique. Blue star. Though none recognized the massive gate itself. But they recognized the swastika emblem upon it. The Buddhist sect is up to its old tricks again? Countless hearts trembled as they gazed at the gate in bewilderment, unsure what the Buddhas were up to. Chapter 113, The Buddha's World-Honored One Strikes from Afar. Boom! The colossal golden gate spanned the heavens and earth. It stood vividly before everyone's eyes. Sacred mountain of Buddhism. Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, upon seeing this colossal gate, were instantly overcome with excitement, their blood boiling. It's the Buddhist realm. The World-Honored One has actually deployed this supreme divine artifact. It seems the World-Honored One places great importance on this battle for the nation's destiny. The Gate of Emptiness is our Lingshan Buddhist sect's supreme artifact. Though it possesses no offensive capabilities, it can transport one to any place in the world. Though lacking offensive or defensive capabilities, it remains a supreme artifact. Activating it demands immense divine power, making it impractical for frequent use, hence its long ceiling. Who would have thought the World-Honored One would make such a colossal sacrifice this time? Could it be merely to lure a few so-called chosen ones from the National Destiny Battlefield? Even the most seasoned deities among them were utterly stunned. The Empty Gate? This is the supreme artifact of the Buddha's sacred mountain, the Empty Gate? Good heavens! Though named the Empty Gate, it's anything but empty solid gold throughout, inlaid with every kind of jewel and agate. Indeed. After all, the Buddhist sect is a vast and powerful entity. The Buddha's sacred mountain may not be the strongest power on Blue Star, but it is undoubtedly the wealthiest. When it comes to wealth accumulation, winning hearts and minds, and brainwashing followers into donating, they reign supreme on Blue Star. Thus, Ling Mountain possesses abundant magical treasures, divine artifacts, and spirit stones, earning its reputation as the wealthiest divine realm on Blue Star. Pulling out a top-tier divine artifact with ease is nothing special. Damn it! Why is the Buddhist sect suddenly meddling in the national fortune battlefield? What are they trying to do? On the battlefield of national destiny, the celestial gate slowly opened a crack. Infinite golden light erupted from the opening. A golden palm abruptly extended from the gate, reaching out to seize the soaring Heavenly Pride Khan. Heavenly Khan, you share a karmic connection with our Buddhist sect. Return swiftly to our sacred Mount Ling to receive enlightenment. The golden palm was overwhelmingly powerful, containing genuine, pure divine might, and seized the Heavenly Pride Khan in one swift motion. Ah! The Heavenly Khan had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Yet the sheer power of divine might was overwhelming, capable of sweeping away nearly everything in its path. Emperor, beware! Swish! Yin Shou swung his blade, forcing back the golden palm, then stood shoulder to shoulder with the Heavenly Pride Khan. Is this a tactic from your world? The Heavenly Pride Khan inquired. Yin Shou nodded. His gaze shifted to the distance, where Wen Ye and the others were arranging a special formation. Those from the Buddhist sacred mountain love to recruit those with strength and potential. With a single phrase, you have a karmic connection with our Buddhist sect, they brainwash them into becoming their own. Ha! Interesting, very interesting. Khan Tianjiu sneered coldly. I thought we could eliminate this incarnation of the eternal heaven this time, but unexpectedly, this complication arose. Very well. Whether it's the incarnation of the eternal heaven or this Buddhist Ling mountain from another world reaching out, we'll wipe them all out and be done with it. He raised his crescent blade and swung it fiercely toward the empty gate. Boom! A deafening metallic clang echoed. The entire gate shook violently. Damn it! You arrogant Khan! I kindly guided you back to the Buddhist sacred mountain, the pure land of bliss, yet you show no gratitude. The Buddha's sacred mountain. Shakyamuni gave a cold snort. He no longer paid attention to the arrogant and unruly Khan Tianjiu and Yin Shou. Instead, he turned his attention to the soldiers of Danube City. Whether from the Eternal Flame Empire or the Yin Dynasty, these were all the most elite and formidable warriors, battle-hardened veterans with boundless potential. These men all share a karmic connection with the Buddhist faith. A colossal golden hand descended in an instant, casually snatching a handful of soldiers and sucking them into the void. Fellow Daoist, may we make a transaction? The incarnation of Changsheng Tian, standing not far away, suddenly addressed the void gate. You and I, two supreme deities, acting together. You may take everyone here to expand your Buddhist lineage's foundations, including this heavenly Khan. As long as you help me wipe out these rebels.
Shakyamuni struck from afar, yet he too could not exert his full power, bound by the rules of the National Fortune Battlefield. His plan would not unfold entirely smoothly. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. Agreed. Strike now. This monk shall neutralize the soldiers below. Without their troops channeling spiritual energy, Inshou and the Heavenly Pride Khan will be weakened.
And don't let them disturb this monk.
No problem.
The Eternal Heaven incarnated as a pair of eyes, blazing like raging flames, glaring at Khan Tianjiu with fury.
Rebel. Die. Swish.
He casually unleashed countless crimson blade beams, transforming into a river of blood that surged toward the Heavenly Pride Khan and Inshou. In that instant, the once mightiest Supreme God's incarnation unleashed its full power. Inshou and the Heavenly Pride Khan's expressions darkened as they struggled to hold their ground.
Why? Betray me? Betray your faith?
The avatar of the Eternal Heaven pressed forward step by step, his voice cold as ice.
Oomph.
The Khan of Heavenly Pride snorted coldly. This Khan abhors the existence of any god above my head.
A born ruler can only become the most exalted king, not a god's lackey.
The Khan of Heavenly Pride swung his crescent blade relentlessly, locked in a frenzied battle with the Eternal Heaven.
So that's how it is.
Within the Bureau of National Fortune,
Yáng Fān seemed to grasp everything in an instant. We underestimated the true weight of those 5 words, born to be king. Any true-born ruler will share Inshou's conviction that they alone reign supreme over heaven and earth. They absolutely cannot accept being controlled by the gods above.
In other words, a natural-born ruler can only become a human emperor, never a son of heaven. At these words, those around him suddenly grasped the meaning. So the Celestial Khan has always wanted to rebel against the Eternal Heaven, but he's been unable to find an opportunity. He's no match for a supreme deity like the Eternal Heaven. That's why he's been enduring in silence, Zhang Shang explained.
Exactly.
This time, as the final boss, he entered the battlefield of national fortune and encountered another natural-born ruler, Inshou.
Only then did he find his chance.
The two rulers joined forces to slay the incarnation of the Eternal Heaven, erasing the deity above his head. Only by erasing the divine presence could he become a true king, rather than a puppet of the gods. Every natural-born king understands this truth. They didn't even need to deliberate or form alliances. After their first clash of royal auras, they instinctively grasped each other's intentions.
Yáng Fān was deeply shaken. So that's how it was. No wonder the Celestial Khan suddenly turned against us and aided us against the Eternal Heaven.
Had the Buddhist sect not interfered, their plan would have succeeded by now.
Yáng Fān's expression grew grave.
But now, with Sakyamuni of the Buddhist sect forming an alliance across the void with the avatar of the Eternal Heaven, it likely won't be that simple.
Chapter 114, Master Fahai unleashes his power. Both the Eternal Heaven and Sakyamuni were renowned supreme deities. Especially Changxing Tian, once hailed as the mightiest supreme deity, born purely for battle. Though both supreme deities faced limitations preventing them from unleashing their full power. Even so, their power still pierced the heavens and shook the earth. Without the slightest exaggeration, they truly pierced the heavens and shook the earth. Any casual move from Changxing Tian's avatar would unleash a blood-red canopy obscuring the entire sky.
Shakyamuni's attack across the void stretched the Buddhist gate across heaven and earth. Within a 100-mile radius, the sky turned blood-red, while upon the earth, 2 colossal golden palms rampaged with fury.
Holy! Is this the power of the gods? Unbelievable! We're no match for them.
No, these aren't ordinary gods, they're the famously mighty supreme deities, Sakyamuni and Changxing Tian.
On Blue Star, countless humans stared in stunned silence.
They stared in disbelief at the apocalyptic scenes unfolding on the screens. Without the spiritual energy transmission from the Inshang soldiers or the Eternal Flame Empire's troops, Inshou and the Heavenly Pride Khan, though formidable, could only struggle desperately against the incarnation of Changxing Tian.
There's no hope left. It's all over. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. Damn it! Those goddamn deities. The Fate Battlefield is trash too. How could it be so easy for that Sakyamuni bastard to exploit a loophole and stick his hand into the Fate Battlefield? How are we supposed to fight now? Just declare White Elephant Kingdom the winner already.
The crowd erupted in furious curses. Except for the White Elephant Kingdom, the people and gods of all other nations despised Sakyamuni's actions.
It was blatant cheating. Yet the gatekeeper of national fortune showed no reaction whatsoever. Heh, who said we were cheating? A deity from the Buddhist Ling Mountain stepped forward to explain. Deities are forbidden from entering the realm of national fortune, that is an ironclad rule. Yet our world-honored one did not personally enter the battlefield.
Not even an avatar, manifestation, or projection was present. He merely responded to his proxy, Wenya, by gracefully summoning and releasing a portion of his power.
At its core, it was still Wenya, the national fortune contestant, who was fighting.
This twisted logic left the crowd speechless.
666. They've truly mastered the rules inside out. I'm genuinely impressed. Truly worthy of the Buddhist tradition, a master of exploiting loopholes. Ha 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 ha.
Looks like this national fortune battle is ours for the taking. White Elephant Nation will claim ultimate victory. Indeed. With 2 supreme divine realms under our dominion, White Elephant Nation now stands as Blue Star's mightiest beacon, the guiding light for all humanity. The future belongs to us, White Elephant Kingdom. That's right. It's us.
The citizens of White Elephant Nation swelled with pride once more.
Whenever they gained the upper hand, they inevitably gloated, spouting arrogant rhetoric on international forums to flaunt their perceived superiority. In the live stream, the Celestial Khan, Insho, and their followers found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of the Eternal Heaven Incarnate and Sakyamuni. Could it be, there truly is no hope left? All except the White Elephant Kingdom felt their hearts grow heavy. Amitabha Buddha. Destiny. You are all destined to be part of my Buddhist lineage. What profound karmic connection. A truly immense karmic bond.
The golden palm of the Buddha swept relentlessly across the battlefield of national destiny, now overturning the entire city of Danube. Unstoppable, it moved with unparalleled power, invincible under heaven.
Ha! What's happening? Yet in the next instant, his arm suddenly froze mid-air.
The arm, which had been radiant with golden light, inexplicably became shimmering and ethereal.
What's happening? Has something gone wrong at the Buddhist sect? Shakyamuni was jolted by shock, swiftly shifting his focus to the empty gate. Wenya! Didn't I tell you to maintain the empty gate's operations even at the cost of your life? How could this happen? Shakyamuni roared in fury.
He was about to reprimand that useless proxy. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the empty gate, he froze in shock. Beneath the gate of emptiness, Wenya, the one entrusted with opening and sustaining its operations, now lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from every orifice. Her teeth lay shattered on the ground, divine power surging erratically within her body as she gasped for breath. Gritting her teeth, she glared at a terrifying figure before her.
Kill! Kill him for me!
The subordinates around her, brainwashed and under her control, erupted with divine power and charged toward the towering, imposing figure ahead.
Damn it all to hell! Come on! All of you together! Perfect for aiding this monk's cultivation.
His massive frame bulged with muscle, clad in a blood-red monk's robe.
A towering dragon tattoo dominated his back, radiating sheer dominance.
Purple gold alms bowl in his left hand, sky-piercing staff in his right, he charged into the crowd, slaughtering indiscriminately.
A series of loud announcements rang out. Ding!
Daxia's national fortune selection, Master Faihui, has defeated the puppet of Baixiang Kingdom's contestant, Wenya.
Ding!
Verified, this puppet belonged to the original contestant from Kangaroo Nation.
Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 10% boost to jumping power. Ding! Kangaroo Nation suffers punishment, all citizens' stamina reduced by 10%. Ding!
Master Faihui, the Great Xia's national fortune selector, has defeated the puppet of Wenya, the White Elephant Kingdom's contestant.
Verified.
This puppet belongs to the Centurion of the Eternal Flame Empire.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward, all citizens gain a 10% increase in stamina.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Master Faihui seemed to be in a killing frenzy, weaving in and out of the crowd 7 times.
Great Heavenly Dragon! Earthly Venerable Ksitigarbha! Om Mani Padme Hum! Om Mani Padme Hum! Om Mani Padme Hum! Dragon roars echoed through the air. Master Faihui stood like a war god. Wenya, gravely wounded, could no longer sustain the Buddhist gate's operation. The tiny crack in the heavenly gate that had opened moments before began to close once more, out of necessity. Consequently, the power Shakyamuni could project onto the battlefield of national destiny gradually diminished. Holy crap! What's going on? Wasn't Master Faihui brainwashed by that Wenya guy just now? How did he suddenly snap back to normal? And now he's turning on Wenya? Could it be he was never brainwashed in the first place? Holy crap! That's insane!
Seeing Master Faihui suddenly unleash his skills out of nowhere, all the people of Great Xia were startled.
Damn it! Shakyamuni erupted in fury. Master Faihui, you two are of our Buddhist order, wielding the very secret arts of our faith. Why, then, do you oppose this humble monk? Bull! I'll be damned if I bow to Buddha anymore. Master Faihui cursed viciously. Our Great Xia is the true orthodoxy of Buddhism.
Shakyamuni, you share a karmic bond with our Great Xia. If you lay down your arms and surrender with respect, you may still retain your position as Buddha. His eyes blazing crimson, he glared at the Buddha's image cast through the temple's cracks and roared.
Chapter 115, Sakyamuni's Downfall. What did you say? You want this monk to surrender to your Great Xia? And you say this monk has a karmic connection with your Great Xia? Why does this sound so familiar? The Buddha's divine form erupted in fury.
You dare use such a phrase to lure this monk into your Great Xia? I have never encountered such brazen audacity.
Upon hearing these words from Sakyamuni,
even the fiercely indomitable and supremely domineering Zen Master Faihui couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth.
So you know it's brazenly shameless to say such things? Master Faihui snorted coldly. Without another word, he unleashed the great heavenly dragon Zero Frame. Boom! The purple gold bowl and the heaven supporting staff simultaneously burst with brilliant light, striking Wenya nearby. Ah! Wenya let out a piercing scream as her injuries worsened. Boom! 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 The gate of emptiness, which had stood firm between heaven and earth, instantly shook violently, closing further. This caused the power Shakyamuni had channeled into the National Fortune battlefield to diminish once more. No! Sakyamuni urgently struck out, his golden giant hand crashing toward Master Fahai. Yet two figures suddenly materialized. Swish! Swish! It was Yin Jiao, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and Kong Xian, radiating a 5-colored divine light. Both were among Yin Shou's most formidable generals. One possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding the heaven-shaking seal. The other transformed into a peacock, radiating 5-colored divine light from behind. Combining their efforts, they attacked Shakyamuni's Dharma form, instantly disrupting his assault. It's you? You haven't been brainwashed by Wenya either? Shakyamuni exclaimed in shock and anger. Why? Our Buddhist mind control techniques are unmatched across the entire Blue Star. How could you possibly have evaded them? Oomph. That insignificant Wenya? Does she even have the right to brainwash this general? Kong Xian sneered coldly as his multicolored divine light relentlessly washed over Sakyamuni's golden giant hand, forcing it back. This gave Master Fahai his chance. He unleashed his full power, relentlessly attacking Wenya. Wenya desperately tried to control her brainwashed subordinates to block the attacks. But how could these men possibly stand against Master Fahai? Within mere moments, they were all slain. In the end, Wenya stood alone on the battlefield. How is this possible? What is it about you that makes you immune to my mind control? Wenya's eyes bulged with fury as he demanded in terror. Haha, that's something you wouldn't understand. Master Fahai sneered coldly. Our great nation of Daxia has been steeped in Confucian and other philosophies since ancient times. But one principle remains constant: everything must be absolutely pragmatic. No matter what kind of deity or divine realm you worship, it cannot take root in our great Xia. No matter what tricks you try. The Dragon King brings rain, we worship him as the Dragon God. But if he stops bringing rain and ceases to benefit the people, he's no different from a loach. Therefore, merely brainwashing us without delivering tangible benefits will never succeed. Master Fahai declared triumphantly. Wenya listened, stunned. What's going on? Why can't I understand this? But even though he didn't understand, the vast majority of Great Xia citizens watching the National Fortune livestream heard it loud and clear. Ah, that's hilarious. He's absolutely right. Master Fahai is absolutely right. Back when the Church of God was proselytizing in our village, they gave us eggs. We believed in their God as long as they kept giving them out. The moment they stopped, we stopped believing. I even believed in Buddhism once because they provided meals. Don't even get me started. Here, the big monks go door to door doing housework and farm labor. Come harvest time, everyone becomes devout Buddhists. Once they're done helping us, we bid them farewell. If a deity doesn't bring us benefits, what right does it have to exist in Great Xia? Even if they're gods, on the land of Daxia, they need KPIs. They better work hard for the common folk matchmaker god arranging marriages, god of wealth ensuring prosperity. Those who fail to deliver are mere imposters. They'll never earn a shred of faith in Great Xia. I seriously suspect our Great Xia's deities vanished because they found serving here too exhausting. Unlike other realms where they reign supreme, revered without lifting a finger. Ha 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 ha. Well said. The people of Daxia were stirred to fervor. This perfectly captured the status of deities in the eyes of the Great Xia populace. Turns out they're just a bunch of working stiffs. For a moment, citizens across the entire Blue Star were filled with envy. Damn it! Why do the gods in our country demand daily offerings and kowtows from us, yet do absolutely nothing themselves? You're lucky. In our country of Sela, every deity on Mount Olympus including Zeus himself demands we sacrifice countless young men and women daily for their mating and pleasure. No idea why our gods are so shameless. Rumor has it Zeus has lovers everywhere, women, goddesses, even his own sisters. Holy crap. Your divine realm is a total mess. I'm genuinely shocked. Bastards. What are you gloating about? Maybe that's precisely why, after the battlefield of National Fortune opened, only your Great Xia had no gods. That's what caused your string of defeats, nearly leading to the nation's collapse. So what exactly are you gloating about? The deities of numerous divine nations were also seething with rage. Ignorant Great Xia. Treating deities like laborers is nothing short of blasphemy. Truly deserving of extermination. You deserve to suffer without divine blessings bestowed upon you. On this day, the mysterious ancient Eastern nation revealed its wondrous side before the entire Blue Star. On the battlefield of National Fortune, Wenya stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Sakyamuni's mouth twitched, having been controlled for quite some time. So, your little brainwashing tricks? Brainwashing people from other nations is one thing, but trying to brainwash us, the Great Xia? You're just a small fry compared to us. Master Fahai sneered coldly. Finally, he charged toward Wenya. One hand clamped down on her head. Snap! He crushed it clean off. Ding! The Great Xia Empire's national fortune has selected Zen Master Fahai to eliminate Wenya, the contestant from the White Elephant Kingdom. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. The mental strength of all citizens increases by 10%. Ding! White Elephant Kingdom receives punishment. All citizens' mental power reduced by 10%. No! Shakyamuni let out a cry of frustration. Without Wenya to guide them on the national fortune battlefield, the gateway to the void closed completely. Then, he dissolved into scattered streaks of light and vanished. The gate to the national fortune battlefield, which Sakyamuni had opened at the cost of immense divine power, was all for naught, divine power squandered and troops lost. At the same moment, the entire populace of the White Elephant Kingdom plunged into agonized howls. Everyone felt instantly drained and listless, losing all interest in everything. In stark contrast, the Great Xia Empire was ablaze with fervor, its people energized as if injected with adrenaline, their spirits soaring. Chapter 116, the Second National Destiny Battle concludes. Great Xia triumphs. The celestial gate closed completely. The power of Shakyamuni could no longer be channeled into the national fortune battlefield. Ha 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 ha. Stunned, aren't you? White Elephant Kingdom, the sacred Mount Sumeru, Sakyamuni, you're supremely clever and cunning, yet you still fell into our hands. Master Fahai is truly formidable. Earlier, I noticed his presence was remarkably low in this national destiny battle. Who would have thought he would turn the tide and save the day? Awesome. Absolutely awesome. I must admit, I underestimated him before. I even thought, with that shaved head of his, Master Fahai might somehow be swayed by Sakyamuni and join their sacred Mount Sumeru. How wrong I was. Preconceived notions in people's minds are like mountains. Oh, my apologies, Master Fahai, I actually doubted your status as a Buddhist monk. But speaking of which, now that Sakyamuni can no longer project his power into the national fortune battlefield, shouldn't we shift our strategy from offense to defense? Countless citizens of Great Xia buzzed with astonished delight over Master Fahai. At this moment, Master Fahai's dream of displaying divine power before the masses, putting on airs, humiliating others, and gaining countless followers was finally fulfilled. Even Master Fahai felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He immediately struck a series of dashing poses on the screen. I wonder if my follower count has surpassed that brat Lǐ Nézhā's. Master Fahai mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Shakyamuni Buddha's efforts came to naught, and he sheepishly withdrew his power. This act sent shockwaves throughout the entire Buddhist realm of Ling Mountain. Countless deities, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were all enraged. Damn that Fahai. He's truly gone too far. A member of the venerable Buddhist order, yet he dares to aid the Great Xia in opposing our world-honored one, Shakyamuni. I'm utterly appalled. He's nothing but a traitor to the Buddhist faith. Let him hide safely within the Great Xia's protective barriers from now on. He'd better not set foot outside the borders, or we'll kill him outright. Buddhist traitor. Renegade. Villain. Rebel. Ha 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 ha. Watch your tongue. That's our Great Xia Zen Master Fahai, nothing to do with your Lingshan Buddhist sect. But if any of you wish to reform and return to Great Xia, you're welcome. Come join us as divine laborers. Lingshan's high-profile intervention ended in utter disarray once more, making them infamous across the entire Blue Star, a humiliating defeat that shattered their prestige. The nations of the gods rushed to mock them. Truly worthy of the title world-honored one, bending without breaking. Even when struck by their own sect, not a single word of complaint. For a time, the Buddhist sect of Ling Mountain became the laughingstock among other nations and divine kingdoms. But it wasn't over yet. On the battlefield of national fortune in Danube City, the city-state of Danube, which moments ago seemed like the apocalypse, suddenly saw all its crises vanish. Amidst the ruins, when Zhong gripped the thunderbolt and soared into the sky. All men, heed my command. The Shang soldiers rose to their feet, their spiritual energy surging. Across from them, the cavalry of the Heavenly Khan regrouped. Swish! Swish! Simultaneously, both forces channeled their spiritual and divine energies toward their respective commanders. From there, the energies were transmitted to Yin Shou and the Heavenly Pride Khan, who stood locked in confrontation with the eternal heaven in the skies. Well met. The Heavenly Pride Khan sneered coldly. Originally, his divine power had also come from the eternal heaven, but now that he had betrayed it, his supply of divine power was insufficient. Bolstered by his subordinates' divine power, he roared with renewed strength. Now, I lack nothing. Clang! The crimson river of the eternal heaven had just surged before him. Yet this moment was not the same as that moment. Swish! With a single stroke of his blade, the Heavenly Pride Khan severed that stretch of the crimson river. At the same time, Yin Shou also received a surge of renewed power. The immortal slaying blade in his hand swung out, attacking Khan Tianjiao from front and rear. Simultaneously, he unleashed his most powerful attack upon the avatar of Eternal Heaven. The Eternal Heaven avatar was already in poor condition, its previous injuries not yet fully healed. Now struck again with such a devastating blow.
Finally, its momentum plummeted to its lowest ebb. The fate of humanity must be borne by humanity itself. Insho and the Heavenly Khan simultaneously pressed their blades against the avatar of Eternal Heaven's throat. You gods, if you can bring blessings to the people, then you may live in peace. But if you place yourselves above all, oppressing the human race, treating the human race as tools for your own power, devoid of compassion, viewing the people as worthless dogs, then you deserve to die. We humans must slay the gods. Insho declared with unyielding resolve. Swish! A glorious head soared skyward. Golden divine blood spilled across the sky. The once mighty incarnation of the eternal heaven, under the blades of Insho and the celestial Khan, was utterly transformed into a lost soul. Ding! Great Xia's fate champion Insho has slain the bug-level boss, the avatar of the eternal heaven. Ding! Great Xia receives reward, all citizens' vitality increased by 100%. Ding! Since the original final boss, Khan the Heavenly Pride, has been turned by Great Xia contestant Insho, he will no longer oppose Great Xia contestants. This National Fortune Battlefield concludes with Great Xia achieving ultimate victory. Ding! Great Xia receives reward, the pure human martial art technique Great Wasteland Body Tempering Art for all citizens. Ding! Ding! Great Xia has obtained 10,000 acres of medicinal fields, exclusively supplying spiritual herbs for martial cultivation. As the victor of this National Fortune Battlefield, the small world of this battlefield will be acquired by Great Xia. Please ensure collection. Ding! This National Fortune battle concludes. Remaining participants, prepare for your return to your respective nations. A series of announcements echoed across the entire blue star, accompanied by the descent of the incarnation of the eternal heaven. Countless people gazed at the golden divine blood filling the sky, their breaths quickening as excitement surged through them. Holy! Holy! That's awesome! I can't believe I'm witnessing the slaying of a supreme god again, damn it! Our Great Xia is just so damn awesome. Even if it's just an avatar, it's still a supreme god. Changsheng Tian was once called invincible under heaven. Who would have thought he'd fall at the hands of our Great Xia? Not just one. The Buddha's world-honored one in Changsheng Tian. These are two supreme gods, both among the strongest of their kind, especially Changsheng Tian. Who would have thought? I figured the Celestial Khan, as the boss of this national destiny battlefield, was the ultimate challenge. Never imagined there'd be even greater masters beyond him, and never imagined we'd dispatch them so effortlessly. Insho is awesome. The heavenly prodigy Khan is awesome. Come to think of it, Khan Tianzhou is one of us, a Daxia man. We're all family, why fight each other? Damn! The rewards for this National Fortune Battlefield are insane too. The primordial wasteland body tempering technique, just the name sounds epic. They even included a specialized medicinal field for martial cultivation. Is this encouraging us Great Xia to pursue the path of martial cultivation rather than being confined solely to cultivating immortality? Exactly. Didn't you hear what Insho said when he finally slew the eternal heaven? Mortals can slay gods too. That was just so damn cool. Chapter 117, remaining in the National Fortune Battlefield to expand the Great Xia Empire. Honestly, I think Insho was spot on. Before, our Great Xia had no deities descending to bestow blessings, which led to defeat after defeat on the battlefield of National Fortune. All we could think of was seeking out deities to save us. But whoever considered the latent power within humanity itself? Only the power that belongs to us is the true strength we can rely on. Holy! The boss is dead right. From now on, I'm gonna train my ass off. If gods from other nations come attacking, I'll slay them with my own hands just like Insho did just now. Our Great Xia has no gods, but we have over 1 billion compatriots. If each of us spat just once, we could drown our enemies. Damn it! I still think Insho is way too cool, sniffle sniffle. Soon. A massive portal descended from the heavens, landing before Insho and his companions. Insho stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in Danube City, his blood-stained sword of immortal slaying in hand. Before him lay the shattered corpse of the avatar of the eternal heaven. Grand Tutor 1, this place is yours to command. Rest your troops. I shall return shortly. Yes, your majesty. Wen Zhong declared. Khan Tianzhou, gather your forces as well. The war between us is far from over. Insho turned his gaze to Khan Tianzhou, who was rallying his troops nearby. Heh, this Khan awaits you. The heavenly pride Khan slew the incarnation of the eternal heaven, and the deity suspended above his head vanished. Only now did he become the sole true faith of the eternal Scarfire Empire. Let's go, my beloved. Finally, Insho addressed the peerless beauty beside him, her face veiled. Su Daji had also recovered by then. Linking arms with Insho, the two stepped through the portal together. Damn their Buddhist blessings. They had to flaunt their love at the very last moment. Master Fahai muttered curses under his breath as he followed them out of the battlefield of national destiny. Great Xia, capital city. Just as after the last National Fortune Battlefield concluded with Great Xia's victory, where Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, and Sun Changsheng became national superstars. The streets of Daxia remained deserted as crowds stayed home.
The entrance to the National Fortune Bureau was packed with a dense crowd.
Every single one was a fervent fan.
It must be said that anyone who could enter the National Fortune battlefield and emerge victorious would become a national hero, revered by all.
This holds true in any nation.
However, in the last 2 National Fortune battles, no participants from any nation other than Daxia had returned alive. Thus, only the Great Xia had a victor. Even if other nations wished to celebrate or idolize their heroes, they had no opportunity to do so.
Unless they come to Great Xia to idolize them.
Of course, there are those who come to Great Xia to idolize the victors.
In fact, quite a few. Appa Insho. I finally got to see him in person. Insho Appa, can I get your autograph? Damn it, why is this Sudaji getting in the way?
She's stopping Appa Insho from falling for me, a divorced mom cleaning houses.
Bull. You bastard. Sudaji is clearly my goddess. Don't you dare insult her. Sudaji. Sudaji. Could you pull down your veil so I can see you? Come on, I'm not afraid of turning to stone. Damn it.
Our country's contestant surrendered to Insho, but he survived through sheer tenacity until the National Fortune battle ended. I never thought he'd end up joining the Inshang army and abandoning our nation.
I'm speechless. Is Great Xia truly the sole victor of this war? Jealousy and resentment.
Insho spread his arms wide, waving continuously to his adoring fans.
This king loves you all. Thank you for your support.
Insho was always a flamboyant character, and basking in this adulation was exactly what he craved, pure, unadulterated bliss.
Nothing but empty fame. Master Faihai sneered disdainfully. A look of contempt flashed across his face. Oh? Is that Uncle Master Faihai? Could you give me an autograph? A little girl ran over. Of course. Quick, come on. Master Faihai was overcome with excitement. He hastily pulled out the pen he'd prepared since joining the National Fortune Bureau and signed his name on the little girl's bag. He'd practiced this signature for ages. Who else? Who else wants an autograph? This humble monk will grant every request. Wahahaha. Come on, my followers, stand up so I can see you all.
Master Faihai's smile stretched so wide his mouth nearly twisted.
Men. Sudaji watched Insho and Master Faihai, both lost in some form of vanity.
She snorted coldly in disdain. In contrast, she had relied on her beauty to be revered for millennia in the land of cherry blossoms. Countless men and women, millions upon millions, had worshipped and adored her.
She had long since ceased coveting such petty vanity.
Well then, if any female admirers wish to join this sovereign's harem, they may apply at the Bureau of National Fortune at any time.
As long as they possess pleasing looks, this sovereign will not refuse any.
I demand naturally beautiful women, no beauty filters.
And certainly no plastic surgery. Should I discover such sorcery, I shall execute every last one.
Insho constantly interacted with his fans, especially the female ones. Though this might seem flirtatious and lustful, Sudaji found nothing amiss in this.
This was simply King Zhou's persona. He was simply lustful. Moreover, compared to later emperors who kept harems of thousands, King Zhou's harem was remarkably modest.
Moreover, no matter how many concubines Insho took in, she remained his rightful queen, the principal consort, a status that would never change.
Not long after.
After fulfilling their public appearances with the fans, the trio finally left the enthusiastic crowd behind and returned to the Bureau of National Fortune.
Welcome! 3 heroes of our Great Xia.
Yáng Fān had already gathered his men to await them at the entrance.
A celebratory banquet was laid out. The entire National Fortune Bureau was in a state of celebration. Come. Drink. Nézhā and Master Faihai clinked glasses.
Hey! You're just a kid and a monk, neither of you should be drinking.
Yang Jin snapped. Put. Mind your own business.
This young master drinks however he pleases.
You're right.
Wine and meat pass through the gut, but the Buddha stays in the heart. If the Buddha himself tried to stop this monk from drinking, I wouldn't hesitate to take him down.
This was no idle threat. Master Faihai's bloodlust was no less than that of the demonic child Lǐ Nézhā.
All were in high spirits.
Yet, just as everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, suddenly, Insho abruptly stood up.
Director, my return to the Bureau of National Fortune is not only to report the Great Xia's victory, but primarily to bid you farewell.
Oh? How so?
Yáng Fān froze for a moment, then hurriedly stood up, his expression puzzled. I have decided to leave the National Fortune Bureau and journey to the newly opened frontiers of the National Fortune Battlefield to rebuild the Great Shang.
Insho declared solemnly. Chapter 118, Numerous extraordinary individuals interviewing for the National Fortune Bureau? Oh?
Yáng Fān and the others perked up. That National Fortune Battlefield, though merely a small world, is actually a fragment extracted from a specific era of Blue Star.
Insho explained. It spans an area equivalent to Blue Star itself.
While it doesn't have as many divine kingdoms as Blue Star, it still has more than enough. Such a vast territory, no matter how one looks at it, it seems destined to be connected to our Great Shang.
I am a man of ancient times.
Remaining in the modern society of Blue Star's Great Xia leaves me somewhat unsettled. Therefore, I shall depart for the Fate Battlefield to expand the borders of Great Xia. In Shou's words were heartfelt and sincere.
Upon hearing this, Yáng Fān nodded without hesitation. Agreed.
Originally, that section of the National Fortune Battlefield was indeed awarded to our Great Xia as a reward. But aside from the Danube City, all other territories require our Great Xia to personally dispatch forces to develop them.
Other territories will inevitably have nations.
To make them submit to Great Xia, mere words won't suffice.
We must fight, conquering them by force. Since you are willing, then go. Rebuilding your Great Shan will effectively serve as one of our Great Xia's territories within the National Fortune Battlefield.
Yáng Fān harbored no suspicion toward Yin Shou, for he had long anticipated the latter's desire to rebuild the Great Shang. Originally, even without the Fate Battlefield, Yáng Fān had planned to discuss with Yin Shou whether they could find a way to grant Yin Shou that fertile land across the ocean.
But clearly, Yin Shou preferred lands he conquered himself.
But that land still harbors formidable foes like the Heavenly Pride Khan.
He likely won't let you conquer it, he might even seek to conquer you instead. Proceed with caution.
Should you require any assistance, my Great Xia Empire guarantees your logistical support, Yáng Fān stated. Logistics won't be an issue, no need for the director to worry, Yin Shou laughed heartily.
Just keep an eye out, director. It seems there are many beauties on Blue Star eager to join my harem. I plan to send people to hold a selection process.
Don't stand in my way, director.
Yáng Fān's mouth twitched.
Yin Shou was indeed a man of passion.
No problem. Since they're volunteering, I certainly won't stand in their way. After all, I can't defy the power of love.
The others in the National Fortune Bureau covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. They thought to themselves, Yin Shou truly lived up to expectations. What the historical records say is all true.
He was indeed lustful and brutal.
There's no denying that.
But then again, he was a man. Being lustful isn't such a big deal. As for cruelty, isn't it even better when it's directed at enemies? So the mood instantly ignited, and everyone downed 3 huge cups together.
Until the victory banquet concluded.
Yin Shou and Sudaji took a globe and returned through the portal to the battlefield of national destiny. Your Majesty. You've returned.
Generals Wen Zhong, Deng Chanyu, the 4 generals of the Mo clan, and others had been waiting there all along.
Let's go find Khan Tianjiu and divide up the world. Yin Shou declared, clutching the globe.
His eyes betrayed an unparalleled, insatiable hunger to conquer others and expand his dominion.
Director.
Our Great Xia has now secured 2 victories, fully compensating for all previous losses.
Indeed, the entire nation is now embarking on an era of universal cultivation. Commander Wan Tianxue has extended his congratulations to our National Bureau of Destiny. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yáng Fān, I truly didn't misjudge you, you're absolutely brilliant. You flatter me. Yáng Fān felt a surge of excitement within.
The Great Xia Empire had truly been revitalized once more under his leadership. However, even though we've secured victory now, we mustn't let our guard down.
The next battle for national destiny is just a month away. We still need to find 3 more national destiny contestants. Yáng Fān pondered silently. He. Director, you wouldn't believe it, our National Fortune Bureau is incredibly popular right now.
Talented individuals and extraordinary people have been flocking to us, eager to join the National Fortune Bureau. Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily beside him.
Oh? Is that so?
Hearing this news, Yáng Fān felt an even greater surge of joy in his heart.
It seemed the Bureau's momentum had finally taken hold.
Now, even if he didn't actively recruit the strong would come seeking him out.
You bet. Excellent. Set a date, tomorrow will do. Gather all these talented individuals and extraordinary people. We'll interview them. To join the National Fortune War, we must select the 3 strongest among them.
Previously, unable to find other reincarnators, Yáng Fān had accepted anyone who came forward.
Now, he had actually begun to be selective. The extraordinary talents who had come to join the National Fortune Bureau were thrilled upon hearing the news the interviews would finally begin tomorrow. This day has finally come.
I too will become a hero of Great Xia, join the National Fortune War, and wipe out those divine lackeys of other nations.
Time flew by. The next day. National Fortune Bureau. Personnel Department. The hall was already packed with people. Among them were divine agents and powerful humans.
All were extraordinary individuals and hidden masters who had previously remained concealed among the common folk of Great Xia. So, our Great Xia has been harboring so many hidden masters all along. Yáng Fān beamed with delight at the sight of such a grand gathering. Boss, this is only a fraction, just those with strong egos who want to show off on the National Fortune Battlefield, boost their followers, and become celebrities. There must be many more unassuming masters still hiding away in the mountains.
Damn it! I'll drag every last one of them out when I get the chance. Lǐ Nézhā clenched his fists, itching for action. Ha 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 ha! Civilization! Civilization! Our National Fortune Bureau is a civilized department. We always advocate using love to transform others. Don't be so fierce.
Yáng Fān calmed Lǐ Nézhā with a few soothing words. Accompanied by Lǐ Nézhā, Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and Master Fahai, the four pillars of the National Fortune Bureau, they led the numerous interviewees to the interview site. This was the National Fortune Bureau Plaza, specifically designated for training.
Yáng Fān gathered all the exceptional talents among the National Fortune candidates.
The four great guardians each took a corner, forming a square formation and casting a specific array.
The immense formation enveloped everyone within. Bureau. Director. Aren't we supposed to be interviewing? What is this? A tall, slender man clad in black robes and wielding a whip asked.
His speech was terribly stuttered, making it painful to listen to.
This is the interview. Yáng Fān declared. For a National Fortune contestant, strength is paramount. Otherwise, how could they possibly defeat the mysterious agents of other nations on the National Fortune battlefield? Wouldn't that betray the expectations of all the people of Great Xia?
Therefore, this interview is quite straightforward.
Yáng Fān waved his hand dismissively. All of you, just fight each other inside. The three strongest will emerge as the contestants for the next National Fortune battlefield.
Chapter 119, Xinjiangbao, Ao Guan, Li Jing. The moment Yáng Fān spoke these words, every extraordinary talent present was stunned.
Wow. The National Fortune Bureau's interview process. How bold.
Though it sounded perfectly reasonable.
But right off the bat, with no other assessments? It's purely about having everyone fight each other. Then determine the strongest? All the talented individuals and extraordinary folks looked around at the people beside them.
Just moments ago, they were chatting, smoking together, some even going out last night to get foot massages and swearing brotherhood. Now, in an instant, they had become rivals.
No worries.
Our National Fortune Bureau has top-notch medical facilities, including military doctors from the Yinshan Army. As long as you don't die, we'll save you.
So fight each other boldly and without fear. Those who lose needn't fear either.
If you perform well but are simply outmatched by stronger opponents and miss out on becoming National Fortune contestants this time, you can still become outsourced employees of our bureau, signing labor contracts with third-party companies. Our National Fortune Bureau regularly has assignments like exploring secret realms and defending the homeland.
You can start with those.
Should we require your services on the National Fortune battlefield in the future, you'll be eligible for permanent employment. Seeing the crowd of extraordinary individuals seemed unsettled, Yáng Fān spoke up. His few words dispelled their doubts.
Alright, if there are no further questions. Interview, begin.
Yáng Fān bellowed the command. One of the deity reincarnators winged, with a furry face and a thunder god's mouth, immediately soared into the air. Thunder blossomed in his hands, erupting in all directions. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with streaks of lightning. However, most of these bolts were blocked by the other interviewees. In the ensuing chaos, everyone unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A kaleidoscope of lights erupted and manifested in every direction.
Wow, there really are some powerhouses here.
Yáng Fān watched the dazzling array of colors and the constant flickering of magical lights, his heart racing with excitement. The battle raged on for 3 days and 3 nights.
Finally,
all the contestants had fallen, leaving only 3 formidable warriors still standing. Yáng Fān ordered his men to carry away the defeated contestants one by one for treatment.
Very well. You 3 are the strongest. Yáng Fān addressed the final victorious trio. No.
One of them was none other than the tall, whip-wielding man who had just questioned Yáng Fān. His repeated denials startled Yáng Fān.
What did you say? Not? You mean the 3 of you aren't the strongest? Yáng Fān asked. But the tall, thin man hesitated for a long moment before finally answering. No, that's right. Yáng Fān? Yang Jin? Sun Changsheng? Master Fahai? Nézhā, damn it. Can we just talk properly? Yáng Fān pulled out this person's resume. Xinjiangbao, the reincarnation of Xingongbao. This guy's no ordinary person.
Back in the day, his fellow Taoist, please stay a while, sent countless immortals to their deaths.
But why the stutter?
Yáng Fān stared at the resume, fixating on the physical conditions section, lost in thought.
Though I am a stutterer. But.
Xinjiangbao, sensing Yáng Fān's skepticism, hurriedly began to defend himself.
Enough, stop talking. Yáng Fān cut him off abruptly. Stuttering's no big deal. On the battlefield of national destiny, it's all about fists anyway, you won't need to persuade anyone. Yáng Fān said.
Then he turned his gaze to the other individual.
If I'm not mistaken, you're a demonic being, aren't you? Yáng Fān's third eye opened on his forehead. Ha, director, you have keen eyesight. The other contestant stood tall and imposing, clad in blue and white armor that radiated overwhelming dominance. Seeing Yáng Fān had uncovered his identity, he no longer concealed it.
2 dragon horns sprouted from his head. I am the Dragon King, the Dragon Lord of the East Sea, Ao Guang.
Damn it! Monster!
Sun Xiangshang, Yang Jin, Lǐ Nézhā, and Master Fahai instantly grew wary. It matters not. Demons too are part of the Great Xia demon clan. They may fight for our Great Xia. Yáng Fān declared. Su Daji had already proven that demons too possessed a heart to serve their country. Thus, Yáng Fān could treat them equally. Director, your magnanimity is truly noble. Ao Guang laughed heartily. When divine beings vanished from Great Xia and spiritual energy waned, this king sealed himself within a dragon egg. Only days ago did I awaken, learning of the Battle of National Destiny and our Bureau of National Destiny. Director, rest assured. Though I am of the demonic race, I shall serve the Great Xia with utmost dedication. However, state your request, Yáng Fān said. Ao Guang's expression suddenly turned icy. Rumor has it the Bureau of National Destiny studies the disappearance of the Great Xia's deities. This puzzles me greatly. In ancient times, our Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan ruled the heavens, the earth, and all waters. Yet for reasons unknown, our ancestors vanished entirely thereafter. Our clan's dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins declined into obscurity. This led to later oppression, where we were forced to serve as mounts and even became dishes on the tables of immortals. Therefore, I wish to collaborate with the Bureau of National Fortune to uncover the truth behind the disappearance of the Great Xia deities. This? No problem. This matter was already one of the Bureau of National Fortune's most critical research projects, currently assigned to Jiangshang. Current findings confirm. The disappearance of deities occurred more than once in Great Xia. This includes the ban on immortals during the Yin Shang period, as well as the disappearance of deities and the decline of spiritual energy in Great Xia before the War of National Destiny commenced. Now, judging by Ao Guang's implication, could similar occurrences have happened in ancient times? What truth lies hidden within this? Yáng Fān's curiosity burned fiercely within him. Very good. Welcome to the National Fortune Bureau. Yáng Fān shook hands with Ao Guang. But to join the National Fortune Battlefield, one must possess combat strength below that of a deity. Weren't you at the deity realm before? Yáng Fān inquired. I was back then, but I've only just awakened. My strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Then there's no problem. After settling Ao Guang, finally, his gaze fell upon the last victorious National Fortune contestant. He first exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Jin beside him. Yang Jin immediately understood and grabbed Lǐ Nézhā by the arm. Hey! Three-eyed freak! What are you doing? Don't spit on me! Lǐ Nézhā cursed under his breath. The final contestant was an unremarkable middle-aged man. Since we're entering the National Fortune Battlefield, we must show our true faces. Yáng Fān said to the middle-aged man. Change back. I'll help improve your family relationships. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Finally, he sighed. Very well, very well. As he spoke, his features began to shift. When everyone saw his true face, they didn't think much of it, puzzled why he'd bother changing his appearance for no reason. However, Lǐ Nézhā, who had been pinned down by Yang Jin, suddenly leaped up, clawing wildly with bloodshot eyes. Hey! You bastard! What the hell are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than the wealthiest man in Chengtang City, chairman of the Bada Group and Lǐ Nézhā's father. Li Jing. Chapter 120, Crafting the Divine Artifact. 3-person foot massage. Ha! No, Nézhā, I. Upon seeing Li Jing, Lǐ Nézhā instantly became agitated, his emotions wildly unstable. It couldn't be helped the relationship between father and son had always been exceptionally strained. It wasn't anyone's fault, it was simply a case of karmic retribution. What parent would tolerate a child conceived over 3 years of pregnancy, who then proceeded to wreak havoc from the moment he was born, climbing roofs, tearing tiles, and perpetrating endless mischief? What father, seeing his child so wicked, truly like a demon child incarnate, wouldn't lock him away to prevent him from wreaking havoc? Thus, the rift between father and son only deepened. Yáng Fān found this situation extremely troublesome. Fortunately, since Lǐ Nézhā had demonstrated his prowess on the National Fortune Battlefield and become a national hero, Li Jing's attitude toward him had shifted. It was only when Lǐ Nézhā nearly died at the hands of the Buddha of Heaven on the National Fortune Battlefield that Li Jing finally understood his own heart. Put simply, blood is thicker than water. After all, Lǐ Nézhā was his genuine flesh and blood. However, while Li Jing had come to terms with his own feelings, Lǐ Nézhā remained oblivious. Even if he had some inkling deep down, at the very least, outwardly, he couldn't yet put the past behind them. Director! Why is he joining the National Fortune Bureau? I refuse to accept this. This National Fortune Bureau, it's either him or me. No, both. Lǐ Nézhā roared furiously. Fortunately, Yang Jin, Sun Xiangshang, and Master Fahai worked together to pin him down. Otherwise, he might have charged straight at Li Jing and beaten him senseless. Alright. Come on, drag Lǐ Nézhā to the secret room. Yáng Fān led his men, escorting Lǐ Nézhā into a secluded chamber. If the relationship between father and son wasn't mended, the National Fortune Bureau would likely face unrest. Fortunately, Yáng Fān had plenty of ways to handle it. After some persuasion and certain undisclosed arrangements, roughly 2 hours later,
Yáng Fān and Lǐ Nézhā emerged in high spirits.
Director, you mustn't go back on your word about what you promised me, Lǐ Nézhā declared, his expression animated and his spirit revitalized. Rest assured, I've never gone back on my word.
Yáng Fān replied. Go prepare yourself. I'll call you when it's time to deploy. No problem. Lǐ Nézhā chuckled eerily.
He shot a glance at Li Jing, snorted coldly, and rode off on his wind fire wheels.
Holy crap! Chief, you actually managed to persuade that demonic brat? That's seriously impressive. Yang Jin, who knew Lǐ Nézhā's temper, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What did you say to him? Yáng Fān's expression was deeply meaningful. Top secret. With that, Yáng Fān walked over to Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao, and Li Jing.
Come on, Xin Zhangbao and Li Jing. As the reincarnations of Shen Gongbao and the tower-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing, you two will be forging weapons. The Dragon King isn't a reincarnator, so the National Fortune Bureau can't craft weapons for him.
But honestly, I doubt this minor task even requires our bureau's involvement. Ha 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 ha. Of course not.
My Dragon Palace possesses the greatest collection of magical treasures in all the world.
And there are 3 other dragons as wealthy as I, though they remain dormant for now.
All their treasures are at my command.
Ao Guang roared with laughter. If the National Fortune Bureau ever lacks treasures, my Dragon Palace can even provide assistance. We can discuss the price. That won't be necessary. Yáng Fān led Xin Zhangbao and Li Jing to the treasure vault. Ding! Detection initiated. Name, Xin Zhangbao. This National Fortune candidate is a reincarnation of Shen Gongbao. Beginning custom artifact creation for Xin Zhangbao.
Shen Zhangbao's compatible artifacts include Heaven-Splitting Pearl, Crimson Sandgourd, Red Dragon Sword, White-Browed Tiger.
Please select Host.
Pick one, Yáng Fān said.
Xin Zhangbao was also quite excited.
He already possessed the Thunder God's Whip, capable of both ranged and melee attacks. Adding another artifact with special stealth effects would make his arsenal truly comprehensive.
With that thought, Xin Zhangbao declared directly. I want the red. What? You want the Red Dragon Sword?
Yáng Fān covered his face and asked.
No. Right, that's the one? Yáng Fān's eyes lit up. No. It's the Red Sandgourd. Xin Zhangbao finally finished his sentence.
Yáng Fān had almost clicked to forge it. His hand, suspended mid-air, froze stiffly.
From now on, I'll give you a piece of paper.
Whatever you want to say, just write it down, Yáng Fān said.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful crafting. Talisman name, Crimson Sandgourd.
Description, capable of projecting red sandstorms for large area crowd control and releasing toxins. A crimson gourd flew out and landed in Xin Zhangbao's hand. Artifact.
Yáng Fān found the process unbearably painful to listen to. He hurriedly had Xin Zhangbao step out and Li Jing enter the artifact vault. Ding! Initiating scan. Name, Li Jing. This National Fortune contestant is the reincarnation of Li Jing, the Heavenly King of the Pagoda.
Beginning custom artifact creation for Li Jing. Li Jing's compatible magical treasures include Linglong Pagoda, Tiangang Blade, Demon Detecting Mirror.
Please make your selection, host. Li Jing, you choose the Linglong Pagoda.
This time, Yáng Fān didn't let Li Jing choose, he made the decision for him.
The Linglong Pagoda?
Yes, that's right.
Li Jing nodded.
As the reincarnation of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, he needed a pagoda first and foremost. Soon, a 7-story pagoda crafted entirely of gold materialized, landing in Li Jing's hands. Li Jing, as the tower-bearing Heavenly King, you must carry this pagoda with you at all times.
Never let it leave your side. No problem, rest assured, Director.
Li Jing drew a sword. I, Li, have trained in martial arts myself and mastered peerless sword techniques.
Even my innate combat prowess is formidable enough. Few can force me to resort to the Linglong Pagoda.
That puts my mind at ease. Alright then, Xin Zhangbao, Ao Guang, and Li Jing, the 3 of you will spend the next month getting acquainted and honing your coordination. In 1 month, we'll head to the National Fortune Battlefield.
Yáng Fān offered a few final words of instruction.
Then he left them to their time together.
What do 3 middle-aged men do when they gather together? The answer was obvious. Let's go. Let's go. I know a place. It's really good. Shut up. Let's go with Li's suggestion. Li's treating.
Li Jing waved his hand decisively, leading Ao Guang and Xin Zhangbao back to their hometown of Chengtang City. They headed straight for the largest establishment in town, Foot Spa Paradise. Each ordered 3 therapists for foot massages, back rubs, and essential oil spa treatments. They also called in over a dozen professional female dancers to perform and liven up the atmosphere. Indeed, times have changed.
The brothels in this king's era certainly didn't offer such variety. Has the Dragon King fallen behind the times? Shall I arrange a full-service package for you? Could it be that other dragon clans have awakened besides mine?
Ao Guang was suddenly startled.
And joined your human service industry? Ahem.
Li Jing and Xin Zhengbao both cleared their throats twice, prompting laughter from the surrounding staff.
Chapter 121, the new national fortune theme, breaking through the divine Yuan Ding.
After the staff explained, Ao Guang finally understood what one-stop service meant.
He instantly flew into a rage. How dare they? How can such a service bear the name of the Dragon Clan? So, do you want it? If you do, I'll order one for you. Ao Guang's face flushed red as he hastily shook his head. No, thank you. My consort was the ancient Yinglong.
Though she vanished long ago alongside the deities, I cannot betray her trust. Otherwise, if the bureau chief and others uncover the truth behind the deity's disappearance and the Yinglong returns, I'll be beaten to death.
Ahem, ahem, ahem.
So you're still a wife-beater dragon after all. Li Jing chuckled.
You aren't afraid of your wife? Xin Zhengbao asked.
Of course I'm not afraid. No sooner had Li Jing finished speaking than several men in black burst into the room.
Bad news, Chairman. The madam is here.
What did you say?
Li Jing's expression turned pale with shock.
Hold her off.
Yes, Chairman.
Several black-clad bodyguards took their leave. Then Li Jing turned to Xin Zhengbao and Ao Guang.
You two, come with me now. He strode directly into a secret passageway at the rear of the clubhouse.
His movements appeared quite practiced. You said you weren't afraid of your wife.
Xin Zhengbao roared with laughter. Enough. Run.
Ao Guang seemed quite experienced with this too, grabbing Xin Zhengbao and following Li Jing all the way to pull out Foot Spa Paradise.
Hey, Li Jing, why did you stop running? If we get back to the National Transport Bureau, we'll be safe.
Li Jing's face stiffened. Ignoring the two men, he stared fearfully at the figure approaching nearby.
Madam, I didn't want to come.
It's all their fault, they insisted I come.
The one approaching was none other than Li Jing's wife, Madam Yin.
Though petite in stature, she possessed a formidable presence.
A single punch sent a nearby manhole cover shattering into pieces.
Cold sweat beaded on Li Jing's forehead.
Rest assured, madam.
They were the ones who pressed the buttons.
I didn't touch a thing. Ask them if you don't believe me.
Oh?
Is that so? Madam Yin turned to Xin Zhengbao. No.
As Li Jing's teammate, Xin Zhengbao naturally stepped in to defend him, intending to say that's right. But his stutter got the better of him, and after a long struggle, only the first no came out.
Li Jing's face darkened.
Madame Yin's head was practically on fire.
She resembled a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex.
She looked ready to crush Li Jing alive.
Just then, suddenly,
a fierce wind swept through the surroundings.
A sandstorm swept in. Chengtang City borders the East Sea. How could a sandstorm possibly occur here? Madame Yin looked utterly incredulous.
But in any case, after the dust settled, Li Jing, Xin Zhengbao, and Ao Guang had vanished without a trace.
10,000 meters above,
Ao Guang transformed into a giant dragon, carrying Xin Zhengbao and Li Jing as they flew toward the National Fortune Bureau. You're truly a brother in arms, saving my life when it mattered most.
I owe you one, Li.
Li Jing slapped Xin Zhengbao's shoulder excitedly.
You're truly loyal. With such honor, have you considered becoming the master of my youngest son, Ao Bing?
It should be no trouble.
Xin Zhengbao replied.
As the saying goes, doing 10,000 good deeds is no match for committing one bad deed together when it comes to strengthening bonds.
After this incident,
the three instantly became inseparable best buddies. Their bond grew immensely stronger.
The romance of men.
Compared to the other two national teams, their bond was exceptionally strong. Even Yáng Fān hadn't anticipated that the three of them would develop such strong cohesion within just a month.
Time flew by. Amidst the anticipation of everyone on Blue Star, another month passed, and the National Fortune Battlefield finally opened once more.
The moment the entire world has been waiting for has arrived.
Damn! I can't wait. What surprises does the director have in store for us this time?
I don't know why, but we've really come into our own. During the first two National Fortune battles, I was nervous as hell, but now I have absolute confidence in the director.
You're right.
Our great Xia has already won 2 National Fortune battles.
Maybe we can win this one too. Then our great Xia would truly be unbeatable. Bakayaru, what kind of pipe dream is that? No nation can win forever.
When God wants to destroy you, he first makes you mad.
Damn it, you great Xia people shouldn't get too cocky. Your last 2 victories were flukes.
At the very least, without the Buddha of the Void stepping in, you never would have won that Lǐ Nézhā battle.
I'll admit great Xia has become formidable.
Even without divine favor, relying on reincarnators alone, you've earned your place as one of Blue Star's dominant powers. But if you keep this arrogance up, you'll inevitably invite a united front against you.
Surely not every one of your great Xia's National Fortune players can summon an entire army like Yin Shou did? As usual, the National Destiny War hadn't even begun.
Major forums and live streams, both international and domestic, were abuzz with heated discussions. This time, however, Daxia was undeniably the focal point for all Blue Star inhabitants. Countless people were eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the Great Xia contestants' prowess. Even the athletes from once dominant nations like the White Elephant Kingdom and the Sela Kingdom, who had previously been the hot topics of discussion, were now being sidelined. Damn it! This time, we absolutely must redeem ourselves. Our Sela Nation is backed by Olympus, the mightiest divine nation. To lose to Daxia's reincarnators when they don't even have a divine nation backing them is an utter disgrace. The Buddhist Ling Mountain pulled some shady tricks last time. Should we do the same this round? Shut up. Even if we die, even if we have to jump off Mount Olympus, we won't resort to dirty tricks. We'll win with honor. But. No buts. Shut up. Great Xia. National Fortune Bureau. Ao Guang, Li Jing, and Xin Zhangbao stood together at the teleportation portal of the National Fortune Battlefield. All three were itching to get started, eager to dive in. Director, we're ready. Very well. Yáng Fān looked at the trio, his heart surging with excitement. Li Jing, remember, never let go of your tower. If there are no further issues, proceed inside. No problem, Director. Li Jing nodded firmly, then stepped through the portal alongside Ao Guang and Xin Zhangbao. Ding! The new National Fortune Battlefield is now open. All national contestants, please enter. Hundreds of National Fortune contestants, bearing the hopes of their respective nations' citizens, entered the National Fortune Battlefield together. The theme of this National Fortune Battle is Break Through the Divine Yuan Ding. Chapter 122, Guardian Beast of the Divine Yuan Cauldron. Oh? Break through the Divine Yuan Cauldron? Could it be some kind of escape-style game? The Divine Yuan Cauldron, is this the escape-style map? Or perhaps it's a siege game? The Divine Yuan Cauldron is some fortress that requires numerous National Fortune contestants to breach together? Curious Blue Star citizens began speculating wildly. After all, if it were an escape-themed scenario, it would mean this National Fortune Battlefield was extremely perilous. Those who escaped would naturally win, while those who couldn't escape would surely perish. Other themes like siege warfare offered more chances for survival. They didn't have to wait long. Soon, the National Fortune Gatekeeper's message arrived. Ding! Breakthrough Divine Yuan Cauldron Theme Introduction. Ancient Witch Clan, using the Divine Yuan Cauldron to refine all things in the world. The National Fortune participants are those captured by the Ancient Witch Clan and placed within the Divine Yuan Cauldron for refinement. Within the Divine Yuan Cauldron, the three-flame true fire constantly emanates, refining all living beings inside into elixirs. As National Fortune candidates, you must break through the Divine Yuan Cauldron before being refined into pills. Failure to break through results in being refined into a pill and declared dead. Upon reading this description, countless Blue Star citizens, including the National Fortune contestants, felt a wave of genuine anxiety wash over them. Holy crap, this is insane. They're literally throwing people into a cauldron to be refined. How long could anyone possibly endure that? The threefold true fire, you've seen its power. Burning someone alive like that? Who could endure it? Damn, this National Fortune battle is brutally cruel. The previous two National Fortune battles, at least, were due to bug-level bosses appearing, which led to the annihilation of all contestants except those from Great Xia. This round, though, it seems they planned total annihilation from the very start. The crowd was filled with deep concern. All National Fortune contestants, please enter. A portal opened. What met everyone's eyes was a raging sea of flames. Within the flames, countless demons and monsters, chained and bound, were being roasted alive on chopping blocks. It resembled a scene from hell. One by one, the contestants emerged from the portal. 3 from each nation. Over 200 nations across Blue Star, totaling more than 600 National Fortune contestants, formed a dense, dark mass as they stepped into this infernal sea of flames. Hot, 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 so hot. Xin Zhangbao covered his nose. The acrid smell of burning permeated the air, making it unbearable. Ha! Are these our Great Xia National Fortune contestants this time? Within the Divine Yuan Ding, all the National Fortune contestants made their appearance. Countless citizens across Blue Star began scrutinizing the contestants from their respective nations. Holy crap! Chairman Li, that's our Bauta Group chairman. He's actually participating in the National Fortune Battlefield as a contestant? Holy crap, is he a cyclist too? Awesome! Absolutely awesome! No wonder the chairman gave all Pagoda Group employees time off. Turns out he really had something important to attend to. Holy crap! That's got to be some seriously important business, huh? The young master is Nezha's reincarnator, and the chairman is his father. Could it be, he is? Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the reincarnation of the tower bearing Heavenly King Li. Holy crap, don't tell me the whole family are reincarnations. Seeing their chairman enter the national battlefield to fight for the country, countless Pagoda employees felt their hearts ignite with boundless pride. Meanwhile, another group of people. Primarily female fans. Holy crap! Just heard the National Fortune livestream mention this player Ao Guang is actually the Dragon King of the East Sea. You know, the one who equipped Sun Wukong when he caused chaos in heaven. So handsome.
Who knew the Dragon King of the East Sea was this handsome? I thought he'd be some old-fashioned, ancient dragon. Turns out he's this handsome. Holy crap!
Ao Guang possessed sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, radiating extraordinary handsomeness. Clad in a white robe, white armor, and a white cape, he exuded immense authority. 2 dragon horns, symbols of his lineage, stood proudly atop his head. If you had to describe him with one word,
it would be handsome. Ah! I'm a huge fan of Ian's show, but now I have to admit, Ao Guang is seriously hot too. Damn it! The director's recruiting for the National Fortune Bureau is getting more and more sophisticated.
Look at that. Except for the first National Fortune War where the recruits were a bit rough around the edges, every subsequent batch has been packed with hotties.
Shoo! Holy crap! Saying that, aren't you afraid Lǐ Nézhā will come after your family? No way, no way.
Unlike the previous 2 National Fortune battles, where the Great Xia contestants faced widespread skepticism upon their debut, now that Great Xia has won twice and both times in absolute, decisive victories. Therefore, the people of Great Xia placed immense trust in Yáng Fān and the National Fortune Bureau. They believed that the players recruited by Yáng Fān must be absolute powerhouses.
The National Fortune Bureau would never let them down.
It wasn't just the Great Xia.
Citizens of numerous other nations no longer dare to underestimate Great Xia's competitors. Damn it, this time we absolutely must overthrow Great Xia's dominance. Even if we can't win, we can't afford to lose too badly.
Even before the National Fortune Battlefield commenced, many people both domestic and international already sensed that Great Xia was poised to win again. Sigh, the prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain.
How come I feel our Camel Nation is going to lose even before the battle starts?
Besides Great Xia, there were originally many smaller nations. But now, they witnessed the Great Xia once their fellow underdogs rise to become the overwhelming favorites.
This only deepened their bitterness. At this moment,
on the battlefield of National Fortune, within the Divine Yuan Cauldron,
with all National Fortune contestants taking their positions,
the National Fortune Battlefield officially commenced. Ao Guang gazed into the Divine Yuan Cauldron, his heart filled with shock at the demons and monsters bound by chains within.
These are ancient demonic tribes. I never imagined they'd all be locked here, awaiting refinement into elixirs by this Divine Yuan Cauldron. Truly terrifying indeed. Who cares how terrifying it is?
We just need to figure out how to break through first. Li Jing suddenly drew his sword, pointing it at a bound demon nearby.
Speak! Do you know how to escape this Divine Yuan Cauldron? The demon looked utterly bewildered. If he knew, would he still be tied up like this?
Ao Guang covered his face and sighed. Ha ha ha, I was just trying to scare him. But to his surprise, the demon actually spoke.
The Divine Origin Cauldron is the treasured artifact of the ancient shamanic tribe, forged to refine beings like us.
It houses a guardian spirit beast, the steward of this Divine Origin Cauldron.
You may seek its counsel. Oh? You actually know?
Li Jing's heart stirred.
Then where is this guardian spirit? The demon opened its mouth. Just as it was about to speak,
suddenly, a furious roar erupted.
Beneath the Divine Yuan Cauldron, amidst the surging magma, a fiery dragon with twin wings, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, shot out in an instant. Chapter 123, The Undying Fire Dragon. Is that it? The guardian beast?
Ao Guang froze, gazing at the distant fire dragon before snorting coldly. A dragon of noble lineage, yet reduced to a lackey of the witch clan, aiding in the refinement of demonic beings within this Divine Origin Cauldron.
Yes. I know.
This is called.
Shen Zhangbo roared, picking up Ao Guang's thread. A demon traitor.
Ao Guang sighed.
Yes, that's it, demon traitor. Or, perhaps, let me say it, dragon traitor. Shen Zhangbao blurted out anxiously. For a moment, everyone present fell into deep thought. Wait, why is this person speaking like this? On the National Fortune Battlefield, contestants' words were automatically translated, ensuring seamless communication among all participants.
But when faced with someone like Shen Zhangbao who stuttered, even the translation system froze.
Damn it! Why can't you Great Xia recruit a contestant who can lie smoothly? Why pick a stutterer? I'm seriously fed up.
Looking at him, he's clearly a Taoist priest.
How can someone so stuttery even recite a full incantation? Will he even be able to cast his skills when it matters? Inside the National Fortune livestream, countless Great Xia citizens were now plunged into confusion. Why did they pick a stutterer? This is so weird. Wait, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you underestimating a stutterer? He hasn't even started yet. Holy crap! Prejudice truly is a mountain in people's hearts.
He merely speaks with a stutter.
The battle hasn't even begun, yet you're already questioning him. Maybe this guy is the key to our national fortune in this battle. Without him, we couldn't win. But then again, is there only one guardian beast, the fire dragon? It looks pretty weak. On the battlefield of national destiny,
the guardian beast, the fire dragon, roared menacingly, its body engulfed in raging flames, as if intent on devouring everyone in sight.
Yet facing it stood over 600 Fate warriors, all divine agents brimming with godly power. Everyone, attack together. First, defeat this guardian beast, the fire dragon. Then, release the demons trapped within the divine origin cauldron. After all, they too wish to escape the cauldron and could become our allies. A contestant shouted. The contestants unleashed their divine power in unison, charging toward the fiery dragon in the sky. Roar! The fire dragon let out a long, fearsome roar, fearlessly engaging in fierce combat with hundreds of National Fortune contestants. Then, as expected, its entire head was severed, tumbling into the molten lava below. Is that it? Is that all? The National Fortune contestant who delivered the final blow to finish him off erupted with excitement. I thought he was something special, but turns out he's just this level. In truth, the guardian fire dragon possessed formidable strength. But no matter how powerful it was just one dragon. Facing hundreds of National Fortune players, how could it possibly prevail? Looks like this stage shouldn't be too difficult. You guys got your asses kicked in the last two high difficulty National Fortune battles, so you're scared less. This is just the normal intensity of the National Fortune battle. They can't wipe out our entire National Fortune team every single time. This time, even if we don't emerge victorious, we should have better luck. We can just play it safe and avoid getting wiped out. Blue Star. After the first two National Fortune battles, every nation except Great Xia suffered total annihilation, a truly horrific sight. Everyone had approached this National Fortune battle with a certain sense of dread. But now, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seems like this is just a pretty ordinary National Fate battle after all. However, just as everyone began to settle into a sense of calm, a sudden dragon's roar echoed through the air. Holy! What the hell just happened? Everyone was stunned by the dragon's roar and turned to the live broadcast screen. Within the boundless magma of the divine Yuan cauldron, the fire dragon guardian beast which had been severed moments ago soared back into the air. Before their very eyes, its severed neck had naturally regenerated. He can actually heal himself? Damn, I knew he wasn't just that level of power. The National Fortune contestants murmured among themselves. Yet fear did not grip them. Instead, they grew even more excited. Now this is getting interesting. But since you can restore yourself once, I'll strike you down twice. No matter how many times you restore yourself, I'll strike you down that many times. Even if the combined strength of hundreds of National Fortune contestants, individually weaker than this guardian fire dragon, their combined strength could easily slay this guardian divine beast, the fire dragon, hundreds of times over. But this time, the situation changed. A sudden radiance flared from the body of the guardian divine beast, the fire dragon. Then, this light separated from its body and materialized beside it into another fire dragon. Identical to the original one. Oh? So it can split itself? Oomph. So what if it does? Kill. Hundreds of National Fortune contestants attacked simultaneously. Soon, both fire dragons were slain. Both fiery dragons plunged into the molten lava. Roar! Roar! Yet mere seconds later, the roars echoed once more. The two guardian fire dragons soared forth once more, having healed their wounds, and each split into another dragon. Now there were 4 dragons. Upon witnessing this, Ao Guang's expression darkened instantly. As the Dragon King of the East Sea and leader of the Dragon Clan, he possessed some knowledge of the ancient dragon's secrets. Hold on. Everyone, hold your fire. He shouted. Yet no one heeded his call. The other contestants continued their assault on the 4 fire dragons. Before long, the 4 fire dragons were slain. But just a few seconds later, the 4 fire dragons burst forth, each splitting apart to become 8 fire dragons. These are immortal fire dragons. Ao Guang suddenly exclaimed. Oh? His words instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. The Undying Dragon Clan is a special branch of our dragon lineage. Not only are they immensely powerful, but their most terrifying trait is their ability to endlessly absorb surrounding spiritual energy to regenerate themselves and undergo infinite division. They are typically used to guard the gates of secret realms. Take this one, for instance. Guarding the divine Yuan cauldron, surrounded by the 3 flame true fire, it is the Undying Fire Dragon. As long as the divine Yuan cauldron remains intact, the 3 flame true fire will be inexhaustible. It can never be defeated and will always be able to resurrect. Ao Guang's expression grew grave. The more we fight them, the more they multiply. Hiss. Ao Guang was a dragon, as evidenced by the horns on his head. Thus, the multitude of contestants still acknowledged his words. Upon hearing his explanation, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap! An immortal fire dragon? What the hell, how are we supposed to fight this? Chapter 124, Linglong Pagoda. Seal. Doesn't that mean it's an enemy we can never defeat, no matter what? Just like the last time with the Heavenly Pride Khan's cavalry. Damn it. Infinite respawns, who could possibly defeat that? This is beyond belief. Blue Star. The citizens of various nations, who moments ago thought this stage seemed straightforward and should be easily cleared, now saw their expressions darken instantly.
Last time, at least the Heavenly Khan turned against us in the end.
Otherwise, we might not have one.
Even now, the Heavenly Pride Khan is locked in a bitter struggle with Yáng Fān on the National Fortune Battlefield, an enemy that seems nearly impossible to defeat.
Who would have thought this National Fortune battle would bring forth another foe of such caliber? Damn it! So if he's inside that divine Yuan cauldron, he can resurrect infinitely and create limitless clones. How are we supposed to fight him? We can't defeat him, so we can't break through the divine Yuan cauldron. Without breaking through the cauldron, we can't defeat him. Perfect. A flawless closed loop. Everyone knew how utterly despairing an immortal enemy could be.
Therefore, at this very moment, citizens from every nation on Blue Star watch their country's 3 contestants on the National Destiny battlefield with anxious hearts, filled with deep concern. Director, this third stage of the National Fortune battle seems extraordinary. Zhang Shang of the National Fortune Bureau felt a pang of unease, momentarily at a loss for how to overcome this challenge.
Perhaps. It all depends on what countermeasures our 3 contestants have prepared. Yáng Fān remarked. Curiosity also stirred within him.
At this moment, nearly all of Blue Star's inhabitants were focused on this battle of national destiny.
On the National Fortune battlefield,
the undying fire dragon rampaged toward the numerous National Fortune contestants, unleashing waves of flames that transformed the world into a hellish scene.
No! Everyone, be careful not to kill them by accident. If you do, they'll keep splitting.
The more you attack them, the more they multiply.
By the end, we won't stand a chance.
All the National Fate contestants scrambled to evade the undying fire dragon's attacks.
They dared not strike back. Soon, hundreds of National Fortune contestants were scattered, left in disarray.
It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the undying fire dragon.
It was simply that they dared not fight back. Some fiery-tempered contestants couldn't resist and fought back. After a fierce battle, they managed to slay several more undying fire dragons.
Yet the moment they struck down one, a chill gripped their hearts. The slain dragons regenerated beneath the lava, only to split into 2 again. Thus, the undead fire dragons multiplied with each strike, growing ever more numerous. Eventually, they obscured the entire sky, a dark, oppressive mass that instilled despair deep within the soul.
This can't be possible. Could this national battle of destiny be ending before it even begins? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Damn it!
If all else fails, let's pool all our strength and attack in one direction.
Maybe we can breach the divine Yuan cauldron. Impossible. If the divine Yuan cauldron could be breached so easily, why would they even bother with a national destiny battle? There must be some kind of mechanism. We need to find its weak point, its vital opening, and then concentrate our attacks there. Damn it! But
before the contestant could finish his protest, countless fireballs rained down from the sky. Hordes of undead fire dragons, their spiritual energy burning like it was free, filled the entire interior of the divine Yuan cauldron with flames.
The contestants could only frantically dodge. Not a moment could be wasted. Forget finding an escape route, they couldn't do anything at all. Hey! Ayo! Guan! This isn't your dragon clan's immortal racial trait? Do you have any way to deal with this? Shen Zhangbao asked urgently.
He nearly bit his tongue.
It's not the dragon clan. Immortality is their innate trait, which is why they can't be directly killed unless you destroy the environment they rely on. Ao Guang explained. But we can't possibly destroy the entire divine Yuan cauldron. Then what do we do?
Li Jing felt anxious too. His son had achieved complete victory on the National Fortune battlefield.
Let alone himself.
If he failed, he'd never be able to hold his head high in front of his son, Lǐ Nézhā.
We cannot kill it, but we can seal it. Ao Guang continued.
However, though I possess the means to seal him, it requires the sea or a water source to perform the ritual.
This divine Yuan cauldron is filled with fire, I am powerless here. Oh? Seal?
Upon hearing this, Li Jing abruptly halted.
I think I have it. Yes. You have this.
Shen Zhangbao exclaimed excitedly.
A tower. Li Jing didn't want to listen to Shen Zhangbao's rambling and cut straight to the point. Right. It's the tower.
Ao Guang and Shen Zhangbao's eyes lit up.
At that thought,
Li Jing abruptly turned around, gazing up at the swarm of immortal fire dragons filling the sky.
Oomph! Wicked dragons! Behold the divine artifact. The delicate pagoda in his hand instantly grew, transforming into a colossal tower dozens of meters tall. Each tier of the pagoda emitted a terrifying suction force. Whoosh! 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 A violent storm raged around them. The immense suction enveloped all the immortal fire dragons in the sky.
Moments before, these immortal fire dragons had been rampaging across the battlefield, slaughtering the National Fortune contestants with utter recklessness.
They never imagined anyone could subdue them. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The undying fire dragons roared in all directions, but caught completely off guard, they had no defenses. Thus, they were effortlessly sealed away by Li Jing into the Linglong Pagoda.
Holy! Li Jing's move truly startled everyone. Damn. It had to be a great Xia contestant. That's just insane. I was about to give up hope. Who is this guy? Who else could it be?
The reincarnation of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing.
That pagoda of his? He can put anything inside it. Back in the day, even Sun Wukong got sealed up in there.
Forget about these undying fire dragons. The contestants who had genuinely believed these undying fire dragons were invincible just moments ago instantly breathed a sigh of relief.
Back on Blue Star, the citizens watching the live broadcast were also deeply moved. Ha ha ha. I knew it.
The director found us national fortune players, none of them are ordinary.
When it really counts, we can only rely on our great Xia. The chairman is awesome.
Everyone, please follow our Bada group of family with 2 champions, father and son heroes.
Li Jing's pagoda continued to shrink.
Though he couldn't see the comments or live chat, he knew he was on display, showing off. He didn't say it aloud, but inside, he felt a quiet satisfaction. Within the Linglong Pagoda, countless undying fire dragons struggled relentlessly, desperate to burst forth from the tower.
Flames surged and erupted in all directions.
Ao Guan's expression suddenly shifted, his face darkening.
Hey! Just saying, can this pagoda really hold all these undying fire dragons? Chapter 125, Li Jing, leader of all national fortune contestants.
These immortal fire dragons all draw their existence from the 3-flame true fire within the divine Yuan cauldron. Their very bodies are the 3-flame true fire.
With so many gathered together, aren't you afraid your pagoda will burn to ashes? Ao Guang asked with genuine concern.
Ha?
It could burn through? Shun Zhangbao was startled.
You mustn't underestimate the power of the 3-flame true fire.
Li Jing's heart trembled upon hearing this. This is my life-bound treasure. Surely it shouldn't burn out that easily?
Li Jing gripped the Linglong Pagoda, feeling a twinge of doubt.
Surely not.
Li Jing's expression twisted slightly. All around, numerous national fortune contestants turned their gaze toward them. If that undying fire dragon bursts out again, we're truly screwed.
Come on. Holy. This is the first time I've ever rooted for a great Xia competitor.
For the first time in my life, I actually want a great Xia competitor to do well.
Damn it. Holy. No way, no way.
This is actually making my heart race. I was just saying how awesome this Li Jing guy is. Hope he doesn't get too cocky and end up screwing himself over.
That pagoda is the symbol of our pagoda group. What if it gets destroyed?
Across Blue Star, countless citizens were filled with concern. It wasn't just his Xia. The Linglong Pagoda now in Li Jing's hands held the fate of all the national fortune contestants' lives and fortunes. Whether the billions of people across Blue Star would face punishment from the National Fortune Guardian depended entirely on him.
Honestly, this national fortune battle is truly perilous.
The 3-fold true fire, the King of Flames, has gathered an entire divine Yuan cauldron.
Who could possibly withstand that?
The 3-fold true fire is said to consume all things. Deities capable of wielding flames of this caliber have historically been the mightiest war gods across the great divine realms. Take the Monkey King Sun Wukong or Nézhā, the great god of the 3 sea assemblies.
Holy crap! So you're saying this Linglong Pagoda might actually not withstand the 3-flame true fire? Indeed.
Remember, even the original heavenly King Li, the tower-bearing one, once imprisoned Sun Wukong within the Linglong Pagoda. Yet it was shattered, nearly destroying the pagoda itself.
Whoa! That's dangerous. Damn it! Li Jing! Hang in there. Bakaya are you? We're your rock-solid backup. Hang in there. Damn it!
For Blue Star, for humanity, for your reputation as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, don't let us Hanning Kingdom claim you as our cultural heritage.
You gotta hold on. United as one, resolute as a fortress.
Li Jing never imagined.
Lǐ Nézhā up front, the national superstar.
Behind him, Yin Shou became the domineering CEO heartthrob of countless girls across the entire Blue Star.
And he?
He had transcended the boundaries of Great Xia itself, shouldering the fate of the entire Blue Star. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on his tower, fearing it might collapse under the strain. Yet, just as the crowd watched the 3-flame true fire about to shatter the Linglong Pagoda, suddenly,
the once raging 3-flame true fire abruptly extinguished.
The entire Linglong Pagoda instantly suppressed all traces of the 3-flame true fire, completely absorbing it within. All the undying fire dragons fell silent.
The Linglong Pagoda returned to stillness. Ha? What's going on? Wasn't it an urgent crisis just now? How did it suddenly resolve itself?
The surrounding national fortune contestants froze in surprise, turning to look at Li Jing with confusion. Li Jing was initially bewildered too. But then he seemed to realize something, bursting into laughter.
See that?
That's the power of Li Jing, the pagoda supporting Heavenly King. A mere 3-fold true fire is nothing to fear.
What the hell? Everyone present, including Shen Zhangbao and Ao Guang, wore expressions of utter astonishment.
They had no idea what had just transpired. In any case, the 3-fold true fire had been suppressed.
Blue Star. Billions of citizens were equally bewildered. Wait, what's going on? Why did the three flame true fire suddenly extinguish out of nowhere?
I clearly saw Li Jing looking worried just now. He was clearly worried he couldn't hold on much longer.
What the hell just happened? Ah ha 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 ha. Whatever it was, he held on. Who'd have thought our great Xia's national treasure would make such a grand entrance, saving everyone right off the bat?
This Li Jing is quite the hidden gem.
You bet. The man who gave birth to Lǐ Nézhā can't be weak. National Fortune Bureau.
Seeing Li Jing defeat the undying fire dragon and the three flame true fire, the gathered masters were deeply puzzled.
The power of the three flame true fire? This old Sun knows it well.
Sun Chongqing's fiery eyes blazed.
By all logic, Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda should have collapsed under that pressure. But he managed to hold it. Director, do you know what just happened? Sun Chongqing inquired.
Yáng Fān merely gave a wry smile and shook his head.
Classified.
The others grew even more curious.
On the National Fortune Battlefield.
All the National Fortune contestants finally breathed a collective sigh of relief, sitting cross-legged on the ground to restore their spiritual energy. Damn it, those undead fire dragons earlier, while not exceptionally powerful, they nearly drove us to despair.
Thankfully, Great Xia never disappoints. Truly worthy of our demon-human nation, the former sovereign state. Speaking of which, those undying fire dragons are the guardian beasts of the divine Yuan cauldron. Now that it's sealed, what should we do next? Someone asked. I don't know.
But as the saying goes, unity is strength. Li Jing stood at the very center of the gathered nation's fortune contestants. Having saved everyone, he had become, in a sense, their leader. He gazed down at the boundless sea of flames below his feet. Within the flames, one demon after another was bound by chains, being slowly consumed alive by the three flame true fire, struggling desperately to endure. As far as the eye could see, the number of demons was beyond counting.
There are still so many demons trapped within this divine Yuan cauldron.
They too were imprisoned here by the ancient witch clan to be refined.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And they've been imprisoned longer than us. They must know more. Release them all. Unite every national fortune contestant and demon.
Perhaps we can find a way to break through the divine Yuan cauldron.
Understood.
As soon as Li Jing spoke,
the surrounding national fortune contestants sprang into action.
Regardless of their nationality, they all instinctively followed Li Jing's command. This was the authority of a leader.
The national fortune contestants were all exceptionally powerful. Soon, the chains binding the suffering demons were severed. Many demons flew toward Li Jing, gathering around him. Foreign Realm National Fortune contestant, we thank you for your rescue.
An elder who resembled both a pig and a bear approached Li Jing, bowing deeply. You may call me Old Pig Bear.
Old Pig Bear thanked Li Jing. Yet immediately afterward, he sighed deeply. But all of this is meaningless. This divine Yuan cauldron can never escape. All of us, every demon will perish here, refined into elixirs to feed the witch clan. Oh? What do you mean?
Li Jing froze, his expression shifting as he asked.
We haven't even formally begun breaking the cauldron yet, and you're already saying it's impossible? Isn't that just boosting the enemy's morale and undermining our own resolve?
Just as Li Jing finished speaking, the old boar bear was about to respond. But in the next instant, a sudden change occurred.
Chapter 126, 100% bare-handed sword catching. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated, causing the entire divine Yuan cauldron to tremble.
A sea of flames engulfed the ground, and a rain of fire rained down from the sky, all composed of the threefold true fire.
Countless flames coalesced in the air, forming a colossal face covered in intricate totems. Demons, you ants dare defy heaven's mandate. The flaming visage roared, its surroundings surging with the three-flame true fire.
This colossal visage radiated an overwhelming aura, as if it were a deity within the divine Yuan cauldron itself. Every movement it made caused spatial tremors, seeming utterly invincible.
Oomph! What divine mandate?
Li Jing snorted coldly, suddenly drawing his sword. He knew that to gain followers, he had to seize this moment and show off. Swish! 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 He soared into the air, slashing his sword directly at the flaming giant face. The flaming giant face clearly hadn't expected Li Jing to attack without warning. Utterly stunned, it froze in place.
With that single strike, his entire face was obliterated by Li Jing. Pretentious show-off.
Li Jing's slaying of the flaming giant face instantly elevated his standing in the eyes of countless national fortune contestants.
Hell yeah! Awesome! Our leader is the real deal. Damn right! No wonder our ancestors were willing to be lackeys for Great Xia. This feeling of being carried along without lifting a finger is just too damn satisfying. I can't let this Great Xia guy steal all the spotlight. I gotta find a way to show off too, damn it. Everyone stared at Li Jing with burning intensity.
Their gazes held envy, admiration, jealousy, and even hatred.
Old Pig Bear's gaze toward Li Jing seemed to sparkle with admiration.
But soon, he shook his head.
It's useless. All of it is useless. The witch clan's methods are utterly invincible.
The moment those words left his mouth,
suddenly, the colossal flaming visage reappeared, glaring furiously at Li Jing.
Simultaneously, a book seemed to materialize before his eyes. You insignificant insect, daring to defy the heavenly might.
Very well.
Since you are so proficient with the sword, then henceforth you shall never wield one again.
The flames transformed into a brush, writing something on the book. What is this?
A sense of foreboding instantly gripped Li Jing's heart. This is the Book of Rules. Old Pig Bear explained. The Witch Clan has mastered the laws of heaven and earth.
Those of higher standing can even use these cosmic rules to curse their enemies.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a golden rune descended upon Li Jing.
Old Pig Bear's demons instantly paled. Ha! What's happening to me?
Li Jing asked in confusion.
Ding!
Li Jing, the Great Xia's national fortune contestant, has been cursed by the laws of heaven and earth.
Ding!
He has acquired a negative buff. When attacking others with a sword, his blade will be caught barehanded. This effect is known as barehanded sword catching and has a 100% activation rate. Though the national fortune candidates and Blue Star's populace remained unaware of the cause, the national fortune gatekeeper's broadcast swiftly clarified everything.
What the hell? 100% chance of having your blade caught barehanded? What kind of bizarre mechanic is this?
So this Witch Clan guy, because Li Jing killed his avatar with a sword, flew into a rage and cursed Li Jing using the rules of heaven and earth, making it impossible for Li Jing to ever kill anyone again?
Holy crap! That's just too vicious.
Li Jing was already a master swordsman, having trained in swordsmanship for years. After recalling his past life as the tower-bearing heavenly King Li, his sword skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Beyond the ceiling power of the Linglong Pagoda, swordsmanship was his sole and most formidable combat skill.
Who'd have thought it could be so easily bound by the Witch Clan's manipulation of cosmic laws?
Watch this sword. Within the divine Yuan cauldron on the battlefield of national fortune, Li Jing personally felt no discomfort whatsoever. Though skeptical, he casually swung his sword again, striking at the flaming giant face in the sky.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Two arms suddenly materialized around the flaming giant face, clasping together before him to intercept Li Jing's sword.
What?
Li Jing was utterly horrified.
Could this be real? He exclaimed in disbelief. How could such a ridiculous thing exist in this world?
He swung his sword again, this time not at anyone else, but at a small demon beside him.
The little demon's face instantly turned pale. Wait, no. I'm just a minor demon. Sure, I've eaten humans before, but setting that aside, I'm actually a decent one. Besides, aren't we allies now? He was terrified Li Jing would strike him down with a single blow. Yet, as Li Jing's blade descended, he realized his hands were involuntarily reaching forward.
Clasping them together, he caught Li Jing's sword.
Oomph! You call yourself a little demon? If you were truly insignificant, how could you possibly catch a blade with your bare hands?
Li Jing snorted coldly.
No? Not me? Me?
The little demon was utterly bewildered.
What bare-handed sword catching? How come I didn't know about this?
But the proof was right before his eyes.
He really did catch it. Was he really this powerful?
These demons, lacking the National Fortune Guardian's broadcast, remained unaware of the curse upon Li Jing. Yet this time, everyone still found it utterly unbelievable.
Watch the sword.
Li Jing still couldn't believe it.
He tried again on several National Fortune contestants. Sure enough,
every single one of them caught his blade with their bare hands, without a single mistake.
At that moment, Li Jing's face darkened. How is this possible? This is the power of the rules.
I never imagined our enemy this time could harness the laws of heaven and earth.
Ao Guang gazed solemnly at the flaming giant face in the sky.
Legend has it that in ancient times, the demon clans waged war against the shaman clans, vying for dominance over the heavens and earth. Both sides were left crippled, paving the way for the rise of the human race. The dragon clan is also a branch of the demon race.
Could it be that our ancestors faced such terrifying foes back then? Don't be afraid. Shen Zhengbao stepped forward and declared. The enemies on the battlefield of national fortune, no matter how powerful they once were, will be weakened.
They won't possess their original strength.
Ao Guang's mouth twitched. Enough. I know our enemies are far from invincible.
But next time, you'd better keep quiet and just write it down. He then turned his gaze to Li Jing. Since you cannot wield a sword, your combat effectiveness is greatly diminished. For the upcoming battle, you shall stand behind this king for now.
Damn it!
Li Jing gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the giant face in the sky. After a moment's thought, he ultimately positioned himself behind Ao Guang.
Boom! After arranging Li Jing, the flaming giant face swept its massive hand.
One by one, portals slowly unfolded. From within, a dark, dense mass poured forth a vast horde of soldiers with bizarre appearances.
Chapter 127, Man and Blade is One, Wrathful Dragon Roar. What the hell are these things?
The soldiers emerging from the portals were all multi-limbed, some even sporting multiple heads. Each was towering in stature, bare-chested and muscular, exuding raw, primal power. One glance told you they were berserker-level warriors.
What are these? Soldiers of the Witch Clan.
Ao Guang stared coldly at these grotesque demons and monsters. For some reason, seeing these Witch Clan soldiers stirred a deep, primal revulsion within him. A primal urge surged within him, a desire to slaughter them all. Charge! Each of the Witch Clan soldiers radiated terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Some commanded wind, others controlled fire, sending bursts of flames surging forth. Others commanded thunder and lightning, causing the earth to tremble with a single wave of their hand. Holy crap! Each one of these guys would have been a mini-boss level threat in the previous National Fortune battle. The faces of the National Fortune contestants grew grim as they watched the Witch Clan soldiers advance slowly, then launch their assault. Kill! The contestants were all formidable warriors with fiery tempers. This time, they'd been pushed to their limits by the undying fire dragon. I refuse to believe these ordinary Witch Clan soldiers can keep resurrecting endlessly. Do they really think we're pushovers? Come on then. You want war? We'll give you war. The National Fortune contestants erupted in fury, unleashing their divine power. They clashed head-on with the Witch Clan soldiers, whose skills were as varied as they were formidable. In an instant, a massive battle erupted within the Divine Yuan Cauldron. Holy crap! Who'd have thought the battle would erupt this fast? This National Fortune battle is surprisingly straightforward, no preamble, no infighting among the participants. At least not yet. Instead, all the National Fortune contestants have united to confront the antagonists head-on. Exactly. The villains are clearly the Witch Clan. Even the surrounding demonic tribes are our allies. Though the Witch Clan is powerful, with all the National Fortune players united as one, I believe we can overcome this challenge. After all, if the enemies in a stage were so powerful that even all the National Fortune contestants combined couldn't defeat them, what would be the point of fighting? Battles erupted within the Divine Yuan Cauldron, bursts of divine energy flashing like a dazzling, dynamic painting. The battlefield was intensely fierce. Judging by the current state of the battlefield, the National Fortune contestants seem to hold a slight advantage. Truly, as divine agents personally blessed by the gods of the great divine nations, their power is formidable. And while the Witch Clan soldiers are formidable, their numbers are too few. They can't resurrect endlessly like the undying fire dragons. So, it won't be long before the National Fortune contestants secure victory? But seriously, the mighty Witch Clan only sent this many soldiers? Barely over 100. That means one Witch Clan soldier is facing 6 National Fortune contestants. Even if some of these contestants are powerful, even the weaker ones should be able to win 6-on-1, right? Within the Divine Yuan Cauldron, the tide of battle gradually shifted in favor of the National Fortune contestants. Countless viewers watching the live stream were filled with confidence. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Kill. 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 One National Fortune contestant unleashed his divine power without restraint. Divine power surged outward continuously. He was now completely consumed by the thrill of battle. He had just defeated a Witch Clan soldier alongside several other National Fortune players. He was about to continue the slaughter. Suddenly, however, he felt the divine power within him slip from his grasp. Not just the divine power, but his entire body. It was as if, in an instant, he had lost all his strength. Then, a wave of dizziness washed over him. What's happening to me? He whipped his head around to look behind him, only to discover he had become a disembodied spirit. All the other contestants were staring at him. His physical body, however, had now transformed into an orange-yellow, perfectly round pill? I've been refined into a pill? Ah! Immediately after, his soul could no longer endure and instantly scattered into nothingness. Ding! Pharaoh Nation contestant Lalakia has been refined into a pill by the Divine Yuan Cauldron and is declared dead. Ding! Pharaoh Nation receives punishment, 10% of all citizens' vital energy is drained. Ding! Attention! The 3-flame true fire within the Divine Yuan Cauldron ceaselessly refines all living beings inside. The more spiritual energy one consumes, the more hollow their body becomes and the easier they are to refine. After the explanation from the Guardian of National Fortune, all contestants and Blue Star citizens finally grasp the situation. Holy! So inside this Divine Yuan Cauldron, our contestants must conserve their spiritual energy and divine power to protect themselves from being successfully refined. Once their bodies become sufficiently depleted, they'll be directly refined into pills? Holy crap! This is just too cruel. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have imagined that the esteemed National Fortune contestants would meet such an end. But honestly, this Divine Yuan Cauldron's alchemy skills are top-notch. Look at that guy, the pills he's refining are so perfectly round. TSK, what a peculiar focus. After discovering that unleashing their full divine power left them vulnerable to being drained and refined into pills, all the National Fortune contestants stopped slaughtering indiscriminately. Everyone hurriedly conserved their divine power to resist the Divine Yuan Cauldron's refinement. However, the opposing Witch Clan soldiers weren't about to give them any breathing room. Unable to unleash their full power, the National Fortune contestants were once again overwhelmed by the Witch Tribe soldiers, who turned the tables and slaughtered them mercilessly. Some contestants couldn't resist continuing their resistance. But the slightest misstep meant their depleted vitality would be refined into elixir.
Ding! Hippopotamus Nation's contestant Liba was slain by Witch Clan soldiers. Hippo Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding!
Lewis, a contestant from Gull Rooster Nation, has been refined into a medicinal pill.
Ding! Gull Rooster Nation receives punishment, all citizens' attractiveness reduced by 10%. Ding!
Rhine contestant from Han's country has been refined into a medicinal pill.
Ding! Han's kingdom receives punishment, all citizens' lifespan reduced by 10%. Ding! Ding dong! Ding dong!
One by one, the National Fortune contestants were either slain outright or refined into elixirs. The Witch Clan soldiers, having consumed the elixirs distilled from the National Fortune contestants, saw their strength greatly enhanced. The battlefield turned into a one-sided slaughter.
The National Fortune contestants' forces collapsed like a mountain crumbling.
At this moment, Ao Guang, surrounded by several Witch Clan soldiers, was also locked in a fierce battle.
Yet no one noticed his eyes had turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. I remember now. This is the inherited memory within the dragon bloodline.
Suddenly, his eyes blazed with intense light. Back then, as one of the strongest branches of the demon race, the Dragon Clan joined the Witch Demon War.
You and I were enemies from the start.
Ao Guang instantly seemed to surge with newfound power. He soared into the air, raising his great blade.
Immediately after, a thunderous roar shook the entire arena. Man and blade become one. Fury Dragon Roar. Chapter 128, Ao Guang's Fierce Rampage. Ha! What's going on? Holy crap!
The Great Xia contestant is brutal. Other players are terrified their divine power will run dry and get refined into pills, so they're conserving every last bit of spiritual energy.
But this Great Xia player just unleashed his ultimate move? He really isn't afraid of dying.
In this environment, if I recall correctly, Ao Guang is water attributed, being the Dragon King of the East Sea. Yet he dares to unleash his spiritual power so openly.
The Divine Yuan Cauldron inherently counters water attribute beings most effectively.
Look at those Witch Clan soldiers, none of them use water. It shows how severely water attribute powerhouses are restricted here. Under such extreme suppression, he still dares to strike.
And with such full power casting, I bet he'll turn into a pill next second. Ao Guang executed a technique where man and blade became one.
Astonishingly, he didn't control water this time. Instead, his entire body transformed into raging flames before reshaping into a massive blade, which he swung directly at the Witch Clan soldiers on the battlefield.
Holy! Isn't he a water type? How can he wield fire?
In an instant, countless spectators were stunned.
Ha 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 ha! Who said he was water attributed? How could the Dragon King of our Great Xia be bound by ordinary logic?
He clearly masters both water and fire.
Well, dragons come in all kinds: water dragons, fire dragons.
As the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang naturally masters more than one element.
After merging with his blade, Ao Guang became overwhelmingly powerful.
His flaming sword cut through everything in its path, leaving no survivors among the Witch Clan soldiers. Those struck by it died instantly, and those merely grazed perished.
Ding!
Great Xia's National Fortune champion Ao Guang has slain a fire Witch tribe soldier. All Great Xia citizens' affinity with fire elements increased by 10%.
Ding!
Daxia's National Fortune champion Ao Guang has slain a Thunder Witch tribe soldier. Thunder affinity of all Great Xia citizens increased by 10%.
Ding!
Great Xia's National Fortune champion Ao Guang has slain a Wood Witch tribe soldier.
Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 10% increase in wood affinity. The Witch Clan soldiers never imagined encountering such a killing machine.
Caught completely off guard, Ao Guang instantly routed them into utter disarray. Ha 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 ha!
Our Great Xia champion truly delivers.
So awesome!
Who knew my husband Ao Guang wasn't just handsome but also this powerful?
He's absolutely incredible. So incredibly cool.
He practically risked his own life to save everyone.
But seriously, did he really need to go on such a killing spree? 1/ per enemy would have sufficed. Why unleash those ultimate moves? I wonder if he had some personal feelings involved. Holy crap! How could a Dragon Clan member who just awakened have feelings toward the ancient Witch Clan from the National Fortune Battlefield? Did they have some grudge before? No idea. But seriously, how come Ao Guang's spiritual energy doesn't seem to be running out after all that killing? With such massive expenditure, how can he look completely unfazed? And he just keeps fighting harder?
The Witch Clan soldiers were scattered in disarray, their rewards one by one bestowed upon the citizens of Great Xia.
Good heavens!
Legend says the Witch Clan descended from Pango's physical form, their bodies imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. The rewards for slaying them are all kinds of elemental affinities. Though these elemental affinities may seem trivial at first glance, they offer significant bonuses for future cultivation. Within the Bureau of National Fortune,
Zhang Shang felt the surging enhancements within his body and couldn't help but marvel.
This old sun feels like my 3 flame true fire just got a bit more powerful.
Right after my fire affinity increased. It seems that if our great Xia nation emerges victorious once more in this national destiny battle against the ancient shamanic tribes, then our entire populace will truly enter the era of cultivating immortality. But I still worry, can the Dragon King of the East Sea hold up? Zhang Shang voiced his deep concern. We mustn't risk him being refined into an elixir by accident. That would be a loss far greater than any gain. On the battlefield of national fortune, Ao Guang had now become the focal point of attention for all national fortune contestants and the entire populace. Holy, he's practically a god. No way, is his spiritual power endless? Does he not fear being refined into a pill at all? Everyone stared at Ao Guang with awestruck expressions. At that moment, Ao Guang was in the thick of battle. Unbeknownst to them, not only did he feel no waning of his spiritual power, but the more he fought, the more invigorated he became. With each battle, the spiritual energy surging within him grew ever more torrential. Who would have thought that hidden within the depths of this king's memory lay the latent power of the Dragon Clan? The more of these which tribes I slay, the more this potential is unleashed. Ao Guang's heart was filled with profound confusion, astonishment, and exhilaration. The Demon Clan truly regarded the Witch Clan as their greatest enemy during their ancient war. To think they would seal such power within their descendants' bodies. Under normal circumstances, Ao Guang would have been drained dry by now, long since refined into an elixir, certainly the most potent one available. Yet, through this sealed power within his memories, he gained a constant replenishment of spiritual energy. Moreover, this sealed power devoured the essence blood of the Witch Clan soldiers he slew, strengthening itself. In fact, he had grown even more powerful than before. Thus, he slaughtered relentlessly, killing all the Witch Tribe soldiers one by one. To everyone's stunned disbelief, he had actually succeeded in exterminating every last one of them. Ding! Daxia's national fortune contestant, Ao Guang, has slain an Earth Witch Tribe soldier. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. The affinity of all citizens toward Earth attributes increases by 10%. Ding! Daxia's national fortune contestant, Ao Guang, has slain a Metal Witch Tribe soldier. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens' affinity with the metal element increases by 10%. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune contestant Ao Guang has slain a Spatial Witch Tribe soldier. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward, a storage ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Ao Guang slaughtered relentlessly. He slaughtered them all in one fell swoop. And seized all their rewards. He absorbed every drop of their essence blood. Making his power grow even stronger. Roar! Then, he transformed into a true dragon, soaring through the sky as he continuously absorbed the surrounding three-flame true fire. For a moment, he resembled a deity. All the national fortune contestants and the citizens watching the live broadcast were utterly dumbfounded. They were utterly dumbfounded. Is he even human? No. He truly isn't human. He's a dragon, one of the mightiest demon clans. But this is simply too incredible. The divine Yuan cauldron, it can't even affect him? Awesome. Awesome. Absolutely incredible. Every nation's representative, except for Great Xia, sucked in a sharp breath. Thankfully, we're allies with him now. Otherwise, we'd all have died just now. Chapter 129, The Great Witch. Ao Guang unleashed his divine might, descending like a celestial warrior. In an instant, every citizen across Blue Star etched this dragon into their memory. The Dragon King of the East Sea truly lives up to his name as a mighty warrior. Are the Dragon Clan the Nagas of our White Elephant Kingdom? Aren't they merely prey for our sacred Garuda beasts? Who knew they were so formidable? Bull! What nonsense! Don't compare your mudskippers to the dragons of our Great Xia. Goodness gracious, this is incredible. Rumor has it that Ao Guang is merely the ostensible Dragon King of the East Sea. The Dragon Clan also boasts other mighty beings like the Ancestral Dragon, the Yinglong, the Candle Dragon, the Azure Dragon, and more. Wow, wow, wow. Just the Dragon Clan alone is this powerful. The Great Xia's foundations are unfathomably deep. But then again, if Great Xia is so formidable, why did their myths vanish without a trace? Why did all their deities disappear? Even this Dragon King of the East Sea has only just awakened from slumber and hasn't fully regained his divine combat prowess. Who knows? The waters of Great Xia run deep. The entire Blue Star stared in shock at Ao Guang. At this moment, Ao Guang's global fan count skyrocketed. He had reached the same level as Lǐ Nézhā and Yin Shou. Fact proves, those with both power and good looks get even more fan attention. National Fortune Bureau. Master Fahai scanned the national fan rankings. Lǐ Nézhā dominated the top spot, with Yin Shou temporarily holding second place. The rest of the list was dominated by National Fortune Bureau contestants, with Master Fahai himself hovering around 7th or 8th place. Damn it! Now this Ao Guang has surpassed this monk too. What a bloody blessing! Envy burned in his eyes as he silently plotted. When I get the chance, I must fight more battles in the National Fortune Arena and strive to surpass Lǐ Nézhā in fans. Hey, but speaking of which, where's Lǐ Nézhā? Seems like I haven't seen him in days.
On the National Fortune Battlefield, Ao Guang rampaged relentlessly within the Divine Yuan Cauldron. No one could stand against him.
Countless National Fortune contestants and demons cheered wildly.
In the sky, the flaming giant face controlling the Divine Yuan Cauldron was displeased. Wicked dragon!
Your dragon clan is nothing but a pack of stray dogs, how dare you act so brazenly? The flaming giant face roared in fury. A portal abruptly materialized beside it. From within, a colossal giant 10 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged slowly. Behind him followed a dozen similarly towering giants, each with a distinct appearance and armed with various weapons, axes, bows, and arrows. Each radiated an overwhelming aura of terror that sent shivers down the spine. Great witch warriors, annihilate the ants below. Yes. Ancestral wizards. A dozen great shamans simultaneously bowed toward the colossal face in the sky. Then, they turned their heads in unison, their cold gazes fixing upon the multitude of National Fortune contestants.
Oh? So the Witch Clan soldiers realized they couldn't defeat us and now they're calling in the Great Witches? What power do the great shamans wield?
In this National Fortune battlefield where power is restricted below that of deities, as long as no bugs appear, even God tier strength must be scaled down to below the level of deities.
As long as they're not above God tier, we're not afraid of them with so many National Fortune contestants. This ancient Witch Clan is utterly arrogant.
They've only sent a dozen or so people to oppose hundreds of us National Fortune contestants? Truly ignorant of their own limitations. As the dozen or so great shamans emerged, the National Fortune players grew wary, though their vigilance didn't match the despair they'd felt moments before.
Come on then. If you want war, let's fight. A National Fortune contestant roared.
The 3 flame true fire within the Divine Yuan Cauldron had been absorbed in large quantities by Ao Guang, causing its temperature to drop significantly. Thus, for the time being, the others needn't fear being accidentally refined into elixir. Once again, they could unleash their fury to the fullest. The contestants, their spirits soaring, howled and charged toward the dozen or so great sorcerers. Though formidable, these opponents weren't necessarily a match for hundreds of National Fortune contestants and divine agents joining forces. The National Fortune contestants, suppressed for so long, erupted simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of divine powers. The live broadcast screen of the entire National Fortune battlefield was filled with a dazzling array of multicolored lights. Yet the dozen or so great witches showed not a shred of fear, gazing at everyone with eyes that regarded them as mere ants.
Ants. Monsters.
You shall all become our slaves and nourishment. One of the great witches abruptly drew a bow from behind his back.
Slowly drawing it back,
flames gathered along the bowstring.
Then, swish.
Swish, 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 swish. A torrential downpour of fire instantly fell from the sky. Another great shaman wielded twin whips, crackling with thunder.
With a casual flick, the thunderous energy coalesced into an electric net, sweeping toward the vast expanse of National Fortune contestants.
The other great sorcerers also unleashed their attacks, displaying a barrage of bizarre and unimaginable techniques.
This is bad. These are tough nuts to crack. Boom!
Among the great sorcerers stood one who towered above the rest. Though unarmed, his hands were exceptionally massive. He spread his hands wide and reached out toward Ao Guang in the sky. The grasp seemed to block out the sky and sun. A gigantic palm appeared in the sky, enveloping Ao Guang within its shadow. Ao Guang moved with blinding speed, escaping in an instant. Yet the great shaman's speed was no less astonishing. With a single stride, he seemed to leap across layers of space. With a flash, he caught up to Ao Guang.
Oomph! Which clan? Do you truly believe this king fears you?
Ao Guang roared in fury, merging once more with his blade to strike at the great sorcerer.
A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Damn it!
It's all because of that curse.
Because of this battle, I, Li Jing, can't even intervene.
At the very center of the gathered National Fortune contestants, Shen Zhengbao shielded Li Jing as they retreated steadily.
Be careful. Shen Zhengbao's mastery of Taoist arts was considerable, yet his attacks seemed to lack lethal force.
Thus, they could only fight while retreating. These great shamans are so powerful, and they're fighting on the Xin Yuan Ding's home turf.
I'm afraid the National Fortune contestants won't stand a chance.
Li Jing pondered inwardly.
Sure enough,
his prediction proved accurate. After a fierce battle, casualties began mounting among the National Fortune contestants.
Ding! Orwell of Lǐ Nation slain by the Great Witch Hoi. Ding! Lǐ Nation receives punishment. All citizens' stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Kangaroo Nation's David slain by the Great Witch Jiufeng. Ding! Kangaroo Nation suffers punishment, all citizens' immunity reduced by 10%. Ding! Ding! Hanming Nation's contestant Li Duan was struck dead by a single blow from the Great Witch Quafu. Ding!
Cold Netherlands suffers punishment, all citizens' pain sensitivity increases by 10%.
Holy crap! These great shamans are insane.
At this moment, the numerous National Fortune contestants and the citizens of Blue Star truly grasped the immense power of the Witch Clan. After the fierce battle, not a single one of the dozen great shamans had fallen. Instead, they had overwhelmingly suppressed the slaughter of the numerous National Fortune contestants. But it wasn't over yet. One National Fortune contestant, witnessing his comrade's death, desperately unleashed his full power. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, his entire body drained of strength. Filled with the 3 flame true fire, he transformed into a perfectly round pill. Chapter 130, 100% bare-handed disarm? Ding! Kangaroo Nation contestant refined into a pill. Ding! Kangaroo Nation receives punishment, all citizens' vital energy reduced by 10%.
Gradually, the temperature within the divine Yuan cauldron began to rise.
El Guang was held back by the Great Witch Kwafu, unable to continue absorbing the 3 flame true fire. As a result, the divine Yuan cauldron lost its restraints and grew increasingly volatile. The Great Witch was already immensely powerful. Failing to counter with full force could result in an instant kill. Even some National Fortune practitioners, despite giving their all, could still be instantly killed. But exerting full strength risked leaving their bodies hollowed out, allowing the divine Yuan cauldron to refine them into elixirs. Damn it, this again. This isn't a job for humans. Terrifying.
We can't win in combat, and even if we did, we'd be refined into pills.
I'm truly done for.
A wave of despair washed over the National Fortune contestants. They watched helplessly as Ao Guang, their strongest fighter who had been slaughtering enemies moments ago, was now held back by the great shaman Kwafu, unable to turn back and rescue them. At this moment, they had no means to resist these dozen or so powerful great wizards.
Die, you ants! Swish! Swish! Swish!
A dozen great wizards charged through the crowd like divine warriors descending from the heavens.
One by one, the National Fortune contestants fell under their blades.
This was no battle, it was a massacre.
Ding! Kangaroo Nation's contestant, the boxing champion, has been slain by the High Witch Jiufeng. Ding! Kangaroo Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Camel Nation's contestant Larry has been shot dead by the Great Witch Hui. Ding! Camel Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Ding!
John Bull Nation's contestant, James, was slain by the Great Witch Kwafu.
Ding! Ding! John Bull Nation receives punishment, all citizens' attractiveness reduced by 10%. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Blue Star.
Citizens of all nations now wore grim expressions.
Sigh, who would have thought this battle would be so difficult?
It's barely begun, and already the National Fortune contestants are dying in droves.
Damn it! This can't go on.
It won't be long before every single National Fortune contestant is either slaughtered or refined into medicinal pills. Watching their own contestants slaughtered, the citizens of each nation could do nothing. They could only remain where they were, resignedly awaiting the punishment to come.
Meanwhile, Great Xia. This nation, upon which countless people from Blue Star's nations pinned their hopes.
The expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly grave.
Who would have thought this trial would be so difficult? Even Ao Guang can only match one of the great sorcerers in a direct confrontation.
The other National Fortune contestants, dozens of them combined, can't even defeat a single great witch.
Damn it!
This spells disaster. Ao Guang is formidable, but the more he fights, the more spiritual energy he expends.
He'll inevitably be refined into a pill too.
Sigh, Li Jing is actually quite formidable, but he can't use his sword techniques right now. The Linglong Pagoda holds the undying fire dragon, it likely can't be unleashed to keep sealing these great sorcerers either.
Is there truly no solution? On the battlefield of national destiny. Li Jing. Your. Linglong. Pagoda. No. I can't. Indeed, it cannot be done.
Li Jing hurriedly cut Shen Zhangbao off.
The Linglong Pagoda is already packed with too many immortal fire dragons. It's still digesting them and can't hold anything else.
Besides, even if it could hold them, it might not be able to contain these great shamans.
Li Jing's expression grew grave. He had originally intended to demonstrate his sword technique. But unexpectedly, he found himself utterly powerless. No! Boom! An arrow shot toward them in an instant, and Shen Zhangbao hurriedly blocked it.
They had been positioned behind the main group of National Fortune contestants, in a relatively safe spot. Protected by the heavyweight contenders in front, they should have remained untouched. But now, with many of the National Fortune players dead or wounded, they were powerless to resist the Great Witch. At this moment, the Great Witch had already closed in upon them.
Damn it! Shen Zhangbao turned to strike back.
Yet his strength was inferior even to Ao Guang's.
How could he possibly withstand the Great Witch's assault?
The Great Witch Jiufeng, wielding her whip, sliced through the layers of defenders and instantly closed in on them. With a single crack of her whip, she was poised to secure a double kill.
You beast! Sword! At the critical moment,
Li Jing suddenly drew his sword and swung it recklessly at Jiufeng.
This strike! He swung it without restraint. He had no intention whatsoever of killing or repelling his opponent.
It was purely a token gesture, a feigned act of self-defense.
Yet, with this very strike, something miraculous occurred. Boom! The 9 phoenixes, poised to charge forward, abruptly halted. Their faces contorted in fury as they stumbled to their knees before Li Jing. He extended both hands. Directly, he seized Li Jing's sword. Bare-handed against a blade. Damn it! So it was you! Li Jing's expression flickered with shock before he sighed. He thought to himself, just as he suspected, his sword strike had been completely ineffective. Just as I suspected. You could so easily catch my blade with your bare hands. Li Jing sighed. He turned to look at Xin Zhangbao. What are you standing there for? Run! Oh! Xin Zhangbao snapped out of his daze. He hurriedly pulled Li Jing up and fled frantically. Seeing Li Jing and Xin Zhangbao flee, Zhou flew into a rage. She rose once more and gave chase. No! No! This is bad. We can't outrun him. Xin Zhangbao cried out in panic. Damn it! Take this! Li Jing roared in fury. He swung his sword at Zhou once more. Thud! Upon seeing the sword strike, Zhou was instantly seized with terror. Swish! Once more, she knelt half-bent beneath Li Jing, raising both hands to bare-handed block the blade. Quick! Keep running! Having subdued Zhou, Li Jing urged Xin Zhangbao to flee. But this time, he seemed to sense it. A strange sensation. Just as the 9 phoenixes were about to seize him once more, Li Jing swung his sword once more. Swish! Watch my sword! Thud! Even the formidable Zhou knelt once more, catching the blade bare-handed. Li Jing seemed to have finally grasped it all. So this bare-handed blade-catching technique has such an application? This negative curse is truly remarkable. To test it further, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes at Zhou. Watch the sword! Watch the sword! Watch the sword! Swish! 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 Flash after flash of sword light streaked through the air. Even the mighty 9 phoenixes could not escape the constraints of some cosmic law. Again and again. Catching Li Jing's blade with bare hands. Why? Why? Why does my body act against my will? Why must I keep catching blades like this, time and time again? Zhou face paled with horror as she asked in terror. Chapter 131, Li Jing's Might. Infinite Control. Even someone as formidable as Zhou, capable of annihilating vast numbers of national fortune contestants with a single wave of her hand. Among the great shamans, he ranked among the most formidable. Yet here she was, forced time and again by Li Jing's repeated sword strikes to bare-handed parry his blades. This was due to the ancestral witch's curse, harnessing the laws of heaven and earth, ensuring that every strike from Li Jing would be met with a 100% chance of being parried bare-handed. This was a concept curse rooted in the laws themselves. No one could defy it. This very curse meant that even a formidable opponent like Zhou, who normally feared Li Jing's strikes not at all, was forced to bare-handed block the blade. During the act of catching a blade bare-handed, his hands, legs, and entire body became completely controlled. He could not perform any other actions, only catch Li Jing's blade. Li Jing's face was filled with utter disbelief. Opposite him, Zhou face twisted into a grotesque grimace. The surrounding national fortune contestants, great shamans, and demons all froze in shock. Everyone stared at Li Jing and Zhou as if they had seen a ghost. This can't be possible. What's going on? Out of nowhere. Can this curse be used like that? Holy! That just blew my mind. Everyone present, including the Great Witch and 9 phoenixes across the battlefield, even the flaming giant face in the sky, wore expressions of utter astonishment. Blue Star. National Fortune Livestream. Major international forums, domestic forums. Moments ago, countless people believed Li Jing was about to be slain. After all, the power of the great shamans like 9 phoenixes meant that no single national fortune contestant or even several combined could stand against them. Encountering them would mean instant annihilation. Yet unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Li Jing gripped his sword with one hand, while Zhou met the blade with both bare hands. In truth, Li Jing barely exerted any force. Logically, even if this sword struck Zhou, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Yet here he was, forced to bare-handed block a blade. Everyone around them was stunned, dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Li Jing held his sword aloft, while Zhou remained frozen in that very stance, bare-handed against a drawn blade. Quick! Move! Li Jing suddenly roared. Right! Move! Xin Zhangbao immediately drew his Thunder God whip and swung it directly at Zhou head. Crash! The 9 phoenix let out a piercing shriek. But he had no choice but to maintain this posture. He couldn't do anything else. Seeing this, Xin Zhangbao attacked with even more reckless fury. Ah! Blow after blow struck his body. Even with Zhou exceptional physical prowess, he couldn't endure much longer, taking hit after hit. Finally, he could hold on no longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the light in his eyes gradually fading. Ding! Great Xia contestant Xin Zhangbao has slain the Great Witch Zhou. Ding! Attention! Great Xia has earned a reward. All citizens' fire affinity increased by 50%. Crash. The colossal form of Jiufeng crashed to the ground. Everyone present was utterly stunned. This was the first time since the start of this battle for national destiny. The first. A great shaman had been slain. And to be slain in such an extraordinary manner. It was utterly unimaginable. This. Damn impressive. I was about to say something to describe this scene with words. But after turning it over in my mind, I just can't find the words. So I'll just wrap it up with one word: awesome. What can I say? I'm not the most cultured guy, but damn awesome works everywhere. Damn it. So this witch clan curse actually works on their own kind? That's awesome. A curse at the level of a law is just that awesome. It's practically an absolute law. That 9 Phoenix, even as she died, never abandoned the stance of catching a blade barehanded with her hands. I'm truly amazed. Is this even the real world? Ahahaha. These witch clan fools truly shot themselves in the foot. If that so-called ancestral witch hadn't personally imbued Li Jing with that law-level curse, he'd be dead by now. But who would have thought this rule-level curse could backfire and curse the witch clan instead? On the battlefield of national fortune, Li Jing was a bit dazed. Xin Zhangbao was also a bit stunned. Everyone present was utterly bewildered. Those watching the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. Then, after a brief silence, Li Jing suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, I, Li Jing, am the absolute protagonist of this battle for national destiny. He stepped past all the other contestants, drew his sword, and aimed it at the other great shaman before him. Watch this sword. Swish. He swung his sword down. The great witch had been engaged in a fierce battle with dozens of national destiny contenders. Upon hearing Li Jing draw his sword against him, he instantly snapped to attention. Without a word, he abandoned everything. He broke through every obstacle. In an instant, he charged before Li Jing. He knelt down with a thud. Then he stretched out both hands. With bare hands, he caught Li Jing's blade. His face contorted. It was one of struggle. He had no idea why he had suddenly charged forward. Must he truly catch this blade? And with bare hands? Oomph. See that? That's my ultimate control skill, Li Jing's finest. A 100% bare-handed white blade catch. Go! Here, it comes. Xin Zhangbao charged forward in an instant. Swish. 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 He relentlessly attacked the vital points all over the Great Witch's body. Ding! Xin Zhangbao, the Great Xia's national fortune contestant, has slain the Great Witch Lake Y. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 50% boost to lightning affinity. Ahahaha. Did you see that? Did you see that? These great wizards aren't so scary after all. They're all getting taken down one by this Li fellow. Swish! Li Jing struck again. Not far away. A great witch wielding knuckle dusters as weapons, slaughtering indiscriminately, suddenly froze. In an instant, he seemed possessed. In an instant, he charged toward Li Jing. He discarded his knuckle dusters. To bare-handed disarm a blade since it was bare-handed. Then nothing else could be worn on his hands. Why? Why on earth? Ahahaha, is this the power of the law? No matter what law it is, it's merely a conceptual level. As long as one knows how to wield it, unimaginable power can be unleashed. Li Jing declared triumphantly. Keep attacking. Swish, swish, swish. Xin Zhangbao moved like an emotionless killing machine. Ding! Xin Zhangbao, the Great Xia's national fortune champion, has slain the Great Witch Tiger Fiend. Ding! Great Xia has earned a reward. All citizens gain a 10% boost to metal affinity. Another Great Witch fell. Just moments ago, over a dozen great wizards had been unstoppable, yet Li Jing had effortlessly slain 3 of them in succession. The remaining great wizards stared at each other in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. He actually exploited the rules in reverse. This man is not to be underestimated. All great sorcerers, heed my command. Strike together. In the sky, the great witch Kuafu, who had been locked in combat with Aoguang, suddenly plunged downward. If we all attack together, I won't be able to handle it. He could make us all catch blades with our bare hands. Chapter 132, 100% bare-handed blade catching group assault edition. The great wizard Kuafu had already gained the upper hand in his battle against Aoguang. Though on the national fortune battlefield, their world was merely a fragment of the real world. And there was the restriction that beings above the level of deities couldn't enter the national fortune battlefield. Thus, his power fell far short of his true capabilities. Even so, his prowess was enough to awe all who witnessed it. Within the divine Yuan Ding, he was virtually unmatched. Another great shaman, clad in golden armor and wielding a bow and arrows. Like Kuafu, he was a renowned great witch. His name was Hoi. Both were leaders among these dozen or so great sorcerers. Upon witnessing Li Jing's concept-level curse, they immediately devised countermeasures. Swish! 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 In an instant, the remaining dozen or so great sorcerers launched their attacks. Abandoning the other national fortune contestants, they converged on Li Jing from all directions. This is bad. In the sky. Ao Guan was startled. He plunged downward at breakneck speed. Li Jing can only rely on this negative law deflecting blades with bare hands to control opponents one-on-one. But his own strength is likely insufficient to defeat even a single great shaman. With so many great wizards combined, he's doomed. Roar! Ao Guang let out a thunderous roar, attempting to block the path of the great wizards. Yet Quafu turned his head and struck out with a palm. A crimson array materialized in his hand. In an instant, it sealed Ao Guang inside. Damn it! Unable to break free in the short term, Ao Guang grew frantic. Run! On the battlefield below. Li Jing saw numerous great sorcerers charging toward him simultaneously, and his heart skipped a beat. No! No! No good! Run, run, run! Shen Zhengbao managed to say with difficulty. Li Jing looked around frantically, scanning left and right. Witches are closing in from all sides. There's no escape. Damn it, these high priests are truly. Li Jing's expression suddenly turned grim. Holy! Damn it! So many of you ganging up on one guy, Li Jing? Don't you have any backbone? This is so unethical. Damn it! What kind of idiotic nonsense is this? Blue Star. At this moment, all the national fortune contestants stood united on the same front, fighting against the Great Witch. So now, Li Jing wasn't just being watched by Great Xia, he was under the gaze of nearly everyone on the entire Blue Star. Li Jing, he's our only hope. Without his 100% chance of catching blades barehanded, we'd never stand a chance against these great wizards. Damn it! What the hell is this? Damn it! Several national fortune managers urgently messaged their respective fortune competitors, urging them to step in and lend a hand. They all understood the principle of mutual dependence. Watch my divine meteor fist. A competitor from Sheila blazed with dazzling golden light, unleashing a sweeping blast that sent countless golden sparks flying. Other national fortune practitioners also sprang into action, countering the Great Witch's assault. Li Jing, find cover immediately. Prepare to block the bare-handed blade strike. We can't hold out much longer. Damn it! How can these duos be so powerful? The contestants desperately tried to buy Li Jing some time. Yet they had overestimated their own strength. The dozen or so great shamans across the field had now fully grasped the sheer terror Li Jing represented. Therefore, they paid no heed to the other contestants. They unleashed all their power, disregarding everything else, charging straight toward Li Jing. Several national fortune contestants who tried to block them couldn't even hold them off for a second. If Li Jing dies now, we'll never have a chance. No! In an instant, all the great sorcerers had closed in before Li Jing, ready to strike him down. The situation was critical. Everyone around them was red-eyed with fury. No! Damn it! Is there really no hope left? Damn it! Fighting a boss like this intelligent creature is just too tough. Even if we get a glimmer of hope, they'll crush it before it can grow. This stage, it seems every single national fortune contestant is going to die together. Blue Star. Countless citizens from every nation felt a chill run through their hearts. It's over. It's all over. Damn it! The power of these witch clans is simply too overwhelming. And so cunning, truly worthy of their reputation as the race that once ruled the land in the myths of Great Xia. All eyes were on Li Jing. But at this moment, they harbored no hope whatsoever. On the battlefield of national destiny, Li Jing's expression was equally grave. He did, in fact, have one final option left. But he truly did not want to resort to it. The bureau chief had repeatedly warned him. That method was to be used only at the very last moment. Isn't this very moment the absolute last resort? Li Jing seethed inwardly. But after weighing his options, he resolved not to resort to that method unless he was facing certain death and had no other choice. He stared at the dozen or so great shamans charging in from all directions. Gritting his teeth, he roared. Enough, enough. Watch this, Li. Li Clan sword technique, 16-note suite. He swung his sword with fierce force. The sword light instantly split into 16 streaks, slashing toward the dozen or so great sorcerers. This sword light attack was long range, though less potent than face-to-face, flesh-against-flesh combat. But at this moment, there was no time to think about such things. Yet, just as Li Jing unleashed this Li Clan sword technique, the 16-fold symphony, something bizarre occurred. All around him, those dozen or so great sorcerers simultaneously, kneeling halfway to the ground, catching his sword light with both hands. Thud! 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 Over a dozen great sorcerers all knelt before Li Jing. Every single one of them looked utterly bewildered. Even they, who had once ruled their own domains, roamed the world unchallenged, claimed countless lives, and witnessed grand spectacles. They were utterly dumbfounded. What spectacle hadn't they witnessed? But this? They had truly never witnessed anything like it. This, how is this possible? Why?
Why are our bodies involuntarily charging forward, bare-handed against blades?
The faces of the great shamans turned ashen as they stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Good heavens, this is no small matter.
Surroundings. Blue Star. All the National Fortune contestants, all the monsters.
All the spectators watching the livestream. At this moment, they were all utterly dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded, bewildered, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes.
This is terrifying. Holy crap. What the hell is this? Blimey, he caught a blade bare-handed? Is this the AoE version? This thing can do area attacks? It's not just about direct slashes anymore, it can solve everything with sword chi? Holy.
Even a single sword chi force can force the opponent to bare-handed parry a blade.
And Li Jing?
He can unleash over a dozen sword chi strikes in an instant.
That's terrifying. Is this what they call a concept level control skill? Whoa. Chapter 133, Fellow Taoist, please stay. Kuafu, Qi Gu, Hoi, and other great sorcerers.
In the midst of Great Xia, they were renowned as formidable beings.
Though they cannot unleash their true power on the National Fortune Battlefield.
And this very realm itself was merely a fragment of a world, they might not even be their true forms. Yet, such formidable masters numbered over a dozen. Now, every last one of them knelt half-bent at Li Jing's feet.
Their faces twisted in fury.
Catching Li Jing's white blades with bare hands.
Damn it! How could this happen?
This is the power of the law's concept level power. The ancestral wizards themselves have invoked curses from the Book of Rules.
We cannot resist it. Hoi roared in fury.
His heart trembled.
Damn it! If he keeps controlling us like this and lets the other National Fortune contestants attack, we're doomed. Dastardly humans, daring to exploit the great ancestral wizards' rules against them. Kuafu, Qi Gu, and the other great shamans all wore expressions of utter disbelief.
Gritting their teeth, their expressions turned horrified.
A golden opportunity.
At that moment, Ao Guang broke free from Kuafu's restraining formation, transformed into human form, and swung his great blade down with a fierce chop. Swish! A great shaman's head was severed in an instant.
Ao Guang's strength was no less formidable than that of the strongest among them.
After all, Ao Guang possessed god-tier combat prowess, having suppressed his power before entering the National Fortune Battlefield. With his opponents immobilized and unable to resist, a single casual slash was enough to instantly slay a great shaman.
Ding!
Great Xia's National Fortune participant Ao Guang has slain the great witch Abishur.
Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward. The entire populace's resistance to toxins increases by 50%.
Haha, well done, Li Jing. Ao Guang's heart surged with excitement. Keep going, don't listen. Li Jing shouted. Got it.
Swish! Ao Guang swung his blade again.
Ding! Ao Guang, the Great Xia's National Fortune champion, has slain the great witch Qi Gue. Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward. The lifespan of all citizens is increased by 1 year.
Swish! Another strike. Ding!
Ao Guang, the Great Xia's National Fortune champion, has slain the great witch Fengma.
Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 50% increase in wind affinity.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
Great Xia has received a reward.
Daxia has received a reward.
A flurry of rewards instantly sent the entire Great Xia into an uproar.
Goodness gracious, this is unbelievable.
These were all high-level sorcerers, and they just died like that.
Damn it! Great Xia has struck gold again.
You should be grateful. If it weren't for the Great Xia, if it weren't for Li Jing and Ao Guang, your country's competitors would have died too.
Now you're all facing punishment.
Right now, even though Great Xia takes all the glory, we're fine too, we didn't get punished. Daxia's competitors really delivered.
Awesome! Awesome! As the Great Witch was about to be completely defeated, the citizens of every nation on Blue Star were all stirred with excitement.
Beforehand, they had considered countless strategies. They had pondered how the National Fortune players could possibly defeat these great sorcerers.
But they never imagined it would happen this way. It was utterly astonishing. Who would have thought that the ancestral witch's law curse could actually be turned against them?
Truly a case of shooting themselves in the foot.
National Fortune Bureau.
Even the mighty figures present were deeply shocked by this manner of victory.
Yáng Fān couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth.
Li Jing, truly the chosen one of heaven. Himself, his wife, and all 3 sons are reincarnators.
Indeed, fortune favors the fortunate. But this is just too damn impressive. He actually managed to turn this concept-level curse into something advantageous?
That's just too powerful.
Still, this battle for national destiny has only just begun. Who knows what terrifying things lie ahead?
Li Jing, Ao Guang, Xinjiangba, you'd better watch your backs.
The battlefield of national destiny.
Within the divine Yuan cauldron.
The last 2 great sorcerers standing, Kuafu and Hoi. Seeing the dire situation, realizing their imminent demise,
they urgently unleashed all their spiritual power.
Magma surged within the divine Yuan cauldron.
The earth trembled violently. Li Jing, caught off guard, withdrew his sword energy.
The two great sorcerers seized the opportunity and broke free. We'll take our leave first. Hui shot an arrow, its light tearing through the void. Two portals opened. No! They're trying to escape. The numerous national fortune contestants gasped in alarm.
Kwafu and Hui moved with blinding speed, seemingly about to pass through the portals and escape the divine Yuan cauldron. The situation unfolded too swiftly.
Before anyone could react,
the two great sorcerers had already reached the edge of the portal.
Damn it! If you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again.
Letting them escape is like releasing a tiger back to the mountain, it'll only cause endless trouble. Countless national fortune contestants rushed to pursue them. Yet among them, the weaker ones stood no chance against Hui and Kwafu. Those with formidable power, like Ao Guang, found themselves a moment too late.
No. No. This is bad. Are we really going to let them escape? The crowd was horrified. At that critical moment,
Shen Zhengbao suddenly stood up and shouted,
Fellow Taoist, please wait. Suddenly,
outwardly, it seemed as though nothing had happened. However, Kwafu and Hui, who had been on the verge of escaping successfully, had been about to escape successfully.
As if bound by some mysterious, unseen force,
both of them turned around in terror.
What's going on? Why can't I keep running? My legs won't obey me. What's happening?
Why did we actually stop just because he said fellow Taoist, please stay?
Why are we obeying him?
Hui and Kwafu were utterly terrified.
Meanwhile, the surrounding national fortune contestants were equally bewildered. What's going on? What just happened? No idea.
I didn't do anything, and I didn't see anyone else use any skills.
Anyway, those two great sorcerers just stopped instantly. Damn, why? No one understood what had transpired. Above the sky, that massive flaming face suddenly reappeared. Unlike before,
this time, a look of astonishment spread across its face.
How is this possible? Why would a trace of a concept-level law suddenly appear here? I clearly only issued one rule.
The flaming giant face was the projection of the ancestral witch, possessing immense power and governing everything within the divine Yuan cauldron.
It could even alter the laws of heaven and earth. From its perspective, everything else seemed as insignificant as ants.
Yet at this moment, he was genuinely stunned.
Ha! What's going on? How could Kwafu and Hui have been defeated? He gazed down at the battlefield below.
The corpses of over a dozen great sorcerers. His heart sank in disbelief.
How could this be? By these mere national fortune contestants? Impossible.
These were all renowned powerhouses of our shamanic clan. How could they suffer such a crushing defeat?
Chapter 134, The Avatar of Zhu Rong. The colossal flaming visage was the incarnation of the ancestral witch. Possessing immense power, it once ruled the world during the witch-demon era. Though not its true form manifested on the battlefield of national fortune, it was equally well-traveled and experienced. Yet it had never witnessed a spectacle like this before.
He knew the power of great wizards like Kwafu, Hui, and the 9 phoenixes.
Logically speaking,
they should be able to eliminate these national fortune contestants below in no time.
But unexpectedly,
in such a short span of time,
they suffered such a complete defeat?
Only 2 great sorcerers remained alive, and they were being controlled on the brink of death.
Damn it! Stop!
The flaming giant face grew frantic. Flames swirled within the divine Yuan cauldron. The threefold true fire transformed into colossal beasts of flame, suddenly materializing to encircle all the national fortune contestants present.
Ancestral warlord!
Kwafu and Hui both rejoiced simultaneously. Just as Ao Guan was about to finish them off.
At this moment, the flame ancestral wizard personally intervened, delivering an unexpected stroke of luck.
Kill!
The flame ancestral wizard roared in fury. Flaming beasts surged from all directions, charging toward the contestants.
Kwafu and Hui gained a moment to catch their breath and successfully escaped through the portal.
Damn it! Almost everyone inside this divine Yuan cauldron is under the flame ancestral witch's control.
It's as if the people inside are nothing but toys to her. The national fortune contestants stared at the overwhelming sea of flame beasts closing in from all directions.
All conjured from the 3 flame true fire. Their hearts instantly grew heavy. Someone swung a sword at the flame beasts.
Swish! The sword's light pierced through the flames, carving a deep crater in the ground behind it.
Yet the flame beast remained utterly unharmed. The flames continued to coalesce. It was identical to the original. This isn't a real beast. It has no life, just flames taking shape.
Or rather, these are all natural fire elementals. Their very bodies are the threefold true fire. Therefore, no matter how we attack them, it will be utterly useless. Unless we extinguish them with water. To the national fortune contestants and all citizens of Blue Star, having just witnessed the stunning reversal that defeated those great sorcerers, were basking in the joy of victory.
Yet unexpectedly, the primordial which made her move. The situation took another dramatic turn. It took a sharp turn for the worse. Damn it! The divine Yuan cauldron is almost entirely filled with the three flame true fire. Where's the water? Besides, what kind of water could possibly extinguish the threefold true fire? I'm truly at a loss. This battle for the nation's fate every stage is so incredibly difficult, almost impossible to overcome. A flame with no physical form. How are we supposed to fight this? Blue star. Countless citizens began to worry. Every time, it looks like an enemy that can't be defeated. Damn it! What the hell is this? On the battlefield of national destiny. Li Jing swung his sword. Watch this. The foremost flame giants instantly charged forward. Though originally without arms, they conjured two limbs from the flames themselves. Then, they caught Li Jing's blade with their bare hands. Ha ha! Even a natural elemental being must bare-handed catch a blade against Li's conceptual sword. Just as Li Jing gloated, the flame beasts whose blades he had caught bare-handed suddenly began swelling. Oh no! Ao Guang reacted with lightning speed. He grabbed Li Jing and pulled him back a great distance. Boom! Immediately following was a massive explosion. The fiery beasts controlled by Li Jing had triggered a self-destruction. The massive blast instantly engulfed a vast area. Within that zone, all the national fortune contestants and demons were either dead or wounded. Ding! Fila Nation's contestant, O'Sullivan, has been slain by the fire ancestral shaman, Zhu Rong. Ding! Fila Nation receives punishment, the entire nation's temperature increases by 5 degrees. Ding! Labrador Nation's contestant, Oredo, slain by the fire ancestral witch, Zuruong. Ding! Labrador receives punishment, water resources across the entire nation decrease by 10%. Ding! Monkey Nation's contestant, Li Qiaoho, slain by the fire ancestral shaman Zhu Rong. Monkey Nation receives punishment, all citizens suffer a 10% decrease in movement speed. Some of the national fortune players caught in the blast died instantly. Those who survived were gravely injured. You must understand. The three flame true fire cannot be extinguished by conventional means. It burns perpetually. Once ignited, even the tiniest spark would gradually intensify until it consumed the victim entirely. Thus, many of the national fortune contestants who weren't instantly killed by the explosion were now merely clinging to life. It won't be long before he too is burned alive. This process is even worse than being blown to bits outright. The agony is beyond measure. And those colossal flame beasts that self-detonated earlier? After the explosions, they actually reassembled once more. They materialized into tangible forms. It seemed he had suffered no loss whatsoever. Holy crap! These flame beasts lack physical form. That's why they can self-destruct endlessly once they're cornered, they blow themselves up to escape. Damn it! The surrounding national fortune contestants exchanged stunned glances. A chill ran down their spines. Damn it! This kind of enemy is even more hopeless than the ones we faced before. Ao Guang fled with Li Jing and Xin Zhengbo in tow. His gaze fixed upon the colossal face of flame. His eyes seemed to reflect an ancient battlefield. In that ancient battlefield, golden crows circled, 10 suns blazed across the sky, ancestral dragons roared, and phoenixes soared. Endless hordes of shamanic soldiers, great shamans, and 12 towering ancestral shamans stood as if they could shatter the heavens and earth. Is this the ancient battlefield between the witch clan and the demon clan? It has appeared once more within this king's memories. Ao Guang's heart stirred. He looked up. This flaming colossal face, could it be Zhu Rong, the fire ancestral witch, one of the 12 ancestral witches? Though merely an avatar, its terrifying power can still command the laws of heaven and earth. As the memories resurfaced, waves of power from the depths of his bloodline surged forth within him. Damn it! Even with my enhanced power, these flame beasts lack physical form. There's no way I can defeat them. Ao Guang's expression grew grave. He could feel it. A surge of intense rage welled up within him at the sight of these witch tribes. Yet for now, there was truly nothing he could do. At the same time, Zhurong's avatar in the sky also noticed Ao Guang. Pure ancient dragon bloodline, huh? Seems he might be related to Yinglong. Zhurong's avatar snorted coldly, recalling the scenes of the Great War against the demon clans. Since we were mortal enemies in the past, there's no need for further words. Die. Swish. 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 Zhurong personally took action. Flames coalesced into arrows. They shot toward Ao Guang in an instant. Chapter 135, The Professionals. No. Watch out. Li Jing bellowed urgently. Zhurong's avatar could cause the entire divine Yuan Ding heaven and earth to tremble with a single casual gesture. He seemed to be the master of this very realm. In truth, he truly was the master of the divine Yuan cauldron. Ao Guang moved swiftly, yet within the divine Yuan cauldron, even the fastest speed proved difficult to unleash. The three flame true fires surrounded him from all sides. A single move from Zhu Rong's incarnation could trap him in a dead end. Damn it! Could it be that I, Li, am to meet my end in this foreign land? Even Ao Guang, the strongest among the three, was no match for Zhu Rong's avatar.
Li Jing's 100% bare-handed blade-catching technique could not inflict any substantial damage on the flame giant, who had transformed into a natural elemental being.
As for Xin Zhangbao,
Let him make himself clear first.
at present, Xin Zhangbao hadn't demonstrated any remarkable strengths.
Therefore, it seemed the final moment had arrived.
WH, what should we do? Xin Zhangbao exclaimed anxiously. Run. Run as far as you can.
But if we keep running like this, we'll all die sooner or later.
What should we do? Think fast.
Li Jing pondered for a long time before finally sighing.
Ao Guang, put me down. I have a way to deal with this incarnation of Zhu Rong. Li Jing declared. Oh? What is it? Ao Guang inquired. Don't ask for details yet, but I truly have a way.
Li Jing broke free from Ao Guang. He charged straight into the sky filled with the three-flame true fire.
Ha? Why aren't you running anymore?
Zhurong's avatar sneered coldly upon seeing Li Jing suddenly step forward.
Have you given up?
Humph, you're nothing but an insignificant insect.
Zhurong's avatar barked coldly. Since that's the case, then die.
Countless flames of the threefold true fire coalesced into a vast wall of fire, sweeping toward Li Jing.
Holy! Get out of the way. Quick, get out of the way. Blue Star, Great Xia. The intensity of this battle for national fortune far surpassed anything seen before.
After all, in previous National Fate battles, it had never happened that so many National Fate contestants perished in droves right at the start.
Within the Divine Yuan Cauldron, lives were being claimed every single second, be it humans or demons.
As a result, everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit.
Damn it! This entire Divine Yuan Cauldron is filled with seemingly endless threefold true fire, all controlled by Zhu Rong, that fire-wielding ancestor wizard who's a total pyromaniac. There's no way we can fight this. What the hell are we supposed to do? Damn it! Ha? Chairman Li, have you given up already? No, please don't. If anything happens to you, what will become of our pagoda group? Honey, why aren't you running? What are you doing? Chengtang City. Bauta Group. Numerous employees gathered spontaneously.
Though Li Jing had granted them leave, they voluntarily returned to work overtime, specifically coming back to cheer him on.
But seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank.
Madamine looked especially worried, slumped in her chair as if drained of strength. Father, I came to the National Fortune Battlefield for two reasons, to secure benefits for our nation and to mend relations with my third brother.
But I never imagined this battle would be so perilous.
Ah, I shouldn't have let him go in the first place. If it truly can't be helped, let us two go instead. Li Jinta and Li Nézhā, fellow reincarnators, were filled with bitter regret. Father, please rest assured. If you were to pass away, Mother and we two sons would take good care of the pagoda group. After saying this, the two began to take stock of the pagoda group's various businesses, departments, personnel, and so on.
They prepared for every contingency, including the possibility that Li Jing might not return.
Big brother, from now on I'll be the chairman, and you'll be the general manager.
We'll split the shares evenly. No problem. On the battlefield of national destiny.
Li Jing was unaware that he was now the focus of everyone's attention. After all, this was a war concerning the nation's very survival. If he fell, the entire population of Great Xia, over 1 billion souls, would suffer the consequences. Thus, he was not fighting for himself alone. He gazed upon the sea of flames engulfing the sky. His heart remained speechless for a long time. Only a bitter smile escaped him.
Seems I'll have to resort to that move after all. It's all karmic retribution.
Li Jing thought to himself as he slowly drew forth his delicate pagoda.
Ha? Could this pagoda actually withstand the three-flame true fire? No way. Theoretically, this pagoda should function as a sealing artifact. If it can seal people, it must be able to seal fire too.
But it must have a maximum capacity. Although, after absorbing so many undying fire dragons just now, it definitely can't seal anything else. Just those undying fire dragons nearly blew up his Linglong pagoda earlier. How could it possibly hold anything else now?
Blue Star. Li Jing's every move was under everyone's watchful eyes.
Seeing him pull out the pagoda,
everyone was puzzled. I thought Li Jing had some secret weapon. Could it really just be this pagoda? That tower shouldn't be much use now. Could he be planning to release the undying fire dragon inside? Holy, that'd be suicide. National Fortune Bureau. Zhang Shan looked utterly perplexed. Director, what exactly is he trying to do? If I'd known, I would have gone myself. Facing the three-flame true fire, I'd have had some tricks up my sleeve.
Sun Changshan was also deeply worried.
In pursuit of immortality, he would sacrifice everything.
The battlefield of national destiny was precisely the path to immortality he had envisioned. He stared at the Divine Yuan Cauldron, pondered for a moment, then suddenly shook his head.
No. This national fortune battle is far more perilous than the one I faced before.
This old son can't risk it.
But then again, that kid Lǐ Nézhā, doesn't he love thrills? It's a shame he didn't get to join this time.
Sun Changsheng muttered resentfully.
Ha? Where's Lǐ Nézhā?
Haven't seen him in ages.
Sun Changsheng suddenly realized something peculiar.
He looked around. Could he have gone to take a leak in the tea garden pond at our National Fortune Bureau? Director.
Yáng Fān heard Sun Changsheng's question and gave a wry smile.
Rest assured, you'll meet Lǐ Nézhā soon enough. Oh? What do you mean? Sun Changsheng asked in confusion. Yáng Fān gazed at the National Fortune Battlefield. The threefold true fire is such a powerful divine flame, how could Li Jing possibly withstand it?
Indeed, only a professional could overcome this obstacle.
On the National Fortune Battlefield,
Zhurong's avatar carried a sea of flames across the sky, all the purest three heavenly fires momentarily resembling a true god descending. No, in his era, he surpassed even the true gods.
Destroy!
Zhurong's avatar roared with laughter. The boundless flames seemed poised to engulf the entire realm.
No! The countless citizens of Great Xia on Blue Star,
especially the employees of the Pagoda Group, Lady Yin, Li Jinta, and Lǐ Nézhā, all closed their eyes.
Yet, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Chapter 136, When the Going Gets Tough, Count on the Young Master. Whoosh!
The sky filled with the three-flame true fire,
erupting everywhere. In an instant, it engulfed Li Jing.
Li Jing appeared as insignificant as an ant, utterly dwarfed within the boundless sea of flames, no larger than a speck of dust. The countless citizens of Great Xia on Blue Star, the employees of the Pagoda Group, Li Jing's loved ones, all gritted their teeth, awaiting the final death sentence.
Yet strangely,
with eyes closed and ears covered, they waited for an agonizingly long time. Yet, they never heard a single word.
Announcement from the Guardian of National Fortune declaring Li Jing's death and the punishment of all Great Xia citizens. Ha! What's going on? Someone curiously opened their eyes. Then, they discovered a peculiar phenomenon. This pile of three-flame true fire has completely bypassed Li Jing, causing him no harm whatsoever? Everyone was suddenly stunned. On the battlefield of National Fortune,
Li Jing held the Linglong Pagoda in his hand.
A protective barrier seemed to form around him.
Not a single speck of the three-wisdom true fire could touch him.
What's going on? Could Li Jing actually control fire? Isn't he a sword type? Not a fire type.
Even if he were a fire user, he could only control ordinary flames at best. This is the three-flame true fire, the three-flame true fire.
The sovereign of fire, how could it be controlled so easily?
In all my years, aside from Zhurong, I've only seen Sun Changsheng and Lǐ Nézhā, those two have controlled it before.
What gives Li Jing the right?
Ahem, well, Li Jing is Lǐ Nézhā's father after all. By genetic inheritance, it's only natural he possesses the three-flame true fire.
Holy crap! So the immortal realm has started with heredity too?
You bet. Not only can immortals inherit abilities, but they haven't even developed reproductive isolation from humans. Miraculously, Li Jing survived under the control of countless true three flames. Though no one understood why, it seemed. Li Jing truly possessed some ability to control the three-flame true fire.
Impossible. Not far away. Shen Zhengbao's face was filled with astonishment.
I trained with you.
How could you possibly play with fire? Enough. Shut up.
Ao Guang stepped forward and covered Shen Zhengbao's mouth.
So what if he can play with fire?
Even I, a water elemental, can wield fire.
Ice and fire coexisting, got it?
It's only natural that Li Jing can play with fire.
Oh.
Shen Zhengbao said.
Scattered remnants of the National Fortune contestants lingered nearby. Their gazes fixed on Li Jing were filled with awe. Damn. The Xia players are just so damn awesome. When it really matters, you can always count on the Great Xia players. Damn it. Why are Great Xia's players so damn impressive?
They always manage to shock everyone.
Li Jing. I sense not a trace of fire spirit energy on him,
yet he can control flames now. All that three-flame true fire couldn't harm him in the slightest. The crowd of National Fortune contestants and demons erupted in excitement. If someone can counter the three-flame true fire, then we still have hope in this battle. Giant beasts of flame, formed entirely from the three-flame true fire, loomed from every direction. Had no one been able to resist the three-flame true fire, defeat would have been inevitable. Yet now, inexplicably, Li Jing had once again become everyone's hope.
Damn it! That insignificant insect. In the sky. Zhurong's avatar glared at Li Jing, seething with rage.
Earlier, Quafu had already informed him of the situation concerning the divine Yuan cauldron. When he realized it was his own law curse upon Li Jing that had enabled the latter to exploit that very curse and slay so many great shamans, he had truly shot himself in the foot.
This realization filled Zhurong's avatar with fury.
Now, seeing Li Jing inexplicably block his three-flame true fire once more, his heart burned with displeasure.
A mere insect. Zhurong's avatar swept his hand dismissively.
Though you too can command the three-flame true fire. But your mastery of fire pales in comparison to mine, the primordial fire deity.
Die. The mighty three-flame true fire erupted once more. It swept toward Li Jing in its entirety.
This time, the flames surged like a tidal wave.
Even more turbulent.
The protective barrier around Li Jing seemed to be struggling desperately to hold.
This is bad. It won't hold out much longer.
Li Jing stared at the protective barrier surrounding him, or more accurately, the barrier isolating the three flame true fire.
Now, this barrier was beginning to crack. It's over. Not far away, numerous National Fortune contestants witnessed this scene, their hearts sinking once more. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy.
Li Jing may control fire, but he's facing the mighty fire ancestral spirit, the true master of fire.
Damn it!
Li Jing alone is no match for him.
Actually, I think you should notice how Li Jing has been clutching the Linglong Pagoda the entire time.
I suspect he doesn't control fire himself, he's using the Linglong Pagoda, that magical artifact, to manipulate the flames.
It's not his own power. Holy, that makes it even worse.
The threefold true fire reigns supreme among flames.
Zhurong, the ancestral wizard of fire, is the very progenitor of flames.
So while Li Jing can barely hold his ground, it was clear he stood no chance against Zhurong's incarnation. As the incarnation of Zhurong finally closed in to engulf Li Jing entirely.
Oomph. A mere insect. To force me to intervene personally. To die by my hand is an honor for you. Zhurong's incarnation sneered coldly.
The three flame true fires surged violently around them. He had no desire to play games anymore. This time, he had lost so many great shamans. These were the very backbone of the shamanic clan. Among them were even those with the potential to become ancestral witches in the future. And they were lost just like that.
Zhurong's heart bled with anguish.
Therefore, he now burns with an urgent desire to eliminate Li Jing.
Meanwhile, the entire Divine Yuan Cauldron trembled. He prepared to eliminate every National Fortune contestant and demon within.
Then, using their corpses, he would slowly refine the elixir. Though the potency of the resulting elixirs would be greatly diminished, it would be far more reliable. Thus, Zhurong's avatar struck with extreme ruthlessness. This time, he had truly reached the point of exhaustion, with no options left. Li Jing gazed at the three flame true fires surrounding him and sighed.
Ah, well, so be it.
He stroked the delicate pagoda with his hand. Then, he lifted the pagoda high into the air.
Come forth. Father understands.
In times of crisis, it is you who must save the world.
The delicate pagoda slowly rose into the air. It left Li Jing's palm.
Within it, a bright light shone.
A teasing voice echoed. Hey! Just figured that out now? Guess I'm still the one you need. Chapter 137, Lǐ Nézhā. The fourth National Fortune candidate. Ha? Who's speaking?
That voice sounds so familiar. Outside the National Fortune Battlefield.
Blue Star. Great Xia.
Over 1 billion citizens watching the live broadcast were all startled by this voice.
Confusion spread across their faces.
Young master, young master. In our great Xia, there's only one who likes to call himself that.
And that is. In an instant, a name surfaced in everyone's mind.
Yet, one by one, they shook their heads.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only 3 National Fortune contestants are permitted on the battlefield. There's absolutely no way a fourth one could appear.
Moreover, contestants who have previously participated in the National Fortune battle cannot simply join again whenever they wish.
There are numerous restrictions and cooldown periods. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did I just hear that wrong? Holy. You heard wrong, but I heard it too. We heard it too. All of us heard it. Damn it. It's him. It has to be him.
In the National Fortune live stream room,
the atmosphere instantly became incredibly heated.
As for Yáng Fān, he was immediately surrounded by everyone from the National Fortune Bureau.
No way, director, how did you pull this off?
Sun Changsheng, Yang Jin, Master Fai, Zhang Shang, Ben Borba, and Bar Ben.
All the officially appointed staff of the National Fortune Bureau asked in disbelief.
Had ha. Yáng Fān merely chuckled in response.
On the National Fortune battlefield,
the sky was filled with the threefold true fire, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Under the control of the fire ancestral spirit Zhurong's incarnation, it was unstoppable. Yet, the moment that playful chuckle echoed from within the Linglong Pagoda, the surrounding 3 flame true fires suddenly seemed to lose control. It descended into utter chaos. Who is it?
Zhurong's incarnation sensed a presence so formidable it sent tremors through him.
Within the Divine Yuan Cauldron,
the remaining contestants of National Fortune, demons and monsters alike, all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Completely bewildered.
Damn it! Who the hell is it? Whoever it is, before me, the fire ancestral shaman, they're nothing but ants. Zhurong's avatar paid no heed, continuing to unleash countless streams of threefold true fire toward the delicate pagoda.
Yet, in the very next instant, upon the delicate pagoda, suddenly blossomed a
pure black lotus blossomed. This lotus, initially but a tiny blossom,
but it rapidly expanded, enveloping a vast expanse of the sky. The entire Divine Yuan Cauldron seemed enveloped by this shadowy darkness. What is this?
Upon seeing this black lotus,
Zhurong's avatar's expression changed. A supreme artifact. It's actually a supreme artifact? Impossible.
Even our witch clan possesses only a handful of such supreme artifacts.
How could a mere mortal like you have one? Jerome's avatar roared in anger.
He couldn't comprehend why such a supreme artifact had suddenly appeared. Moreover, it contained terrifying laws of destruction. These were terrifying laws capable of killing even him. Yet, though he was utterly bewildered. At that moment, countless citizens of the Great Xia watching the live broadcast instantly understood.
Just as we suspected. It's definitely him.
In the National Fortune live stream room,
Yáng Fān personally played a BGM background music for all the citizens of Great Xia. It's him. It's him. It's definitely him. He's the same age as me. Our hero. Lǐ Nézhā. It's Lǐ Nézhā. That name
is known throughout the Great Xia,
hailed as a national idol. Throughout the entire Great Xia, and indeed the entire world.
He is the undisputed top celebrity without equal. Even Insho, who had legions of brainless female fans, couldn't match his popularity.
It's Lǐ Nézhā.
That's the apocalyptic Black Lotus.
Damn it! It really is him. I'm so excited. How is this possible?
Our Great Xia has secretly deployed an additional National Fortune contestant into the National Fortune Battlefield? Lǐ Nézhā, as the fourth National Fortune contestant, hid within the Linglong Pagoda, entered the National Fortune Battlefield, and waited for the crucial moment to emerge, show off, humiliate others, and save the world?
Awesome! Awesome! How did he pull this off? The entire Great Xia was in an uproar.
Even many other nations were caught up in the frenzy. Because after merging with the world-destroying Black Lotus, a supreme artifact had reached an utterly terrifying level. Theoretically, his law of destruction could claim even a god's life if touched.
Perhaps Lǐ Nézhā could resolve our current predicament, slay these flame beasts, and defeat Zhu Rong's incarnation.
And rescue our nation's fate-bearing champion.
We don't want to be punished.
Lǐ Nézhā, you'd better give it your all.
Damn it!
But seriously, why?
Why can Great Xia send a fourth National Fortune contestant? Isn't that breaking the rules? Many were baffled. Both domestically and internationally. Great Xia. Within the National Fortune Bureau.
Numerous powerful figures also looked at Yáng Fān with puzzled expressions.
But before Yáng Fān could explain,
a foreigner had already submitted this question to the gatekeeper of National Fortune. The gatekeeper of National Fortune responded swiftly.
Ding! Attention!
Lǐ Nézhā is the son of Li Jing. He fused with the Linglong Pagoda and, through some wondrous magic, became its artifact spirit. Therefore, the current Lǐ Nézhā functions as Li Jing's artifact, not as an independent National Fortune contestant. Thus, Li Jing did not violate the rules, and Great Xia did not violate the rules.
Now, the National Fortune battle continues. The Guardian of National Fortune addresses all Blue Star inhabitants. Explained why Lǐ Nézhā appeared on the National Fortune battlefield. The crowd was stunned. Holy crap! You can play it like that?
The Great Xia Empire's tactics are deep.
The National Fortune Bureau's tactics are deep. No.
More like, that director Yáng Fān is deep.
He actually came up with this method.
Damn, I haven't studied much Chinese, so I don't know how to describe it. All I can say is, that's awesome.
Inside the National Fortune Bureau. After Yáng Fān's explanation, everyone finally understood. That kid Lǐ Nézhā. He just wants to show off, act cool, and boost his popularity. Everyone nodded in agreement.
That fits his character perfectly.
Damn it!
I want to join the National Fortune battlefield too.
That's the only way to uncover more clues about immortality. Sun Shanshang was itching to join the fray. At that moment, on the National Fortune battlefield,
the world-destroying Black Lotus slowly unfurled. Within it appeared a figure radiating overwhelming dominance, his gaze filled with utter contempt for everyone around him. He was shielded by the heaven-shrouding brocade. A three-pronged spear gripped in his hand. His feet were like wheels of wind and fire. In an instant, he soared into the heavens, surveying all below. All eyes widened in terror as they gazed upward. Then this imposing figure proclaimed in a loud voice. The demon child descends to display his wicked deeds. At the three altars see assembly, I reign supreme. The path of the world-destroying Black Lotus knows no equal, annihilating heaven, earth, and all living beings.
Chapter 138 Overwhelming. Lǐ Nézhā. World-destroying Black Lotus. It's Lǐ Nézhā.
Lǐ Nézhā, clad in the heaven-shaking robe and riding the wind fire wheels, swept across the land with seemingly limitless power.
All eyes were drawn to him. The timing of Lǐ Nézhā's appearance was impeccably executed. It must be said.
It was precisely when everyone was on the verge of despair. They were on the verge of being utterly annihilated by the incarnations of Zhu Rong. At the very moment when they were praying from the depths of their hearts for a savior to arrive,
Lǐ Nézhā made his entrance. He even recited a poem upon his arrival.
And in the Great Xia Nation's livestream, Yáng Fān was even assisting him. He played his signature background music
to add to the excitement. In an instant, the entire Great Xia, every citizen, erupted in excitement. Holy! Holy! It's Lǐ Nézhā. It really is him. It's really him. So cool. The crowd erupted. It was utterly explosive. Daxia no, the entire Blue Star, billions of people. All eyes were fixed on the absolute center of the National Fortune Battlefield. Lǐ Nézhā, damn it, why is it always him?
Last time he wiped out every single National Fortune contestant, causing punishment to fall upon all our nations. And now we're facing him again. Great Xia truly has some nerve, letting that scourge onto the National Fortune Battlefield again. Lǐ Nézhā wields a supreme artifact, the world-destroying Black Lotus. He's essentially someone who commands supreme divine laws yet hasn't ascended to godhood. Such individuals are the most terrifying threats on the National Fortune Battlefield.
What the hell is this? Damn it! Lǐ Nézhā is our savior now.
Without him, all the National Fortune contestants would be slaughtered by Zhu Rong's incarnation.
This is the moment for all nations across Blue Star to unite. Stop being jealous, he's just awesome, so what? Screw it. On the National Fortune Battlefield,
Lǐ Nézhā had come here to show off in the first place.
Feeling he'd done enough,
he immediately raised his fire-tipped spear, aiming it at Zhu Rong's incarnation in the sky. The incarnation of Zhu Rong watched Lǐ Nézhā coldly, his face betraying utter astonishment. Usually, when he looked at others, it was always with a haughty, superior expression.
But now, he realized. The Lǐ Nézhā before him had an even more lofty gaze.
It even seemed as though he was glaring at him with contempt.
This was a kind of equally contemptuous of everyone. Damn it! A mere insect. How dare you be so insolent? Zhu Rong's avatar roared in fury.
He raised his hand, summoning the surrounding divine fire cauldrons. Those colossal beasts of flame, forged from the threefold true fire, instantly raised their heads.
Wings sprouted from their bodies.
They swooped toward the empty space where Lǐ Nézhā had been.
The entire divine Yuan cauldron trembled violently.
The three heavenly fires surged violently. Yet, faced with this scene, this spectacular spectacle,
Lǐ Nézhā stood with arms crossed, an expression of utter calmness. He casually extended a single finger. Destroy! Boom! In that instant,
the fiery beasts charging toward Lǐ Nézhā instantly collapsed like deflated balloons. With a thunderous crash, they were all scattered.
Holy! That was so badass! So badass! At that moment, Lǐ Nézhā seemed like a god. All the National Fortune contestants Li Jing, Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao,
along with the surrounding demons and monsters, all stared wide-eyed, gazing up at the sky in terror.
Damn it! Zhu Rong's avatar roared in fury.
He continued to channel the three-flame true fire, charging toward Lǐ Nézhā. Yet Lǐ Nézhā merely snapped his fingers.
A vast mass of destructive black flames spread out from him like a wave. Like a wave.
Everything in its path was reduced to nothingness. Even the three-flame true fire, hailed as the king of flames. Upon contact with Lǐ Nézhā's black flames of destruction, it too vanished without a trace. My destruction black flame holds a higher rank than the three-flame true fire. Besides, I already knew the three-flame true fire myself.
If that's all you've got, then that's not enough. Lǐ Nézhā sneered coldly. The destruction black flame spread like a dark canopy, shrouding the entire sky above the divine Yuan cauldron. Even the incarnation of Zhu Rong was forced back again and again. Gradually, the destructive black flames neared the very edge of the divine Yuan cauldron. No! Stop! This divine Yuan cauldron can refine elixirs, strengthening our witch clan's power. It is a vital strategic resource for the upcoming witch demon war. Damn it! You can't destroy it like this.
Zhu Rong's avatar roared fiercely.
Lǐ Nézhā struck.
He himself was the incarnation of the Black Lotus of destruction. He was, in essence, the very embodiment of destruction.
Ha.
This young master does as he pleases, destroying whoever he chooses.
Lǐ Nézhā sneered coldly.
Then, one finger pointed to the heavens, the other to the earth.
He spoke slowly.
From heaven to earth, I alone reign supreme.
No! Zhu Rong's avatar was swallowed whole by Lǐ Nézhā amidst a deafening roar. Then, the black flames of destruction surged forward,
until it corroded a crack into the divine Yuan Ding. Before the pure, destructive law embodied by the black flames of ruin,
everything, absolutely everything, seemed as fragile as paper. Ha!
The divine Yuan cauldron has been cracked open. All the flames within the divine Yuan cauldron were absorbed by Lǐ Nézhā, bowing down to him.
Holy! That's insane! This is the true power of Lǐ Nézhā. On the National Fortune Battlefield and across Blue Star, everyone was utterly stunned.
The incarnation of Zhu Rong, who had just moments ago plunged everyone into despair, now regarded all as mere ants.
The Zhu Rong incarnation that could effortlessly obliterate any National Fortune contestant. Before Lǐ Nézhā, it proved utterly powerless.
Truly worthy of Lǐ Nézhā, the mighty victor of the previous National Destiny War.
Damn it!
More importantly, he's the pure-blooded child of destruction, fused with the ultimate artifact, the Black Lotus of annihilation. Too powerful. I feel like there's no one stronger than him on the entire Blue Star, beneath the gods themselves.
Not just that even gods would die if they encountered his law of destruction unprepared. This is one of the fundamental laws at the very foundation of the world. Everyone present was utterly stunned by Lǐ Nézhā's power. A beam of light shot in from outside the Divine Yuan Cauldron. Everyone within the Divine Yuan Cauldron, all the National Fortune contestants, all the demons saw the dawn of victory. We've won. Quick! Escape the Divine Yuan Cauldron. The demon leader, Old Pig Bear, gazed at the crack, tears streaming down his aged face. These demons had been sealed within the Divine Origin Cauldron. They had endured the refining process for far too long. Each day brought excruciating torment. Their bodies scorched by blazing flames. Now, at last, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. How could they not be thrilled? In an instant, all the demons swarmed toward the crack in the Divine Origin Cauldron. We must leave quickly too. Ao Guang roared, transforming into dragon form. He grabbed Li Jing with one hand and Xin Zhengbao with the other. Then they flew toward the gap in the Divine Origin Cauldron. Run! The other National Fortune contestants grew excited as well. They scrambled to reach the breach. Chapter 139, The Ancient Battlefield of the Witch Demon Calamity. The theme of this National Fortune trial is to escape the Divine Yuan Cauldron. Perhaps escaping means we win. Damn it! I don't give a damn about anyone else now. If I can just get out safely and survive, I'll thank the heavens. Lǐ Nézhā is awesome. Damn right. You turned the tide this time, saved everyone, I'll remember you. Countless National Fortune contestants and demons swarmed toward the crack in the Divine Yuan Cauldron. See that? That's my son. My son is the best. Li Jing, being carried along by Ao Guang, kept telling everyone he met just how awesome Lǐ Nézhā was. His face glowed with pride. Impressive. Your teaching methods truly paid off. Ao Guang marveled inwardly. Right. 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 Xin Zhengbao nodded vigorously. Keep it low-key, low-key. Li Jing burst into laughter. Yet, as he looked up at Lǐ Nézhā in the sky, a look of profound weariness flickered in his eyes. In the end, only a sigh escaped him. Soon, all the National Fortune contestants and the demons escaped the Divine Yuan Cauldron. Ding! Congratulations! All surviving National Fortune contestants have passed this stage of the National Fortune battle. A voice echoed. The National Fortune Guardian's announcement never failed to arrive. Ding! All surviving National Fortune contestants shall be declared victors of this National Fortune battle. Ding! All surviving National Fortune contestants will grant rewards to their respective nations. All citizens of these nations gain a +1 boost to all physical attributes. Ding! As the primary contributor to victory, Great Xia receives all rewards multiplied by 10. Ding dong! Rewards are now being dis. Ding dong! The words of the National Fortune Guardian instantly ignited countless citizens across Blue Star. Holy! Awesome! Awesome! We won already? Awesome! Awesome! This time, it's not just the Great Xia contestant who survived. We other nations can get a piece of the action too. Damn it! Finally! I thought this time we'd all be wiped out again, or that only the Great Xia contestant would take it all. For a moment, citizens across nations were moved to tears. Daxia! The excitement was palpable. Look at our little Nézhā, he's just awesome. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he blew everyone else out of the water. Damn! That's insane. He's the same age as me, yet he's saving the world while I'm still stuck in school. Exactly. He was born with the primordial pearl, then fused with the world-destroying Black Lotus. That foundation is unbeatable. Innate destiny, supreme artifact, utterly terrifying. This time, Lǐ Nézhā won't just become a national superstar in our Great Xia, he'll likely take the entire world by storm. The entire Blue Star was in an uproar. Those whose National Fortune champions had survived were especially overcome with tears of joy. Meanwhile, citizens whose national representatives had perished earlier were wailing in despair. No! Why? Why? We were so close to victory. They died right before victory. My heart aches. Don't be sad, you poor things. Even though we just coasted to victory, this feeling is seriously awesome. But seriously, why hasn't the reward been distributed yet? The last time the Guardian of National Fortune handed out rewards, it was super smooth, right? Why is it so slow this time? Some people noticed something was off. Many people, especially foreign citizens who hadn't received rewards in ages. They had been enduring punishment all along. Finally, thanks to Nézhā's intervention, this time, they could receive a reward. At this moment, they were fully prepared, bathed, dressed in fresh clothes, incense burning as they prayed, ready to welcome the arrival of the reward. Yet, after waiting for a very, very long time, nothing came. What's going on with this Guardian of National Fortune? I thought I heard him distributing rewards earlier, but it sounded like he was interrupted? What the hell happened? Holy! Damn it! Hope nothing went wrong. On the National Fortune battlefield, the numerous National Fortune contestants who had just narrowly escaped death, all gasping for breath. But soon, they realized. Breathing had become incredibly difficult. Holy crap, outside the divine Yuan cauldron seems even more terrifying. Everyone looked around. The boundless expanse stretched endlessly before them. The sky stretched desolate and distant, boundless and endless. Yet within that boundless sky, gaping holes seemed to have been torn open. From these cavities, molten lava poured forth ceaselessly. The molten rock poured down like an inverted celestial river, engulfing mountains, forests, and lakes in its path. In the distance, the sea churned with raging waves. Thunder roared across the sky. Several massive suns hung overhead, illuminating all creation. Beasts of every kind furred, scaled, clawed, and fanged engaged in bloody combat with multi-headed, multi-armed giants upon the earth. Among them roared azure dragons and bellowed white tigers. There existed terrifying beings with dragon bodies and human faces, whose blinks caused day and night to shift. Others were shrouded in thunder and lightning, seemingly boundless, shattering everything in their path. Holy! What is this? All the National Fortune contestants were utterly stunned. And countless citizens of Blue Star watching the livestream. They were all dumbfounded. Where is this? Great Xia. Yáng Fān, Zhang Sheng. Those with even a passing familiarity with the myths of Great Xia were utterly shaken. This is the battlefield of the Lich War from back then? The crowd collectively gasped in horror. On the battlefield of national destiny. Ao Guang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Roar! Holy! What's wrong with you? Calm down. Calm down. Li Jing and Shen Zhangbao hurriedly grabbed Ao Guang. Everyone was utterly horrified. Gazing into the distance, 100-foot-tall giant uprooted an entire mountain peak and hurled it toward the tiger-shaped demon across the way. The earth shook violently in that instant. Scenes like this were everywhere. The battle between sorcerers and demons was filled with countless masters and powerful beings everywhere. Even as the crowd looked up, high above the distant heavens, several even more terrifying figures seemed to loom. Though indistinct to the eye, their overwhelming presence was palpable like the blazing sun itself, unfathomable and impossible to look upon directly. Is this the Great Calamity? How terrifying! What exactly did the Great Xia mythology endure? Damn it! All the national representatives held their breath, unable to believe what unfolded before their eyes. Damn it! Where's the portal? We've won, so hurry up and get me home. This ancient lich battlefield isn't some safe haven. If we get caught in the aftereffects of some powerful being's skill, we'll just die again. The national athletes shouted in unison. Yet, they waited for ages. No word came from the National Fortune Gatekeeper about bringing them back to Blue Star. Instead, they received a very bad piece of news. Chapter 140, outside the Divine Yuan Cauldron lies the true hell. Ding! This National Fortune battle has triggered a hidden stage. Ding! The Divine Yuan Cauldron originates from the ancient myth of the Great Xia dynasty, the great battle between the witch and the demon. The Warlock clan's sacred treasure. With this, the Witch clan battled the Demon clan, refined elixirs, and enhanced the combat strength of their mid-tier forces. Now that the Wu clan's treasured artifact has been destroyed, they no longer hold the certainty of victory. All National Fortune contestants, as the masterminds behind the destruction of the Divine Yuan Cauldron, will face relentless pursuit by the Witch clan. Ding! Attention all National Fortune contestants. The words of the National Fortune Guardian echoed mercilessly in every participant's ears. In an instant, everyone was utterly shocked. Panic spread through the crowd. Damn it! What's going on? Why the sudden change of course? What the hell is this? Out of nowhere, there's a hidden level? Damn it! Why didn't you say anything earlier? What the hell is this? Countless National Fortune players erupted in fury. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Wooming mountains stretch beyond mountains, with yet another range beyond? They're literally trying to kill us. Seeing that none of our National Fortune contestants died in the first stage, they triggered another stage. Do they want us all dead? The National Fortune contestants were filled with unbearable rage. Gazing at the terrifying giants in the distance hundreds of feet tall, capable of uprooting mountains and splitting earth with a single gesture, not a shred of resistance remained in their hearts. Those great shamans who entered the Divine Yuan Cauldron earlier, their power must have been suppressed by it. They weren't even their true forms. Good heavens, judging by this, those giants are their true bodies. This is no foe we can possibly stand against. Has our combat power just collapsed? Holy! This is a witch-demon calamity. Every single one of those great witches here must be god-tier beings, right? And those ancestral witches are even more incredibly powerful. Isn't it forbidden for beings exceeding god-tier power to appear on the National Fortune battlefield? Most participants here are at best near god-tier, if not significantly weaker. Facing a battlefield of this caliber, they'd likely be obliterated in an instant by the mere aftereffects of the combat. Everyone was gripped by fear. Speaking of which, suddenly, someone snapped out of it. They asked in confusion. When the Guardian of National Fortune announced the rules earlier, he said we'd face relentless pursuit from the Witch clan. Did he mention when this pursuit would end?
I mean, we're definitely going to have to evade this pursuit, right?
How long do we need to keep running before we pass this stage?
Wait a minute? Holy. He really didn't say anything about that. Damn it.
What kind of nonsense is this?
He said it's endless pursuit. Endless, you hear me? It stops only when you die. I'm speechless. If you wanted us dead, just say so. I'd slit my own throat in a heartbeat. Damn it. At that moment.
Whether on Blue Star or the battlefield of national destiny, every single person, every citizen of every nation was cursing furiously.
This guardian of national fortune is utterly inhuman.
The crowd gnashed their teeth in fury. But there was nothing else they could do. If the gatekeeper of national fortune refuses to open a portal for you, you're stuck lingering on the battlefield of national destiny. Returning was utterly impossible.
Yáng Fān stared at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the National Fortune livestream.
The fierce battle between the Witch and Lich clans.
It was real, the genuine article.
The heavens themselves were pierced open in multiple places. The earth itself lay shattered.
Is this the cataclysm?
Back then, they nearly shattered the heavens and earth, almost wiping out both the Witch and Demon clans. Then the human race rose to become the protagonists of the cosmos.
A complete reshaping of the world, a total reshuffling of power.
This was far more terrifying than the current absence of deities or the ban on immortals during the Shang dynasty.
National Fortune Bureau. Yáng Fān and Zhang Shang wore expressions of utter astonishment. But then again, the National Fortune Battlefield would never set up a gate that's impossible to pass under any circumstances.
So this challenge won't actually be so difficult that it forces National Fortune contestants to participate in the Witch-Demon War.
Yáng Fān stated. The 12 ancestral wizards, the Demon Clan Heavenly Court, those formidable beings shouldn't require the National Fortune contestants to fight them. Then how exactly should this stage be cleared? On the National Destiny battlefield.
All the surviving National Fortune contestants wore grim expressions.
Grim.
But upon careful reflection, they realized there was truly no way to alter the situation before them. Thus, they began to ponder. What should they do? Since we can't refuse, we'll just have to figure out how to get through this. Li Jing surveyed the apocalyptic scene around him as he spoke.
Boom! Suddenly,
a barrage of golden light arrows erupted from the distance. Swish, swish, swish.
Golden light arrows pierced through the clouds, tearing through space, instantly striking down upon all the National Fortune contestants. No! It's Hoi! The National Fortune contestants were all horrified. High above in the distant sky, a giant clad in golden armor, wielding the sun-shooting bow, stood in the sky. He gazed down at the crowd with cold, contemptuous disdain. Ants! Within the divine Yuan cauldron, I cannot unleash my full power. You have caused the deaths of so many of our great shamans. You deserve to die. Hoi was the legendary archer who shot down the suns. Among the great sorcerers, he ranked among the strongest. Indeed, he held the potential to become a primordial witch in the future. His power far surpassed that of the National Fortune contestants. At this moment, he radiated an unparalleled, a powerful aura that surpasses even the gods. No! Run! The National Fortune contestants shouted in unison. Yet Hoi's arrow flew with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, a large group of National Fortune contestants were all struck down. Ding! Sakura Nation contestant Amaze has been slain by the Great Witch Hoi. Ding! Sakura Nation receives punishment, all citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Hanming Nation contestant Duan was slain by the Great Witch Hoi. Ding! Hanming Nation receives punishment. All citizen stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Kangaroo Nation's contestant, Muay Thai King, slain by the Great Witch Hoi. Ding! Kangaroo Nation receives punishment, all citizens' attractiveness reduced by 10%. The numerous National Fortune contestants truly seemed like mere ants, along with the demons that emerged alongside them earlier. It was a one-sided slaughter. Yet this was nothing. The National Fortune contestants were already suffering terribly. Not far away, 100-foot-tall giant strode forward abruptly. Each step he took shook the heavens and earth. It's Kwafu. Holy! Is this his true form? How could he be this enormous? Damn it! We're no match for them. I thought the Divine Yuan Cauldron was already dangerous enough. But now it seems the world outside the Divine Origin Cauldron is the real hell. The faces of the National Fortune contestants turned ashen. They stared in terror at the seemingly invincible figures of Kwafu and Hoi in the distance. Chapter 141, The Great Witch Chiyu, the Iron-Eating Beast. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight this? Despair gripped every heart. Kwafu! These two great sorcerers were far beyond their ability to oppose. Yet, just as despair consumed them, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. You witchcraft brats, dare to be so insolent! A golden dragon, covered in scales, descended from the heavens, instantly blocking the path before everyone. Boom! 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 The countless light arrows fired by Hui were instantly blocked.
Except for the National Fortune contestant who was killed at the start.
The rest suffered no harm whatsoever. What is this? The national team players froze in shock.
They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. They stared in bewilderment at the golden dragon before them, its body stretching dozens of meters tall.
It's a golden dragon.
I am a descendant of the Dragon Clan and nine-clawed golden dragon.
Ao Guang instantly recognized the origin of this golden dragon. Oh? A nine-clawed golden dragon?
Li Jing was startled. Legend has it that golden dragons are the Dragon Clan most closely intertwined with the human race. Later, they became the faith of the human race. They merged with the emperors. It is said that among them, strength is determined by the number of dragon claws. The more dragon claws one possesses, the greater their power. This nine-clawed golden dragon possesses power surpassing even the gods.
Everyone gasped in astonishment. Then,
before their eyes, this nine-clawed golden dragon suddenly charged forward. Engaging in battle with the 100 Zheng Tall Kuafu. Both the demon and the shaman possessed power surpassing that of the gods.
A colossal battle erupted instantly. Its intensity shook the heavens and earth. Not far away,
a colossal bird radiating crystalline ice light engaged Hui in combat.
It's the Ice Phoenix. A god-tier powerhouse of the Phoenix clan. The Ice Phoenix unleashed countless icy arrows from its body, crashing against Hui's beams of light. Not far away,
more great shamans and shamanic soldiers charged toward them.
However, from the heavens, one by one, demonic deities of various races continued to descend.
They joined the fray against the great shamans. That demonic elder, a sheep's body with a human face, is none other than the Tao Tai, as expected.
That winged tiger is none other than the Qiangqi. Good heavens!
That nine-headed bird is none other than the Empress's daughter, Guwu, also known as the Ghost Chariot Demon God.
Good heavens! They're all demon gods of our demon clan.
Ao Guang saw these formidable beings. Were all visibly shaken. He was overcome with excitement. A deep sense of pride welled up within him.
Indeed, the Witch Clan truly will pursue us relentlessly. But now we're in the midst of the Witch-Demon War. The Demon Clan's strength is no weaker than the Witch Clan's.
They've even established the Demon Clan Heavenly Court, with Demon Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai presiding. They might even be stronger. Therefore, our situation is not as hopeless as it seems. Ao Guang declared with great excitement. The Demon Clan, as the Witch Clan's greatest enemy, the enemy of my enemy, is my friend.
Thus, the Demon Clan will naturally become our allies, joining us in opposing the Witch Clan.
At the very least, those invincible sorcerers will naturally be dealt with by the demon god's body.
The numerous National Fortune contestants were shaken to their core.
Upon hearing Ao Guang's words,
everyone suddenly felt as if
the seemingly hopeless predicament before them wasn't quite so hopeless after all.
So that's how it is.
So even though we're weak, the Witch Clan must focus their most vital efforts on fighting the Demon Clan.
As for us third parties? He probably couldn't care less. You're absolutely right.
The numerous National Fortune contestants were suddenly stirred within. The Demon Clan was immensely powerful back then. The Witch Clan might not have stood a chance.
In fact,
the final battle between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan ended with the near annihilation of the Witch Clan and the decline of the Demon Clan. In the end, the Witch Clan suffered the more devastating defeat. So there's no need for us to worry.
Mentioning the Demon Clan's former might, Ao Guang's face lit up with excitement. He was immensely proud. However, you shouldn't rejoice too soon. Ao Guang glanced ahead.
Though numerous demonic warriors were present, the demonic soldiers had managed to hold back the main force of the Witch Clan.
However,
some witch soldiers, led by a great witch, broke through layer upon layer of obstacles and charged right up to them.
Ants.
Kill. The high priest stood exceptionally tall, horns protruding from his head, his ears and temples sharp as swords and halberds. Mounted beneath him sat a magnificent beast of black and white. It snarled and clawed, ferocious beyond measure.
Boom!
He drew a massive hammer and swung it violently toward the National Fortune contestants.
A deafening crash echoed through the air.
The National Fortune contestants let out piercing screams.
Ding! Sakura Nation's contestant, Sanbon Taro, has been slain by the Great Witch Chiyu. Ding!
The Land of Cherry Blossoms receives punishment, 10% of all citizen stamina drained.
Ding!
Beautiful Nation contestant James has been slain by the Great Witch Chiyu.
Ding! The Beautiful Nation suffers punishment, all citizens' lifespans reduced by 10%. Ding!
John Bull Nation's contestant, Bo Luhun, slain by the Great Witch Chiyu.
Ding! John Bull Nation's contestant receives punishment, all citizens' vitality reduced by 10%. It's actually the Great Witch Chiyu. Then what about the beast beneath him? Is that the so-called iron-eating beast, the giant panda? Holy crap! That's terrifying. This is the fiercest beast of all. In an instant, the National Fortune contestants all felt their lives were in danger.
Everyone scattered. Every single one of them, like madmen, summoned their divine power. Though we only need to deal with a small fraction of the witch clan's high priests and soldiers. But we still have to fight ourselves. Damn it. Let's all charge together. We can't hold back the demon clan. If the demon clan falls, we all die. Under Ao Guang's leadership, all the surviving National Fortune contestants erupted into action. They clashed with the great sorcerer Chi Yu and his legion of soldiers. Ding! Camel Nation's contestant, Ali, was slain by the great witch Chio's mount, the Iron Eater. Ding! Camel Nation receives punishment, all citizens' stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Kangaroo Nation's contestant Amen was slain by the Iron Eater, the mount of the great witch Chiyu. Ding! Kangaroo Nation suffers punishment, all citizens' stamina reduced by 10%. Ding! Great Xia's contestant Ao Guang slays 10 witch clan soldiers. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens receive a 10% boost to all physical attributes. The great battle was about to erupt. Everyone fought for their lives. Every last one gave their all. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, countless citizens watching the live broadcast were equally fired up. Holy crap! That's insane! Who knew our national treasure, the giant panda, had this kind of power? Cuteness is just his exterior. Who could forget he was once a fierce beast? Chapter 142, Ao Guang's Fierce Might. Great Xia. Numerous zoos. Zookeepers watched their giant pandas, their expressions utterly clueless. Even splitting a bamboo stalk proved difficult for them. Who would have thought that in ancient times he was so ferocious? Many giant pandas now seemed to sense the call of their bloodline. Some were particularly perceptive. Now they too were glued to the National Fortune livestream, watching their ancient ancestors slaughtering enemies in the livestream. Holy crap! Awesome! Awesome! So awesome! Is this the power of the Iron Eater? I was wondering how such a clumsy panda dared to be named something as formidable as Iron Eater. Turns out our ancestor is seriously badass. Holy crap! I'll never look at giant pandas the same way again. Damn it, you guys from Great Xia. How did you manage to raise the Iron Eater to be so clumsy? I'm seriously impressed. Many people from other countries. Originally, seeing a great shaman like Chi Yu riding a giant panda into battle, and found it rather comical. But now, seeing this, everyone could only gasp in awe. Holy crap! That's insane! So this giant panda is actually this fierce? On the battlefield of national destiny, the great shaman Chi Yu and the giant panda beneath his feet. They were unstoppable, charging through everything in their path. Most National Fortune contestants were no match for them. A single encounter meant instant death. A brush with him meant certain death. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight this? I'm truly amazed. They're both national treasures, so why is China's panda so much stronger? Our kangaroos from Kangaroo Nation are like superheroes. Chaos erupted across the battlefield of National Fortune. After all, Chi Yu's power was formidable. Even Ao Guang, the strongest among the National Fortune contestants, could only barely hold his own when attacking at full strength. And if Chi Yu were to mount his giant panda steed, his power would completely surpass Ao Guang's. In no time, Ao Guang found himself forced into retreat. The other National Fortune contestants fared even worse. They were instantly annihilated upon first contact. Damn it! Watch the sword. At the critical moment, Li Jing struck urgently. He swung his sword down at Chi Yu. Boom! Chi Yu was startled. In an instant, he leapt down from the giant panda. He knelt on one knee before Li Jing, extending both hands. He caught Li Jing's sword strike. Damn it! It's the power of the laws. Chi Yu was suddenly startled. Though he had heard from Fu and Hui that within the divine Yuan cauldron there was a being who manipulated the laws of heaven and earth. He must be cautious. But he never imagined a single lapse in his own vigilance. He still fell victim to treachery. At this thought, Chi Yu hesitated no longer. Awah! He let out a sudden, piercing howl. His mount, the giant panda. Instantly, it charged before him. Opening its massive jaws, it spewed forth a cloud of green venom. Whoosh! The toxic mist instantly sealed off Chi Yu's hearing and vision. Ha ha! You're guaranteed to catch a blade barehanded. One must sense the impending blow to choose to barehanded catch a blade. Now that I've done this, how will you respond? Chi Yu was blinded, deafened. He could neither see nor hear. Yet as a formidable warrior, he retained a certain perception. He could sense the direction of his enemy. And so, he kept drawing weapons, relentlessly fighting on. Bad news. Run! Li Jing was already closest to Chi Yu. At the critical moment, Ao Guang swiftly intervened, yanking Li Jing out of harm's way. Everyone scattered in different directions. Chi Yu was too powerful to fight head-on. Ao Guang's expression grew grave. Truly worthy of the witch clan, they're ruthless even to their own kind.
Fearfully, in this battle, none of us can predict whether we'll live or die. Ao Guang remarked. Speaking of which, what about your son, Lǐ Nézhā? Why is he still trapped within the divine Yuan cauldron? He possesses the world-destroying Black Lotus. Perhaps it can defeat this Qiyu. Cough cough. I have no idea either. Li Jing's face darkened. Truth be told, that son of mine won't listen to a word I say. Therefore, I have no idea what he's up to or what he's doing, nor can I control him. This battle still depends on us. Indeed, it all depends on us. Ao Guang seethed inwardly. As a demon clan, they had been beaten so badly by the witch clan. This was hatred running deep in his blood. Ao Guang could scarcely bear it. Yet, at that very moment, Ao Guang suddenly sensed. A voice echoed within his mind. It was the roar of an ancient dragon. Roar! As this roar echoed through his mind, Ao Guang instantly felt his entire body surge with power. His body began to grow larger and larger, transforming into dragon form, stretching dozens of meters. Shi Yu was startled. Though he could neither see nor hear, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Damn it! Among these national fortune contestants, there's a powerhouse of this caliber hiding? Shi Yu charged forward atop the giant panda. At that moment, Ao Guang, for some unknown reason, had grown even more formidable. Incredibly, began to turn the tables and suppress Qiyu. Perhaps, if Qiyu could still see, could still hear, he would not be weaker than Ao Guang today. But at this very moment, he could neither see nor hear. He could only be suppressed and beaten by Ao Guang. Yet he dared not restore his sight or hearing. Otherwise, it was highly likely he would be instantly killed by Li Jing's bare-handed disarming of a blade. Damn it! These fate-chosen warriors from another world. They truly deserve to die. Qiyu cursed inwardly. Why on earth? Out of nowhere, this dragon demon's power suddenly surged to such heights. Qiyu was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Blue Star, countless citizens watching the live broadcast, especially the citizens of Great Xia, were utterly stunned. Holy crap! This Ao Guang. Just how much untapped power does he possess? Damn! 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 Just moments ago he couldn't defeat Qiyu, yet now he's overwhelming him? Could he have been holding back all along? No way. Would he really hold back in such a crucial moment? Not exactly. Ao Guang's power surpasses that of ordinary deities. He is the Dragon King of the East Sea, after all. He's just awakened, so his power hasn't fully returned yet, only a fraction has come back. Perhaps he's still in the process of gradually regaining his true strength. Countless spectators speculated aloud. But then again, has the rule prohibiting power beyond the divine realm from entering the current national fortune battlefield become a mere formality? These great sorcerers and demon gods, isn't every single one of them a powerhouse beyond the divine realm? Even Ao Guang has begun displaying god-tier power. Citizens from many other nations voiced their doubts. Yet the gatekeeper of national fortune remained silent, as if they were dead. Everyone just watched. A multitude of powerhouses beyond the divine realm clashed fiercely, and their own nation's guardian of national fortune were like ants, like little chicks, trembling in fear at the back. Chapter 143, The Giant Panda Shall Never Be Enslaved Unless All Expenses Are Covered. On the battlefield of national destiny, Qiyu unleashed every tactic at his disposal. He relentlessly clashed with Ao Guang in fierce combat. Yet Ao Guang's strength visibly surged with each clash. The more they fought, the stronger he became. What the hell is going on? Damn it! Doesn't he care about the law of conservation of energy at all? How come his spiritual power seems endless, growing stronger with every blow? Qiyu seethed inwardly. The more they fought, the angrier he grew. But he was no match for him. Still, it was fortunate. No matter how powerful Ao Guang was, he was alone. He still had his mount, the giant panda. 2 against 1. Even as Ao Guang grew stronger with each blow, the two of them could still hold on. However, just as the battle reached its most intense moment. Ha! I've found your weakness. You dragon brat, die. Qiyu acted with lightning speed, seizing Ao Guang's momentary lapse in concentration. Together with the giant panda beneath him, he launched an attack on Ao Guang's vulnerability. But at that very moment, suddenly, a green bamboo shoot flew through the air. Whoa! Ha! What's going on? Qiyu froze in shock. He saw the giant panda beneath him. Suddenly threw him off. Dashed off to a spot not far away. In an instant, it opened its huge mouth. It seized the thick bamboo stalk, then clutched the bamboo and began to chew. TSK. Holy! What the hell is going on? Qiyu was dumbfounded. Ao Guang was stunned. The surrounding national fortune contestants and Witch Clan soldiers were all dumbfounded. And countless Blue Star citizens watching the live stream. Everyone stared in bewilderment at this absurd scene. Where did this bamboo come from? Goodness!
That wayward mount munching on bamboo, it looks exactly like a modern-day panda. It's exactly the same. This is their ancestor. Beside the giant panda mount of Chiyu, Shen Zhengbao stood holding a bamboo stalk, calmly feeding the giant panda. What's going on? Everyone turned to look at him. Shen Zhengbao suddenly grinned, scratching the back of his head. Ha 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 ha. Our home is in a patch. A large bamboo forest. That's why. I usually carry some with me. Shen Zhengbao tossed the bamboo to Chiyu's mount. The way Chiyo's mount devoured it, now that was a feast. Completely forgotten. His master was currently locked in a life or death battle. Damn it! What the hell is that? Chiyu roared in fury. He was utterly stunned. Without his mount, the battle between him and Ao Guang had completely turned against him. There was nothing he could do. Ao Guang only grew stronger with every blow. And my own teammates? Why were they so useless? Didn't I tell you to eat your fill before the battle began? Chiyu roared angrily. Finish eating quickly, then come support me. The giant panda let out a loud howl. It was a reluctant agreement. But just then, Shen Zhengbao pulled out another large bundle of bamboo. Don't worry. I've got as much bamboo as you need. Finish that one and then have another one. Eat as many as you want. The giant panda gazed at the vast array of bamboo. Its eyes lit up. It kept rubbing against Shen Zhengbao. Then it began. It munched on bamboo non-stop, as if he truly hadn't eaten his fill. Now, not far away, Chiyu was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is that? Is a bamboo shoot really that delicious? Chiyu was furious beyond measure. However, he had no other options. When the giant panda eats, it shows no regard for family ties, completely ignoring its master. Roar! Prepare to die. Ao Guang's power continues to grow. He had completely surpassed Chiyu's level of power. At this moment, Chiyu had also lost the support of his giant panda mount. He was no match at all. Finally, Ao Guang unleashed a single strike, the roar of the wrathful dragon, instantly transforming into a great blade. Dragon and blade became one, cleaved through Chiyu's head. Even after Chiyu's head fell, he stared at the giant panda in utter disbelief. His face twisted with fury. Who would have thought that I, Chiyu, would fall at the hands of you gluttonous creature? Chiyu died in bitter resentment. His eyes remained wide open in death. Yet, even he had no other choice. Death is death, no matter how absurd the manner of death. And when Chiyu's head fell to the ground, brought this chaotic battle to a close. The remaining shamanic soldiers could handle ordinary national fortune contestants. They were no match for Ao Guang and his companions. Watch the sword. Swish! Li Jing unleashed countless sword energies. Boom! 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 The witch tribe's soldiers all dropped their weapons. They knelt half-bent around Li Jing. They caught the blades bare-handed. Blade and body as one. Swish! 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 Immediately followed by Ao Guang delivering the finishing blow. In an instant, all the witch tribe's soldiers were slain. Ding! Ao Guang, the Great Xia's national fortune champion, has slain the great witch Chiyu. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. The strength of all citizens increases by 50%. Ding! Daxia's national fortune champion Ao Guang has slain 110 shamanic soldiers. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward. All corresponding physical attributes increased by 10%. The gatekeeper of national fortune broadcasted continuously. Soon, countless citizens of Great Xia felt waves of their physical attributes surge with insane enhancement. Damn it! Who'd have thought the mighty Chiyu would go down like this? You bet. Legend has it that in ancient times, Chiyu fought the Yellow Emperor only because his giant panda mount was too greedy, leading to his defeat. Who'd have thought that on the battlefield of national destiny, he'd fall to Ao Guang for the same reason that giant panda mount? Truly, fate plays cruel tricks. This tale teaches us that while giant pandas may be gluttonous, they belong only as mascots, never on the battlefield. The crowd murmured in agreement. A moment later, a broadcast announcement echoed in their ears once more. Ding! Master-servant contract established. Contract terms: Shen Zhengbao shall care for Zhuangzhuang for life, providing a lifetime supply of bamboo. In return, Zhuangzhuang becomes the Great Xia's guardian beast, fighting for the nation henceforth. Ding dong! Contract established. Effective immediately. Under the gaze of all present, Shang Zhengbao and the giant panda Zhuangzhuang simultaneously radiated a brilliant light. The light merged into one. The giant panda Zhuangzhuang showed no sign of missing his late master, Chiyu. Instead, he obediently began rubbing against Shen Zhengbao's thigh. After all, giant pandas never serve as slaves, unless they're fed and housed for free. Holy! That's awesome. This. So we not only defeated Chiyu and got a bunch of rewards,
We also recruited Qi Yu's mount? The masses of the Great Xia, witnessing this scene, were all stunned and thrilled.
It should be said that this giant panda Zhuangzhuang has turned from darkness to light. Perhaps his former owner, Qi Yu, didn't even provide him with food and shelter.
Chapter 144, Gonggang Yinglong. The mighty mount of the great shaman Qi Yu, the giant panda Zhuangzhuang,
had actually joined the Great Xia of its own accord,
becoming Shen Zhengbao's contract spirit beast. Goodness gracious. This was something no one could have ever imagined. But speaking of which, this big panda sure eats a lot, doesn't he? Exactly. He is the national treasure, of course he can eat. I was actually worried Shen Zhengbao couldn't afford to keep him. No worries.
Even if Shen Zhengbao can't afford it, our great nation is vast and rich in resources.
Can't we afford a single panda?
As long as he's well fed, he'll be a god-tier combat force.
Wow. Quick!
Director Yáng Fān of the National Fortune Bureau has announced plans to establish a high-quality bamboo forest in Great Xia, specifically to provide ample sustenance for the giant panda Zhuangzhuang.
Additionally, select female pandas from zoos across all cities. Once Zhuangzhuang returns from the National Fortune Battlefield, will breed more divine beasts. The National Fortune Bureau, never letting any potential contributor to Great Xia slip through their fingers, even if he is merely a panda. After all, a panda who had slain Qi Yu for Great Xia, achieving a monumental feat. At that moment, on the National Fortune Battlefield, the giant panda Zhuangzhuang briefly became Shen Zhengbao's mount. In an instant, Shen Zhengbao's strength surged dramatically. The current Daxia trio, Aoguang, empowered by some mysterious bloodline force, had grown stronger than ever before. Shen Zhengbao had subdued the giant panda Zhuangzhuang, whose combat prowess was equally god-tier. As for Li Jing, he was even more formidable. He possesses concept-level skills, capable of catching a blade with his bare hands every single time. Within the divine Yuan cauldron, the demonic child Nézhā remains, his actions unknown. His power could be described as unprecedentedly formidable. Meanwhile,
news of their slaying of Qi Yu instantly resonated with numerous great shamanic beings.
Suddenly,
a pair of cold, indifferent eyes appeared in the heavens and earth. These eyes were even colder than the incarnation of Zhu Rong within the divine Yuan Ding.
And they were blue ants, daring to disrupt my clan's grand scheme. Zhurong is utterly useless. He couldn't even handle you lot.
The cold voice barked from those eyes.
Then,
the heavens seemed to pour down, a vast river of time and space cascading from the sky. A colossal figure strode forth upon the waves.
Endless cold currents seemed to freeze time and space. The boundless sky transformed into a black vortex. The celestial canopy split open.
Truly the majesty befitting a great sorcerer of the Witch Clan.
Countless streams of Xianming true water carrying primordial cold poured down.
A colossal figure stood before them, blood-red hair flowing like crimson flames, arms bound by chains of the Xianming, beneath which bloomed 100-mile-wide ice lotus.
He roared with a commanding voice.
The Milky Way hangs inverted, shattering the 9 heavens. The bone marrow of the 9 netherworlds tempers my blade.
10,000 years since the heavenly pillar shattered, today I return to shatter the primordial chaos. It's Gonggang. Gonggang, one of the 12 ancestral wizards.
One of the mightiest and most revered among the Witch Clan.
In an instant,
the surrounding chaos erupted as countless great wuss and demon gods were all startled into action.
An ancestral wizard has personally intervened. Damn it! All the National Fortune contestants looked up in awe at this colossal figure. Their hearts trembled violently. An overwhelming sense of despair surged within them. The 12 ancestral wizards? They were the mightiest beings in the witch-demon war. Damn it, he's not actually going to come here personally to wipe us National Fortune contestants off the map, is he? Are we even worthy? Holy?
The celestial river poured down like rain. In an instant, it engulfed all the national destiny contenders, along with the great sorcerers and demon gods locked in fierce combat nearby.
The entire battlefield was transformed into a vast, boundless expanse of water. This was Gonggang's domain. Damn it! All the National Fortune contestants,
including the formidable Aoguang, Li Jing, Shen Zhengbao, and others. Not a single trace of resistance stirred within them.
Their minds couldn't even form the thought of resistance. There was no way around it. The opponent was simply too formidable. The moment he appeared,
he instantly seized control of the entire situation.
Holy! Is he that strong? Is this a supreme god? Not the supreme god. The power of the laws isn't that concentrated. But the oppressive aura is overwhelming. That's right. The 12 ancestral wizards are the creator gods of Great Xia, born from the essence and blood of Pangu.
Pangu's power far surpasses that of ordinary supreme gods. Therefore, Gonggang and the other 12 ancestral wizards might be akin to those who attain sainthood through their physical bodies, mortal beings who reach the level of supreme gods, albeit with relatively sparse law power.
Damn it! That's terrifying too. Blue Star, countless citizens, and all the great divine kingdoms.
All trembled at the terrifying power Ganggang unleashed upon his arrival. Why? How could such a formidable boss appear on a national fortune battlefield? Could this be Ganggang's true form? Indeed. This time, it absolutely cannot be some avatar or manifestation. If it weren't the true form, it wouldn't possess such overwhelming power. Is this still the National Destiny battlefield? Ding! Attention!
This national fortune battle has been disrupted by a mysterious entity.
The current National Fortune battlefield is the true battlefield of the Lich King's calamity. This National Fortune battle is being held within the actual Lich War calamity. All participants are advised to exercise extreme caution and prioritize safety.
The Guardian of National Fortune promptly explained.
Instantly, everyone on Blue Star, including the gods, was utterly shocked. Good heavens! Has the National Fortune battlefield become this terrifying? They're actually teleporting the participants straight into the Lich Apocalypse. This is terrifying. Even us ordinary deities would die if we went in. For the next National Fortune battle, they might as well just let us gods compete. Even deities probably couldn't survive this ordeal. And what about those mortals who wield godly power? On the battlefield of national destiny,
the contestants knew the terrifying foes they faced. Their hearts filled with dread. This is simply an impossible foe to oppose.
This is terrifying as hell. We're actually being hunted down by such a terrifying entity? Everyone cried out in despair.
Ancestral wizards could already command the laws of heaven and earth.
Even Li Jing's 100% bare-handed blade catching technique couldn't affect it now. We're done for.
Watching the water ancestral wizard Ganggang casually stir up 1,000-foot-high muddy waves, 12 tornadoes rising, he grasped one in his hand and forged vast stretches of ocean into a deep blue spear.
Die, you ants! Tornadoes swept across the sky. It's over. In everyone's heart. This thought echoed in every mind. Yet, in the very next instant, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed through the air.
A dragon with twin wings spread its wings to cover the sky, causing the earth's veins to boil.
Golden fissures split open the 9 layers of thunderclouds.
Tidal waves surged skyward.
100-mile expanse of thunderclouds.
Blood-stained scales chill from Zhuolu's bloodshed, Xian Yuan's battle scars forge bones of steel. With a flap of its wings, it tears through the veil of chaos, proclaiming its edict across 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. A dragon covered in golden scales suddenly soared forth. The Milky Way seemed to bow beneath its wingspan.
Upon seeing this figure, Ganggang instantly flew into a rage. Yinglong, you've come to ruin my plans again. Chapter 145, Everyone, charge. It's Yinglong, one of the ancient ancestors of the Dragon Clan. One of the mightiest beings in the Demon Clan's heavenly court. Damn it! The Witch-Demon War was brutal, as expected. The Witch Clan has 12 ancestral witches. The Demon Clan's side isn't lacking either. Damn impressive, damn impressive. Yinglong makes his entrance. As the Demon Clan's ultimate combat force,
she immediately clashed with Ganggang.
One ancestral shaman, one top-tier demon god.
The great battle erupted. It shook the heavens and earth. Chaotic vortexes erupted beyond the 9 heavens. The battlefield of witch and demon engulfed the 8 desolate realms.
Ganggang roared with fury, his voice like thunderclaps. The Milky Way froze, transforming into a ferocious ice dragon. It locked in a deadly struggle with the Yinglong.
Yinglong, meanwhile, whipped up storms of thunder and fire with its wings.
Ancient runes hovered between its horns.
A piercing light erupted from its. In its clash with Ganggang, the Milky Way churned. Like waves crashing against the heavens.
A battle of this magnitude left the surrounding nation's fortune practitioners, all manner of demons. Great sorcerers, witch clan soldiers. And even ordinary demon deities.
All trembled in their hearts, watching this battle of the century with horror.
Blue Star. Countless ordinary citizens. Deities from all nations.
Even the supreme deities.
All were in awe. Is this the power of what was once the mightiest pantheon? The Great Xia truly is terrifying. What a pity that such a mighty pantheon has now vanished. Damn it, that's not all. While Yinglong and Ganggang are formidable.
But they were definitely not the strongest within the Great Xia pantheon.
They weren't even the strongest during the witch-demon calamity. The battle raged on like never before. At that moment, the most shocking, the one whose heart raced most fiercely was none other than Ao Guang.
Others were merely stunned. But Ao Guang, he wept tears of blood.
He gazed up at the sky. Yinglong, locked in a life and death struggle with Ganggang.
His eyes brimmed with hot tears, overflowing with emotion.
The next moment, he transformed directly into dragon form, soaring through the waves toward Yinglong.
The entire sea seemed to freeze in place.
Floating foam crystallized into ice jade coral. Swimming fish froze into glass sculptures. This was the scene of Ganggang and Yinglong's great battle, freezing 10,000 li of sea. Yinglong! It's me! I am Ao Guang! Ao Guang roared at the top of his lungs. Yinglong heard the voice.
He froze in shock. She flapped her wings, unleashing countless whirlpools that temporarily trapped Ganggang. Meanwhile, she soared into the sky. She turned to look at Ao Guang. Who are you? I am Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Ao Guang gazed at Yinglong's face and spoke with deep emotion.
Ao Guang. Yinglong pondered for a moment.
Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a golden glow.
Oh, right.
You are the National Fortune contestants transported here from the future through the National Fortune Battlefield.
Yinglong gazed at Ao Guang.
His dragon eyes seemed to pierce through time and space.
Oh, you are my future husband. Yinglong declared. Yes. That's right. Ao Guang exclaimed excitedly. He hadn't even been born during the Witch-Demon War.
By the time both the Witch and Demon clans were left battered and broken. The Dragon clan had also suffered immense losses in this conflict.
After countless mighty dragon deities fell one after another. Only then was he born.
Later, he was taken as a consort by Yinglong, the Dragon clan's leader at the time.
Later still, Yinglong vanished without a trace. The Dragon clan fell into complete decline.
Only then did Ao Guang ascend to become the Dragon King of the Dragon Sea.
He later governed with diligence and dedication.
But it was all for naught. By that time, the protagonists of the world had shifted to the human race. The Dragon clan could only cling to a precarious existence.
Ao Guang often thought of Yinglong. He wondered. If Yinglong were still here, would the Dragon clan have avoided its decline? Compounded by the dragon's physiological needs and emotional desires.
Thus, he often yearned for Yinglong.
Unexpectedly,
he would encounter her on the battlefield of national destiny.
Though this Yinglong was from long ago.
From the Lich War era. It was indeed his genuine, flesh and blood wife.
Ao Guang had intended to explain further. But unexpectedly,
Yinglong could pierce through past and future.
And instantly exposed Ao Guang's true identity. Immediately after, Yinglong transformed into human form.
A woman clad in armor.
A beautiful woman with a heroic bearing. Then, she embraced Ao Guang tightly. I know what happened to you.
The decline of the Dragon clan in the future is an inevitable trend.
This is not your fault. Yinglong declared.
Ao Guang clung to Yinglong like a timid young bride.
However, since the battlefield of national destiny has now commenced, it signifies. A great era is about to dawn. Yinglong continued.
Our Dragon clan will seize this opportunity to rise once more.
You will be the pivotal figure in this national destiny tribulation. Having spoken,
Yinglong handed one of his own scales to Ao Guang. Then, with one hand, he pushed Ao Guang out.
At that moment, Ganggang had already broken free. And continued charging toward Yinglong with 12 colossal tornado pillars in tow. No! Ao Guang's expression froze.
The time he and Yinglong had spent together since their reunion.
Their time together had not even lasted a minute. Before they could share another moment, Yinglong transformed into dragon form and engaged Ganggang in battle.
Their battle carried them farther and farther until they vanished into the heavens, beyond sight.
Ao Guang stood dazed and lost in thought.
Clutching Yinglong's scales, blood tears streamed from his eyes.
Blue Star. Countless people watched this scene unfold. The grand reunion between him and Yinglong.
Seeing the couple reunited, the crowd was deeply moved.
Yet soon after came another parting. Leaving everyone utterly heartbroken. Goodness, how tragic. Who knew Ao Guang was such a tragic dragon? Ah, what exactly happened to the Great Xia back then?
The Great Calamity, the disappearance of the gods.
And dragon couples separated for 10,000 years. TSK. National Fortune Bureau.
Zhang Shang's face betrayed his shock.
He looked at Yáng Fān. Director, did you hear those 4 words Yinglong just said? I heard them. Yáng Fān's expression also grew grave. National Fortune Calamity. In Yinglong's view, our current national fortune is a battlefield. Could it also be a great tribulation?
Any event called a great calamity signifies a reshuffling of the cosmic order. Countless deaths, as numerous as the sands of the Ganges.
3 such calamities have occurred before. The Dragon Han Calamity. The Wudong Calamity. The Fengshan Cataclysm. Including the journey to the west, which can be considered a minor calamity.
Yáng Fān mused for a moment before speaking. But those were calamities confined within the borders of our Great Xia. This national fortune battlefield, however, is unfolding across every nation on the entire Blue Star. If it truly is a great calamity, it will be a massive reshuffling sweeping across the entire Blue Star, affecting billions of people.
Yáng Fān's expression grew grave. Though the specifics remain unclear. But our National Fortune Bureau must prepare early. On the National Fortune Battlefield, Ao Guang clutched the dragon scales of Yinglong.
He stared blankly into space. But his days didn't last long.
Soon, 2 more great sorcerers,
along with numerous witch tribe soldiers, charged before him.
Kill.
At this, Ao Guang said no more. As a demon clan member,
facing the witch clan, there was only one path, battle.
Ao Guang swallowed the dragon scales of Yinglong into his belly. In the next instant, his power surged once more. An inexhaustible aura seemed to press down upon him.
His eyes blazed crimson,
surveying all enemies around him. Come on. All of you. All at once. Chapter 146, Crisis in Li Jing. Ao Guang gave the two great sorcerers no chance to catch their breath. No sooner had he spoken than he launched his attack. The two great witches who had just crossed the demon god, along with the numerous witch tribe soldiers. None of them had time to react. After all, they had just endured a fierce battle. Making it through alive was already no small feat. Yet they never imagined Ao Guang would skip the formalities entirely. No threatening words were exchanged. He just attacked. In an instant, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Ao Guang transformed into his dragon form. His speed was blindingly fast. His aura was incredibly heavy. After all, this power was bestowed upon him by an entity of the Yinglong's caliber. Roar! In an instant, one by one, the Witch Clan soldiers exploded into clouds of blood mist. Ding! Daxia's national fortune champion Ao Guang has slain 15 Witch Clan soldiers. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward. All citizens receive a 10% boost to all physical attributes, 15 times total. Witch Clan soldiers are effective against ordinary national fortune contestants. But against a Dragon King of the East Sea like Ao Guang? Their strength is utterly inadequate. Especially now that Ao Guang's power has grown even stronger than before. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān watched Ao Guang slaughtering enemies left and right. His heart stirred with excitement. It seems the secrets of the ancient era still hold far too many mysteries for us to uncover. Ao Guang actually devoured the scales of the Yinglong to enhance himself. After all, the Yinglong is one of the ancient dragon ancestors. Its power far surpasses that of later dragon clans. He was likely the mightiest dragon after the primordial dragon himself. Having gained her power, Ao Guang's strength should now have reached the level of a powerful main god. Ding! Daxia's national fortune champion Ao Guang has slain 30 Witch Clan soldiers. Ding! Great Xia has received a reward. The physical fitness of all citizens has increased by 10%, for a total of 30 instances. Roar! How dare you! You lowly demonic minnows dare slaughter my Witch Clan soldiers like this! Die! The two great sorcerers roared furiously. They launched a frenzied assault on Ao Guang. But in an instant, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, they were seasoned sorcerers who had weathered countless battles. Soon, they regained their composure. One blasted forth endless bolts of lightning from every pore. The other spewed forth all manner of strange liquids. Anything the liquid touched was instantly corroded to nothingness. It's the great shamans of the lightning tribe and the poison tribe. All of them are sorcerers with devastatingly powerful killing abilities. Ao Guang, be careful. Damn it! Ao Guang is the strongest among us, but he might not be a match for both of them. 1 against 2. This battle is perilous. Li Jing, help him. Damn it! I'd love to, but not far away. Li Jing was about to draw his sword to support Ao Guang. But unexpectedly, a large group of Witch Tribe soldiers, as if possessed by madness, they charged toward Li Jing with howls. This interrupted Li Jing's spellcasting. The disciplined, well-coordinated Witch Clan troops, swiftly dividing the battlefield. Soon, Li Jing, Xin Zhangbao, and Ao Guang, along with all other national fortune contestants, were completely separated. They could no longer see one another. Each was forced to fight alone. Roar! The two great sorcerers unleashed their full power. They unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Ao Guang. Yet Ao Guang was no longer the same as before. His power far surpassed theirs. After a brief struggle, Ao Guang finally let out a cold snort, soaring into the air. Roar of the Azure Dragon. Roar! Ao Guang bellowed. A colossal dragon's breath coalesced into form. In an instant, it erupted with blinding speed toward the vast expanse below. Swish! 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 The scorching heat instantly engulfed the two great sorcerers. Damn it! How could his strength be this formidable? In the distance, compared to Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao's power was vastly inferior. However, Xin Zhangbao had the giant panda Zhuangzhuang as his mount. The giant panda Zhuangzhuang possessed genuine god-tier combat prowess. At this moment, lured by the promise of free room and board, it had fully submitted to the Great Xia Empire. It became Xin Zhangbao's guardian beast. Therefore, even though Xin Zhangbao's strength wasn't particularly formidable, the surrounding Witch Clan soldiers were no match for him whatsoever. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune champion Xin Zhangbao has slain 30 Witch Clan soldiers. Ding! Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens receive corresponding physical attribute enhancements. A total of 30 enhancements. The giant panda Zhuangzhuang took down one after another with each swipe and bite. None of the Witch Clan soldiers stood a chance against him.
Shen Zhangbao simply sat on his back, finishing off the kills. With remarkable ease, he reaped one kill after another.
Holy! That's insane! Damn impressive! Is this the power of the great panda ancestor? Damn, he's powerful. Truly worthy of being a national treasure. It's practically our great Xia's guardian beast. If it weren't for Zhuang, Shen Zhangbao would have been killed by now. Damn it, why does great Xia always get so lucky?
They were already formidable enough. And now they've managed to tame such a powerful divine beast once again.
Bakaya, are you? Could it be that divine mandate truly exists in this world? Right now, destiny is on Daxia's side. Ao Guang before was one thing.
But now this Shen Zhangbao is slaughtering everything in sight.
Damn it! Not necessarily. Look at Li Jing, he seems to be in trouble.
On the other side, Li Jing was also surrounded by a large group of Witch Clan soldiers.
Strangely enough,
the Wu tribe's soldiers around him
were, one by one, chopping off their own arms. Without arms,
they could no longer perform the maneuver of catching a blade with bare hands.
Therefore, in their eyes,
Li Jing should be unable to perform the bare-handed blade catching technique on them with 100% certainty.
The Witch Clan are the favored children of heaven and earth, born from the essence of Pangu's blood. Therefore, even without arms,
they still possess immense power.
One by one, they gaped in astonishment. A barrage of attacks,
such as wind, fire, lightning, and poison attacks. For a moment, Li Jing seemed to be in grave danger.
Li Jing's power isn't particularly formidable to begin with.
His power primarily comes from the Linglong Pagoda. But now the Linglong Pagoda is unusable. Li Nézhā has taken it who knows where.
Then he'd be completely defenseless against a bare-handed blade attack. But now, it seems the skill has been countered too. Damn it! Could this mean Li Jing is finished? No! He's the chosen one of our great Xia dynasty.
His entire family are reincarnators, and his son is none other than that formidable Lǐ Nézhā,
the mighty Li Tianwang, the tower-bearing heavenly king. How could he possibly be killed by these Witch Clan soldiers?
Put!
You're all just deluding yourselves. Now look at the situation.
The Witch Clan soldiers surrounding him, none of them have arms.
How could he possibly block a blade with his bare hands? It's safe to say Li Jing is as good as dead. On the battlefield of national destiny,
Li Jing's situation instantly drew everyone's attention. Chapter 147, Cleaving Through 800 States in Spring.
However, in the Great Xia's National Destiny Bureau,
Yáng Fān, Zhang Shang, and the others all wore expressions of utter calm.
Even Yang Jin, Sun Changsheng, and Master Fahai wore relaxed expressions.
Not a trace of concern for Li Jing's perilous situation.
Calling Li Jing the chosen one of heaven is no exaggeration. I sense his destiny is truly abundant.
In Buddhist terms, this is what we call one with profound blessings. Such a person will achieve twice the result with half the effort in anything they do.
Goodness! That's incredible. After all, who could have imagined that a negative curse could become a concept-level skill? Damn impressive. So now I, old son, don't feel the slightest bit curious about whatever he might accomplish next.
The only question is how he'll resolve the predicament before him.
At that moment, on the battlefield of national fortune,
Li Jing was surrounded on all sides by a large group of Witch Clan soldiers. He was constantly bombarded by attacks of various skill types.
For a moment,
all the great Xia citizens watching the livestream felt their hearts leap into their throats.
Even though most believed in Li Jing, but they couldn't imagine what method Li Jing would employ to overcome the current predicament. Damn it! These Witch Clan soldiers!
Li Jing gripped his sword, constantly parrying and dodging. Yet the circle of Witch Clan soldiers closing in on him grew ever tighter.
It seemed he couldn't hold out much longer. It seems Li Jing won't be able to hold out much longer.
He'll be the first national fortune contestant from Great Xia to die.
Oomph. He never had much skill to begin with. Surviving this long was pure luck. Ha! Look, he seems to be attempting a counterattack? Many people didn't hold much hope for Li Jing. But suddenly,
they witnessed Li Jing raise his sword.
It looked like he was preparing to fight back against the surrounding Witch Clan soldiers. Ha! Him? I'll be damned if I don't see how he fights back. A cornered beast's last desperate struggle. On the battlefield of national destiny,
Li Jing slowly raised his sword.
All around, waves of sword energy surged. Oomph!
I've honed my sword techniques for years.
Finally, it has proven its worth. You beasts, even if you cannot bare-handed intercept a blade, do you truly believe you can defeat me?
Li Jing said no more. He closed his eyes. The sword in his hand rose.
Sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The surrounding Witch tribe soldiers seemed enveloped entirely by the sword's aura.
Thunder, flames, gale force winds, torrential rain.
All raged toward Li Jing with frenzied fury. Yet Li Jing remained utterly unafraid. He soared into the air.
The sword in his hand grew ever more fierce. All present heard him declare in a clear, resonant voice.
40 autumns in the scabbard, frost-singing blade.
One stroke cleaves the celestial wolf's spine, sweeping away 800 states from the spring breeze.
Swish! The sword's light descended. Like rain, like a waterfall, like a river, like the sea.
A sky filled with swordlight, endlessly unleashed.
As if it could swallow everyone whole.
In truth, it did engulf them all.
All the surrounding witch clan soldiers.
Specifically, those who severed their own hands.
To guard against Li Jing's technique of catching blades barehanded. But now,
their bodies seemed to be cleaved in two by a single flash of swordlight.
Their bodies split cleanly in two. Oomph! An enemy who cannot even clasp his hands together. Doesn't even deserve to be called my opponent.
Li Jing slowly sheathed his sword. Witch tribe soldiers fell in droves around him.
Ding!
Li Jing, the Great Xia's national fortune champion, has slain 100 witch clan soldiers.
Ding! Great Xia receives a reward.
All citizens gain a 10% increase in corresponding physical constitution, totaling 100 instances.
Li Jing's surroundings were instantly cleared.
All witch clan soldiers collapsed to the ground.
Their bodies split cleanly in two. Gasp! Blue star. All the citizens from various nations watching the livestream and following Li Jing. All gasped in unison. Whoa! Holy crap, I mean holy crap.
So this Li Jing is this powerful?
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Oh right, I heard him mention before he's trained relentlessly in swordsmanship for years, plus he has memories from his past life.
His sword techniques are said to be unparalleled. I knew it. The tower-bearing Heavenly King Li couldn't possibly rely solely on his tower to fight.
His own combat prowess is also incredibly formidable.
Damn!
Sword skills at this level must be the strongest in Great Xia. Well, maybe not the absolute strongest in Great Xia after all, there's always someone better out there.
But damn it! He's seriously powerful.
Li Jing struck down with a single sword. Not only did he slay the surrounding witch clan soldiers, but also swept away every last shred of doubt cast upon him.
Only now did everyone fully comprehend. The curse of the cosmic laws embodied by Zhu Rong
had indeed been suppressing Li Jing's true power.
I'm sorry. I was wrong.
I was completely blinded by the notion of disarming a blade with bare hands.
A leaf obscures the view, and one fails to see Mount Tai. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Countless people were utterly awed by Li Jing. Truly worthy of being our Bauta Group chairman. He's just awesome. Quick! Start producing a line of merchandise featuring our chairman, it'll be a huge hit. Exactly.
That pagoda, that sword, they can all be turned into merchandise.
Mother, so father is this formidable.
All those years of sword practice weren't wasted.
Madame wore a look of pride. You bet. Don't underestimate whose husband he is. Jinta and Muta nodded emphatically.
But, big brother, it seems we too can't take over the pagoda group's assets just yet.
Ah, that's truly a pity. What did you say? Nothing. On the battlefield of national destiny,
Li Jing dealt with the witch clan soldiers. He hurried toward the distant battlefield where Ao Guang and the two great sorcerers were fighting.
Meanwhile, Shen Zhangbao and the giant panda Zhuangzhuan also dealt with their respective enemies.
The two joined forces to support Ao Guang.
However, when they arrived,
they found Ao Guang standing over the corpses of the two great sorcerers, his expression stern.
Yinglong, I have accepted your power. After a fierce battle,
with the aid of Yinglong's scales, Ao Guang, whose power had greatly increased, had finally defeated the two deity-level great sorcerers. In that moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea displayed his true majesty.
Ding!
Daxia's national fortune champion Ao Guang has slain the great wizard Thunder Lord.
Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 50% increase in affinity with the lightning element.
Ding!
Great Xia's national fortune champion Ao Guang has slain the great witch poison lady.
Ding!
Great Xia receives a reward. All citizens gain a 50% increase in poison affinity.
Heh, Great Xia wins again.
Li Jing roared with laughter.
At that moment, except for the three of them, all the other nations' fate-bound warriors had been slain in battle.
Only the three of them remained. But even if the witch clan sent their most powerful sorcerers now, would still be no match for them.
Chapter 148, The Witch Lich Showdown. Holy! That was awesome. Could it be, our Great Xia is about to win? Ha.
The 12 strongest ancestral witches among the witch clan will naturally be countered by the great demons. And those great sorcerers can't defeat our trio of Ao Guang, Li Jing, and Shen Zhangbao. So it seems this battle is already in the bag for our Great Xia.
Exactly. I thought the witch demon calamity would be so incredibly difficult, but it turns out to be this. This is it? Truthfully, any contender who reaches the level of a powerful deity and can defeat a great witch will win.
After all, the demon race's strength is even slightly greater than that of the witch race. Forget the 12 ancestral wizards, even those mighty great wizards would likely face demon gods. On the battlefield of national fortune, Li Jing, Aoguang, and Xinjiangbao waited for a long time. Yet no more powerful great witch or ancestral witch emerged to pursue them.
Instead, the situation remained eerily calm. Not far away,
numerous great wizards were locked in bloody combat with demon gods of various races. They had no time to spare for these three.
Therefore, the three of them now seemed to be in relative safety.
Given the current situation, the great shamans are no match for us.
As for the 12 ancestral shamans, though we cannot defeat them, they are too occupied to deal with us. Everything is secure.
All we need to do now is wait for the witch-demon war to end, and victory will be ours.
Beneath the divine Yuan cauldron,
Li Jing, Aoguang, and Xinjiangbao sat together.
Beside them sat a giant panda.
The group surveyed the vast battle raging around them.
The landscape lay shattered, the heavens and earth turned upside down.
Truly the Wudong calamity utterly terrifying.
At least the three of us survived. Surely no stronger foes will appear from here on?
If this king recalls correctly, during the witch-demon calamity, our demonic race did indeed hold the upper hand.
The witch clan couldn't spare the strength to intervene.
In the end, the witch clan was nearly annihilated, the demon clan declined, and the human clan rose to prominence. So we just need to wait here. Once the witch-demon war ends and the witch clan is destroyed, that's all we need.
Aoguang declared.
Though I cannot fathom why the battlefield of national fortune suddenly introduced such a perilous new stage. But thankfully, we've managed to overcome this trial as well.
The three felt a sudden sense of relief. At the same time, on Blue Star, the citizens of Great Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle for national destiny
was on an entirely different level compared to the previous ones.
It had been utterly breathtaking.
From start to finish,
the National Fate contestants remained united. Not a single internal conflict arose.
Unlike previous times, where Great Xia was singled out as the target of everyone's hostility and left isolated, all the National Fortune contestants stood united.
Yet the losses were still so devastating.
Only the Great Xia team survived. The citizens of other nations were seething with anger.
Damn it. Envy, jealousy, pure rage. How can Great Xia be so powerful? Has this National Fortune battlefield truly become this terrifying? Why? If it's truly this difficult, then dying together would at least be fair.
But the fact that Great Xia alone survives, I refuse to accept it. If we're going down, we're all going down together.
Good grief, the National Fortune battlefield is getting tougher and tougher. Is it really that dangerous?
They're practically trying to wipe us out.
Great Xia. National Fortune Bureau. Many had already begun preparing to celebrate victory. After all, given the current situation,
Aoguang, Li Jing, and Xinjiangbao were indeed certain to win.
Yet Yáng Fān and Zhang Shang felt no sense of ease.
If my memory serves me correctly, the Wu Diao calamity nearly shattered the heavens and earth. But judging by the current state of the War of National Fortune, it's still far from enough. I fear something even greater lies ahead.
Yáng Fān remarked. The National Fortune battlefield was eerily quiet at that moment. At least for Li Jing, Aoguang, and Xinjiangbao. A moment of peaceful tranquility.
Yet Yáng Fān still sensed this was merely the calm before the storm.
Sure enough, not long after, a deafening roar split the heavens. Accompanied by violent tremors, the very heavens and earth shook. You insolent brat, Jun!
How dare you push your luck?
A thunderous roar echoed.
Gazing up at the boundless expanse of the heavens, a terrifying figure suddenly materialized.
His entire body was engulfed in raging flames. Standing 100 zhang tall, towering between heaven and earth.
It was none other than Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman who had cursed Li Jing earlier. And this was none other than Zhu Rong's true form. Beside him in the void
stood 11 other figures equally imposing. The 12 ancestral wizards. The ancestral wizard of wood, Zhoumeng the ancestral wizard of water, Gangyang the ancestral wizard of central earth, Potu, Tianwu the ancestral wizard of wind, and Xianming the ancestral wizard of rain. Damn it!
That tiger-headed, human-bodied one is Qiangliang, the ancestral wizard of thunder and lightning.
Aoguang was startled. Memories surfaced from the depths of his bloodline. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, everyone was utterly horrified.
Whether it was the citizens of every nation, all stared in stunned terror at the 12 figures looming in the heavens. That is the ancestral warlord of space, Emperor Jiang, and the ancestral warlord of time, Candle 9 Shadows.
The ancestral witch of poison, Shibishi.
Holy! The 12 ancestral wizards. The 12 ancestral wizards.
These are the mightiest among the witch clan.
Each one is formed from the most refined essence within Pangu's blood. In terms of sheer physical strength and constitution alone, they likely reach the level of supreme gods, it's just that their mastery of the laws of the universe falls short.
Damn it!
Yet ordinary supreme gods likely wouldn't stand a chance against them.
As the 12 ancestral wizards made their entrance, the Milky Way reversed its flow.
10,000 bolts of thunder crashed down.
Heaven and earth darkened. It resembled the apocalypse.
The countless witch soldiers and great witches upon the earth erupted in cheers. At the same moment, their adversaries, a row of terrifying figures, appeared. Among them, two figures shone most brilliantly, like the great sun itself, illuminating all within the world. One figure, clad entirely in golden robes, radiated an endless, blinding golden light. It's Jun, the heavenly emperor of the first generation of the demon clan's celestial court. The other figure was even more terrifying, though lacking Emperor Jun's dazzling golden radiance. Yet terrifying yin-yang energies swirled around him like primordial chaos. His aura was profound, vast, and utterly overbearing. In his hand, he held a great bell, ancient and profound. This is Donghuang Tai. Indeed, the two heavenly emperors of the demon clan's celestial court. Holy! No wonder it's the demon wizard war. Everyone here is a ing big shot. Behind Jun and Donghuang Tai stood several equally formidable demonic beings. The demon sage Kuanpeng, Yinglong of the dragon clan. The four great fiends, Chaos, Taotai, Xiangqi, and Tugu. Bai Zai, Qilan, and Xuanwu. Each radiated an overbearing aura, terrifying beyond measure. Their presence matched that of the opposing 12 ancestral wizards in every way. Chapter 149, Despair. Oomph. Jian. You can't defeat this emperor, so you're getting impatient? A useless, rage-filled fool. Donghuang Tai sneered coldly. He mocked the 12 ancestral wizards standing opposite him, his words cutting like a knife. Jiang roared in fury. Donghuang Tai, don't get cocky. The outcome remains to be seen. The 12 ancestral wizards scattered in formation. Form the formation. With Daijang as commander and Hutu at the center. They formed a colossal formation, spanning heaven and earth, stretching 10,000 miles. Upon the earth's surface, the great shamans and tribal soldiers, locked in fierce combat with the demon gods, roared in unison, yet swiftly soaring into the air, joining this colossal formation. Above the heavens, the silhouette of a colossal figure slowly materialized. This giant wielded a massive axe. His cold gaze surveyed the land with utter indifference. It's Pangu's incarnation. This is the 12 heavenly realms' divine demon great formation. The demonic powerhouses across the field froze in unison. Their gazes fixed upon the formation, filled with shock and in some, even fear. The Divine Heavenly Demon Array, also known as the 12 Divine Heavenly Demons in God's Great Array, is a colossal formation wielded by the Witch Clan. It channels the essence of Pangu's blood to gather the malevolent energies of heaven and earth. It can manifest Pangu's true form, whose power rivals that of a heavenly sage. The might of Pangu's incarnation is simply too overwhelming. This battle is perilous. It is sufficient to prove one's path through force. Jun declared. But matters have come to this. Our demonic clan's heavenly court can only fight. Retreat is not an option. With that, he summoned a great book. The River Diagram and the Book of Changes. The River Diagram and the Book of Changes. This is the divine artifact of our great Xia. All demon deities, heed my command. Form the array. Swish, swish, swish. The numerous demonic powerhouses behind him, along with the demonic deities on the ground, soared into the air one after another. The great array of chaos and the river low. With the divine artifacts River Diagram and Book of Changes as its core, another terrifying formation gradually took shape. Ha! The demonic race actually dares to be so presumptuous. Do they intend to clash head-on with our 12 heavenly gods and demons formation? The 12 ancestral wizards sneered coldly. Above the heavens, the incarnation of Pangu slowly raised his colossal axe. And me too. Not far away. Donghuang Tai also summoned another supreme treasure in his hand. The Donghuang Bell. Formed the array. The great array of the celestial spheres. Another group of demon gods, led by Donghuang Tai, formed yet another terrifying battle formation unique to the demon race. 3 great formations swept across the entire world. The entire world seemed pushed to the brink of apocalypse by these 3 formations. The heavens continuously collapsed. The earth began to shatter. Rivers ceased to flow. Rivers reversed their courses. It was nothing short of the heavens collapsing and the universe turning upside down. At that moment, all the people and deities watching the livestream erupted in chaos. Holy! Holy! This is just too much. This is terrifying. This is what the final showdown between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan should be. Holy! Is this really going to destroy the heavens and earth? Holy! No exaggeration, it truly is obliterating the heavens and earth. National Fortune Bureau. Yáng Fān's expression grew grave. Damn it! A battle of this magnitude, Guan, Li Jing, Xinjiangbao, even if they do nothing, they'll inevitably be caught in the crossfire. It's highly likely they'll be obliterated along with that entire realm. White Elephant Kingdom, Mount Ling of the Buddhist sect. Good heavens! The Great Xia's demon wizard calamity is truly terrifying.
Our Buddhist ancestors Zhuanti Daoran and Jian Daoran once participated in the Great Xia's investiture of the god's calamity. Back then, it was equally earth-shattering. Truly the mightiest pantheon on Blue Star. The horror of the Lich War. It shook not only the Great Xia, not only humanity. Many divine realms were shaken to their core.
Thank goodness we weren't born in Great Xia, otherwise, we'd have been wiped out long ago.
Our divine realm is small, we don't even have a supreme god.
If just one ancestral shaman came here, they'd crush us. But there are 12 of these ancestral witches who possess the physical strength of a supreme god.
And terrifying demonic powerhouses like Di Jun and Tai of the East Sea.
What's even more terrifying is that their formation can directly summon the creator god Pangu.
I'm truly in awe. The Great Xia Empire is simply too powerful. Speaking of which, if Great Xia was once so powerful, why have all its deities vanished now? What on earth did this mighty nation endure?
Everyone stared intently at the battle of national destiny, their hearts trembling violently.
It's over. Everything is over. This time, every participant in the battle of national destiny including Great Xia will perish.
The previous 2 national destiny battles only cost a few more lives at most.
Holy, this time it's apocalyptic. Even the world itself is destroyed. Everyone will die. Wait, has this national destiny battle gone completely insane? How could it be this terrifying? Everyone stared at the giant screen in disbelief. At that very moment,
on the front lines, Li Jing, Aoguang, Xin Zhangbao, and the giant panda Zhuangzhuang, all confronted by 3 world-shattering formations, were startled. They scrambled to take cover in all directions. The aftershocks of the battle erupted in all directions.
Each one was powerful enough to obliterate a vast area. Should anyone be caught in the crossfire? Even if they survived, they would be gravely injured. Holy crap! This is terrifying. What do we do? What do we do? This battle for national destiny is just too damn insane. Damn it! Li Jing roared. He dodged frantically. Yet the aftershocks of the Lich King's final battle spread far and wide. Even the aftershocks
were incredibly difficult to evade. It was inevitable that several blows would strike his body.
Therefore, soon,
Li Jing, Aoguang, and Xin Zhangbao, all 3 were wounded.
It's over. There's no way we're getting through this stage. Damn it! The gatekeeper of national fortune clearly doesn't want us to win.
Despair etched itself across all 3 faces.
Even the giant panda Zhuangzhuang began to worry. If he died, wouldn't he be unable to eat bamboo anymore? Soon,
a massive fireball, tens of thousands of meters in diameter,
crashed directly toward the 3 of them.
This is merely the aftershock, but the 3 of us can't possibly withstand it.
It's over. Everything's over. Ao Guang's face was etched with despair. Yinglong, I have failed your expectations. No. I don't want to die. Xin Zhangbao cried out as well.
Alas, who would have thought that my Li Jing would come to this end?
Great Xia. Chengtang City. Bauta Group. Numerous employees.
Mrs. Yin covered her eyes.
Madame Yin's face was contorted with sobs.
In her eyes, Li Jing was surely doomed this time.
Mother, don't cry.
From now on, the Pagoda Group will be entrusted to us brothers. We will make it grow stronger and larger, carrying on father's legacy. Jin Jia and Mu Jia declared.
However,
the situation on the battlefield of national destiny, just as despair gripped everyone.
Once again, behold,
behind Li Jing, Ao Guang, and Xin Zhangbao, the divine Yuan cauldron
suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Chapter 150, Lǐ Nézhā is awesome. Boom!
A gap abruptly opened above the divine Yuan cauldron. But what erupted outward was not the threefold true fire.
Instead, pure black apocalyptic flames erupted. Like a volcanic eruption.
The apocalyptic black flames shot skyward, instantly engulfing the entire expanse of the heavens.
It seemed endless. Like molten lava, the apocalyptic black flames first erupted upward.
Then it spread outward in all directions. Everything in its path dissolved and perished.
Holy? What the hell is going on? Has the divine Yuan cauldron gone mad? No, it's not.
The divine Yuan cauldron holds the threefold true fire, but this is the apocalyptic black flame.
It's Lǐ Nézhā. Why is Lǐ Nézhā acting up again?
He's been holed up in the divine Yuan cauldron this whole time. Who knows what he was up to?
Thankfully, he's intervened at this critical moment. Even if he intervenes now, what difference does it make? This is the decisive moment of the demon wizard calamity.
The 12 heavenly palaces formation and the celestial starry sky formation are firing at full power.
Even Lǐ Nézhā would be instantly annihilated. Blue Star. Countless citizens and deities from all nations witnessed Lǐ Nézhā's sudden appearance.
Their hearts were instantly filled with shock. Yet among them, some were filled with excitement, believing they had encountered a savior. After all, Lǐ Nézhā had never disappointed anyone. He typically loved to emerge at such critical moments, when all hope seemed lost. He would emerge as the protagonist to save everyone.
Yet,
Most people, however, held little hope for Lǐ Nézhā. The final battle of the witch demon calamity is nothing short of apocalyptic. Lǐ Nézhā's true strength doesn't even reach the level of a deity. It's only through the apocalyptic Black Lotus granting him the law of destruction that he possesses the power to slay gods. Moreover, that only works if he can actually touch the deity. If a god deliberately evades him, his world-destroying Black Lotus can't touch them. It's useless. No way, why is he coming out now? If I were him, I'd stay hidden in the divine Yuan cauldron. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Ha! That's where you're wrong, he's not like you at all. Put. On the battlefield of national destiny. Lǐ Nézhā, with 3 heads and 6 arms, sat cross-legged as he slowly rose from the divine origin cauldron. The apocalyptic black flames had deployed a protective barrier across the entire surrounding area. Anything touching this shield was instantly decomposed and obliterated. Even that colossal fireball, as massive as a mountain, was directly repelled and dissipated. Wow, Li Jing, is this your son? He's quite something, isn't he? Ao Guang stood within the protective barrier of the world-destroying Black Lotus, looking around in astonishment. Careful, don't touch that black flame. If any of us come into contact with it, we're dead. Li Jing warned. This apocalyptic black flame embodies the law of destruction. It's arguably the most powerful physical attack in existence. Once touched, it burns relentlessly until death. There is no way to resist it. Damn impressive. Xun Zhangbao added. The director once said your relationship with your son is strained. To the point of being utterly dreadful. Ao Guang remarked. But now it seems, it's not quite that bad. Ah, well. Li Jing sighed. I never imagined my son would actually come to our rescue. Truly, it has astonished this old man. Perhaps there's still some father-son affection left in his heart, Ao Guang remarked. After all, blood is thicker than water. Li Jing pondered for a long moment, glancing up at the sky where Lǐ Nézhā sat cross-legged, unleashing his apocalyptic black flames. Perhaps. Above the heavens. The 12 ancestral wizards and the demon clan Heavenly Court fought a desperate, final battle. Heavens and earth shattered. Mountains and rivers were overturned. Giant shockwaves from the battle rained down upon the earth. Many of these ripples spread toward Li Jing and his companions. However, every single one of these shockwaves was blocked by the apocalyptic black flames. Li Jing and his companions found themselves unexpectedly safe for the moment. Phew, thank goodness. We have Lǐ Nézhā. For a second there, I really thought it was all over. Damn it. Our great Xia is truly awesome. Every time things get critical, someone steps up to turn the tide. Awesome. This Lǐ Nézhā guy was hiding inside the divine Yuan cauldron all this time, refusing to come out. Could it be he's refined all the threefold true fire inside the divine Yuan cauldron into apocalyptic black flames? Exactly. That's it. It must be. The threefold true fire itself is a flame of extremely high rank, though not as high as the world-destroying black flame. But it's still incredibly powerful, known as the King of Flames. For Lǐ Nézhā to refine them into world-destroying black flames wouldn't have taken much effort. Goodness gracious, who knows how much three-flame true fire was stored within that divine Yuan cauldron? The Witch Clan has been accumulating it for at least tens of thousands of years. If all of it were refined into world-destroying black flames. Goodness, I dare not imagine it. At this moment. Many now grasp the true extent of Lǐ Nézhā's power. The law of destruction is one of the mightiest laws that obliterates everything it touches. But who would have thought such destructive power could also be used as a protective shield? Damn, why didn't I think of that? The strongest defense is offense. That's awesome. Truly awesome. Lǐ Nézhā's intervention instantly revived the despairing trio of Li Jing. Now, the Great Xia Empire was once again in a state of safety. You gotta admit. Damn it. How is this possible? This Lǐ Nézhā is way too powerful. Quick, investigate. Could he be from our Hanming kingdom? He's definitely from our Hanming kingdom. Hurry up and apply for him to be listed as a cultural heritage. Countries everywhere began to fantasize. If only Lǐ Nézhā were their own child. How wonderful that would be. Perhaps they would be the victors on the battlefield of national destiny right now. Director, with this apocalyptic black flame shield protecting them, are Li Jing and the others safe now? Not necessarily. National Fortune Bureau. Yáng Fān's expression remained grave. This is the witch demon calamity. Can they truly emerge unscathed with just this one move? Sacred Mountain of Buddhism. Amitabha. The world-destroying Black Lotus was originally our Buddhist sect's supreme artifact. Yet now the child Lǐ Nézhā wields it so casually, truly infuriating to our Buddha. However, at the current level of the Lich calamity, the world-destroying Black Lotus alone may not be enough to ensure Lǐ Nézhā's safety. Shakyamuni Buddha declared coldly. Only the Buddha of heaven himself, wielding the power of a supreme deity alongside this supreme artifact, could withstand this battle for the nation's fate. Lǐ Nézhā alone is insufficient. World-honored one, with the National Fate War now so terrifying and us having failed 3 times consecutively, should we formulate new countermeasures for confronting it? Avalokitesvara spoke.
Shakyamuni nodded.
In future battles for national destiny, there should be no restrictions barring any deity from participating.
Chapter 151 Zhu Rong's Conspiracy. Our Buddhist Ling Mountain boasts abundant talent and formidable strength. This is indeed a positive development.
In a situation like that of the Great Xia, where there are no deities, only reincarnators, their advantage will cease to exist.
Shakyamuni remarked. The power of divine reincarnators and divine agents can never surpass that of true deities. Avalokitesvara nodded in agreement. Good. I'm sick of watching the Great Xia's fortune takers show off day after day.
Once the subsequent national fortune battles begin and all nations deploy their true deities, I'll see how arrogant they remain.
Guanzizi roared with venomous fury. Sela Kingdom. Mount Olympus.
Within the divine king's hall, Zeus, the king of the gods, was engaged in unspeakable acts with several goddesses, a cow and a mare. His chest was bare, muscles bulging across his body. Though his hair was entirely white, he was brimming with vitality, having fought continuously for an incredibly long time. Poseidon, Apollo, Hades, and other principal gods stood beside him, watching his actions. They had long since grown accustomed to such matters. The orgies of Olympian mythology were truly unmatched in the world. Lord of the gods, the law of destruction within Lǐ Nézhā is one of the strongest laws in existence. This time, he is highly likely to perish on the battlefield of national destiny.
We cannot seize the law from him, Poseidon declared.
With that, he shed his clothes. Then, he began to engage in battle right there in the courtroom with his lover, who was also his grandmother and the lover of many other gods, Gaia, the Earth Mother.
It doesn't matter.
The laws within Lǐ Nézhā, along with that supreme artifact, the world-destroying Black Lotus, all originate from the sacred Mount Sumeru of Buddhism.
We Olympus have suffered no loss whatsoever.
Zeus rose from a pile of female creatures and snorted coldly.
I have just issued a prophecy. Soon, a great calamity that will engulf the entire Blue Star will be unleashed. At that time, nations like Great Xia without divine realms and possessing only a handful of reincarnators will be annihilated outright. We needn't concern ourselves with the outcome of the national fortune battlefield.
A surging aura of supreme divinity radiated from Zeus as thunder roared above Mount Olympus. Great Xia is but a grasshopper after autumn, it won't be jumping for much longer.
Norse. Asgard.
Asgard, another of the Great Xia's most powerful divine realms, was equally tense at this moment. Lord Odin, you have summoned all the gods to gather here, even those scattered far and wide have returned to Asgard.
Has something happened? Ask no more questions. Just obey. Pharaoh's kingdom. Sun City.
Ra, the supreme sun god, also gathered all the principal deities of his divine realm.
Land of cherry blossoms, Takamagara.
The three most revered deities Amaterasu Amikami, Tsukuyami no Mikoto, and Susanoo no Mikoto gathered together. Transmit the command of the Honorable Amaterasu.
All deities of the land of cherry blossoms return to Takamagara. At this moment. Except for the Great Xia.
Every divine nation across the nations of Blue Star began gathering their respective deities. The powerful divine realms possessing supreme deities acted swiftly.
Smaller divine realms, seeing the actions of the great powers, followed suit. Except for the Great Xia.
For Daxia had no divine realm. Thus, it possessed no deities with prophetic abilities, nor any supreme deities to foretell the great upheaval soon to unfold. At this moment, all eyes remained fixed on the battlefield of national destiny.
On the battlefield of national destiny. Protected by Lǐ Nézhā's apocalyptic black flames.
Li Jing, Ao Guang, and Xin Zhangbao enjoyed a period of relative safety. Yet this respite proved fleeting.
Not long after.
One of the ancestral witches suddenly descended from the sky.
It's Zhuru. What's wrong with him? Aren't they supposed to be fighting the demon clans? Above the heavens.
Of the original 12 ancestral wizards, one was suddenly missing. All were plunged into utter shock.
Zhurong no longer paid attention to the decisive battle of the demon wizard calamity.
Instead, he charged toward the divine Yuan cauldron.
And that was not all. Not long after,
another ancestral wizard abandoned the battlefield and charged toward the divine Yuan cauldron, following Zhu Rong's footsteps.
It's Gong Gong. Damn it! The fire ancestral warlock and the water ancestral warlock, what the hell is going on with them? Why did they suddenly stop fighting out of nowhere? Holy! Above the heavens.
The 12 heavenly gods and demons formation, formed by the 12 ancestral wizards, instantly lost 2 of its members. The formation itself began to waver. The solidified avatars of Pangu began to dissolve into nothingness.
Damn it! Those bastards Zhu Rong and Gonggang.
They actually put personal grudges above the racial enmity between our witch clan and the demon clan. The spatial ancestral wizard, Di Jiang, roared in fury.
In an instant,
the 12 ancestral wizards, who had held the upper hand,
began to crumble.
They were instantly forced into a defensive position. The opposing Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun naturally seized this opportunity. The Battle of the Celestial Sphere.
The Bell of the Eastern Emperor.
The River Diagram and the Book of Changes. These and other techniques erupted simultaneously.
They unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the remaining 10 ancestral wizards.
Ha! Strike while the iron is hot.
The witch clan instantly plunged into crisis.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhurong charged toward the divine Yuan cauldron.
Oomph.
That brat Gongang and I are sworn enemies.
I'll be damned if I'll fight alongside him to the death.
If we die together. Zhurong approached the divine origin cauldron.
Gazing at the ring of apocalyptic black flames, he snorted coldly. Such formidable flames, even stronger than my own 3-flame true fire. But it will serve my purpose as well.
Zhurong unleashed a double-handed strike.
Flame avatars materialized from his hands.
One by one, the flame avatars marched directly toward the apocalyptic black flames.
Then, they began to merge with the apocalyptic black flames.
Gradually,
within the divine Yuan cauldron,
the countless world-destroying black flames refined by Lǐ Nézhā erupted violently, shooting skyward, continuously obscuring the heavens. Boom! Above the heavens, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. You little brat, Dijun! Dong Huang Tai! Even if our witch clan falls, we shall never let you off lightly. A series of furious shouts echoed out. The 12 divine heavenly demons array act now.
Di Jiang roared furiously.
At his command,
the other ancestral witches descended into frenzy, including the great sorcerers who had joined forces to form the array. All the witch clans erupted together,
along with the terrifying 12 heavenly array. No! Damn it! There's no escaping it. You madman!
Dijun, Dongwang Tai, and other mighty beings of the demonic celestial court were directly caught in the blast.
Their heavenly star array and the demonic deities within exploded simultaneously. Boom! 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 In an instant, the explosion engulfed the entire world. At that moment, the heavens and earth finally collapsed.
The heavens and the earth began to invert.
The true apocalyptic catastrophe has begun. Zhurong gazed upon the apocalyptic scene and roared with laughter.
All the great demons and great shamans are dead. This realm now belongs solely to me.
Zhurong. Chapter 152, The Primordial Fire Warlord battles the Primordial Water Warlord.
Zhurong continuously assimilated the apocalyptic black flames.
Within the entire divine Yuan cauldron,
the threefold true fire accumulated by the witch clan over tens of thousands of years. Its quantity was immense beyond measure.
Now, all of it had been refined by Lǐ Nézhā into an even more formidable apocalyptic black flame. Its power had reached new heights.
The destructive law of the flame element.
I'll take it. Zhurong is the primordial fire spirit.
His understanding of flames surpasses even Lǐ Nézhā's.
Soon, Lǐ Nézhā atop the divine Yuan Ding sensed something amiss. Damn it!
This bastard is actually competing with this young master for the law of destruction.
The law of destruction is bound to the apocalyptic black flames.
This fire ancestral spirit is attempting to lay claim to the law of destruction by manipulating the flames.
Little brat, even if you've discovered it, so what?
Zhurong sneered coldly. You're merely a physical form condensed from the world-destroying Black Lotus.
Your true power doesn't even reach the level of a deity. Without the law of destruction, you're nothing but a mere insect.
We 12 primordial wizards have already attained the might of supreme gods in our physical forms, only lacking the power of the laws.
Once I absorb your law of destruction, I shall become a supreme god. Then, I, Zhurong, shall become the ruler of heaven and earth. What 12 ancestral wizards? What demon clan heavenly court? In my eyes, they will all become mere ants.
As Zhurong spoke,
he let out a savage laugh, accelerating the process of assimilating the apocalyptic black flames. Damn it!
Zhurong actually harbors such ambitions. He likely conceived this plan the moment he laid eyes on Lǐ Nézhā.
Could this be Zhurong colluding with the guardian of national fortune? We should have won the moment we shattered the divine Yuan cauldron.
But they forced another battle just so Zhurong could devour the law of destruction within Lǐ Nézhā and ascend to supreme godhood.
Damn it! His intentions are far too malicious.
Countless citizens of Great Xia erupted in furious condemnation.
The situation on the national fortune battlefield took a sudden turn for the worse. Everyone grew anxious. Damn it, my Lǐ Nézhā, he can't really be in trouble, can he?
That Zhurong is truly treacherous and vicious. He abandoned his own race comrades just to grow stronger.
At that moment, above the battlefield of national destiny, the 10 ancestral wizards, along with Dong Huang Tai, Dejuan, Kuwenpeng, Yinglong, and other demonic celestial court members,
has been utterly annihilated in the violent explosion.
No one could have foreseen this battle
would lead to the simultaneous annihilation of both the witch and demon clans. There were no victors in this war,
only the defeated.
Only Zhurong's maniacal laughter echoed across the heavens and earth.
In his eyes, Lǐ Nézhā, a mere child, was utterly no match for him. Yet, as he relentlessly assimilated the apocalyptic black flames,
a sudden change occurred.
Boom! In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. An earthquake erupted beneath their feet. Zhurong nearly lost his footing and stumbled. Who's there? Zhurong roared in anger. It is I. The primordial wizard Gongang, clad entirely in blue, strode forth upon the waves. With a casual strike, he struck the mountain pillar beneath Zhurong and the divine Yuan cauldron. Boom! The entire mountain shook. Damn it, it's you again. Gongang. You're trying to ruin my plans? You traitor to the witch clan. If not for you, our clan would never have fallen in the witch demon cataclysm, leading to our annihilation. Today, I, Gongang, shall avenge the Wu clan. Gongang and Zhurong had long been enemies, though both were ancestral Wus. Their relationship was abysmal. One could even say they were sworn enemies. This time, his personal grudge had led to the Wu clan's defeat. Truly, he was the witch clan's traitor. Humph. Gongang, you're just jealous of this old man. Zhurong roared furiously. I wield the divine Yuan cauldron, refining elixirs for the witch clan day and night atop Mount Buzhou. My authority far surpasses yours. You worthless imposter. Now you've seized this chance to exact revenge on me. Humph. Words are useless. Let's settle this with our strength. Gongang snorted coldly. He relentlessly channeled the power of water elements, washing over the entire divine Yuan cauldron and the Mount Buzhou beneath it. No matter how formidable the apocalyptic black flames were, they remained fire. Fire is inherently countered by water. While flames like the world-destroying black flame or the threefold true fire were beyond ordinary water's ability to extinguish. But Gongang's water was no ordinary water. Damn it, it's weak water. Zhurong's expression turned anxious. It said weak water can wash away all magical power. Even the three-flame true fire and the world-destroying black flame aren't immune. Gongang relentlessly washed away the world-destroying black flames released by Lǐ Nézhā around the divine Yuan cauldron. This series of actions had little effect on Lǐ Nézhā. However, for Zhurong, the impact was immense. After all, the outermost layer of the world-destroying black flames had long been assimilated by Zhurong, no longer under Lǐ Nézhā's control. Now, however, Gongang extinguished these very flames. Zhurong was on the verge of having all his efforts go to waste. Damn it, you beast. At this point, Zhurong could no longer stand idly by. He abandoned his attempt to assimilate Lǐ Nézhā and instead turned his spear toward Gongang. The two remaining primordial wizards of the world instantly erupted into a fierce battle. Water and fire cannot coexist. How could it have come to this? Blue Star, Great Xia. Within the National Fortune Bureau, Yáng Fān stared in astonishment at the apocalyptic battle unfolding on the screen, his heart trembling with shock. Mount Buzhou. Beneath the divine Yuan cauldron lies none other than the famed Mount Buzhou? Director, what is Mount Buzhou? Someone asked. Legend has it that the climax of the Demon Wizard War was the clash between Zhurong and Gongang. In the end, Gongang toppled Mount Buzhou, shattering the heavens and bringing the war to a close. Mount Buzhou is the pillar that supports heaven and earth in our great Xia mythology. Holy cow, that battle was truly jaw-dropping. Everyone was stunned. Those with weaker constitutions stared at the large screen in sheer terror. First the Demon Wizard War. Now two ancestral wizards clashing. The Great Xia truly is a warlike nation. Even their gods are being beaten like this. What the hell kind of grudge is this? Couldn't they just settle it with money? This is ridiculous. Ha! Money isn't all-powerful. But speaking of which of the two will prevail? The fire ancestral spirit versus the water ancestral spirit. Logically, the water ancestral spirit should have some advantage over the fire ancestral spirit. But I suspect Zhurong is no ordinary being. No matter who wins, they'll inevitably wipe out everyone else. Li Jing, Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao, the giant panda Zhuangzhuang, and Lǐ Nézhā from our great Xia, they'll all die. So it'd be best if they both perish together. Many thought to themselves. On the battlefield of national destiny, Zhurong had been at a disadvantage in his battle against Gongang. Suddenly, he swung his massive hand. The three-flavor true fire, accumulated for tens of thousands of years within the divine Yuan cauldron, now forged into the flame power of apocalyptic black flames, surged forth violently. Gongang, you brat, die. In an instant, Zhurong's power and momentum far surpassed Gongang's. A sea of flames engulfed the heavens, surging toward Gongang. Chapter 153, The Struggle Between the Snipe and the Clam Benefits the Fisherman. No! Terror flashed across Gongang's face. You actually set something up inside the divine Yuan cauldron. Betraying the witch clan, was this all planned from the start? Zhurong sneered coldly. Humph. What kind of creature are you to dare accuse this old man? Die. Infinite apocalyptic black flames transformed into a sea of fire in Zhurong's hands. Everything in its path was incinerated. Gongang was visibly struggling to hold on. Damn. This Zhurong has some skills. Though Gongang's raw combat prowess seems slightly superior to Zhurong's. But when it comes to scheming and trickery, Zhurong has him outmaneuvered.
With the flame power stored within the divine Yuan Ding for tens of thousands of years aiding him,
Gonggang stands no chance. Damn it!
That scheming old bastard Zhu Rong.
Once he defeats Gonggang,
he'll surely turn his sights on destroying our great Xiao's Lǐ Nézhā,
Li Jing, Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao, and Giant Panda Zhuangzhuang. Holy, so that means Zhu Rong was the ultimate victor in the demon wizard calamity? Looks like it. On the battlefield of national destiny, Zhurong unleashed his divine might. He suppressed Gonggang, relentlessly closing in. Damn it! Gonggang's expression darkened as he struggled to hold his ground.
Yet it was clear to all that he was no match for Zhu Rong. He was now fighting with his last ounce of strength.
At the critical moment, Gonggang could only shout, "Help!" Boom!
A roar like a dragon's thunder crashed violently into Zhu Rong's back.
Zhurong's expression shifted as he turned his head. There stood Ao Guang, transformed into dragon form, his maw glowing with azure light. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhurong holds the advantage now. Let's go aid Gonggang, Ao Guang declared.
Got it. Li Jing suddenly unleashed wave after wave of sword energy.
He unleashed them toward Zhu Rong. Watch my sword. Swish, 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 and, me too.
Xin Zhangbao immediately rose to the occasion.
Together with Giant Panda Zhuangzhuang,
they unleashed a furious barrage upon Zhu Rong.
Damn it, you ants!
Though the combined strength of the two men,
the dragon,
and the panda paled in comparison to Zhu Rong's might, but precisely because of this,
they disrupted Zhu Rong's rhythm. Zhurong was forced to divert part of his energy and spiritual power to fend off their attacks. Meanwhile, directly opposite him, Gonggang seized a moment to catch his breath. He erupted instantly, unleashing a barrage of water attribute skills toward Zhu Rong. This was the true strength of a formidable opponent.
Zhurong had no choice but to defend.
In an instant,
Zhu Rong found himself in dire peril.
Damn it, you ants! And you, Gonggang sprat! Zhurong roared in fury.
He hastily summoned more of the apocalyptic black flames from within the divine Yuan cauldron.
However, the apocalyptic black flames were not entirely under his control. In the sky, Lǐ Nézhā sat cross-legged atop a lotus flower, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked down upon Zhu Rong. Then, most of the surrounding apocalyptic black flames began to converge toward Lǐ Nézhā. In comparison, Lǐ Nézhā was the true, legitimate possessor of the law of destruction. It was Lǐ Nézhā who had refined the three-flame true fire into the world-destroying black flames. Previously, it was only because Lǐ Nézhā's mastery over the flames was inferior to Zhu Rong's. That was why Zhu Rong had seized the opportunity. But now, Zhu Rong is stretched too thin. How could he possibly be a match for Lǐ Nézhā? Soon, the apocalyptic black flames Zhu Rong could command dwindled in number. Gradually,
he found himself struggling to withstand Gonggang's 3,000 streams of weak water.
It seems the mandate of heaven lies with me. Gonggang, not you. Zhu Rong. Gonggang roared with laughter. His attacks on Zhu Rong intensified further. At that moment, the tide of battle turned completely. Zhu Rong, who had held the upper hand,
suddenly found himself in mortal peril.
Meanwhile,
Gonggang, who moments before had nearly been killed by Zhu Rong, radiated overwhelming dominance as he unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks.
Once I eliminate you and seize that law of destruction, I, Gonggang, shall ascend to become the supreme deity. Then, I, Gonggang, shall be the ruler of heaven and earth. Gonggang roared, his face radiating unbridled excitement. However, just as he was gleefully preparing to deliver the final blow to Zhu Rong, Ao Guang, Li Jing, Xin Zhangbao,
and the giant panda Zhuangzhuang, who had been relentlessly pounding Zhu Rong moments before, suddenly shifted their focus,
directing all their attacks toward Gonggang. Gonggang froze in shock.
He hastily raised his defenses to block. This left him unable to deliver a fatal strike against Zhu Rong.
Meanwhile, Lǐ Nézhā ceased vying with Zhu Rong for control of the apocalyptic black flames. Zhu Rong gained a moment to catch his breath and regain his strength. Instantly, he was consumed by fury. Gonggang, I will kill you. He erupted with fury, soaring into the air. With the apocalyptic black flames as his aid, he unleashed spell after spell. All his attacks converged upon Gonggang. Gonggang froze in shock. He couldn't understand why. Out of nowhere,
Li Jing and the others had stopped helping him.
Instead, they were aiding Zhu Rong, who bore a grudge against them. How peculiar.
But there was nothing he could do. He was already at a disadvantage against Zhu Rong,
who wielded the world-destroying black flames. Now, with Li Jing, Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao, the giant panda Zhuangzhuang, and even Lǐ Nézhā joining the fray, he was utterly outmatched. The situation that had seemed so favorable moments ago had taken a sudden, drastic turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Rong had beaten him to the brink of death. Even this water ancestral spirit is useless.
If our national fortune champion hadn't helped him earlier,
Zhu Rong would have killed him long ago. Now we've switched to supporting Zhu Rong. This time, he's truly finished. This is what they call fighting over a piece of meat, leaving the fisherman to reap the benefits, right? Exactly. That's it. Let's play them both to death. After all, Great Xia was a nation steeped in ancient culture, having weathered countless wars in every conceivable scheme, cunning and treachery in all their forms. So everyone quickly saw through Li Jing and his group's true intentions. Sure enough, just as Gonggang was about to be struck down by Zhuruong, Li Jing, Ao Guang, Xin Zhangbao, the giant panda Zhuangzhuang, along with Lǐ Nézhā, once again turned their weapons and began attacking Zhu Rong. Gong, now emboldened, he launched a frenzied assault on Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He glared at Li Jing and the others with venomous hatred. Yet he could do nothing about it. For Gonggang's assault grew ever more ferocious. He could only desperately keep blocking Gonggang's 3,000 weak waters. And just as death approached, Li Jing and his companions shifted their focus once more, now aiding him against Gonggang. Thus, this pattern repeated endlessly. Through relentless combat, attrition, and clash, their spiritual power and physical strength were gradually drained to nothing. Both ancestral witches were now at their absolute limits. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. For whenever one gained the upper hand, Li Jing, Lǐ Nézhā, Ao Guang, and Xin Zhangbao would turn and attack him. This maintained a dynamic equilibrium. Neither was willing to let the other off the hook, bound by a life and death enmity. Thus, neither attempted to collaborate, seeking instead to eliminate Li Jing's group first. Thus, both gradually lost their combat effectiveness. Boom, boom. In the end, both ancestral sorcerers lay sprawled on the ground, their vital energy fading. Chapter 154, The Invincible Legend of the Great Xia Myth. Ha ha! Finally in this young master's hands, Lǐ Nézhā sneered coldly, suddenly descending from the heavens, landing between Gonggang and Zhuru. At this moment, even two mighty sorcerers, once exceptionally powerful, now teetered on the brink of annihilation. Lǐ Nézhā extended his tiny feet, one kick per target, placing them squarely on their faces. Ha 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 ha! This little lord is unrivaled under heaven. The apocalyptic black flames erupted. Lǐ Nézhā instantly transformed the apocalyptic black flames into razor-sharp blades, piercing through Gonggang and Zhuru's chests. No! Zhurong and Gonggang let out a defiant roar, but it was all for naught. They perished instantly. Ding! Lǐ Nézhā, the Great Xia's fate champion, has slain the primordial wizard Gonggang. Ding! Great Xia has earned a reward. All citizens gain 300% water element affinity. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward, a water elemental secret realm, providing auxiliary cultivation for water elemental cultivators. Ding! Great Xia's national fortune champion Lǐ Nézhā has slain the ancestral wizard Zhuru. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward. All citizens gain 300% fire element affinity. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward. All citizens gain 300% fire element affinity. Ding! Great Xia has obtained a reward, a fire element secret realm, aiding fire element cultivators in their cultivation. Daxia, East Sea, raging waves. Amidst the towering waves, an undersea palace slowly rises. Western desert. A dormant volcano suddenly erupted, stretching for 100 miles, containing boundless flaming spirit stones. These two hidden realms of heaven and earth were witnessed by the global populace through live satellite broadcasts from the Great Xia Empire. Holy, that's insane. Asterisk 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 ing awesome. Ing awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How the hell did Great Xia pull this off? They've shot straight to the top. Damn it. Daxia is seriously about to enter the era of cultivating immortality. Damn it. Blue Star, every nation, every citizen, was in an uproar. All are filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Yet they could do nothing about it. They could only stare wide-eyed and watch helplessly. On the battlefield of national destiny, Lǐ Nézhā slew Zhu Rong. The fiery power within Zhu Rong suddenly coalesced, surging toward Lǐ Nézhā. In an instant, Lǐ Nézhā's power surged dramatically. Meanwhile, the water laws within Gonggang, the 3,000 weak waters, also descended upon Ao Guang. Ao Guang's power also surged instantly. The power of this king. It has now reached the level of a powerful main god. Ao Guang's expression froze in astonishment before erupting with excitement. Just a powerful deity. Lǐ Nézhā's aura surged relentlessly, instantly reaching the level of a deity. From a lesser god, he continued to ascend, reaching the level of a major god. He ascended further, from a major god to a supreme god. Compared to a major god, a supreme god lacked only the highest tier of divine laws. Lǐ Nézhā possessed it, and it was the most formidable of all, the law of destruction. Thus, he unquestionably attained the level of supreme god. Ding! This national fortune battle has concluded. The microcosm from this battle of national destiny shall be awarded to Great Xia as a prize. Ding! The portal is now open. We invite the victors of Great Xia to return to Blue Star. Ding! This marks the final ordinary type national fortune battle. The National Fortune Guardian's announcements sounded immediately. Then, a wave of cheers erupted throughout the entire battle of national fortune. Holy crap! We won! We won again! He 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 he! Wahahaha! Li Jing is awesome! Lǐ Nézhā is awesome! Ao Guang is awesome! Shen Zhangbao is awesome! Big Panda Zhuang is awesome! All the citizens of Great Xia erupted in cheers. We've won again! This is the third time we've triumphed. Wakakaka! With this victory, our Great Xia has finally entered the era of cultivating immortality. Great Xia, National Fortune Bureau. Yáng Fān summoned the Bureau's elite experts one by one to welcome Ao Guang, Li Jing, and Shen Zhangbao. Director, we have fulfilled our mission. Ha 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 ha, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Yáng Fān's expression was filled with excitement. He was about to lead everyone to a celebratory banquet. But at that very moment, a broadcast announcement suddenly echoed through the air. Ding! Attention! The announcement boomed with overwhelming volume. It reverberated across the entire globe. Everyone felt as though their eardrums were being shattered. Even on sacred mountains like Lingshan, Olympus, Asgard, or any other divine realm, every being sensed an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Ding! Attention! Effective immediately. The ultimate battle for national destiny has commenced. The Guardian of National Destiny declared. Ultimate National Destiny battle details. The entire Blue Star, all its people, everyone, every last one, together, slaughter one another, kill others to earn rewards. The entire world will be formatted, including deities in all divine realms. The ultimate victor shall become the ruler of the entire universe. Alright, the slaughter begins now. The Guardian of National Destiny finished speaking. Suddenly, from afar, the sacred mountain of the Buddhist realm, a tremendous roar erupted. It's here, the national fortune calamity, the global cataclysm of destruction. This isn't confined to Great Xia, it's engulfing every nation on the entire Blue Star. Our opportunity has arrived. Shakyamuni snorted coldly. Suddenly, he unleashed his full power. A colossal Buddha's palm descended toward the Great Xia. It spanned the heavens and earth. At the Great Xia border, the barriers designed to withstand God-tier combat power trembled violently. Fortunately, the Great Xia's border defenses proved truly formidable. Even Shakyamuni, mighty as a supreme god, could not break through them in the short term. But this moment was not that moment. Asgard, the god king Odin struck directly. He unleashed a devastating attack upon the Great Xia. Olympus, Zeus, the king of the gods, wielded thunder in his hands, relentlessly unleashing his fury upon the Great Xia. In their eyes, other nations all possessed divine realms, but Great Xia did not. Thus, among the nations embroiled in this divine war, Great Xia stood as the weakest. They picked on the weakest target. Thus, the masses attacked it en masse. Boom, 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 boom. Divine realms across the land stirred into action. Pull one hair, and the whole body shakes. Damn it! This is bad. Those beasts. Great Xia. At this moment, in every direction east, west, north, and south, every corner of the realm was under massive assault. The situation was utterly critical. National Security Bureau. Yáng Fān's expression was grave. This barrier won't hold much longer. Damn it! These beasts. They're attacking en masse. If even our Great Xia lacks a divine realm, aren't we doomed? Great Xia. Billions of citizens were filled with dread. Beasts. Beasts. What the hell is this? No way. Out of nowhere. Why did the ultimate national destiny battle suddenly begin? This is clearly targeting our Great Xia. Panic gripped the masses. The entire Great Xia trembled as if the heavens and earth shook. It felt as though the very moment of Great Xia's demise had arrived. Yet, at that very moment, suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Halt! At that moment, Lǐ Nézhā, Sun Chongshang, Yang Jin, and Master Fahai, and all of them, all the reincarnators hidden among the common folk of Great Xia suddenly glowed with light. Then, above the heavens, a dazzling golden light engulfed everything. What is this? All the people of the Great Xia were utterly stunned. Vast numbers of heavenly soldiers and generals clad in golden armor, treading upon clouds and mist, soared through the air. It's the celestial soldiers and generals. A majestic man clad in golden yellow robes slowly emerged from the heavens. All reincarnators have now awakened. At this moment, our Great Xia divine kingdom shall be restored. Yes, Jade Emperor, the celestial soldiers and generals declared in unison. Meanwhile, behind the Jade Emperor, 3 more immortals stood.
their ethereal demeanor and cold expressions radiating divine presence. The Supreme Lord Laotsu, Primordial Lord, Lord Tongtian, they are the three purities. The three purities of our great Xia. Those are three supreme deities. The three purities have returned as well. And behind them, even more formidable beings. A being who embodies the will of heaven. It's Hong Jun. Holy crap. This is a deity even mightier than the supreme gods. He's returned too. And that's not even the end of it. Later still, there was even more. Nuwa, Pangu, Fuxi, and so on. All the deities of the Great Xia have returned simultaneously. Moreover, their power has grown even stronger. My power now far surpasses what it once was. Come forth, release the seals. Pangu, the absolute creator god of the Great Xia, lifted the seals and solemnly declared to all of Blue Star, I, Pangu, representing the gods of the Great Xia, declare war upon the entire Blue Star. All beings, all deities, come forth together. He swung his colossal axe, bringing it crashing down. One swing cleaved through the ages, severing the heavens above. This was the power that split the heavens, boundless, colossal might. Surrounding Pangu gathered the mighty gods of the Great Xia. They were invincible, they were glorious, they were magnificent. Every being radiated brilliance, bursting forth in dazzling splendor. This is the invincible legend of the Great Xia myth. The end.